The campus belle genius publicly broke up with you, unexpectedly triggering a system notification. Option 1, refuse, and be rewarded with supreme cultivation, but you must endure 3 more years of ridicule. Option 2, accept, and be rewarded with the Sword God system, which not only instantly heals your current foundational injuries but also awakens the heaven-defying supreme sword body. You glance at the options before you and smile faintly. Any fool would know how to choose. As you confirm your decision, an unstoppable surge of energy floods your body, elevating you from a cripple with shattered meridians directly to the 5-star Chi blood realm. Keep in mind, the highest cultivation among these martial examinees is only at the 3-star Chi blood realm. This is nothing short of a dimensional downgrade attack. Before you could even finish celebrating, Lu Qingxian's astonished voice suddenly rang in your ears. She never expected you to agree so decisively. She had assumed you would beg and plead, trying every way to please her. This would have given her the chance to pressure you into transferring ownership of your house to her, squeezing out the last bit of your value. But she truly didn't anticipate this outcome. So Lu Qingxian lost her temper. What? Aren't you even going to try to keep me? What did these 2 years together even mean to you? Hearing this, you simply shrugged, thinking to yourself, why bother? What kind of nonsense is this? Women only slow down my sword drawing speed. Watching you turn to leave without hesitation, Lu Qingxian froze for a moment before launching into an absurd demand. Su Chen, if you just beg me to stay and transfer the deed of your house to my name, I might reconsider not breaking up with you. After 2 years together, I can't bear to let go either. The moment Lu Qingxian said this, everyone around was stunned. They initially thought she had changed her mind and wanted to reconcile. But no, she was scheming to pressure you into handing over your house. How brazen could she be? Nowadays, people don't even bother hiding their greed. You didn't spare her a single glance. One more look would only make you sick. Silence. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, drowning all other sounds. Following the source of the voice, a middle-aged man stood on a high platform and said, your martial exam results are out. Next, you'll undergo an aptitude test, after which you can apply to your desired martial arts university. Seeing this, you finally stopped in your tracks, having nearly forgotten about this matter. Next, names were called according to school divisions. First high school, Su Chen. Hearing this, you paused in surprise but then calmly walked onto the stage. As you stepped up, the crowd below wore complex expressions. Everyone knew of your exceptional talent, and they also knew you had suffered damage to your foundation, losing your cultivation. But just as these thoughts arose, a storm of sword energy gathered around you, while dark clouds filled the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Feeling this terrifying sword energy storm, all the teachers and students present were forced back in shock and awe. Even the Minister of Civil Affairs and other high-ranking officials instantly stood up, their pupils contracting sharply. This was actually a celestial phenomenon, testing one's aptitude and summoning a celestial phenomenon. Such a thing existed only in legends, yet it was unfolding right before their eyes. You had no idea what was happening, instead entering a mysterious and profound state. In just a few breaths, a sword light soared into the sky, tearing through the dark clouds, and a celestial figure appeared in the air, cleaving open the heavens with a single sword strike. This terrifying scene left countless people in Luocheng utterly shocked. Meanwhile, deep in the forest outside Luocheng, a white-clothed figure riding a sword suddenly halted in astonishment. A sword immortal's apparition? Could it mean a genius of the sword path has emerged? The figure vanished the next instant. Moments later, the celestial phenomenon in the sky transformed into a beam of spiritual light that plunged into your body, and the sky instantly cleared. You couldn't help but exhale, turning around only to find countless eyes fixed on you, each expression more exaggerated than the last. Wasn't it said that Su Chen's foundation was damaged? This is a talent only spoken of in legends, destined to become a revered saint in the future. Lu Qingxian, in particular, was left speechless for a long time. You had actually triggered a celestial phenomenon. What an unimaginably terrifying talent. Of course, she knew in her heart, but what did talent matter? Your foundation had been damaged beyond recovery, leaving you unable to cultivate. These words jolted the surrounding crowd, and they frowned one after another. If this were truly the case, it would be a great pity. The head of the literature department standing before you naturally thought the same. No matter how exceptional your talent, your future achievements would be limited unless a saint intervened or a demon king lent their aid. Otherwise, a full recovery would be impossible. Just as the idea of becoming the Minister of Culture emerged, it was immediately proven wrong. Su Chen, I'm from the admissions office of Qingzhou University. Would you like to join us? What's so great about Qingzhou University? I'm from Kyoto University. After enrollment, we'll have the academy's top experts help restore your foundational injuries. In an instant, admissions officers from various prestigious universities, disregarding decorum, crowded around you. Only the admissions officers from the Imperial Academy remained silent, as they had many other geniuses to support and couldn't afford to gamble vast resources on you. But for other top-tier universities, You were an extremely valuable prospect. If they could heal your injuries, their institutions might one day rise to the level of the Imperial Academy. Seeing top universities fiercely competing for you, Lu Qingxian's expression darkened. Despite her outstanding performance in the martial arts exam, she still couldn't compare to you. Yet, faced with offers from elite universities, you simply smiled and chose the lower-ranked Luocheng Technical School on the spot. The system had just prompted you. Selecting Luocheng Technical School would reward you with a divine artifact. To put it bluntly, there were only 2 such artifacts in all of China. With such an easy choice offering a heaven-defying treasure, even a fool would know what to do. However, contrary to your expectations, everyone at the Martial Arts Plaza was stunned. Despite so many top universities vying for you with generous offers, you chose a low-ranking technical school. Both the Minister of Culture and the principal of First Martial Arts High School were momentarily speechless before their expressions turned grave. Su Chen, don't be rash. With your talent, only a top-tier university can bring out your full potential. Don't gamble with your future. That's right, Su Chen. Think carefully. Hearing this, your resolve only grew stronger. I've made up my mind. I choose Luocheng Technical School. Without waiting for further objections, you walk straight to the principal of Luocheng Technical School. Seeing this, Lu Qingxian's heart finally calmed down a bit, and she couldn't help but sneer. It seems you still have some self-awareness, knowing you're not worthy of a prestigious school and only belong in such a place. Watch your tone, little girl, said the principal of Luocheng Technical School. At its peak, my Luocheng Technical School once surpassed the Imperial Academy. Half of China's martial arts universities combined couldn't compare to us. If not for, the old man's expression darkened slightly, and he didn't continue. Su Chen, think carefully. The conditions they offered you, my Luocheng Technical School. Before he could finish, you interrupted and, under everyone's astonished gazes, signed your name on the enrollment form. Seeing this, the old man burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, from now on, you are a student of Luocheng Technical School. At that moment, the system chimed in. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining the ancient divine weapon, Dragon Abyss Sword. Task triggered, enter the abyss beneath Luocheng Technical School and slay 100 alien creatures to enhance your sword physique. Hearing the system's voice, you smiled faintly. Witnessing this, the recruitment mentors from other academies said nothing more and turned to leave. The Imperial Academy representatives sneered, shook their heads, and paid no further attention. What's the use of good talent? With your damaged foundation, you can't cultivate. You're destined to have no future. Su Chen, I thought your standards were higher. To think you'd choose Luocheng Technical School, how laughable. Oh, I get it. You're trying to get my attention this way, aren't you? I only agreed to be with you before because of your family background. Who would have thought? Before Lu Qingxian could finish, she felt a tremendous force strike her face, sending her flying. Blood and teeth spilled from her mouth. Say one more word and I'll kill you. Don't believe me? Try me. Su Chen's voice was extremely cold, carrying a terrifying killing intent, like a ferocious beast about to rage. Lu Qingxian froze for a moment and actually felt afraid, but on second thought, Su Chen had lost his cultivation and was now nothing more than a waste. You dare to hit me. You seek death. Lu Qingxian stood up, full of anger, her voice shrill, with spiritual energy brewing in her palm. She attacked, pointing straight at Su Chen's vitals. She was the peak of the 2 stars of the Qi and Blood realm and was about to break through to the 3 stars, and she was considered to be among the top of the list among the many martial arts candidates. Feeling Lu Qingxian's attack, Su Chen sneered and raised his hand to draw another slap up, directly breaking through Lu Qingxian's attack and landing heavily on her face. Chapter 4, The Sword Heavenly King comes. Are you willing to befriend me as a brother? Pop. A crisp slap sounded. Lu Qingxian's spiritual energy was dispersed, and her entire body flew out again, smashing heavily on the ground. Without waiting for Lu Qingxian to react, Su Chen's fingertips merged together and a sword chi suddenly shot out, cutting through the air and pointing directly at Lu Qingxian. Lu Qingxian had been stunned silly. She actually felt the aura of death. Su Chen was not joking with her. He really wanted to kill her. Just as the sword chi was about to land on her brow, an aura swept through, blocking Su Chen's sword chi. So young to be so ruthless. The one who made the move was the tutor of Star River University's admission office, Long Mingqiu. With the cultivation of Seal Marquis realm, she had a high regard for Lu Qingxian. So how could she just stand by and watch Lu Qingxian being decapitated? Lu Qingxian is already a student of my Star River University. Making a move against her will be considered a war against Star River University, Long Mingqiu said, looking at Su Chun with a somewhat icy expression. According to you, if you make a move against Su Chuan, I have to regard it as you making war against Luocheng Technical School as well. The old man also stepped out and protected Su Chen behind him. Meng Qian, don't force your words. I'm just following your logic and it becomes a strong argument? Are all of you so-called first-class university empire schools this disgusting? The old man said, not the slightest bit afraid, and opened his mouth again. I'm still putting my words here today. If you dare to touch a single cold hair of Su Chen, I'll greet the people from Luochang Technical School right now to you to death. Meng Qian looked like a rogue and was so angry that Lung Mengqiu couldn't speak. She had known Meng Qian for many years and knew that Meng Qian, this old man, could really do such things, but she was representing Star River University now, so she couldn't concede like that. I, Star River University, am not afraid of you, Luochang Technical School. Lung Mengqiu had just finished speaking when a soft laugh could be heard coming from him, accompanied by the sound of a soft sword chime, which instantly drew everyone's attention over, only to see that in the sky, a figure dressed in white with a flying sword on its feet instantly appeared in front of their eyes. Oh, you all are a handful of years old. Why are you still so angry? In the next second, the white-clothed figure was the one that appeared in front of Su Chen, looking at him with an elegant and easygoing face. Sword Heavenly King. Meng Qian recognized the person in front of him and exclaimed, this was a genuine martial king, and he was also the Sword Heavenly King, one of the 36 Heavenly Kings of Huaxia. Swordsmanship is unrivaled. The blood of the martial king is on his hands. It can be said that his swordsmanship is #1 in China. Now it's actually appearing here. Lung Mengqiu also recognized the Sword Heavenly King and bowed respectfully. The Minister of Wen and the others were horrified in their hearts and also hurriedly saluted, not expecting that the Heavenly King of Swords would appear here today. Kid, what college did you join? L.A. Technical School. Su Chen was also a bit surprised, not expecting the Sword Heavenly King to take the initiative to ask him, so he hurriedly answered. Hearing this, the Heavenly King of Swords frowned slightly. He felt that earlier wave of sword chi on Su Chen's body, and was certain that it was Su Chen who had attracted the heaven and earth anomalies, so he thought that Su Chen's talent was definitely at the level of a legend. He must have joined the Imperial School, but how did he join the L.A. City Technical School? The Heavenly King of Swords couldn't help but look at Meng Qian, who knew what the Heavenly King of Swords meant, so he took the initiative to answer, and told all the things that had just happened, but he didn't make anything up. After hearing that Su Chen's origin was damaged, the Sword Heavenly King frowned tightly, and as soon as he pulled Su Chen's hand, his spiritual power detected it, but he found that Su Chen's origin injury was actually this serious. However, it was vaguely as if there was a force that was imprisoning his injuries, and he could clearly sense that Su Chen's cultivation was at the 5-star level of the Qi and Blood realm. This cultivation level was not low at Su Chen's current age. It really is the origin that is damaged, said the Sword Heavenly King. His brows furrowed as he looked at Su Chen for a long time before he spoke again. The Demon King plant can heal your injuries. I know, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. With the heritage of the Imperial School or these first-class universities, they can find a Demon King plant for you. The meaning of the Sword Heavenly King was already obvious. He couldn't figure out why Su Chen chose the Luo City Technical School. I know, but I don't need it. Su Chen didn't say anything more. He couldn't say that he had a system. Upon hearing this, the Sword Heavenly King's frown tightened, and just as he was about to speak, Su Chen spoke again. This is my own choice. I won't regret it. Hearing Su Chen say this, the Sword Heavenly King couldn't say anything. After all, he clearly felt that there was a force within Su Chen's body that was imprisoning Su Chen's injuries. Every martial artist has their own secrets, and it would be rude to ask too much. All right, said the Sword Heavenly King, then spoke again in a serious voice. In half a year's time, if your origin injuries cannot be recovered, I will personally seek out a Demon King plant for you to come and recover your origin injuries for you. The Sword Heavenly King's words caused the bodies of those present to tremble. This is the one who was a real big brother level in the whole of China, and he even thinks so highly of Su Chen? Going out of your way to personally search for a Demon King plant for Su Chen? For a while, those first-class universities all had some regrets. Just now if they had been a bit firmer in their attitudes, would they have been able to fight for Su Chen? At that time, with the help of the Sword Heavenly King, the Demon King plant would not be a handful, and they would obtain a celestial pride capable of attracting heavenly and earthly visions. But it was useless to regret now. Su Chen was already a person from Luochang Technical School. I'm a person who likes the way of the sword since I was a child. Are you willing to be sworn brothers with me? What? When the Sword Heavenly King's words fell, Su Chen was stunned. What was the meaning of this? To be sworn brothers? Next to the Minister of Culture and the teachers from the admission offices of the major colleges were dumbfounded and couldn't help but let out a nationalist cry. Meng Qian was even more dumbfounded, and for a moment thought that he had misheard. That's the Sword Heavenly King, one of the 36 Heavenly Kings of Huaxia, the strongest existence in the martial king realm. I originally wanted to take you as a disciple, but now it seems I'm not qualified to be your teacher, said the Sword Heavenly King, letting out a light laugh. Your sword Dao talent is above me, and you have a sword Dao path that is uniquely your own. If I were to teach you, I'm only afraid that I would miss your future." When the Sword Heavenly King's slightly regretful voice rang out, the entire martial arts plaza fell silent, and everyone was hit hard in the heart by these words. The Sword Heavenly King actually said on his own that he wasn't worthy of being Su Chen's master? For them, not to mention the Heavenly King, even if the Martial King was willing to accept them as their disciples, that would be a great honor, enough to open a single page in their genealogy. But when it came to Su Chen, the Heavenly King himself spoke up and said that he was not worthy of being Su Chen's master. Meng Qian was also shocked beyond measure, his heart appalled that the hallowed Sword Heavenly King would say such a thing. It seemed that Su Chen's talent was still far beyond his imagination. If they could cultivate Su Chen, Luocheng Technical School was expected to restore the glory of being the top imperial school back then. In his mind, Meng Qian hurriedly called the principal of Luocheng Technical School to report this matter. Chapter 5. I just made a mistake that all girls make. Are you willing? The Sword Heavenly King asked with a smile. He didn't look very old, only in his 30s, but he actually had to be almost 100 years old. It all relied on its own cultivation and terrifying chi and blood to maintain its appearance. In fact, the Sword Heavenly King also had his own thoughts. One was because Su Chen's talent was horrifying, and in the future, he would definitely grow into a party of supreme power, and was even expected to break through the saints and step into the realm of legends. He wanted to make sure that Su Chen could grow up smoothly. In other words, he wanted to protect Su Chen's path. A Heavenly King level protector. What a powerful lineup. Enough to allow Su Chen to walk sideways in Huaxia or even the entire Blue Star. Secondly, it was because the Sword Heavenly King did value Su Chen and wanted to cultivate an existence that could surpass him in the Tao of the Sword. I am a Chi blood realm brat. I'm only afraid that I've dishonored the Sword Heavenly King's prestige. After Su Chen was surprised, he opened his mouth. The Sword Heavenly King is not seen that he has definitely heard of. A sword art extraordinary is the first in China today, known as the Sword Fairy. He was once famous for defending the royal city with one person and one sword, slaughtering 3 foreign race martial kings. It has even become an idol in the hearts of countless teenagers, who didn't have a dream of walking through the world with a sword when they were young, and the Sword Heavenly King became what they thought he was. The idol that countless people worshipped when they were young is now going to be brothers with Su Chen. This feeling, envious, doesn't even know how to describe it. The surrounding young boys and girls were also envious that they were on the verge of turning into jealousy. The same martial arts exams were over, and while people were buddying up with their idols, they were still struggling to figure out how to get into a martial arts university. That's the gap. Ha ha ha, your future accomplishments won't be below mine. Saying that is a bit of looking down on yourself. The Sword Heavenly King laughed out loud. Su Chen smiled helplessly before he spoke again. Then I am grateful to the Sword Heavenly King for looking down on. Ha ha ha, my real name is Lu Wushuang. You can just call me Big Brother Lu in the future. This will be my meeting gift to you. Saying this, a storage ring appeared in the Sword Heavenly King's hand and was stuffed into Su Chen's hand. This is a valuable treasure. See Meng Qian envy. He does not have this precious thing. And in the storage ring, there was even a large amount of cultivation resources. Many thanks, Big Brother Lu. Su Chen cupped his fists and thanked himself, a little confused. Having a Heavenly King Big Brother in a blur, you'll be able to get away with anything. Just now, Lung Mengqiu was like that. Go up and slap her a few times. She also had to suffer. When he thought of this, Su Chen couldn't help but heave a smile and heard the Sword Heavenly King open his mouth. Xiao Qiu, let's leave this matter at that. You're not a child anymore. Why are you still messing around with the youngsters? Lung Mengqiu sniffed and could only nod. Yes, I've overstepped in this matter. Su Chen smiled in his heart. This was strength. Without the Sword Heavenly King coming, there was still no telling how this old woman was going to act. Lu Qingxian stood behind Lung Mengqiu with an extremely complicated expression, but her heart was bubbling with fire as she glared at Su Chen with a deadly glare. Why didn't Su Chen tell her when he clearly had such a gifted ability? If she had told her, she wouldn't have come forward to break up with Su Chen right now. Now well, the clown in the middle of the day is actually her own. And now Su Chen was again in existence she couldn't afford to reach. Lu Qingxian had a lot of fire in her heart. It was all because of Su Chen. Their 2-year relationship. Su Chen even hid it from her. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian was even more unable to hold back the fire in her heart. This matter was ultimately blamed on Su Chen. Su Chen, congratulations, you've actually become a brother with an existence like the Sword Heavenly King, Lu Qingxian said, with some anger in his tone. She could see that the value of the storage ring that the Sword Heavenly King had just given to Su Chen definitely exceeded the value of Su Chen's villa, not to mention the cultivation resources inside. Furthermore, the current Su Chen had a Heavenly King to back him up, and his background was even more powerful. Hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Su Chen ignored them and didn't even want to look at them more than once. The Sword Heavenly King patted Su Chen's shoulder, leaving behind a sword seal that could contact him at any time. and disappeared. And this was, the Martial Grand Hall's Hallmaster Luo Tianhe also rushed over and saw the scene just now only to feel shocked in his heart. That was the sword Heavenly King Ah, to say that he was not worthy of being Su Chen's master, and turned to be sworn brothers with Su Chen. Just how terrifying was Su Chen's sword Dao talent? He couldn't measure it. Brother Su Chen, I am Luo Tianhe, the Hallmaster of Luo City's Martial Artist Hall. I wonder if Brother Su Chen would like to join my Martial Artist Hall. Of course, the Martial Grand Hall doesn't need you to do anything. You only need to hang on to an idle position, and every year the Martial Grand Hall will give you $100 million in compensation, as well as the treatment of an elder. Luo Tianhe was even more free of nonsense and spoke directly. With Su Chen's talent, when he grew up in the future, just a little bit of remembering how good the Martial Grand Hall had treated him would be enough to make the Martial Grand Hall soar, and even allow him to enter the Martial Grand Hall's headquarters. The people around them were even more shocked and had been rendered speechless by the shock. Not only the trainees, is the tutor, the principal and his entourage, is also shocked. Su Chen is only 18 years old only just did not take the martial arts examination out. According to the results of the martial arts examination, Su Chen was considered to have fallen behind. It can appear that the sword Heavenly King is tied up, and the Great Hall of Martial Artists opens a generous remuneration, inviting Su Dust to hang a leisure position, and enjoying the treatment of elders every year. If one were to, in order to enter the Martial Grand Hall as an elder, one would need to have a cultivation level of 6 stars or more in the Seal Marquee realm itself. Cultivation realms from low to high were the Qi Blood realm, Qi Sea realm, Sovereign realm, Feng Ho realm, Martial King realm, Martial Emperor realm, Exalted realm and even more powerful realms, and Su Chen was only at 5 stars of the Qi and Blood realm right now, where there was a difference of several large realms. This was obvious to anyone that this was the martial artist Great Hall showing favor to Su Chen. After this comparison, they were really so trashy that they couldn't even compare to a hair of Su Chen's head without giving Su Chuan a chance to refuse. Luo Tianhe had already stuffed a card and a token into Su Chuan's hands. Then it's settled. If Brother Su was free, come and sit in the Great Hall of Martial Artists more often. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. It was true that he still had to make himself worthwhile and valuable. That truth remains the same everywhere. The surrounding trainees already didn't know what to say. Their hearts were shocked. They could only look at Su Chen stupidly, envious in their hearts. Why they couldn't even compare to a hair on Su Chen's head. Lu Qingxian was even more difficult to bear. Originally thought that the sword Heavenly King's worship was already outrageous enough, and now Su Chen had even become an elder of the Great Hall of Martial Artists all of a sudden. Now, identity, background, and even power. Su Chen had it all. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Chen's current starting point was already the end point that many people could not reach after graduation, or even after exhausting a lifetime of hard work. Lu Qingxian looked complicated. It was not regret, but just felt that she said break up too early. But, 2 years of feelings, Su Chen liked her so much, she did not believe that Su Chen could put it down so quickly. Su Dust, I admit that just now I was a little bit louder. In fact, I was also a momentary confusion. Made a mistake that a girl would make. I have always liked you. Let's make up. Chapter 6. Are you not wrong if you leave the facts behind? Actually, I've always liked you. Let's make up. Lu Qingxian pretended to look miserable, lightly biting her red lips. If you don't believe me, I can give you a hand-holding. Hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Su Chen was dumbfounded. Holding hands? What do you mean? You're looking down on him? Not only Su Chen, but also the rest of the trainees were dumbfounded. Just how thick was this person's skin to say such a thing? Even if Meng Qian has lived for a long time, he feels that he can't resist stuff. Su Chuan glanced at Lu Qingxian and only felt disgusted, and at the same time felt that the original body was quite blind. Or was he really hungry? And this kind of thing could be looked at? Hearing that Su Chen had even scolded himself again, Lu Qingxian's eyes clearly carried some anger, but when she thought of Su Chen's current status and position, as well as the cultivation resources on his body, she again held back the fire in her heart. Su Dust, I know you can't let go of me. This matter as if I was wrong. As long as you and I apologize, I will also forgive you, and do not need you to transfer the house to me. In fact, I also care about you, Lu Qingxian said again, condescending like a swan. Su Chen froze. Even though he had traveled across the world, he had never seen such a woman. He had always thought that this was just a segment on the internet, but he did not expect it to be true. And met him. Let's say I was wrong and you apologize to me? I forgive you. No need for you to close on your house? Su Chen admitted that his brain was buzzing from the punch for a long time before he came back to his senses. What thing is this that one needs her forgiveness? Still think you're the original Boiling Goat Emperor? You're overthinking it. If you are talking nonsense, I will kill you now, Su Chen said directly, sword chi surging around him, really moving to kill. He felt that killing this Pushan woman must be a way to rid the people of their evil. Lu Qingxian choked on the words that came to her mouth again as she felt Su Chen's killing intent. After freezing for a moment, Lu Qingxian no longer hid it and said directly, "Su Chen, are you a man? I've given you a step and you're still not willing to get off? Is it interesting for you to do so? I admit that I was wrong just now, but is this matter of facts aside not your fault? If you had told me this, I wouldn't have broken up with you. Now I'm taking the initiative to make up with you. What more do you want? I'll go to hell." Su Chuan really couldn't bear it anymore. What kind of breed of was this? A fist angrily smashed on Lu Qingxian's face. Lu Qingxian's face, which had been somewhat swollen up by the beating, was even swollen into a pig's head slash. Su Chen didn't stop either, going up for a violent beating, punching and kicking. Lu Qingxian was completely powerless to fight back and was beaten to death. If not for Meng Qian pulling Su Chen, worried that Su Chen would get into trouble if he really beat Lu Qingxian to death, Su Chen would really beat Lu Qingxian to death. What the hell? Su Dust poo-pooed. Hanging onto me for so long and still treating me like a licking dog. You damn well deserve it. Stinky. This time Long Mengqiu didn't come up to stop again. The current Su Chen had the sword Heavenly King behind him, and even if the president of their Star River University came, he had to give the sword Heavenly King face. The surrounding people only felt a batch of pleasure in their hearts when they saw the scene. What a relief. Su Chen did what they didn't dare to do. The Minister of Culture also stood out, and Lu Qingxian was taken away before this matter was considered over. But Su Chen still felt that it was too obscure. The test still continued, but Su Chen no longer had the desire to watch it. It no longer had anything to do with him. It was imperative to hurry up and hunt 100 demonic beasts to obtain the Sword God bloodline in order to recover from the origin injury. With Su Chuan's current cultivation of 5 stars of the Qi blood realm, together with the divine artifact Dragon Abyss Sword, as well as the heavenly grade martial skill Easy Sword Decision, as long as he didn't go deeper into the jungle of demonic beasts, or meet the demonic beasts of the Sea of Qi realm, he wouldn't have too much problem. Where are you going? Seeing that Su Chen was actually leaving, Meng Qian was dumbfounded. He hadn't even talked to Su Chen about joining the school. The matter of joining the school hasn't even been said yet. Only when he heard this did Su Chen stop, embarrassed for a moment that he had forgotten that there was such a thing. The enrollment time of Luocheng Technical School is next Monday. At that time, there will be an examination that will involve the older students. You will be required to evade the older students, and the final ranking placements will be related to the cultivation resources that you will be able to obtain in the future at Luocheng Technical School. Meng Qian hurriedly said, then handed Su Chen a badge from Luo City Technical School. A week later, take this school badge and come to Luo Mountain outside the city. Su Chen received the school badge, nodded, and then left directly. Meng Qian touched the Mediterranean Sea. Why did he feel as if Su Chen didn't care at all? Will it run away? But it wasn't the time to be thinking about it. He had to keep enrolling. But with the reputation of L.A.'s technical schools, it's all waiting for those who didn't get accepted into other colleges and really have no choice to inquire. And he has always come to the rescue. Can collect a little bit of tuition to collect a little bit, say, he seems to forget in Su Dust say tuition things. And at this moment, Su Chen, after leaving the martial arts plaza, was walking directly towards the outside of the city. Soon it was time to leave Luo City and come to the forest. Since 1,000 years ago, the subdimensional space intersected and some stray small worlds collided with the blue star. The space intersected to form large and small passages, and the indigenous creatures within the small worlds could rely on the passages to enter the blue star. These natives are ferocious and bloodthirsty and are known as the Fae. It took the human race a great deal of time to finally drive it back within the small world, and since then, the strongest of the human race have been guarding the passages, but as these passages increase, a great deal of aura enters the blue planet, exacerbating the recovery of the blue planet's aura. Many beasts and even poultry mutated and became demonic beasts on the blue star. Therefore, the human race did not only need to guard the passage below, but also needed to defend against the demonic beasts on the blue star, and were in a rather bad situation. Wandering through the forest, Su Chen was vigilant, cupping the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand, his breath internalized. Soon it was deeper into the forest, and the surrounding aura was thick, and Su Chen also paused in his steps, as a black scorpion half a man tall and 3 meters long appeared in front of him. The poisonous stinger on the scorpion's tail carried a cold light. This was actually a Qi Blood Realm 3-star poisonous scorpion, with a powerful toxicity. Even a Qi Sea Realm demonic beast that was stung would have difficulty resisting this powerful toxicity. The poisonous scorpion obviously saw Su Chen as well, its icy cold eyes staring at Su Chen in death as it slowly approached. Su Chen did not hesitate, drew his sword and chopped out. A storm of sword chi coalesced around him. A brilliant sword light swept past. The poisonous scorpion felt the danger of death, wanted to avoid it, but it was obviously too late. The sword light swept through, leaving a 3-foot gully on the ground that was more than 10 meters long, and the body of the poisonous scorpion had split in two and collapsed. The first one. Suchuan smiled. It was still smooth, and was about to go forward to put away the poisonous scorpion corpse, but in the next second, he felt a chill, and quickly turned around, and saw that the dense poisonous scorpions appeared, and had surrounded him. Chapter 7 Massacre. One sword-chopping 9-star demon beast. Mission accomplished. The densely packed poisonous scorpions erected their black spikes, slowly saving up and surrounding Su Chen. Suchuan's expression changed slightly, sensing that the strongest poisonous scorpion among them already had the cultivation of 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm, and the weakest had the cultivation of 2 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. With such a lineup, it was no exaggeration to say that even cultivators of the Qi Blood realm's 8 or even 9 stars would only be able to avoid the front line for the time being. After all, the poisonous venom of this poisonous scorpion was quite poisonous, and Su Chen was now already trying to walk away, surrounded by poisonous scorpions, just in time to try out the terror of a heaven-grade martial skill. Suchuan said. A glint of stern sharpness flashed in his eyes, blood qi flowed throughout his body, and the aura in his body began to surge, densely covering the Dragon Abyss sword, and around Su Chen, there was even a storm of sword qi condensing, and the terrifying sword qi rose up to the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure that could not be told. In the next second, Suchuan took the lead, and the sword light flowed, instantly decapitating a poisonous scorpion. The poisonous scorpion also pounced on Suchuan the moment he made his move, and the venom flowing from the spikes at the back was vaguely visible, the aura shining brightly. As long as Suchuan was stained a little bit, it would be enough to poison him to death. The sword light kept flashing. The sword aura around Su Chen became even more terrifying, and the number of poisonous scorpions that he had killed had already reached more than 30. Seemingly sensing Su Chen's power, the 6-star poisonous scorpion watching from the sidelines let out a hissing sound from its mouth, then quickly attacked Su Chen. The first stance of the easy sword technique, Su Chen had sword intent in his eyes, and the sword qi around him instantly converged inwardly, and then suddenly burst out at a certain moment, accompanied by the slight sound of sword chirping from the Dragon Abyss sword. A 10-foot sword light swept by, carrying a terrifying sword intent. The 6-star poison scorpion paused in his steps, his body rushed back, while spewing out a powerful force in an attempt to ward off the sword qi, but he had clearly underestimated the power of Su Chen's sword. The sword light swept through. The surroundings quieted down. The only thing was the breeze gently brushed by. The fallen leaves drifted down. The ground had appeared a foot-deep sword mark, more than 10 meters long, and on both sides of the sword mark, the corpse of the 6-star poison scorpion had been split in two, accompanied by a large number of poisonous scorpions falling behind. With this sword, in addition to the 6-star poisonous scorpions, at least more than 40 other poisonous scorpions were killed. This was only the power of one of Su Chen's swords. Su Chen's heart was a little surprised, and then ecstatic, worthy of being a heavenly rank martial arts. Just the introduction. It is already this horrible. If cultivated to the full completion, how strong it should be. After thinking for a moment in his heart, Su Chen's eyes turned to the remaining poisonous scorpions again, and with a cold snort, he swung his sword and chopped away. And poison scorpions aren't cuties, stood still and waited for Su Chen to cut them. Seeing that the boss was all chopped up by a sword, they also quickly fled, so fast that they quickly disappeared, but they were still chopped up by Su Chen. There were more than a dozen of them. Seeing that the poisonous scorpions had all run away, Su Chen slightly regretted not being able to kill them all. I just don't know how many demonic beasts he has killed. It's not like it came up to 100. Suchuan dissected the poisonous scorpion corpse and took out the beast core from it, and then he chopped off all the poisonous stings in the back and put them away. This was something that could be exchanged for resources, or sold for an expensive price. Name, Su Duan. Cultivation level, Qi and Blood Realm 5 stars, Qi and Blood value 500. Skill, Easy Sword Decision, Introductory. Weapon, Dragon Abyss Sword, Divine Weapon. Mission completion progress, 87 out of 100. The next second, an empty panel appeared in front of his eyes. Su Chen briefly took a look. His own information is all on it, and the progress of the mission. He had killed 87 demonic beasts, and with 13 more to go, he would be able to complete the quest and then obtain the Sword God bloodline, and his origin injury would be recovered. Take it up again. Su Chen turned toward in his heart and exhaled. Then he continued to advance toward the depths of the forest. Along the way, Su Chen saw demonic beasts and beheaded them, and soon he had beheaded another 12 demonic beasts. There was even an 8-star wolf demon of the Qi blood realm among them. In other words, the current Su Chen was just one demonic beast short of 100. And the time has come to the moment of dusk. Su Chen frowned. It's time to go back. The forest at night is the most dangerous, but now he is also just one demonic beast away. After a little hesitation, Su Chen decided to search for an hour. If it didn't work, let's wait for tomorrow. It's not as if he's going to hitch himself up just to kill a demonic beast. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar rang out, followed by the sound of fighting. Su Chen froze for a moment, and his face was ecstatic. With little hesitation, Su Chen rushed towards the direction where the sound came from, and soon saw a black gorilla fighting with a girl. This girl's cultivation level was only 4 stars of the Qi and Blood realm, while this chimpanzee already had a cultivation level of 9 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. It was almost a state of crushing, and as expected, the girls were soon blown out by a punch. The swords in their hands were bent and deformed, and a mouthful of blood was even spat out directly. The gorilla pounded his chest a few times and lunged straight up, slamming down with a punch that would have been enough to blow up a girl if it had landed on her. A flash of panic flashed in the girl's eyes. Was she going to be planted here today? He had just finished taking the martial arts exam and wanted to come out to hone himself, but he didn't expect to meet a demonic beast of the 9 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. Just as the gorilla's fist was about to fall, a sword light suddenly soared over, and the gorilla's quick reaction was to avoid it narrowly. However, a water tank-thick ancient tree on the side was broken with a sound. The gorilla was forced to retreat, and in the next second, Su Chuan appeared, and without half a moment's hesitation, he drew his sword and chopped it out, chopping off one of the gorilla's arms with a single stroke. The girl just wanted to speak. She felt that Su Chen was only at the 5-star cultivation level of the Qi Blood realm, and thought that Su Chen would definitely not be a match for the gorilla. But she did not expect that Su Chen would be able to chop off the gorilla's arm with a single sword. That was a 9-star demonic beast of the Qi and Blood realm. Having an arm chopped off, the gorilla felt the threat of death and hurriedly retreated. Extremely fast, without a single stop. Still want to run? Give me death. Su Chen cursed, swung his sword and directly chased after him. The easy sword skill was executed. A terrifying sword chi suddenly swept through, directly beheading the gorilla. Blood spilled all over the place. The gorilla's body fell. Su Chen directly put it away. The corpse of a demonic beast of 9 stars of the Qi Blood realm was still able to sell for a good price. Detecting that the host has killed 100 demonic beasts and has crossed the level to kill the 9-star demonic beasts of the Qi Blood realm, completing the mission and obtaining the Sword God bloodline. In view of the host's outstanding performance, the host is additionally rewarded with a piece of innate sword bone. May I ask if the host chooses to fuse it? Fusion. Su Chen directly chose without any half-hearted hesitation. In the next second, Su Chen felt a warm power flowing in his body. It was very comfortable, and the sound of qi and blood flowing resounded like the sound of water flowing, and Su Chen even felt that the injury of his own origin was actually recovering little by little. Chapter 8, 6 Stars of the Qi and Blood Realm. What are you barking at? The origin injury recovered little by little, and Su Chen even felt a warmth in his chest, itching as if something was about to grow out. Soon, Su Chen was able to clearly perceive that his origin injury had completely recovered. In the next second, a flash of spiritual light and a surge of qi and blood, Su Chen actually felt his qi and blood value begin to grow again, and soon reached the 6th star of the qi and blood realm. At this time, Su Chen's blood value had reached 600. It was Su Chen himself who did not expect that after completing the mission, not only did he recover from his origin injury, but he also got a piece of innate sword bone. Just don't know what the sword bone actually does? Of course, the most intuitive thing was that his qi blood value had unexpectedly increased by 100, directly bringing his realm to the 6 stars of the qi blood realm. Qi and Blood Realm. 6 stars? Not far behind Su Chuan. The girl who had just been there hadn't returned to her senses yet, and this 9-star demonic beast of the Qi and Blood Realm that had been chasing her all the way had just been decapitated? The key is, the person who decapitated it, surprisingly, was also only a Qi and Blood Realm 6. No, it was a Qi and Blood Realm 5-star. With a 5-star cultivation of the Qi and Blood Realm, he broke one of his arms with one sword, and then beheaded him with another sword. That is to say, the entire city Su Chen only used 2 moves to kill the Qi Blood Realm demonic beast. Even a 1-star martial artist of the Qi High Realm wouldn't be able to cut it down so easily, right? But she saw that Su Chen was not very old, and she should be about the same, but she was only at the 4-star cultivation level of the Qi and Blood Realm, but Su Chen was already 2 realms higher than her. It's just good luck. Su Chen heatedly smiled. His origin injury had been recovered, and his Qi and blood value had increased by another 100. Thank you for saving your life. I don't know your name in order to return to Luocheng. Su Chen. Thanks are not necessary. When Su Chen's words fell, he was ready to leave. Just as he was about to leave, a rush of footsteps came instead. Su Chen couldn't help but look up and see 3 black-clothed figures hurrying in, gasping for breath, seeing the girls and rushing over. Fan Yin, are you alright? Where are the demonic beasts chasing you? The man in the lead didn't seem to see Su Chuan as if he hadn't seen him. He directly rushed up, peeled Su Chuan away and asked with concern. He was about to reach out to grab the hand of the girl who had just picked up the girl, but was avoided by the girl. I'm fine. It was him who saved me, Luo Fanning said as she looked at Su Chen. Her eyes did fall on Su Chen and didn't move away. The man clearly sensed this and raised his eyes to Su Chen, frowning slightly before walking forward with a light smile. My name is Mo Feng. Thank you brother for stepping in to save Luo Fan. Fan Yin and I grew up together. If Fan Yin were to suffer a little bit of harm, I would be heartbroken, Mo Feng said, looking towards Su Chen. But I see that you, brother, are only at the cultivation of 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. I don't know how you were able to save Fan Yin? Mo Feng's words carried some contempt and skepticism, causing Su Chen to frown. It was obvious that Mo Feng was doubting his strength. Mo Feng, what do you mean? Without waiting for Su Chen to open his mouth, Luo Fanning was the first to speak out, questioning in a cold voice. Su Chen saved me. What do you mean by that? Doubting him? Hearing Luo Fanning's voice with anger, Mo Feng lightly laughed and inclined his body to look at Luo Fanning and hurriedly said, Fanning, I'm not worried about you. Your identity is prominent. It's inevitable that some people want to deliberately approach you. Mo Feng, what are you saying again? If it wasn't for Su Chen's hand, I would have already died at the hands of a demonic beast. Are you doubting him now? Luo Fanning questioned angrily, her brows tinged with fury. Su Chuan gave Mo Feng a speechless look, only feeling that this person's brain might not be normal. I know, but Fanning, you are just too naive and too kind. Haven't you ever wondered why he appeared so coincidentally? Mo Feng said in a deep voice. Moreover, he is the cultivation of a Qi and Blood realm 6 star, while the demonic beast that is chasing you is a 9 star. Have you ever seen a Qi and Blood realm 6 star being able to defeat a 9 star demonic beast? The fact that you haven't seen it only means that you're too much of a dish and don't deserve to see. Su Chen sneered. Also, if you want to chase this girl with this heart, I think it's quite suspenseful. After saying, Su Dust is to go. Straight feel bad luck. Today was Lu Qingxian disgusted once. Did not expect to be disgusted by this thing again. It's true that has been around for years, but this year it's especially so. Stop, did I let you go? Today, if you want to say this matter is not clear to me, you don't want to leave. Mo Feng actually directly blocked Su Chen's path, followed by releasing his 3-star Qi Si realm cultivation, crushing over at Su Chen. Are you sure you want to stop me? Su Dust is also angry. This is a good intention to save Luo Fanning, but even by this stupid bird false accusations, really outrageous. So what if I just stopped you? I'm a 3-star Qi Si realm and you're just a 6-star Qi Blood realm loser. Could you still beat me? Pop. In the next second, a slap sounded, clear and loud, and the person who struck was not Su Chen, but Luo Fanning. Mo Feng, what do you mean? What do you mean by a waste of 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm? Explain it to me? I'm only at 4 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. According to you, wouldn't I be even worse than a waste? Luo Fanning said angrily, obviously moved with real anger. People Su Chen kindly saved her, but in the end, she was falsely accused by Mo Feng. If this spreads out, how can she still be a human being? No, I'm not talking about you Luo Fan, I'm saying that he's a waste. I really don't mean to say you. Mo Feng hurriedly explained, but Luo Fanning can't want to pay attention to him, directly pushed away Mo Feng, walked up, pulling Su Chen is to go. Mortal voice. Mo Feng shouted in anger, but Luo Fanning pretended not to hear and pulled Su Chen just to leave. Seeing this, Mo Feng gritted his teeth in anger. He had always liked Luo Fanning, but Luo Fanning had never given him a chance. But now it was in front of him that he took the initiative to pull Su Chen's hand, and it was even more of a storm. Su Chen, right? I don't care who you are. What is the purpose of approaching Fanning? I advise you to recognize the reality clearly and leave Fanning at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, don't blame me for taking action. Mo Feng is also very angry. To Su Dust is said. Su Dust originally do not want to pay attention to the stupid bird boiling sheep, but Mo Feng is again blocked Su Dust's way, viciously looking at Su Dust. Aren't you able to defeat a 9-star demonic beast of the Qi and Blood realm? Why do you need a woman to protect you now? Mo Feng's words had just fallen. Su Chen's sword had already come out of its sheath, and the sword light swept by with great speed. Without waiting for Mo Feng to react, the sword energy had already cut his shoulder, and blood flowed. I don't mind beheading you if you're barking. A mudman still has 3 points of fire. Su Dust is also a little angry. Even doubt if he went out this morning and stepped on dog. How can his luck be so bad? Good. How dare you hurt me? Might as well tell you. I'm the disciple of the Hall Master of the Luo City Martial Artist Grand Hall. My background and identity are not something that trash like you can compare to. Today, since you dare to hurt me, don't blame me for showing no mercy. When the words fell, Mo Feng had already appeared in his hand with a long, pitch-black knife, aimed at Su Chen. Chapter 9, Practice more if you're a vegetable. It's your bad luck to mess with me. Cold light swam on the pitch-black long blade as Mo Feng became annoyed and pointed at Su Chen. As the disciple of the martial artist Great Hall's Hall Master, when had he ever been belittled in Luo City? And even the elders of some sects and families had to be courteous and give him 3 points when they saw him, coupled with the fact that he himself was a 3-star of the Qi realm. Having a 3-star cultivation of the Qi realm at this age, he could barely be considered a genius. So what if you're the disciple of the martial artist Hall's Hall Master? Even if you are his son, so what if I hurt you today? A dogfighting thing like you. I'm also curious as to how you were accepted as a disciple by elder brother Luo. Su Chen sneered coldly. The Dragon Abyss sword was already in his hand, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. How dare you? Mo Feng angrily shouted, and it was Luo Fanyin who frowned. What is your status? Also worthy of calling yourself a brother to my master? What kind of a are you? Mo Feng is really angry. If Su Chen and Luo Tianhe call brother and brother, is not he still lower Su Chen a generation? I am a student of Star River University, regardless of background, but in terms of talent you have counted what the hell? Besides, I am the dog. Not right. So what if I bully others? Come out to mix is to talk about power. Mo Feng shouted angrily. His face was tinged with fury, and the pitch-black long knife in his hand was even flashing with a cold light, spewing out knife chi. Su Chuan was speechless, and his heart was also a little angry. Originally he only saved Luo Fanyin out of kindness, but he didn't expect to mess with such a thing. Su Chen was also speechless and did not want to pay any more attention to it. Raising his hand, he slashed his sword angrily over, his sword chi spreading across the sky, carrying an unrivaled sword intent. Mo Feng obviously didn't expect Su Chen to take the lead and even dare to strike after learning his identity. After a moment's hesitation, he held his sword to defend himself, and his body's chi and blood erupted around him as he attacked up at Su Chen. Su Chen did not avoid it either, and performed the easy sword technique. The sword technique was exquisite and powerful. Although Su Chen only had a cultivation level of 6 stars in the chi and blood realm, the bloodline of the sword god was flowing in Su Chen's body right now, and he was carrying an innate sword bone and an innate sword body. The one in his hand was even a divine weapon, the Dragon Abyss sword. The martial arts skills that were performed are the top and most precious of the heavenly rank advanced martial arts in China. It can be said that Su dust is hanging all over. It was completely enough to make up for his lack in the realm. The key is that Mo Feng is also only 3 stars in the Qi realm, and the long knife in his hand is only a lower grade spiritual weapon, and his talent is just average. Feeling Su Chen's subtle sword art, Mo Feng's heart gets shocked, suppressed, can only backward again and again, constantly defending and dodging, even unable to attack. Just exchanged hands. Mo Feng was pressed. Damn, who the hell are you? There's never been a sword expert like you in the middle of Luo City. Mo Feng's face paled slightly, unable to fight, thinking in his heart, in the entire Luo City, not to mention seeing, not even hearing that there was such a young sword master. Currently, the most skillful swordsmanship among Luo City belonged to Jianho, and among his peers, it was Star River University's 4th chief student, Mu Qinghe. The superiority of one-handed sword skills, known as the existence of the most likely to rival the sword heavenly king in terms of sword skills, and Su Chen had never heard of it, and even more so, no one knew about this number 1 character. L.A. City Technical School, Su Chuan. Su Chen replied in a cold voice, and slashed out another sword. The sword chi filled the air with a terrifying sword chi, transforming into a 3-foot-long sword light that soared upwards. Mo Feng held his sword to resist, and was actually shaken back several meters before he stopped. Luo City Technical School? When Su Chen reported his identity, not only Mo Feng, Luo Fanyin also froze for a moment, then opened her mouth in shock. In Luo Chang, there are 3 major colleges. One is Xinhe University, is the whole of China a ranked first-class university, and then there is the Qingfeng College, belongs to the middle of the college, and then is the Luochang Technical School. Look at the whole of China are the bottom of the college. Almost all of the trainees within it were extremely poorly endowed and mixed up. There are even people who can't break through the Qi realm until graduation, and those who can break through to the Zhongshu realm until graduation are already considered good. Looking at Su Chen again, he was only at 6 stars of the Qi blood realm right now. But, how come they have never heard of a swordsmanship genius in the Luochang Technical School? With Su Chen's sword skills, it was that his cultivation talent was not good, but with this hand of sword skills he would have no problem trying to enter a second-rate academy. How come I haven't heard of when Luochang Technical School produced someone like you? Mo Feng asked rhetorically, frowning tightly. Maybe it's because I haven't processed the enrollment yet. I've just finished taking the martial arts exam. Su Chuan lightly laughed. The Dragon Abyss sword in his hand emitted a clanging sword sound, and vaguely there was even a dragon's roar sounding out. Qi realm 3 stars on this strength. I'm a little disappointed. Su Chen let out another laugh. Originally wanted to try the gap between himself and the Qi realm, but did not think that Mo Feng was such a dish. The tone is not small. Mo Feng's expression was not too natural. He had thought that Su Chun was in the same session as them, but he did not think that Su Chun had just participated in the martial arts examination. If it was the same session, Su Chun's current cultivation of 6 stars in the Qi and Blood realm was nothing, but if he had just finished taking the martial arts exam, 6 stars in the Qi and Blood realm would be a rather terrifying existence. It was important to know that so far, the record for the entire Luo city was only 5 stars in the Qi Blood realm, and Su Chen had actually broken this record. But why would such a genius join the Luo Cheng Technical School? Such talent was enough to impact the Imperial School. Mo Feng and Luo Fanyin's faces were both extremely shocked, and the more they thought about it, the more outrageous they felt, and their hearts were shaken. Su Chen had only just finished taking the martial arts exam, and with a cultivation of 6 stars in the Qi Blood realm he was able to fight Mo Feng, a 3-star in the Qi Sea realm, to a draw? Still in shock, but Su Chen was unimpressed, drew his sword and chopped out, directly performing the easy sword technique. The sword technique was tricky and vicious, countless sword lights flowed, even making Mo Feng unable to capture where Su Chen's sword was. A sword light swept through. Mo Feng's chest also appeared a wound, deep visible bone, blood flowed, instantly as stained red Mo Feng's clothes. Mo Feng fell to the ground. The pain caused him to hiss and roll around continuously. If he hadn't reacted in time, this sword would have been enough to cut him down. Luo Fannin's eyes widened, her hand gently covering her mouth, her face unbelievable. The Qi Blood realm had actually defeated the Qi Sea realm. The rumors of such a battle were enough to make Su Chen famous throughout Luo City and even China. But what she didn't know was that Su Chen's name had already shaken the entire Luo City, testing talent to attract heaven and earth visions, the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King, and the name of an elder hanging in the Great Hall of Martial Artists. These 3 casually taking out one of them were all extremely explosive existences. Vegetables. Just practice more. Su Chen spread his hands and said to Mo Feng, speechless, it's time to go back to the city. Today's harvest is still considered good. Su Chuan glanced at the sky. The sun had completely set. If he didn't leave and wait for it to get dark, the gates of Luo City would be closed, so he really wouldn't be able to return. As the words fell, Su Chen also ignored Luo Fannin and was the first to leave. Luo Fannin paused for a moment then immediately chased after him. Mo Feng, who fell to the ground, was helped up, and looked resentfully at the direction Su Chuan left. Luo Cheng Technical School. Right. I don't care who you are. Messing with me counts as your bad luck. Let's go. Go back to the martial artist hall first. Mo Feng said, his eyes grim. Master loves Fannin the most. If Master knows that there's a brat who's unsuspectingly close to Fannin. Ha! Chapter 10, Counterfeit Hall Master Su's daughter and martial artist Great Hall Elder? Martial Artist Hall. First floor. Su Chen appeared here, and after briefly looking at it for a few moments, he headed towards the second level. This was the largest gathering place for martial artists in the entire Luo City, where you could not only buy anything you wanted, but also bid on any resources you had in your hands. It is also possible to take on various quests and be able to receive appropriate rewards upon completion. After killing so many demonic beasts, Su Chen put away the demonic beast corpses just to come here and sell them for a good price, though he still had a villa in his hands that his parents had left him, and a cold $40 million. But this amount of money is really insignificant for martial arts cultivation. Some random low-grade pills, or elixirs, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars to start with, and a little better, it was millions, or even tens of millions of dollars. In the later stages of cultivation, it is even more extremely burnt, and his parents had long ago been buried on the alien battlefield in the middle of the alien attack 4 years ago. On the second level, which was mostly a place for acquiring demonic beast corpses, Luo Fannin, who had been following Su Chuan around, seemed to see Su Chuan's intentions, and began to take the initiative to introduce Su Chuan. The stores that acquire demonic beasts are all on the second level, and there are markings on top of each store. 1 star means that they only acquire Qi Blood Realm demonic beasts here, while 2 stars are able to acquire Qi Sea Realm demonic beasts, and so on. Luo Fannin continued to introduce. Su Chen quietly listened. He really didn't know these things. Having a brief understanding, Su Chen then chose a store called Green Jade Building to walk into, and to his eyes were the bodies of various demonic beasts. Little brother, but you want to bid on some demonic beast corpses? Someone in the store greeted up at once. At the same time, outside, Mo Feng's 3 people were also finally returning to the martial artist hall. Mo Feng's chest had been simply bandaged to stop the bleeding. Looking at Su Chen and Luo Fannin walking into a store, Mo Feng sneered. Tell the owner of this store to press the price hard for me and stall them. I'm going to find Master now. After saying that, Mo Feng was helped by one person and staggered away. Inside the store, when Su Chen took out a floor of poisonous scorpion corpses, the clerk was directly stunned and froze for a long time before reacting, giving Su Chen a somewhat shocked look. Although this poisonous scorpion's cultivation realm is not high, but the swarming animals, and the body hides the poison. That is, the Chi realm or even the Zongshi realm contaminated with this poison, cannot be dissolved. Even if the Chi realm encountered a poisonous scorpion, they could only temporarily avoid it. And Su Chen had unexpectedly brought so many poisonous scorpion corpses, and it looked like he had just beheaded them not long ago. The tail stinger of this poisonous scorpion is the most precious. Together with the price of the beast core is around 300,000, which can be used to refine weapons, followed by the poisonous sac in its body, which is worth around 100,000. The others aren't worth much, and can be given up to 10,000 at most. The price of a poisonous scorpion is calculated to be at $411,000. Of course, the price is different for different grades of scorpions. The store clerk made a simple estimate based on market conditions. Su Chen was also a bit surprised. Were demonic beast corpses so valuable? No wonder martial artists were so profitable. Casually decapitating a demonic beast was enough for an ordinary family to live for several years. And Su Chen had a full 99 poisonous scorpion corpses here. So at a rough calculation, that was more than 40 million. That is to say, yes, Su Chen went out for a day and earned more than what his parents left him. Thinking of this, Su Chen was pleasantly surprised in his heart and again took out the corpse of the chimpanzee that was at the 9th star of the Chi blood realm. The clerk glanced at Su Chen again. His heart was even more shocked. He could sense that Su Chen was only at the cultivation level of 6 stars of the Chi and blood realm. How could he kill so many demonic beasts? Is it a pickup? But it doesn't matter. You wait a moment. These involve a larger amount of money. I need to report to the boss there. Wait for him to price. The clerk apologized profusely. It was not his place to say anything when it came to money over $10 million. No need to estimate the price. Just as the clerk's voice fell, there was a deep voice that came from the store, and when Su Chen raised his eyes, he saw a middle-aged man with a big belly, smoking a cigarette with a pipe in his mouth, walking over. There's no need to value these things. Put them here. You guys can leave, the man said, exhaling a mouthful of smoke rings and glancing at Su Chen. Boss, what does this mean? The clerk asked in confusion, but the boss glared at him fiercely. Are you a pig? Do you have any brains? They're so young. Their cultivation is only 6 stars and 4 stars of the Chi and blood realm. How could they possibly kill so many poisonous scorpion demonic beasts? That's something that even a martial artist of the Chi realm would have trouble doing. Not to mention that there's also a demonic beast of the 9 stars of the Chi and blood realm. So, there is only one truth. That is, they both stole someone else's results. Su Chen said that he was really speechless. How did it all of a sudden turn into him stealing people's achievements? But when he saw a black-clothed man-dog shredding outside, ISNT at the person who followed Mo Feng, Su Chuan instantly understood. Boss, if you say that, do you have any evidence? Su Chen questioned. Evidence? What evidence do you want? If you don't leave, I'll have to notify the law enforcement division. Besides, what proof do you have that these demonic beasts are your kills? The boss asked rhetorically, as if he recognized that he had eaten Su Chen, and sneered. Su Chen didn't want to talk nonsense, so he was going to collect these demonic beast corpses and leave. But the boss was directly stopping him. Leave the stuff here. I'll notify the owner to come and get it. You mean you know who the owner is? Why don't you call out to me to meet him? That's not for you to see. Hurry up and get out, the boss said, about to drive Su Chen and Luo Fanyin away. Luo Fanyin was furious. What kind of a thing are you? You dare to drive me away? You also want to privately swallow the demonic beasts that my friend killed. Believe it or not, I believe you. What? Who the hell are you? Get the hell out of here before it's too late. Or don't blame me for not being polite. The boss merely glanced at Luo Fanyin, not recognizing her, and felt that Luo Fanyin and Su Chen were one and the same, and directly cursed angrily. Luo Fanyin was going to be furious. His father was Luo Tianhe, the head of the martial artist Great Hall. When had he ever received such anger again? My father is the martial artist Great Hall Master. Try telling me that again. Luo Fanyin directly blew her own identity. But the boss scoffed. You're the daughter of Hall Master Luo? Oh, I'm still his father. Get the hell out of here before it's too late. The boss angrily rebuked and directly greeted the guards from the martial artist hall, ready to blast Su Chen and Luo Fanyin out. He had been instructed by Mo Feng. If this woman in front of him was really the daughter of Hall Master Luo, could it be that Mo Feng, as a disciple of Hall Master Luo, didn't know? Su Chen laughed coldly, then took out a token, which was given to him by Su Tianhe himself, representing the position of an elder in the martial artist hall. Are you sure you want to make a move on me? At those words, the boss looked over and his eyes narrowed, but in the next second, he directly cursed. Nima, how dare you impersonate a martial grand hall elder? You can at least make one look like one, said the boss, directly snatched it over and slammed it hard on the ground. Now, it's not a matter of driving you away. One posing as Luo Hall Master's daughter, one impersonating a martial grand hall elder. If I don't twist you guys in front of Luo Hallmaster, I don't even have to hang around here anymore. Chapter 11, Palace Master Luo is here. No one will be able to save you. Do it. Send these two unknowing devils before Hall Master Luo to wait for their punishment. The boss pinched his pipe, narrowed his eyes at Su Chen and Luo Fanyin, and sneered, offending Mo Feng and still wanting to hang around in the martial artist hall. What are you thinking? You don't know that Mo Feng is Master Luo's disciple? As soon as the boss's words fell, there were people from the law enforcement team who surrounded Su Chen, and the color of the people outside who had just followed Mo Feng changed. He only told his boss to target Su Chen. He didn't tell him to even mess with Luo Fanyin. Luo Fanyin was the daughter of the hall master. With that daughter slave of the hall master, if he knew that his daughter was being screwed, he wouldn't be able to kill him, but now he didn't know what to do. He could only rush to inform Mo Feng. The people from the law enforcement team were all at the Qi High Realm cultivation level, and they surrounded Su Chen, not hesitating to attack him. Su Chen's cold eyes swept over, and the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand then chopped out. The sword Qi stirred, countless sword lights flowed, and he greeted them with a stern aura. Su Chen directly fought with the people from the law enforcement team. The sound of fighting even attracted the attention of countless people to watch. So many years are the first time to see someone actually dare to cause trouble in the martial arts hall. Doesn't he know that the hall master of the martial artist hall is at the peak of the Seal Marquis realm, just one step away from being ranked as a martial king? It's the first time in a long time that I've seen someone who dares to make a move in the Great Hall of Martial Artists. It's really a newborn calf that's not afraid of tigers. The headquarters of the Great Hall of Martial Artists is backed by an exalted one. It's the martial king that has to abide by the rules even if he comes in. The kid nowadays is really bold. Oh, just watch. This kid won't live long. But this kid has some skills. A cultivation of the Qi blood realm can actually fight the martial hall's enforcement team. The onlookers murmured in amazement. It was the first time that I had seen someone who actually dared to cause trouble in the martial artist hall. The last one who caused trouble was still the first son of a martial arts family, but now the grave grass was already 2 meters high. This is Su Chen? Not far away, Long Mingqiu and Lu Qingxian were walking, and when they heard the sound of fighting they stopped in their tracks and froze when they raised their eyes to look over. They also didn't expect that the person who made a move to cause trouble in the martial artist hall would be Su Chen, the kid whose origin was damaged and who joined the L.A. technical school. Long Mingqiu looked surprised, sensing that Su Chen's cultivation had actually reached the 6 stars of the Qi and blood realm again. But wasn't he unable to cultivate with a damaged origin? When he was at the martial arts plaza today, Su Chen was only at the 5-star cultivation level of the Qi and blood realm. This wasn't the main point. The key was, the current Su Chen was fighting the people from the enforcement team. The people from the enforcement team were all at the Qi High Realm cultivation level. The leader of them even had a 5-star cultivation of the Qi C realm. But such a lineup couldn't even take down a person with 6 stars in the Qi blood realm? Long Mingqiu looked shocked and stunned. Those who were able to fight across levels were all the pride of a party, and could be called ghost talents. But the current Su Chen, this nymphette was not only fighting at a cross level, but also fighting several people at a cross level, and he was actually still not losing. Lu Qingxian naturally noticed Su Chen as well, and her expression was icy cold, carrying an endless amount of resentment. Today, she was humiliated by Su Chen in this way. How could she swallow this breath in her heart? Yes, she had started the breakup, but could it be her fault? Is it wrong that she just wanted a better life? Moreover, she had already apologized to Su Chen, but Su Chen was so ungrateful and unwilling to forgive her that he simply laid his head down. Stupid one, daring to make a move in the martial artist Great Hall. Really think that Hall Master Luo has his eyes on him? Lu Qingxian said in a cold voice, gloating in her heart. She couldn't wait for Su Chen to be beaten to death in the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Long Mingqiu also frowned, regardless of the reason for the book title. To do it in the martial arts hall is Su Chen's fault. But, so what? Su Chen is now backed by the Sword Heavenly King, and Luo Tianhe thinks so highly of him. Long Mingqiu was thinking straight, but Lu Qingxian was different. Luo Fanyin was similarly shocked by Su Chen's combat power. She had thought that he had already been very powerful in defeating Mo Feng, but she had never thought that she had still underestimated Su Chen. But Su Chen's such a gifted skill, that is, he would have no problem impacting the Imperial School. So how come he chose the Luocheng Technical School? Or, Su Chen was lying to her? Easy sword technique. First stance. Su Chen coldly heckled in his heart. Only a burning heat was felt at his chest. Power flowed from his sword bone, and a sword light suddenly shot out. The powerful sword chi directly shook back the law enforcement team that surrounded him and fell to the ground coughing up blood, defeating 6 Qi High Realm martial artists in one move. Who would dare to believe this battle record if they didn't see it with their own eyes? Luo Fanyin was just about to inform his father, but it turned out that the battle was already over. Speak, who asked you to target me? Su Chen ignored the people from the law enforcement team and instead turned to look at the boss. the dragon abyss sword emitting a gurgling dragon roar as the sword light flowed. The boss was also shocked, backing up and leaning against the wall, his face pale as he opened his mouth. You're in deep. You're in trouble. You dare to hit the law enforcement team of the martial artist Grand Hall. You're dead. Pop. Sue Dust a forced pocket whip up. The boss froze. Just want to speak. Sue Dust is again a succession of mouth whip up, until the boss into a pig head fell to the ground. I'm asking again. Who told you to target me? You're in deep. Ah. Su Chen didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Raising his hand and stabbing down with his sword, the dragon abyss sword pierced through the boss's shoulder, pinning it to the ground. If you don't want to talk, then die, Su Chen said in a cold voice, about to behead the boss, who had been completely stunned and hurriedly spoke. It's Mo Feng. He's a disciple of Hall Master Luo. I dare not disobey. Upon hearing this, Su Chen then pulled away the dragon abyss sword and let out a cold smile. Sure enough, it was this guy. Are you his dog? You do whatever he tells you to do. Ha! Luo Fanning huffed and came up and punched and kicked the boss, ruthlessly taking out her anger. Su Chen looked at Luo Fanning one more time. Then he remembered Luo Fanning's words just now, that she was Luo Tianhe's daughter. This was somewhat surprising to Su Chen. Stop! A dull voice came, and a powerful force enveloped Luo Fanning, preventing him from moving. A man wearing a practice suit then slowly walked over and looked at Su Chen with cold eyes. Dare to cause trouble in the martial hall. No matter where you come from or what your background is, you have to abide by the rules of the martial hall for me. The man's aura of the Zhongshe realm erupted, crushing over at Su Chen. That's, Hall Master Luo actually came in person. It's really Hall Master Luo. Looks like these two little waifs are guilty. Who made the two of them dare to come to the Great Hall of Martial Artists without knowing what to do to cause trouble? When Luo Tianhe appeared, the gazes of everyone in the martial hall looked over to this one of the strongest men in Luo City. Two little waifs. It seems that even the gods can't save you today. The man glanced at Sue Dust and said, Chapter 12, Comprehending the Sword Dipper. You kneel down for me. The man in the practice uniform glanced at Su Chen and let out a cold smile as the overwhelming pressure crushed over, wanting to suppress Su Chen and Luo Fanning. He was at the Zhongshe realm cultivation, while Su Chen and Luo Fanning were only at the Qi blood realm, and it was somewhat difficult to resist under his pressure. I'll go to hell. Su Chen was enraged. His face flushed red, and the dragon abyss sword in his hand was also emitting a clanging sword sound, and there was even a dragon's roar. Immediately, Su Chen let out a roar. The power of Qi and blood burst out around him, and with a sword chop, he actually directly broke through the man's pressure, and his figure transformed into a residual shadow as he rushed up. The dragon abyss sword emitted a brilliant light as an unrivaled sword Qi suddenly shot out. The man's expression changed abruptly. It was simply inconceivable that Su Chen could even last under him, and issue a counterattack. How is this possible? The man looked shocked, but before he could make a move, Su Chen's sword had already stabbed up, forcing his feet to keep retreating. He raised his arms to run his power to resist, but this sword actually shook him back several steps. Su Chen's heart inexplicably fell into an ethereal state, and the sword Qi around his body began to emanate uncontrollably, suddenly coalescing, like the astral wind swirling around Su Chen. This is the Sword Dipper. Lan Mengqiu spoke out in horror. Her voice was a bit distorted, and her expression was extremely shocked. Su Chen unexpectedly comprehended the Sword Dipper at this time. It is important to know that sword cultivators also have a hierarchy: Sword Qi, Sword Astral, Sword Potential, Sword Intent, Sword Heart, Sword Domain, and Sword Path. It corresponds to the achievement of the person who cultivates the sword in the art of swordsmanship. Previously, Su Chen was at the very beginning of the introductory Sword Qi, but he didn't expect that in such a quick time, Su Chen had actually comprehended the Sword Dipper again. So far, the age holder for comprehending the Sword Dipper amongst the whole of China was 20 years old. It was also the current Sword Heavenly King, Lu Wushuan. He was the one who comprehended the Sword Dipper when he was 20 years old, and was known as a genius of the sword art, and finally stepped into the martial king, and his sword decapitated the demon king, the king of the foreign race, and achieved the position of Sword Heavenly King. But the current Su Chen was only 18 years old, and he had directly comprehended the Sword Dipper, but he was 2 years younger than even the Sword Heavenly King. The entire Great Hall of Martial Artists was plunged into a dead silence, with only the sound of Su Chen's Sword Dipper ringing out. The man's expression was shocked and stunned, and without waiting for him to react, Su Chen struck again. The Sword Dipper streaked across the sky, and an attack that was more than 10 times more powerful than before chopped towards him. It actually made him feel a hint of a dangerous aura. With a loud bang, the man was actually sent flying out and smashed into the store he had just been in, smashing the things inside to pieces. The boss is still on the ground hissing in pain, covering the shoulder. See, the scene was scared to chill. Do not dare to make a sound. And Luo Tianhe also instantly arrived and appeared here. Hallmaster Luo you must do right by me. Seeing this, the boss crawled up with a snotty nose and tears, hugging Luo Tianhe's thighs. The two of them are causing trouble in my store, stealing other people's things to sell, and beating me up. You must do right by me. The boss was crying loudly, and the rough estimate of what had just been smashed was in the hundreds of millions, which was no small amount of money. Seeing that Mo Feng was also in the back, the boss cried even more vigorously, but didn't dare to say that he was instructed by Mo Feng to target Su Chen, causing such things to happen. Who doesn't know Luo Tianhe is open and honest? If he knew about this, Mo Feng would have to be chastised, not to mention him as the owner of the small store. Kid, I'm convinced, at this age to have comprehended the sword dipper. I'm convinced with my heart's eyes. The man stood up. He didn't suffer any injuries, but his eyes were fiery as he looked at Su Chuan. However, rules are rules, no matter who you are. You will be chastised accordingly if you cause trouble in the martial artist Great Hall. Su Chen ignored it and turned around to see Luo Tianhe standing right behind him. Luo Tianhe's frowning brows instantly stretched when he saw Su Chen clearly. Brother Su, why you? Luo Tianhe was a bit surprised to hear Mo Feng say that there was a yellow hair hooking up with his daughter. It almost didn't piss him off. He directly rushed down to beat that yellow hair to death. I didn't realize that this yellow hair was Su Dusty, elder brother Luo. Su Chen wasn't surprised and just gave a greeting. At these words, Mo Feng's strike stiffened. Earlier Su Chen called Luo Tianhe like this. He felt that Su Chen did not know the sky and the earth. But now, it is obvious that the original clown is actually himself. Luo Fanyin also froze for a moment, not expecting Su Chen to actually know his old man, and by the looks of it the relationship seemed to be pretty good. But, how did she not know? The onlookers on the sidelines were even more alarmed, and all of them looked at Su Chen, curious about what exactly was Su Chen's origin. The shopkeeper has been completely dumbfounded, the whole person's head buzzing, engaged in half a day on him, an outsider, right? Old dang, if you don't give me an explanation, I'm not done with you. Luo Tianhe also saw that the atmosphere was not right, and before he could open his mouth to inquire, Luo Fanyin was the one who walked up and said angrily, "You just watch your precious daughter being bullied like this." Luo Fanyin said. The boss was even more stunned. This was really Luo Tianhe's daughter? What the hell did he just do? Luo Tianhe's mouth also twitched as he looked at Su Chen again. Brother Su, what exactly is going on here? Nothing. Maybe it's just some misunderstanding, Su Chen said in a salty manner. Luo Tianhe could see that there was anger in Su Chen's heart. Without waiting for him to ask, Luo Fanyin but directly opened her mouth and told what had just happened one by one. Luo Tianhe's expression became gloomy as he looked at his boss. The boss had been completely dumbfounded and could only look at Mo Feng. Mo Feng was equally dumbfounded and didn't know how to respond. How can you take care of your boss when you can't take care of yourself? Give me an explanation. Luo Tianhe's ice-cold voice rang out, and the boss directly peed in fear. No, this is a misunderstanding. Bang! The boss was directly kicked out. Last chance. Luo Tianhe really got angry. It was Duke Missouri Feng who told me to do this. The boss no longer dared to hide it, or he would really be killed. Mo Feng's expression suddenly changed, hurriedly stepped forward and opened his mouth to explain. Master, this may really be a misunderstanding. I don't know. Slap. Before the words were finished, the sound of a crisp slap rang out, and the mouth had been slapped on his face. Mo Feng was jerked to the ground, and Luo Tianhe was not a little cutie. Knew what was happening as soon as he heard it. Is this how Laozi usually teaches you? Being scolded by Luo Tianhe like this, Mo Feng didn't dare to answer at all, lowering his head. His eyes filled with resentment towards Su Chen. Apologize to brother Su, Luo Tianhe said sternly, his powerful aura releasing if anything, making Mo Feng pale. Mo Feng, I really didn't expect you to be such a person. Su Chen saved me. Instead of thanking you, you made a move on him, and after not undercutting him, you even used such underhanded tactics. I'm too disappointed in you. Don't come to me in the future. I don't want to see you. Luo Fanyin also came up, looked at Mo Feng and said, Chapter 13, please forgive me. I'll be your dog. Just now the boss's words she heard with her own ears. She wondered when the merchants within the martial artist hall had come out with this kind of person. So it turned out that everything was Mo Feng playing tricks behind the scenes. Seeing Luo Fanyin getting angry, Mo Feng hurriedly explained, No, Fanyin, you listen to my explanation. What else do you have to explain? Doing things recklessly and recklessly, being hypocritical and small-minded. What else do you have to say? Luo Fanyin was cursing at Mo Feng, and then came with a heart-stopping sentence. Look at you. What point are you compared to Su Chen? Mo Feng froze in place, his body stiffening. He could be okay with the first words, but the latter one was a blitzkrieg for him. After hearing Luo Fanyin's words, Luo Tianhe was even more angry, not realizing that there was such a thing here. Apologize to brother Su Chen. Luo Tianhe shouted angrily, still angry and moved to true fury. Not only was it because of Su Chen's talent, but more importantly, it was because Mo Feng was so small-minded as to use these underhanded tactics to target Su Chen. He, Luo Tianhe, had always been open and honest, yet he had accepted such a disciple. It was simply a disgrace. It's not scary to lose. It's scary to not be able to lose. Master, there's a misunderstanding here. It's not what you think. Mo Feng is also anxious. He came from a cold and bitter background. If not relying on Luo Tianhe words, he simply could not have the current position. If it makes Luo Tianhe angry, affecting his image and Luo Tianhe's heart can be troublesome. Okay, tell me if there's any misunderstanding. I'll be right here listening. Am I wrong about you? Luo Tianhe's words fell, waved his hand and a chair flew out of the store. Luo Tianhe directly sat down. This matter is all because of Su Chen. He must have intentionally approached Fan Yin, tricked her into trusting him, and then plotted against the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Think about it, Master. How did he happen to show up in the middle of nowhere and save Fan Yin? I only questioned him a few times, and he even became enraged and sneaked up on me, injuring me. Still dare to strut to the martial arts hall. This is not, asshole. Without waiting for Mo Feng to finish, Luo Tianhe could no longer stop, anger rising in his heart. He kicked Mo Feng directly out. Still making things up. How did I take in such a waste of a disciple as you? It's simply disgraceful. Luo Tianhe had never been this angry before, and he punched and kicked Mo Feng. The people around them looked directly dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Why did Luo Tianhe not even want to listen to it, and just directly punched Mo Feng? That's his disciple? Luo Tianhe had actually violently beaten up his own disciple for Su Chen. For a while everyone's eyes all looked towards Su Chen. What exactly was Su Chen's origin that he could make Luo Tianhe think so highly of him? It wasn't that Luo Tianhe wasn't willing to listen to Mo Feng's explanation, but Mo Feng was still making things up. And even if there was a little bit of truth in what he said, Luo Tianhe wouldn't be so angry. Luo Fanyin was his daughter. Although this daughter was a bit naughty, she never lied to him. Furthermore, with Su Chen's current status, what would he want to deliberately approach Luo Fanyin for? The person's back is the Sword Heavenly King, one of the 36 Heavenly Kings of Huaxia. Even if they were to deliberately approach, it would be Luo Fanyin who would approach Su Chen. So, Mo Feng is completely full of. Soon, Mo Feng was beaten up and had turned into a pig's head. You two come up, Luo Tianhe angrily said to the two black-clothed men who had just followed Mo Feng. The two didn't dare to hesitate and walked straight up, trembling. Say, tell me the truth, from beginning to end, or else I'll send you to feed the demonic beasts. Luo Tianhe was very angry. The two didn't dare to hide it at all. Tell all about Mo Feng targeting Su Chen after meeting him, as well as instructing the store owner to deliberately target and suppress Su Chen just now. Mo Feng collapsed on the ground with his heart in his mouth. He really didn't expect things to go this way? Su Chen actually knew Luo Tianhe, and it looked like Luo Tianhe valued Su Chen. If he had known earlier, he would have designated that he wouldn't have dared to target Su Chen. But could this be blamed on Su Chen? It was just that he himself didn't want to believe it. It's too late to say anything now. Now immediately collect your things and get lost. I, Luo Tianhe, do not have a disciple like you. Luo Tianhe was really angry and directly expelled Mo Feng from the division. He was really too disappointed in Mo Feng. Master, don't. I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please don't expel me from the division. Mo Feng didn't care about the severe pain coming from his body. He crawled over in front of Luo Tianhe and begged for mercy. I apologize. It's all my fault. I'll apologize to brother Su Chen. I'll apologize now. Mo Feng crawled to Su Chen and tried to pull Su Chen's pants leg, but was dodged by Su Chen. Su Chen, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. I'm a villain. I'm not a thing. You're generous. Don't ever take it out on me. Will you forgive me? As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll do whatever you want. From now on, whatever you say is what you want. I'll never go west if you tell me to go east. Do you like Fan Yin? Okay, I promise to stay far away from Fan Yin in the future. I won't snatch it from you. I'll let you have Fan Yin. Okay? Please, forgive me, okay? I beg you. I can't be expelled from the division. Once expelled from the division I have nothing left. Mo Feng cried out, lying down in front of Su Chen and begging for mercy. Su Chen frowned and glanced at Mo Feng. First of all, don't want a dog like you. And secondly, I'm only meeting Luo Fanyin for the first time. There's no such thing as your so-called liking or disliking. And besides, she's not some kind of cargo that can be led around. Also, the way you look right now really makes me sick. Su Chen kicked away Mo Feng and ignored it. Luo Tianhe is even more disappointed. But where Mo Feng has a little backbone he may still be soft to give him a chance. But I did not expect Mo Feng is so spineless. Is he afraid of being expelled? It's not. What he was afraid of was that he would lose everything he had now after leaving the Martial Grand Hall. Luo Fanyin was even more angry. Huffing and puffing, She went up and grabbed Mo Fong and gave him a big mouthful. I thought that your liking for me was not pure. I didn't realize that I was just a stepping stone for you to stay in the martial artist grand hall. In your eyes, I'm nothing more than a piece of cargo that can be led around. It's a good thing I'm not blind. Luo Fanning cursed and punched Mo Fong. Mo Fong still wanted to say something, but Luo Tianhe had already stood up and looked at Mo Fong with a cold expression. Go away. I'll send out a notice informing the world that you are no longer my disciple. Mo Fong was lying on the ground, and there was no more light in his eyes, like he had aged a dozen years in an instant. In the next second, Mo Fong but violently rolled up, the power of the whole body. A dagger appeared in his hand, stabbing at Su Chen. It's all you. It's all your fault. Chapter 14, Sword Chopping Mo Fong. I really didn't mean that. It's all your fault. Why aren't you willing to forgive me? Mo Fong hissed, the dagger in his hand stabbing straight up, causing me to be expelled from my master. Do you know what that means to me? Su Chuan stepped back. The Dragon Abyss sword was drawn, and immediately the sword dipper shot out, blocking Mo Feng's attack, and slamming up with a backhanded fist in fury. It means that you have been expelled from the division. Su Chen replied, laughing lightly as the Dragon Abyss sword emitted a dragon's roar, and in the next second, endless sword diameters soared upwards. Mo Fong still wanted to resist, but it was already too late. The Big Dipper swept past, bringing up a string of blood flowers to spill. Mo Feng's figure stopped. A large amount of blood flowed out of his mouth, and his eyes were lax as he fell to the ground, severing his life. Kill me? Then don't blame me. Su Chen didn't even feel a bit of guilt in his heart as he coldly glanced at Mo Feng's corpse. He only felt that the blood chi in his body had been raised a little more. Luo Tianhe opened his mouth. The words still didn't come out of his mouth, intending to stop Mo Fong, but it was already too late. Elder brother Luo, as you can see, he was the one who tried to kill me, Su Chen said, looking towards Luo Tianhe. Luo Tianhe shook his head, then waved his hand to signal to clean up the bodies. This sinful disciple. I really didn't expect him to turn out like this. Luo Tianhe's tone was tinged with a bit of sadness and regret. When I first saw Mo Feng's talent was good before I had the idea of accepting a disciple. But all these years Mo Feng has been playing his name but is out there doing whatever he wants to do. It's kind of to blame for being killed now. The boss on the side had been stunned. How could he not see the importance of Su Chen in Luo Tianhe's heart? He even went so far as to expel Mo Feng from the division. And what about him? He was just an ordinary businessman. And now that he had offended Su Chen, not to mention the Grand Hall of Martial Artists, he didn't even know if he could hang around in Luo City. Grandpa Su, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. It's all because this pussy Mo Feng forced me. I never wanted to target you. We have no grievances and I have no reason to target you. Do I? You see now that the misunderstanding is resolved. Can you let me off the hook? Don't worry. I understand. I will give you compensation. Just ask you to let me off the hook. I have an old man and a young man. The boss no longer cared about the pain on his body and rolled in front of Su Chen, so he began to beg for mercy. He knew very well that as long as Su Chen spared him, Luo Tianhe would not target him. Su Chen frowned, then teased. I'm just a fake contraption. What are you doing? At these words, the boss was directly stunned and hurriedly palmed his mouth. I'm wrong. I'm talking. It's me who had the eyes but didn't recognize MT. Tai and offended His Excellency. I deserve to die. I'm guilty. I beg Lord Su to give me a chance to redeem myself, the boss said. Thinking of something, hurriedly crawled up on his ass, picked up the token he had lost, and crawled over again, offering the token with both hands. It is I who deserve to die. I am blind not to know the identity of the Lord. Su Chen received the token and ignored the boss. This kind of wallflower he didn't even want to pay attention to. Now you know you're blind. Weren't you quite arrogant just now, saying that I'm a fake and that you're the father of Hallmaster Luo? Su Chen didn't say anything anymore. But Luo Fanning couldn't swallow this breath and said with a sneer. The owner was already sweating cold. These treacherous words were a reason for Luo Tianhe to slap him to death right now. I know I'm wrong. It's my mouth. I'm not a thing. Please Missy, let me live. Get lost. There's no need for trash like you to exist in the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Luo Fanning put away the smile on her face, but it was somewhat like an iceberg president. Thank you, Missy. Thank you, Lord Su. The boss was scared less, got up with his ass in the air, and ran straight away. Soon, Su Chen received a text message that $100 million had arrived in the card. I think it must be the boss who just gave him compensation. Being in the martial artist business is really profitable. Su Chuan couldn't help but say. Other people could only have enough to eat and drink in their lifetime, but martial artists were casually in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions. No wonder so many people want to become martial artists. That's for sure. Although martial artists make money, but at the same time, they also face life and death crises at any time. Every year, the martial artists who die in the hands of demonic beasts alone are a horrifying number, let alone in the abyss. Luo Fanyin said. As the daughter of the martial artist Great Hall's Hall Master, although she hadn't been exposed to these, she had heard Luo Tianhe mention them. Su Chen didn't refute it because it was a fact in itself. The abyss descended. The alien race came out from the abyss. Powerful. I don't know how many heavenly prides fell in the beginning, how much the human race paid to drive the alien race back to the abyss. However, with the emergence of the abyss, the recovery of aura intensified, and the animals changed and became demonic beasts, coming out of the deep forest, and soon occupied some cities. Humans now survive in half the places they used to. In other words, the human race not only had to fend off the foreigners in the abyss, but also had to defend themselves against the demonic beasts on the ground, and were in a bad situation. If you are interested, this store can be handed over to you to take care of. How to manage it, that's your business. The rent is free. You only need to pay 5% of the profit every year, Luo Tianhe said with a smile, without waiting for Su Chen to refuse. Someone else went to do this. Su Chen froze for a moment. He had only said it subconsciously. Had Luo Tianhe misunderstood? He really didn't have this idea. No, old brother Luo, you might have really misunderstood. I don't have such ideas, and I don't know how to manage doing business. It doesn't matter. I'll send someone to manage it for you. You don't have to care, Luo Tianhe said with another smile. Su Dust are confused. That is to say that he does not have to do anything. Just wait to collect money. Soon, the contract was brought. Luo Tianhe signed it and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen, sign it. Consider it as your payment for saving me. Luo Fanyin saw Su Chen's hesitation and said. Su Chen let out a light laugh. Then this is a really expensive payment for you. Invaluable? Can it be as valuable as my life? Luo Fanyin also laughed, and upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't say anything else, so he picked up a pen and signed his name. The owner of the store on the side is going to be envious. This location is a prime location. The annual rent is tens of millions of dollars, but also to pay 10% of the profit. But to Su Dust here, the rent is directly exempted. The profit also only need to pay 5%, a whole 5% less. Don't underestimate this 5%. For a store like this 5% could be big millions or even tens of millions. Among the onlookers, the shock on Long Meicho's face hadn't disappeared yet. Su Chen had given her too many surprises. 6 stars of the Qi in Blood Realm had actually decapitated 3 stars of the Qi in Sea Realm. This was a proper ghost talent. But when I think of today's enrollment, if she hadn't disliked Su Chen's damaged origin and been a bit firmer, she might have been able to get Su Chen to join Star River University. The hardest to bear is naturally still Lu Qingxian. Originally thought that Su Chen's life was ruined, but did not expect that it was only the beginning of Su Chen. She couldn't believe the value of this one store. How much profit it could bring, if it could fall into her hands. Chapter 15, She's at Singing River University and I'm sick of it. Signing the word, Su Chen smiled a little. This inexplicably had an additional store in the martial artist hall. The profits that can be brought to him every year are substantial, and the key is that he does not have to put in any effort or even manage it, and he just needs to sit back and collect the money. Whoever this is put on is not happy. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Luo Tianhe, Su Chen was ready to leave. Luo Fanyin wanted to say something else, but seeing that Su Chen had already left, the words that reached her mouth were swallowed again. What's the matter? My precious daughter's heart is moved? Luo Tianhe noticed Luo Fanyin's expression and couldn't help but snicker. Luo Fanyin blushed and glared at Luo Tianhe, then said, Old immodest, whose heart is moved? I'm just curious about Su Chen's talent being so great. Which university was he admitted to? Luo Tianhe gave Luo Fanyin a meaningful look. He still didn't know what was in his daughter's mind. Why would you ask if you didn't mean it? Luo City Technical School. Luo Tianhe laughed lightly. He had personally seen Su Chen being accepted into the Luo City Technical School and what he had experienced in the martial arts square today. L.A. Technical School? Are you kidding? A talent like his goes to a technical school? Luo Fanyin's voice was a bit higher, her face full of shock and surprise. He thought Su Chen was lying to him, but he didn't expect it to be true. Yes, I was surprised too, but that's the truth. I saw it with my own eyes today. Luo Tianhe laughed, not half joking. Why? That's for you to ask him yourself. He. Luo Tianhe hemmed and hawed and gave Luo Fanyin a meaningful look, and Luo Fanyin expressed that she was really speechless. And at this time, Su Chen had already left the martial artist hall. The origin injury had been recovered, and next it was time to prepare for the entrance examination of the Luo City Technical School a week later. Although it was a technical school, Su Chen had to deal with it seriously. After all, it was about the next allocation of cultivation resources in the Luo City Technical School. When you get to college, it's not like high school, where you have mentors who are unified and distribute resources equitably. University, everything is based on their own strength to speak. Good talent, high strength, you can enjoy better and more resources, and vice versa is eliminated. It's that realistic. Moreover, there was a system quest to enter the abyss below the Luochang Technical School and kill 100 foreigners. Complete the quest to get a sword body boost. The current Su Chen was a supreme sword body, and Su Chen was also curious about what a supreme sword body enhancement could become, but it was definitely not weaker than the supreme sword body. I'm the man who wants to become a sword god. Su Chen couldn't help but smile at the thought in his heart. Walking out of the martial artist hall, the sky was already dark, and Su Chuan slowly walked towards his home with the cold 100 million in his card. Su Chen. Just before walking out a few steps, a voice rang out, and Su Chen stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. Long Mingqiu and Lu Qingxian stood behind themselves, and their expressions seemed a bit strange. Something? Su Chuan opened his mouth, but he was a bit curious as to what Long Mingqiu was doing by coming to find himself. If it was only Lu Qingxian, Su Chen wouldn't even want to stand for a second longer. There's something I want to talk to you about. I don't know if you're free? Long Mingqiu said softly, signaling for a quiet place. If you have something to say, just say it. Hearing this, Long Mingqiu paused, and no longer entangled, she opened her mouth and said, with your talent, are you really willing to go to Luochang Technical School? Delhi, it's to troll. I admit, I was surprised when you tested your talent today, but after learning that your origin was damaged, I began to hesitate. To restore the origin, unless one can obtain a Demon King plant, but you also know how difficult it is to obtain a Demon King plant. That is, if Star River University wants to obtain a Demon King plant, it will also have to pay some not inconsiderable price. My original idea was to recruit you to Star River University. As for asking for the Demon King plant depends on your own performance later on, whether it's worth the price we're paying. But now, your talent has shocked me once again. Comprehending the Sword Dipper at the age of 18 and crossing the ranks, your talent is enough to be rated as a ghost talent, and it's totally worth paying this price. So, Su Dust, come to Star River University. We will provide you with the best cultivation resources, far from being comparable to a place like your Luochang Technical School. After listening to Long Mingqiu's words, Su Chen gently smiled and didn't answer directly, but instead asked Long Mingqiu a question. I'm a little curious. If I agreed to enter Star River University today without comprehending the Sword Dipper and showing average talent, what would you guys do? At those words, Long Mingqiu paused, but still spoke. If the value you embody is not worth the price we pay, you will be abandoned. It's really realistic. Su Chen laughed. That's right, it's very realistic. The world of martial artists has always been like this, and I dare say that other universities also hold this. I thought. Long Mingqiu said, it's as if no one asked you before you attracted the heaven and earth anomaly, but now you've become the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King, and you've become the titular elder of the Martial Artist Grand Hall, and you're enjoying everything now. All of this is not because they value you, but because you embody a value that is worthy of them. Su Chen didn't say anything. Thinking about it carefully, it really was the truth. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Long Mingqiu felt that her chance had come. So, you know what to choose. Star River University is very good, but I'm sorry, I choose Luochang Technical School, Su Chen said without hesitation. There is no why. How does he enter the abyss by going to Star River University? How does he kill the foreigners? How does he improve his sword body? As for cultivation resources? Oh, don't be ridiculous. I'm a man with a system that gets stronger by killing. It just so happened that there was an abyss below the Luochang Technical School. Wouldn't it be fast to enter it and hunt the foreigners? Who else is going to kill up there? Long Mingqiu directly froze. Feelings, I said half a point in vain. You are a sentence did not listen to No, Su Dust. You have to think clearly. This is a big matter that concerns your future. Think it through. Long Mingqiu was dumbfounded and asked again. Can you tell me a reason? Because she's at Singing River University and I'm disgusted. Without much thought, Su Chen pointed at Lu Qingxian and said. Lu Qingxian was first confused, then with a face full of anger. Su Chen, what do you mean? Is it fun for you to be so careful as a big man? Su Chen, you're not a child anymore. Isn't this childish? Okay, to be honest, another reason I went to L.A. Tech was to avenge my parents. Su Dust, this is not a lie, because 4 years ago his parents were the ones who died in battle supporting the abyss below the Luochang Technical School. Alright, if there's nothing else, I can leave. Su Chen didn't want to talk about this matter anymore and turned around to leave. Long Mingqiu wanted to say something else, but she held back. She could tell that Su Chen would not go to Star River University. Seeing Su Chen leave, Long Mingqiu was also ready to leave, but Lu Qingxian was standing in place. Mentor, you go first, I still have some things to take care of. Hearing this, Long Mingqiu didn't think much about it and left alone. Lu Qingxian, on the other hand, followed behind Su Chen and walked up. At the same time, Luo Fanyin also walked out of the martial arts hall. looked around to follow the direction Su Chen had just walked. Chapter 16, I can't believe I've met such a bloody plot. Senior sister, where do you think that Su Chen will be? At the same time, on the streets of Luo City, 3 or 5 young men were walking on the streets, and one of them, a black-robed man carrying a pitch-black chopper, complained a little. Who knows, Dean? This old guy never does anything right. He didn't even give me an address and let me find someone. The girl in the lead was also complaining a bit. They had already searched for most of the day in Luo City, and it was already dark, but they didn't know where exactly Su Chen was. Otherwise, let's split this up, and wait until the entrance examination, and ruthlessly clean up this brat Su Chen. If he doesn't say anything and we don't say anything, who knows that we have misappropriated his cultivation resources? I think so. Seconded. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I heard the dean say that this Su Chen's talent is very good, but he wants to be cultivated as a key focus seedling. If the dean knows that you guys have misappropriated his cultivation resources, he's afraid that he can beat you to death. And talk as if anyone is less talented. That's right, just fight if you don't want to. Why don't we team up and rob the schoolteacher? I think it's okay. At that, the lead girl's mouth twitched and she silently upkicked the storage ring into her pocket. Each and every one of them hasn't even enrolled in school yet. Can you be honest? The girl was speechless and spoke softly, but the bottom line didn't seem to be very strong. The entrance examination is a week later, so there will be some students from other places coming early. I don't know what's going on with the Luocheng Technical School this time. How much it cost to recruit several pricks in. The key is that one of them is really talented. If they teamed up, she really couldn't beat them. It was because a few of them pricks had made a mess in the speaking academy that they were thrown out to follow her to deliver things. But they didn't expect that these guys would now directly hit on the things she was escorting. And at this time, Su Chen stood on the street corner, and across the street was the neighborhood he lived in. But Lu Qingxian was standing in front of him, blocking his way. Su Chen, are you really so heartless? Lu Qingxian cried with pear blossoms. Are you sick? I told you, it's never going to happen again. I'm sick of seeing you. Su Chuan was speechless, and didn't know exactly where Lu Qingxian got her backing to be so confident all the time. It made Su Chuan think of a word, Puxin female. No, I don't believe it. You said you'd love me for the rest of my life. Be good to me for the rest of my life. Have you forgotten all that? I was wrong today. I was confused and impulsive. But you've hit and cursed. It's time for the anger to come out. Let's make up. I don't want your house. I don't want your cultivation resources. I know that I was unintelligent in the past, but now that I've come to my senses, I want to make it up to you. And as you know, I've always been very business-minded. Don't you have a store in the martial artist hall? Now you give it to me. It will definitely earn you a lot of money. Lu Qingxian said one after another, with tears on her face. Those who didn't know thought that Su Chen was a scum who had abandoned Lu Qingxian. Hearing Lu Qingxian's words, Su Chen also understood. No wonder Lu Qingxian would come to him begging all want to get back together with him. So it was for that one store inside the martial artist hall. It had to be said that Lu Qingxian's calculations were quite good, but Su Chen wouldn't agree. Roll. Immediately. After saying that, Su Chen was about to leave, not wanting to stay for one more second. No, I'm not leaving. Su Chen, you said you would love me for the rest of my life. You can't do this to me. I don't believe you can put me down, Lu Qingxian said, and came up to pull Su Chen, not letting him go. Lu Qingxian was also angry in her heart. He himself just said break up. Su Dust, this pussy cub even rose. The origin is damaged. Extraordinary did not hinder Su Dust, but let him soar. Her heart screamed in anger. She couldn't watch Su Chen take off, so that's why she wanted to get back together with him. So she gave Su Chen a chance to give Su Chen a handout. But she didn't expect that Su Chen not only didn't want to do it, but even directly beat her up. Lu Qingxian was even more furious. But then on second thought, the current Su Chen was no longer the Su Chen of old. So she decided to take a different approach. A soft one if the hard one didn't work. Yo, this doesn't seem to be the right time for me to come. Su Chen was annoyed in his heart and kicked Lu Qingxian over. But he heard a familiar voice and raised his head to see Luo Fanning standing under the street light on the street. The light poured down on her, accentuating her stunning beauty. Su Chuan and Lu Qingxian both froze for a moment. And then, Luo Fanning came up and took Su Chuan's hand by herself, looked at Lu Qingxian and opened her mouth. MS. Lu, you're the one who brought up the breakup, and now you're bothering my boyfriend for what? Yikes. I don't think it's because you see he's rich and powerful and you want to come and share his money again. Luo Fanning pretended to be surprised. Su Chen was dumbfounded. When did Luo Fanning become his girlfriend? Lu Qingxian's second face was confused. When did Su Chen become Luo Fanning's boyfriend? You're talking nonsense. I don't have. Lu Qingxian was uncovered and hurriedly explained, but her tone seemed inadequate. He said he would like me for the rest of his life and be good to me for the rest of his life. I don't believe that he would be with you after we just broke up. Lu Qingxian didn't believe it. Yeah? Do you want to be the one to hear him tell you in person? Luo Fanyin smiled faintly. Whether in temperament or appearance, she was overpowering Lu Qingxian. You tell her if you're my boyfriend, Luo Fanyin said to Su Chen. Her hand fiercely pinched Su Chen's waist. Su Chen was just as stupid as he knew what Luo Fanyin meant, so he opened his mouth. That's right, I'm Luo Fanyin's boyfriend. For some reason, when he said the three words boyfriend, Su Chen was obviously a little tone deaf, and Luo Fanyin's face reddened all of a sudden. Can we go now? Don't bother my boyfriend again. No, it can't be. It's absolutely impossible. You're lying to me. You're collaborating to lie to me. Lu Qingxian was unwilling to believe it and shouted in anger. Again, she glared viciously at Luo Fanyin and said hysterically, he said he would like me for the rest of his life. You junior, you pair of dogs, don't even think about monopolizing the money that belongs to me. Lu Qingxian looked like she had gone crazy and even charged straight up. Su Chen and Luo Fanyin were both dumbfounded. What was the money that belonged to her? Scram! Su Chen was enraged and could no longer restrain himself as he blasted his fist up, moving to kill. However, this fist was smashed on top of a pitch-black long blade, making the sound of fine iron clashing. Lu Qingxian was also saved by the smoothness of the situation. Su Chen fixed his eyes before seeing that the one who blocked his attack was a black-clothed boy. It's just different in this big city. To see such a bloody thing in the middle of the night. The scumman joins hands with the mistress to tear the original mate. I thought this is a plot only found in brainless cool articles and dog-blooded TV dramas, but I never thought that I would meet it with my own eyes. Chapter 17, These Sizable Cuties. Where the hell did they come from? I didn't expect such a dog-blooded plot to let me meet it. Big city deserves to be a big city. Really good at playing. The black-clothed boy who spoke, with an arrogant face, carried a chopper and gave Su Chen a disdainful glance. Look like a man. Look like a soft-eat white boy. I can't stand the sight of a thing like you, the black-clothed boy said, in front of Su Chen. In the back, a girl helped Lu Qingxian up and comforted her softly. Several boys stood up and surrounded Su Chen and Luo Fanyin. Looking closely, weren't these people the ones who were looking for Su Chen just now? Let me do it. I'm most sick of seeing this kind of scum. It's a disgrace to us boys. I'll do it. All of you stand back. Why should you? Who are you? Surprisingly, a few people disagreed over who should take the shot, and then fought. Wu Tao, your great lord, I've long seen you in a bad light, with the look of a little white boy. Wang Lin, you two grandpas, dare to pull out my crotch, I'll kill you. A few people screamed and cursed, fighting together, blood chi released. Surprisingly, all of them were Chi and Blood Realm's 6-star martial artists. In the back, the girls had been completely dumbfounded. These few pricks had looked at each other poorly when they were in the academy and often fought, and now they were actually fighting again over who made the move. She said she was really speechless, but didn't dare to say anything because she was worried that these pricks would even hit her together when they got to the top later. It's not unheard of in the academy for several people to team up and beat up older students. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Luo Fanyin also froze. What was happening? Are these people here for a laugh? Lu Qingxian stood up, crying pear blossom with rain. See, a few people cultivation are not weak. Eyeball's turn is to open the mouth. This negative man, have a new love to forget me, this old love. I look for him to ask for a statement. He even helped this vixen to beat me. Lu Qingxian cried so loudly that those who didn't know really thought she was acting like a victim. It's fine. I'll give you a head start. Wang Lin was the boy carrying the chopper sword, and with a cold snort, he withdrew from the battle and directly killed towards Su Chen. Little white boy, taste your grandpa Wang's sword. Seeing Wang Lin rushing up, Su Chen blocked Luo Fanyin behind him as his chi and blood power surged, and the Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in his hand. The sound of clashing fine iron rang out, and Wang Lin was shaken back by a sword. Little white boy, I can't tell you've got some skills. Who are you guys? This has nothing to do with you, and it's not like you saw it like this. Su Chen questioned in a cold voice, and there was some fire in his heart. Still trying to weasel out. I'll chop you to death. Wang Lin's knife was very sharp. The blood chi rolled over and chopped up. It was the Chi and Blood Realm's 8 or even 9-star martial artists who might not be able to block his knife. Su Chen, however, did not put it in the slightest. A sword dipper instantly shot out, directly shattering his attack, and another sword, directly knocking Wang Lin back. Mud, this little white boy has some skills. Get together and beat him up in a group. Wang Lin also does not nonsense. Directly greeted a few people is together. Want a group beating Su Dust. Wang Laolu, I told you you couldn't do it. Wu Tao laughed coldly as a pitch-black lance appeared in his hand and stabbed toward Su Chen. Su Chen carried fire in his heart as he swung his sword and chopped out. The sword dipper instantly soared out, directly shocking Wang Lin and the few others all to fly out. Although they were both 6 stars of the Chi Blood Realm, but Su Chen was someone who was able to cross over and fight several Qi Si realm martial artists, so how could he lose in their hands? Asterisk 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 this little white boy really has some skills. Wu Tao fell to the ground, feeling humiliated, and wanted to make a move to get back. The girl in the back, however, walked up and frowned at Su Chen. Being a martial artist and doing something like this, don't you feel ashamed? The girl questioned. Seeing Lu Qingxian crying so sadly, she believed Lu Qingxian's words. He, a bunch of brain-dead things. Su Chen didn't even bother to explain. I'll say it again. This matter has nothing to do with you guys, and it's not like what you've seen. If you dare to block it again, don't blame me for being impolite. You, the girl was infuriated, and without waiting for her to speak, Wang Lin stood up again. Furious, marred. I have never seen someone who was even more tugging than me. If I don't get you killed today, I will be your grandson. Wang Lin was truly enraged. His Qi and blood released, clearly only at the realm of 6 stars of the Qi and blood realm. The aura emitted was indeed stronger than even a martial artist of 8 stars of the Qi and blood realm. Wu Tao several people also only stood up and directly made a move. This time, the girls also joined the fight. 5 people joined hands to surround Su Chen. Luo Fanyin was anxious in her heart and intended to help Su Chen, but the battle was really intense, she couldn't even intervene. Lu Qingxian on the side laughed coldly, and in her heart, she was also curious about the size of these few cuties. Where did they come from? Why are they naive? Like they have no brain. What he says is what he says. However, it was good to see that his 5 skills were not weak, and it was good to give Su Chen some lessons. If you can beat Su Chen, it would be better to do. While Su Chen is unconscious, take out the contract and press the handprint, and transfer all the property under Su Chen's name to her name. With this thought in her mind, Lu Qingxian couldn't help but smile. Laugh at your mom. A pussy pocket smacked Lu Qingxian in the face. Lu Qingxian was confused, and before she could react, she was pulled by Luo Fanyin and beaten up. She wasn't a match for Luo Fanyin at all, and was beaten without the ability to fight back. The several people on the side, Wang Lin, had the intention to go and save Lu Qingxian, but they were stopped by Su Chen. Su Chen was obviously moved to true anger. The sword in his hand ruthlessly chopped out. Countless sword diameters suddenly shot out. Performing the easy sword technique, the harsh and tricky arc made them unable to avoid, and they were directly sent flying out. Collapsed on the ground coughing up blood. Who the hell are you? Luo City has never seen a strong person like you? The girl questioned out loud with blood on the corner of her mouth. When he thought about it, there had never been such a figure in Luo City, and the 6 stars of the Qi and blood realm were so perverted. I thought that Wang Lin and Wu Tao's few were already perverted enough to be able to press the older students, but it turned out that now they were actually being pressed by Su Chen. The key was that Su Chen was also a 6 star in the Qi and blood realm. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also a bit surprised. They had never been defeated in the same level, but now they were defeated by Su Chen so easily. They could even feel that if Su Chen wanted to kill them, they wouldn't be able to support 10 moves. Mud, what's the point of asking? Go back and shake people. Get the old man here. That's it, deceiving me that there is no one in L.A. technical school. Right. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were cursing and swearing, not caring about their injuries, as if this injury was nothing at all. I'm Bai Qingyan, a second-year student of Luochang Technical School. Who the hell are you? The girl asked again, a little shocked in her heart. At those words, Su Chen froze for a moment and looked odd. They were from Luochang Technical School? Su Dust. Chapter 18, What a Mess. Su Dust, an admitted student of Luochang Technical School. To be admitted to the school, said Su Dust with an odd look. When Su Chen's voice rang out, the scene went quiet, and Bai Qingyan froze and looked at Su Chen. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also paused in their hands and stared blankly at Su Chen. You're Su Chuan, an accepted student of the Luo City Technical School? Bai Qingyan inquired in shock. They had come to Luo City this time to look for Su Chuan and deliver the acceptance letter as well as the cultivation resources to Su Chuan, to prevent Su Chun from backtracking and running off to another university. Just how could they not have imagined that their first meeting would be in such a way? The greatest fear is the sudden quietness of the air. Su Chen was also a little embarrassed. This was not even enrolled in school yet, and he had beaten up his school sister. You said you are Su Chen. What do you have to prove it? Wang Lin asked with a terse neck, his tone all questioning and some dissatisfaction. Why is everyone is not yet enrolled in the new student? We have nothing. Even the admission notice is not a piece. You damn not only have the admission notice, there are also early allocation of cultivation resources. At those words, Su Chen took out the badge of the Luochang Technical School that Meng Qian had given him today. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan glanced at Su Chun with a complicated expression. She was really a student of Luochang Technical School. Identity has been established. It just seems a little awkward. Bai Qingyan looked deeply at Su Chen. Remembering the purpose of her visit, she took out the storage ring in her bosom, and with a flick of her fingers, 300-year-old spirit medicines and 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng appeared in her hand. By order of the dean, I've come to deliver your acceptance letter to the Luochang Technical School, and this is the cultivation resources that the dean specially asked me to bring to you. Bai Qingyan's tone was a little less than favorable. What happened just now made her have a bad impression of Su Chen. She admitted that Su Chen's talent was good, but his character was really not. A proper scumbag. Su Chen received the acceptance letter and elixir, frowned. He knew what this meant, and did not politely put it away. Thanks a lot. No need. Seeing Bai Qingyan's attitude was wrong, Su Chen didn't want to explain and knew what it was because of. On the side, Luo Fanyin had also ended the fight, and Lu Qingxian was beaten to a pig's head and collapsed on the ground. Already unable to speak, Luo Fanyin then let her go and walked over. From the L.A. Technical School? Oh, a bunch of brainiacs. Luo Fanyin was not the one to suffer. Su Chen didn't want to say anything, but it didn't mean that she didn't want to say anything either. What do you mean? Try saying it again if you dare. Bai Qingyan was instantly a bit annoyed, and Wang Lin's several people also had bad looks on their faces, indiscriminately coming up and striking. What is it if not brainwashed? Luo Fanyin was not afraid at all. I'm not targeting the Luochang Technical School. I just think that you guys did disgrace the Luochang Technical School. Try saying that again. Bai Qingyan was enraged. I represent the Luochang Technical School. I'm still a freshman at Star River University. Come find me at Star River University if you're upset. Luo Fanyin said in a cold voice. Do you guys know the causes and consequences of this matter? Know what happened? Know my relationship with Su Chen? Just by listening to her side of the story, you've decided that I'm a mistress and Su Chen is a scum? What are you guys if not brain dead? Luo Fanyin said, angrily disliking Bai Qingyan and the others. Bai Qingyan wanted to say something else, but on second thought she really seemed to have just listened to Lu Qingxian's side of the story, and believed Lu Qingxian's words just by watching her cry. Then what exactly is going on with this matter? Bai Qingyan softly inquired, sneaking a glance at Su Chen, and a few people. Wang Lin wanted to say something, but still held back. She, Lu Qingxian, Su Chuan was injured in his origin to save her during the martial arts exam, but instead of being half thankful, she offered to break up with Su Chuan and abandon him. As a result, now that she sees that Su Chen has the potential to still be squeezed by her, she wants to pounce and pester Su Chen again. Luo Fanyin didn't say much, but the meaning was already clear. Bai Qingyan's face couldn't help but redden, and she lowered her head so low that it was tucked into the dirt. Hearing Luo Fanyin say this, she was reminded that the video she swiped today was none other than the first sword on the shore to first behead the intended victim, which was making a lot of noise in the martial arts plaza. The main characters in the video were Su Chen and Lu Qingxian. It was only because the image was a bit blurry to see the two people's appearance clearly, and they didn't know that those two people were Su Chen and Lu Qingxian. At that time, Bai Qingyan was still raging about how that woman really wasn't a thing, and had been cursing her for a long time with her girlfriends. Results now. Wang Lin's few people were also embarrassed. They were not from Luo City, but they had heard about what happened in the martial arts plaza after arriving in Luo City today. At that time, a few people even cursed and wanted to go and cut down the woman to rid the people of the evil. But I didn't expect. Now it has made such a mess. The atmosphere was awkward, and the only sound that rang out was Lu Qingxian's agonizing moans as she fell to the ground. I'm sorry, I just don't want to watch them frame you. It's clearly not your fault. Luo Fanyin said as she looked at Su Chen. This was something she learned about Su Chen only after he left. After all, today she did not go to the dance plaza. With her identity is directly guaranteed admission to the Star River University. To participate in the martial arts examination is just a process, out of which she is directly left. Su Chen shook his head and felt that this was good. He did not want to explain. Lazy to explain. But if he did not explain, if these people go back to blind a few nonsense, he has not yet enrolled in school, the reputation will be stigmatized. It's fine, and thanks for helping me explain. Luo Fanyin smiled at his words. At this moment, the most embarrassed person was Bai Qingyan. Her head lowered and her face reddened to the roots of her ears. As for Lu Qingxian, who fell to the ground, no one cared at all. I'm sorry. It's because we misjudged you. Bai Qingyan hurriedly apologized after realizing that she had misunderstood Su Chen. Wang Lin's several people face cannot hang. Embarrassed to apologize. Just stalking his neck said. Hit also by you. Just let it go. Su Chen laughed lightly and nodded. Seeing this, Wang Lin came up again with his dog shredded and a sinister smile on his face. Brother, you're not bad at all. It's almost time for the entrance examination. Are you interested in forming a team? According to the gossips, this time the entrance examination will be attended by people from the student union of Luochang Technical School, and those guys are considered to be elite students of Luochang Technical School. There are also some foreigners. I've long been sick of those dogs. Do you want to join forces together to beat them up? Grab the credits from their hands? The corners of Bai Qingyan's mouth twitched. Wang Lin, this prick, really wasn't a good thing. And now he was thinking of joining forces with Su Chen to beat up the older students, and trying to rob the older students of their credits. That's right, a few of us join forces. Those old students are nothing. Beat the hell out of them. Wu Tao also walked up and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, not caring at all about joining the gang. Su Dust. Chapter 19, that. Does what you said tonight still count? Listening to Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words, Su Chen was a bit surprised. What did this mean? So you're freshmen, too? Hey. What's up? Are you interested? We'll split the looted credits equally. Wang Lin dog-head dog brain come up he smile. Wu Tao has also come up and said, in the academy cultivation, nothing cannot be separated from the credits. This thing is like outside of the money in general. Without you is difficult to walk. Relying solely on the academy issued a few hundred credits every month. Simply cannot be able to cultivate. At those words, Su Chen also frowned. He really didn't know about these. Indeed, just 200 credits per month. It's really not enough for cultivation. We also all still have to take on some tasks to earn credits. Bai Qingyan, who was on the side, also said softly, this time when she came to deliver something to Su Chen, the dean had promised to give her 10 credits, otherwise she wouldn't have come. Su Chen frowned and spoke again. The people from the Student Alliance are strong? The Student Alliance is an alliance of all the elite trainees in the Luochang Technical School, containing the strongest of the 4 classes of trainees. The resources they enjoy are also a bit more than ordinary cadets, and their strength is naturally stronger. As of right now, the weakest among the Student Alliance are all at the Qihai Realm cultivation level. If you want to join the Student Alliance, besides your own strength, there is also a mandatory requirement, which is to enter the abyss to fight. Killing foreigners is the only way to do so. Bai Qingyan explained that her biggest dream was to join the student union, but with her strength, it wasn't enough. Hearing this, Su Chen came to have some interest. But every year when new students enroll, the top 10 get direct entry into the student union, and a chief student will be elected, the boss of your class. As a chief student, you can enjoy extra resources, have special powers in the academy, and on top of that, you can enter the abyss early. Bai Qingyan simply told Su Chen and the others about this in advance. New students who wanted to enter the abyss would have to practice at the academy for half a year, and only those with good grades would be able to enter. This was something that even Wang Lin and Wu Tao did not know. Hearing this, Su Chen really came to be interested. His current mission was to enter the abyss to behead 100 foreign races. If you go to the academy and people don't give you a chance to go down into the abyss, it will be for nothing. It seems like he has to fight for this chief student. Many thanks for informing senior sister, Su Chen replied, calculating this matter in his heart. Bai Qingyan was still feeling a little embarrassed about what had just happened. If it's alright, we'll go back to the academy. The items have been handed over to you. I still have to report to the dean, Bai Qingyan said, and was about to leave. Going back to Luoshan at this point is also afraid that it's not safe. If senior sister doesn't mind it, then stay here for the night. It's not too late to leave tomorrow. Just as well. It's a big night and we haven't even had dinner yet, Wang Lin said, scratching his head, and Su Chen let out a light smile. So he took the initiative to bring them to the nearest restaurant and ordered some dishes. As for Lu Qingxian, she was still lying on the side of the street for a long time before she staggered to her feet and gave a resentful glance at Su Chen inside the restaurant not far away. Originally, Lu Qingxian still held some thoughts. After all, Su Chen had liked her for so long, it was impossible to just put it down. Moreover, the previous Su Chen was whatever she said, and she didn't dare to reject it at all, and she was still thinking that she would soften slightly and give Su Chen a step down. Su Dust must still continue to come back to her as a licking dog, and then she will think of a way to let Su Dust transfer all the properties in her name to her name, and then kick Su Dust out. After all, just that one store in the martial artist hall today, how much profit it could bring in, how much it was worth. Lu Qingxian's eyes were red, but I didn't expect that Su Chen would be so decisive and ruthless, and not have any attachment to her. Sure enough, no man is good. Su Chen, you will regret this. Lu Qingxian finished spitefully and staggered away. Inside the tour, several people had enough to eat and drink, so they followed Su Chen back to his home. Su Chen's home was a detached villa, and there was no problem at all in accommodating them. Luo Fanyin, however, had been somewhat lost in thought, glancing at Su Chen from time to time. Su Chen also noticed and couldn't help but inquire, "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Luo Fanyin came back to her senses, not realizing that Su Chen had already arrived in front of her. Her face instantly reddened. Does what you said tonight still count?" Luo Fanyin spoke in a small voice. Su Chen was uncertain and puzzled. "What? It's nothing." Luo Fanyin waved her hand, then said, "It's getting late, so I'll leave first." After saying that, without giving Su Chen a chance to refuse, Luo Fanyin ran away in a puff of smoke. Su Chen was even more puzzled, feeling that there was something wrong with Luo Fanin, but he couldn't tell. However, Su Chen didn't think much about it, so he arranged for Wang Lin to stay with them, and he himself went to the basement and started to continue practicing. On the second day, Bai Qingyan went back to Luo Chang Technical School early, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao stayed behind, saying something like going back would be idle, so why not stay and exchange more feelings with Su Chen. Bai Qingyan couldn't wait for them not to go back. These two boys had made a mess of the Luo Chang Technical School. Thus, Bai Qingyan was leading the other two directly away. As for Wang Lin and Wu Tao, they weren't idle after Bai Qingyan left, and when they saw that Su Chen had been cultivating, they also cultivated themselves. They all had some thoughts in their minds after learning about the chief born last night. Who can resist the lure of a freshman boss? Especially Wang Lin and Wu Tao. The two of them had been competing from the moment they met until now. Neither one of them was convinced of the other, both of them thinking of defeating the other and standing on the other's head as the boss. The key was the thought of being easily defeated by Su Chen last night. The two of them were also a little frustrated in their hearts. The two of them really didn't have weak talent. According to the arrangement of their families, they came to the Luo City Technical School, or else their talent was enough to enter a first-class university. I thought that coming to a technical school was not an easy way to be the boss, but I did not expect to be pressed by Su Chen last night. Most importantly, they all sensed that Su Chen didn't use his full strength, although they didn't use their full strength either, but it couldn't resist Su Chen. This kid rolled has been cultivating. Soon, a week had passed, and during that time, Su Chen had the spirit medicine sent by the dean, as well as the beast cores he had obtained from hunting and killing demonic beasts, as well as some cultivation resources given to him by the Heavenly King of Swords. There was no need to worry about cultivation resources at all. In a week's time, Su Chen had refined a full 21 elixirs, and his chi and blood had again grown greatly, vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. Giving Su Chen another day, he would definitely be able to break through to the Chi Blood Realm 7 stars. It's just that there's no time left. Today is the entrance examination for the Luo Chang Technical School. You can't be late. Let's go. Coming to the door, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were already ready, so the three of them left directly and rushed towards the Luo Chang Technical School. Chapter 20, Examination begins. Privileges of international students. Outside of Luo City, Luo Mountain, ancient trees cover the sky, and on top of Mount Luoshan is the Luo Chang Technical School. When Su Chen's trio arrived, the bottom of Luo Mountain was already full of trainees, all new students waiting for the entrance examination. At a cursory glance, they were all some Chi and Blood Realm 3-star, 2-star cultivation, that is, 4-star were extremely rare. After all, who comes to a technical school when those who can have it go to impact better colleges? The few who had stronger cultivation were also pricks who were unwilling to be recruited by other academies because they had made a big mistake, or people whose grades in martial arts classes were just too low to be true. On the whole, the people who came to the technical school were not strong in their cultivation. Of course, there will be exceptions, like Lin Wang and Tao Wu. At noon, a white figure silently appeared on an ancient tree in front of him, and his breath was released, instantly shutting up all of these impatient students, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Waiting until they all quieted down, the white-clothed figure then spoke. All of you are new students of Luo Chang Technical School, and what you'll be facing next is the new student entrance examination of Luo Chang Technical School. Let me briefly mention some rules. After you start the examination, each of you will be distributed a student card with 200 credits in it as the basic credits for your enrollment. But, whether or not you can keep this credit until you get into L.A. Technical School, that's up to you. In this Luo Mountain, there will be veteran students ambushing you inside and robbing you of your credits. Of course, you can team up amongst yourselves or rob each other. And as for the rules, there just aren't any. The white-clothed figure simply said 2 sentences and laughed softly before disappearing, with only a voice coming out. Those who do not enter the L.A. Technical School by sundown are considered eliminated and can go back on their own. Students, with your acceptance letters, go here to get your student cards. Bai Qingyan and some of the older students appeared here, and when their voices fell, someone went over to collect it. Soon, Su Chen's trio also received their own student cards, which had a string of numbers 200 on them, indicating that there were 200 credits inside. Su Chuan, don't be careless, this time there are more than 4,000 new students. It may be necessary to eliminate half of them. Bai Qingyan gave Su Chuan the student card when she gave Su Chuan a soft word to Su Chuan. And, this time, I don't know what price the dean spent to find some people with good talent. Among them, there is a new student who has already reached the Chi and Blood Realm 7-star realm. At those words, Su Chen was all frozen for a moment, feeling a bit incredulous. 4,000 freshmen, and L.A. Technical School is eliminating half of them? What kind of operation is this? And spend a lot of money to get some heavenly pride? What is this about Technical school? Su Chen frowned. Then he thanked Bai Qingyan. Many thanks. On the side of Wang Lin and Wu Tao, however, they looked indifferent, seeming to have known about some of this for a long time, only that both of them were very sensible and shut up, not saying anything. When he was about to enter Luo Mountain, a commotion was coming. Off. Bunch of yellow pigs. Angry curses accompanied by the sound of beating came, and Su Chen's line of sight followed it, and he saw some blonde-haired, blue-eyed contraptions walking over with an arrogant face. What a dump! The air is so muddy. Yes. This place in China. The air is stinky. You endure for a while. When we get to the academy, I'll immediately ask the dean to arrange a good place for you all to stay. However, this freshman entrance examination still requires you to take part in it today. But don't worry, you're just going through the motions. A middle-aged man wearing the clothes of the Luo City Technical School said with a lowered head, causing many people around him to cast contemptuous glances. These are the foreign students who come here, not only from the L.A. City Technical School, but from every college in China. These international students enjoy the best resources, but they don't act in the college. They either fight or cause trouble every day. And the point is that the college doesn't have the means to deal with it. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan's eyes also carried some anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. Then why don't you expel them? Su Chuan was a little curious. The first glance made him feel disgusted with these people, especially that nodding thingy. It was even more disgusting than those foreign students. It's not that the dean hasn't thought about it, but what's involved behind the scenes isn't something that the dean can decide on. Or else, with so many colleges in Huaxia, which one of them would be willing to accept these guys? These guys are scum who are rotten in their native land, have some connections in their families, are stuffed in China, and use China's resources to cultivate, but make all kinds of trouble in China. Su Chen locked his brows tightly. It wasn't that he was targeting these things. You come here, if you abide by the rules of this place. Even so, eating the food here but also want to smash the pot here, that is excessive. It's best not to cross paths with them in the academy. Bai Qingyan admonished again. Su Chen didn't say anything, and Wang Lin only gave a cold look, and then the three of them entered directly into Luo Mountain. As soon as he entered it, Su Chen felt that all the surrounding auras were more dense than outside. It's about half an hour from here to the L.A. City Technical School, and the end of the examination is at sunset, which means we still have more than 4 hours. Should we go for a big job? Just after coming in, Wang Lin couldn't help himself. The rules of the tournament are to grab credits from each other. It's a pass to the academy and no one can have too many of them. Wu Tao also said. Su Chen nodded his head. He already knew the importance of credits. Then it wouldn't be too much. Oh, just enrolled in school like to make some waves. You such a freshman I have seen a lot. All think it's just a technical school. You come to be the boss? Oh, people like you? Ah, you'll all be cleaned up after entering the academy. Su Chuan didn't even have time to speak before he felt a crisis. Turning around, there was actually a black-clothed boy leaning on a large green stone, teasingly looking at them. Just enrolled in school. As your senior, I can't go too far, but that's the way the rules are. If you don't want to get beaten up, hand over your credits, and I don't ask for much, just 100 each. Su Chen couldn't help but let out a light laugh. This luck was no one's, just coming in and encountering an old student robbing him. This old student's strength was good and was already at the 2nd star of the Qihai realm. Dare you? Su Chen ignored it and instead looked at Wang Lin and Wu Tao and asked, what's there to be afraid of? Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Wang Lin had already taken the lead in killing, the chopper in his hand lightly trembling and making sounds. Wu Tao also instantly pounced on him. The older student sneered, knowing that these freshmen were all so damn hard to beat. Just like him when he first entered school, after being beaten up a few times, he would be honest. Chapter 21, if you didn't know, you'd think you're the oldest students. Freshmen are like you guys, but it's okay. When they get beat up a few times they'll know to be honest. The old student laughed softly. Noticing that Wang Lin and Wu Tao are both 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm is a bit of a surprise. It seems that these two people are still the Academy's special enrollment. Spend a lot of money to buy. But what can do? He was a 2-star of the Qihai realm, so he was not afraid at all. Wang Lin's chopping saber chopped down angrily. There was actually saber chi filling the air, and Wu Tao did not fall behind. His pitch-black lance stabbed out, and the gun came out like a dragon. The two of them teamed up to actually pressurize the older student. The old student's face was stunned and full of disbelief. He was a veteran student with a 2-star cultivation in the Qihai realm, and he was being pressed by 2 freshmen? Just exchanged blows, and before he even had a chance to react, he was already beaten down? And since the beginning, Su Chen hadn't even made a move yet? You can't do this either. I thought you could be so good at pretending. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words are even more heartfelt. The old man lying on the ground in a state of despair began to self-doubt. Hand over the credits, Wang Lin said playfully. The older student couldn't believe that the freshman was trying to steal his credits. Inverted Big Dipper, this is. What did you say? Still pretending, right? Wang Lin kicked out, realizing the old student a beat himself on the hand to take out the old student's student card. On his own card a stroke will be the old student 800 credits directly all divided into their own card. A poor bastard. Only 800 credits. Wu Tao's words were even more solid. The old student is going to cry. What kind of reasoning is this? Robbed him and thought he was poor. These 800 credits were still something he had saved up for a long time. I was also thinking of coming to the freshman assessment to grab a little more, but I didn't expect to be robbed by the freshman right after I arrived. If this gets out, there's no point in him hanging around. He can drop out of school himself. It's really humiliating. Put the credits here with me first, and we'll distribute them when we get to the academy, Wang Lin said, his eyes twinkling. Asterisk 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 you bad embryo, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, Wu Tao said viciously. Give the card to Su Chen and I'll believe him. I did not expect the feelings between us to be so fragile and unable to withstand the test. Wang Lin looked pained. Asterisk 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 off. I still don't know what kind of you are, Wu Tao scolded, directly snatching Wang Lin's student card and handing it to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled. Then let's put it here with me for now and wait until the academy distributes it. But I'm not taking it since I didn't contribute this time. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were both silent for a moment, knowing what Su Chen was worried about. Then he said, in this case, the 800 credits will be split 80% between Bad Embryo and I, and the remaining 20% will be given to you, and it will be the same in the future. Whoever puts in the most effort will take the lion's share. Su Dust will make a record, and distribute it uniformly at that time, Wu Tao said, feeling that this matter had to be done by Su Chen. He didn't feel comfortable letting Wang Lin record it. This guy would definitely fake it. Wang Lin also held this thought, and he was not comfortable giving Wu Tao the record. Then it's decided. I have no opinion. Wang Lin also agreed. Su Chen wanted to say something, but Wang Lin directly gave his decision. For 800 credits he gets 106 when he divides it 20%. Senior, tell us, which some of your old students have come this time, and how strong are they? We can cope with it, Su Chen asked with a smile. The old student was straight up numb. If anyone else had asked, he would have felt like he was trying to find out and then avoided it, but with the three of them asking, he always felt like the three guys were going to rob the old student. This idea came out, and he himself felt a little dismayed. This was something that hadn't happened since the founding of the school. I'm afraid, that can't be said, the old student said, but in the next second, he was directly hoisted up by Su Chen and hung on the tree. If you don't say it, then don't blame me. Saying that, Su Chen showed no mercy and actually punched the older student. The corners of Wang Lin's and Wu Tao's mouths twitched, suddenly feeling that Su Chen wasn't a damn good person either, and they had really looked at the wrong person after all. Say no, say no, say no? The three of them joined forces and came at the old student with a brutal beating and severe torture, and Wang Lin was even more energetic. From time to time, there were freshmen walking by on the side, and when they saw this scene, they were directly stunned. Isn't this an entrance exam? This is cruel. These old students are atrocious. The passing freshman ran straight away, not daring to stay for fear of being caught in the past is a fat beating. In the eyes of the new students, Su Chen's three were the old students, and the ones who were hung up and beaten were definitely the new students. I say, the old student could not help it, and hurriedly said that if he did not say anything, these three pussies could beat him to death. What the hell did he do to meet these three assholes? The strongest among the old students this time is the second in command of the student union, Lu Qingfeng, who is already at the cultivation level of 6 stars of the Qi realm, and then there's Mo Hong Kong's team, who all have 3 stars or more of the Qi realm in their team, as well as Zhang Xinyi's team, and the team of the three of them is the strongest among the old students this time. Other than that, it's just a few small scattered teams. Su Chen was a bit surprised. The second in command of the student union has personally come? Is an entrance examination as much as that? Why not? You 4,000 freshmen, 200 credits each. That's 800,000 credits. That's already 1/5 of the total credits of Luocheng Technical School for a year. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was also taken aback. It really wasn't a small amount of money when calculated like this. After receiving this news, Su Chen stroked his chin and thought, if they met these three teams, what would be the three of them's chances of winning? With 6 stars in the Qihai realm, to be able to be the second in command of the student union, one would think that he was by no means a mediocre talent. Let's go. I can't wait. 800,000 credits. If we grab all of them, we'll be rich, Wang Lin said impatiently. When we meet those three teams, we can't beat them, but we can't run away. Wu Tao also said with fervor. After this entrance examination, those who enter the academy will still have a competition for the chief student. And this is just the beginning. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's wrinkled brows then stretched out. It seemed that he had overthought things. The three of them drilled into the deep forest and disappeared. The old student is still hanging on the tree, wanting to cry, and wanting to curse. You instead put me down, ah? Soon, Su Chen's trio had arrived at the center of Luo Mountain. This location was the most dangerous. Almost all the old students were ambushed here. Compared to the other freshman dogs who were shattered and wanted to sneak past, Su Chuan's trio was different, directly strutting along. Wang Lin carried his chopper and walked with the wind, wild without bounds, while Wu Tao and Su Chen were ambushed, just waiting for the prey to take the bait. As expected, three older students soon noticed Wang Lin. Freshmen nowadays are not only crazy, but they're also damn brainless. It's a shame for us old students if we don't clean him up, said. The three are toward Wang Lin, directly into the Su Dust Wu Tao ambush circle. Chapter 22 Beat up the foreign students. You're in deep. Hey, kid, you can't be lost. What have you been blindly wandering around here for? The lanky old student laughed. Already coming to Wang Lin's side, Wang Lin revealed a naive smile. The back of his hand wiped his nose. Senior, I'm from the countryside. I can't find where the Luocheng Technical School is. Saying that, Wang Lin came up and rubbed his snot-wiped hands on a few older students. Can the senior take me there? A few of the older students were about to be sickened to death, but still held their tongue and spoke. That's fine, but then again we can't do it for nothing, can we? I know. It's just credits. I don't even know what they're for. I'll give you all of them. Upon hearing this, the three old students were happy and gave Wang Lin a thumbs up. Wang Lin made a gesture to pull out his student card, but the next second he directly drew out his chopper and slashed up angrily. Blade chi filled the air, and at the same time, Su Chen and Wu Tao also made an instant move. The three of them working together seamlessly, on the spot directly knocked out two old students, leaving only the stout old student. Seeing the situation is not good, turned around and ran. But how would Su Dust let him run forehead? With the Dragon Abyss sword in hand, he directly chased after them. This old student was already in the Qihai realm 4-star. His cultivation was considered okay, but under this pervert Su Chen, he didn't even last 3 moves before he was knocked out and dragged back by his legs. Pervert! Both Wang Lin and Wu Tao couldn't help but say that Su Chen's strength was definitely above theirs. Soon the credits of the 3 people were all scratched away, and there were actually 4,000 credits, which was considered to be a big fat sheep. After doing so, the 3 of them were ready to leave, but the sound of a fight on the side attracted them. Alive again. Hey, that's the way I like it. The mantis catching the cicada and the yellow sparrow. The two of them, Wu Tao and Wang Lin, hemmed and hawed as Su Chen directly lurked towards the place where the fight was taking place. A couple of yellow pigs. Why don't you turn in your credits? Are the martial artists of China so weak? It really disappoints me. A blonde guy opened his mouth, and a Chinese boy on the side nodded and answered, before looking back at the 3 people who had fallen to the ground. Hurry up and turn in your credits. It's an honor to have Lord Bill look at your credits. Dog thief, if you have the ability to beat me to death, or else I'll be looking for you every day at the academy. Dog leg, Nima gave birth to you, didn't give birth to your spine. Right, so like to be a dog for others? The 3 lying on the ground cursed outright. Hysterical, defeated by the older students, or even by the freshmen. They could accept that it was their own skill that was inferior, but they really couldn't accept being defeated by these foreign devils. The point is, this is a ING traitor betraying them, and even more so, they can't wait to tear this dog in front of them apart. Nonsense, it's an honor to be seen by Lord Bill, and I still just like being a dog. What's wrong with that? What does your so-called backbone get you? Getting your asses kicked into the ground? Or just get eliminated? The dog-legged man sneered, feeling pleased instead of ashamed. This scene even made the 3 people on the ground furious, but their leg bones had already been broken, and if they didn't get treatment, these legs would be completely wasted. It's just a few trash, just kill them. Another blonde-haired, blue-eyed contraption spoke. I'm afraid that killing them is not a good explanation for the L.A. City Technical School. Not good enough to account for it? What explanation do they want? If we kill, we kill. What do they dare to do to us? The guy known as Bill said in a cold voice, looking disdainfully at the 3 on the ground and said. Upon hearing this, the other few people also nodded their heads, not fearing in the slightest. The dog-legged man was a bit hesitant. If he made a move, then the academy was afraid that they wouldn't let him go? People can get away with killing trainees during examinations, but he can't. Thinking of this, he hesitated, but the few international students behind him were directly urging. The dogleg had no choice but to walk up stiffly. The 3 lying on the ground glared at him angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Nima, doesn't anyone care? Wang Lin said in a cold voice. He sensed that in the surroundings there were several auras of old students, but surprisingly none of them dared to come forward. Su Chen's face was calm, but killing intent was brewing in his eyes. The dog-legged man stepped forward, a knife cupped in his hand, hesitating to stab in. In the next second, Su Chen moved. The dragon abyss sword flew out. A sword dipper pierced through his shoulder, and the knife in the dog-legger's hand fell down in the process. Su Chen's figure instantly appeared in front of a few people, his gaze icy cold as he looked at the few foreign students. The dog-leg yelled in pain, was walked up to Wang Lin and Wu Tao directly a fat beating, reached the student card out, but found that this dog-leg a credit no. His credits have all been scratched by the international students. Who are you? Good strength, a foreign student said, not getting angry. Bill also looked at Su Chen one more time, then let out a light laugh. Not bad, I can give you a chance to replace him and be my dog. Turn in all of your credits to me, and I will give you this opportunity to follow me, which is your supreme honor. Glory Nima. Su Chen was truly enraged. The dragon abyss sword swung, terrifying sword light flowed, and a solemn killing intent filled the air. Bill's demeanor changed, anger on his face. How dare you, give your face away, then go to hell. Bill shouted angrily, and surprisingly, he also had a cultivation level of 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm, which was not considered weak, but he was facing a pervert like Su Chen. The remaining few international students also instantly made their moves. Wang Lin and Wu Tao could not stand it anymore and went up to do it. In less than a minute, Bill had fallen to the ground, beaten into a panda eye by Su Chen. Damn pig, how dare you hit me? You're in deep. I'm going to report it and make you pay for it. Pa! Su Chuan's pussy pocket pumped up and a fist was directly knocked out by someone's teeth. You're the one who broke their legs, aren't you? Su Chen asked. Bill had a scowl on his face. So what if I am? I'm from the noble sunset. If you dare to touch me, your dean won't let you go. He will throw you out and decapitate you to appease the wrath of my sunset. Su Chen didn't even bother to talk nonsense. A foot stomped down. The force was great. Directly abolished Bill's legs. Bill hissed in pain and cursed angrily, but Su Chen picked up a stone and stuffed it into his mouth. The remaining few international students also had their legs broken, and after gagging them, their student cards were searched out directly, and the credits were surprisingly a full 10,000. Southern paddled straight away. Only then did he look at the dogged man who had fallen to the ground. International students are disgusting, but lapdogs are the most disgusting things. What are you doing? The doglegs were scared to death and tried to resist, but it was obviously useless. Su Dust did not even say one more sentence. Directly is a violent beating, hanging up and beating. Chapter 23, beating the old student like a dog. Who's a good guy who carries a wrench around? Miserable screams rang out. The dog-legger never dreamed that someone was not afraid of death. Directly giving the international students a brutal beating, giving people legs are broken. While international students are abhorrent, lapdogs are even more disgusting. Su Chuan did not leave his hand, and soon after the three of them took turns beating him up. The dog's leg only had his last breath left to hang on. During that time, 4 older students from the law enforcement team came, the ones responsible for maintaining order. After carrying those 3 cadets with broken legs away, he then dragged the foreign students away. Before leaving, he just instructed Su Chen with a sentence. Don't make a scene. Hanging the dog-legged man up. Wang Lin even carved the word traitor on his face before he was ready to leave. Asterisk. The most disgusting this kind of people. Wait until we are in the academy. I will see one and beat one. Wu Tao cursed and gave the dog's leg another punch before he turned to go. Wait a minute, classmate. Just a few steps out. 3 or 5 older students but stood out and blocked the path of Su Chuan's trio. Something wrong? Or do you want to steal our credits? Hurry up and be quick. Wang Lin lost his temper and pointed his chopper at an older student. I didn't see any old students come out just now, but now several have popped up. Wu Tao also said, his eyes sneering. Older students' embarrassed toes buckled the ground. Just now they were watching nearby. But that damn is a foreign students enjoy privileges. In the college is a special foreign students alliance. Enjoy special power. That is, the dean cannot move them. They're sick of this stuff, but they can't help it. So it's just as well to pretend you don't see it. It's commonplace. We also have bitter feelings. These guys enjoy the privileges. Use our resources to cultivate, and still pretend to be a grandpa, smashing our pots. But, some things, an old student opened his mouth, a helpless face, a softy, a wimp just says wimp. Wang Lin angrily disliked people bullying your compatriots in front of you and still have the ing face to hide. If I were you guys, I would simply scrap my cultivation and go home to empty my. Remember to cover your face when you're pulling out the. It's not the fumes, it's the ing shame. Wang Lin didn't give them any face and scolded the several old students without any shame. When did my Chinese martial artists become so cowardly? Su Chen also asked with anger. To say that they didn't know or didn't see that would be fine. you've seen it all, and you're hiding in the shadows and pretending not to see it. To put it mildly, these were their schoolmates, and they had watched their schoolmates being humiliated by having their legs broken. This was what made Su-chen the most furious. The old student lowered his head in shame, but he didn't know how to answer, and he had no place to go. It can't be helped. They're scared. After cursing, Su-chen was not ready to leave, but looked at them and then spoke. What? Still want to rob us of our credits? Still have the damn face to grab credits? Wu Tao cursed, the pitch-black lance in his hand already clenched. The old student was so groundless that he wanted to find a hole in the ground. Not robbing, just borrowing some credits. One of the skinny thieving guys spoke. The words weren't even finished before another person covered his mouth, still wanting to explain. But Su-chen didn't want to listen to their explanations and directly made his move. Swinging the Dragon Abyss sword, the Sword Dipper sword, and brought up a strong wind that swept past. The skill of the sword was so superior that it was as if a sword fairy had descended from the earth, making the several older students unable to avoid it and panicking to resist. Robbing me? You should burn incense if I don't rob you. Wang Ling cursed angrily as his chopper swung out a terrifying blade chi. A few old students were not weak. All of them were Chi High Realm 3-star cultivation, but they were already embarrassed in their hearts, and they were scolded without a trace. Su dust several people again pugnacious, holding fire in their hearts. Out directly is a killing move. In less than a minute, it directly gave them all a beating on the ground. However, Su-chen didn't stop and instead pressed these older students to violently beat them up. A wild beating. Wu Tao even turned the direction of the lance. The lance as an iron bar angrily smashed down. Wang Lin is even more excessive, lifting the side of the big stone, a wild smashing. The stone are smashed. The sound of the old student screaming miserably shook Luo Mountain, and the trainees of the law enforcement team watched from afar, the corners of their mouths twitching, but they didn't dare to come forward to stop them. They're afraid of being held down. 2. Freshmen are so damn scary these days. Each and every one of them was at the Chi Blood Realm cultivation level, and they even pressed these Chi Sea Realm veterans to violently beat them up, arrogantly having no way out. Su-chen clapped his hands and picked up the wrench on the ground and stuffed it back into his clothes in the stunned eyes of Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Ahem. I'm a mechanically inclined person on a regular basis, so it makes sense to carry a wrench. Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't speak, remembering the scene of Su-chen carrying a wrench and smashing it into the heads of these old students just now. They were both silent. Sure enough, Su-chen was no good. Who's a nice guy who goes out and carries a wrench with him? Feeling out the student cards of the older students and scratching away another 6,000 credits, Su-chen hoisted them all up and hung them on a tree before he was ready to leave. A few of the older students only had one breath left and were covered in blood. Just a little better than the dog-legged one just now, but not much better. Only when Su-chen and the others were far away did the law enforcement team dare to sneak over, hurriedly put them down, and then head back to take them back to the academy for treatment. It's vicious. These 3 freshmen are just brutal. They, the older students, were stunned. Whose freshmen beat up older students like dogs, and raise a ing rock, especially the boy in white clothes, looking at the human model, carrying a wrench in his body, taking it out and smashing it against his head. Send a message to those participating veterans to inform them to pay attention to these 3 freshmen, especially the one in white. Livestock. Beat up the older students without treating them as human beings. A side of the law enforcement team hurriedly took out his cell phone to notify down, but the group is directly exploded. Older students getting beat up by freshmen? This freshman class is brutal? All sorts of questioning came in, all unbelievable and unwilling to believe. After all, they hadn't met any great freshmen up to this point, and they'd almost always been hung around and abused all the time. In that case, I do seem to recall who was struck by the freshmen hanging from a tree when they first entered Mount Luo. It couldn't have been those freshmen, could it? That said, there was a photo attached. The group is quiet. The old student who just struggled to get down from the tree is numb. This ing cannot mix. But after seeing that he wasn't the only one of the older students who had been beaten up, his heart suddenly balanced out a bit more. Outside Luo Shan, Bai Qingyan couldn't help but worry in her heart as she looked at the message on her cell phone. This time the dean didn't know what way to get some powerful freshmen to come over. And I don't know which ones were so brutal that they beat up the older students like dogs, and they even ing carry wrenches with them, so they don't look like any good? I don't know if Su-chen will meet these brutal guys. Su-chen looks soft and weak. What should I do if I meet? Chapter 24, Law Enforcement Team Fighting 2? The old student cringed. Bai Qingyan couldn't help but feel a little worried about Su-chen in her heart. The moment she thought of that guy with the wrench beating up the older students as if they weren't human beings, she wanted to refrain from sending a message to Su-chen to tell him to pay attention. But on second thought, it would be troublesome if it was known and said that Su-chen was cheating. Bai Qingyan was anxious in her heart and had no choice but to rush back to the academy first and wait. In the meantime, the 3 of them, Su-chen, were strolling around Luoshan in a big way, and along the way, They beat up several more old students and robbed people of their credits. The three of them now had a full 20,000 credits in their hands, which was definitely a very scary number. That's an equal split of nearly 7,000 credits for each of them. It's that many older students don't have that much in their hands, and there are many more who only have poor single-digit credits each month. After the news from the law enforcement team was sent out, some older students came to be interested in disbelieving, and deliberately came to look for the three of Su Chen, but without any surprise, they were given a fat beating. That's right, it's an inappropriate person to beat up, and after the beating the credits are all scratched off and the person hangs. Soon after they are hanged, someone from the law enforcement team will sneak in and put them down and take them away for treatment. Perhaps because of what happened to the foreign students just now, the three of them, Su Chuan, were carrying fire in their hearts, and their impression of these older students was poor to the extreme. And every time they made a move, it was a killing move, and their hands were extremely ruthless. And at this moment, a few of the older students were shivering. They swore that they really didn't come to trouble Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't care about that, and when he saw that it was an old student, he stopped it. School brother, calm down. You calm down first. First of all, we really aren't here to trouble you, and secondly, we belong to the law enforcement team to maintain order, not to compete to stop you. You mustn't get confused. A veteran student has been shivering. They are the law enforcement team, really not a participating veteran student, but they were bumped into by Su Dust, and then stopped. Assholes, still want to cheat me? Hand over your student cards, I'll make my own decision, Su Chuan said. The Dragon Abyss sword trembled and the sword diameters flowed. The old student is numb. This new student is so brutal, just enrolled in the school, and he has comprehended the sword astral? It is the current hand of the student union of Luocheng Technical School, majoring in the sword way, is the strongest person in the sword art among the students of Luocheng Technical School, but also only slightly comprehended to the sword astral. He is the strongest student in the school. At a glance, Su Chen was dressed in white, but wasn't he the guy who carried a wrench with him? Senior, calm down first, we are really from the law enforcement team. Su Chen didn't care about this, drew his sword and killed directly. Wang Lin and Wu Tao even more will not care about this. Carrying a knife, carrying a gun is dry. Soon, the older students of the law enforcement team were pressed to the ground and violently beaten up, and the credits were taken away from them. Then they were hoisted up and hung. Also law enforcement team, really have the face to say those few foreign devils pretend to be one, how do not see you out to maintain order. What law enforcement team? Nonsense, we're robbing the participating veterans. Whose law enforcement team would run into the arena? Su Chen interrupted Wang Lin. Wang Lin froze for a moment, instantly understanding what Su Chen meant. That's right, it's damn obvious that he's an old student, and he's still trying to pretend that he's from the law enforcement team. Do you really think we don't know anything? After saying that, the three of them left cursing again. A few old students of the law enforcement team are going to cry. This reverse Big Dipper, there is still heavenly justice? Only after Su Chen's trio walked away did they dare to struggle and fumble for their cell phones. Dialing out. Hey Chin, come and save the brothers. We've been beaten up by the freshmen and hung from a tree. They blushed to themselves. They were the ones who had gone to save others, and now they had to ask others to save them. Remember, don't bring anyone. Keep your voice down, don't let anyone see. Shame on you. Soon, a burly man was coming over to save them and then laughed. Then there is a message sent out in the old student group. Everyone pay attention to those three bandits freshmen even the law enforcement team robbed. Especially the white clothes of the guy, the most brutal, with no reasoning. Need hurry to run. Do not try to reason with them. When this news was sent out, the entire group of old students exploded. Freshmen are so arrogant these days? How dare you beat up a law enforcement officer? This is totally provoking the majesty of their old students. It can't be tolerated. Not at all. Brothers, be careful. Those three bandits are only at 6-star cultivation in the Qi blood realm, but they can fight by the Qi Sea realm. Pure livestock. I've been true. That white dress took a wrench and hit me on the head, not treating me like a human being at all. And that black dress carrying a knife grandson, pulling out my crotch one after another and that little white dress carrying a gun, poking my ass on the hook day The old student group didn't know which victim sent out the message, and at once the whole group was quiet. All sorts of hilarity ensued. Brother, is your brother okay? Seriously? This brutalization of freshmen now? I don't believe it unless you have a real name. I don't believe it either, unless you send me a picture to look at. Is the one carrying the gun the one I'm thinking of? The news was quickly swept across the screen, and all the older students were bursting into laughter. Some didn't believe it, some felt it was outrageous, and some felt that the three Su Chens did have some skills and couldn't be underestimated. The only ones who were real over were the older students, who all shut up. They all knew the guy was telling the truth, because they didn't believe it before, and they were made to feel ruthlessly real when they met straight dope. Are these three freshmen so strong? Interesting. Lu Qingfeng looked at the message in his cell phone. His face was slightly grave, obviously coming to be interested. As the second in command of the student union and a 6-star of the Qi realm, his cultivation was undoubtedly the strongest among the participating veteran students this time around. I just asked the old Qin of the law enforcement team and confirmed that there are indeed 3 new students who are very powerful, beating up the old students along the way. Even the people of the law enforcement team, in short, just meeting people and robbing them, and now in their hands they are afraid that they are already close to 30,000 credits. At those words, a smile appeared on Lu Qingfeng's face. Looks like a couple of pricks after all, and that's the kind of pricks I like. As the words left his mouth, Lu Qingfeng directly entered Luo Mountain. At the same time there was Jiang Xinyi's team, as well as Mo Hong Kong. The 3 were the strongest among the old students this time, and after seeing the news, they all came to be interested in meeting the 3 Su Chen. Only Bai Qingyan was anxious after seeing the message in the group, worried that Su Chen would meet 3 brutal bandits. It's been said that the 3 bandits robbed everyone, even the law enforcement team. It's just brutal. And at this time Su Du's 3 people are still walking in Luo Mountain, strutting. Other freshmen dog broken hate to dig a tunnel to drill into the college. Compared to it, completely 2 scenes. Chapter 25, You're a sword cultivator. Why do you carry a wrench with you? Right now, the 3 of them, Su Chen, already had a full 30,000 plus credits on them, and this amount was already extremely large. When entering Rocky Mountain, 200 credits were given, and many freshmen were snapped up as soon as they came in. But instead of being robbed, Su Chen's trio counter-robbed the older students, beating the crap out of many of them and hanging them up to beat them. 30,000 credits means that each of the 3 will get 10,000 when divided equally. 10,000 credits. That's more than even the older students can get. On the contrary, those old students are poorer than one another. At this moment, after Su Chen's trio finished cleaning up a few older students, their gazes landed on a boy with a straight figure and a head of white hair. The boy's gaze was like a torch, carrying a long sword on his back, standing there as if a sword stood, carrying a sword aura around him. 7 stars in the Qi and Blood realm? Looks like a new student. Wang Lin's gaze fell on him and said after a few brief glances. Su Chuan's gaze also fell on him. This boy gave him a very strong feeling. Both sides were not making a move, just quietly watching the duel. The atmosphere was very strange. White hair, negative sword. You are Tong Yu. Wu Tao frowned and asked. He had read Tong Yu's information on the freshman profile. This person's cultivation level was definitely the highest amongst the freshmen of this class, already at the Qi Blood Realm 7 stars. At the same time, he was also known as an existence of wizardry, able to fight across levels, and it was said that in his hands had fallen a Qi High Realm martial artist. It was also the battle that made him famous. Normally speaking, Tong Yu's strength and talent was enough to enter the Imperial School, but he didn't know what means the dean had used to abduct him to the Luo City Technical School. The credits stay. After a long time, Tong Yu opened his mouth, very high and cold, like an iceberg, unwilling to say a single word more. Su Chen frowned, thinking of Bai Qingyan's words. It seemed that the Qi and Blood Realm 7 stars that Bai Qingyan had mentioned was this guy. You guys are strong, but not my opponents. Leave your credits behind if you don't want to be eliminated. Seeing that Su Chen's trio didn't say anything, a glint of stern sword energy swept through Tong Yu's eyes and his gaze became even more radiant. The sword behind his back actually involuntarily flew into his hand, emitting a soft chirping sound, like it was eager for a battle. Dry or not, reel him, teach him to be a man, Su Chen said, and in the next instant, the 3 of them shot out together, directly attacking up, Qi and blood surging. The 3 of them did not speak of martial virtues and surrounded Tong Yu alone. Tong Yu sneered. The sword in his hand suddenly drew out. It was actually a very uncommon spirit sword that was worth a lot of money. Sword Qi flowed. As Tong Yu launched his sword, it was filled with sword Qi. Extremely terrifying. Tong Yu's sword art had already reached the level of sword Qi perfection and was about to touch the sword dipper. It had to be said that this talent, not to mention the Luo Chang Technical School, was also an impressive existence when looking at the whole of China. But he was now facing Su Chen, a pervert who had already comprehended the sword dipper. You guys are indeed very strong, but as I said, you are not my opponents. Tong Yu opened his mouth in a brash manner. My sword art has reached sword Qi perfection, and I will see blood when I strike my sword. At those words, Su Chen froze slightly and watched as Tong Yu catalyzed his sword Qi, which was truly at the point of consummation, and it was quite impressive. If they were to fight alone, Wang Lin and Wu Tao would not necessarily be his opponents. Your swordsmanship is also very good, and at this age, in a technical school, it's enough to make you famous. But, unfortunately, you met me, and are doomed to be stepped on by me. After the sound of Tong Yu's voice sounded, Su Dust Numb did not expect to look at Tong Yu high cold. The result is a forced king but you can really pretend. Wang Lin chopper slashed down angrily. They all knew that Su Chen, but he had already comprehended the sword dipper, and he had never even pretended like this. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Chen made his move. The Dragon Abyss sword swept out, transforming into a residual shadow, sending out sword chi that directly shattered Tong Yu's sword chi, and the brutal force even shook Tong Yu back several steps. It is the not bad spirit sword in his hand in front of the Dragon Abyss sword is also extremely inconspicuous, even trembling. Kidding aside, Su Chen's Dragon Abyss sword was a divine weapon. It was not comparable to ordinary swords. When the Dragon Abyss sword came out, all swords submitted. Tong Yu's complexion suddenly changed and his face was filled with horror. Then he saw a sword dipper swept out from the Long Yuan sword, the big dipper of the sword. The sword dipper hissed, instantly crushing his sword chi directly into smithereens, and Tong Yu looked hideous in disbelief. Gao Ling's face was covered in shock. Sword dipper. Impossible. How is this possible? How could Tong Yu not have thought that this freshman, who looked about the same age as him, had already comprehended the sword dipper? And he was only a sword chi great circle. There was still a considerable distance from the sword dipper. The sword dipper swept through. Tong Yu dodged in a mess, but he was still knocked down. The sword dipper cut through his body and fell to the ground. He knew very well that if Su Chen wanted to kill him, he would already be dead. I don't make swords easily, and when I do, I will see blood. Su Chen carried his hands behind his back, the Dragon Abyss sword hovering in front of him, the sword diameters flowing, carrying a sense of oppression. Tong Yu was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. His talent for swordsmanship is definitely not weak, and is even unmatched among his peers, and is regarded as the most likely successor to the Heavenly King of Swords. He was even valued by the Sword Heavenly King and was accepted as a registered disciple. But now, the sword skill he was so proud of had been defeated in the hands of a person his age, and it crushed him. For a moment, Tong Yu's heart was hard to accept, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. I thought how strong it was, but I didn't realize it was also a silver spear. Practice more if you're a vegetable. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's are the most solid, and they are even more infuriating to Tong Yu. Hand over the credits. Wang Lin went up and directly groped for it, and Tong Yu was even more furious, waving his sword and chopping over. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But the next moment, Wang Lin kicked him out, and without waiting for Tong Yu to resist, Wu Tao also went up. This kind of person just owes a beating. I've seen a lot of them. A few beatings and they'll be honest. The two joined forces and delivered a beating that was even more vicious than the beating of the older student just below. Wang Lin even smashed 2 pieces of stone. Tong Yu is lifeless, but it is good that Su Chen did not use the wrench, just quietly looked at Tong Yu. In his heart there is some pity for the talent. Tong Yu's sword talent is definitely not weak. If you can take in. Thinking in his heart, Su Chen scratched away all 8,000 credits from Tong Yu's body. A person who cultivates swords has such a fragile mindset. Can't take this blow? Then you'd better sell your sword and go back to selling tofu. After saying that, Su Chen was ready to leave. Tong Yu's sword Dao talent is not weak is true, but if this blow cannot stand, then still repair a hair. Not as early as to go back to sell tofu. Stimulated by Su Chen's words, Tong Yu struggled to stand up and glared at Su Chen. Sooner or later I will surpass you and return today's shame. Not bad, having this idea is good, but I don't like it, Su Chen said and let out a light laugh. Beat him up, until he's convinced. Tong Yu was directly dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this? Shouldn't Su Chen give him the opportunity to challenge him? Then his sword skills skyrocketed, and finally meet for a duel without a winner, and then the two of them sympathize with each other? How come Su Chen doesn't follow the rules either? The point is, why do you carry a wrench with you as a swordsman? Why did you give the wrench to that crotch hugger? Chapter 26. A goon is a goon. Better go back to digging. Another brutal beating. Tong Yu was directly beaten to the point where he couldn't stand up, his clothes in rags, but he was never willing to give in to softness, or even beg for forgiveness, and stiffly didn't say a word. It wasn't until Wang Lin and Wu Tao were both tired of fighting and worried about beating the kid to death that they stopped. This kid's got a tough mouth, Wang Lin couldn't help but say, but he looked at Tong Yu one more time. This kid is also a man. Indeed, I'm kind of convinced. Respect, you are a man. Today I'm tired. Wait until I see you in the academy and beat you once. I don't believe that I can't beat you, Wu Tao said, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Let's go. There's not much time left. It's time to enter the academy. There's another barrier at the entrance of the academy, called the Dragon Pass. This is the most difficult barrier of the entrance examination, but there are benefits. Maybe you can even use it to make a breakthrough. I've heard that there are still old students who will use this to polish themselves as a way to find a breakthrough, so it can't be wasted, Wang Lin said, giving Tong Yu another look before taking out the cloth that was blocking Tong Yu's mouth and throwing it aside. Tong Yu cried. He really cried. These grandchildren were not human at all. especially Su Duan, who had gagged him and couldn't make a sound at all. Then he kept beating him to death, and kept asking him whether he was convinced or not he wanted to convince, but his mouth was blocked. As he was about to leave, Su Chen's footsteps stopped and his eyes were sharp. Gentlemen, come out if you've seen enough. Do you want to grab credits or what do you want to do? Why don't you be more direct and hide? There are no foreign devils here. When Su Chen's words fell, someone walked out. It was Lu Qingfeng and Jiang Xini, as well as Mo Hong Kong. The three of them led a team of about 30 people, directly surrounding Su Chen's three people. They naturally heard Su Chen's mocking implication and knew what happened today, but their faces were still a bit unsightly. You're Su Chuan, aren't you? 6 stars of the Qi blood realm actually managed to violently beat up the older students. Very good indeed, Lu Qingfeng said with a smile, a warm smile on his face. There are some skills, to be able to hang the old students. This is the first time that something happens where the old students are beaten to a dog by the new students' counter-robbery, spreading the word that we old students can really have no face to stay. Mo Hong Kong also looked at Su Chen and said, with some surprise in his tone, especially when he saw that Su Chen had actually comprehended the sword dipper. They weren't sword cultivators, but they knew how hard it was to be a sword cultivator, just like the current handful of the Luocheng Technical School Student Union, majoring in Sword Dao. They were the top people in Luocheng Technical School's Sword Dao, which they were most familiar with, but they had only barely touched the sword dipper. It was a far cry from Su Chen, handsome and so capable. Schoolmate, do you have a girlfriend? Zhang Xine walked out with a light smile. A white dress is the goddess in the hearts of how many people in Luocheng Technical School. So, you want to give those guys a head start? Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. The Dragon Abyss sword in front of him trembled and was ready to deliver a fierce blow at any time. It can't be considered a head start. Lu Qingfeng smiled awkwardly. This is a rule that has been in place for many years at the Luocheng Technical School, and to be honest, we old students are poor, and with at least 30,000 credits on our schoolmates, it's hard for us to not be moved. Don't ever misunderstand. I just want to borrow a little bit of credits from senior brother. Senior brother shouldn't refuse, Zhang Xine said with a smile. Those international students have more credits on them. Why don't you go borrow them? Wang Lin sneered and questioned, giving Lu Qingfeng a whole lot of embarrassment. That's not the same. Alas, wait until you guys know when you get to the academy. It's not that we don't want to move them, but, Lu Qingfeng was helpless, sort of knowing why those older students were beaten so badly. Goat is goat. Find what excuse? Looking at their own compatriots were a few foreign devils bullying but do not dare to squeak, but also repair martial arts. Repair a chicken hair. Not as good as to go back to pulling out manure. Wang Lin directly disliked them angrily. His eyes were unkind, and he looked down on these old students. Lu Qingfeng was so embarrassed. His face was red, as the second in command of the student union, but he didn't know what to say. You guys beat up one of those international students named Bill. His brother is the third in command of the L.A. Technical College International Students Union. They'll definitely come after you when you get to the college. Mo Hong Kong said with a cold expression. Having already understood the three Su Chen before coming, they enjoy privileges in the academy. And again, things are just things that the tutors wouldn't dare to care about. You guys have to pay attention. Schoolmates, if you get to the academy and they come to trouble you, you can come directly to the student union to find me. We in the student union will not sit back and do nothing, Lu Qingfeng and Jiang Xini both said. However, Su Chen didn't believe this. If it was useful to find them, those old students wouldn't have been so abashed. But Su Chen also had an understanding of the Luocheng Technical School in his heart. If it's because of this matter, then you guys can leave. And if it's about grabbing credits, then don't beep. Wu Tao coldly aimed his spear at Lu Qingfeng and spat it out. Lu Qingfeng was embarrassed, but still drew his own lance. We're just going through the motions. After all, so many of my brothers under my hand have been beaten to a dog by you. I have to give them an explanation. Saying that, Lu Qingfeng actually took the lead, spitting out his gun, and battling with Wu Tao. With his cultivation of 6 stars of the Qi realm, he had thought that he would be able to crush Wu Tao, but he did not expect that Wu Tao would be able to remain undefeated. However, Lu Qingfeng was not a mediocre person, and with his superior marksmanship and cultivation that crushed Wu Tao, he soon seized the initiative and began to press Wu Tao to fight. Be careful, these two boys are not as perverted as Su Chen, but they are definitely capable of raiding as wizards. Don't be careless, Mo Hong Kong said, his eyes narrowed. Wang Lin had already killed up. The blade's chi flowed on the chopper's sword, tearing through the air. Other people did not do it, just quietly watching. After all, a group of old students to deal with a few freshmen still have to go together. Then it can be really dropped. Looks like I have to fight with school brother. School brother must be merciful and compassionate. Zhang Xianyi's voice was charming. She took the lead, Her weapon was actually a small dagger. In Zhang Xianyi's hands it was flexible like an elf. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Zhang Xinyi's cultivation was also at 5 stars of the Qi realm. Definitely not weak. Then, the Dragon Abyss sword was shooting out a sword dipper. And Su Chen also followed the trend and killed up with his sword. The two of them were instantly engaged in battle. Zhang Xinyi was shocked in his heart. Su Chen's sword skill was really not weak, but it was still tender. Her dagger was tricky and flexible beyond words, sticking to the Dragon Abyss sword as if it was glued to it, wandering up towards Su Chen's hand. It actually directly forced Su Chen to take off his Dragon Abyss sword. It seems that school brother is still a bit tender. Zhang Xianyi couldn't help but let out a light laugh when he saw the Dragon Abyss sword fall to the ground, but the next second he felt something slam down on him, subconsciously resisted. But the Dragon Abyss sword was actually wrapped around her, so that her hands could not open, and when she raised her head, she saw Su Chen carrying a large wrench and smashing it down, and it was already impossible to avoid it. Chapter 27 One sword defeats an elderly student. Is this really the Qi and Blood realm? Bang! With a sound, Zhang Xianyi ate the pain and took several steps back, only feeling stars in front of his eyes and dizziness. The head was even more intense pain. Su Chuan did not stay his hand, directly gave her a quick knockout. Zhang Xianyi, who fell to the ground, simply couldn't figure out that Su Chen had really used a wrench, really carried a wrench with him. What she didn't expect was that Su Chen didn't know the slightest bit about compassion, not even sparing her as a girl. How could she not have thought that Su Chen was deliberately letting go of the Dragon Abyss sword to confuse her? Without waiting for her to understand, she fainted directly in front of her eyes. Su Chen could not either. Turning around with the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand, he lunged straight up towards Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were heavy. He didn't expect Zhang Xinyi to go offline so quickly. He couldn't defeat Wu Tao even though he was pressing him to fight. Now there was another Su Chen, and for a while he was actually being pressed in turn. After falling into the wind, the rest of the older students saw this and wanted to come up to help, but they were stopped by Lu Qingfeng. If you need to go together to deal with a few freshmen, even if you win, it's not honorable. After saying that, Lu Qingfeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His breath was cold, and an unrivaled aura was released from his body. The silver spear mountain in his hand flickered with luster, and a terrifying spear aura stabbed out with incomparable brilliance. This guy was actually forced to use this move. Mo Hankong felt a little surprised when he caught a glimpse of it in his spare light. He knew Lu Qingfeng's strength too well, but now he was actually forced by the two freshmen to use his crushing martial skill, which was a volume of Xian rank advanced martial skill, and in the entire Luo City Technical School, there was only one person who could barely suppress Lu Qingfeng's move. After using this move, these two brats should also fall. Mo Hankong thought in his heart and also sped up, wanting to finish Wan Lin quickly. This kid is no slouch either. The viciousness of the moves is not to mention. The key is that this kid's moves are too insidious and despicable, and I almost didn't pay attention to be pulled out of my crotch. Brilliant spear on stabbed up. Lu Qingfeng looked serious, knowing that he was not honorable even if he won, but there was nothing he could do. If he lost he would be even more shameless. Wu Tao and Su Chen's attacks met them, and a violent explosion erupted, and the aura storm spread out in all directions, actually destroying a good number of ancient trees. The blinding luster drowned Su Chen and Wu Tao, and everyone felt that the duo was going to lose. But the next second, a cry rang out, unknown to the river demon beast, with an unrivaled aura, and the light shook. Lu Qingfeng's complexion suddenly changed. He actually felt a dangerous aura descending. In the next second, the light was directly shattered. His attack directly turned into powder, and a huge big fish swam in the air, swinging its huge body. Upon closer inspection, this big fish was actually completely condensed by the sword dipper, swimming in a sword river densely covered with sword chi. Immediately after that, the big fish swam towards Lu Qingfeng and opened its huge mouth. Not waiting for Lu Qingfeng to react, it devoured him. However, the big fish didn't stop, but instead, it went over towards Mo Hankong. Mo Hankong felt the dangerous aura. His complexion changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. But the speed of the big fish was extremely fast, and it was already in front of him in an instant. He hurriedly resisted, but just as soon as his power was unleashed it was directly strangled, and in just 3 breaths of time Mo Hankong was also devoured by the big fish. The other older students were shocked. What kind of move was this? It was so terrifying. But before they could get back to their senses, the big fish was already coming toward them. Su Chen's face was a little pale, a sign of exhaustion. This was the first time he had performed the easy sword technique at full strength. This was a heavenly rank advanced martial skill, knowing that martial skills were divided into heaven and earth. Xian Huang, with yellow rank being the lowest. The heavenly rank martial arts is also extremely precious in the whole of China. Once it comes out, it will definitely cause a bloody storm. countless strongest people to snatch it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what the hell is this? Help me, help me. The old students were directly dumbfounded. They still wanted to resist, but they were completely unable to do so. Their attacks were instantly crushed, followed by being directly devoured. It wasn't until all the old students were swallowed that the big fish stopped moving, and then as if it had reached an extreme point and couldn't take it, it burst into pieces with a bang. A storm of sword chi swept through the air, shaking Wang Lin Wu Tao back many steps. Lu Qingfeng and the others also landed on the ground, their bodies covered in blood, staining their clothes red. This was because Su Chen did not move to kill, and only left some wounds on their bodies, which were not serious, or else they would already be dead by now. Livestock, pervert. Wang Lin and Wu Tao spat out these words after a brief outburst. They knew that Su Chen's strength was above theirs, but how could they not have imagined that they and Su Chen were not on the same level at all? They were able to hold their own with the likes of Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hankong, but they could only barely hold on, and it wouldn't be long before they would surely fall. And Su Chen's sword, just one sword, actually directly defeated Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hankong, along with the other old students. That's strength. Is this what Su Chen is really capable of? The two men were shocked in their hearts and were somewhat speechless, their eyes complexly glancing at Su Chen. Both of them had small minds to become chief students and put Su Chen only under their feet, but now they realized that they were not Su Chen's opponent at all. The chief student of this term was none other than Su Chen. Above Mount Luo, at the very top of the peak, an old man stood on top, his gaze like a torch, looking in this direction with some surprise in his eyes. This is, at least an advanced earth rank martial art. What exactly is this kid's origin? Su Chen, right. It seems that there are several good seedlings in this freshman class. Behind the old man were several other old men, all of whom had seen the scene just now, with shock in their eyes and some surprise. With Su Chen's sword just now, they had even thought about whether or not to make a move, worrying that Lu Qingfeng and the others would be directly decapitated. Too strong. That was no longer a martial art that could be performed by the Qi and Blood realm. Ghost genius. This Su Chen is completely capable of being rated as a ghost genius. It's not just Su Chen. These two boys, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, can also be recognized as wizards. But didn't say that Su Chen's origin was damaged? How come it doesn't look like someone with injuries? A few old men were dumbfounded. Knowing Su Chen's situation and also knowing that the Sword Heavenly King had personally said that he would seek out the Demon King plant for Su Chen, once he recovered from his origin injury, Su Chen's future was unlimited. But how did they feel that the current Su Chen could no longer be measured by common sense? 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm hang 6 stars of the Qi and Sea realm. Even if we look at the Imperial School, we are afraid that it would be difficult to find a ghost talent like this. A few old men were discussing, while in Luoshan, Wang Lin had already gotten his hands on all of Lu Qingfeng's and their student cards, and then scratched away the credits. Seeing this number, Su Dust was stunned that there were so many. Chapter 28, Crossing the Dragon Pass. You have to pay if you want to go through. Su Chen looked a little shocked as he was recovering his strength. Seeing the extra 130,000 credits on the card was also a shock. These old students were so rich, it wasn't surprising. Lu Qingfeng's team of 3 could be said to be the strongest amongst the older students, while the new students numbered 4,000, with 200 credits per new student. That would be 800,000 credits. It's no surprise that they've grabbed it so far and put together over 100,000 credits. I just don't know how many freshmen have suffered at the hands of the devil. But, now these credits have all become Su Chen's 3 people. Ha ha ha, Harry, with the credits we had before, we now have a full 160,000 credits. Wang Lin said excitedly. They all put in about the same amount of effort. The difference between the points down will not be too big. Each person is more than 50,000 credits. What a huge amount this is. What a wealth. Let's not talk about the older students, but if you look at the L.A. Technical School who can have so many credits, Su Dust is also a little surprised. Right now the strongest 3 teams have been taken. The next step is to divide the spoils. Allocate resources. According to the records, Wang Lin and Wu Tao each got 50,000 credits, while Su Chen got 60,000. In this regard, Wang Lin and Wu Tao had no problem with it. If it wasn't for Su Chen's words just now, they were afraid that they would have been robbed by the older students, not to mention so many credits. Let's go. It's almost time. Su Chen glanced at the sun. It was already about to set. The 3 of them packed up and headed towards the top of Luo Mountain. Tongyu collapsed on the ground. Looking at this scene, his heart could not help but feel some despair. He felt that he had just been beaten up by a group of people before losing to Su Chen. The gap between him and Su Chen was only the distance between the Sword Chi and the Sword Dipper. As long as he worked hard he would definitely be able to catch up with Su Chen and wipe out his former shame. But that sort of Suchen just now made him realize that the distance between him and Suchen that was a world of difference. If Suchen used that move on him just now, he wouldn't even be able to block a single move and would even die. It was only until Suchen's trio walked away that he staggered to his feet and walked towards Luo Mountain. What Suchen didn't know was that the three of them had become completely famous. Hanging the older students, and the dean and others had begun to pay attention to them. Soon Suchen's trio had arrived at the entrance of Luochang Technical School. Looking at the shabby gate, Suchen's mouth twitched. Was this really a university? How it's just like a pheasant university. Or even worse, below the school gate, there were some new students, walking with difficulty, as if they were under great pressure. Each step was extremely difficult, and sweat dripped down. There were also people who directly collapsed on the ground and had difficulty moving, unable to hold on, and were pulled away by the people from the law enforcement team. And there were also people who managed to enter the academy and shouted in excitement. This is the final level, the Dragon Pass, said to have been left behind when the Luo City Technical School was at its peak, and different people will be subjected to different pressures when they enter it, Wang Lin said, his eyes heavy as he slung his chopper behind his back before taking the lead. I'll just go ahead. Seeing Wang Lin go up, Wu Tao also went up. After the smile, they were completely trainees of Luochang Technical School. Suchen looked around and realized that the number of trainees had been much less, compared to being eliminated in Luo Mountain. But it's the next pass over the dragon that's the hardest, with the highest elimination rate. There was roughly half an hour left before the sunset, and if you didn't enter the Loden Technical School after that, you were considered eliminated. In Luochang Technical School, Bai Qingyan saw Suchen arrive safely at the school gate. Her hanging heart then relaxed a little bit. It was good that Suchen did not meet those three bandit freshmen. I don't know which three of those bandit freshmen actually came or didn't come. I heard that Lu Qingfeng personally led the team to go. It must be that those three freshmen were also cleaned up very badly, Bai Qingyan thought in her heart, but she was still a little worried. After all, the step of crossing the Dragon Pass was the hardest. Suchen walked up, and the moment he arrived at the school's entrance, he instantly felt a mountainous heaviness pressing down on him, causing his body to drop a bit. There really is something. Suchuan smiled. It wasn't unacceptable, and after a little bit of acclimatization, he lifted his feet and quickly advanced. With a distance of 50 meters, Suchen surprisingly walked 40 meters very quickly, directly surpassing both Wang Lin and Wu Tao. The two cursed the perverts and continued to bear the pressure as they slowly advanced. The rest of the freshmen were stunned at the sight and thought they were the only ones under pressure. Bai Qingyan was also dumbfounded. In less than a minute, Suchen had already walked to the end. The pressure here was the strongest, but it was like he didn't feel it to Suchen, so Su Dust turned around and walked back. This move directly stunned everyone. After taking one step, Suchen would have succeeded, but who would have thought that Suchen would have turned around, and, surprisingly, running directly on it. That's right, it's just straight up and running to the head and reversing direction, with the pressure on you like it's not there. Suchen naturally wasn't doing it for the sake of pretending, but because he felt a sense of an imminent breakthrough in his cultivation and still needed a little external stimulation. But in the eyes of the others, this nigga is loaded to the hilt. Tong Yu also came here, feeling the enormous pressure, struggling to move forward, and soon came to the end. Seeing Suchen like this, he doubted himself even more. What the hell is this dead pervert up to? Wang Lin couldn't help but say, perhaps, he is trying to use this to make a breakthrough, Wu Tao said, seeing through Suchen's thoughts as he sensed that Suchen's aura had begun to destabilize, a precursor to an impending breakthrough. Wang Lin froze for a moment. Then surprisingly, he also sat down at the end to cultivate. There's still 20 minutes or so to go, so we can't afford to waste it. Thus, there was the image of Suchen running in a hurry, while Wang Lin and Wu Tao sat at the end to cultivate. This scene ruthlessly irritated those older students. All of them were wondering what these three people were really about. They had suffered a lot when they crossed the Dragon Pass back then. Finally, Suchen's breath reached a critical point, followed by an unhindered breakthrough to the Qi and Blood Realm 7-star realm. A more powerful pressure descended, but it was painless for Suchen. The older students were stunned and the freshmen were dumbfounded. The Dragon Pass that was torture for them was actually used by Suchen to hone himself. Bai Qingyan suddenly felt that she was being overly cautious. Suchen came to the end. Under the watchful eyes of all the people actually sat at the end. This action is again puzzling. This has already broken through. Why are you still sitting there for what? Suchen naturally had his own intentions. The three of them happened to be blocking the end, and the other freshmen had managed to get here with great difficulty, but there was no way to get past that. Want to go over there, right? Suchen lifted his head and revealed a kind smile. Gotta pay. Being stopped by the freshmen directly dumbfounded and confused. The old students also all froze. That is, Wang Lin and for Wu Tao are violently awakened, dismayed looking at Su Dust. Chapter 29, Identity Revealed. You're the bandit freshman? Got to pay. Everyone was dumbfounded after Su Chen's voice rang out. So you're not sitting here for anything else, but to collect money? The new student was directly dumbfounded. Looking at Su Chen actually did not know what to say, which had seen such a scene. There's still 20 minutes left. Give me your credits and you can become a cadet at the L.A. City Technical School, or else you'll be eliminated. You can earn your credits again when they're gone, but a spot is really gone when it's gone, Su Chen said with a smile. Surprisingly, no one refuted. Even felt that what Su Chen said seemed to be really a bit reasonable, but felt that there was something strange there that could not be said. The freshman man went numb, hesitated for a long time, but took out his student card and handed it over. That's all I have. Su Dus took a look. Surprisingly, there are only 20 credits, and I don't know who robbed it, and the person was quite good and left some for him. Su Chen was not polite, and directly scratched it all away, returning the student card to the new student. It's good to know what's going on. I appreciate you, he said, making way for the freshman. The new student didn't think there was a problem surprisingly. He even thanked Su Chen. No way. He didn't want to give it, but who's a good guy with a wrench? When the new student saw Su Chen's wrench, and also saw the scene of Su Chen's breakthrough just now, he knew in his heart that he would not be Su Chen's opponent. In the academy, Bai Qingyan was completely dumbfounded. She was just now worrying about whether Su Chen would meet a bandit freshman, and worrying that Su Chen wouldn't be able to pass the dragon pass. But now, think of what the group said about the white freshman who carries a wrench and strikes hard, with 2 lapdogs. Isn't this the Su Chen trio? Bai Qingyan was dumbfounded. So the clown was actually herself. She had been worried that Su Chen had met a bandit freshman, but how could she not expect Su Chen to be that bandit freshman? But didn't they say that Lu Qingfeng personally led the men to the bandit newborn? How come all 3 of Su Chen have already appeared here? Did Lu Qingfeng not find them or did? Bai Qingyan no longer dared to think about it, and straight away felt her brain go a little blank in disbelief. Lu Qingfeng was the second in command of the student union, and his skills were naturally unrivaled. And she still can't even get into the student union. Bai Qingyan really couldn't believe it as she looked at the end of the crossing dragon pass, where Su Chen had grabbed a few more freshman student cards. Of course the new student didn't want to give it, but after being given a direct and real beating by Wang Lin and Wu Tao, he honestly handed over his student card. But their student cards are poor, and some of them don't even have a single credit on their cards. I thought I could not give credits, but Su Dust is angry. This 1 credit is not in vain. So Su Chen was not polite, took out a blank sheet of paper, forced the new students to write a note of indebtedness, and clearly marked the price of 50 credits a person. Not enough to write a note of indebtedness. Others think of being hard-nosed and just won't give credit or write a note. The result was that he was directly beaten into a dog and hung up by Wang Lin and Wu Tao. With this deterrent, the people in the back were much more honest, obediently giving credits and writing notes if they didn't have enough. In just 10 minutes or so, Su Chen had harvested thousands of credits again. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were ashamed of themselves, thinking that they were already bad enough for not being a thing, but they didn't think that Su Chen was the one who really wasn't a thing, and was even worse than them. What's going on here? Why do these freshmen look so wilted? A tutor was ready to come over to greet the new students, but he saw a group of new students sitting on the ground lifeless. In the past, the first day these new students entered the academy were all in high spirits. How today this is somewhat wrong. Soon there was someone who went up to snitch on the tutor, and with a look of disbelief, the tutor's eyes looked over to see 3 people at the end of the dragon pass sitting there collecting the toll. There's another one hanging up and hanging around. What are you doing? Come over here. The tutor was instantly furious. Having practiced for many years, he hadn't seen this kind of student even since the founding of the Luochang Technical School. Had he? It is so blatant that it stops at the end of the crossing dragon pass to collect protection fees. The mentor was furious and was about to go up and pull Su Chen's trio down. What are you guys doing? Don't you know that this is against school rules? The mentor man was about to explode with anger. I don't know? What school rule says you can't collect tolls here? Wang Lin asked with a terse neck, but was hiding behind Su Chen. The mentor was actually stumped for words, because there really didn't seem to be that one school rule that said you couldn't charge a toll. What's going on? At this time, the dean and the others also came, looking at the freshman in a good mood, but did not notice the freshman's lack of interest. Seeing that his mentor was here at the crossing dragon pass, he couldn't help but ask. The mentor only felt that his brain was not enough, and he went up and hurriedly reported the matter. Seeing this, Su Chuan hurriedly collected several more freshmen's tolls and forced them to write an IOU, before he walked out of the over dragon pass and came into the middle of the Luochang Technical School. The dean blacked out. He was also numb. This was the first time this kind of thing had happened. So angry and funny. He had been paying attention to the Luoshan freshman examination. Of course he knew exactly how many credits Su Chen's trio had grabbed. The trio together must be at least 100,000 or so, and he was even here to grab this little bit. Come here you 3. Dean blacked out. Meng Xian also felt a bit dumbfounded after learning about it, and at that time, he didn't think Su Chen would be such a person, but when he saw that Su Chen was carrying a wrench with him, and a few of the beaten older students were lying mummified and crying in front of him, he also felt that his head was two big heads. Who told you to do that? Him. The dean had just finished asking. Wang Lin and Wu Tao tacitly pointed at Su Chen and directly sold him out. Anyway, Su Chen was so powerful, the dean would never chastise him much. But they were different. Long before the entrance examination his dean's window was smashed. Who knew if this old thing would settle new scores and old scores together? Why? Per credit. Trying to grab some. Su Chen answered very seriously. Giving the dean a direct hole won't. There was actually no way to refute. After a long pause, the dean actually didn't know what to say. And the school rules didn't stipulate that you couldn't collect tolls here, either. You're not allowed to do that anymore. Entering the Luocheng Technical School means you have to abide by the rules of the Luocheng Technical School. No matter how talented you are, if you violate the school rules, you'll be punished accordingly, or even expelled. After saying that, the dean hurriedly asked people to modify the school rules. Such a disgraceful thing absolutely can't happen anymore. Otherwise, who still dares to enroll in Luocheng Technical School? New students enrollment. Held a simple ceremony, but all the new students are not excited. It is the old students are also wilting. Especially the old students who were beaten up by the 3 Su dust. There are still a lot of lying on the hospital bed. Cannot get off it. Lu Qingfeng several people had returned to the academy, but directly drilled into the cultivation room closed for cultivation. No one mentioned what happened in Luo Mountain. It was really too humiliating. After the ceremony, it's a competition for the top student, but it seems that no one wants to go up to the ring. Chapter 30, I'll be the chief student. Who's in favor and who's against? Dean people numb. The first time to meet such a situation, the chief student competition, surprisingly no one is willing to go up. It wasn't that the freshmen were unwilling, it was that they all knew that with Su Chen around, it would be futile for them to go up. After a while, the dean's face even darker. Actually really no one on the stage. This situation, that is the establishment of the school so many years, is also something that has never happened. Looking at the whole of China is an extremely explosive existence. The top 10 can directly enter the student union, enjoying additional resource subsidies every month, and the chief student enjoys even more access to the abyss directly, taking on missions and enjoying double credit rewards. And the chief student, also known as the boss of each session, can manage the students of each session. The dean finished by saying that these are all privileges that chief students enjoy and more. Except that after he finished, there was still nothing to come up to the stage. Unable to do so, the dean spoke again. The chief student of this time can receive a reward of 10,000 credits, and the top 10 academies will take out an additional 30,000 credits as a reward. When these words fell, the entire academy couldn't help but look over, and the older students were even more moved, even wanting to ask the dean if they could stay in the class and participate. Finally, someone still couldn't resist the temptation to stand up. Even if you can't get first place, then top 10 is still possible, right? When the first person stood up, followed by one after another trainee walking up. Seeing this, the dean's face looked a little better. With a specialized instructor on stage, the battle soon began. Su Chen was not interested in watching at all. The only thing that made him come to be interested was the identity of the chief student. Doesn't even matter what the credits are. What matters is that the chief student can go straight into the abyss. This was the point that Su Chen was most concerned about. The battle on the field was still going on, and Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also on the stage. Without any surprise, the two almost swept through. Not even meeting a single person who could make them make a second move. For a while it made them feel like they were the boss, but they were the ones who didn't have any idea to fight for the chief student. Everyone knew that they wouldn't be Su Chen's opponent, and that this guy wasn't making a move right now because he was waiting to take down Chief Sheng in one fell swoop. To Su Chen's surprise, Tong Yu actually dragged his injured body to climb into the ring. He's angry. Hate. His credits were all snatched up by Su Chen, and since he couldn't cultivate anything in the academy without credits, he could only come up and compete for the top 10. As for the Chief Ra, before entering Luo Mountain, he felt that this position could only be his, but after meeting Su Chen, he felt that it was better to be low-key and obscene. Soon, there were only a handful of people left in the ring. Over 2,000 freshmen, less than 100 dared to enter the ring. Although Tong Yu was injured, but could not resist, people's sword skills are really powerful. Single-handedly based on the sword actually took the 4th place. The two of them, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, were 2nd and 3rd respectively. As for the first, completely no one dares to go up. That position is empty from the beginning. The dean and others were numb. In the past, the competition for the chief student was the most intense, especially after the appearance of the top 10. The competition for the chief student. But this year, one by one, They even didn't go to grab the chief student. Not even a few people dared to grab the second or third. Instead, it's all focused on fighting for fourth place. Tongyu wants to cry. Already injured, he was surrounded by people. In response, the uninformed veteran students were dumbfounded. And the only ones who knew exactly why were those veteran students who had participated in the competition. Those who were in the group of participating veteran students. It was said that at that time, Lu Qingfeng had personally led people to find Su Chen, as well as Mo Hong Kong and Jiang Xini. However, after going there was no more news. But on the contrary, Su Chuan III entered the Luochang Technical School unharmed. It was just that he had heard that Lu Qingfeng and his group had quietly returned to the academy and went directly into seclusion. Someone also saw a big bag on Jiang Xianyi's forehead. As time passed, the top 10 spots were finally finalized, and Tongyu sat paralyzed in the fourth place position, breathing heavily, a bruise on the nose and a bruise on the wound. But the good thing is that he held on to his fourth place. Second and third were Wang Lin and Wu Tao, and the first is still empty. Finally, Su Chen slowly walked up to the ring and came to the position of the chief student under the watchful eyes of the crowd. I'll be the chief student. Who's in favor and who's against? Su Chen stood in the first position and voiced out. This arrogant words were actually not refuted by anyone. No one dared to squeak, even if Su Chen did not even make a move. But no one would question Su Chen's strength. The dean blackened his face. This was absolutely unprecedented, and it was an extremely explosive existence in that academy. But on the contrary, they still had no way out. They couldn't force the new students to challenge Su Chen, not to mention that Su Chen's strength was really not weak, and he was fully qualified to serve as the chief student. Then, the 10,000 reward for the chief student arrived on Su Chen's student card, and according to the rules, the rewards for the top 10 were all distributed by the chief student. The 30,000 credits fell directly into Su Chen's hands, and everyone looked at Su Chen. Normally, this reward would be distributed according to the rankings, with the front taking the lion's share. But in the hands of Su Dust cannot be certain. The dean is more suddenly some regret. Boss Su, Boss Su. Wang Lin's eyes rolled, and he directly shouted, the sudden voice causing Su Chen to freeze for a moment. Wu Tao looked at Wang Lin with contempt. This guy can really lick. But then he understood what Wang Lin meant and shouted louder than even Wang Lin. The rest of the 7 were dumbfounded, and after a slight freeze they followed suit and shouted. Only Tongyu seemed out of place, standing stupidly in place, still waiting for Su Chen to assign credits. You guys have victimized me, Su Chuan said with a show of helplessness, and then scratched 8,000 credits into Wang Lin's card. Wu Tao is also 8,000. So in one fell swoop, 16,000 went. Only 14,000 credits left out of 30,000. Su Chen was not polite and proceeded to divide 2,000 credits up for all of them except Tongyu. There were still 2,000 left, but Su Chen had no intention of giving it to Tongyu. Tongyu was directly dumbfounded. It was the dean and the others whose mouths were twitching, and they were not going to be whole by Su Chen's operation. Wang Lin and Wu Tao looked like they were looking at a little cutie, like they were looking at Tongyu. Is the Zhenghu a fight and kill? No, the Zhenghu is human feelings. The other 6 people were also well aware of this, and felt that they had to hold on to Su Chen's thighs, or else they could follow Wang Lin and Wu Tao. My credit reward hasn't been given to me yet, Tongyu couldn't help but ask. Su Chen turned around at the sound and looked at Tongyu with a stunned face. Look at this brain of mine. I actually forgot about you. Saying that, Su Chen took Tongyu's one pointless card and scratched 10 credits into it, handing it to Tongyu. My mistake, my fault. The 30,000 credits have all been divided out, so I'll make up for yours at my personal expense. No need to be too grateful to me. Tongyu's heart actually felt for a moment that Su Chen was actually quite good, until he took the card and saw the numbers on it. Chapter 31, Targeting. You're targeting me. 10 points? Tongyu looked at Su Chen incredulously, thinking that Su Chen had made a mistake. Yes, by my personal funding. You also know that everyone is a student. Where too many credits, this time you eat a little loss, and so on later I will give you to make up for it. Su Chen said righteously. Wang Lin and Wu Tao almost couldn't hold back their laughter. Sure enough, Su Chen was the really bad one, and they were all too tender in front of Su Chen. But who can blame them? People are shouting Boss Su at the top of their lungs, but you're standing there like a quail, looking disdainful. Su Chen, you've gone too far. How could Tongyu not see that this was Su Chen's intentional act? He was so angry that he slammed his card on the ground and pointed his sword at Su Chen. The dean blackened his face, completely not expecting Su Chen to be able to do such a thing. But when you think about how this guy dared to block the place where he crossed the Dragon Gate to collect tolls, there is still something he can't do. The old student was also stunned, having never seen such an operation before. Bai Qingyan was even more dumbfounded and suddenly wanted to say that they were not familiar. Tongyu, you're wrong. I personally funded your credits and there's something wrong with that? Why do they all have 2,000 studies and I only have 10? Tongyu shouted angrily. You're clearly targeting me. According to you. Then fine. As long as they are willing to hand in their credits, I will redistribute them. Su Chen said with cold eyes. A few others backed away at once. Who would hand over credits in their hands? It's not like they're little cuties. Tongyu's body trembled with anger and glared viciously at Su Chen. Then he actually made a shocking move. Dean. Su Chen is deliberately targeting me. Dean people numb. Also did not expect Tongyu actually sued. But there is no way. Tongyu as he spent a large price to find. Cannot let people run away. Su Chen. You are indeed going a bit too far. Give him the credits. The dean could only say so. Su Chen frowned and glanced at Tongyu, realizing that Tongyu was actually glaring at himself, as if to say I'll see what you can do. Immediately afterward, Su Chen actually did divide 2,000 credits to Tongyu, and Tongyu immediately gave Su Chen a smug look, as if he was provoking, thinking that he had taken Su Chen's hand. Wang Lin and Wu Tao don't think so. Su Chen is not a good person. Can he obediently give 2,000 credits to Tongyu? Sure enough, the next moment Su Chen made his move. I'm going to challenge you. Su Chen's words fell, and without waiting for Tongyu to react, Su Chen rushed up, lifting his hand and slamming his fist up angrily. Tongyu didn't have time to react, and Su Chen's fist had already imprinted on his chest, directly knocking him to the ground, then snatched his student card and scratched all the credits from it. Tongyu's entire body was dumbfounded, frozen in place, lying unaware of what had happened. It's amazing how hard-earned credits can be taken away again. This scene caused the entire Luocheng Technical School to be dumbfounded, staring blankly at Su Chen, truly unable to imagine that Su Chen would do such a thing. Tongyu almost didn't cry out, and wanted to find the dean to do justice, but the dean also had a headache. I don't know how he recruited such a person in. Excessive, the dean couldn't help but say. He even felt that Tongyu was really too pitiful, being bullied like this, but there's nothing dean can do about it, and the point is, they're still in the ring. As a rule, you can indeed challenge each other in the ring. This has happened before, challenging each other to grab credits after they have been assigned. The dean had a headache, and had no choice but to let Tongyu come down first, and then gave Tongyu 1,000 credits alone, worried that the trainee he had spent a lot of money to find had been bullied into running away. The chief student is determined. The dean is directly disappeared, throwing all the new students to Meng Qian. He himself ran off somewhere. The sun had completely set, night was gradually falling, and the next step was to arrange accommodation for the new students. Meng Qian brought more than 2,000 freshmen to the back of the mountain above. The eye can see 2 towering dormitory buildings, and in the back of the dormitory is actually a villa area. Next to the villa area is a stretch of detached cottages, which are a far cry from villas. Su Chen was a little surprised, not realizing that the configuration of a technical school was really okay. The top 10 can go live in the detached huts next to them. The rest of you in groups of 10, go to the dormitory and wait to be assigned. Meng Qian said, glancing at the villa area behind him without saying anything. Su Chen frowned and glanced at those villa areas, walking towards a detached hut. In comparison, it was already considered good to have a detached hut. At least you don't have to have 10 people crammed into one room. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also grinning broadly as they were about to find a hut of their own, but the 3 of them had just walked out of not more than a few steps when they stopped, their eyes falling at the entrance of the villa area. At the entrance, a few foreign students were talking and laughing as they opened the door and walked in, then entered a cottage. This scene was obviously not only seen by Su Chen, but by almost all of the trainees. Meng Qian coughed dryly, pulling everyone's gazes back. Don't look, go get your dormitory tags. No one spoke or moved. Meng Qian also did not know what to say. After all, every new student entering the school will experience such a thing. He was also helpless. He also wanted to kick those guys out, but it wasn't up to him, nor was it up to the dean. The things involved were not something that he, a feudal marquis realm, could influence. Why do we live differently from theirs? Su Chen inquired. From the mouths of the older students he knew that international students enjoyed privileges, but he hadn't thought that there would be such a big difference. Their own trainees had to cram 10 people into one room, while those guys were able to have a single villa for one person. I know you have grievances in your hearts when you see this, but this is not something that we, the instructors nor the dean, can decide, and we are helpless. Meng Qian helplessly explained that they naturally had emotions in their hearts, but there were some things that really weren't something he could decide. If you guys don't like what you see, then work hard to cultivate. Only with strength and standing at the top will you be qualified to make the rules and change the status quo. At least now it's not something you guys, nor us, can change. Meng Qian said with a sigh. Why wouldn't he want to? The new students all lowered their heads and didn't know what they were thinking. Su Chen hesitated for a moment or didn't make a rash move. He had some talent, but right now, He was only a 7-star in the Qi and Blood realm, so it was impossible to change all of that. Genius without growth is worthless. Behind this involves not only the L.A. technical school but also all the universities in the whole of China. Just wait, they'll roll out. Su Chen glanced at the villa area and uttered these words, not knowing what he was thinking in his heart. Wang Lin and Wu Tao nodded and took a deep look at the villa area, and they were ready to find a house to live in. Who is Su Chen? Get the hell out. Su Chuan had just found a room when he heard a furious scolding voice coming from. Chapter 32 Beat up a foreign student. Open a single page of genealogy. Who's Su Chen? Get the hell out. A furious shout came out, attracting all the freshmen to look over. Who didn't know that Su Chen was a freshman chief student? And those who dared to come looking for trouble like this could only be old students. Then, there were those who saw a few blonde guys walking out from the villa area, striding to the front of the dormitory, glancing at the dormitory buildings with eyes full of disgust. A bunch of yellow pigs, only worthy of living in a pigsty. A lanky guy snorted coldly, instantly causing all the freshmen to be dissatisfied. Who is Su Chen? Get out! Without waiting for the new student to speak, the lanky fellow scolded again. Su Chen walked over with cold eyes, and Wang Lin and Wu Tao followed behind, roughly knowing what it was because of. Looking for your grandfather for what? Wang Lin walked up with a big grin and directly scolded. You are Su Chen? The burly man asked, his eagle eyes staring at Wang Lin. You're the one who beat up my brother? You should know what I came to find you for. So it's that foreign devil's brother. That's right, I'm the one who beat up that beaten up brother of yours. What? You want to be beaten up too? Wang Lin was not afraid at all and said directly. This blonde guy was Bill's brother, the third in command of the International Students' Union, as Lu Qingfeng said. Surprisingly, he had a cultivation level of 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. However, Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. Very well, you Chinese people are all so arrogant, aren't you? Then let me teach you how to behave. Go around us when you see us from now on, Will said in a cold voice, and with a wave of his hand, behind him there stood out 3 well-built guys, and a big old black guy with a muscular body. Then, the 3 of them came up and slammed their fists at Su Chen with fury, striking out with killing moves. It was actually intended to directly waste Su Chen. Boy, remember this, in this place, we are the bosses. You are just a bunch of lowly inferiors, and lowlifes are only worthy of staying in the garbage. Will's words angered all the freshmen, and some tried to make a move, but were stopped. Will is a Qi realm 6 stars? That is, the people around him are also Qi realm cultivation. These Qi blood realm to go up is not only to send a person's head, just like what Meng Xian said. If you want to change the current situation, you can only improve your strength, and only the strong have the right to speak. Stop, fighting is not allowed in the academy. When Su Chen was about to make a move, a stern voice of rebuke was heard. It was to see a few old students quickly rushing in, wearing the arm emblems of the law enforcement team on their arms. Sheen, this matter has nothing to do with you. Get out early. Will just glanced at the people from the law enforcement team and said, without the slightest intention to give the law enforcement team face, the law enforcement team has never been a paper tiger in their eyes. Who dares to touch their foreign students? They are enjoying the privilege of being able to commit crimes without being punished. As for the law enforcement team, they had never put it in their eyes. Qin Hao walked up, frowned slightly, and looked at Will. This is China. It's Luochang Technical School. I hope you abide by the rules of Luochang Technical School. What if I don't comply? Will sneered. Other people are afraid of you, the captain of the law enforcement team, but you should know that I've never had you in my sights. Rules are used to bind you inferior people. Your Chinese rules are nothing in my eyes. Will went forward and faced Qin Hao face to face, his eyes full of disdain. The so-called rules in their eyes is a complete joke. They are in China to kill people, but also just go a process sex. Who dares to really move them? Then we'll have to ask you to take a seat in the law enforcement team. Qin Hao had anger in his eyes. As the captain of the law enforcement team, he was most displeased with these foreign students. They are all trashy things, rotten to the core, coming to Huaxia through some means of relationship, occupying a large amount of Huaxia's cultivation resources, but still wanting to smash Huaxia's pot. Even more so, there is no one else in sight, and causing trouble and fighting in China has become the norm. What's more, these guys fancy themselves as higher beings. Will lightly laughed, his footsteps backward, and then fiercely slammed his fist angrily up, without any reservation, catalyzing his Qi High Realm 6-star cultivation, wanting to directly abolish Qin Hao. A bunch of inferior pigs, who deserve to control me. You freshmen remember, here you only deserve to eat pig food and stay in the pig pen. Will insulted and fought with Qin Hao. The other 3 foreign students also attacked towards Su Chen. The scene was chaotic for a while. The freshmen were filled with anger and clenched their fists, having been bullied by a group of foreign scumbags in their own territory. It's a disgrace. Marred. Beat up. I don't know who shouted, the freshman was on fire and directly rushed up. Although they were all only at the Chi and Blood Realm cultivation, they couldn't help but be outnumbered. There were more than 2,000 people. Even the Chi High Realm couldn't carry it. Not to mention the fact that there's a pervert like Su Chen in there. Su Chen didn't speak, but played the role of a chief student, drawing the Dragon Abyss sword to block the attacks of the 3 foreign students alone. Fight to the death. Laozi will tell them today. Whose territory is here? Su Dust finally spoke. The freshman already had a lot of fire. Now it was even more heavy-handed. Although the 3 foreign students were all at the Chi Si realm, they were injured by Su Chuan's sword dangles, and before they could defend themselves, Wang Lin and Wu Tao killed again, and the 2 of them made their moves and their insidious moves. Soon the 3 of them were knocked to the ground, and a group of freshmen came up and beat them up. The scene was extremely chaotic. The freshmen in the back are dying. They can't even squeeze in. How can you not get involved in something where the genealogy can be on a single page? Su Chen didn't stop, and after pulling out a wrench and smashing it angrily for a moment, he rushed towards Will. At this moment, Will was still fighting Qin Hao furiously, but it was clearly visible that Qin Hao had been suppressed. Su Chen rushed up. His sword light flowed, and a sword dipper directly forced Will to retreat back and forth. Fark, I want you dead. Will was enraged that he was being pushed back by a yellow man, and the point was that these yellow men had the audacity to assault one of their own. Su Dust is not afraid. Draw the sword is a horrible sword she killed up. Sword light flow. The big fish shadow is appeared. Toward Will kill. Will struck out to block. His arms unexpectedly expanding to produce hair that transformed into claws like those of a demonic beast. However, he had clearly underestimated Su Chen's sword skill, also underestimated the strength of this martial skill of Su Chen. A sword light brought up a splash of blood that spilled down, followed by the sound of Will screaming and hissing. His right palm was directly chopped off, and blood flowed and spilled on the ground. In the dormitory, Meng Qian heard the sound and walked out. He saw a chaotic battle. His heart was immediately furious. The freshman just entered the school and such a thing happened. Absolutely unprecedented. But when he saw that the freshman violently beat up the international students, Meng Qian slapped his head and remembered that he still had some unfinished business, and turned into the dormitory again. Chapter 33, New Vengeance and Old Hatred Together. You can still enjoy the first incense after you're dead. Will hissed, fell to the ground and rolled. Su Dust is not polite. Go up is a beating. Wrench hit deformed. Wang Lin and Wu Tao naturally will not let go of this opportunity. Rushed up, is a violent beating? Those who are still in the back of the crowd to come, and the freshmen as soon as they see a new target is also directly rushed up. Soon, while several people were directly beaten into the ground, lying on the ground like a dead dog, curled up and unable to move. In the villa area, those foreign students had no idea what was going on, and only heard a noisy racket, sticking their heads out in dissatisfaction to look over. Seeing the freshmen making a scene, they couldn't help but have a smirk on their faces again, thinking that it was the freshmen's dissatisfaction with the accommodations that made them feel superior. Standing in the villa looking out, I wonder who seemed to realize that something was wrong and hurriedly walked out from the villa area. And Qin Hao was also a bit stunned, not expecting Su Chen to directly chop off one of Will's arms. Will was the third in command of the International Students' Union, and I'm afraid this matter can't be settled. It's gonna be a pain in the ass if these guys make a scene. Su Dust. Qin Hao had wanted to say something else, but the words that came to his mouth were not sure what to say. I'll send a message to Boss Gao, and don't worry, you're a freshman chief student, and a person of the student union. This matter will be carried by the student union for you, Qin Hao said, hurriedly called the peak. This matter is not small. Su Chen didn't care so much and gave Will a cold look to stop the new student. Any more fighting is going to get you killed. Couldn't have given it at the academy anymore. Will, a foreign student, from Sakura, came out of the villa area, and when he saw Will, who was on the ground like a dead dog, he was shocked and rushed over. Get out of here, all of you. What are you doing? Do you know who you're beating up? Inoue couldn't believe it. Will had been beaten and had a hand chopped off. This is definitely not a small matter. Luochang Technical School or even Luochang, China must give an explanation before it can be done. Who did it? Who the hell did this? Get your ass out here and kneel. Inoue roared, furious, eating up the fact that these people definitely didn't dare to move him. But immediately afterward, as soon as he finished speaking, Wang Lin rewarded him with a few forced pockets. Inoue was dumbfounded that someone actually dared to hit him, instantly giving him a fit of anger as he stood up and was about to do it. But the freshmen all gathered around, blaring deathly at Inuyasha, and in the face of Sakura. That was more than just a little bit of conflict. Some have even silently pulled out their knives. Inoue didn't dare to make a move and backed away. Good, very good. You guys are bold enough. This matter is not over. After saying that, he ran into the villa area. Su Chen coldly grunted, knowing that this guy was definitely going to shake people, and the next step might be to face the International Student Alliance straight on. But, So what? If he was afraid, Su Chen wouldn't have made a move at Luo Mountain. And after he did, he knew that he absolutely couldn't avoid this when he came to the academy. A martial artist should be brave and forward. If you are afraid of that, there is no point in repairing. If we watch our compatriots being bullied by outsiders on our own territory and dare not speak out, what is the point of practicing? Might as well go back to digging up. Huaxia is not the same as it was back then. Qin Hao frowned. In his heart, although he was very upset with these foreign students, he had never dared to be like this. It was a relief, but the next thing might be troublesome. I'm afraid it's not just about the student union and the International Student Union. Summit, upon learning of this, exclaimed, what a great guy. This freshman class is fierce, doing what he's always wanted to do but hasn't been able to. Then it was to hurriedly shake all of Lu Qingfeng and the others, notifying the entire student union, and a vast thousand or so people quickly rushed to the freshman dormitory area. And at that moment, the people from the International Students Union had already arrived. At the head of the group was none other than a handful of the International Students League, a hawk-eyed, lanky curly-haired man named Henry, with a cultivation of 7 stars of the Qihai realm and a height of 2 meters. He stood in front of Will like a tower of iron, locking his brows. Rubbish, how dare you let a few yellow-skinned pigs injure you? Shame on you. Henry looked at it. Without much emotion in his eyes, he looked at Su Chen. Will, on the other hand, was carried away, having been knocked out by Su Chen. Seeing Peak leading the men, Henry spoke directly. Peak, give me an explanation. Instead of leading the charge, Henry simply voiced his accountability to Summit. Gao Feng frowned slightly and spoke. Obviously, it was your people who made the first move. Our people can only be considered as self-defense, and I haven't even asked you for an explanation yet. Gao Feng's words caused Su Chen to be a little surprised, and he glanced at Gao Feng, realizing that Gao Feng was also looking at himself. Gao Fenghart is also a little surprised, knowing that Su Dust is the newborn chief student, looks harmless and quiet, did not expect that it is still a ruthless. He was also seeing Will's severed hand, which was impossible to pick up. So, you're harboring the murderer? Instead of following Summit's words, Henry continued to question. Summit, if you're like this, there's no more talking. Henry's eyes narrowed with a cold snort. You're a smart man. I'm afraid it's not cost-effective to affect the friendship between both of us for the sake of one person. And, in your part of the world, where all the stripes are in our favor. Are you sure about that? Said Henry with a hint of playfulness on his face. These bull bars are the root of what makes these scumbags so arrogant. So, how about a fight? It's not the first time we've fought anyway. Gao Feng was not afraid, and looked indifferent. Henry looked at Pete coldly, both sides confronting each other for a while before he was speaking. I only need the murderer. This matter can be treated as if it never happened. The implication was already clear. He only needed Su Chen. All of the new students all looked at Peak. Although they did not know Peak's identity, they also knew that Peak should have a high prestige among the cadets. But if he were to hand over Su Chen, it would never work. Mud, act like a ball. You can still let a few foreign devils bully you on your own turf. That's right, I have long looked at the eyes. The big deal is to do a fight. Whoever is a wimp, is a bastard. It's just as well. New grudges and old grudges are settled together. And you can damn well enjoy the first incense when you're dead. Should I say no? If I go on eating and waiting for death, that's it. But if I cut these mongrels, I can even open a single page of my family tree. The freshmen couldn't stand it, couldn't take that. There was a tendency to say that they were going to do it, but no one made a move rashly. But they all looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was the chief freshman student and the boss of their term. And just now it was also Su Chen who led them to violently beat up these foreign devils. Su Chen also didn't say anything, but instead looked at Peak, the fourth-year boss, the hand of the student union. Su Dust wants to know what the attitude of the Peak will be. Chapter 34. Young people are hotheads. Su Chen looked at Summit, wondering what Summit would do next. Should we hand him over to make peace, or should we fight to the bitter end? Gao Feng didn't notice Su Chen's eyes, and hearing Henry's words, he said with almost no hesitation, screw this, wanting me to hand over my own brother. Dream on. This matter itself is a deliberate attempt by your men to find trouble. If you want to hold on to it, I don't mind bringing the student union to have some fun with you. Asterisk bull asterisk rules. Have the balls to open us all up. Gao Feng's toughness made Su Duan couldn't help but look at him one more time. It was good to see that not all of the older students were wimps. On the side, an old student frowned, then softly said to Gao Feng, Boss Gao, or else hand over Su Chen. This matter is not a small matter. If these guys make a scene it will be very troublesome, and the people up there don't see to favor us. The old student said that it would undoubtedly be best if he could put the matter to rest by handing over Su Chen. The old student's voice had just fallen when Peak slap directly smacked him in the face. You mean you want me to hand over my own schoolmate to put things to rest and be the shrinking violet? Anyone else who is thinking like this can come forward now. Summit was visibly angry. Angry that these people had such soft bones? The student union enjoys tilted resources and is the core of Luocheng Technical College. Are you so spineless? Can you afford the resources given to you by the academy? One by one. You really have a face, but you are not as good as the freshmen who have backbone. All of you are practicing to the dogs. Right. Summit couldn't help but curse angrily, and it was a good thing no one else stepped forward. And at this time, Lu Qingfeng and the others also came quickly. Their bodies were not even healed yet, bandaged, but they had an angry look on their faces, especially Mo Hong Kong walking are a little limp, but the hand pinched the lance, pointing at Henry direct rage, curly dog. You ing looking for things is it? Really think that I do not dare to get you? Get in the ring if you don't like it, life and death. Lu Qingfeng and Mo Hong Kong came over with one temper bigger than the other, clamoring to go up and do it. They were already unhappy with the international students in their hearts and had a great deal of resentment. These guys come here in the name of studying abroad, but they make all kinds of trouble, enjoying privileges and not being grateful, but also bullying Chinese students and provoking the bottom line of Chinese students. Who the hell dares to say such spineless words as handing over Su Chen again? I'll kill you all first. A bunch of spineless, still cultivating a seeker of martial arts. Might as well go back to emptying. Remember to cover your face, not for fear of being smoked, but it's so damn embarrassing. Lu Qingfeng cursed out all the words that Su Chen had cursed out today and suddenly felt so good. The old student was scolded and didn't dare to say anything. This time Jiang Xine also came over. His head was still wrapped in bandages. This look really made people didn't hold back and almost laughed out. Gao Feng stifled his laughter. He had long known about today's freshman examination. It was just that what he hadn't expected was that even Lu Qingfeng and the three of them had suffered defeat at the hands of Su Chen. The three of them looked at Su Chen with some grudges in their eyes. Su Chen was a little embarrassed and touched his nose and lowered his head sheepishly. As things festered, more and more older students arrived, whether they were from the student union or not, all of them angrily carrying weapons and surrounding them. There seems to be some impatience. If so many people were to do it, one person could whip these foreign students to death with a slap. They couldn't wait any longer, and some even began to whisper urging Peak to do it instead. Henry's face was ugly when he saw this, and he stared at Peak dead in the face. Summit, are you sure you want to do this? As usual, if you don't like it, do it. Summit replied directly, but did not make a move. The two sides were just facing each other, and the foreign student camp was about to explode with anger. Who dared to be so disrespectful to them in the academy on weekdays? And they were even more proud of their superiority. He was used to being arrogant and bossy, but he had never been treated like this before. Even though they were no longer upset in their hearts, they didn't dare to make a move rashly. Henry also knew that if he really bit off more than he could chew in this situation now, Summit would really make a move. The student alliance was definitely not weak, not to mention that their number was several times that of their international students, and that was not counting the older students outside of the alliance. Once they do it, they can't get any favors. It's just a matter of taking it to the top, and the law will not be held accountable. It's also impossible to expel or penalize all the trainees of the L.A. technical school while they get nothing but a beating. Thinking clearly about all this, Henry already had an idea in his mind. It's just that he wasn't willing to do it. Being so humiliated today, losing face, one must get it back. Peak, you will regret this decision of yours today. After saying that, Henry looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, I'll remember you. Another fierce glare at Su Dust. Henry is ready to bring people to leave. Today this dumb loss they will eat. Su Chen coldly grunted and blankly glanced at Henry, and only then did he realize how the two boys, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, had disappeared. On top of the dormitory, the dean and Meng Qian stood on top, looking at the dense heads below and shaking their heads in helplessness. Nowadays young people fire how so big? It's no fun. It's not even a fight. It's a waste of my melon. The two old men were talking, smiling, and eating melons. If you really fight, how will you end it if it becomes a big deal? Meng Qian asked. How else can I end it? I've long been displeased. The big deal is to scrap all these foreign devils and drive them away. The sight of them makes me sick. The dean is also cursing. Cultivation resources are extremely precious wherever they are, but the stupid pigs of the school alliance above are traitors, and it is surprising that a large number of resources are tilted to these scumbags. I'm afraid this won't work. Once the beginning is made, other colleges will follow suit, and this is never something they want to see. At that time, they will definitely target Luocheng Technical School. Targeting? I'm afraid of targeting? Has my Luocheng Technical School been targeted less? The dean said with an icy coldness in his eyes, holding a resentment in his heart. Meng Qian did not speak. Some things he also knows, but cannot say. But, this time the dean spent a large price to find some good seedlings. I do not know if it is to. The two of them were still getting high on the roof of the building, and then a loud explosion just rang out, so loud that the entire Rocky Mountain shook for a while. Inside the villa area, the fire was so bright that a mushroom cloud actually rose. At least 1/3 of the villas in the entire villa area were directly destroyed. On the roof, the Dean and Meng Qian were dumbfounded, frozen in place, their bodies stiffened, only to feel their brains buzzing, and for a while their brains were blank, not knowing what had happened. Behind Luo Shan, two gray-haired figures burrowed out of the rubble, exhaling loudly and looking at their masterpiece with some fear. It seems, play big. Chapter 35, bombing the villa is a move that will go down in school history. Who else could the two figures be but Wang Lin and Wu Tao? While both sides were still arguing, the two sneaked into the villa area unnoticed. Originally, it was Wang Lin who just wanted to set a fire, but with two bad embryos together, it's not 1 + 1 = 2. So what started out as setting fires went straight to blowing up the villa area. Didn't you say that this explosive is of average power? Wang Lin looked at Wu Tao and asked. This time he was considered to be pitched by Wu Tao. How do I know? I haven't used it. The seller told me that it's not very powerful. Wu Tao is also very helpless. When the whim to buy some explosives, placed in the storage ring has not been used, who would have thought that the power is so big? That can't sellers either. Wu Tao is worried about the power of explosives will not decline over time, so when the explosives is added some material, but I did not expect that it will turn out to be this way. If it wasn't for the fact that they both ducked fast and hid in a pool, they were afraid that they would have blown themselves up. Henry and the others who had just walked to the entrance of the villa area were directly toppled to the ground by the aftermath of the explosion, looking up directly dumbfounded. All their villas were bombed? Who the hell did this? Gao Feng is also surprised and shocked in his heart. Whose ministry is this? Which warrior did this? That's a move that's good enough to go down in school history for the ages. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he had roughly guessed which warrior it was. On the roof of the dormitory building, the Dean and Meng Qian dumbfounded, and then cursed. Which brat did it? Want to blow up the school, right? The Dean is about to be exasperated to death. What kind of students are these? How is one more than one not letting people save their hearts? Wang Lin and Wu Tao knew that they were in trouble, and hurriedly drilled into the Luo mountain, and the dog broke and hid. The villa area was ablaze with fire, and some of those who were still asleep were popped off before they could react. One piece in the east and one in the west. There were also people who reacted quickly and were blown away and ran out, completely dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Put out the fire. The Dean cursed. The fire was huge. If he didn't put out the fire, he was afraid that the entire Luochang Technical School and even the entire Luo Mountain would be burned. A large number of trainees are starting to put out the fires. It just seems like they're all a bit perfunctory. After all, it's not like it's any of their business where they live. The Henrians were dumbfounded, cursing and demanding that the academy give them an explanation, but there was no attention paid to them at all. It wasn't until all the villas were completely burned that the fire was brought under control and slowly extinguished. It was already early in the morning of the following day. The freshman dormitory building was intact and undamaged by the fire, but the villa area had burned down so completely that not a single house was left. Peek, give me an explanation or I'll be sure to report it to the embassy. Henry was furious that his villa had been blown to pieces. It must have been the work of Summit's men. Without waiting for Peek to open his mouth, Henry was looking at the dean again, with a cold face. Dean Feng, you must give us an explanation for this matter. Hand over the murderer for me to punish, or else the consequences are known to you. There was no respect in Henry's tone for the dean's position. However, it was a tone of instruction that made the dean frown. Asterisk 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 you. What do you mean? Are you suspecting that our men blew up your villa? Where's the proof? Without evidence, what are you barking at? Peek directly cursed, not spoiling them at all. This matter is yet to be thoroughly investigated by the academy, and if someone did it on purpose, the academy will definitely deal with it severely. The dean did not have much feeling in his heart. Anyway, these villas were not built with his capital, so it was just as well that they were blown up. Only what gave him a headache was, who in the end did this? How dare you? With this thought in his mind, the dean could not help but look at Su Chen and frowned. Gao Feng and the others also subconsciously looked at Su Chen, who was dumbfounded. No, what do you mean? I've been here the whole time and I've done nothing. This really has nothing to do with me. And at this time, Wang Lin and Wu Tao and the chaos has been doggy broken touchback, and will be clean all over the body. The two looked at the villa area with innocent faces, showing a look of regret. It's a pity about such a nice villa. How nice it would be for me to live there. That's right. I don't know which bad guy did it. It's just too much. The two of you were talking to each other, clearing yourself of suspicion. But Dean wasn't a cutie. You were the only two who were away last night, and didn't even grope your way back from the outside until this morning, and tried to pretend you didn't know. But the dean didn't say anything and looked at them. Our place was destroyed. There's no place to live, a student said grimly. Henry, too, was grim-faced, and for a moment was somewhat at a loss as to what to do, much less where to stay. But it's impossible to sleep out in the open. Dean Feng, I demand that these detached huts be divided among us, and that you rebuild the villa district as fast as possible. Henry looked to the dean. They had to settle for the second best option, a detached cabin. At least it was better than a dormitory. On what grounds? Where are we going to live if we give you the detached cottage? Su Dust directly asked. He had just chosen a small detached building and had not yet gone in to live. I'm not consulting with you. I'm just informing you. Go wherever you like, the other man said, giving Su Chen a disdainful look. The dean didn't say anything. He himself didn't like some guys, but as the dean, he couldn't say it too directly. After a little thought, this is what he said. From the beginning, the single small building is where the top 10 people from each session of the student union live. It's impossible to let you guys have it. The villa area I will notify the school league. As for when to rebuild, this is not my decision. So, this period of time will have to be entrusted to you. I'll go ahead and request some tents for you, Dean said, not caring about Henry's ironic face. Dean Feng, I said I'm not giving you a consultation. I'm just informing you. Unbridled. The dean was enraged. When had a cadet dared to be so arrogant? How dare he speak to him like this? Informing him instead of consulting. What a big mouth. A terrifying pressure landed, directly pressing Henry to his knees. If you don't want to live there, find your own ing way. The dean also does not spoil them. Leaving a sentence is to leave. Let Meng Qian to the new student accommodation arrangements. Su Chen and the three of them were taken away by him. Henry stood up then, grimacing and looking extremely unimpressed. It would be absolutely impossible to get them to stay in a tent. With that in mind, Henry turned his attention to the small, detached buildings. Chapter 36, There is only one truth, and the murderer is among the foreign students. Inside the dean's office, the dean sat in his chair with a serious expression and a sharp gaze on Wang Lin and Wu Tao. He was almost certain that these two boys had something to do with this. Be honest. Account for what? I don't know. Can't even understand what this is about. Listening to the dean's words, Wang Lin and Wu Tao pretended to be unable to understand and looked at the dean with innocent and simple faces. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, naturally knowing that these two guys wouldn't admit it, but in his heart, he was also curious about what these two goods had done, and how exactly they had blown up all of the people's villa area. Do not say that, then I have to contact your family adults. Such a large area of villas but spend a lot of funds. Reconstruction of the money has to be someone to pay for it, the dean said with a cold smile. He would be damned if he believed Wang Lin and Wu Tao. After saying that, the dean looked at Su Chen again, his gaze like a torch as if wanted to see through Su Chen. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Su Chen was helpless. He really didn't know anything. It's not even his fault. Heaven and earth. I'd been downstairs in the dormitory, just waiting to clean up those foreign devils. I really didn't know. Su Chen explained that he was really waiting to clean up those foreign students, and he didn't even notice when Wang Lin and Wu Tao actually slipped away. Dean snorted coldly. Did you order them to do this? No. Do I look like that to you? Those old students who are still lying in bed after being beaten by you don't think you'd carry a wrench with you either. The dean glared fiercely at Su Chen. Don't look at this kid as a human being, but in reality, he had a belly full of bad water. I don't care which of you did this. I must be given an explanation. Give me a reasonable explanation. The dean said sternly. You will be in charge of this matter. Come to my office at night and tell me the result. I have to report upwards on something this big, if you know what I mean. The dean explained this matter to Su Chen, and he threw the three of them out. Wang Lin and Wu Tao lowered their heads and didn't say anything. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. How many times did this mean? Everyone knew in their hearts that it was Wang Lin and Wu Tao who did the good deed, and they still asked him to investigate the matter? Su Chen thought in his heart. He couldn't help but look at the two fellows, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, who sensed Su Chen's eyes and instantly became serious. We really don't know. Su Chen didn't say anything, but brought the two of them back to the dormitory area and then to the villa area. The place was now in ruins, and some of the foreign students were still searching for their things, not knowing if they had been buried or burned. When they saw Su Chen's three people coming over, they immediately surrounded them with unfavorable expressions. What do you want? Get out of here. This is no place for you lowlifes. An old black student with an inch head came up and said angrily, by order of the dean, I have come to investigate the explosion in the villa area. Are you trying to obstruct my office? Before Su Chen could even speak, Wang Lin, carrying a chopper, had already walked up and directly grabbed the foreign student's collar. The foreign students are but the cultivation of 4 stars of the Qi blood realm, and they are also new students, only to know that they come here but they are reckless and do not abide by the rules and restraints. And even more so, no one dares to control them. After arriving yesterday, he was even assigned to a villa. with all kinds of luxurious furniture and precious cultivation resources placed inside. He was stunned to realize that in their native land, he was still living in a thatched hut, with a family of a dozen or so crammed together, unable to afford clothes, no different from a primitive society. But it's amazing to come here and live like this. Only his good times had just begun when the villa was bombed. He was about to be pissed off, and now that he saw the three Su-chen come in, he immediately became furious and came up wanting to teach Su-chen a lesson. Wang Lin pulled the old black, did not wait for him to speak, is the first to give him a punch, and then in Wu Tao to direct old black frame up. First came to a massage. Say, did you have anything to do with the explosion last night? Is it vain to prevent us from investigating? What are you doing here? Is it to cover up evidence? Wang Lin and Wu Tao gave a brutal beating, blocking old black's mouth with a sock and giving him a brutal beating. Asterisk 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 mouth quite hard dead or alive. He won't admit it. Wang Lin had been beating him for quite a while, and old black had already been beaten up and curled up on the ground. You have gone too far Su dust black face. These two boys really is not a good person. Blocked people's mouth a violent beating to let people say. People should be able to open their mouth to say we are all civilized people. We have to pay attention to evidence. Hitting someone without evidence is called forcing a confession. Su-chen said righteously. Old black smiled and was moved to tears, excited that there was finally a normal person. No, I do things for a reason, Wu Tao said seriously. Look, first of all, there's a good chance he was burying evidence of doing a crime when we came in with his dog shredding and not knowing what he was doing. Secondly, normally speaking, the killer would always return to the scene to take a look around, and with so many places at L.A. Tech he didn't go. Why did he have to come here at this time of night? There is also the fact that our students in Huaxia are of good character. The older students who are practicing hard and reading the books of the sages could not possibly do such a thing, and the new students who are new to the country are all talented people who have undergone higher education, and even more so, they would not do such a bad thing. So there is only one truth. The murderer is among their foreign students. In combination with his abnormal behavior just now, there's a high chance that this incident has nothing to do with him. Wu Tao analyzed carefully, disguised as a famous detective. Listening to Su-chen froze. What kind of reasoning tactics is this? Why is there a familiar feeling? Good. Wu Tao student's analysis is very reasonable. After my analysis, basically the same as Wu Tao student, so now we can be sure. It's this kid who blew up the villa area. At a glance this kid is not a good person. Must be jealous of our development so well. The heart from jealousy to resentment, resulting in psychological distortion. Want to blow up our college, but because the sky is too dark on the college is not familiar with, and finally blew up the wrong place, the villa area to blow up. Wang Lin also stated his analysis, causing Wu Tao to clap his hands. The old black man was straight up numb. He just came to look for his stuff Su-chen blinked his eyes a few times and listened in awe. These two guys' planting of evidence played quite well. This so-called analysis can't be described as irrelevant, only as complete bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the evidence? This is just reasoning. We need to find evidence. Su-chen stroked his chin. Although your reasoning is reasonable, but there is no evidence. I can't bring your reasoning to report to the dean. Saying that, Su-chen turned around with a difficult look on his face. Wu Tao understood everything at once and hurriedly took out an explosive packet and stuffed it into old black's clothes when no one was looking. Reporting to Boss Su, I've found the murder weapon he used to commit the crime. Wu Tao shouted. Chapter 37, False Accusation? We're all about evidence. I found the murder weapon he used to commit the crime. Wu Tao shouted, and Wang Lin gave a thumbs up. Where is it? Su-chen turned around with an excited face. Quickly bring it to me. Wu Tao pulled open old black's clothes with a serious face, revealing the explosive packet he had just stuffed inside. That's it. That would be his unused murder weapon. Trying to find a place to bury it. Is that so? Then this matter is certain that it was this boy who did it. Su-chen also said righteously, directly confirming this matter. Old black fell to the ground in a daze. What the hell happened? How did he become a criminal? Not far away, a few people from Summit stood in a small building, looking in this direction. He was still wondering what Su-chen's three were up to when he saw them enter the villa's ruins, and then he saw the scene in front of him. The voices of Su-chen's three speakers were not deliberately suppressed, so with their skills, they naturally heard them clearly. Amazing. Holy, black is hard for white. With this crime-solving method, Conan would have to go in and get locked up for a few years even if he came. Cao Feng really didn't think about it, and with a slap of his head, he felt that this academy was afraid that it would be lively in the future. The big old black still wants to struggle, but Wang Lin and Wu Tao beat up the obedience. After thinking about it, Wang Lin again is to ask for some explosives to bury into the soil, before escorting the old black to the dean's office. In the dean's office, Dean hums a little tune, completely unconcerned about the bombing of the villa area and how he doesn't know who the killer is. But is it important? Not important. Not at all to him anyway. But with such a big deal and a few foreign students blown up, the top will definitely focus on it, and he has to give an explanation to block their mouths. Letting Su Chen go forward to investigate was just for the sake of letting these three boys go and wipe their asses clean. As he was thinking, Su Chen's three had already escorted Big Old Black in. Seeing this, the dean was directly numb. What is this? Why did you just kidnap a foreign student? Dean, we've found out what you told us. It was this guy who blew up the villa area. Su Dust came in and said directly, throwing the Big Old Black in front of the dean. The dean was dumbfounded. I tell you to wipe your asses, and you just kidnap a scapegoat? Or a foreign student? Where's the evidence? Dean froze for a few moments before saying. Wu Tao directly pulled open the Big Old Black man's clothes to reveal the explosive packets inside. Where was it found? And how did you capture him? Dean just felt a headache. This was a clear case of planting evidence. So Su Chen talked about what had just happened and came with a wave of analysis very seriously. After hearing this, Dean is in the wind. It took a long time before Su Chen let go of Old Black. He wanted to interrogate him personally. Su Chuan let go of Old Black and stood aside with both Wang Lin. Did you do this thing? No, they're framing me. Old Black came in front of the dean before realizing that he had become the backstabber, and hurriedly explained loudly, agitated. Still not admitting it? Su Chen went up and beat him up, and the three of them pressed Old Black and beat him up again. The dean's mouth twitched, in front of his ing face. Can you not do that? At least wait for me to turn my head. After a violent beating, the dean again asked, is it really you? Give me an honest answer. I won't wrongly accuse a good person, but I won't let a bad person off the hook either. Old Black was also dumbfounded and again hurriedly said, no, it really wasn't me. They framed me. When he finished speaking, Old Dark saw Dean stand up and go to a side room to get water. Then, there was another beating, and Wang Lin carried the chair and smashed it. The dean came back after receiving the water, as if he didn't know what had just happened, and again asked, you must give a truthful account. This matter is not trivial. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Then he saw the dean frown and look at Su Chen. Do you have any witnesses? Hurry up and find them if you do. I'm going to the restroom first. The dean went out again. Su Dust that can still not know the meaning. The three are again a wild beating. The Old Black again cannot withstand such a beating. Su Chen was thinking about where to find a witness, but he saw the peak several people come in with the dean. The moment they came in, the corners of the peak several people's mouths twitched. Giving people a beating like this, but, so cool. Dean, we testify that it was this guy who did it. We have the evidence. We personally saw this guy go to destroy the tools of the crime. If it wasn't for the quick discovery of Su Chen's classmates, I'm afraid we would have let the murderer get away. Summit said righteously. The dean frowned and looked at Old Black. What else do you have to say? Give a truthful account and I can still deal with it lightly. The Big Old Black man raised his head weakly and tried to explain, but he knew that if he didn't admit it, the dean would surely go out again. It's me. Oh, Old Black cried out. What had he done wrong? He really just wants to get to his stuff. Why? What was your motive? Dean inquired again. Peek and the others on the side almost had to stifle their laughter, only to realize that their old man was actually so diabolical as well. So not a thing, but on second thought it was normal. They knew too well that the old man had long been dissatisfied with the foreign students, and had been trying to find a reason to throw them out, but couldn't carry the pressure from above. It wasn't just what he wanted now. I don't know what my motive is. You guys say it's whatever it is. Old Black cried, cursing in his heart in the end which grandson said to come to Huaxia to be able to be a superior, the man who said he could come to China to be a superior person. What do you mean? You mean we planted evidence to frame you? Su Dust sternly questioned. Old Black, scared pissed, hurriedly explained. No. After saying that, he went along with the motives analyzed by Wang Lin and the two of them just now, admitting his crime. Alas, I didn't realize that we put out resources to cultivate you guys without asking for anything in return. But you guys actually. The dean spoke with a sad face, and then wrote down the crimes and motives. Again, let the Old Black man press his hand. Have Summit take the men down and shut them up, and instruct that nothing must happen until the men from above come. Gao Feng froze for a moment, then realized the meaning of the words and nodded, taking Old Black down with him, knowing that the dean was going to take advantage of the situation. As for this result is true or false does not matter. Signed and pressed the handprint. That is true. Anyway, the dead will not speak. Only after doing this did the dean look at Su Chen, seemingly smiling, still underestimating Su Chen. Doing such a thing he didn't even think of. Go to the villa area and do another good check for any missing hazards and see if he has any more accomplices. Su Chen nodded, knowing that the dean was asking them to wipe their asses. Just because dean doesn't say anything doesn't mean he really doesn't know. That. You hope he has an accomplice or not? Before leaving, Su Chen asked again. Chapter 38, set a small goal. Expel foreign students from L.A. Technical School. The dean gave Su Chen a dismayed look, froze for a moment, and cursed, "Get lost." Su Chen hurriedly left, with Wang Lin and Wu Tao soon rushed to the villa area. Some search, to determine that there is no foot left behind before breathing a sigh of relief. Su Chen was about to leave, but he heard someone call his name and turned around to see Peek walking over. "Got a minute? Have a chat," Gao Feng said as he looked at Su Dust, who nodded after a moment. Inside Gao Feng's small building, Su Chen's 3 people followed Gao Feng here and sat down. "Su Chuan, you are now a newborn chief student. According to the rules of Luocheng Technical School, you have to take up the responsibility and manage your class of students well." Gao Feng handed over a cup of tea and smiled, saying that this is the rule of the Luocheng Technical School for all the years. If something goes wrong with your class of cadets, then, I'm only coming for you. Know what I mean? Su Dust nodded his head. He was somewhat interested in this rule. No wonder it was said that the chief student was the boss of each session. But while it sounds scenic, it comes with responsibilities. What about foreign devils? Also under my control? Su Chen thought of this question and hurriedly asked. If the foreign devils were also under his control, he would have to clean up this dog. Gao Feng laughed, shook his head, and said, "We have our student alliance. They have their international student alliance. They are not under our control, but likewise, they can't control us. You can understand it as, these are 2 relatively independent ones. They are like fire and water, and they don't see eye to eye with each other. You should know that very well." Hearing this, Su Chen had some regrets, and as if he could see Su Chen's thoughts, Summit added, "Actually, in the beginning, there was only one student union, and the international students also came under our control. But after various international student benefits appeared later, these international students exposed their nature, fighting and causing trouble, disobeying the rules, bullying our compatriots on our turf, and making such a big fuss anyway that the International Students' Union finally appeared. If you're capable of that, let the International Student Alliance take it over. It was all many years ago," said Gao Feng, and he had learned about it from the last old student. Upon hearing this, Su Chen lightly laughed and took a sip of tea before saying, "I won't take them in. I'll only expel them from the academy, or even China." Gao Feng froze and glanced at Su Chen with some surprise. This answer was definitely the first time he had heard it in all these years. "Ha ha ha, good." Gao Feng laughed out loud. "Then I'll wait to see you expel them from the academy." Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also a bit surprised, not expecting Su Chen to say such words, but on second thought it was also true that these international students were not half useful in the academy except for taking up a lot of cultivation resources and causing trouble. Have a dog and give him a few bites of food to know to show you the door, but raising a bunch of foreign devils to eat and drink your food and in turn show their fangs to you. To put it bluntly, they are just some toxic tumors taking up a lot of resources and causing a shortage of resources for the native cadets to come to school. That doesn't sound too bad. I can't wait. Wang Lin laughed out loud and carried his chopper, itching to kill a few foreign devils right now. Still haven't hit enough big old blacks today. Wu Tao suddenly felt that he had found his goal, expelling the foreign devils from the academy and driving them out of China. This damn genealogy can be a single page. Thinking about this, Wu Tao had a feeling of boiling blood. But, it won't be easy to make this happen. It's not just an academy that's involved behind the scenes. It even involves martial kings and even Zunis. Afraid of a ball, Wang Lin spoke with a big grin. The whole of China we can't manage over. But A City Technical School can still eat it? Set a small goal. First drive out the Yankees from L.A. Technical School, Wu Tao also said. And Summit looked at Wang Lin and Wu Tao with some surprise, and then looked at Su Chen. For some reason, he actually felt that what Su Chen said could really be done. This trust was a bit of a surprise to even Summit. Let's not talk about this for now. There's another matter that needs to be told to you guys now. Gao Feng didn't dwell on this issue and returned to the main topic. According to the rules, your top 10 freshmen can enter the Student Alliance directly, but after entering the Student Alliance, you'll need to enter the Abyss to hone your skills. Especially Su Chen, you're the chief student. You must go down to the Abyss and fight with the foreign races. This is a hard and fast rule of the Student Alliance. People from the Student Alliance must go down there once a month. Hearing the Peak's words, Su Chen was a bit surprised. He was still thinking about how to open up to the Peak about this matter, worrying whether the Peak would reject him and not give him down. As a result, they are now made to have to go down. Su Chen was naturally pleasantly surprised. He still needed to slaughter 100 more foreigners right now as a way to improve his sword Dao physique. The foreign races are vicious and brutal, mostly living in groups, with few scattered ones, so it's dangerous to go down to the Abyss every time. But there are all kinds of opportunities for elixirs in the Abyss. That's where martial artists should stay. Gao Feng didn't say much. This was a rule that had been in place for years, and no one could change it. But don't worry, you will be accompanied by veteran students when you enter the abyss for the first time, and when you encounter danger, the veteran students will all rush in front, and there will also be the military guarding the abyss who will step in to protect you. Seeing that Su Chen's three didn't speak, Gao Feng thought that he was scared and explained again. When can we go down? Su Chen finally opened his mouth, with some excitement and impatience in his tone, making the peak directly dumbfounded. It was the first time he met Su Chen like this. The earliest. Tomorrow, Gao Feng gave a reply, counting the last time he entered the abyss until now, but it was time to go in. The freshmen are just our top 10? Wang Lin asked curiously. Gao Feng nodded. Other than your top 10 who have entered the student union, all other freshmen are not qualified to enter the abyss. When you guys grow up, you'll be the ones to lead the freshmen into the abyss in the future. Of course, this time there will be international students entering in addition to you. Hearing Peak's words, Su Chen frowned again, not knowing what he was thinking. Gao Feng was explaining some more things. Su Chen's three then left the place. It had been confirmed that they would enter the abyss tomorrow morning. Today they had to rest and refresh themselves. Meanwhile, on the ruins of the villa area, Henry stood on it with an ugly look on his face, especially after learning that one of their freshman students was actually taken away by force, and now the person doesn't know where he went, and the pot of blowing up the villa area was actually held on the head of that foreign student. Damn, this is clearly targeting us. This matter must not be let go, Henry said in a cold voice, his fists clenched white. Chapter 39 1 inch of mountain and 1 inch of blood. On the second day, early in the morning, Su Chen arrived early at the place where the student union was located. Wang Lin and Wu Tao followed behind as the top 10 all appeared. Among them, Tong Yu looks a little miserable, his body bandaged. Originally Peak wanted to let him go back to rest, wait for the next time, but Tong Yu has refused. I've already said what I should have said to you. I'll say it one last time. There are many dangers in the abyss. Don't act rashly, and listen to the command in everything, Gao Feng said as he stood in front, his eyes sweeping around the top 10 freshmen, carrying a long sword on his back. Depart. After saying that, Summit led them towards the very back of the academy. Accompanying them were some of the veteran students of the Student Alliance, all of whom were very experienced in fighting in the abyss and had experienced the baptism of war. In the rear, Summit came to a halt in front of a large steel factory building. Su Chen was shocked to realize that when they appeared here, at least a dozen auras locked them down. Then some people in military uniforms came out with hot weapons, and Peak went up to talk to them and proved their identities before letting them go. Just as he was about to go in, Su Chen's remaining light caught a glimpse of another team, led by Henry. There were about 30 people, 10 of them were freshmen, and the rest were also international student veterans, and according to the Academy's regulations they had to enter the abyss as well. This is an iron law, that is, they have to abide by it even if they are privileged. When Henry saw Su Chen, his complexion became gloomy, and there was actually some killing intent in his eyes that flickered. Su Chen naturally also captured this point, but did not say anything. If these foreign devils are sensible not to mess with him, then it would be okay. If they dare to come, then do not blame him for being ruthless. Entering the plant, Su Chuan realized that on the ground at the very center of the plant, there was actually a huge crack of about 10 feet. There was a strange energy fluctuation in the crack, and its interior was pitch black, yet it emitted a palpitating aura. On the edge, a few people holding human weapons stood guard, looking serious, their bodies actually carrying blood, as if they had just finished fighting, and next to it, there are some injured people being bandaged, some missing an arm, a leg, and some missing half of their body. The smell of blood was strong, and a solemn killing intent rose in Su Chen's heart. Entering the abyss is like going to the battlefield, facing the foreign races directly. It is very likely that you will die. Gao Feng's face carried a seriousness that had never been seen before, and his gaze was looking at Su Chen and the others again. You can now choose to go back. No one will say anything about you. The 10 freshmen looked colorful with childish faces, but no one wanted to quit. Wang Lin grinned greatly and slung his chopper over his shoulder, holding a piece of grass root in his mouth. Hurry up, I can't wait. Gao Feng nodded and turned around to go in, but a man in military uniform stopped Gao Feng. The mongrels down there are starting to riot again, and there's a lot of deaths and injuries. You guys, Gao Feng sniffed and frowned. He had already guessed it when he saw injured people everywhere. It's okay, we've got it covered. After saying that, Gao Feng took the lead and stepped into the abyss, his figure directly disappearing into thin air, with the rest of them following closely behind. Entering the abyss, it wasn't just a battlefield as Su Chen thought, but a huge ancient city filled with traces of battles. When they landed on the city wall, someone came over to dock the peak. I don't know how long the conversation lasted, but a troop of Iron Blood soldiers appeared, looking at Su Chen and the others with a serious expression. You Deans can be such assholes. All hairless dolls, letting you come down and face these. A leading general opened his mouth and cursed. That's right, we're not dead yet. We don't need you to face these scumbags yet. Wait out of the city, remember to follow us. Run quickly when you encounter danger. We'll break your back. They're all dolls. What can they do down here? A few soldiers spoke with big grins, their bodies smelling of blood. It was hard to hide the fatigue on their faces, and a black pouch was hanging from their waists, a shrouded body bag. You guys have been guarding for so many years. It's time for us. Su Chen suddenly opened his mouth. Although it was the first time he had come down, he also knew that the deaths and injuries of the generals who guarded the abyss every year were an extremely horrifying number, and almost every dissenting movement was filling it up with human lives. A generation has a generation to do. You have done enough. Sooner or later this battlefield will be dominated by us. A few veterans stared blankly at Su Chen. Their eyes actually suddenly reddened and became moist. Ha ha ha, good. It's not in vain that I've been on guard down there for 20 years. Seeing our offspring grow up safe and healthy will satisfy the old man. Several veterans reddened. All of them had gone from teenagers to middle-aged, and entered the abyss to guard it for 20 years, 30 years, or even a lifetime. There are those whose lives are fixed forever, and those who don't even get their bones back. An inch of mountain and an inch of blood. From the moment they entered the abyss, they had never thought of going back alive. Are they afraid? They're not afraid. They were afraid of failing to hold the line of defense and letting these mongrels break out of the ground and plague their next generation. They are afraid to die defending the line and have no one to remember them when they die. Su Chen's words were ordinary, but they poked into their hearts. Let's go. Go kill these scumbags. The veteran soldier quickly organized himself, and a pair of large rough hands clapped on Su Chen's shoulders. We're not old yet. We can still fight again. It's not your turn to take over. Cultivate well. We have limited talent. This life is just like this. But you guys are different. You were born in this era of full-blown aura recovery. Your achievements will definitely be above ours. You can't die here early now. Only by staying alive. Only by getting stronger. Can we do more and protect more people? After the old soldier finished speaking, with a wave of his hand, he led the people to take the lead in walking out of the ancient city. Gao Feng, on the other hand, followed behind with the trainees, and for some reason, Su Chen's heart was greatly touched as he followed behind, not knowing what he was thinking. Right after they walked out of the ancient city, in the Luochang Technical School, several figures appeared in the middle of the academy, and one of them actually had a Western face. This is the L.A. Technical School? But what a disgusting place. The air here makes me feel sick. The Westerner did not hide his disgust and loathing, even feeling that he was insulted by standing here. Where's their dean? Tell him to come out and see me, the Westerner said. A dog leg behind him nodded his head and walked over. His face was even more disgruntled. They had already notified in advance that they were coming to Luochang Technical School, but surprisingly, no one came to greet them. Old man Feng, how come you still don't know any rules after so many years? Get out! Just as the dog's leg finished speaking, the dean's roar came out, and then the dog's leg flew out backwards. Chapter 40, look into it all you want, but he's already committed suicide. The dog leg also did not expect that he had just gone into the office to be kicked out by the Wind Dean, did not leave his hand at all, and almost gave him away. Outside, when the Westerners saw this scene, their complexion suddenly became icy cold, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses on the side was even more gloomy. Winsong, are you going to do something? The man shouted angrily, and the aura of the peak of the feudal marquis realm was released, crushing the sky and the earth. In an instant, the Luochang Technical School looked like it was on the verge of an enemy, as a group of instructors instantly appeared and stood outside the office. Only then did Dean Feng slowly walk out, looking at these people with an expressionless face. Do you all have something to do at my Luochang Technical School? Wind Whisper, you know in your heart what we're here for. The man with glasses shouted angrily, thinking that Wind Whisper was doing it on purpose. You say less. On the side, the old woman with a head full of white hair hooked her waist and slowly walked out, looking at Wind Whisper. Little Wind, we're here for nothing else. That is, the matter of the bombing of the villa area of your international students of the Luochang Technical School. It would be fine if some of the buildings were destroyed, but this one blew up some foreign students. That's a different story. We have to investigate. Upon hearing this, Dean Feng frowned, then threw a document up. He had expected these guys to come looking for trouble and had already prepared for it. The old lady took the document and looked through it, and only after a long time did she hand it to the middle-aged man with glasses. Nonsense. It's ridiculous. The middle-aged man just glanced at it and threw the document aside. Wind Whisper, are you teasing me? You said that the foreign students themselves blew up their villa area? You tell me what their motive was? To tell you the truth, we've received reports that your tutor dean at the Luochang Technical School is harboring murderers, planting evidence, deliberately targeting international students, and suppressing them. Even, embezzling the cultivation resources allocated to international students by the school league. Can you admit it? The man said in a cold voice, directly questioning Wind Whisper. They were from the school league. Naturally they were not afraid of a Luo Chang technical school. Are you questioning me? Wind Whisper spoke out, not answering the man's words, and an even more terrifying aura instantly spread out. The entire Luo City Technical School is filled with a half-suicidal intent. Did not wait for the man to continue to speak. The wind language has been hands. A slap hard in the man's face. Where did you get the courage to question me as a Seal Marquis realm? Wind Whisper said furiously. The aura of a martial king released, terrifyingly enveloping the man. You dare to hit me? Do you know? The man first froze for a moment, then angry. But the words did not finish. The wind language of the slap is again pumped up. Not a bit of face to give. No matter who you are and who you represent, when you arrive here, give me the rules of the Luo Chang Technical School. And you can't tell who your ancestors are if you bring a foreign devil as your father. Windy language scolded the man's face red, unable to say a word. Windy, it's a bit much, the old woman said again, her breath locking onto Wind Whisper. If Wind Whisper dared to make a move again, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Wind Whisper snorted coldly. Another document appeared in the storage ring and threw it out directly. What's recorded on this is the cultivation resources and distribution of the foreign students. So open your eyes and see if I've embezzled anything. Wind Whisper was truly enraged that someone would suspect him of embezzling cultivation resources and report him. It doesn't even take a second thought to realize that it's something done by those white wolves that international students can't feed. The old woman simply looked at a few eyes, then put it away, smiled and said, I naturally believe in your character, but the villa area explosion blew up the foreign students of this matter. We must be strictly investigated. Whatever, investigate as much as you like. I, Luo Chang Technical School, will never interfere. After saying that, Wind Whisper was about to leave, but was called back. Call out the foreign student you said blew up the villa area. I have something to ask him. The Westerner opened his mouth, his face unkind, and if it wasn't for the wifey being in the way, he might have been unable to resist making a move. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wind Whisper was targeting him. Go find yourself, but it seems like I heard that he committed suicide in fear of a crime. After Wind Whisper finished speaking, he directly left, and the tutor from Luo Chang Technical School also turned around and left without stopping. The people from the school league came here without a sip of water and were scolded, and two of them even received a brutal beating. At those words, not only the Westerner, but also the old woman's complexion changed. Fear of committing suicide? I think it's because they intentionally planted evidence and harbored the murderer. I suggest that we report it to the school league immediately. The L.A. City Technical School has already been disloyal and must be severely punished, the man with the glasses said, glaring viciously in the direction Wind Whisper had left. And at this time, Su Chen and the others had already walked out of the ancient city and wandered into the abyssal battlefield. With the veterans giving them a head start, they weren't under much pressure, and the atmosphere along the way was grave and serious. Except that one hadn't met a Fae yet. What Su Chen didn't know was that after they had come down, the people from the school alliance had already come to their door, and the head dean was carrying them. Damn, these bastards are hiding really fast. A veteran soldier cursed. They didn't dare to be too flashy. Across the street was the king city of the foreign race, with the king of the foreign race sitting in the town, sitting on hundreds of thousands of troops. At any time, they might move out and attack the ancient city. If they were discovered, the opposite side would send out a large army and kill them all in a matter of moments. Su Chuan looked grave, feeling the surrounding aura that was many times denser than the outside. He had a feeling of relief. This was the place where martial artists should stay. Soon, they were already deep into the battlefield. If they met a crisis here, it would be difficult to ask for help from the ancient city, and the veteran was more grave. There is a situation, a veteran soldier suddenly said. The team stopped advancing, and Su Chen also paused and raised his eyes to look over. Passing through the grass, he saw some guys wearing animal skins and looking somewhat like human beings living there in groups, not knowing what they were talking about. The expressions of Gao Feng and the other veteran students also became grave in an instant, and they even lowered their breath. About 100 of them, the strongest of which is the 9 stars of the Qihai realm, 10 or so of the Qihai realm, and also the rest of them are all foreign natives of the Qi blood realm. The veteran analyzed and saw the strength of this alien team. Not too strong, just right for Summit and their students. Prepare, Gao Feng said, having already decided in his mind that he was the one to hunt them. The old students' looks were serious. They all took out their own weapons, and then with a command from Peak, they directly charged up. The alien natives hadn't even expected that someone would come here to attack them, and were caught off guard. The veterans, on the other hand, stood guard, with no intention of making a move. They were only there to ensure the safety of these trainees, and they would only make a move if it came to a moment of crisis. Summit these veteran students are also worthy of being elites and are very experienced. And they actually directly tore open an opening and massacred them in a big way. Su-chan also did not hesitate, holding the Dragon Abyss sword to kill up. Chapter 41, Slaughtering the Foreigners, Shocking the Veterans. The sound of fierce battle rang out. Su-chan was actually not afraid at all, and with one sword, he beheaded a Chi Blood Realm foreigner without any burden in his heart. When they go to war, they are the enemy, the intruder. There are no innocents on the battlefield. All these years of subduing the abyss, which one of the alien race's great attacks was not the human race filling in with their lives, casting a city of flesh and blood to hold them back. If these foreigners were innocent, then what were the human generals who died in battle? Su-chen drew his sword and killed another Chi Blood Realm foreigner, and the new students, led by Su-chen, began to fight back. Many of them had never seen such a scene before. It was difficult for the mind to accept and adapt, and it was up to the older students to keep the foreigners at bay for them. All of you watch with your eyes wide open. These foreigners are invaders and enemies. If you are too soft-hearted to face them head-on, you will be killed by them. If you can't even withstand this, what makes you guys occupy a large amount of cultivation resources? That's what countless people have killed with their lives down there. Su-chen was the first to speak, tightly frowning, although it was also a little hard to bear in his heart, and he even had the feeling of wanting to vomit. But, in their eyes, these were invaders. None of them were innocent, and each one's hands were stained with the blood of human generals. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's faces were slightly pale, but they adapted quickly and had already started killing the foreigners. When the veterans heard Su-chen's words, they looked over with admiration in their eyes, and the veterans were also a bit surprised. Su-chen was really worthy of being a chief student as well, and it was already rare to have this kind of vigor. Remember when they first entered the abyss and faced the Fae? No better than these freshmen. Soon, the foreign race was the one who reacted and had begun to resist. The battle scorched and entered white heat. Veterans joined the fight, hardly in full protection of these freshmen, and one freshman failed to adapt and was slashed in the chest by the alien. Su-chen arrived in time to save this newborn and behead this foreigner. Your cultivation is above him, but if you dared to face him straight on and make a move, you wouldn't be so badly injured. Su-chen didn't say anything more, turning around and plunging back into the battle. The Dragon Abyss sword trembled as the sword diameter shot out, each sword taking away a Chi Blood Realm foreigner. At this time, Su-chuan was dyed in blood, and the only thing in his eyes was cold killing intent, like a killing god, slaughtering the foreigners who were chilled and wanted to retreat. But a Chi realm of a foreign race was also eyeing Su-chen and directly killed him. Su-chen, be careful. Seeing this, Gao Feng instantly shouted and wanted to come up to help, but he was dragged down by the Chi realm of the foreigners. Wang Lin and Wu Tao tightly locked their brows and were about to come up when they saw Su-chen's eyes cold, as if he was brewing something, and in the next instant, a terrifying sword light suddenly cut out. As the sword light swept through, the foreigners of the Chi realm stuttered, and several of the foreigners of the Chi Blood realm who were on the sidelines directly had their bodies explode. With this terrifying sword, even Peak was shocked, and that alien Chi realm was directly chopped into two. Spilling blood. Good boy, Gao Feng exclaimed excitedly, and the rest of the older students were also shocked by Su-chen's sword. The veterans were a bit surprised, not realizing that this weak-looking freshman was so tough. It's just horrible. Su-chen beheaded this Chi realm but didn't stop, but continued to slaughter. Bathed in blood, Su-chen had no other thoughts in his mind. He only wanted to slaughter all these foreigners, just like a god of killing. It was Peak they were all frightened. I've never seen a freshman so tough. Wang Lin and Wu Tao is not willing to show weakness, is also chasing the foreigners cut up. Tong Yu has the heart but is powerless. His body is still injured but also with a hand out of the gods of the sword. Kill the foreigners chills. The remaining few freshmen also seemed to be inspired by Su-chen and began to resist, no longer hiding. Soon, this team of foreigners was all but slaughtered. That one Chi realm 9-star foreigner was beheaded by the veteran soldier. Ha ha ha, it hurts, it hurts. The old soldier laughed and stomped the alien's head right into pieces. Kid, I wasn't wrong about you. Didn't disgrace your Luo Chang technical school. The veterans were impressed by Su-chen's skill. They had brought up so many freshmen and it was the first time they had met such a fierce freshman, chasing after the foreigners and chopping them up. In the past, it was already considered good that the freshmen were not scared into quail when they met this kind of scene. Veterans are the most direct. A favorite is a favorite, and it's all about strength. And not only was Su-chen's strength, but also his hardiness made them feel shocked and delighted. And they didn't hide their fondness for Su-chen. Peak, this kid is much stronger than you were back then. It seems that you, the hand of the student union, are afraid that you are ready to give up your position. Ha ha ha, that's right. Your kid came down for the first time in the first place, although his performance was okay, but compared to Su-chen it's really far worse. The old soldier smiled broadly and handed Su-chen an elixir that restored his chi and blood. Gao Feng wasn't annoyed. Instead he laughed out loud. Then I'll be free. It's time for this burden to be replaced. Ha ha ha. Gao Feng was not angry. On the contrary, he was also shocked by Su Chen's ability. Chopping up a Qi Si realm foreigner with a single sword was not simple. No wonder he was able to hang the older students. And even Lu Qingfeng and the others teamed up to lose to Su Chen. What was even more shocking to Peak was Su Chen's mindset, that he was able to transform so quickly and chase after the foreigners to kill them. There is also the fact that Su Chen unexpectedly comprehended the sword dipper. He had been cultivating swords for many years, wielding them since he was a child, and had only just touched the threshold of the sword dipper, and was simply too weak compared to Su Chen. Su Chen smiled without saying anything, detecting the host killing 42 foreigners. Outstanding performance, rewarding the easy sword decision to be upgraded to a minor completion, and the blood value to be upgraded by 70. The system's settlement had arrived. Su Chen was a bit surprised. He himself didn't keep track of exactly how many foreigners he had killed. He didn't expect to have killed 42 of them. This made even Su Chen feel surprised. In total, there were just over 100 foreigners, and he alone was almost about to kill half of them. What surprised Su Chen the most was the fact that the easy sword technique had been upgraded to the point of minor accomplishment. Knowing that it was a heavenly rank advanced martial skill, cultivation was extremely difficult. Even martial kings had to delve into it for a long time, but Su Chen had actually reached a minor accomplishment in such a quick time. Moreover, his blood value had surprisingly increased by 70 as well. Generally speaking, the Qi and Blood realm takes 100 Qi and Blood as 1 star. His current realm is the Qi and Blood realm 7 stars, which means 700 Qi and Blood value. In order to upgrade to 8 stars, he has to cultivate his Qi and Blood value to 800. But now that he had raised his Qi and Blood value by 70, that is to say, he would be able to break through the 8 stars of the Qi and Blood realm with another 30 Qi and Blood values. Thinking of this, Su Chen also couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Killing to become stronger turned out to be such a thing. Let's go. Continue. This is still just the beginning. Gao Feng laughed. The first battle was a great success, making them all in a good mood. Su Dust nodded. Already cannot wait. It is not easy to come down. How to behead 100 foreigners to obtain the sword Dao physique enhancement before it. Chapter 42. There's no such thing as a good year. Just someone who carries the weight for us. The wounded were bandaged and led onward, and soon they were meeting another party of foreigners, much smaller in number than the one before. There were only 30 in total, all with cultivation levels of the Qi and Blood realm, and they were all quickly decimated. Su Chuan's eyes carried a cold killing intent as he wiped the blood on top of the Dragon Abyss sword. There were still some foreigners missing. Thinking in his heart, Su Chen actually felt some regret. Almost time to go back. Gao Feng opened his mouth after resting for a while. They were now 100 miles deep. It could really be too dangerous to walk. The rest of the older students nodded, and the new students were all relieved that they could finally go back. This experience simply made their 3 views collapse. Go back to many days to recover from it. This place is simply not a person to stay. But when they thought of those generals guarding for a lifetime, they were all silent again. There is no such thing as a good time, but someone is carrying their weight for them, and this abyss is in the L.A. City Technical School. If the foreigners break through the defense, the first one to be destroyed will be the L.A. City Technical School. A year ago, when the foreigners attacked in force and the defense line was nearly breached, all the instructors of the Luocheng Technical School went into the abyss to fight in the bloodbath, but it was so that they were all allowed to go home on vacation. Even many mentors don't even get to write a suicide note. Some of them had also just graduated and were in their 20s, while others had just started their families and their children had just been born. But they didn't take a step back and fought bloody battles until the battle was over and the foreigners retreated. But many mentors are the ones who never come up in the. After finishing his speech, Gao Feng packed up and took away all the weapons of these foreigners, and even more so, he felt around on their bodies. Su Chen was a bit strange until he saw Peak fumbling with a spirit medicine on the body of the alien. Our Luocheng Technical School has been targeted by the School League for so many years. The cultivation resources issued every year are the little scraps left over from other colleges, and we also have to share a large amount of resources tilted to those foreign devils. Our cultivation resources are in short supply. Peak helplessly smiled. These years all rely on Old Man Wind to hold on. If one day Old Man Wind, Gao Feng didn't say anything further, but just sighed helplessly, only hating himself for not being strong enough. The rest of the old students were also silent. They all knew about these. Su Chen, as a newborn chief student, had the right to know about this. Su Chuan was silent. He didn't think that there was even this something behind this. It seemed that the situation of Luocheng Technical School was really bad. A lot of the cultivation resources of the trainees relied on themselves to come down to the abyss to search for them, whereas in other academies, there was no mention of trainees being asked to search for cultivation resources on their own. Alas, these years Luocheng Technical School has helped us to defend the abyss. and has killed generation after generation of tutors in battle. If it were not for this, Luocheng Technical School would not be so hard. If it were any other academy, it would have long been scrapped. The veterans on the side also sighed. They all knew it in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only take more care of the trainees from the Luocheng Technical School when they came down. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also frowned, but they really didn't think that Luocheng Technical School would be so tough. On the way back, no one spoke. The atmosphere was a little silent. The new students just experienced the killing. The heart is still a little unable to adapt. Need some time. Summit didn't say anything about this. It was up to them. Stick with it and you will grow fast. Don't stick with it and you're out. That's realistic. Something's up. The veteran in front of them suddenly waved his hand to signal them to stop. His eyes fixed. Su Chen raised his eyes, but he heard a sound of footsteps and the sound of cartwheels coming from not far ahead. Su Chen was a little surprised. The veteran hurriedly led them to hide in the jungle, and soon a party of more than 300 men were seen driving the scaly horse beasts pulling carts toward the front. The car was actually filled with a strain of spiritual medicine, as well as various kinds of ores and iron tools, which were worth a lot of money. Seeing this, a few veterans were red-eyed, but this foreigner team was guarded by a sovereign realm foreigner, and there were 30 or so at the Qihai realm. Suffice it to say that what they were escorting was of great value. So many cultivation resources. If you snatch them, Wang Lin couldn't help but say. His eyes are a little red. The whole 10 carriages of cultivation resources, that's not a small amount of money. Outside, a plant of spirit medicine casually have to hundreds of thousands of millions. Here these spirit medicine rough estimate is worth several billion. This is still not count those or iron it. Don't mess around. This team is not something we can eat, the veterans hurriedly said. Of course they were red-eyed, but they also knew that it was not something they could eat. Wang Lin was silent, but his eyes never moved away, and his harumph was coming out. The older students were also red-eyed. If they could get these resources, it would be enough for them to cultivate for more than a year, and it's letting go of the need to practice without restraint. Su Chen was also sizing up this team of foreigners, not knowing what he was thinking about, and in the next moment, the pupils of Su Chen's eyes condensed as he looked at the very back of that team in dismay. It was actually a sight to see a dozen or so human generals, ragged and covered in blood, weakly imprisoned in a cage. The veteran naturally saw it, and at once did not control his killing intent, although he did not recognize who the person in the cage was. But here, besides being a general of the ancient city, where else could it be? But how did they get tackled by the Fae? The veteran's eyes reddened and his fists clenched. It was hard to hide the anger in his heart, wanting to go up and save the day. Several people from Gaofeng also noticed and frowned, not knowing what was going on in their minds. Do it, we can't just watch them being taken away by the foreigners, Su Chen said. After saving the people, immediately rush towards the ancient city. It's impossible for them to chase them to the ancient city for these few people. You could tell that they were the team escorting the supplies, and it was unlikely that they would abandon the supplies to catch up with them. At that, the veteran was about to say something, but there was a commotion in front of him, and the foreigners didn't know what they were talking about. Su Chen frowned and raised his head but saw that at the forefront of the alien team, Henry and the other foreign students actually appeared there. It was obvious that Henry and the others had been spotted by the Fae. Su Chen was also surprised to meet this foreign devil here. Henry's face was clearly flustered. They never came down to the abyss to blindly wander around and go up. They never went to kill foreigners, much less search for elixirs, and they had never even seen a foreigner. But today, why was his luck so bad that he met a team of foreigners? Run! Henry shouted and turned around to run, but the Fae had already spotted them. How could they let them run? And directly chased after them. These foreign devils are still doing a good job. Su Chen laughed, not bothering to save them, but instead looking to the rear, where all the attention of the foreigners had been attracted. Do it! Gaofeng also understood Su Chen's meaning and said without hesitation, taking the lead and rushing up. Chapter 43, Mission accomplished. Acquired chaotic sword body. Massacre. Gaofeng took the lead to rush up, waving the sword in his hand. There were thousands of sword chi flowing. A Qihai realm 6-star foreigner was actually beheaded by him with a sword under the defenselessness. Su Chuan followed closely behind, his sword dipper flowing, and actually chopped off the head of a Qi realm foreigner as well. The veterans and trainees in the back then rushed up, each with a murderous aura, forcefully tearing open an opening and directly chopping the foreigners around the cage. That is, to save the people inside. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack, a foreigner yelled, and the foreigners in front of them were attracted by the commotion and immediately turned around to kill. Without any hesitation, the veteran directly drove the scaled horse beast to let Peak lead the people to leave quickly, while they stayed behind to break the back. The people in the cage looked on incredulously. They were already as if their hearts were dead. They were even prepared to commit suicide, but they didn't expect to be rescued. Want to save someone in my hands? Dream on. The Chi Si realm 9 stars of the foreign race rushed in, bringing several Chi Si realms with them, speaking the language of the foreign race. Take the people away. I'll go up and help. Gao Feng rushed up. Naturally Su Chen didn't leave but followed. He was still a little short of upgrading his sword Dao physique. It was still close to breaking through the 8 stars of the Qi and Blood realm, and this opportunity Su Chen naturally would not let go. Su Chuan, hurry up and go. Gao Feng and a few older students didn't expect Su Chen to come up and hurriedly said, but Su Chen had no intention of leaving. Easy sword technique. First stance. Su Chen snorted coldly and directly executed the easy sword technique. A huge silhouette of a big fish made of sword dangles appeared and swam along that long river of sword chi, carrying a terrifying aura. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had just rushed up. When they saw this attack, they directly turned around without the slightest hesitation. They knew too well that Su Chen had used this move to defeat Lu Qingfeng and the others with terrifying power. And this time, what Su Chen had cast was obviously even more terrifying than the last time. After all, the current Su Chen's mastery of the easy sword technique had already reached the point of minor accomplishment. It was not something that could be compared to the previous initiation. When the big fish swam up, it was Peek who felt a terrifying sword aura and couldn't help but hurriedly back away. Looking at Su Chen in horror, he couldn't believe that Su Chen, a Qi blood realm, was able to unleash such a terrifying attack out. It was he who felt a hint of danger. The big fish swam up, and the alien race's Qi Si realm 9 stars were directly engulfed and strangled on the spot. But the big fish only dimmed a bit and killed again, quickly devouring and strangling another Qi Si realm. The sword chi emanating from the surroundings was actually directly decapitating some Qi blood realm guys. The power of a sword was actually this terrifying. The veterans all looked over in shock, while Su Chen's sword had actually caused the foreigners to retreat in fear, not daring to come forward. Seeing this, Su Chen was not polite and directly put away all the cultivation resources on the carriage. Fortunately, he had the storage ring given to him by the Sword Heavenly King, and it was also fortunate that this storage ring did not have a small amount of space, or else Su Chen really did not know how to take away these things. He had killed so many foreigners, but he couldn't take away the cultivation resources. That would be too much of a loss. Seeing the situation, Wang Lin and Wu Tao eyes are red. Regardless of everything rushed up, the resources on the carriage is coaxing. Cannot be loaded is directly to the clothes inside the stuffing. These were all cultivation resources, precious beyond measure, and no one would mind having more cultivation resources. Peak people are stupid, just reacted. The back of the carriage were robbed. A hair did not leave him in front of us. The foreigners have already noticed this place and turned around to kill directly. Henry and the other foreign students also noticed Su Chen and the others, and actually ran towards Su Chen and the others. Peak, stop them, stop these mongrel things. Henry, who was also a 6-star of the Qi Si realm, was scared silly and shouted loudly, not caring about the rest of the foreign students. In just a moment, at least 10 or so foreign students had died at the hands of the foreigners. Don't look at them, they were all Qi High realm, enjoying a large amount of resources, but they were all wine bags. They hadn't even seen a foreigner, and they were completely different from Summit and the others who had experienced the baptism of war. A large number of foreigners pounced on them, and they were enraged, completely enraged. These resources were the ones they were going to escort to the king's city to pay tribute, and now they had been robbed. Kill them for me! The sovereign realm Fei roared angrily and flew up to charge, and the rest of the Fei also pounced. Run! Gao Feng and the veteran shouted up almost at the same time and turned around to run. Peak, save me! We are foreign students with a noble status. If we die, you can't afford the responsibility. Henry was really anxious and shouted, but his tone was not the least bit pleading. Gao Feng didn't want to care at all. But the moment he turned around was when he saw that Su Chen was actually standing in place without moving. Su Chen, run! Gao Feng was anxious, but Su Chen still didn't move as if he didn't hear it. Detecting that the host has killed 100 foreigners, congratulations on obtaining a sword body enhancement. It is in the process of being enhanced. Detecting that the host has killed a large number of foreigners and slaughtered the Qi realm, his blood value has increased by 100. After the system's voice rang out, Su Chen first felt that his Qi and blood value had risen to 870, having successfully reached the 8th star of the Qi and blood realm, and was even about to break through to the 9th star, and it was as if his consciousness had entered into a chaos. The surroundings were pitch black and he couldn't see anything. The only sound was the sound of sword chi sweeping by from time to time. Every time it rang out, Su Chen could feel his body being cut by a sword chi, and blood flowed. Suddenly, a bright silver-white light lit up in the midst of this pitch blackness. The silver light was getting closer and closer, and Su Chuan had even felt the terrifying sword Dao intent on it. This silver light was actually a sword light, like it was able to cut through heaven and earth. It arrived in front of Su Chen in an instant. Su Chen wanted to resist, but it was too late. The sword chi had already swept over his body. An unrivaled sword power caused Su Chen to feel himself being ruthlessly suppressed, and his body was chopped into two. Sword Dao Physique Enhancement completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chaotic sword physique, and the Sword Dao Comprehension enhanced to sword power. In view of the host's outstanding performance, the host will be rewarded with a heavenly martial arts skill, Inferno Berserker, which has been automatically learned at the introductory level. The system's voice rang out. Sichuan finally opened his eyes. His eyes carried a heart-stopping sword power. He suddenly drew his sword. His breath was furious. The storm of violent sword chi actually formed a sword chi tornado rising above Sichuan's head. Gao Feng was directly shaken back by this sword chi. And then he saw Su Chen holding the Dragon Abyss sword and stabbing out with it. Endless sword astral flowed. A sword potential that had nothing to say appeared at the same time. It was an indestructible potential that made the sword astral even more terrifying, like it was able to invisibly suppress the other party. And around Su Chen, there is even a thunder inflammation surging. Su Chen's breath became incomparably berserk, and his eyes became crimson. Chapter 44 Henry Backstab, Storming the Fei Clan. This Lip Peak was also frightened, and wanted to run away with Su Chen, but it was already too late. Henry the stupid pig had caught up with the alien clan's sovereign realm behind him, but what everyone did not expect was that Su Chen's sword went up and directly pierced through the Chi-Si realm of several foreign races, and it even pushed the sovereign foreign races. The patriarchal Fei felt the terror of Su Chen's sword and hastily paused to block it, and Henry took this opportunity to run up. The faces of the foreign students were filled with surprise and fear. This was the first time they felt death, almost dying. If it wasn't for Su Chen's sword briefly blocking the foreigners, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to come here. Henry's eyes held a trace of afterthought, and after another glance at Su Chen, he actually went forward and pushed Su Chen up. Kill him if you have to, he a lowly trash. Su Chen was also not expecting to be backstabbed, and Henry used all his strength, even using his spiritual power, to push him up. The patriarchal Fei had already broken through Su Chen's attack just now and met Su Chen and killed him. Su Chen! Gao Feng was anxious and rushed up to try to save Su Chen. The veterans on the side also instantly rushed up. They couldn't bear to see such a good seedling like Su Chen die here. Bastard! You bastard! When I go back to the academy, I'll be the first to chop you. Wang Lin roared angrily and also rushed up, wanting to save Su Chen. Not only the freshmen, but all of them stared angrily at Henry, and the generals in the cages were eager to come up and tear Henry, the scum of the earth, apart. A humble and lowly lowlife, only worthy of staying behind to break the back. It's his honor to be able to save us. Henry Huanran turned around and ran straight away with the other foreign students, ignoring the stares around him. In their eyes, only they were noble, and Su Chen and these locals were inferior and lowly things that died. It doesn't matter at all. Not to mention that Su Chen and he himself have a grudge. Oh, it is just right to be able to use this to kill Su Chen. Watching the foreign clan master pounce on him, his huge fist smashing angrily over. If it landed on his body, it would be enough to beat a person into mush. Su Chen snorted coldly, and his unrivaled sword power rose up to the sky, like it was able to stir the wind and clouds, extremely terrifying. And around Su Chen, a lightning flame surrounded him, setting off an even more terrifying Su Chen. And that berserk aura made the foreign clan's patriarchs feel their hearts skip a beat. He couldn't imagine feeling such a terrifying aura on a Chi blood realm brat. Su Chen slammed his fist up angrily, and the violent force actually shook the foreign clan patriarch back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Su Chen cast Inferno Berserk. There was actually a void demon god silhouette hovering behind him, burning with terrifying flames, and there were endless thunder and lightning landings, rushing up with an unrivaled aura. It was actually pressing the foreign clan's patriarch to violently beat him up. Under the pressure of the sword's power, this foreign race's sect master was actually beaten without the ability to fight back. The rest of the foreigners wanted to come up to help, but they were stopped by Peak and the others. Su Chen's aura skyrocketed after he executed the Inferno Fiend Berserk, and he even had the tendency to exceed the Chi-Si realm. The foreign clan patriarch still wanted to resist, but he was already beaten to death, and then his head was chopped off by Su Chen's sword. Seeing this, the foreign race knew that the tide had turned and wanted to run for their lives, but under Su Chen's leadership, everyone's battle spirit increased so much that they actually chased after them directly. Su Chen also slaughtered all the way, and actually slaughtered this team of foreigners all the way through. Without waiting for Su Chen to open his mouth, Wang Lin and Wu Tao had already started to stuff spirit medicine into their clothes in a big way, and Peak they couldn't help it even more. They were a bit restrained at first, but they soon joined Wang Lin and stuffed their clothes fiercely. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let it go, but he had a storage ring, and he quickly collected all of these resources. Although it was divided up some by Wang Lin and the others, the entire 10 carts, they didn't even take away 2 carts of resources, and the rest were collected by Su Chen. No one dared to say anything about this. After all, if it wasn't for Su Chen they wouldn't have been able to obtain these resources at all. not to mention slaughtering so many foreign races. This battle turned against the wind and relied entirely on Sichuan, a point that no one could fail to recognize. The veterans didn't go up to grab the resources, but rushed to the front of the cage to release the people inside. Being able to save them, the veteran was already content. So how could he go and grab resources from Su Chen and his group of students? Su Chen didn't say anything and just took out some resources and gave them. Don't refuse. If you hadn't led the way to guard us, we wouldn't have made it this far. And besides, you all contributed. You deserve it. Su Chen had said so. It was not easy for them to refuse, so they accepted it. Although they were in the military department, their cultivation resources were just as scarce. Then we're welcome. Su Chen smiled. Wang Lin and the others had already touched all the alien corpses and collected all the elixirs and weapons, which were all scarce resources that could be used to forge weapons. You can still get a pretty good price for a military division. It's Harry. Ha ha ha. I've been down here so many times that it doesn't add up to as much as I've made on this trip. Mard. I have to go up there and show off a wave of envy to those dogs. Ha ha ha. It's all thanks to Su Duan. Mud. How are you so powerful for a freshman? The older students were all surprised and shouted out. Their faces were uncontrollable excitement as they came up and said to Su Chen. Su Chen's ability was considered to have completely convinced them. Boss Su, Boss Su. Wang Lin's eyes rolled back in his head and he immediately shouted. Wu Tao was not willing to show weakness. The new students instantly followed suit, and the older students couldn't help but follow suit, all shouting from the bottom of their hearts. Gao Feng, on the other hand, looked a bit embarrassed. He also wanted to shout, but at least he was the hand of the student union. Would it be a bit bad? Otherwise, let's just give this position to Su Duan. Tong Yu stood somewhat out of place in the crowd. He really didn't want to shout, but in the two previous battles, Su Chen had saved him more than once. After a slight hesitation, he still shouted in a small voice with a red face. You guys Boss Gao is still there. Su Chen seemed to be a little embarrassed, but Wang Lin and Wu Tao knew better than anyone else that this kid was bad. With his mouth saying so, in his heart, he was afraid that he wanted Summit to abdicate. What a Boss Gao. I only recognize Boss Su. That's right, we only recognize Boss Su. The new students shouted and completely ignored the older students, and Summit was a little embarrassed, feeling as if he really should step aside. Boss Gao, it looks like it's time for you to give up your seat. A few older students couldn't help but say, and Gao Feng blushed and glared at them a few times. Okay, let's not talk about that. Just now those foreign devils backstabbed me. This can't just be left alone. Su Dust said. This word, not only the new students, Peak and other old students all look serious. Chapter 45 Summit, is it time for me to step aside? These mongrel dogs, if it wasn't for Boss Su, they all feared that they would have been hacked to death by the foreigners, and they even backstabbed Boss Su. That's right, Boss Su, you give the order now. Go back to the academy and we'll go get all these foreign devils and forget about it. A group of white-eyed wolves that can't be raised. Continuing to stay in the academy might come to backstab us at some point. Always a hidden danger. Several freshmen spoke up at once, furious and eager to get them killed. If it wasn't for Su Chen's sword blocking the foreign clan patriarch just now, would Henry have been able to run away? After receiving this, grandson turned around and pushed Su Chen up. This is bent on getting Su Chen killed. This matter must be reported to the academy. But don't make a move yet. Let's see what the academy wants. If the academy can't give you a fair and just explanation, we, the student union, will make a move, even if it's a complete war with the International Student Union, Gao Feng calmly said. If they went up in a fit of passion to find Henry their trouble, it would easily lead to their own passivity. Fear a hammer. I'd like to see how much these foreign devils can turn the tide in our territory. That's right. I haven't seen them outnumbering my multiple birds. I'm still afraid of them. Wang Lin and Wu Tao said angrily. Untamed. Back before the entrance examination, we were able to team up and press the older students to fight, and now we won't be afraid of those foreign devils. Hearing this, Summit looked a bit sultry and was tempted to say, are you polite? That's right. I can't beat Boss Su, but I can still kill a few foreign devils. What everyone did not expect was for Tong Yu to come up and say such a sentence as well. Wang Lin and Wu Tao both froze, and Su Chen couldn't help but look at Tong Yu one more time. Feeling their gazes, Tong Yu was a bit embarrassed and didn't say anything as he blushed. You can do it, little Tong. Quite on the ball. Wang Lin laughed and looked deeply at Tong Yu, thinking that this guy was a tough guy, but he didn't realize that he could lick it better than any of them. Gao Feng, these old students are likewise did not think. At that time the chief student scramble. Tong Yu is how simple. Iron bone. Now how also become this? Well, this matter certainly can't just be left alone, but we can't act rashly. Just listen to Senior Gao. Report it first, if it doesn't work, in cleaning up these foreign devils. Su Chen said that if they made a move rashly, it would only put them in a passive position. Alright then, all listen to Boss Su. The new student said. causing the corner of the mouth of the peak at the side to twitch, feeling that he, the student union boss, could not compare to Su Chen. It seems like it's really time for you to step aside. Now Su Chen is already 9 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. Martyr. How did this kid become 9 stars of the Qi and Blood realm? Gao Feng thought in his heart, and only then did he notice that Su Chen was already at the 9th star of the Qi and Blood realm, but he was only at the 7th star of the Qi and Blood realm when he came down. To have broken through another 2 stars in such a short period of time? As far as I noticed, Su Chen's cultivation level has already reached the 9th star of the Qi Blood realm? Gao Feng couldn't help but open his mouth, and only then did the older students on the side hurriedly look at Su Chen, and their expressions instantly became stunned. Yes, Su Chen was only at the Qi and Blood realm 7th star when he came down. How come he was already at the 9th star of the Qi and Blood realm now? This cultivation speed. You're on a ING airplane. The key was that Su Chen had killed a foreigner of the sovereign realm with the Qi and Blood realm. That was the patriarchal realm. In the academy, that was someone who could become a mentor, but Su Chen had actually killed it. It was only then that they reacted to the fact that Su Chen had killed a foreigner of the sovereign realm with the Qi and Blood realm. This battle performance would have been unbelievable to them if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. Suddenly, they felt as if they had practiced for nothing for so many years, and that someone else, a freshman, a schoolmate, was already stronger than them. In that case, it didn't seem to be impossible for Peak to abdicate to Su Chen. What isn't better than them, except that they came a little later? Those among the freshmen were even more surprised. Also being a freshman, Su Chen was already a goal that was out of their reach and could not be chased. Marred. Hurry up and cultivate, or else sooner or later we'll be left far behind by this grandson. Wang Lin and Wu Tao both took out a spirit medicine and directly gnawed on it. The first time they saw Su Chen was still at 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm and was similar to them, but now they were still at 6 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. But Su Chen was already at 9 stars of the Qi and Blood realm and had beheaded the Zhongshu realm. We didn't look at the wrong person. Ha ha ha. Give you some time in the future to be crowned king and title of honor are afraid that it is not difficult. Then it is also time for you to take over the battlefield. A few veterans couldn't help but say. They still underestimated Su Chen's talent. Qi and Blood realm beheading the sect master realm. What a blow up this was. Looking at the whole of China is something that has never happened before, and it can be completely said to be a record breaker. Su Dust, remember not to take risks before you have the strength. With your talent it won't take long to stand at the top. Geniuses who haven't grown up are worthless. Another veteran soldier couldn't catch on and said, worrying that Su Chen with such talent at this age would not be too high-minded and not be able to take the aggravation. Su Chen just nodded his head. This reasoning was something he naturally understood. Let's go. This experience has come to a successful end, Su Chen said, and the group then walked towards the ancient city. Gao Feng felt that he had less and less power of speech. It was the old students around him who all came together around Su Chen. It seemed that he really wasn't far from abdicating. Do you dare to believe that I'll just come down and take the freshman for a round of adventures and then reluctantly step aside? However, thinking of Su Chen's talent and ability, Peak relieved again. It wasn't impossible to give the position to Su Chen. At least he wasn't capable of decapitating the Zhongshu realm. And he wasn't that bold to drive all the international students out of Luocheng Technical School. Thinking of this, Summit actually really moved to abdicate. If Su Chen were to rise to the top, he would definitely be able to surpass him. Other than that, among the freshmen of this term alone, Wang Lin and Wu Tao, as well as Tong Yu, these three, were all extremely talented and untamed. Only Su Chen was able to suppress them. If after a year, their cultivation level was raised, Peak thought to himself that he would not be able to suppress these three guys. Soon, they were back under the ancient city, but their formation was a shock to the generals defending the city. This is, Scaled Horsebeast, where did you guys get it? A general guarding the city couldn't help but say, recognizing the Scaled Horsebeast that Su Chen and the others had brought back. It was something that was only found in the hands of the Fae, but it was the envy of them. From the hands of the Fae, of course, one of the veterans said, grinning triumphantly, hurry up and open the door and let us in. The city gates were opened and Su Chen and his group walked into the ancient city. It was only considered safe when they arrived here. The veteran had just relaxed a little and was just about to lead Su Chen and the others to take a rest, but he saw a green-shirted man standing in front of him, his eyes falling on them. To be precise, it fell on Su Dust. Chapter 46, To tell the truth, I had refused the sword, Heavenly King, Lord Mu. The veteran hurriedly put away the smile on his face at the sight of the green-shirted man and saluted with a serious face. Greetings, Lord Mu. Gao Feng also noticed the green-shirted man hurriedly saluted. This was the ancient city's town envoy, a martial king-level powerhouse, and a bigwig in the military department. One could say that in this abyss, he is the biggest. No need to be polite. Mu Changfeng came in front of Su Chen and asked without waiting for him to salute. Did you snatch all these scaled horse beasts? Su Chen nodded, and Mu Changfeng was looking at Su Chen again, as if sizing up something. 9 stars of the Qi and Blood realm. There is a very strong sword intent on your body. What is your name? Mu Changfeng detected Su Chen's strength and actually couldn't help but ask with a hint of surprise in his tone. Su Chuan, a freshman at Luo City Technical School. Su Chuan said respectfully. This person in front of him was the town guard envoy of the Abyss, and he had great merits for the human race. Summit, it looks like you'll be abdicating soon. Ha ha ha. Mu Changfeng patted Su Chen's shoulder, looked at Peak, and couldn't help but flirt. Gao Feng's face was a little red, and in his heart, he had really begun to plan to give up the position of the student union's hand to Su Chen, but it was still a little embarrassing to be said so. These scaled horse beasts, can you sell them to us? This thing can only be maximized in the Abyss. It's that you guys won't be of much use if you bring it to the academy. Mu Changfeng took another look at the scaled horse beasts, wanting them in his heart. He had coveted this thing for a long time, and had thought of many ways to capture it, but now it was actually letting a few trainees get their hands on it. You have to ask Su Duan. If not for Su Duan this thing, we can't get it. Gao Feng looked at Mu Changfeng with a helpless face. This thing was indeed obtained because of Su Chen. Yeah, if it wasn't for Su Chen beheading the foreign race's sovereign realm, it's a toss-up whether we could have come back safely or not. Not to mention, saving our brethren who were captured by the foreign race. The veteran came up and said, thanking Su Chen with a grateful face. This time it was really thanks to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng looked shocked and looked at Su Chen incredulously. He could feel that Su Chen's talent was very strong, but he really hadn't expected Su Chen to be so strong. The Qi and Blood realm decapitated a foreigner of the Zhongshu realm. Who would believe this when it was spread out? He would have never believed it if these veterans hadn't said it themselves. Yeah, this time it's really all thanks to Su Chen. Gao Feng also said seriously. This was Su Chen's credit that no one could take away. Mu Changfeng only felt his head melon buzzing. For a moment he actually did not know what to say. A Qi blood realm actually chopped the sect master realm. This is what kind of explosive existence of ghost talent. You must be a ghost talent. Only after a long time did Mu Changfeng spit out a sentence, looking extremely shocked, looking at Su Chen with an excited face. Do you have a master? Are you willing to worship me as a teacher? Mu Changfeng was so excited that he put his hands on Su Chen's shoulders with a look of urgency. The surrounding people were stunned that a martial king would take the initiative to accept Su Chen as a disciple. In the future, Su Chen's identity would be even more impressive. Only Tongyu didn't have too many changes in his complexion. He was the Sword Heavenly King's named disciple, counting, but he was much stronger than Su Chen, worshipping the martial king as his master. Sorry, I don't have this intention. Su Chen smiled and said. Mu Changfeng was stunned. He is a martial king, but he was rejected? Seemingly seeing Mu Changfeng's thoughts, Su Chen shook his head again and said, truth be told, before this, the Heavenly King of Swords had wanted to take me as his disciple, but I also refused. The moment these words came out, even Mu Changfeng was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Chen even refused the Sword Heavenly King? That's a Heavenly King. Later, I became a brother with the Sword Heavenly King, so I really don't have any intention of having to worship a master right now. Su Chen said helplessly. He was not only the brother of the Sword Heavenly King, he was also the titular elder of the Luo City Martial Grand Hall. Really? Now, it was Mu Changfeng who couldn't help but ask. That's the Sword Heavenly King. Not only did you reject someone wanting to take you as a disciple, but you've also become a brother with them? Boss Su. But, I still want to say, can you stop bragging? The Sword Heavenly King is my master. How come I haven't heard of his old man saying that he has a sworn brother? Tongyu couldn't help but stand out and said. He didn't want to hit Su Chen's face, but if he admitted that Su Chen was the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King, wouldn't he be in a lower generation and would have to call Su Chen a senior uncle? Tongyu's words caused everyone's gazes to all look towards Tongyu. Who hadn't thought that this guy was actually a disciple of the Sword Heavenly King? Just after Tongyu finished speaking, he took out a small sword gifted to him by the Sword Heavenly King, with the Sword Heavenly King's aura on it, and Mu Changfeng knew at a glance that this was really something from the Sword Heavenly King. Mu Changfeng looked at Su Chen and was about to say, but Su Chen smiled, flexed his fingers and a small jade sword appeared in the storage ring. The sword carried the same aura of the Sword Heavenly King, and it was even stronger than Tongyu's by an unknown number of times. Then, there were various things left by the Sword Heavenly King to Su Chen. Dazzling, Tongyu's expression gradually changed from disbelief to shock, to jealousy, grudging. Are you really Sword Heavenly King's sworn brother? Mu Changfeng couldn't help but ask. This matter is not a secret. There should be many people in Luo City who know about it. Su Chen had just finished speaking, when a young soldier came from the side, and was stunned at the sight of Su Chen. You are Su Chen? The young soldier said in shock. Lord Mu, this is the Sichuan I told you about before. At that time, the Heavenly King of Swords wanted to take him as his disciple. This kid directly refused, but instead of being angry, the Heavenly King of Swords has made a brotherhood with him. The young soldier got more and more energized as he talked, not noticing the increasingly shocked faces of Mu Changfeng and the others. Su Chen was actually really the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King. Heaven, what a horrible background that is. Only after a long time did Mu Changfeng give an embarrassed smile. He actually wanted to accept Su Chen as a disciple. It seemed that he had really overestimated himself. After all, I have eyes without pearls. Mu Changfeng smiled awkwardly and asked again. These scale horse beasts. Lord Mu open a price. This is our Luo City Technical School students together to get. I eat a little loss does not matter, but also cannot let them eat a loss. Su Chen said this so that Mu Changfeng laughed out loud. Secretly small slick. Then, 10,000 merit value a horse. 10 horses is 100,000 merit value. Plus you guys get that some indigenous alien weapons. One handle counts if it is 110,000 bar. This price you guys can't lose. Hearing Mu Changfeng's words, Su Chen looked towards Peak, who didn't know what merit value was. Gao Feng, on the other hand, was pleasantly surprised. Good, then it's settled. Alright, this time it's considered that I've taken advantage of you guys. If there's anything in the future, let me know. At least here, I'll still be able to shelter you and say something. Mu Changfeng meant to look at Su Chen, then threw Su Chen a small diamond-shaped jade plate. Su Chen hurriedly thanked. He seemed to understand what Mu Changfeng meant. Chapter 47, Planted and Framed? Do you still have some face? By the time the merit value settled into their cards, Peak and the other old students were so excited that it was like they had won $100 million. Ha ha, Su Chuan, do you know that this merit value is more difficult to obtain than even credits? To put it simply, credits can only be used in the academy, but merit value is common throughout the country and can enjoy many privileges. Many cultivation resources, or some precious materials, are unavailable at the academy, but if you go to the military department as long as you have enough merit value, you can exchange it for anything. In the past, when we came down for a trip, we were able to earn a few hundred merit values and it was already considered good. But I didn't expect to come down for a trip with you to directly get 110,000 merit values. Ha ha ha. Gao Feng's speech was a little shaky with excitement. When Su Chen heard this, he also realized the preciousness of the merit value, and his heart was somewhat delighted. But more importantly, he had obtained one of Mu Changfeng's communication jade tags. In other words, it meant that he, Mu Changfeng, was covering Su Chen in Luo Mountain, or rather Luo City. These merit values should be distributed by you. Take it Su Chen. Gao Feng also recovered after a burst of excitement and handed the card to Su Chen. This thing itself was obtained by relying on Su Chen, so of course it should be distributed by Su Chen. Su Chen took the card, thought a little, and then said, this time it's considered that I'm out of the main force, so there's no problem for me to take half of it. No one said anything about Su Chen's distribution like this. Even if Su Chen took all of it actually they wouldn't say anything, because without Su Chen they wouldn't be able to get this at all. The rest, Boss Gao takes 10,000. The rest of the old students, 3,005 each. Wang Lin, Wu Tao, Tong Yu, the three of you 2,000 each, and its new students, 1,205 each. After Su Chen made a simple calculation, he made a distribution and allocated all the merit value to their cards. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. I'm really rich. More than that, Su Chen, I'll recognize you as my boss from now on. If there's anything to greet, I'll definitely be at the forefront. Me too. If you need to say hello, that, Dusty, take care of yourself in the future. To no one's surprise, Pete came up with a shocking statement as well. There was no way they didn't want to, but what Su Chen gave was just too much. Originally thought that Su Chen could share a few hundred with them even if it was good, but the peak is directly 10,000. The rest are 3,005. It is the new students. No matter whether they have contributed or not, they all got more than 1,000. If they were left to their own devices, maybe they wouldn't be able to earn those merit values for a year, or even 3 years. Let's go. It's time to go back to the academy. Henry the dog thief's business isn't over yet, Su Chen said with a smile, a hint of killing intent in his eyes. More and more, he wanted to drive all these bastards out of the Luocheng Technical School, a proper bunch of white-eyed wolves, taking up a lot of resources but being a wolf with a heart of gold. At those words, everyone's complexion changed, and with anger on their faces, they returned directly to the ground. Came to the college. A group of people is to go to the dean, ready to report to the dean, see what the dean said, and then go to clean up these grandchildren. Summit had even notified the student union to be ready to go to war with the International Student Union at any time. In the academy, Because of the return of Peak and his group, it was actually filled with a sense of solemnity, and countless veteran students appeared in the academy in full gear, carrying weapons. The new student was unsure, but was also sensing an unusual vibe outside the dean's office. What Su Chuan did not expect was that Henry was blocking this place with all the foreign students, and after seeing Su Chuan and the others come over, a trace of viciousness flashed in Henry's eyes, especially at the sight of Su Chen. I didn't expect that this guy didn't die. A sovereign realm Fei hadn't managed to kill Su Chen. It was simply a waste, but he forgot about the time he was hunted by this waste of a sovereign Fei. Peak, you guys are here? Henry stood up and sneered, then spoke. Shouldn't you guys give us an explanation? At those words, Summit and the others froze. How many meanings? They haven't even spoken yet. And you dogs are actively looking for things. I'll give you a statement. You're all begging for it. What do you mean? In the abyss, you saw us in danger. Why didn't you save us? Henry snorted coldly, his face actually carrying obvious anger. We foreign students are of noble status and position, with noble bloodlines flowing in our bodies, while you inferior people, with dirty bloodlines flowing in your bodies, are born lowly, and when you saw that we were in danger, you didn't even come up to rescue us. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Henry spoke shockingly. Everyone was frozen, actually did not react. This guy is really a bit of face do not want. Who the hell are you? You're a beggar. You still have a noble bloodline. The bloodline in my domesticated pig is also cleaner than yours. Pretending to be noble in front of us is really ridiculous. Counting up a few generations, whose family above is still not a dignitary, and only you natural-born slave bloodline stuff, all day long clamoring noble bloodline. What? The contraption that was disliked in your country has come to us to be fitted? Peak directly disliked angrily, cannot see a little, since it is ready to go to war. Naturally will not give Henry a little face. Henry was outright furious. His face blew. And save you. Do you deserve it? If it wasn't for Su Chen's sword blocking the foreigners, you mongrels would have died in the hands of the foreigners long ago. But you guys, instead of knowing how to be thankful, you even pushed Su Chen up there. Do you still want some face? A bunch of shameless things. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also cursed and gave Henry a disgusted look. How dare you disrespect Lord Henry? Don't you know? Okay, don't be nasty nonsense. He is your wild father or what? But I have to say that you guys are also really powerful. Actually dare to build the country on other people's military bases, but also really have some ability. And you guys, back then, your big brother gave you 2 small gifts. You are a did not catch. Wu Tao's mouth was very vicious, directly scolding the 2 foreign students who were just about to speak with a burst of green and white faces, almost vomiting blood in anger. How dare you? Summit, is this your attitude? Henry was furious and said angrily, with a tendency to do battle the next second. Now immediately apologize to us right away and kneel down. I can forgive your rushing. Henry's words made Su Chen speechless. Where on earth did this guy get his courage? They haven't snapped yet. And you're loaded. How dare you? Is yelling like a student? As Gao Feng was about to continue speaking, the office door was opened and an old woman slowly walked out. This matter is indeed your fault. Peak, you take the lead to apologize to them. The old lady came out and said, Chapter 48, kneel down and apologize? I'll see how hard your bones are. It's true that you guys were wrong about this. Apologize to Henry. The old woman walked out, followed by the man with glasses. Hurry up and apologize. What are you waiting for? The man with the glasses just glanced at Peak, with some disdain, even dislike, in his eyes. Gao Feng froze. They hadn't even said anything yet. These people didn't even understand what had happened in this matter, and they were even asked to apologize directly? Are they wrong? What are they wrong about? Was it like Henry said, that they were at fault for seeing Henry and the other foreign students being chased and not going up to rescue them? But who are they to go up and rescue them? These foreign devils' lives are lives, but theirs are not? Gao Feng couldn't dare to imagine that this was coming from the mouth of a Chinese mentor. It is not without reason that they are so biased in favor of foreign students without asking any questions. So it is no wonder that foreign students can be so arrogant in China. Do you expect others to look up to you when you look down on yourself? Why should we apologize? What is wrong with us? Gao Feng frowned, knowing that the 2 people in front of him were both school leagues come with a high status. How dare you talk back? Do you guys still want me to say what you've done? The man with glasses was instantly angry. Having been cleaned up by Dean Feng just now, he was holding a fire in his heart, and now he even dared to talk back to him by a few trainees. Henry just watched from the sidelines with a smug look in his eyes, glancing contemptuously at Peak and Su Chen. Who the hell are you? What do you call a dog in L.A. City Technical School? Wang Lin this violent temper but cannot endure, directly angry dislike up. We don't know what these foreign devils did down there. We don't know what they said to you guys, but if it wasn't for Boss Su's sword blocking the foreigners' pursuit, they would have died at the hands of the foreigners long ago. But these bastards don't know how to be thankful. and they still pushed Boss Su towards the foreigners. And if it wasn't for another veteran strike, we're afraid that all of us would have been killed by these bastards, and now they want us to apologize to them. For what? Who the hell are they? Wang Lin said without any mercy at all, telling all the things that had happened down there. He just didn't say anything about Su Chen's beheading of the sovereign realm Fei. These guys weren't good people at first glance, so he couldn't say everything. The old woman and the man with the glasses both froze at the words. How was this different from what Henry had said? Don't listen to their nonsense. We met the foreigners down there fighting, but they came out of nowhere and not only snatched our loot, but also drew the foreigners' army over, causing our trainees to be massacred by the foreigners, and they actually saw their deaths and fled straight away. Henry stood out and said, his tone cold and incomparably resentful as he looked at Su Chen. I need them to kneel and apologize. And kneel in front of the international student dormitory for 3 days as a punishment. That's right, we saw it with our own eyes. Can it be false? We have a noble bloodline flowing within us and don't care to lie. On the contrary, you all have a lowly bloodline flowing within you and not a single word can be believed. Several international students said, righteously, without a hint of blush. And the glasses man and the fearful old woman even nodded their heads in succession, with a pleasing smile on their faces, as if the foreign students were not the ones scolding them. Do you hear me? You will stop with the nonsense and wrongfully accusing them. The old woman spoke. Apologize quickly and do what Henry says and I can pretend this never happened. Hurry up. Are you still waiting for me to invite you guys? The man with glasses said, his tone cold with dislike, completely different from the kind of curt fawning he had done to Henry and the others. The peak's color is extremely ugly. Never thought that it would actually face such a thing one day. These foreign devils reverse right and wrong. But these people of the school alliance are even blind. All licking dogs. Impossible. Gao Feng's complexion was icy cold. His heart moved with true anger. We're down here fighting to the death to kill the foreigners while they don't even know where they've gone. Being chased by the foreigners, why should we save them? Moreover, if it wasn't for Su Chen's sword that blocked the foreigners, they would have already died. They didn't know how to be thankful, and they had to get Su Chen killed. And now they even have the nerve to backtrack. And you guys even believe that? Summit said angrily, anger spewing from his eyes. We're not at fault. They are, and they owe us an apology. Gao Feng said sternly, again looking at the wife. These guys are occupying a large amount of cultivation resources at the Luochang Technical School, doing nothing, yet they still want to bully our trainees. Shouldn't they apologize to us? You're a bastard. Is it your turn to say this? Glasses man erupted a powerful aura, instantly enveloped the peak. The peak is only the sea of Qi realm cultivation, while the glasses man is the feudal marquis realm. In an instant, it is the peak of the serious injuries, spitting blood on the ground. What kind of a thing are you? How can you compare yourself to them with a lowly life? A death like yours is a death, but not one of them, Glasses man said sternly, actually directly hit the peak of serious injury. The sight of the old students immediately cannot help, pulling out weapons to do it, but an even more powerful aura instantly enveloped them, suppressing them all, not willing to apologize. Then I'll see just how hard your bones are. After the glasses man injured peak, he directly used his own might to crush all the older students, trying to force them to kneel and apologize. The older students endured the pressure, and none of them knelt down, which was a shame. And him, that's Su Chuan, he's the one who tried to kill me. I suggest that he be immediately abolished from his cultivation and expelled from Luochang Technical School. Henry looked at Su Chen and hurriedly said, all with a smug look on their faces, like they were saying you can't fight me. So what if I'm framing you? Who will believe what you say? It doesn't matter at all whether your words are true or not, because you are all unimportant in your own right. On your knees, the man with glasses sniffed, and his terrifying pressure directly crushed towards Su Chen. I'll go to Nima. I'll kneel you immortal ancestors. A bunch of dogs, deluded school league mentors. You like being a dog so much, don't you? Your family has loved being a dog to these foreign devils for generations. I'll go to hell. Wang Lin and Wu Tao directly broke out into curses, holding fire in their hearts, even wanting to make a move, but they were suppressed to death by this terrifying pressure. Scream. I'd like to see how much longer you can scream. Glasses man with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. A rash rushed up, actually directly Wang Lin and Wu Tao seriously injured. Thrown aside. Not willing to kneel are you? Then I will crush your bones inch by inch, the spectacled man said cruelly, and the wifey watched quietly, as if acquiescing to him. Stop it. Get thee out of here. Whoever dares to hurt my Boscow, kill us all if you can. A shouting and cursing sound came out, followed by old students rushing out in all directions. Chapter 49, Big Deal. I'm quitting L.A. Technical School. A group of old students rushed out, with anger on their faces, their eyes itching to tear the old woman and the man with glasses apart. Gao Feng was the boss of the student union. To put it bluntly, it was their face, and now he was even seriously injured. If it was true that Summit had done something wrong, they wouldn't have said anything. But this clear-eyed person could see at a glance that it was Henry. These scumbags, who had planted the evidence. But this child and all can see things. These two even blatantly harbor Henry. Turn to force pique them to apologize. This is not purely forcing all of them to apologize to the foreign devils. And to put it bluntly, they all have to be inferior to these grandchildren in the future. But anyone with a bloodline can't stand it either. The old students came out and demonstrated their cultivation. All of them were in the Chi-Hai realm or Chi-Blood realm. And they were mole crickets to the feudal Marquis realm. But with the power of several thousand mole crickets coming together, it was the feudal Marquis realm that could not be underestimated. This force had actually carried off all of his pressure. Kill us all if you can. Apologize? Apologize to a rotten ancestor. A bunch of dead traitors. Dog legs. Disgracing your family's forefathers. Get out of L.A. Technical School. Get out of L.A. Technical School. The older students shouted, not giving these two any face at all. And soon, the new students also rushed in. And although they didn't know exactly what was going on, they also shouted along. For a while, the entire L.A. Technical School resounded with a deafening voice, get out of L.A. Technical School and beat the foreign devils to death. The sound was ear-shattering. The glasses man and the old woman's color changed abruptly. They also didn't expect it to turn out like this in the end. If just pique them, okay, dozens of people, the big deal is that they are all wasted. But it's just a cadet of a technical school. A bunch of waste. But now it was the entire cadets of the L.A. Technical School who had come forward. They couldn't just scrap all the trainees of Luocheng Technical School. Even if the school union's lord came, he wouldn't dare to do so. But now, it's detrimental to the prestige of the school league. Get down, all of you. What do you want? Rebellion? Don't you know that all your cultivation resources are provided by the school league? If you guys do this, believe it or not, I'll stop the cultivation resources of your Luocheng Technical School. The man with the glasses snapped, but no one wanted to leave. Henry stood away from the back of the color is even more difficult to see the extreme. Also did not think that it would lead to all the cadets all stood out. Now it cannot be good to do. Be quiet. The old woman released her own pressure and crushed over, yelling and screaming, no big or small. Is this how Wind Whisper taught you? A bunch of technical school wastes. If it weren't for the resources provided by the school alliance, you wastes wouldn't even have a place to cultivate. Not knowing how thankful you are you even dare to openly rebel. A bunch of white-eyed wolves. The old woman's shrill, hoarse voice rang out with fury, casually throwing out one of the older students who approached with serious injuries. If you don't leave, then I'll beat you one by one until you do, said. The old woman actually really moved his hand. One by one, the cadets were seriously injured by him, but she was not a little change on her face, like she seriously injured not the cadets, but some livestock. Come at me if you dare, old undead. If you dare to touch them again, try it. If you don't kill me today, I'll kill you later and dig up your ancestors' graves. Summit collapsed to the ground. His eyes glazed over. Good, you think I really don't dare to kill you? The old woman sniffed and immediately became angry, going up and lifting Peek up with one hand, about to make a move. Old undead, if you dare to kill him, I'll kill you. In an instant, an even more terrifying aura descended, and the person who came was none other than Wind Whisper, saving Peek and healing his wounds. Suchan's hand gently loosened. He was already preparing to shake the person, but Wind Whisper's appearance made him stop this action. Old undead, pretending in my Luocheng Technical School, it's your turn to discipline my students? Wind Whisper was truly enraged. Having been held back by the Westerners just now, he only arrived now, almost too late. Wind Whisper was obviously moved to true anger. Over the years Luocheng Technical School had been targeted by the school alliance, withholding cultivation resources, and now it was even blatantly targeting their students. Wind Whisper couldn't stand it, not at all. Without waiting for the old woman to speak, he raised his hand and slapped it hard. The old woman didn't expect to see Wind Whisper make a move. With Wind Whisper's cultivation level of Martial King, a slap on the face would deform her old face. Don't you dare. What wouldn't I dare? The wind language is really angry. Belonging to the martial arts king's breath completely erupted, angrily attacked up. With the force of 10,000 pounds, a fist directly to the glasses man flew out, fell to the ground coughing blood. We're from the school union. Wind Whisper, think clearly. Apologize to me now and I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, I'll immediately report it to the school union and stop your cultivation resources. The old woman still didn't realize that she was actually making threats again. Stopped my cultivation resources? Whatever. Wind Whisper angrily shouted. The tutors of the entire Luocheng Technical School had all appeared. Over the years, the school alliance has been explicitly and secretly targeting our Luocheng Technical School, withholding resources, and the cultivation resources issued every year are nothing more than a little bit of soup dregs left over from the other colleges. Wind Whisper, do you realize what you're saying? The old woman sniffed, a little afraid in her heart, seemed to have heard the meaning of the windy words, and her sharp voice scolded harshly. I'll make it clear today. I'm just going to clean up your old undead today. If the school league has a problem with it and wants to stop the resources, whatever. The old man's big deal is to take the Luocheng Technical School out of the school league. The moment these words came out, the entire Luocheng Technical School was stunned that the always amiable dean had said such words. At the same time, a sense of humiliation rose in their hearts. Their own alma mater was being bullied like this and they were powerless to do anything about it. Wind speak. The old woman still wanted to say something, but Wind Whisper could no longer resist charging up, slapping her hard in her old face one after another, even sending the old woman's false teeth flying. Sue Dust is a little surprised that the self-dean is so rigid. Thought about it, the high-end bureau they are not big deal, but those foreign devils can be cleaned up. Mud, brothers, these foreign devils occupy our cultivation resources, but also set us up, but also forced the dean's heart to chill. Beat the hell out of him. Su Chen was the first one to rush up and drew his sword to ruthlessly chop down towards Henry. The Henrys were dumbfounded. All of their foreign students were only 100 or so, while the other cadets were several thousand, and their numbers could consume them to death. All of a sudden, a melee broke out, but none of the tutors stepped in to stop it. Enough! Wind Whisper, how much longer do you want to make a scene? Right at this moment, a heavy voice came out, and an old man in a tang suit stood at the entrance of the school, looking at Wind Whisper with a cold expression. Chapter 50, Crazy, Chi and Blood-Cutting Martial King? Wind Whisper, how much longer are you going to make a scene? The old man in a tang suit appeared, his breath cold, and saved the old woman, questioning in a cold voice. Nonsense? Oh, my Luocheng Technical School has been targeted for so many years, and now it's exactly when someone comes here and bullies my students. I'm just trying to seek justice, and it's turned into a hullabaloo. Wind Whisper questioned angrily. The aura of a martial king released. Behind them was a group of Seal Marquis Realm tutors. Then there were the Sovereign Realm tutors, all standing by, ready to strike. The old man in the tang suit also did not expect Wind Whisper to be so rigid. Frowning, his heart was not happy, but now was not the time to fall out with Luocheng Technical School. If the L.A. Technical School fell out and didn't care about the Abyss here anymore, then they would still have to send people out to assist the military in subduing the Abyss, and that wouldn't work. No one wants to come to guard the Abyss. They could die in battle at any time. Thinking of this, the tang-suited old man snorted coldly again. I know very well in my heart how the Luocheng Technical School has been over the years. The school union is in charge of more than 500 academies. Naturally there may be unfairness in the distribution of resources, but this is not absolute. If you are doing this now, are you not going to go against the school union? So what if we go against each other? It's still the same sentence. Big deal. I'll take Luocheng Technical School and quit the school league. Wind Whisper didn't wimp out at all, only hating that he didn't kill this old woman quickly. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. Do you know what you are saying? The old man in the tang suit sniffed and rebuked angrily. How could such words be said casually? If L.A. City Technical School really withdrew from the school alliance and set this precedent, and other colleges followed suit, what would be the point of the school alliance's existence? At that time, the resources issued by the military department to the school league would definitely be reduced, and it would be the entire school league that would be affected. I can pretend that I didn't hear this. You hurry up and tell them to back off. A little trifle has caused such a scene, and you don't mind losing face. The old man in the tang suit continued. Wind Whisper hadn't spoken yet, but there was a scream from below. Henry's face was pale. He was really feeling the threat of death. His left arm was chopped off by Su Chuan's sword. If he didn't dodge fast, he was afraid that he would have been beheaded by Su Chuan's sword. I'm a foreign student, from the noble sunset. If you dare to kill me, neither my country nor yours will spare you. Henry could only threaten so much, and he sensed that Su Chun really dared to kill him. Asterisk. Wang Lin and Wu Tao didn't care about this. Their weapons were covered in blood. They killed a few foreign students, and then they killed Henry. Henry had already been seriously injured by Su Chuan, and could not block it at all, and was cut to pieces, and was about to be beheaded by Wang Lin with a knife, but was stopped by the old man in the tang suit. Unbridled, hurting someone in the academy. Who gave you the guts? Asterisk off Nima's old undead. When I seal the king the first to chop you. Wang Lin and Wu Tao looked like they were killing red eyes, and when they were stopped by the old man in tang suit, they actually drew their swords and chopped over, not afraid at all. The old man in the tang suit had an ugly face, and Wind Whisper was a bit speechless. You two boys, but the Chi Blood realm even dared to pull out a knife and cut a martial king? Back off, don't fool around. Wind Whisper broke through the tang-dressed old man's pressure and pushed Wang Lin and Wu Tao back, but it was like these two were killing red ice, and they were going to kill up again regardless. Seeing this, Tanya looked like he understood something and rushed up as well. Wind whisper blackened his face. When did his own speech not work? Come back. Su Chen also had a black face. These three brats really weren't afraid at all, were they? The Chi blood realm was going to cut down the martial king. They really thought that people didn't dare to cut them down. Marred. If it wasn't for Boss Su letting you off the hook, I would have chopped you today. Wang Lin spat at the old man and Tang Su turned around and was about to chop Henry. Su Chen blackened his face, and for a moment, he actually didn't know what to say. Wind Whisper's face was even darker. It had only been a few days, and he couldn't even talk as well as Su Chen. The old man in the Tang suit blackened his face as if he had eaten. A Chi blood realm dared to talk to him like that too. Get off! Wind Whisper blackened his face and kicked the three Wang Lins back. If he let them cut Henry now, he really couldn't protect them. What are you doing, old man Feng? Wu Tao instantly yelled with anxious eyes. Are you also collaborating with the enemy? Marred. The dean is collaborating with the enemy. The Luocheng Technical School is dead. Su Boss when established. Tongyu said shocking. Wang Lin froze. Tongyu said what he said. Wind Whisper blackened his face, barely able to hold back from going up and punching his three brats. The other instructors froze. These three pricks. Really? Come back. Don't force me to slap you. Su Chen blackened his face. It was even if Wang Lin and Wu Tao were fooling around. When was Tongyu also brought down by these two guys? Only then did the three Wang Lins go back, not forgetting to kick Henry hard before leaving. The other international students had been scared into quails, not daring to speak, and one by one, they were lying on the ground, having been beaten up. These are the students of your Luocheng Technical School. The old man in the Tang suit said angrily. Kids, don't be so ignorant with them. Wind Whisper said somewhat sheepishly. Whose child would dare to carry a sword to cut a martial king? The old man in the Tang suit was infuriated, looked around and said angrily, encouraging the students to beat up the foreign students, and even causing a death. I'll see how you're going to explain this to the top now. Don't be ridiculous. Which one of your eyes saw me encouraging students to beat up foreign students? It was their foreign students who wanted to frame and kill me. I'm only here to seek justice. Is that wrong? Su Dust stepped forward. This matter was witnessed by the veterans in the abyssal ancient city. What exactly these foreign devils did down there? One question will tell you. Of course, if you're as willing to be a traitor as those two shameless ones, and listen to the one-sided words of these foreign devils, then forget I said anything. Su Chen had already put away the Dragon Abyss sword, but his body still exuded a sword aura if anything, and he was not the least bit afraid in the face of the martial king. The old man in the Tang suit looked at Su Chen with a cold face for a long time before he looked at Henry and inquired, is what he said true? Yes. No. Of course not. He wronged me. I go Nimas. Su Dust burst foul mouth, also cannot hold back. Go up as a beating. The wrench was pulled out again. To Henry's head ruthlessly smashed down. Henry was smashed to death. He didn't know how many bones in his body had been broken. I'm wrong. It's me who set them up and tried to kill Su Chen. It's all my fault. The corners of the mouths of the people on the side all twitched as they sardonically glanced at Su Chen, especially those older students who seemed to recall some bad image. Alright, this matter of who was right and who was wrong ends here. No one is allowed to pursue this matter. The old man in the Tang suit couldn't help but speak out, only feeling tired. No way. They killed so many foreign students. This matter can't be settled like this. The old woman stood up, still not willing to just let it go. They killed foreign students. They must pay for their lives. Chapter 51 A technical school today. Countered. They must pay for their lives, the old woman said spitefully, looking towards Su Chen, especially this kid. He chopped off one of Henry's hands. What a great harm that did to Henry. Even if it was Henry who tried to kill him and frame him, didn't he not die? Couldn't you be a little more generous and just treat the foreign students like that, going so far as to chop off each other's arms? Just now, he was also the one who encouraged the trainees to make a move and beat up the foreign students, and a human life has been caused, so he must pay for his life and die as a thank you for his offense. The more the old woman said, the more agitated she became, and she was close to standing up and angrily rebuking Su Chen. As these words rang out, the old man in the Tang suit also fell silent. This matter was really not a good one. Screw this. Who dares to try and touch Su Chen? Wind Whisper stood out and directly disliked him angrily. The aura of a martial king crushed over, with the intention of making a move. That's right. Whoever dares to touch Su Chen will first step over our corpses. Some of the older students stood out and blocked in front of Su Chen, and Gao Feng staggered up, blood in his eyes from his serious injuries. As of today, Su Chen is the boss of the student union. Whoever dares to touch Su Chen is slapping the face of all of us in the student union. No one thought that Gao Feng would say something like this. Moving Su Chen, unless one steps over our corpses. As Gao Feng's voice fell, the older students followed and roared, all blocking in front of Su Chen. Su Chen froze and glanced at Peak, not expecting Peak to give up the position of the student union's boss to him at this time. What's more, he didn't expect that all of these older students would come out at this time and stand in front of him, but obviously he has only been in the school for 2 days and they do not seem to be so familiar with it. However, Su Chen's heart throbbed a little, and an unspeakable emotion rose in his heart. Wang Lin and Wu Tao even went forward, grabbed 2 big old black students, clang as 2 slaps, first kill 2 big old black sacrifice flag. I Luo Chang Technical School today, against. Saying that, he actually did cut these 2 big old black men directly in front of the old man in the tang suit, in front of the old woman. Good killing. I've long been sick of seeing these dogs. That's right, damn it, these dogs are just some white-eyed wolves that can't be fed. Especially these 2 dogs, who forced a schoolgirl to kill herself after being humiliated, should have died a long time ago. Say as if which foreign devils do not deserve to die. Is a pot of rat in the academy, molesting female trainees, fighting and causing trouble. Go outside and also bullying grannies, corrupting the reputation of L.A. Technical School. Should have been cut all long ago. There's not a single good thing in the entire international student community. The old student cursed angrily, feeling nothing but relief in his heart. Something they wanted to do but hadn't been able to. In short, they hate to get all the international students dead. None of them are innocent. How dare you? What are you doing? Want to revolt? The old man in the tang suit was also truly enraged. These students were becoming more and more lawless. They even beheaded the foreign students in front of him. This was a red-hot provocation. Windsong, don't you care about your students? Stop fooling around, Wind Whisper said symbolically, but no one gave a damn about him at all. I'll report this matter to the school league, so just wait for the school league to come looking for you. The old man in the tang suit exploded with anger, and again turned his gaze toward Su Chen. This kid encouraged the cadets to rebel beheading so many international students. He must be handed over. I'll bring him back to be disposed of by the school league. With that, the old man in the tang suit attacked towards Su Chen, and naturally, Wind Whisper wouldn't just sit back and watch. Lifting his hand, the old man in the tang suit fought with him. The man with the glasses finally recovered a bit, stood up, and was killing towards Su Chuan and the others, with no intention at all to stay, but was stopped by the tutor of the Luo Chang Technical School. However, the old woman was a dog shredding, not knowing when to touch the back, and suddenly launched an attacking machine at Su Chuan. The powerful force poured out. If it landed on Su Chuan, Su Chen would have been killed on the spot. Sensing the crisis, Su Chen wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. But at the critical time, a pale figure was blocking in front of Su Chen. Meng Qian blocked a move for Su Chen, but he was hit and spat out blood and fell to the ground. Mud, beat him up. Meng Qian fell to the ground and roared angrily, and the other Seal Marquis Realm tutor reacted and instantly killed him. Su Chen froze, not expecting that Meng Qian, a tutor who was a casual acquaintance, would be willing to stand in front of him and carry this attack for himself. Old man Meng, Su Chen to mouth words actually do not know how to say out. Meng Qian sat up, his face a little pale. Well, I'm also your mentor. If I see you beaten to death by this old man, how can I still have the face to be a human being? Don't worry, I can't die. In his heart, Su Chen was furious, turning to look at the wife in front of him who was still fighting, and a furious aura was instantly released from Su Chen's body. Inferno Berserk. Su Chen did not hesitate to use it, and in an instant, monstrous demonic Shi rolled out, and a demonic god's silhouette coalesced, with flames accompanied by thunder and lightning encircling it. Die for me! Su Dust was furious, his eyes instantly turned crimson, and his terrifyingly monstrous sword power was released in an instant. The radiant sword diameters coalesced and killed towards the old man. This is sword power? Su Chen has comprehended sword power? Both the tutor and the dean's complexion suddenly changed after feeling this violent sword momentum. It was the old man in the tang suit whose complexion suddenly changed, and the old woman's face also changed. Su Chen was only a new student, just joining the school, only 18 years old. Surprisingly had already comprehended the sword momentum. That's sword power. The Tao of the sword was extremely difficult to cultivate, and even some of the strongest people in the Martial King realm could not touch the sword momentum even in their entire lives. It's entirely a matter of talent. How could such a genius show up at the L.A. Technical School? They couldn't figure it out, but they also knew that Su Chen couldn't die today. Something mustn't happen to such a genius, but he mustn't appear in the middle of the Luo City Technical School either. The radiant sword light rushed up, and the old man still wanted to dodge, but the Seal Marquis realm of the Luo Chang Technical School was dead set on suppressing it. She panicked, really panicked, trying to dodge and evade, but there was no way to do so. As the sword light swept by, the wifey poured out all her strength to block this strike and the Seal Marquis realm's attack, and was shaken to the point that she retreated back and forth. There was only brilliant sword light in front of her eyes, and just as it dissipated, she sensed a person attacking, and she could only subconsciously resist, but left an opening. Su Chen keenly grasped this opening and chopped up with his sword. The sword light brought up blood splatters, and an arm that was broken flush with the heel flew straight out and landed on the ground, blood flowing, and the wife's hissing sounds sounded immediately afterward. However, the old man from the Seal Marquis realm of the Luochang Technical School was also ruthless and took this opportunity to directly waste her cultivation, sending her flying and rolling to the ground. Su Chen walked up expressionlessly, carrying the Dragon Abyss sword. The only thing in his eyes was the horrible killing intent. Chapter 52, 100-foot Chi-Si. Shocking everyone, Su Chen's eyes carried a terrifying killing intent, and the Dragon Abyss sword emitted a clanging sword sound. The old woman was stunned. Her cultivation had been abolished. She was now the same as an ordinary person with no cultivation. If Su Chen really moved to kill, she was completely capable of beheading her. What are you doing? I'm a member of the school league. If you dare to kill me, the school league won't let you go. These words were like farts in Su Chen's ears. Not caring at all. In front, the old man in the Tang suit and Wind Whisper were still fighting furiously. The man with the glasses was being deadlocked, and there was no way to get out of it, except that the Westerner from before had long since disappeared. The old woman also knew that no one could save her now, and could only beg Su Chen. Su Chen, don't kill me, don't you kill me, this matter is my fault, it's all my fault. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you all my cultivation resources, and I can give you whatever you want. Saying that, the old woman removed the storage ring on her finger with great difficulty and handed it to Su Chuan. At this time, half of her body was already that soaked with blood, like a bloody man sitting paralyzed in front of Su Chen. The gazes of all the trainees were falling on Su Chuan. Meng Qian opened his mouth to stop Su Chuan, but after thinking about it, anyway, they had already made a mess, so they killed it. This dead woman is still the main person targeting L.A. Tech. I really want to say one thing. You, if I kill you, won't your storage ring still be mine? After saying that, Su Chen swung his sword down and directly beheaded the wife. The old woman's face was still unbelievable, as if she couldn't believe that she had been decapitated by a Chi blood realm brat. Detecting that the host has killed a feudal marquis realm powerhouse, his blood value has increased by 300. Detecting the host's excellent performance, killing the Seal Marquis realm by crossing the level, rewarding the host with the body forging martial art indestructible golden body. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system mall in advance and redeeming items with kill value. The system's voice sounded in his head, and Su Chen felt the power flowing through his body as his breath began to grow rapidly. What made Su Chen surprised was that this wasted Seal Marquis realm actually counted and allowed him to get so much get rewarded. Just, what the hell is this system mall? And what the hell is this kill value? Why hasn't it appeared before? Although his heart was curious, Su Chen did not have the time to ask. He only felt that the power in his body was growing rapidly. His chi and blood flowed and converged together, as if he wanted to open up a space. Is this a breakthrough? Meng Qian looked at Su Chen in shock. No one had expected Su Chen to break through in this situation. Asterisk. Worthy of being Boss Su. One day after another breakthroughs. Is still a human being? Wang Lin couldn't help but complain, feeling that the gap between him and Su Chen was getting wider and wider. Wu Tao was also staring at Su Chen with a deadly stare, feeling that it was really outrageous. How on earth did this person do it? Cultivation could be so fast? Tong Yu was even more dumbfounded, at that time by Su Dust violently beaten. Targeting, his heart is to swear to surpass Su Dust, but now, he feels that this lifetime is afraid that it is impossible to surpass Su Dust. With a surge of blood chi, the sky and earth were actually windy and cloudy, as if some great terror was about to appear. Su Chen closed his eyes tightly, his body trembling a little. The location of the small abdomen, chi and blood are constantly coalescing and evolving. Soon there was a virtual image of something similar to a void space, which was the Sea of Chi. To say that the Chi and blood realm cultivation of Chi and blood is to swim in all parts of the body, need to mobilize to the whole body when needed, but the Chi Sea realm is to open up the Sea of Chi in the abdomen, the whole body of Chi and blood as much as possible convergence into it, and the bigger the Sea of Chi is, the more power it can gather. Wind Whisper and the tang-suited old man also noticed the change here, stopping their hands and staring daggers at Su Chen. They had lived for decades, and it was the first time they had seen someone break through that could even attract heaven and earth visions. This is breaking through the Chi-Hai realm? What is this kid's origin? Asterisk. Freshman just entered the school to break through the Sea of Chi realm. This damn look at the Emperor School is afraid to see the entire Luo City Technical School. Not only the students, but also the instructors were stunned. All of them looked at Su Chen dumbfounded, with a shocked, stunned face. In the next second, a burst of bloodlight rose from Su Chen's body, rushing up to the sky. A 10-foot sea of chi instantly coalesced, and a lightning bolt suddenly landed in the midst of the lightning flash and thunder. Thunderbolt? Is there any mistake? The breakthrough to the Chi-Hai realm attracted a thunderbolt? A tutor said in horror. The only time a lightning tribulation had a chance to descend was when a seal marquis broke through to a martial king. Wind Whisper was first shocked, then laughed maniacally, as if he had thought of something. Rumor had it that Chi Seas were also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, with the topmost Chi Seas ushering in the thunder tribulation. Su dust now this look. Wind Whisper laughed maniacally. L.A. City Technical School was really going to rise this time. All teachers and students give Su Chun protection. Anyone who comes close, no matter who it is, kill. Wind Whisper immediately ordered and took the lead in guarding Su Chen's side with an icy gaze, obviously preventing anyone from messing up. Above, a thunderbolt descended, and Su Chen's breath went berserk as he directly executed Inferno Fiend Berserk, forcibly absorbing the thunderbolt with his body. At the same time, he operated the undying golden body and quenched his body with lightning. The Sea of Chi was still expanding rapidly. It had actually reached 50 feet, yet it still had no intention of stopping. The face of the old man in the tang suit was not even calm. Those who were able to condense 30 Zhang Qi could already be hailed as geniuses. 40 Zhang were enough to become wizards. 50 Zhang were ghosts, and above 50, there was no appellation because, in the history of Huaxia, there had only been one. It's amazing that another one has appeared now. Su Chen's entire body was shrouded in thunder light, his aura becoming more and more violent, while his Qi had already swelled to 99 feet. The tang-suited old man's expression was so shocked that he no longer knew how to describe it. Su Dust cannot die. Such a talent must not stay in the Luo City Technical School, can only be used for the school league, otherwise, he dared not imagine going on. Finally, the lightning gradually dispersed. Su Chen's body was revealed. His upper body clothes had been shattered and fell off, revealing the fine muscles inside, and vaguely there was actually lightning in the surroundings. The heavenly rank martial skill indestructible golden body. With the help of lightning, Su Chen directly cultivated it to a small level, and his Qi had managed to become 100 feet. Only then did it stop, and 2 Qi and blood condensed clouds emerged inside, which was a representation that Su Chen's cultivation was at the 2nd star of the Qi realm. To directly break through from the Qi blood realm to the 2 stars of the Qi realm, what a terrifying talent! Su Chen only felt that his body was filled with power. Raising his eyes to look ahead, Wind Whisper smiled widely, unable to hide the surprise on his face. Meng Xian even came to his side despite his injuries and looked at Su Chen in surprise, but he couldn't say a word. Without waiting for Wind Whisper to open his mouth, the old man in the tang suit was the first to speak out. Su Chen, with your talent you shouldn't stay here. Chapter 53 Digging in Public. Windy words curses madness. Su Chen, with your talent you shouldn't stay here, the old man in the tang suit said in a deep voice, his gaze falling on Su Chen, whose talent was far beyond his imagination. 100 feet of Qi. What kind of terrifying talent was this? It was an existence that had never appeared even when looking at the whole of China. And does it make sense that someone with this kind of talent would be in the middle of a technical school? Old undead. Su Chen shouldn't be here. Should he be on your head? Digging in the wall in front of my face. Do you deserve it? Wind Whisper was the first to not hold back and directly cursed. Su Chen was also a student of Luocheng Technical School anyhow. For so many years, Luocheng Technical School was targeted and suppressed. It was not easy to recruit a student with good talent. Whoever dared to come to poach, he was the first one to stand out and fight for his life. Wind Whisper, you should know very well that his talent shouldn't be in your Luocheng Technical School. This will only bury his talent. Can you guarantee that he will be treated better in your place than in the Imperial School? Only at the Imperial School will his talent be best utilized, the old man in the tang suit said, trying his best to make himself calm. In public and in private, Su Chen had to go to the Imperial School, and even if he didn't go to the Imperial School, he couldn't stay in the Luocheng Technical School. Thinking of this, the old man in the tang suit spoke out again. Su Chuan, I want you to think about it. Your upper limit here is the upper limit of the Luo City Technical School. It's very limited, but if you go to the Imperial School, I guarantee that with the power of the Imperial School, it's enough to raise your upper limit to infinity. You should think for yourself. At those words, Su Chen but laughed coldly, then asked softly, I have killed someone from your school alliance. Don't you want to take revenge? Still want to take me back and give me better cultivation resources? At those words, the old man in the tang suit also frowned. This matter is indeed very difficult to deal with. Su Chen killed the people of the school league, killed so many international students. This matter can't be suppressed at all. But Su Chen's talent couldn't be given up either. I'll report this matter to the school league, as long as you sincerely admit your mistake, publicly apologize to the leaders of the school league when the time comes, and then sincerely apologize to the international students after giving an explanation. The rest of the school league will take care of it for you. and in the future, you'll just focus on cultivating. I guarantee that no one will ever dare to mess with you again, the old man in the tang suit said after a moment of silence, his eyes burning as he looked at Su Chen. This was already the best result he could think of. Talent was talent, but one should always be punished for making a mistake. Moreover, an unruly person like Su Chen with a strong talent, if he could not be tamed, he would only backfire on himself. This kind of scene, no one wants to see, so, this should be punished or not, just as an apology. Also harmless. In other words, I have to apologize to the school league, and then I have to apologize to these foreign devils and pray for their forgiveness? Su Chen questioned with a cold smile. This is already the best result, the old man in the tang suit said, frowning as he looked at Su Chen, hearing the dissatisfaction in Su Chen's tone. But this was really the best outcome he could think of. If the forces behind those foreign students hold on to this matter, it will only be more. I, Su Chuan, have a cheap life, and at the end of the martial arts examination that day, I was disliked by all the major colleges and universities, and only the Luocheng Technical School was willing to take me in, and I will certainly not switch to any other colleges in the future, Su Chen said in a cold voice. Not before, even less now. Let me go be a dog. Sorry, not in the habit. Upon hearing this, the tang-dressed old man's expression changed, while Wind Whisper and the other tutors were smiling with joy, waiting for Su Chen to say so. Sure enough, they didn't look at the wrong person. Old undead, if you want to poach my Luo City Technical School students, you're not worthy yet, Wind Whisper said. Even though our Luocheng Technical School is ranked at the bottom of the list, we will do our best to cultivate Su Chen, so I won't bother you to hang around. The old man in the tang suit exhaled deeply and was helpless. This matter was beyond his control. I thought that it was just a small dispute and mediation would be fine, but who would have thought that there would be a succession of deaths, and now it is even more so that the mentors of the school league have been beheaded by one. He could only report this matter to the school league. Wind Whisper, leaving this matter aside beforehand, the main purpose of my coming this time is, 3 months from now is the exchange meeting of all the major colleges and universities, and this much of it is set to take place at Star River University. At that time, don't forget to attend. Also, this countdown may be merged. The old man in the tang suit spoke out the main purpose of this arrival, informing Wind Whisper, who only frowned with a disinterested face. The so-called exchange meeting is nothing more than a way for us colleges to set the stage. So what's the point of participating or not? Anyway, for so many years, the Luocheng Technical School has been eating the leftovers of the people who have been there. Win Song, don't talk nonsense. The old man in the tang suit was helpless. How is it that this guy doesn't have a handle on his mouth? What can be said? What can't be said? Doesn't he even know that? Such a mouthful. It doesn't matter. Is there a problem with what I said? Fengyan glanced at him with a disinterested look, infuriating the old man in the tang suit who was holding a bellyful of fire. There is one more thing. The old man in the tang suit again turned his gaze toward Su Chen, his expression becoming serious. When Su Chen sensed that something was wrong, he knew that this matter could not pass so easily. This kid killed so many international students and killed a mentor of the school league in public. There has to be an explanation for this incident to the school league. What do you want? Wind Whisper frowned in a deep voice and instantly appeared in front of Su Chen, stopping him behind him. Seeing this, the old man in the tang suit knew that Wind Whisper would not easily give up Su Chen, but this matter was already really not a small matter. The school league had already notified over and asked him to make sure to bring Su Chen back to the school league. This is the meaning of the school league. Su Chen must be brought back. As for how to dispose of it, that's the school league's business. I don't know. Oh, school league disposal? Kill him? Or imprison him? Or abolish his cultivation? With Su Chen's talent, it's impossible for the school alliance to kill him or abolish his cultivation. But, one always has to be responsible for doing something wrong. Responsible? Responsible for what? Wind Whisper asked rhetorically. This old undead woman framed Su Chen, forced her hand and tried to kill him, and being killed in return can only be blamed on her lack of strength, to the extent that she couldn't even beat a Chi blood realm. What's the point of such a waste staying in the school alliance? As for these foreign devils, they were at fault first, and Su Chen killing them was only in self-defense, so what's wrong with that? Hearing Wind Whisper's words, the old man in the tang suit let out a helpless sigh, knowing that Wind Whisper couldn't possibly let him take Su Chen away. In that case, on out. After the old man in the tang suit finished speaking, another figure appeared beside him in the next second, and it was clearly a martial king. Wind Whisper, we are also acting impartially, so don't make things difficult for us. After saying that, the old man in the tang suit stopped the wind language, while the other one went straight to Su Chen. Chapter 54, Mu Changfeng strikes. International student benefits cancelled. Feeling the aura of the martial king, all the trainees had the heart to do so, and it was impossible for them to block it, and in an instant, they were shaken back by this powerful force. revealing Su Chen's body. "Kid, I am interested in you. Go back with me," the white-haired Martial King said. "Don't worry, your talent is highly valued by the school union. You won't be made to pay for your life, nor will your cultivation be abolished." Su Chen didn't believe in this. That is, if he didn't kill him or abolish his cultivation, he was only afraid that he would be imprisoned for eternity, so that he could be used for the school alliance. If so, what is the point of such a life? Feeling the white-haired Martial King getting closer and closer, Su Chen was anxious in his heart, but it was just impossible for him to defeat the Martial King even if he was stronger. Roll. A big old man bullying a child. Also really shameless. Just as the white-haired Martial King's attack was about to land on Su Chen, a powerful force instantly surged, directly shocking his attack back. Su Duan was pleasantly surprised. Fortunately this guy came in time. "Mu Changfeng, what are you doing? You dare to leave your post without authorization, without guarding the abyss." The white-haired Martial King froze for a moment when he saw that the person who had struck was Mu Changfeng, and then questioned. Mu Changfeng sneered and spoke. "None of your business. As the town guard envoy, it's your turn to tell me how to guard the abyss? On the contrary, you, so capable to go to the town of the abyss, go to the battlefield and kill the foreigners. Here bullying a child, also have the face to dog bark?" Being scolded by Mu Changfeng and unable to raise his head, the white-haired Martial King looked unsightly. Su Chen, however, was relieved. It was good that he had crushed the token Mu Changfeng had given him in time, or else it would have been dangerous today. The white-haired Martial King looked at Su Chen, wondering what exactly Su Chen was capable of that made Mu Changfeng even come out to back him up. Wind Whisper laughed out loud. He was still worried, but after seeing Mu Changfeng come and save Su Chen, his hanging heart finally fell. "Looks like you guys won't be able to take Su Chen away today. Ha ha ha." Wind Whisper laughed out loud, and his fist light surged and smashed upwards angrily, with the implication that he was going to blow up the old man in the tang suit directly. "Crazy man, you crazy man." The old man in the tang suit didn't dare to strike out without any consequences like Wind Whisper. He was completely going to fight for his life, and was forced to retreat back and forth. "Mu Changfeng, this is a matter for our school alliance. Are you sure you want to intervene?" The white-haired Martial King questioned. "I don't care if it's the school alliance or not, but I'm considered to have taken a favor from brother Su Chen, so naturally I won't just watch Su Chen be taken away by you today." At the sound of the voice, the white-haired Martial King's expression was extremely ugly. He was definitely not Mu Changfeng's opponent. If Mu Changfeng was determined to protect Su Chen, he would really have no way to take Su Chen away. "If the school reverend pursues this, Mu Changfeng, you won't be able to carry it. I don't need you to care if I can resist it or not. Even if I can't carry it, I still have the military department behind me. I'd like to see if your school alliance is powerful or if our military department is stronger." Mu Changfeng's words didn't give the white-haired Martial King any face. The moment these words came out, it was the tang-dressed old man who froze for a moment. It was obvious that they had underestimated Mu Changfeng's determination in wanting to keep Su Chen, even going so far as to say something like that. You have to know that when it comes to their level, they can't just say this, and once it comes true, the consequences are unimaginable. The white-haired Martial King was even more unsure of what to say. His lips moved, unable to utter a single word. It's just, we can't take Su Chen away today, but this matter isn't over yet. If the school reverend pursues this, we can only report it truthfully." After a long time, the old man in the tang suit said helplessly after pulling away from Wind Whisper. "What else can you do if you don't give in?" Wind Whisper, this madman, was completely reckless and fought desperately. He had already been injured, and Su Chen had Mu Changfeng guarding him. Could they take it away? In that case, what's the point of fighting any longer? I'm only afraid that he'll have to eat several more big losses from Wind Whisper. "Go," the tang-suited old man said, then threw a storage ring to Wind Whisper. "This is the cultivation resources for the second half of the year for your Luocheng Technical School, and I hope that you'll be able to show up as promised for the famous school's exchange meeting in 3 months' time." After saying that, the old man in the tang suit did not stay any longer and directly turned around to leave. The white-haired Martial King left right after him. The only one left at the scene was the man with glasses, who was dumbfounded and wanted to sneak away, but realized that the tutors of the Luocheng Technical School were all looking at him with bad eyes. "What are you looking at? I'm a school league." Before the words were finished, a tutor had already punched up, and the successive tutors went up and pressed the glasses man to give him a violent beating. Soon, the man with the glasses was beaten to the point where he couldn't take care of himself before he was thrown out of the L.A. Technical School. "Come to L.A. Technical School to bully our trainees, and still want to run away. If I don't clean you up, how can I still get along?" a tutor cursed. While these outsiders had all been driven out, Su Chen's gaze fell on those foreign students. Seemingly sensing the unkindness of Su Chen's gaze, the foreign students all trembled and took several steps back. In their eyes there was no previous disdain and contempt. this guy Su Chen is really fierce. He even dared to kill the mentor of the school league. What else would he not dare to do? Just now, several more foreign students were killed by Su Chen, and Henry was all wasted. So for a while they didn't even know what to do. What are you guys going to do? The second-in-command stepped forward. The third-in-command and the first-in-command had both been invalidated by Su Chen, and now he could only be relied upon to carry this banner of the international students. This matter is our mistake. We admit that we can give you an apology. But, from now on we are well water and do not bother each other. The second-in-command looked at Su Chen with cold eyes, forcing himself to pretend to be calm. Oh, a few dishes I'll drink into this? A word of well water does not violate the river water. Want to put this matter over? What do you think? Su Dust coldly laughed. Previously, he had said that he would expel all the international students from the Luochang Technical School, and that these assholes would only be a scourge if they stayed in the academy. Only now, it is definitely not the time to drive them away, and it will also cause a lot of trouble. But, he can organize the international students into the student union discipline first, and cancel their large amount of cultivation resources tilt. The International Students' Union will be cancelled in the future. All international students will be organized into the student union. Su Chen opened his mouth and his gaze fell on the second-in-command. Do you have any opinions? We international students and you. Go to the dean to say something if you have an opinion? Su Chen directly interrupted him. The international students were silent. The dean's behavior just now had already shown that he was definitely helping Su Chen. It was useless for them to go. Wind Whisper also blankly glanced at Su Chen. Good fellow, only remembering me after finishing? However, he seemed to understand Su Chen's meaning and did not stop it. In addition, regarding the tilting of resources for international students, as of today, all of them are cancelled. The moment Su Chen's words came out, all the foreign students looked over with wide eyes and unbelievable faces. Integration into a student union they can live with, but removing their benefits, that's a no-no. Chapter 55, A Dog Can't Stop Eating. They have been enjoying the tilting of resources for so long that they have gotten used to spending lavishly, and now that the tilting of resources is removed from them, how can they survive? No way. This is categorically not okay. Cultivation resources are issued by the academy. It's a benefit given to us by the school alliance. What gives you the right to change it? The second-in-command said sharply. He could agree to everything else, but this matter was absolutely not acceptable. Not just him, all the foreign students were standing out, glaring angrily at Su Chen for their own interests. Su Chen, however, was calm and looked at these foreign students with a cold smile. These guys are the ones who haven't realized the danger yet. What are all of you barking for? We've been cultivating like this for so many years. Where are you guys at? And this is too much to bear? Lu Qingfeng came and said with a cold smile. They had a big problem with international students enjoying a large amount of resources in itself, but there was just no way around it. And now that Su Chen had come to move the international students, they naturally supported all of them. Wind Whisper frowned slightly, thinking that would it be too fast for Su Chen to do this, although this was something he had always wanted to do. But Su Chen was after all only a freshman now. Doing this would only make the foreign students hate him. All the hatred was all pulled away by Su Chen. How are we going to cultivate if our resource tilt is cancelled? A foreign student questioned, looking unkind. I will distribute cultivation resources to you according to our own cadet cultivation standards. If you think it's not enough, go to the abyss and find it yourself. Saying this, Su Chen thought of another point and added, in the future, international students must go down to the abyss once a month, and they don't have to come up if they haven't killed the foreigners. Thinking about earlier in the abyss, Henry and the others had disappeared after entering the abyss, not knowing where they had run off to touch fish and slack off. And this is not an accident, but has always been the case. It's pure rat, and staying in the academy would only pollute it. After Su Chen finished speaking, he was looking at Feng Yi again. Feng Yi understood Su Chen's meaning. There were some things that they as tutor deans were not good at doing, then they could only leave it to the trainees to do. But, some power must be given. The purpose of setting up the student union in the first place was to let you cadets manage the cadets yourselves. We won't ask about your affairs, what to do, as long as you people in the student union don't have a problem with it, and you can cover your bases. Whatever, as long as you don't rebel against the school. The rest of it, you guys can screw up all you want. After saying that, the dean took these tutors and left directly, not wanting to get involved, and it seemed a bit bad for them to continue to stay here. You really let Su Chen go? Not having walked out far, Meng Xian could not help but ask, frowning, what else could it be? Although Gao Feng is a great leader, he looks ahead and thinks too much. He can maintain the status quo, but trying to break out of it won't work. And Su Chuan, although this kid has just arrived, the brashness in his bones and his uncommon talent completely have the strength to subdue these guys. Moreover, with his talented skills, it's only a matter of time before he takes over Summit's position. In that case, why not sooner? It's about time this situation was broken. Dean chuckled softly. All we old bones can do before we die is to give him support behind the scenes and help him carry the pressure of those old shameless contraptions. Upon hearing this, all the tutors were silent, and Meng Qian paused before speaking. Whether or not Luochang Technical School can revitalize the glory of that year can depend on them. After so many years, I'm afraid that the glory of my L.A. City Technical School will be forgotten. A few old men spoke, their eyes filled with memories of those days. Back then, the Luo City Technical School was the top of the imperial schools. How powerful it was, but the back of the town guarded the abyss. Countless students and tutors came forward and died in battle in the abyss. Countless people died in battle in the abyss, but never had support. Has been insisted on until now. The college was scrapped, from the emperor school down to the technical school, but also to suffer all kinds of targeting and suppression, bleeding and weeping. On Su Chen's side, after the dean left, the international students could no longer hold back. When had they ever gone to kill the Fae? How brutal and ferocious the Fae were. What if they died in the abyss? It won't work. You're taking a personal vendetta and suppressing us, the second-in-command said excitedly. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Su Chen, I'm afraid that he would have gone up to fight Su Chen. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, however, did not care about this, and directly went up and beat them up. The second-in-command of the foreign students didn't dare to fight back and was beaten to a pig's head, lying on the ground. This is just the beginning, Su Chen said indifferently. Anyone who is not convinced can quit the Luochang Technical School. I will never keep you. After saying that, Su Chen also left. Wang Lin and the others left the place immediately after. The trainees gradually dispersed, and a group of old students had excitement in their eyes. Today was really cool. It's the first time I've beaten up these foreign devils, but it's really out of the blue. Of course, they also knew that if it wasn't for Su Chen, they wouldn't have been able to do it at all. Thus, Su Chen's prestige in their hearts instantly increased a lot. Only when Su Chen and the others left did the crowd of foreign students gather together with righteous indignation and a worried look on their faces. What if Su Chen really cancelled their resources? Henry, this matter can never be left alone. The second-in-command looked at Henry, who was very excited at this time. These grandchildren still remembered that he wasn't dead, after being brutally beaten by Su Dust and having one of his arms chopped off, and then being brutally beaten by Wang Lin and the others. Henry was almost killed, and with only his last breath left, he was lying on the ground. He had heard Su Chen's words just now, but what could he do? Would he dare to speak? Wouldn't dare at all. If he gave Su Chen another beating, he would really die. Let's report this matter up to the embassies everywhere. I don't believe Su Chen can resist this pressure, Henry said weakly, and the furrowed brows of the second-in-command and the others relaxed a little. Row, Su Chen must die, or we won't have a single day of peace. Ever since he came in, he hasn't stopped, a foreign student said, a handful of heartache and tears. Yesterday's villa was bombed, today was brutally beaten. Put on anyone who cannot stand I have a cousin at Singing River University. I can ask him to take a shot. Another foreign student said, already plotting how to get Su Chen killed. Yes, but can you send me to treatment first? Henry really wanted to beat these grandchildren to death. It was surprising that none of them were prepared to send him to treatment. After saying this, the international students reacted and hurriedly lifted Henry up and sent him to the infirmary, where he was briefly bandaged and sent to the hospital. In the small building, Lu Qingfeng and the others were there, and Gao Feng, who had already dealt with his injuries and needed to recuperate, was also sitting on the sidelines. Su Chuan, these foreign students will definitely not stop, and may even target you. Gao Feng frowned and said, he had to say that what Su Chen did today was definitely the thing he wanted to do the most in the past few years, and now it was finally made by Su Chen for him, but it must be followed by endless trouble. I know, the dog can't change to eat hemp, but beating these dogs to death isn't just fine, Su Chen said with a smile, already having an idea in his mind. Chapter 56 Resource Allocation, New Rulemaking, Su Chen said, naturally knowing in his heart that these foreign students would definitely not let up and would definitely cause more chaos, but these Su Chen didn't care at all. A dog can't change its ways, so beating it to death is good. It would be good to cut it off directly from the root, only now it certainly couldn't go too far. After all, the school league would definitely put pressure on the L.A. Technical School, but these would be carried by the dean. He just had to take care of the cadets down there. Warm water boils the frog. Su Chen knows this. He will disintegrate these international students little by little, and the cavities should be pulled out. Whether it's an international student or one of their native trainees, mingle and die then leave on your own. After going down to the abyss, Su Chen had many more thoughts in his mind. The generals below guarding the abyss, are they not human? From youth to gray hair, even corpses and bones, just to guard this mountain and river. What qualification do they have to be lazy and bumbling around with the resources they traded their lives for? Previously, Su Chuan didn't know, but after going down to the abyss, Su Chuan realized that the resources for their cultivation were all exchanged with the lives of the generals in the various abysses. How did the student union distribute resources in the past? Su Chen looked at the storage ring and asked. Split it into two, one for the international students, and the other divided into two, with those in the student union being distributed according to their cultivation and the number of times they went down to the abyss, and the other being distributed to the other students. Summit spelled out the previous distribution. Su Chen frowned, not expecting the distribution of resources to be so unfair. It's amazing that just 100 or so international students take up half of the resources. The remaining thousands of trainees are only entitled to half. Starting today, all resources for international students will be cancelled, and all resources, 2/3 of which will be used for the student union's operation, will be used to set up a list of students from each session, whether it's the student union or the rest of the students. As long as they can make it to the list, they'll be rewarded with resources. The remaining 1/3 of the resources are distributed equally to everyone. Simply put, everyone has the same resources, so if you want better and more resources, show some skill. After Su Chen finished speaking, the atmosphere was a bit silent. Everyone knew Su Chen's purpose. If this was to move even the student union together, kicking out those who were mongrels, it wasn't just for the international students. Seeing that no words were spoken, Su Chen checked the resources in the storage ring, but he frowned. How come it's just a little bit? Su Chen was a bit in disbelief. Historically, Luocheng Technical School has always been suppressed and targeted. The resources we receive each year are all leftovers from other colleges, and what the academy gives us are only some basic resources, and on average, the amount of resources each person is able to share is even less. After all, the academy needs to function. It's impossible to give us all the resources, and if you still want resources, you either have to exchange them with credits, or go into the abyss and find them yourself. Lu Qingfeng said. It's been like this for years. Su Dust tightly locked eyebrows, also did not think that Luocheng Technical School is so miserable. Just so little resources. It's so poor. This situation looked like it could be even tougher than Su Chen had imagined. Mud. That's a tough favor to return. Su Chen said in his heart, no matter if it was the dean or Meng Qian who were under pressure to bail him out. To put it bluntly, he owed these two old men a favor, and he himself was a student of the L.A. City Technical School. We can't just watch the L.A. City Technical School closed down. I have an idea, said Su Chen, turning his gaze to the older students present. This matter needs them to make an example. There are only so many resources, and if we distribute them, they won't be enough, so we need to replenish them ourselves. What do you mean? Summit asked. Let the trainees go down into the abyss, fight the foreigners, and grab the resources themselves. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded when Su Chen uttered these words, looking at Su Chen in disbelief, thinking that they had misheard him. No. If we let all the cadets go down to the abyss, I'm afraid that not many of them will come up alive. No, this matter is too risky. Even if we agree, the dean there won't agree, Gao Feng said in a deep voice. He knew what Su Chen meant, but this idea was just too risky. The trainees of the Luo City Technical School themselves were not very talented and not very strong, so entering the abyss would only result in heavy deaths and injuries. And, at the end of the day, they're all still students. Su Chen was also silent. He admitted that this behavior was really too crazy, but for now, there was really no better way. They can't just spawn resources out of thin air without going for it, can they? According to the past rules, 3 months from now, it will be the exchange tournament of the major academies, which will also determine the next distribution of resources for each academy. If we can raise our ranking upwards a bit this time for the Luocheng Technical School, we will naturally have more cultivation resources. Gao Feng analyzed seriously. Su Chen didn't say anything. Luocheng Technical School had been suppressed for so many years. Wanting to raise its ranking upwards was feared to be impossible. That's fine. Then let's put this matter aside for the time being. The division of resources. Let's follow the old days. But this time there's no extra care for foreign students. Everyone is treated equally. Su Dust said, also realized that his ideas are too idealistic. Not everyone is like him. Want to change the current situation of the Luocheng Technical School is not easy unless there can be something hard to irritate them. But there is one thing that must be implemented. Su Chen added, the foreign students must go down to the abyss for me to kill the foreigners. Otherwise, they will be directly expelled from the academy. Upon hearing this, Summit nodded. This matter must be arranged. Break up all the international students and have the older students lead the team down there to act as a supervisor. Gao Feng said again, and everyone nodded. Deciding on these things, the old students in Summit's room dispersed, while Su Chen was called by Summit. When only the two of them were left in the room, only then did Gao Feng open his mouth. Su Chuan, I know what you're thinking, and to be honest, this is something I've thought about before. But, the strength of the trainees from the Luochang Technical School itself isn't good enough. So if you force them to go down there, it might be counterproductive. This is something that has to be done slowly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, and before he could say anything, Gao Feng added, if this idea can really be implemented, the strength of Luochang Technical School will definitely grow by leaps and bounds. But now is not the time. You are still a freshman now, and there are still 4 years to come. I believe you have the means to be able to do it. Su Chen was silent, frowning, looking at the peak, not thinking that the peak called him to say this. But Su Chen thought on second thought, what peak said was not without reason. If he pushed for it now, it would really be counterproductive. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Su Chen left, and this matter was considered to be temporarily shelved. Su Chen returned to his own residence, took out a spirit medicine and began to cultivate. The heavens and the earth are large. One's own cultivation is the largest. This little resource of the academy is definitely not enough for him to cultivate. Either way, he's got to go down into the abyss anyway. Chapter 57, The Gold Belt for Murder and Arson. Su Chen thought in his heart, with his back to the abyss, killing would make him stronger. If he didn't cherish it he would be sick in the head. Soon, one elixir was fully absorbed by Su Chen, and the power within the Qi Si was increased by 1 more point. 100 feet of Qi Si. Looking around the world, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find the second one. Of course, at this time, the Sea of Qi became very small. In the small abdomen of Su Chen could feel that with such a large Sea of Qi, cultivation also required greater resources. Su Chen sighed. The Sword Heavenly King had given him some resources, but it wasn't enough. The L.A. Technical School would be even worse, poor as it was. So this abyss was something he had to go down. And at this time, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were also cultivating in seclusion, as if they had been stimulated by something great and had gone crazy. They were really irritated. Obviously, they were all at the same cultivation level at that time, both at 6 stars of the Qi Blood realm, but in the blink of an eye, Su Chen was already at 2 stars of the Qi Si realm. Even at the Qi Blood realm, he was surprisingly able to be in the process of decapitating the Sect Master realm. They really took a hit. And today Su Dust said those words. They also know Su Dust, this pervert, will definitely find a way to implement down. At that time, everything is to speak with their own strength. Without strength, soup cannot drink. And both of them are thinking that day can't be far away. On the following day, when the sky was just slightly bright, Su Chen ended his cultivation, and his realm had already stabilized at the 2nd star of the Qi Si realm. Coming outside, at this time, Lu Qingfeng was already ready and waiting for Su Chen with 5 international students, plus 10 or so older students, adding up to a team of less than 20 people. The people have come, so we can enter the abyss next, Lu Qingfeng said, looking towards Su Chen. And among those 5 foreign students were their previous second-in-command. Only at this time their looking faces were all ugly. I hadn't thought that Su Chen's movements would be so fast, and what he said yesterday, he would actually start implementing today. In their hearts, they wanted to resist but they couldn't. They all knew Su Chen's attitude. If they dared to resist, they would definitely not be able to avoid a violent beating. They've already reported this to the police, and someone will soon come to back them up. For now it will have to wait. Go, Su Chen said, and was about to go, when he saw Wang Lin and Wu Tao running out, looking like they had to follow, and Tong Yu was also touching out, not saying anything, just following behind. I don't care, I'm just going, don't try to eat alone, Wu Tao and Wang Lin said, glaring at Su Chen. Only they knew how much benefit they got from following Su Chen down there yesterday. Just kidding, that's an amazing amount of money. It was some of the older students who came up. Lu Qingfeng was very strange. How come he didn't see these guys entering the abyss so actively before? How could he know how much Su Chen's battle in the abyss yesterday had benefited them? But there were enough people, and the older students could only look on with regret, like they had missed out on hundreds of millions. Strange, what's wrong with these guys? Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but say, but no one paid him any attention. The corners of Su Chen's mouth rose. Sure enough, after getting the sweet spot, they naturally just took the initiative. Soon, they were entering the abyss and arrived in the ancient city. I want to go back. I want to go back. You are trying to get us killed. A foreign student shouted with a terrified look, turning around and trying to run. This is already in the ancient city. If we go out of the ancient city, it will be really finished. Run? You! Wang Lin chased after him and beat him up. Why didn't you run when you were receiving tons of resources in the past? Only after beating this foreign student honestly did Su Chen lead the people out of the ancient city. 20 or so dogs crumbled and groped their way along. On the opposite side, the alien royal city was clearly visible. If they were discovered by the aliens' army, they would really be finished. After about an hour, Su Chuan finally discovered a squad of foreigners that numbered less than 30, of which there were only 2 Qi High realms. Such a team Su Chen had no reason to let go, and made a direct move. The group of foreigners was obviously frightened and actually turned around to run. Lu Qingfeng brought his men up to kill, and soon, all of the 30 or less foreigners were killed. Wang Lin's 3 were already very familiar with groping around, and soon groped away everything on the alien's body, and actually found 13 spirit medicines, which was something that Su Chen hadn't even thought of. Ha ha, it's true that killing and setting fire is a golden belt. Wang Lin laughed out loud and stuffed an elixir directly into his clothes. That's right. What's the point of relying on the Academy's little resources to practice? Should not say, if it is not Su boss, we are afraid that even a little hair cannot share. Tong Yu is actually very serious, said. Wang Lin and Wu Tao suddenly feel bad. This guy seems to wake up. Awaken something. The two of them looked at each other, and the next second they pressed Tong Yu to fight. The corner of Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. These two guys didn't seem like good people, but what they said was not without reason. If they relied on the little resources of the Academy to cultivate, it was simply not enough. This was what they knew before, so they would also come down to search for resources, but never with such boldness as Su Chen leading the team. Surprisingly, he took the initiative to attack the Fae. This is something they wouldn't have dared to imagine before. Fight one-on-one if you can. Asterisk 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 asterisk, don't pull out your crotch on your hook day. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had already broken through, and now they were Qi Blood Realm 7 stars. Tong Yu couldn't stand up to the two of them joining forces and using underhanded tricks, and was quickly beaten into submission. Tong Yu had a lifeless look on his face. What did he say wrong, and these two bad guys teamed up to clean him up? Alright, hurry up. The commotion here might attract the attention of the foreign races, Su Chen said. Only then did the three Wang Lins subside. Lu Qingfeng glanced at Su Chen. Only Su Chen could suppress these two guys, having already killed the Fae. Are we ready to go up? Yeah. There were also so many resources seized. We also contributed. We should be given some, the international student said, looking at Su Chen. Then how much resources do you guys think should be distributed to you? Su Chen asked rhetorically. Hearing this, the few foreign students immediately had smiles on their faces. Just give us the elixir. We don't want these foreigners' weapons or anything else. Ha! Su Chen sneered, raised his hand and directly a big sinus whip up. The international students who spoke were dumbfounded by the whip, hiding at the very back when killing the foreigners. The foreigners didn't even touch them, and now you have the face to ask for a share of the resources, and you still want to go up? Are you guys worthy? Su Chen angrily cursed, directly giving the foreign students a scolding and confused, still wanting to say something, but Su Chen spoke again. Next, the 5 of you in a group. The next time you encounter a foreigner, the 5 of you will be the ones to charge. It's if you dare to hide behind. A foreigner will not be killed. I will cut you first. No, this won't work. We haven't been in contact with the Fae in battle. We can't possibly be a match for the Fae. You're purposely trying to get us killed. I'm going back. I'm dropping out. I'm going to sue you. The international student was directly shocked when he heard this, and shouted excitedly. Chapter 58, Forcing International Students. They dare to defect? I'm going to sue you. You're taking personal revenge. The foreign student shouted excitedly, and was about to leave regardless. In his eyes, Su Chen had forced them to do this in order to use the hands of the foreign races to get them all killed. After all, they had never faced the Fae directly, but they also knew the ferocity and terror of the Fae, and they had always been on top of the world, boasting that they were superior. How can they be the ones to do this kind of bloodshed and sweat and easily lose their lives? What's more, it's not their country, so what if it's overrun by the foreigners? As long as they were safe, it was fine. As for the fact that they used a great deal of Huaxia's cultivation resources, they didn't say a word about it. Earlier, seeing Su Chen and the others decapitating so many foreign races and seizing these resources, they were naturally moved. After being cut off from their welfare resources by Su Chen, the resources they shared in their hands yesterday were better than nothing. So naturally, they moved to take notice of those spirit medicines. They were the ones who didn't do anything, but they were also in the team, and the emphasis was on participation, which was already very good. But not only did Su Chen not share the spiritual pills with them, but he even didn't know enough and wanted them to go and face the foreigners head on. It's absolutely impossible. Therefore, the foreign students' hearts were furious, and they couldn't bear this aggravation at once, so they directly screamed that they wanted to go back and accuse Su Chen. It was clearly aimed at them. I'll be right here watching. Who dares to try? Su Dust is also really angry. Eyes with a strong murderous aura, originally on these foreign students, have no feeling, and even disgust, and now they even want to make some trouble. If not for the fact that there were still some scruples, Su Chen would have directly dried off all the foreign students, forcing them to form a vanguard and fight hard against the foreigners at the front. But he didn't do that. But these guys are surprisingly still this ungrateful. Su Chen was already running the inferno frenzy. Lightning surrounded his body. His breath was raging, and the Dragon Abyss sword was emitting a clanging and trembling sound. If someone really dared to go, he would definitely cut them down without mercy. Looching things, few people didn't speak. They were just silent, their eyes equally cold. These shameless things even think of getting something for nothing, and they want to share the big head without putting in any effort at all, priding themselves on being superior. Their lives were precious. Could it be that Su Chen? Could it be that his life, Looching thing's life, was worthless? The atmosphere was odd and carried a murderous intent, and the rest of the old students and the three Wang Lin consciously spread out, presenting an encircling style, trapping all of the foreign students. Seemingly understanding Su Chen's meaning and feeling Su Chen's killing intent, the international students again all stood still, not daring to move. Yesterday, Su Chen had decapitated several international students, and even chopped off one of Henry's arms and gave him a brutal beating, and if it wasn't for the people from the school alliance stepping in, I'm afraid that Henry would have already been killed. They didn't doubt for a second that Su Chen really dared to kill them. You guys are too much, a foreign student said angrily, and wanted to accuse, but was smacked honestly by Wang Lin's two forced pockets. Departure. You five leaned forward. Seeing that they didn't leave, Su Chen snorted coldly in his heart. A few spineless contraptions were just that. In the territory of China to make a fuss, really think that he is a dish, but also really coincidentally, Su Dust is not used to seeing, but also not afraid of these things. The foreign student was furious but didn't dare to show it, so he could only give Su Chen a spiteful look before walking ahead. Are we really going to be up front, acting as cannon fodder? A foreign student asked in a low voice. Don't worry, they won't dare to let us die. I've already explained to William before coming down. If we don't go back, then we'll directly rebel. Report to all parties that Su Chen maliciously brought us down to kill us. This responsibility, not to mention Su Chen, even Wind Whisper can't afford it. The other international students said softly. They had prepared themselves before they came. Su Chen must die. Otherwise, their international students would only be suppressed even more. These words they spoke in a very low voice. Su Chen and the others naturally didn't hear them, and were still continuing to press forward. Boss Su, these foreign devils, I think they have something else in mind. They might cause trouble later. Wang Lin came up and said vigilantly. Su Chen just frowned. Just now he naturally also saw what they whispered. But Su Chen didn't care. No harm. They just need to charge ahead. Facing the foreigners, they can only die if they don't do it. I just can't. They don't do it. What if they mutiny? Wu Tao's voice was small when he said this, but it caused Su Chen's eyes to condense. That was a question he hadn't really thought about yet. How to say that they are also the human race. Right, not to betray the human race. If mutiny, that can be a betrayal of the whole human race. No matter where it is placed is a capital offense. Everyone guard against them a little bit. It's really hard to say. About these scumbags, Su Chen said after a little silence, and his heart was also worried. An awe-inspiring killing intent erupted from his eyes at the same time. If they really dared to do so, Su Chen would definitely decapitate all of them without any hesitation, with their corpses hanging at the entrance of the school. Soon, as they advanced, Su Chen once again discovered a team of foreigners. This team was escorting something unknown in one direction, and was alert along the way. A rough estimation was also another 100 or so people, of which the strongest foreigner had the cultivation of 6 stars of the Qi realm, and overall there were only 6 in the Qi realm. The rest were all in the Qi blood realm. After confirming that there was no ambush, Su Chen chose to make a move. Only they didn't take the lead to rush up, but instead forced the foreign students up. The faces of the foreign students paled, not expecting Su Chen to dare to come for real. Where would they be a match for so many foreign races? Su Chen must have done it on purpose. The foreign students' minds thought that their legs had already gone soft when they saw the foreigners. How could they still have the strength to fight? But Su Chen was not a good person, and directly put out the word that if they didn't make a move, they would be chopped up directly. With no choice but to rush forward, the international students had no choice but to rush forward. Su Chuan they followed closely. Su Chuan is not really letting the 5 of them go straight to face hundreds of foreigners. That is, he would not dare. The targeting implication was too obvious, and it would also expose their whereabouts. Damn it, must get Su Chen killed, a foreign student thought in his heart, with only resentment in his eyes. He didn't hate the foreign race. What he hated was Su Chen. Su Chen, save me, save me. With this thought just in his mind, this foreign student had already rushed to the front of a group of foreigners, but before he could do anything, he just couldn't help but shout out, and instantly attracted the attention of all the foreigners. Damned waste. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Wang Lin, who was the closest to him, rushed up and slashed through, taking away this foreigner's life. However, the next second, the international student was slamming his fist angrily on Wang Lin's back. Go to hell. Chapter 59, Mutiny and Surrender? Kill them all. Die. The foreign student roared. This punch was unreserved, slamming up with all his might. But he knew that this fellow Wang Lin was Su Chen's loyal lapdog, and he had even beheaded their foreign students in front of them yesterday. His intention was to trick Su Chen over and secretly sneak attack Su Chen, but who would have thought that Wang Lin had rushed over? Then he could only be sorry. This punch landed on Wang Lin's back. Wang Lin immediately spat out blood. His body stumbled forward, and he was almost sneak attacked by a foreigner. Fortunately Wu Tao made a timely move and saved Wang Lin. Dogs, enmity will be avenged. Wang Lin turned around and shouted angrily, anger dancing in his eyes. He has a defense in his heart, but he did not expect these dogs to be so shameless. Envy and revenge, behind the back of the sneak attack to assassinate him. Who made you stupid? Who made you want to come and save me? The foreign student laughed maniacally. Originally, I wanted to trick Su Chen to come over, but I didn't expect you, the lapdog, to come up here. After saying that, the international student turned around and was about to run. Su Chen had already seen the situation here and only felt a fire held in his chest as he chopped up with his sword. The sword dipper whistled and directly passed through the chest of this foreign student. The foreigners on the side were dumbfounded. How is it that they are still infighting? This is somewhat looking down on them. The foreigners roared and killed, and Su Chen couldn't deal with it in time, so he could only kill these foreigners first. Fortunately, Wang Lin had been prepared in his mind. His injuries were not serious, and he could still continue to fight, and he got up and slashed up with his chopper. Dogs, I'll split you. Wang Lin was holding fire in his heart, and he was actually backstabbed by a secret plan. Now, no matter if it was a foreigner or a foreign student, he saw one and cut one. The foreign students were still fending off the foreigners, but in their hearts, they had already developed the intention of retreating. But they realized that Su Chen was not far away from them, and as long as they had the idea of retreating, they would definitely be beheaded by Su Chen. Farking squid, the foreign student couldn't help but rage. He himself was at the Qi High Realm cultivation level, but he had never had to face a foreigner, much less fight one, and was instinctively afraid in his heart. His legs had gone soft. A Qi Sea realm was actually being pressed by a Qi Blood Realm 9-star foreigner. Save me, save me. This international student can't resist and can't help but ask for help. But with the last backstabbing, no one dares to go up to save them. Who can know if they will backstab? The foreign students were in a state of panic, not expecting Su Chen to see death. Su Chen, if you damn well see death, then don't blame me. He couldn't hold on any longer. A trace of resentment and viciousness flashed in his eyes, and in the next second, he actually knelt down directly in front of the foreigner. I surrender. One led the way, and soon the remaining 3 foreign students were also on their knees, shouting surrender, raising their hands above their heads and throwing away their weapons. The foreigners are also confused, and the ancient city of the human race fighting for so many years, well aware of the blood of the human race, would rather die in battle but never surrender? How now? I can help you guys kill them. A foreign student saw that the foreigner didn't say anything and didn't make a move. Then he hurriedly said, picking up the weapon on the ground and heading towards Su Chen. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dogs, if I had known, I would have chopped them all up and fed them to the dogs. Mutiny. This is betrayal of the human race. Lu Qingfeng's several old students were furious. These foreign students were so soft and even gave up their dignity to surrender. This is a disgrace to the human race. These hook day contraptions. Lu Qingfeng couldn't wait to personally tear all of these mongrels apart. It's a bunch of underfed white wolves that would do such a thing. International students also know that if word of their behavior gets out, they will surely die. So, Su Chen and the others had to die. Killing up towards Su Chuan. Su Chuan alone faced 2 Qi High Realm foreigners without losing the wind. Honing himself. Seeing this scene, the Dragon Abyss sword rotated, taking away the lives of these 2 foreigners, and turned to look at the foreign students. A sword was swung out, and the terrifying and boundless sword diameters crisscrossed across, sending away a foreign student on the spot. Fornicating with a foreign race, defecting from the human race, deserves to be killed, Su Chen said in a cold voice, with only endless coldness in his eyes, as he chopped away with another sword. The sword light flowed, and the powerful sword chi swept by bringing up a string of blood, taking away another foreign student. There are only 2 left. These 2 were stunned, not expecting Su Chen to be so terrifying. When facing the foreigners, he was actually like chopping a watermelon, one sword at a time. Surprisingly, being surrounded by so many still managed to free his hands and cut them down. These 2 foreign students had been scared silly and turned around to run. The foreigners were also noticing Su Chen's power and all of them surrounded towards him. Su Chen, however, laughed. He now had the indestructible golden body to protect his body. Even if a Qi and Blood Realm alien attack landed on his body, it would not hurt. Immediately afterward, Su Chuan executed the Inferno Fiend Berserk, instantly pulling up his own aura by a lot, lingering with demonic aura and thunderous light around his body as he chopped away with a sword. It was actually directly taking away the lives of a dozen or so foreigners, and in the next second, Su Chen chased after them, beheading these two traitors with a single sword, and killing them back. The terrifying strength killed the foreign races with chills, and soon, all the foreign races were all slaughtered clean by Su Chen with his men. Hundreds of foreigners were wiped out. Su Chen paused and exhaled. The killing intent in his eyes then faded a little. Detecting the host massacring foreigners, points are being accounted for. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 246 kill value. The host can choose to exchange items in the system mall. The system's voice rang out, and Su Chen froze for a moment, almost forgetting about the kill value thing. System, what's with this kill value? Why wasn't it there before? Previously, the host's cultivation was too weak to open the system mall. Warm reminder, every time the host raises a big realm, the system will unlock new functions. The system's icy voice sounded in his head, and only then did Su Chen nod his head, sort of understanding. Rather, he did not think that the system actually had this function. At the same time, Su Chen was also a bit curious as to what new features the system would unlock the next time he raised his great realm. On the side, the foreigners had all been killed. Wang Lin and the others were scavenging for resources, while Su Chen opened the system mall and looked at it. Do not know. A look shocked, worthy of the system mall. Only Su Dust cannot think of. No system does not have. Even heaven-ranked martial arts that were hard to find for 10,000 gold outside could be exchanged here with enough kill value. It's so dark. Just when he saw the price, Su Chen directly withdrew. The price was really expensive. Looking at my kill value again, it's only a pitiful 246, and there's very little that can be exchanged. System, is there anything cheap to kill? Just something I can afford to redeem right now? Su Chen asked, searching for the host. The system said. The next second, a vein panel appeared in front of Su Dust. Above is exactly what Su Dust said. See the introduction. Su Dust directly cannot help but laugh. Yes, he wants this thing. Chapter 60 Blood Exploding Heavenly Thunder. A proper dog big house. Blood Explosion Heavenly Thunder. When activated, it can cause an explosion circle with a diameter of 10 meters, with a wave range of 40 meters, and can blow up a 9-star martial artist in the Chihai realm. Price, 50 killing value per item. Looking at the introduction about the blood exploding heavenly thunder, Su Chen looked excited and directly exchanged 4 of them. His killing value was only able to exchange these 4. Immediately after, Su Chen had 4 more dragon eye-sized, pitch-black beads in his hand, which looked plain and ordinary, but Su Chen was aware that this thing was capable of blowing up the Chi-Si realm, though it seemed to be of little use to the current Su Chen, but this was a ranged weapon. One thrown out, the foreigners within 10 meters would not be directly blown up to death. Wouldn't that make getting your own kills worthwhile a lot faster? With his heart toward it, Su Chen received the blood-exploding heavenly thunder into his storage ring. Turning his head to look at Wang Lin, these foreigners on the body of the valuable things have all been stripped down. Excited. Hair, another big profit. Wang Lin couldn't care less about his injuries and said excitedly. Although it wasn't as much as the last time Su Chen led them to rob a caravan that was escorting resources, but this amount was that after they distributed it evenly, it was still a sizable number. More than the resources that the academy had handed out. Lu Qingfeng and the other veteran students also had smiles on their faces. No wonder they were all scrambling to get down here. Why didn't we think of this before? Lu Qingfeng said, thinking that in the past, they had come down to search for resources, only daring to search into the mountains and forests for wild spirit medicines. How dare you face the foreigners team so directly and just go up and grab it? It's the only time they've had that backbone every time there's been a large-scale operation. But there's also never been a battle record where they've wiped out the entire alien team. Now with this comparison, they had simply come down for nothing before. Ugh, it's not as good as yesterday's, but it's still something, Wu Tao said, without much excitement. Indeed, compared to yesterday, that really has no comparison. But, that kind of situation yesterday is not met any time. Wu Tao, you're still not satisfied with this. I didn't see that your kid has quite a big appetite. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but say. He was already satisfied anyway. These resources were enough for him to cultivate for some time. Che, where is this? Yesterday Boss Su directly robbed a caravan. A whole 10 caravans of cultivation resources, and 10 scaled horse beasts. What does this stuff count for? Wu Tao glanced at Lu Qingfeng and thought that this guy had no insight. Lu Qingfeng's entire body was dumbfounded at the words and froze in place. Not only him, but all of the older students were dumbfounded, thinking that they must have heard it wrong. 10 car resources. And 10 scaly horse beasts? Are you kidding me? We sold the scaled horse beast to Mu Chanfeng of the ancient city, and with some miscellaneous gadgets, we sold it for only 100,000 or so merit values, and all the old students who came down yesterday know about it. They also shared away a good number of merit values, especially this Peak kid. Boss Su shared a whole 10,000 merit values with him, but I'm envious. Wang Lin also walked over and said softly. Lu Qingfeng's entire body went numb, and his brain felt like it was down, unable to function. Scaled horsebeast, 10 car resources, more than 100,000 merit values. Why do these words look so familiar? And why doesn't he understand them when they're put? What you said is true. Only after a long time did Lu Qingfeng ask with a trembling voice, still feeling incredulous. If I remember correctly, yesterday was the first time Su Chen and the others came down to the abyss, and they were able to do such a battle? When they first came down back then, each one of them was scared to quail. Che, you still don't believe me? Wang Lin sneered, taking out his own merit value card, on which was clearly 2,000 merit value. See, this is what Boss Su shared with me. I also contributed. Wang Lin and Wu Tao both had a haughty look on their faces, like they were showing off. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? You let go, let go. In the next second, Wang Lin and Wu Tao were the ones screaming that Lu Qingfeng, who was not speaking of martial virtues, was blatantly trying to rob them of their merit value. It was so hard to snatch it back. Wang Lin and Wu Tao both hurriedly put it away, defending themselves against Lu Qingfeng, the dishonest guy. The calculation in his heart was that he must find an opportunity to ruthlessly pack Lu Qingfeng a meal, and even dared to rob to their head. Wang, brother Wang, share some with me. Lu Qingfeng pulled a smile that was worse than crying and said that he was really red-eyed, especially after knowing that yesterday's veteran students all shared more than 3,000 merit values and peaked at a whole 10,000. They only feel that they missed $100 million. The heart is hard to die, licking their faces and not hesitate to borrow from an Wu Tao. But anyone who lends this merit value knows it's impossible to get it back. No way. This is absolutely non-negotiable. Wang Lin and Wu Tao almost said together. Lu Qingfeng frowned and again looked at Su Chen. According to Wang Lin's words, Su Chen had tens of thousands of dollars on him, tens of thousands of merit points and tens of thousands of credits. This proper dog is a big one. In this instant, Lu Qingfeng was even going to want to join forces with the older students to snatch Su Chen. Su Dust. No, Dust. Alright, if you want the merit value, I'll take you guys to do a big wave. It's up to you guys to dare. Su Chuan interrupted Lu Qingfeng's words, and as soon as these words came out, the old student directly patted his chest, saying, Dare, how can you not dare? There's no such thing that I wouldn't dare to do. Let's attack a Fey village. Su Chen said, the corners of his mouth rising. Quiet, quiet. The older students were confused. Attacking a village? A foreigner village was at least 500 foreigners or more, of which there were quite a few in the Qihai realm. Just a few of them to attack a village. Don't want to die. Mud, you don't even dare to do this. And you still have the nerve to ask for merit value. 10,000 taels of gold when the cannon goes off. If Boss Su dares to do this, it means he has the backbone. I trust Boss Su anyway. Wang Lin had just finished speaking when Tong Yu said that he was already getting more and more on board. Tong Yu doesn't want to but Su Dust gives too much. There's no reason for him to say no. Dare or not, we have 13 Qihai realms. One to fight two. It's just about enough. And we're only scavenging for resources. We're not trying to slaughter a village. It's just about enough. Su Dust said. He found that this killing scattered alien teen resources are still too slow. Some poor people do not say spirit medicine. Clothes are not a complete set. Row, dry up. The thought of peak this dog 10,000 merit value is harder than killing me. Lu Qingfeng said. After calculating in his heart, he felt that Su Chen had a point. Go in and make a big robbery, and then directly run away. It is not like he is going to slaughter the village. Riches and riches. Just do it. Several older students also said, agreeing with this idea of Su Dust. Chapter 61, Ransacking Villages. You're bombing me too? The old students all agreed with Su Chen's idea, although it was with certain risks, but it could also bring great benefits all the same. After a little thought, they felt it was feasible. Seeing that the older students were all in agreement, Su Chen smiled faintly and his gaze fell on the corpses of the few international students. Hang them up and hang them on a tree and write that they are traitors to the human race. Su Dust said. This move could not be described as ruthless. It was that even if they died, Su Chen would not let them go, to let them be known by the world that they were all traitors. The idea was to bring their bodies back to the L.A. technical school, but now they had more important things to do and didn't have the leisure time to care about them. Soon, these 5 corpses were hung up, and Su Chen glanced at them with no ripples in his eyes. Depart, Su Chen said, leading the people to continue to advance, following the direction of the previous foreigners all the way forward for about 10 miles or so. Su Chen stopped, his body hidden in the jungle. Less than 500 meters ahead, a modest alien village appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. Roughly estimated, it was a village with a population of over 400. Not too many people, excluding the old, weak, sick and children. If you remove the old, sick and children, there would not be more than 200 foreigners with fighting ability. Lu Qingfeng's few people were also lurking, their gazes falling on the village with some excitement and nervousness. If he did rob a village today and went up to the academy, he'd be able to brag about it for the rest of his life. It had been a long time since he had this kind of excitement. Lu Qingfeng actually felt a throbbing sensation as his blood rolled hot inside him. It really seems to have settled down for too long. Lu Qingfeng thought in his heart and looked at Su Chen again, suddenly feeling that he saw too many impossibilities in Su Chen. Qihai realm about 20, not too many. The strongest should be at the peak of the Qihai realm or around the first star of the Zongshi. Su Chen observed for a while before speaking his judgment. Lu Qingfeng was also observing and nodded when he heard Su Chuan's words. His judgment wasn't too different from Su Chuan's. I'm afraid this guy can't block. It's fine, leave that guy to me. You old students take out 10 of the strongest ones and be responsible for holding the alien powerhouses at bay, while the rest of you are mainly responsible for scavenging for resources. Su Chen's simple arrangement. No one had an opinion. Wang Lin and Wu Tao could not wait, then took out a sack from behind them and hung it on their waist. Seeing this, not to mention Lu Qingfeng and these old students, even Su Chen froze. What kind of operation was this? Hey, yesterday I just couldn't fit and suffered a big loss. Luckily I was prepared today. Wang Lin hemmed and hawed, feeling that he hadn't prepared for nothing. The old student's mouth twitched, and he wondered how much resources they had snatched away yesterday. Do it. Finding a moment, Su Chen spoke and instantly rushed up. At this time in the village of the foreigners, smoke curls up. Seems to be the mealtime. The streets of the foreigners are not many. That is, the defense is also very lax. After all, no one had dared to attack them after all these years. But today no one would have expected a group of brigands to come outside. After Su Chuan rushed into the village, the dragon abyss sword erupted into a burst of brilliant sword diameters, directly decapitating a dozen or so alien Qi blood realms. They hadn't even reacted before they were already decapitated by Su Chen. Wang Lin and the others also rushed in instantly, in an agitated mood, only to feel that it was really exciting, massacring this alien race. Without any hesitation, Su Chen killed up towards the strongest person in the village. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The foreigners finally reacted, roaring loudly and passing on information. In the next second, a peak Qihai realm foreigner killed up. He was the village chief and the strongest person in this village. It never occurred to him that there would ever be a day when a race of people would sneak up on his village. Die for me! The foreign village chief shouted angrily. A heavy large sword also appeared in his hand. Sensing that Su Chen's cultivation was only the second star of the Qi realm, this kind of trash dared to mess with him now. However, just as his blade slashed down, Su Chen dodged it, and immediately afterward, he catalyzed the Inferno Fiend Berserker. His breath became extremely violent, and even his eyes became crimson. The Dragon Abyss sword chopped out, and the 3-foot sword dipper swept through, actually directly cutting the alien village chief's sword into two, and killing him again. The village chief of the foreigners felt the threat of death and turned to run. The villagers were important but not as important as his life. The foreigners had a large population, and if they died, they died. He just had to escape, and he would soon be able to form another village. Seeing that he wanted to run, Su Chen's eyes were ice cold as he stabbed his sword up and chased after him. A sword light swept through and chopped off his head. The fight didn't last more than a minute from start to finish. Su Chen directly beheaded a peak Qi realm. No way. Do this hook. Cannot delay too much time. Must be quick. Who cannot guarantee will not attract the opposite side of the royal city of the army. Once you lure them in its murderous, marred livestock, that is the peak of the Qihai realm. Lu Qingfeng froze for a second, still fighting with the Qi realm 7-star of a foreign race, when his afterglow caught a glimpse of Su Chen who had already finished the fight. A large number of foreigners pounced on them, but after seeing that their village chief had been decapitated, there was some fear in their hearts. Su Chen didn't care about this. When he raised his eyes, he saw Wang Lin carrying a sack, stuffing things into it continuously. A large group of foreigners were chasing him. Among them there were actually 3 Qihai realms. Wang Lin, dodge! Su Chen shouted. A sword chi swept through, temporarily buying Wang Lin time to escape, followed by a blood-exploding heavenly thunder being thrown out. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. Dust flew up. Wang Lin was all caught in the aftermath and lifted out, but fortunately, he was too far away to be injured. Mud! UING bombed me? Wang Lin cursed, rolled up and froze. Behind him, a huge deep pit. The foreigners chasing him were actually all blown up. The surrounding houses were all affected and directly shattered. Su Chen also did not expect this blood-exploding heavenly thunder to be so powerful, beyond his expectations. Don't talk nonsense, hurry up and run after grabbing the stuff, Su Chen said. Such a big commotion might attract the attention of other foreign races. Wang Lin also no longer nonsense. See the house rushed in to grab. no matter what to the sack inside the stuffing. The foreign races were already scared, cowed by fear. Turning around, they were about to run. No one stopped them, all of them were scavenging for resources in a big way. Su Chuan also drilled into the residence of that foreigner just now, receiving all the good things he saw in the storage ring, and then directly came to the second floor. There are still such good things. Su Chen was a bit surprised to find a set of silver battle armor on the second floor, which was not bad at first glance, and was directly put away by Su Chen. This is the map of the abyss? As he turned around and prepared to leave, Su Chen froze and looked at a map in front of him in shock. Boss Su, run. There's movement. Su Chen hurriedly put it away, and then he heard Wang Lin's roar outside. Chapter 62, An Army Chasing? Mu Changfeng was confused. Boss Su, run. There's movement. Wang Lin yelled, looking in one direction with a grave expression. Looking in that direction, although he could not see any movement, he was able to hear a rush of footsteps. Go! Su Chen came out without any hesitation. This village had almost been ransacked clean by them. Everything of value had been plundered. Right now, no matter what it was, they had to leave in a hurry. No one could tell if it would be an army of foreigners. If it really was an army of foreigners, they would be in danger. The group turned and ran. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were carrying a sack full of things, and they didn't know what was loaded inside, and their bodies were stuffed with all kinds of things, but they were running for their lives. The others did the same, with no idea how much stuff they had stuffed in their bodies, running wildly all the way, not wanting to lose their lives. Behind them, the footsteps became clearer and clearer, and the ground even trembled a little. It must be an army of foreigners. How can this luck be so backward? Wang Lin couldn't help but curse. It must be that those international students who hooked the sun didn't die cleanly, when they knew that they came down to the abyss to get them killed. Wu Tao attributed the problem to the foreign students. Su Chen turned his head to look. It was to see the vast army of foreigners behind him, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands. Asterisk. Isn't it just robbing a village? As for? Su Chen cursed and accelerated his speed, picking up the sacks on Wang Lin and Wu Tao and receiving them in his storage ring. The group picked up speed. How much fun they had just had. How much of a mess they were in now. However, it was good that the army didn't seem to be chasing after them, and the sound of the pursuit was getting fainter and fainter, like it was going in a different direction. Only then did Su Chuan breathe a sigh of relief. It was difficult for their legs to run past the alien race's scaled horse beast army. Tired old me. Wang Lin sat on his butt on the ground, sweating profusely, and Lu Qingfeng and the others were also panting heavily. His heart was scared, and he was still a bit scared, but fortunately, this alien army was not chasing them. But see the clothes stuffed full of cultivation resources. They are again happy and smiling. Feel that this trip is really worth it. It should be said not to say. Just some of these on them had been able to top the amount of resources issued by the academy for 3 years. This trip is a big profit. The old student's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. That's a lot more than that convoy we robbed yesterday, Wang Lin commented, and there was uncontrollable excitement and elation in his eyes. Go back first, Su Chen said with a smile. This trip had indeed snatched a lot of resources. Enough for a long time. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and the others put away the elation in their eyes and hurriedly got up and rushed towards the ancient city. Soon, the group was rushing back to the ancient city. When the generals of the ancient city saw Su Chen, they all looked over, especially after seeing that they were covered in blood and the inside of their clothes were stuffed with various resources. What did these boys do on this trip out? Soon, Mu Changfeng was coming over and frowned when he saw Su Chen and their appearance. Su Chen, you guys are. This trip killed more than 40 people from the Qi Sea realm and nearly 300 from the Qi blood realm. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Wang Lin could not help but open his mouth and report the battle results this time. When these words came out, the surrounding generals froze, staring with wide eyes in some disbelief. Just a dozen or two of you killed so many Fey? What about playing? We did kill some foreign races and robbed some resources, Su Chen said with a smile. I'll even trouble old brother Mu to give us an estimate for these things. Saying that, Su Chen took out all of some alien weapons and all sorts of weird and strange things that he felt were useless. Lu Qingfeng and the others did the same, and they actually piled up the ground into a small mountain. The outrageous thing is that the two Wang Lin and Wu Tao actually did not even spare the pot for the foreigners to cook, and there is even a foreigner stew inside it. The generals of the ancient city were frozen dumbfounded. Mu Changfeng was also wide-eyed. So many things, how did Su Chen and the others get it? We ransacked a foreign village, Su Chen said, calmly, but these words fell inside Mu Changfeng's ears like a thunderbolt. Unbelievably looking at Su Chen and his group, just this number of them, they went and ransacked a village? A village is no less than 400 or 500 in number, and they, Mu Changfeng looked at Su Chen with disbelief. But if Su Chen and the others were lying, then where did these things come from? Especially this one with a pot of broth. You really robbed a village? Mu Changfeng couldn't help but ask, his heart even more shocked. Su Chen nodded at the people, and the surrounding generals had stared at Su Chen and the others with wide eyes, somewhat unbelievably. In looking at the blood all over them, the heart was overwhelmed. Old 6, estimate, Mu Changfeng shouted, and a man with a beard ran out and started estimating the price. Soon, this pile of things was valued, a total of 36,000 merit values. Hearing this, Su Chen was a little surprised, not expecting to really rob some valuable things back. This trip is not in vain. It was important to realize that these things were only sold to the military department because they felt they were useless, and they hadn't even bothered to take out any of those spirit pills and other cultivation resources, especially since Su Chen also had a set of battle armor that was definitely worth a lot. The 36,000 merit value was quickly given to Su Chen, and Lu Qingfeng and the other old students were so excited that they were about to jump up and down. Something like ransacking a village is enough for them to brag about for a long time. Elder brother Mu, I have another action that you should be interested in. Su Chen thought of the map and looked at Mu Changfeng again and said. Mu Changfeng looked at Su Chen curiously and inquired, take it out. Let me take a look. Su Chen also smiled. Yesterday Mu Changfeng did not hesitate to leave the abyss to help him at Luochang Technical School. He still owed Mu Changfeng a big favor. Taking the map out, Su Chen directly handed it to Mu Changfeng. Mu Changfeng received it with some curiosity and took a look. The laughter in his eyes suddenly froze and disappeared, replaced by a trace of gravity and a serious look. Anyone could see the shock Mu Changfeng felt after seeing this map. The others were also curious. What in the world was this thing that could cause Mu Changfeng to become so grave? Su Chen, where did you get this? Found in a foreign village. Su Chen replied with a smile. This thing is very precious. Name a price. Mu Changfeng exhaled a deep breath and looked at Su Chen with a grave expression. They had been guarding the abyss for so long, but they were passive without a map of the abyss. Thus, the value of this map could almost be described as incalculable. The people on the side are frozen. Have never seen Mu Changfeng look like this. More curious about what in the end is this thing. Chapter 63, You're all pretending. The old man is numb. You name a price. Mu Changfeng said, looking grave, not like he was joking. The preciousness of this thing was far beyond what he thought right now. The rest of the people looked at Su Chen and Mu Changfeng with some doubts in their hearts, and became even more curious about what exactly Su Chen had taken out. Surprisingly, he was able to cause Mu Changfeng, a martial king, to reveal such a look. I think old brother Mu also knows how precious this thing is. Su Chen revealed a meaningful smile looking at Mu Changfeng. Mu Changfeng frowned. Of course he knew. So this is a free gift to old brother Mu, said Su Chen, stealing the lead and smilingly looking at Mu Changfeng. He had a very good impression of Mu Changfeng. Plus yesterday Mu Changfeng had gone out of his way to leave the abyss to help him in the technical school. In the end they had only met once, but Mu Changfeng had managed to make it this far. Su Chen really owed Mu Changfeng a great favor, and the hardest thing in the world to return was a favor. Moreover, Su Chen himself knew that this thing would not be very useful in his hands, and could only be maximized in the hands of the Ministry of the Army. Mu Changfeng froze a little at his words and looked at Su Chen dumbfounded, not expecting Su Chen to say such words. He was even ready to hemorrhage money. This thing is of little use in my hands, but in your hands it's a different story. And besides, old brother Mu has done me such a great favor before. It would be unreasonable for me to ask for it at a sky-high price. Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng let out a light laugh. Then he put the map away without a trace and smiled as he looked at Su Chen. You kid, this thing can be too much bigger than the favor I did for you. The two of them smiled at each other, and without saying anything else, Su Chen left the abyss with his people. It was just that when he left the abyss Mu Changfeng and Su Chen said that they would greet him directly in the future if something came up. In the L.A. Technical School, the figures of Su Chen's several people appeared here. Boss Su, what exactly is the thing you gave Mu Changfeng? Wan Lin couldn't help but ask. In his heart, he was really curious as to what exactly could make a martial king show that kind of expression. Maps? What map? A map within the abyss. After Su Chen finished speaking, everyone's gazes looked towards Su Chen, their eyes stunned and somewhat in disbelief. They naturally knew what the map of the abyss meant. For so many years, the military department had held down the abyss, but they could only hold on to the acreage of the ancient city. There was simply no strength to go deep into the abyss, and they only knew that across the abyss was a foreign king city. But what was after the foreign king city? They simply didn't know. It's no use staying on us. At those words, everyone nodded. Indeed, what could they do with a map? Giving it to Mu Changfeng also means that in the future, Mu Changfeng and our Luochang Technical School belong to the same camp, Su Chen said again. And this sentence directly caused everyone to freeze. They were still thinking about how Su Chen didn't use this map to exchange for some merit value. But Su Chen's maneuver did directly tie a martial king to the Luo City Technical School, a military department of the martial king, the Abyss Town Guardian Ambassador. This gold, it's still you. Lu Qingfeng shook his head. He really hadn't thought that there were all these doors in this. Go! Su Chen just smiled and said again, Boss Su, you guys are back. Just before walking out a few steps, someone came over in a hurry. Looking at Su Dust and his party covered in blood froze again. You guys are. It's fine. It's all foreign blood, Wang Lin said with a big grin, purposely revealing the elixir that was already too stuffed in his clothes, giving this old student a dumbfounded look. In looking at Lu Qingfeng and other old students, it is surprising that they are all like this. Their clothes are stuffed. They can't fit. They can't fit at all. Where do they get all these resources? Lu, you guys, these resources. How did you know that we robbed a foreign village? The old student hadn't even finished his sentence when Lu Qingfeng could not help but say. He couldn't help but hold it in from the moment this old student came over. This kind of thing of ransacking a village was something that no one had ever done before. Not even when looking at the Luo City Technical School, or even when looking at the Abyssal Ancient City. Arguably, they were the first. Enough for him to blow for a long, long time. More will surely follow, but no one can top their first wave. The more he thought about it, the corners of Lu Qingfeng's mouth were harder to suppress than even AK, and all the older students were even more arrogant, the corners of their mouths going up to the sky. The older students were dumbfounded, and in looking at Wang Lin a few freshmen turned out to be the same. He was dumbfounded. Wait, ransacking a Fey village? The old student went numb, thinking that he had misheard, and hurriedly pulled out his ears, again looking at Lu Qingfeng with wide eyes. That's right, we really ransacked a village and simply earned a small tens of thousands of merit values. And these worthless spirit medicines or whatever cultivation resources we got them back ourselves. Alas, if you don't say that you do it yourself to get enough food. The 3 melons and 2 dates issued by the academy are enough for who to cultivate that is to say, that 3 melons and 2 dates I look all stuttering, to cultivate with that thing, I'm damn ashamed. A few old students were arrogant as you said one thing to another. Carrying on the body top the academy issued cultivation resources for 2 or 3 years of resources. They want to not crazy or difficult but they were also aware that if it wasn't for Su Chen today, they wouldn't have been able to do it at all, much less have the guts to ransack the village. Just some regret. Did not prepare a few sacks, not to say or Wang Lin these 3 cubs smart. People know to prepare a sack in advance. The sack full of them was a sight for sore eyes. Alright, what's the point of showing off? This is just the beginning. Su Chen also laughed and said, now it's villages, followed by heavy towns, and then king cities. We might as well set a small goal first and hit a king city. Su Chen's words directly gave Lu Qingfeng and the other old students a dry spell of confusion. They just wanted to shallowly pretend one, but they didn't expect Su Chen to be able to pretend even more. What kind of words are these? Set a small goal to take down a king city? Is this a ING fight? What's this bit of resources? Don't be blinded by the small profits in front of you, Su Chen said, looking at the spirit medicine stuffed on their bodies and shook his head. I'm not interested in resources. You're not interested in you taking us to ransack the village? But naturally they didn't dare to say this. The old student was dumbfounded, frozen in place to be shown the door, and for a moment didn't know what he had come for. Right, are you up to something? Su Chen then looked at this old student and asked. Nothing. The old student's brain had gone down, and he simply couldn't think of what he had come to do, and it was only after a while that he snapped to attention. I remember. Something big. Some dogs from Star River University have come to block the door and set up a ring. Chapter 64, Singing River University's Dog Legs, Luo Chang Technical School humiliated. This old student then remembered his purpose of coming to Su Chen and hurriedly said. At the sound, Lu Qingfeng instantly became furious and asked in a cold voice, what's the situation? The person who came was a foreign student from Star River University, bringing some Star River University trainees with him, making provocative remarks and insulting no one from Luo Chang Technical School. All of them are trash. Then old Wang and the others went on stage but they were injured by Star River University's lapdogs. The old students said in a hurry. Now the strongest in Luo Chang Technical School is also the peak in Lu Qingfeng than the anticlimactic Su Chen not. But the peak is not yet healed from serious injuries. Lu Qingfeng and Su Chen have gone to the abyss. There is no one in Luo Chang Technical School. And some of the veteran students on the stage will not be a match for a first-class university like Star River University. Boscow has already passed. The old student said again. Su Duan's complexion all changed and hurriedly walked towards the location of the main entrance. 9 times out of 10, this matter is something those foreign students have done, Wang Lin said with an icy coldness on his face. That's right, it's those international students. The one who came from Star River University this time seems to be the cousin or something of that international student of ours. Now those foreign students are so arrogant, their heads are up in the air, and they're calling our people trash. The more the old student said, the more angry he became, but he was not strong enough, so he could only go up and lose face. Su Chen didn't say anything, having already understood what happened. That wasn't him vigorously suppressing them, and these guys were upset in their hearts looking for things. And with some buddies from other universities, it's not like they're calling their relatives or anything to back them up. Outside the L.A. Technical School, on a simple, makeshift ring, the veteran student of the Luocheng Technical School was fighting an 8-star martial artist of the Qi realm from Star River University. But a discerning person could tell at a glance that the people from the Luocheng Technical School were not the opponent's opponents at all. And instead of defeating him directly, the people from Star River University were teasing and humiliating him. Ha ha, Luocheng Technical School is worthy of being a bottom of the barrel academy. What kind of stuff is this teaching? Not challenging at all. Might as well close down earlier and not occupy the resources. The people from Star River University taunted. The people from Luocheng Technical School under the stage were red in the face and ears. They were actually scolded and didn't know how to talk back. After all, they really couldn't beat the people from Shanghai University, and they couldn't compare to others. But you are a first-class university, running over to block the door of a technical school. This is a little too much to fall. You're still making sarcastic remarks, so you're not ashamed of yourself. On the other hand, on the opposite side, the people from Star River University laughed out loud, and between 3 or 5 Star River University cadets, a big, dark old man was sitting on a chair with a Chinese cadet in his arms. Waste! How dare you go on stage with such a skill? Who gave you the courage? The Star River University trainee on the stage sarcastically said, how about you kneel down and kowtow a few times to me, and then yell out that the Luocheng Technical School only produces wastes, and I'll even make your defeat look good. How about that? Son making father kowtow. You are really unfilial. This old student of Luocheng Technical School had blood on the corner of his mouth. He was only at the 5-star cultivation of the Qi realm. He was not a match for others at all. It hadn't been defeated. Also because the guy had been teasing and humiliating him. Looking for death. The man from Star River University was furious. A fist smashed up angrily, sending this old student flying out. And when he was about to land in the ring again, he was ghostly pulled and forcefully yanked back into the ring. Not falling out of the ring, not admitting defeat. That meant the fight wasn't over and would continue. But this old student had obviously been seriously injured and had no power to fight back. Old Wang, admit defeat. No one will blame you. Gao Feng stood at the bottom. His face was iron blue. His fists were clenched white, and he was holding his fire in his heart. Impossible. Old me would rather die than admit defeat. Old Wang said weakly, just unwilling to admit defeat. This turtle grandson insulted our Luocheng Technical School and wants me to admit defeat. If you have the ability to beat me to death. Old King roared, using all his strength to kill again. But he was too weak now, and even less of a match for others. Good the ring life and death is responsible for their own. I just beat you to death. You Luocheng Technical School cannot do anything. Oh no, is to want to take revenge, but also do not have this ability. After saying that, the man from Star River University slammed his fist angrily on Old Wang's face, directly smashing him down and fainting. Peek, you're not the number 1 person in the Luo City Technical School. How? Are you going to choose to be a turtle? Or how about this? If you kneel down and kowtow to us, after admitting that the Luocheng Technical School can only produce some trash, I'll let him go and leave right now. How about that? Gao Feng was furious, but he was too injured to go on stage. Kneel down. Kneel down. On the side, the stay-in students of the Luocheng Technical School actually shouted, as if the humiliation of the Luocheng Technical School did not have half a cent to do with them. But yeah, Star River University came because they called them. Summit kneel, shouted the international students, uproarious, and then a dark-skinned guy stood out and looked at Summit. Peek, kneel down. You don't want to watch the L.A. Technical School get humiliated. All you have to do is kneel down and give us an apology and admit that you're inferior to us, and I'll let my cousin take the men back. You're dreaming. Gao Feng was really going to explode with anger. Aren't you guys trainees of the L.A. City Technical School? Gao Feng questioned. As a student of the same Luocheng Technical School, disregarding the face of his own academy and joining forces with outsiders to block the door, isn't this a purely white-eyed wolf? Who cares to be your classmates? Even a little bit of resources are withheld and searched. This kind of garbage academy should have closed down. If it had closed down earlier, maybe I could have been assigned to a better academy. A few people spoke, not putting the Luocheng Technical School in their eyes at all. I'd rather die than kneel. Gao Feng completely couldn't endure it and directly leaped onto the ring. Hey, what are you doing? The fight between me and him isn't over yet. Are you going to fight 2 against 1? Star River University's lapdog said, with a hint of playfulness at the corner of his mouth. Old Wang had fainted to death. How could he still fight? You're a ING cadet of China too. And you're willing to help outsiders to bully your own people? Gao Feng's eyes were red and he disliked them angrily. Of course I'm a trainee of Huaxia, but do you losers deserve to be called trainees of Huaxia? Don't be afraid of losing the face of Huaxia when you say it. I'm ashamed to be in your company. If I were you guys, I would have automatically separated myself from Huaxia and found a place to die. After all, it's a disgrace to live. This dog leg of Star River University said, with a mockery on his face, not treating the peak, much less the people of Luocheng Technical School, as people, at all. Chapter 65 Gao Feng was seriously injured. Su Chen came. As for what you said about the dog leg, oh, what era is this? You even still have this kind of idea? People have to move up. Follow Nick. I can get more resources. Get what others can't get after a lifetime of exhaustion. Even after graduation you can follow Nick to Sunset, where even the air is cleaner than it is here. Star River University's lapdog said, with a yearning face, not hiding his Nick's kneeling, not to mention feeling that he had done something wrong. You peaked directly to be infuriated. To the mouth words actually cannot say. You used the resources of Huaxia to cultivate, and after graduation, you don't think of repaying Huaxia and fending off the foreigners, but even think of going to the sunset. After a long time, the peak only uttered these words, with an unbelievable face. These first-class universities, what they consume every year is an extremely terrifying amount of cultivation resources. These cultivation resources were all obtained from the abyss, where countless generals had thrown their heads and spilled their blood. But now they had even cultivated so many white-eyed wolves, occupying and consuming so many resources, but even did not want to return to the Chinese mind. Zhang Feng, why are you talking nonsense with them? The people from Star River University couldn't help but say from the stage. This person on the stage was Zhang Feng, looking at Feng Feng with a cold smile on his face. If the abyss is broken and the Fae come up to the surface, could it be what? Being born in this era weak is wrong. Those who deserve to die will always die. Those who have strength naturally leave this place. Only capable losers have no way to leave, so you can only stay and fight for your lives as well. Because you have nothing left but a life, and a genius is just as much a genius everywhere you go. Zhang Feng did not hide his inner thoughts, and he was also surprised that these losers from the Luocheng Technical School were thinking this way. But even many people in the Star River University were surprisingly thinking of returning to Huaxia after graduation and fending off the foreigners. He really couldn't figure it out. Finds the idea simply ludicrous. Go down if you have no problem. My fight with him is not over yet. Zhang Feng sneered and looked towards the old king who had fainted and was about to make a move to kill him. Stop. I admit defeat on his behalf. Gao Feng saying this was simply a torturous ordeal for him, but he had to say it, or else old Wang would really die in the ring. Good. So are you going to challenge me next? Zhang Feng kicked old Wang out and looked at Feng Feng. The people on the stage rushed to catch old Wang and stared angrily at Zhang Feng, itching to tear him apart. Let me try your skills, Gao Feng said, no longer caring about his own injuries. He couldn't watch the L.A. Technical School be humiliated like that. Zhang Feng laughed out loud and had long seen that Gao Feng had injuries on his body, but he didn't care and charged straight up. The fight was instantaneous. Zhang Feng's moves were vicious and tricky, and his moves were fatal, seemingly wanting to take the life of the peak. Waste Summit. Waste Summit. The international students were surprisingly loud, looking excited, yelling, and even taking out drinks to celebrate, screaming and being excited. Some of the older students on the side could no longer stand to watch, and with red eyes they were about to go up and do it, but the lapdogs of Star River University even came over to stop them, threatening to get in the ring if he can. It's a strange shame. The fists of the people from Luocheng Technical School were clenched, but there was nothing they could do. After all, they really couldn't beat them, and it was useless to go up. Seeing this, the foreign students became even more agitated, clamoring and insulting from the trainees of the L.A. City Technical School to the L.A. City Technical School. In their eyes, they had never thought of themselves as trainees of the L.A. City Technical School, and now they were even more indulgently humiliated. In the ring, Gao Feng gradually couldn't hold on any longer, the injuries in his body recurring causing him to spit out a mouthful of old blood, his breath suddenly wilting. Ha ha ha, Summit, what's wrong with you? Why are you spitting blood just now? Zhang Feng laughed out loud, but he did not stop, his fists landing quickly on Peak's chest one after another. Gao Feng was continuously spitting blood from his mouth, but he had no power to fight back. His eyes were wide open. I told you that you're all losers, right? Zhang Feng punched Feng again and knocked him to the ground, but didn't let Feng fall into the ring. Student boss is nothing more than that, not willing to kneel. I'd like to see just how hard your bones are. Saying that, Zhang Feng made a gesture to break Gao Feng's legs. Try touching him if you dare. A furious voice came out as the sword dipper suddenly shot out, interrupting Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng coldly looked at the scene. Suchen, several people had already rushed to see this scene. Lu Qingfeng's eyes were wide with anger, rushed to the ring and was about to fight with Zhang Feng. Come back, Su Chen rebuked in a cold voice. He knew that Lu Qingfeng was no match for Zhang Feng. Bring back Feng. I'll admit defeat for him, Su Chen said. His voice was calm, but underneath this calmness, it contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to admit defeat for Peak? Zhang Feng asked with a cold smile, sensing that the sword dipper just now originated from Su Chen, and was curious in his heart as to who Su Chen was. I haven't heard of when such an expert with a sword appeared in the Luocheng Technical School. You don't need to know who I am, Su Chen said as Lu Qingfeng had already brought down Peak, who was severely injured with only one breath left. All the older students' eyes were red with rage. They were poorly endowed. They were no match for these geniuses. But was something like talent something they could decide? If you can, who wouldn't want to be a heavenly child with great talent? And, does bad talent make you unworthy of being a human being? They were also working hard, cultivating diligently. The same people. The only difference between them and those geniuses was their talent. But it didn't mean that if they were not talented, they didn't even deserve to be human. Talent screens out geniuses and ordinary people, but it doesn't screen out scum. As Su Chen said that, he was already standing on the ring, and the Dragon Abyss sword trembled as if it was sensing Su Chen's stern killing intent. We are not gifted, but we are all working hard, thinking to do our best to defend against the foreigners and defend China. It is better than some who use the resources of China to cultivate, but have to be a dog for the foreign devils. No matter how good the talent is, it's just someone else's dog. I also wonder what your family's old ancestors would think if they knew that back then, when they fought to the death to forge the Great Wall with their flesh and blood to drive away the invaders and leave behind a bloodline for China. They would now even serve as dogs for the descendants of the invaders of that year again. Su Chen's words scolded Zhang Feng's face was ugly, and he actually didn't know how to reply for a while. There's so much nonsense. Is that all you people from the Luocheng Technical School can do is to be clever? Zhang Feng scolded with a gloomy face. Just as well. Life and death are determined in the ring. The death of a wild dog like you will be considered as a favor to the people. Su Chuan's eyes carried a blatant killing intent, which was stronger than even facing a foreign race facing a foreign student. Chapter 66, Who are you to say he lost? Do you have proof? The death of a wild dog like you will be considered as removing the evil from the people. Su Chen's eyes carried an unprecedented killing intent as he looked at Zhang Feng with a grim gaze. At this moment, he really wanted to kill Zhang Feng. It wasn't just because Zhang Feng blocked the door and injured old Wang and Peak. Ha ha ha, you, a Qihai Realm 2-star even threatened to kill me? Ridiculous. This is definitely the most ridiculous thing I've heard this year. Zhang Feng smiled broadly. He admitted that Su Chen's sword dipper had surprised him, and that only one person from their Star River University had realized the level of the sword dipper so far. And that person is still a senior cadet. The fact that Su Chen, a student of a technical school, was able to comprehend the sword dipper was enough to show Su Chen's ability. But even if Su Chen had comprehended the sword dipper, he was still only a 2-star of the Qi realm, a fact of the cultivation realm that could not be changed. The difference is huge. It's not something the sword dipper can make up for. Are all the people from the L.A. technical school already like this now? It's not a small mouth to have no mouth at all. The other lapdogs from Star River University on the side also said this. As for Nick, he's only glanced at the ring since the beginning and hasn't even been in the picture. Holding the sexy, exposed girl in his arms, Nick's hands had wandered uncontrollably, and the girl had responded as if no one else was there. Then let me see what your bottom line is. Zhang Feng laughed loudly and took the lead. Killing. The foreign student from Luocheng Technical School had wanted to remind Zhang Feng that Su Chen's skills were not weak. But once he thought that Zhang Feng was a student of Star River University anyways, he dismissed the idea in his heart. Seeing Zhang Feng killing up, Su Chen's eyes remained cold, as if they were devoid of emotion. However, in the next second, a surge of sword power that rose up to the sky crushed toward Zhang Feng in an overwhelming manner. Su Chen did not make a move, and did not even move at all. But just the overwhelmingly powerful and sky-high sword momentum on his body caused Zhang Feng to feel a powerful sense of oppression. It was as if there were countless sharp swords trying to penetrate him, and that feeling of fear rising from the bottom of his heart caused his attack to dissipate, and he couldn't help but take several steps back. It was as if he saw a terrifying sword descending from the sky to cut him down. Sword power? Zhang Feng was at least a student of Star River University, and instantly knew that Su Chen was using sword momentum. Zhang Feng's eyes were also more than a little shocked. To say that the sword dipper, he could still accept and understand, but the sword momentum, this was a little scary. Who the hell are you? With your talent, how could you appear in the middle of such a trashy technical school? Zhang Feng couldn't help but ask, and was really curious in his heart. I'm nothing but a piece of trash. So how do I deserve to be remembered by a proud son of heaven like you? Su Chen laughed coldly and drew his sword. The dragon abyss sword looked like it had been unable to hold back its desire to drink blood. An agitated trembling sound rang out, and a terrifying sword dipper rushed up into the sky. Sword chi filled the entire ring. This was the first time Su Chen had pushed himself with all his might, not because he was worried about not being able to beat Zhang Feng, but simply because he wanted to act like a bully. Zhang Feng still wanted to resist, but a big fish transformed by a sword dipper had already come down the long river of sword chi, and the terrifying aura made him feel an unprecedented sensation, a sense of crisis. He actually felt a sense of crisis in a Chi-Hai realm 2-star. Zhang Feng's eyes carried a hint of panic, and more than anything, disbelief. He was the proud son of Star River University, while Su Chen was no stronger than a cadet of a technical school. But now the cadet of a technical school that he looked down on and had never even placed in his eyes before, or a freshman, actually made him feel a sense of crisis. To be precise, it was feeling death. I admit defeat. Zhang Feng subconsciously shouted. This has just started. Not even one move has ended, and he admits defeat. The heart is again unwilling, again unbelievable, but also has no way. Small life is the most important. But Su Chen acted as if he hadn't heard it, and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Zhang Feng panicked, really anxious, as if he could see what Su Chen was thinking. He turned around and was about to jump out of the ring, but just as he got up, the big fish had already swallowed him. The endless sword diameters rotated, and in mere moments, Zhang Feng had already been twisted into pieces. Blood was spilled all over the ground, and Su Chen stood in the ring, sword in one hand, with only endless coldness in his eyes. The people from Star River University were dumbfounded and froze in place. It was Nick who looked over with a tight frown. They couldn't be clearer about Zhang Feng's strength, but now he had been killed by a sword from the Luochang Technical School, and his corpse and bones had been twisted into pieces. How the hell do you dare to kill someone from my Star River University? A male student from Star River University questioned. Actually having a cultivation of 9 stars of the Chi-Si realm, killing is as good as killing. If you don't serve, come up and suffer death, Su Chen said in a cold voice, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. As long as they dared to come up to the stage, he dared to kill. He has already conceded defeat. How dare you still make a move? You're breaking the rules. Another hostage from Star River University asked. You have proof? What makes you say he's admitted defeat? Do you have evidence to prove it? Su Chen asked 3 times in a row, directly giving this guy a whole won't. He has a load of evidence. He didn't even look at the ring. He just vaguely seemed to hear the words concede defeat, but wasn't really sure. We heard it. We all heard Zhang Fengjian say that he admitted defeat. The foreign students hurriedly stood out and said. No one had expected Su Chen to be so domineering, killing the Star River University trainee in a single move. The means was even this cruel. Oh, is that so? Su Chen asked rhetorically, his eyes cold, frightening these foreign students so much that they actually didn't dare to make a sound anymore. How come we didn't hear it? That's right. We testify that Zhang Feng didn't say he admitted defeat. The people from Luochang Technical School shouted out, seeing that Su Chen was so overbearing, directly beheading Zhang Feng. The fire that was suppressed in their hearts was finally vented, and they shouted out in excitement. Some people's eyes were even red. Just now they were blocked by Zhang Feng and humiliated in every way, but they were unable to do anything about it. No one on the stage could beat him. It even forced Peak to drag his severely injured body onto the stage, only to be viciously humiliated. It could be said that Zhang Feng had pressed their Luochang Technical School on the ground and humiliated them, trampling on the dignity of all of them, striking a blow that made them even feel like going up and beating Zhang Feng in a group despite everything. But if they really do so, they really do not take any advantage of the situation. And if they are held responsible, they will be the ones who have violated the rules. After all, they were setting up the ring openly and honestly, and each of them would live or die by their own fate. Just as Su Chuan had now beheaded Zhang Feng, no one could hold Su Chuan accountable because he had done the beheading in the ring. Everyone's eyes looked toward Su Chen, with fervor, excitement, gratitude, and anyway, all kinds of emotions were intertwined and complicated. If it wasn't for Su Chen stepping forward, today Luochang Technical School was really going to be humiliated into nothing. Does anyone dare to come up and fight? Su Chen stood on the ring, his gaze coldly falling on the people of Star River University, thinking about whether or not to throw a blood explosion heavenly thunder over to blow up all of them. Chapter 67 Long Mingqiu I don't give face either. What the hell are you? Su Chen finally held back the idea. If he blew up these scumbags under the ring, that would be his problem. But in the ring, chopping was just as good as chopping. No one could say anything. Does anyone dare to come up and fight? Su Chen said again, an even stronger aura rising to the sky. Or is that all you Star River University have? Su Chen unabashedly mocked back, and the Star River University people's faces turned ugly, and they were suddenly furious. I'll do it. Beside the big old black man, a woman in black jumped onto the ring, her eyes disdainful, with a condescending, look down look. Shin Chang, the woman declared her name. Her eyes faintly swept over Su Chen and then opened her mouth. You do have some skills, even in a technical school, to comprehend the sword momentum. How can such a talent be willing to stay in a garbage technical school? Or how about this? You quit the L.A. City Technical School and enroll at Star River University. With Nick around, it won't be that hard to make you succeed in Jingru Star River University. But the condition is that you'll have to follow Nick around from now on. The girl looked like she was talking about a very common thing, and seemed to be giving out a little bit of charity. Hee, what kind of thing are you? When Long Mengqiu looked for me and offered me a high price to dig me out, I didn't go to Star River University. And what kind of thing are you? You also have the face to let me follow this? He followed me. I still dislike him, Su Chen said with a cold smile. He just felt funny when Long Meiqiu's offer didn't manage to poach him. Now that there were two brainwashed people, they even wanted to give him a handout. Who wouldn't be able to talk big? But sometimes it's easy to make a clown out of yourself. Xin Sheng naturally did not believe Su Chen's words. Who in their right mind would give up a first-class university to choose a pheasant university? It couldn't be said that it was just Su Chen getting some chance after entering the Luocheng Technical School and then getting high on his mouth. Che, don't ing believe me? Yesterday the old things from the school league even came to dig Brother Dust, but they were all rejected by Brother Dust. Don't ask Dusty why he refused, because Dusty he's good. Dust isn't like some people who can even forget their ancestors, let alone think they still know how to be grateful. The people from Luocheng Technical School couldn't help but say, yesterday they had seen with their own eyes that if Su Chen was willing, not to mention Star River University, it was possible to go directly to the Imperial School. 100 feet of Chi Si, attracting Thunderbolt, freshman just enrolled in school, comprehending the sword power. Any of these can go straight to the Imperial School, okay? Xin Shang sniffed and laughed out loud, thinking it was too funny that someone from the school league would come to a technical school to poach people. Was that reasonable? It's pretty pathetic to make up something you don't even know how to make up. Alright, I don't have a rule of not hitting women. Do it, Su Chen said in a cold voice, not wanting to be talking to this brainwashed person. As for their words, whether these people believed them or not, it didn't matter. Su Chen didn't think about asking them to believe. Moreover, very soon they would all become dead people. Whether they believed or didn't believe was no longer important. Xin Shang was not polite. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he killed Su Chen. His moves were vicious and tricky, and he actually had the cultivation of 9 stars of the Qihai realm. Su Chen responded calmly, not panicking in the slightest. The Dragon Abyss sword stabbed out. There was a sword astral shoot, followed by a burst of terrifying sword power rises up to the sky, with an unrivaled aura. Xin Shang felt the sword momentum for the first time and was somewhat surprised in his heart. This sword momentum could be much stronger than he had imagined, but it's still not enough to defeat him. Just now, Zhang Feng had died because of carelessness, but she wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. You are indeed very strong, but unfortunately, you met me, so you're bound to lose. Xin Shang was very confident in himself. The dagger flashed with a pitch-black luster, and a cold aura instantly swept over Su Chen's entire body, but it was instantly shattered by that powerful sword momentum. Xin Shang had already killed. Su Dust is not going to be polite. Inflammatory Devil Berserk instantly cast. The breath in an instant to improve. Is becoming extremely manic. A sword ruthlessly stabbed out. Xin Shang's complexion also changed abruptly, and in panic, she wanted to resist, but obviously, she was slow. Su Chen's sword made him feel the breath of death. His back was chilled and cold sweat broke out. In wanting to speak, she did find that a terrifying sword momentum was enveloped around her, and she could not make a single sound at all. She panicked, afraid, fearful, panicked and wretched, wanting to dodge, but in the next second, she was directly strangled by Su Chuan's sword gang. A string of blood spilled, and Xin Chang did not figure out what the hell was going on until he died. She was a genius at the university, had a bright future, and was in the company of the elite like Nick, so how could she be dead? Next, Su Chen was still speaking indifferently. The Dragon Abyss sword still seemed to have a drop of blood on it. The cold eyes were emotionless, and there was even some sense of mockery. Under the stage, the international students were completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is Su Chen? How can he be so strong? If Su Chen really wins in the end, with Su Chen's character, the first one will have to come to find them to liquidate. Thinking of this, these international students locked their brows. Not knowing what they were thinking, some quietly drilled back into the college. Boss Su, Boss Su. The other trainees were excited and shouted. At this moment, Su Chen's image in their hearts was so magnificent. For the first time, they felt pent up and utterly convinced by a freshman. It's from the bottom of my heart that I'm convinced. Cao Feng is even more excited, but the injury is too serious. Otherwise high and low also have to follow the two shouts. The eyes of the other older students were filled with fervor. To be precise, it was the desire for strength. Blocked at the door by the scum of Star River University, Gao Feng was seriously injured. The old king is still in a coma, being humiliated like this, but they are helpless, so that for the first time they have a strong desire for power. No strength, no better than livestock. That's the reality. It was also the first time that the people from Star River University paid attention to Su Chen, and no one expected Su Chen to be so strong, killing 2 of them in a row, and his methods were so ruthless. Kid, who the hell are you? How dare you kill our Star River University people? A man asked, and Nick also landed his gaze on Su Chen. So what if I kill you? If you are not happy, come up and see if I dare to kill you. Su Chen responded strongly. After a cold smile, he added, if you are afraid, kneel down and apologize in front of the entrance of Luochang Technical School, and then shout a few times that Star River University is inferior to Luochang Technical School, and I'll treat this matter as if it never happened. Su Chen's blatant humiliation made the people from Star River University furious. What a big mouth. My Xinghai University is inferior to your Luochang Technical School. Just you deserve it / Come up and fight if you don't want to. Don't act like a pussy and only play smart. Su Chen cursed angrily, his breath strong, and sneered again. If you're afraid, you can all go together. This arrogant words made the people from Star River University couldn't stand it and rushed up, but Nick was the one who got up and stopped them, then looked at Su Chen. Chapter 68, Star River University is such a waste. Why don't you guys go together? What's your name? Nick voiced out, using a mouthful of broken Chinese. Su Chen pressed on, not wanting to pay any attention to it, pointing his sword at Nick, signaling Nick to come up to the stage for a fight. Instead of responding, Nick looked over to the L.A. Tech students and inquired. After obtaining Su Chuan's name, this is when he looked at Su Chuan again and spoke. Su Chuan, I appreciate you. As long as you are willing to leave this hellhole and come follow me, I can take you back to Sunset and give you a very high status. It's a treatment that you couldn't possibly get in Huaxia. Nick didn't move. Su Chen's sword skills shocked and surprised him. He knew before he came that the person targeting the foreign students of Luocheng Technical School this time was a freshman chief student named Su Chen. Now that he had learned that the person on the stage was actually Su Chen, a new student who had already comprehended sword momentum was a terrifying thing. At the same time, he was also curious as to why a genius like Su Chen would appear amongst the Luocheng Technical School. That in itself is a very unreasonable thing to do. Off Nima's brain-dead thing. You're pretending to be Nima. Su Chen couldn't bear it and directly exploded in foul language. How dare you want him to be a dog? What are you thinking? On the side of the Star River University lapdog is incomparable envy, or the first time to see Nick personally invited. To know, they were all praying, and even to Nick kneeling, paid a great price to get this opportunity. But now Su Chen was so ungrateful. Their hearts were envious and furious at the same time. Su Dust, do you know? I know you ancestor. If you want to fight, fight, or get thee out of here. What's the dog's bark? Su Chuan was really angry, and still couldn't figure out why the proud son of the heaven of Star River University had such soft bones, and didn't have any backbone at all. Just so like to give the foreign devils as a dog, and even Su Dust once suspected that these guys are not ancestors back then is a traitor. Su Chen, I hope you can think clearly, Nick said again. As long as you're willing, I can assure you that from now on, you'll be the boss of the L.A. City Technical School Student Union, and all the international students will listen to you as well. I'm really sorry, Laozi is the student union boss. Su Chen sneered. As for the international students you mentioned, Laozi has never treated them as human beings. After saying that, Su Chen swung his sword. A sword chi swept through, pointing at the people from Star River University. If you guys don't dare to go on stage, get the hell out of here and admit that all the people cultivated by Star River University are trash. Or, you can all go together. Su Chen's words were extremely arrogant, but didn't feel that Su Chen was too arrogant. Instead, he felt that it was still a bit insufficient. If they were allowed to go up, they specified that they would be even more arrogant than this. It's just that Nija doesn't have any of those skills. Surprisingly, a freshman was needed to step up and earn face for the academy. It's humiliating to think about. It's worse than killing them. It is not as good as dying in the abyss, but it is still considered to kill the foreigners, and it can be called a hero. And now it is like this, a proper dog and bear. I'll do it. Su Chen, you're really too arrogant. You'll never know the gap between Luocheng Technical School and Star River University. A person from Star River University leaped onto the ring. Nick frowned, then spoke. You guys get together and kill him. Although the others were a bit surprised, they did not dare to disobey. It was just that going to the ring to beat up Su Chen alone in a group was a bit unreasonable. Didn't he say so? Then fulfill him. After saying that, Nick stopped talking and continued to hug the sexy and exposed girl, traveling up and down. Seeing Nick like this, they didn't dare to say anything else and actually leapt into the ring together. For a time, 5 people from Star River University faced Suchen alone. Mud, a little face. The Star River University has trained some shameless people. What's the point of going all the way up there if you can fight one-on-one? Boss Su said to let all of you go on. You really all went on. He told you to eat. Do you eat it or not? On the side of Luocheng Technical School, everyone was cursing angrily, gritting their teeth and about to leap onto the ring to help Su Chen. But Su Chen stopped it. If you say so, then we will fulfill you. The people from Star River University said shamelessly, actually really preparing to strike together. They were all at the cultivation level of 8 or 9 stars of the Qi realm, while Su Chen was only a 2nd star of the Qi realm. But right now, who among them dared to treat Su Chen as if he were a 2nd star of the Qi realm? The 2 before that are dead as dead can be. Nick just laughed coldly. Since Su Chen was not willing to be his dog, he would have to die. This is Star River University. It really impresses me. Su Chen smiled lightly, but there was no less of a mocking tone in his tone. I also wonder if I told you guys to eat, would you go? You. What kind of skill is it to be clever? Since we're in the ring, let's live and die as we see fit. Aren't you crazy? If you're capable, you're not allowed to admit defeat in this fight until the other side dies. There's a bit too many of us on our side, and it's really not fair, so I can allow you to use all sorts of tactics as well. The person from Star River University said, mainly because he was worried about what to do if Su Chen couldn't fight and ran away later. In the ring, they could directly kill Su Chuan, but after getting out of the ring, or if Su Chuan had conceded defeat, they were afraid that if they made another move, they would have to draw out the tutors of the Luocheng Technical School. Don't look like they're not out right now, but they're actually already snooping around in the shadows. Su Chen froze for a moment, worrying that using the blood-exploding heavenly thunder would not be excessive, but the people from Star River University even said this directly. You can't blame Su Chen for that, are you? Sure, I can use any means? Su Chen even kindly asked again. That's right, as long as you don't admit defeat. The people from Star River University laughed. Could the 5 of them go all out and still not be able to beat Su Chen alone? That would really be unreasonable. The people from Luocheng Technical School under the stage were wide-eyed and furious. Their chests were about to explode, and the only way to wash away today's humiliation was with blood. After that, as long as you don't die, then you practice towards death. Wang Lin locked his brows. Always felt wrong. Su Chen is indeed very powerful, but such a lineup is not to be underestimated. While Su Chen is telling them to back off. Wang Lin snapped to the thought that earlier in the abyss, Su Chen, the pitiful bastard, had almost given him all a fried send-off. Could it be that Su Dust is trying to? Let's back off, Wang Lin hurriedly said. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao glared at Wang Lin. They couldn't help Su Chen at such an important and serious time, but they mustn't back off. Marred. Think about the time you guys ransacked a village in the abyss. Wang Lin didn't care about them. He was really scared and directly hid far away. Lu Qingfeng and Wu Tao first froze for a moment, and then reacted violently. Looking at Su Chen this way, it seemed like he really wanted to use that thing. Otherwise, how would he repeat himself to ask if people could really use any means? It's a nasty way to blow people all out of the water. And Star River University can't even find a reason to lash out. Retreat! Back off! All of you back the up you! Lu Qingfeng was really anxious and shouted so much that he broke his voice and dry heaved. And in the ring, Su Dust has really taken out the blood explosion heavenly thunder. Chapter 69 Mount Luo shook. The gates of the academy were blown away. When the dark little beads appeared, Wang Lin cursed and hid far away. He'd been rippled in the abyss and was all psyched up about it. Seeing the thing again was instinctively frightening. The Star River University students in the ring, on the other hand, had no idea what the hell this thing was. It was the size of a dragon's eye, so what danger could it be? But when they saw the people from Luocheng Technical School retreating quickly, they were also a bit furious in their hearts. And this sense of fear of the unknown made them feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. In fact, the people of the L.A. City Technical School were also very confused. What the hell is happening here? How is it that Lu Qingfeng shouted so much that he broke his voice and dry heaved? They instinctively listened to Lu Qingfeng's words and hurriedly backed up, hiding far away. The foreign students, one more confused than the other, had also never seen Su Chen have this kind of thing before, and were unimpressed in their hearts. When the people from Star River University saw this, they thought that this was the people from Luocheng Technical School intentionally cooperating with Su Chen to psychologically oppress them with fear. Thinking of this, their hanging hearts relaxed a little, but in the next second, Su Chen smiled evilly and was throwing the blood-exploding heavenly thunder in his hand directly out. Then without looking back, he jumped off the ring and ran. Su Chen swore that this was the fastest he had ever run in his life. without any half-hearted hesitation at all. The people from Star River University immediately cursed angrily, saying that they would not run away and admit defeat. Uing turned around and left without a little bit of hesitation. It seemed that Su Chen was also really scared, knowing that people would die in the ring. Indeed, of course Su Chen knew that he would die in the ring. That's why he ran so fast. Sure enough, in the next second, a loud explosion rang out, accompanied by flames that rose up to the sky, and Luoshan all seemed to shake a bit. A huge mushroom cloud rises. Smoke filled the air and the flames didn't clear for a long time. The trainees of the Luocheng Technical School were all stunned and frozen in place with a look of disbelief. What the hell did Su Chen do? College gates are blown up. At the same time, several auras suddenly appeared in the Luocheng Technical School, followed by several figures, and the tutors were numb as they looked at the fire that rose up to the sky. What the hell is going on here? How come the college gates are all gone? Control the fire, a tutor hurriedly said, urging his power to hurriedly dissolve this force. If he let it go, he was afraid that Luo Mountain would have a big earthquake. How come it doesn't seem to be this strong in the abyss? Su Chen said as he hid in a safe place and poked out ahead. Soon, after a few Seal Marquee Realm tutors stepped in, the forces involved were finally dissolved, and the smoke dispersed. With the ring long gone, there was only a large pit with a diameter of more than 30 meters on the ground, still smoking black smoke, and as for the 5 cadets from Star River University, none of the dregs were left. Unprepared in facing the blood explosion, Heavenly Thunder straight on. He was literally blown up a little bit. The fact that a blood-exploding Heavenly Thunder could blow up a Chi Si Realm 9-star martial artist was enough to show how powerful he was. But the people from Star River University didn't have any defense at all. Directly facing the blood explosion Heavenly Thunder that is naturally not a bit of frying left. After the smoke and dust cleared, Wind Whisper also appeared here with a black face, and after looking around, he landed his gaze on Su Chen. Su Dust, come here you. Wind Whisper blackened his face. Of course he knew that Star River University's people had come to block the door, but they were trainees coming, challenging openly and honestly. They naturally couldn't come out to intervene as mentors. They were helpless when they saw that Peak had been beaten to death. After all, they were just a technical school, while Star River University was a first-class prestigious school. There was a big gap. Although it was a very immoral move on the part of Star River University, they really couldn't say anything. It would be really hard to say anything about the mentor going out when it's between ments. Until Su Chen came back and killed 2 Star River University trainees in a row, their hearts were finally relieved. At the same time, he was even more shocked that Su Chen's true strength was so strong. But now, Uing take out that what the hell too. The other 5 all bombed out. This is also even if Uing even the door of their own academy are blown away. Su Chen came over, slightly embarrassed. I didn't expect this thing to be so powerful either. Su Chen scratched his head, as if he really didn't know the power of the blood-exploding Heavenly Thunder. Alright, give me face. It's just a gate. When Boss Su bloodied the alien villages in the abyss, he even blew me up. It was then that Wang Lin came up and said, smiling sarcastically, Wind language of foot to Wang Lin kicked down. What grade to give you face? But the next second Wind Whisper froze again. Su Chen bloodied a foreign village in the abyss? KK. Su Dust said humbly, but the corners of his mouth were harder to press than even AK. Wind Whisper and the other tutors froze, even forgetting about the academy's gate being blown up for a moment. Su Dust, give me an explanation. You killed so many people from my Star River University. I must have an explanation. Nick stood up. Of course he wasn't angry because the people from Star River University were killed. The point of his anger is that his entourage was killed. That's a hard slap in the face. It would be a shame for him if he just slipped away. Nick said angrily, but it is the Chi-Hai Realm 7 stars. In the face of a group of tutors, Dean of Luocheng Technical School is not the slightest fear. He's a noble foreign student. What's the dog barking at? What are you barking at? Wu Tao went straight up and said, it was agreed before we got into the ring. Life and death are each in their own way, and it won't end until one side dies. Your people also said that bullying the few with the many would allow Su Chen to use any means. What? You want to back out now? Don't you want to lose a bit of your face? Or are all your so-called sunsets such shameless things? Wu Tao's mouth is very poisonous. Actually scolded Nick did not know what to say. To the mouth of the words and do not know how to open the mouth. I'm going to report to Star River University. You people from Luocheng Technical School don't talk about martial virtues. You don't talk about martial virtues. Nick yelled, really angry, but if he wanted him to fight Su Chen, he really didn't dare. Not to mention Su Chen's terrifying weapon. Su Chen's own strength alone was able to easily decimate the 9 stars of the Chi Si realm. Moreover, according to his little old brother's words, this guy Su Chen really dared to kill them all. Within days of joining the school, the international students have killed several. If he went up there he couldn't say that he was going to be cut by Su Chen. Yo, you didn't get rippled. Su Dust had some regrets. He all saw these international students from Luochang Technical School being affected by the wave, all of them lifting out and smashing on the ground. It was even more shaken by the deafening explosion. Otherwise, let's do it again, Su Chuan said, licking his lips, somewhat unfulfilled by the kill. Chapter 70 Brother Dusty, I'm just so helpful. Nick naturally did not dare to fight with Su Chen. His dog leg had been killed by Su Chen. His strength was only 7 stars of the Qihai realm. Facing Su Chen hardly had any chance of winning, not to mention the fact that Su Chen had such a terrifying weapon in his hands. Just now, but we have agreed not to die or not to rest. Now your people are dead. You want to go to report to Star River University. You just go to the school. Alliance is also useless. Lu Qingfeng walked out and laughed coldly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Finally he could ruthlessly mock this dog. I just don't know if this dog will do it. If it does, it's just right to get killed. You guys, I'm from Sunset, and I have a noble bloodline flowing in my body. Nick said the same thing, too angry and afraid to come forward. Boring, what's noble or not? Luochang Technical School has cut down several of them, Wang Lin said with a cold smile, directly poking their pain. Nick wanted to say something else, but he had already sensed Su Chen's killing intent. If he dared to say anything more, maybe Su Chen would not speak of martial virtues again. At that time, he also hung up. No one from Star River University. That is, if Su Chen maliciously killed him, he would have no way to redress his grievances. Thinking of this, Nick glared angrily at Su Chen, then turned around and was about to leave. It was also at this time that a guy with a swollen nose in the L.A. City Technical School ran out with an anxious face. Something's wrong. Boss Su, something's wrong with the student union. The guy with a swollen nose didn't see where Su Chuan was, and shouted out anxiously, what's going on? Lu Qingfeng instantly arrived in front of this trainee and asked with a grave expression, what could possibly go wrong at L.A. Tech with the student union? Those foreign devils who hooked the sun. They took advantage of the fact that you were all outside and barbarically rushed inside the student union, snatching all of the cultivation resources that our union runs, this old student said, with a sniffle and a tear. All of the people with some strength in the Luochang Technical School were outside, leaving only 1 or 2 freshmen to watch over them, and the international students were the ones who seized this opportunity and rushed directly into the student union, snatching all of the resources. It had to be said that they were quite again brains, even thinking that after snatching the resources, with Nick backing them up, Su Chen and the others wouldn't dare to say anything. But how could they have imagined that their biggest backer, Nick, was now like a turtle? Stop! Upon hearing this, Su Chen immediately scolded sternly, and a terrifying sword power instantly descended, enveloping Nick. Playing with a tiger in front of Lao Zi. You want to die, don't you? Su Chen was furious. This matter must have Nick behind the ghost. Otherwise, on the basis of the Luochang Technical School, these international students are all winebags, and they dare to do such a thing. But this time Su Chen had really guessed wrong. This matter was really unknown to Nick, but it was too late for Nick to try to explain. Su Chen instantly made his move, and several forced pockets had landed on his face. His black and chubby face was directly swollen up. Before he had time to speak, Su Chen's fist fell again. Nick was beaten into a panda's eye, and the person was numb. After coming to China for so many years, this was the first time he had been beaten up. In the past, everyone who met him was respectful, and even the tutors at the academy had some intention of currying favor with him. When he was lonely and missed his hometown, even the academy would arrange for female trainees to go to his dormitory to chat with him and exchange experiences. But now Su Chen really didn't give any face at all. Nick wanted to curse, but just as he opened his mouth, Su Chen's fist fell again, and in less than a minute, Nick had turned into a pig's head and was lying on the ground, twitching like a wild boar. Su Dust didn't care, dragging Nick back like a dead pig. What are you doing? This is not in the ring, the exposed female trainee scolded, also frightened by Su Chen. By the time she reacted, Nick was already beaten up. Oh, so what? If you're not convinced, you hit me. Su Chen turned around and said very calmly. This female cadet was directly exasperated, biting her silver teeth and not daring to make a sound. The main reason was that she saw Wang Lin walking over with a knife on his shoulder, looking like he was ready to cut her. Did any of you see me beating up old black? Su Chen turned around and asked with a calm face again. No, I didn't see it. Exactly. Who hit him? Wang Lin and Wu Tao hurriedly replied, and the older students on the side also shook their heads to indicate that they didn't see it. I saw it. Tong Yu stood out with a serious face. Everyone's gazes had landed on Tong Yu. Wang Lin had even aimed his knife at Tong Yu. I clearly saw that it was this big old black man who fell on his own, and then Boss Su had to take him back for treatment. Tong Yu said righteously. All of them froze and were dumbfounded. They remembered that Tongyu was not like this when he first came to the academy? What exactly did Tongyu go through in these few short days? This person of yours, brother Dust me. I'm just so helpful. Su Dust also froze for a moment, feeling more and more that Tongyu was on the uptake. And conversely, Wang Lin and Wu Tao. Su Chen looked deeply at these two people and did not say anything. Look, who saw me hit him? Su Chen said as he looked at the exposed girl. You're going to pay for accusing me so falsely. And since I now suspect that you and this fellow are in cahoots, joining forces with the foreign devils of the Luocheng Technical School to steal our cultivation resources, I have the right to detain you until the matter is clarified. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, Wang Lin and Wu Tao directly rushed up and beat up the exposed girl. No mercy at all. Hit it in the face. The girl screamed miserably, and the older students on the side were dumbfounded. You two really don't know how to be compassionate. But on second thought, this kind of woman, beat her to death. Forget it, shame on her. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also do not want to are to blame Tongyu this kid? More and more on the road. Just now Su Chen's eyes make them feel that their position is about to be lost. I have to hurry to show in front of Su Dust. After all, this dog is now the boss of the student union. The hands of the right. The key is also the strength. Follow Su Dust mix. You can eat a lot of meat. With that thought in mind, the two of them punched even harder. And soon the girl passed out. Marred. This woman even dared to resist, trying to escape from the crime. It looks like she's in league with this big old black man. She must be detained. Wang Lin spoke righteously, and Wu Tao nodded in agreement. The rest of the older students had been dumbfounded. What kind of operation was this wave? The corners of Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, and suddenly he seemed to have an epiphany. Nonsense. Wind Whisper couldn't help but say, these pricks. This set down their dumbfounded. Su Chen didn't care about this and turned to look at Lu Qingfeng. Immediately lead the men to bring back the foreign devils who robbed the resources. Lu Qingfeng nodded, knowing the seriousness of this matter, and immediately led his men right into the academy. Wang Lin and Wu Tao naturally will not let go of this opportunity. Self-appointed Hoing team captain and second captain, yells rushed into the college and they, Chapter 71 more than 50 pieces of evidence of guilt, bent over backwards. The corners of Wind Whisper's mouth twitched, suddenly regretting that he had spent so much to get back such a few pricks. Couldn't he be a little more reliable? What hustling team? Like what? Su Dust was all frozen for a moment, not expecting Wang Lin and Wu Tao to be so. Could it be a release of nature? The rest of the old students were even looking at Su Chen with strange eyes, and Su Chen awkwardly coughed dryly and could only pretend not to see it. Looking at the dead pig like Nick on the side, and the girl who had been fatally beaten, Su Chen frowned. Hang them both up. I want to personally torture them. As for the Luocheng Technical School international students, they were all subdued by the other veteran students just now, and were pressed on the ground waiting for Su Chen to tumble down. Hang them all. Su Dust finished, looking for a chair to sit down. Tongyu immediately understand. Hurriedly do not know where to get a cup of tea to hand up. Wind Whisperer was numb. He remembered that Tongyu was not like this. The point is, Dean and the other tutors are all here. This kid just messes up a cup of tea for Su Chen, and doesn't even have the intention to look at them. Cough. Su Dust. This matter. When Wind Whisper opened his mouth, Su Chen also happened to put down his teacup and looked over, interrupting Wind Whisper's words. This matter will be left to our student union. This is our student union's matter. If I can't handle it, I won't be able to do this student union's boss position. After saying that, Su Chen stood up and first gave Big Old Black a couple of big sinuses before opening his mouth and asking, where are our resources? What resources? I haven't taken anything from you guys. You're slandering me. Nick was agitated, and until now he hadn't realized the reason why he had been punched, but he really didn't know what the hell was going on either. Still talking tough, Su Chen sneered, took out a whip from the storage ring, and fiercely lashed it on. A bloody scar instantly appeared on Nick's body. The skin opened up and it hurt to look at it. Say it or not. Say it or not. The more Su Chen pumped, the more excited he became, and soon Nick couldn't find a single piece of intact skin all over his body, bloody and no longer able to speak. The old student, after seeing this scene, the whole person is stupid. This nymphats. A chill spread throughout his body, and sure enough, during the entrance examination, Su Chen still tightened his grip. If this was applied to them, they wouldn't dare to imagine that they would have to be beaten to death just for taking a test and grabbing a little bit of credits. Wind Whisper and other tutors were even more eyeless, trying to remind Su Chen that this was in the academy. Temper yourself. But the more Su Chen smoked, the more he got energized, and he simply couldn't hear Wind Whisper's reminder. Pretty tough mouth. Su Chen was all tired of fighting and asked Tongyu to take away all the things he had on him, claiming that it was from the Luocheng Technical School. The old student is numb. You said that the cultivation resources on Nick's body, or valuable things, are Luocheng Technical School's. Even so, Clothes are stripped down for others to count for what? And them, take away all the things on them. That's all the evidence that they stole the resources of Luocheng Technical School. Tong Yu had come to a great realization, and without waiting for Su Chen to speak, he pointed at the foreign students on the side and said, these old students really felt like their brains weren't working enough, but after seeing Tong Yu's relentless scavenging and then enriching himself, they too had an epiphany and began to get on board. Wind Whisper and the other tutors were even more wide-eyed, thinking that they had misread the situation. The trainees at the L.A. Technical School didn't used to be like this, did they? Especially Gao Feng, who used to be such an honorable man, but now he's lying on the ground and keeps shouting, leave some for me. What does that mean? Soon, Wang Lin and his group came out with some beaten-up foreign students. Obviously, these foreign students had been raided by Wang Lin and his group. Some of them even had their clothes torn down to a few strips of cloth. Su Chen, will you do this too? Wind Whisper still couldn't help but say, although Su Chen's methods were cool, but after all, Nick was a person from Star River University, and being beaten up like this, it was inevitable that there would be some trouble. The point is, the theft of resources from the Union of Inaugural Technical School Students hasn't been investigated, and it's not certain if it has anything to do with Nick or not, but people have been hit. It seems like, after all, we are all civilized people who are reasonable. Su Chen stroked his chin and understood what Wind Whisper meant. Hearing this, the corners of the Wind language mouth twitched. You are still warm and civilized people? You blew up the college gates. Be reasonable? People don't even say a word before you beat them to a pulp. I don't know what to say. That's how civilized and reasonable you are. Su Chen, however, didn't care about Wind Whisper's strange eyes, didn't know where to get a piece of white paper, and quickly wrote down Nick's incriminating evidence on it. The size of the list actually has more than 5 dozen. White paper almost cannot write. Sign it. Su Chen handed the incriminating evidence to Nick, who was no longer able to speak, but still didn't hold back his anger and struggled when he saw what Su Chen had written on it. Some of the other ones he recognized, but Su Dust said he littered and crossed the street without helping his grandmother. Can this also be considered? Still not admitting it. Wang Lin, you come and clean him up. Su Chen threw the incriminating evidence to Wang Lin, who immediately came up with his ass. Without even glancing at the incriminating evidence, he simply forced Nick's hand and used his blood to put a handprint on it. There. This wave of operation has dazzled everyone. What kind of people are these? Good news. This was their academy's business, so they didn't have to worry about Su Chen doing this to them. Bad news. It's really embarrassing to get the word out. Alright, the evidence of guilt has been established. The prisoner has confessed. Hang him and have someone notify Star River University to come and ransom him. Su Chen said with a smile, which gave Wind Whisper all dry silence. I feel like you're going to screw Singay University over one more time. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Dean? How poor have we become at Luocheng Technical School? We can't even make ends meet. Now what little resources there are have been stolen by a coalition of these dogs, and so far they can't find where they are? Doesn't this vacancy need to be filled? Look at our trainees, without resources to cultivate. They're all aggrieved and crying. The more Su Chen spoke, the more energized he became, and the trainee he pointed at froze for a moment, hurriedly putting away the resources he had just snatched from the foreign students and putting on an aggrieved look. Wind Whisper suddenly wanted to kick Su Chen out so badly. This face is just a disgrace. This is not clearly to pit the resources of Singa University. What is meant by so far cannot find the stolen resources. It's all in you guys, of course you can't find it. The dean really couldn't take it anymore and turned around just to leave the place. But just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and turned around to look at Su Chen with a grave expression on his face. Just now they said you bloodied a Fey village. Chapter 72. Boss Su, I want to progress so badly, Dean asked in a hushed voice. The matter was not a small one. Wanted to know if it was real? Although they didn't believe it in their hearts, after seeing the power of that thing in Su Chen's hand just now, they were skeptical again. What bloodbath? Don't listen to them. Am I that kind of person? Su Chen hurriedly explained. This pot can't be taken casually. I only robbed a foreign village. I definitely didn't bloodwash them. Su Chen said righteously. Dean just put down the heart is raised again. UING robbed a foreign village? What's the difference between that and a bloodbath? Will the Fae stand and let you rob them? What's going on? Dean only felt one head in two heads. How could this guy be so bold as to directly go and rob a foreign village? In all these years, I haven't met such an outrageous cadet, and a ING freshman. What's with all the tossing and turning? Wind Whisper's expression was shocked, and his cloudy gaze kept falling on Su Chen, not uttering a single word for a long time. He was naturally aware of the ferocity of the foreign races, but for a few Su Chen to be able to ransack a village, this boldness alone shocked them old men. Whose idea was it? Wind Whisper finally asked. This matter had to be investigated clearly. Su Dust, almost without any hesitation Wang Lin and Wu Tao said in unison, revealing a face of arrogance. That's right, it's Boss Su. This pussy they're pretending for Su Duan. Su Chen didn't deny that it was his idea. How come you kid is so bold? Don't you know that the foreign races are ferocious? And you're likely to put yourselves in danger by doing this. And by the time the people of the ancient city are too late to rescue you, you'll all be lost. You are still cadets. Is it your turn to do these things? Wind Whisper was a bit angry, mainly because he was worried about Su Chen and their safety. A few Chi Blood Realm and Chi Sea Realm. They even did such a thing. It was fine if they didn't meet the strongest of the foreign races, but once they did, they would really have no way to live. And Su Chen several are gifted people. In time, properly cultivated, will be able to claim the title of king. If it is now dead, can really be a loss. Upon hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly and looked at Wind Whisper with a deep gaze before saying, "What time is it? And you're still talking about this? The foreigners may attack in force at any time. Once the ancient city is broken, our Luocheng Technical School will be the first to be massacred. Then is there any point in going to the battlefield or not? Doing or not doing these things? It's been a battle for hundreds of years. Even if this is the case, even if the ancient city is broken, it is Lousy who will die in front of you. You have to die, also give Lousy to die behind you." Wind Whisper interrupted Su Chen's words. He knew what Su Chen meant. This battle had been fought until now, and the human race had been in a weak position. So maybe at some point the defenses would be breached, and at that time, the human race would face extinction. So what if they're cadets? The Fae won't stop killing you just because you're a cadet. Huaxia alone had hundreds of abysses, and once one of them was breached, then all the defenses were no longer useful. Su Chen didn't say anything, knowing that Wind Whisper was worried about his safety, but he had his own path to walk. It was destined to be impossible to cultivate in the academy peacefully. The abyss is where martial artists should be. Seeing that Su Chen didn't speak, Wind Whisper was also silent, a little helpless in his heart. Then he asked, "How many resources have you looted?" "Not much, just this much," Su Chen said, throwing out the resources he had snatched, and Wang Lin and Wu Tao's 2 sacks were filled to the brim. There are still big piles of resources going up into little mountains. A rough estimate was that if it was converted into credits, it would be at least over 200,000 credits. And that's just those resources. The other alien weapons and all sorts of things they sold to the military. These are the cultivation resources we left behind. And some other alien weapons and other stuff we sold to the military department, barely selling a few tens of thousands of merit values. Su Chen said seriously, with some regret in his eyes. The alien army came at too bad a time, resulting in the village was not looted clean. The tutors and trainees next to them were all wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Never seen so many cultivation resources before. And these were all looted by Su Chen and the others when they went to the abyss. Lu Qingfeng's few people were greatly grinning. Their heads were cocked to the sky, with a haughty face, carrying their hands behind their backs, with an appearance of how lonely it was to be invincible. This battle barely killed dozens of Chi High Realm foreigners, and hundreds of Chi Blood Realm. Alas, we are still too weak. We have to hurry up and cultivate. Next time go to fight a king city for fun. After hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, the Wind Whispering few people really wanted to beat Lu Qingfeng to death. Was this speaking in human terms? Just a few of you little brats went in and killed so many Fae, and that's barely enough? You want to fight a king's castle? You think it's that easy? If it was really that easy, Ancient City would have already sent troops to bring down the opposite king city. But now, Lu Qingfeng, they really have proud capital. Ransacking an alien village as a cadet is enough to go down in school history, and even if someone else does it later, they won't be able to surpass them, because they are the first ones, especially Su Dust. For a freshman to become the boss of the student union and to lead the older students to ransack the alien village, it was more than enough to give them a sense of disbelief. Perhaps Su Chen would become the brightest star of the Luocheng Technical School. Thinking in his heart, the Wind language is again a little gratified. With Su Chen in Luocheng Technical School, why worry about not prospering? Thinking about what Su Chen said earlier about wanting to reform the student union, Wind Whisper felt that he could support Su Chen. Previously, he was worried that Su Chen didn't have enough prestige, but today, Su Chen's consecutive beheadings of Star River University's cadets had undoubtedly convinced all the cadets. Now that Su Chen's prestige must have reached its peak, it was the peak that could not be compared to Su Chen. Did you really rob all of these? All of these? Lu brother, you guys really went to rob a foreign village? So, can you take me next time? Boss Su begs for a belt. I want to get better so bad. The surrounding older students then reacted, their eyes wide with envy in their eyes. These resources were just too eye-catching. In the past, they were all afraid of entering the abyss and hunting the foreigners, but now they suddenly had a feeling of impatience and even wanted to act alone. How cool would it be to have so many resources for one person? But reason still made them restrain themselves. They were afraid of how they would die if they went down by themselves. then we can only let Su Chen lead them. For a moment, all the older students looked urgently at Su Chen, itching to kneel down and call Su Chen their father. These days, milk is for sissies. Chapter 73, Blocking the Door of Star River University? You have no idea. The older students were more excited than one another, all of them looking at Su Chen with fiery eyes. Su Dust naturally feel these eager eyes but did not pay attention. The corner of the mouth raised an arc. I do not force you to go down, but you want to go down, that cannot blame me. With that in mind, Su Chen decided to rock the boat a little more, allocate resources in person. With such a small mountain of resources piled up, according to the distribution of merit, each of the less than 20 people would be able to share at least 10,000 or so. That and the merit badge. Wang Lin and Wu Tao, on the other hand, were carrying their own sacks and were about to run. The resources in this sack took up at least a third of the amount, all of which they had snatched. How could Su Chen let them carry it away? Soon, Su Chen was distributed according to the degree of contribution. The least could get 13,000 resources, and those with more even got more than 30,000 credits of resources. What a horrible number this is. It's not an exaggeration to say that they, the older students, are dying of poverty. They may not have even a few hundred credits on them, and their cultivation resources are even tighter than ever. When have I ever seen so many resources? One's eyes are going red, but they don't have the face to ask for it. After all, this was the resources that Su Chen and the others had gone to the abyss themselves to snatch, and according to the rules, it all belonged to the people themselves and had nothing to do with them. People risked their lives to snatch it. They are embarrassed to ask for it even if they are brazen. Moreover, who would mind having more resources for cultivation? What's more, if it wasn't for Su Chen, they would even be able to get very little of the resources allocated by the academy right now. Su Dust has done enough. People are just a freshman. If they put forward excessive requirements, can really do not understand. With this thought in their hearts, these old students' eyes were red with regret, especially the peak, are going to regret. So many resources, it was many times more than the caravan he had snatched away with Su Chen before. He was envious to death, but the severely injured man had no way to get out of bed. That, Brother Dust, when are you still going to the abyss? No, can you bring me along? An older student came up with a red face and asked, embarrassed but on second thought, what face to have? Yeah, I'm a 5-star in the Chihai realm. I just can't be of much help, but I can definitely move things pretty well. And me, I'm a sophomore premier student. I'm way better than them. I'm still a junior premier student. What did I say? At that moment, the older students were actually quarreling amongst themselves, all scrambling to follow Su Chen down. Who wouldn't be jealous of that? Seeing that Lu Qingfeng had gotten so many resources was fine. This guy was the second in command of the student union anyways. He had some skills. However, some of the other older students, some of whom were not as good as them, were also allocated more than 10,000 credits of resources. This is more than the resources they got in the 4 years of Luocheng Technical School. Who wouldn't be jealous? It was those tutors. Each one of them was frowning tightly, envious, but they couldn't come up and let Su Chen lead them as well. Could they? They were all at the cultivation level of the Seal Marquee realm and wanted more resources, but once they entered the abyss and struck out, they were only going to trigger the opposite royal city to send out troops. Entering the abyss is definitely still necessary, but there are more important things to do now, Su Chen said, a hint of evil intent in his eyes. Star River University blocked our door and humiliated us like this. Shouldn't we return the favor? Su Chen's meaning was clear, to block Star River University's door. For a moment everyone quieted down and looked at Su Chen in dismay, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Su Chen was actually going to block the door of Xinghai University? Is there a mistake? That's a first-class university. You're just looking for death. Nick brought a few losers over, but that's a real crouching tiger and hidden dragon in the middle of Star River University. Su Chen didn't care about this. So what if it was Star River University? What's so great about it? Moreover, he wasn't prepared to directly challenge the 4 classes of Star River University's cadets. He only needed to challenge their older class, no less. The point of blocking the door is to prove yourself by defeating everyone at Xinghai University? Not really, just to return this humiliation back. Su Chen wasn't stupid. He wouldn't be foolish enough to think that he really had the ability to fight with the senior veterans of Star River University right now. To Star River University, Su Chen still held a certain amount of awe. Kid, don't mess around. A tutor rushed to stop it. This would not do. I'm not fooling around. Star River University stinks and dares to come and block our door. Can't we just go and block their door? Su Chen asked back, and this tutor actually didn't know how to answer. Yes, Star River University is at least a first-class prestigious school. Even came to block the door of one of their technical schools. This underhanded shameless things can be done. By what they cannot block back. This matter is not impossible. Wind Whisper finally snapped. He knew that Su Chen, this kid, is not a good person. He went forward to block the door as a student of the Luochang Technical School, and no matter if he won or lost, the one who would lose face would be Star River University. Winning, it's not normal that you Star River University is a first-class prestigious school, but you are at least a first-class prestigious school to be blocked by a cadet from a technical school. Shame on you. Lost, mud, and a first-class school, but lost to a technical school. What a garbage college. Shame on you. Anyway, no matter what the final result was, there wasn't a single benefit for Xinghai University, while Luochang Technical School could gain a good reputation no matter what. Wind Whisper was well aware of this, and also knew what Su Chen, the bad embryo, was thinking again. Then threw Su Chen a warrant. If any smelly old thing strikes out at you, shake people. Although my Luochang Technical School is only a technical school, I won't let the students be bullied outside. Hearing Wind Whisper's words, Su Chen smiled. He was waiting for Wind Whisper's words. I still have to trouble you, Dean, to give me a certificate to prove that I'm really a new student at Luochang Technical School. Su Chen deliberately said the word new student very heavily. Wind Whisper looked deeply at Su Chen, then instructed a tutor to do it. Soon all the things that Su Chen wanted were made and brought to Su Chen. No dude, you're really going to challenge Star River University? Wang Lin was a little surprised, thinking that Su Chen really wasn't a good thing. This wasn't a challenge. It was totally going to disgust people. Take me one. Must take me. We must also let others know that everyone in RL.A. City Technical School is like a dragon. Wu Tao hurriedly said. How could this kind of thing be done without him? It didn't matter if he lost face or not. The main thing was that with his understanding of Su Chen, there were bound to be benefits to be gained from this trip. Wang Lin also glanced at Wu Tao, not expecting this kid to think of a peace with him. Go on. Remember to prioritize your own safety, and if you encounter a shameless old thing that strikes at you, immediately crush the warrant. Wind Whisper said with relief. He was also shocked by Wu Tao's sentence that everyone in the Luochang Technical School was like a dragon. Once upon a time, the L.A. Technical School was like this, and I wonder when it will be able to recreate its former glory? Chapter 74, You really don't treat them as human beings. Wind Whisper looked at Su Chen and suddenly felt that Su Chen might really be able to lead Luochang Technical School to the glory of that year. With this thought in his heart, Wind Whisper naturally couldn't say it, but instead looked deeply at Su Chen, making Su Chen's heart hairy. Dean, you don't be like this. I am afraid. Su Chen said with a smile. If you are moved, why don't you give me a little more resources, treasure or something? You brat, you're rich as hell. What more treasures do you want me to give you? Wind Whisper laughed, but did not get angry at Su Chen's words. The current Su Chen had tens of thousands of credits, tens of thousands of merit value, tens of thousands of cultivation resources, and his weapon had the Dragon Abyss sword. With such a luxurious configuration, it was Wind Whisper who wanted to give a little something to Su Dust, but actually found that there was really nothing he could give. Su Chen scratched his head, and upon careful consideration it was really like that. But, I still lack a protective magic treasure. This trip is full of crises. It is inevitable that I will encounter bad people sneak attack backstabbing me. There is a piece of protective magic treasure in the body is also an extra security. Su Chen said. Weapons are there, but there's no treasure for defense. How expensive it is to use the system mall to exchange. A little bit of saving is a little bit. At those words, the corners of Wind Whisper's mouth twitched, secretly saying that this kid didn't look like a good person. But on second thought, yes, give it away. Some things don't need to be put in the warehouse, also just might as well take it out. At least it can still play a little role. Moreover, right now, Su Chen was still contributing to the Luochang Technical School. You bad embryo. Wind Whisper shook her head and had someone go to the warehouse to bring a set of protective soft armor and hand it to Su Chen. This is something left over from the Luo City Technical School back then. Temporarily lend it to you. Remember to return it. Wind Whisper gave this set of soft armor to Su Chen, being able to block a blow from a Seal Marquee Realm powerhouse. You kid, but you have to put it away for me. Hearing Wind Whisper's words, Su Chen also froze for a moment, not expecting this soft armor to be so powerful. Can you only block one blow? Su Chuan asked. A Seal Marquee Realm powerhouse could not just hit him once, right? Wind Whisper blackened his face, feeling that this kid Su Chen's brain circuits were still a bit problematic at times, and he didn't want to say anything. He just gave Su Chen a look to experience it himself. What about us? We want to borrow it too. Wang Lin and Wu Tao waited for a long time but did not wait for their own soft armor and hurriedly asked. No. Feng Yu glared at Wang Lin and Wu Tao. These two bad embryos were even worse, giving them something that would be a meat bag with no return. But giving it to Su Chen seems to be the same. How do you want to handle this matter? It was only then that Wind Whisper asked Su Chen. After all, now that Su Chen was the boss of the student union and managed all the trainees, there were some things that he still had to ask Su Chen about. Su Chen looked at the international students who were hung up, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Killing them is impossible. The wind language perceived Su Dust's killing intent, hurriedly said, "This kid can place something he is really killing, but, if he did so, the consequences would be too serious, so serious that he, a martial king, wouldn't be able to carry it off. Stealing resources from the academy and colluding with people outside the academy to target the Luochang Technical School. These offenses are enough to expel them, aren't they?" Su Chen was also aware that it was impossible for him to kill all of these foreign students. The consequences he could not bear, unless we trick them all into the abyss and slaughter them. Except that these guys are bound not to go, and there's no guarantee that these dogs will rebel again? Wind Whisper frowned, naturally having this intention in his heart. He had long looked at these international students with displeasure, and now he was even joining forces with people from outside the school to humiliate Luochang Technical School, and even stealing the resources of the student union, which could already be described as an unforgivable offense. Then, all of them will be expelled from the Luochang Technical School, Wind Whisper said in a deep voice. From now on, the Luochang Technical School will no longer accept international students. Wind Whisper not only expelled them from the academy, but also decided not to accept any foreign students in the future. Hearing this news, the international students' hearts were finally relieved. It was better to be expelled from the academy than to be slaughtered by Su Chen, the killing star, finally saving a small life. I accept this punishment. I'm guilty as hell. I'm shameless, but, you can let me go now. Yeah, that's a punishment we accept, but it's about time you let us go. The foreign students hurriedly said that they only wanted to leave Luochang Technical School and stay with this grandson of Su Chen. Maybe one day he would kill a few foreign students to take out his anger if he was not happy. Hearing the words of the foreign students, Wind Whisper was about to open his mouth and ask someone to put them down. However, Su Chen was the first to say, "It's fine to let you guys go, but you have to return the stolen resources." At those words, the international students were directly confused and dumbfounded, staring at Su Chen with wide eyes. "No, haven't all the resources been snatched back by Wang Lin and his men? Why do we still need to return the resources?" "What resources?" a foreign student asked in confusion. "Of course it's the resources of the student union that you robbed. Could it be that you can't return them just because you were expelled from the academy?" Su Chen asked rhetorically. With a serious face, Wang Lin and the people of the hoeing team just now were embarrassed, looking up at the sky and discussing nearly today's weather is good. "I told you that Boss Su was really ruthless, isn't he? This is not treating the foreign devils as human beings at all. Spoken as if these foreign devils ever treated us like human beings? Don't talk, wait to be heard. Do you really think that Boss Su doesn't know that the resources have already been taken by us? You're still too simple," a few of Wang Lin's whispered, but still had the sense to walk far past. "No, haven't the resources been snatched back by Wang Lin and the others all together?" a foreign student asked simply. "Yes?" Su Chen raised his head in mock surprise and looked at Wang Lin. "You guys already snatched it back?" "No, where is it?" Wang Lin said in a serious manner. "We sent them over directly after apprehending them. How could we have time to grab resources?" "That's right. These foreign devils talk nonsense. Boss Su, believe me, I'm the most honest person. My ears turn red whenever I lie. I swear we really haven't robbed any resources," an old man with red ears said in a serious manner. Su Chen nodded and looked at the foreign students again. They said they hadn't grabbed any resources. The foreign students were now even more stupid to know that Su Chen was not treating them as human beings and had no intention of letting them go. "Su Chen, what do you mean? I'm no longer a member of the Luochang Technical School. You can't control me. I'm going to sue you for this," the foreign students screamed. "I've never been so angry in my life. Go if you can. The premise is that you can go, stealing our resources and still want to cheat. You sue." Su Chen wasn't afraid at all. What evidence did they have to prove that what Wang Lin had robbed was what the student union had stolen? Enough, almost done. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, a dull voice came. Chapter 75. Please watch the VCR. Su Chen still wanted to argue with the foreign students, but he heard a dull sound, deafening, which actually made him lose his concentration for a moment. By the time they came back to their senses, the international students had all been let down, and in front of them was an old man who looked to be about 60 years old. Obviously, he's not as old as he seems. Wind Whisperer and the others surprisingly all changed their complexion and gazed gravely after seeing this old man appear. "Little Wind, is this the trainee you taught?" The old man looked towards Windy and said softly, but the pressure carried in his tone gave Su Chen a feeling that was difficult to bear. Not only Su Chen, all the students of Luochang Technical School were feeling a great pressure at this moment, as if a small mountain was pressing on their shoulders. This itself is an international student stealing resources from the student union. Do I still have to harbor an international student? Wind Whisper also hardened the pressure and said, "If I do this, won't I chill the hearts of everyone in the Luochang Technical School?" At those words the old man stopped talking and looked at the foreign students behind him. You fart. When did we ever steal the resources of the student union? It was clearly Suchen who couldn't tolerate us in his eyes and found a reason to expel us from Luochang Technical School. One of the international students jumped up and barked at the sight of someone coming to back them up. Suchen coldly glanced at this fellow. Who is Suchen? I don't recognize it. I remember that the boss of the student union of Luochang Technical School is Peak, the old man said, frowning as he searched around. But Summit had already been sent into the academy for treatment, and was afraid that if he delayed any longer, he would die. Peak was seriously injured by them, and is being treated in the academy. Lu Qingfeng said, against the pressure. This old man is one of the 3 martial emperors of the school league. It has a high standing throughout the school league. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded his head, and he said, in that case, I think this matter is also a misunderstanding, so let it go. Then what about our stolen resources? Suchen heard the old man's intention to make peace and asked directly. Wind Whisper and the others frowned and glanced at Suchen. Suchen naturally knew that saying so would offend this old man, but he wanted to know if the real top management of the school union was also revering foreigners. Advocate for privileges for international students. If that's the case, it only means that the entire school league is sick. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Who stole your resources? The foreign students couldn't help but shout angrily on the spot. Please watch the VCR without Suchen speaking. Wang Lin, who was on the side, jumped out, holding a tablet in his hand, which showed exactly the surveillance of the international students who went to the student union, wantonly vandalized, and then snatched a large amount of cultivation resources. Of course, the video of them being fatally beaten up by Wang Lin with his men in the back and snatching the resources back is naturally absent. The old man's brow furrowed, and the foreign student on the side was so anxious that he was about to explain, but was stopped. The old man looked at Suchen with a meaningful smile on his face and then opened his mouth to ask, then, according to you, how should this matter be handled? Suchen frowned. This old man even threw the question back. Looking at the unsuspecting eyes, Suchen silently pinched the sword Heavenly King's warrant in the storage ring in his hand. Naturally, it is to return our resources, Suchen said in a deep voice, his gaze locking with the old man without the slightest fear. Wind Whisper and the others were scared and wanted to stop Suchen, but they were stopped by the old man's eyes. Good. What Suchen did not expect was that the old man agreed. Wang Lin was all ready to roll on the ground and cry, but he was not going to be whole by the old man's answer, and for a while he couldn't tell whether this was an enemy or a friend. But I have one condition. The old man looked at Suchen, then at Wind Whisper. They cannot be expelled from the academy. Hearing this, both Wind Whisper and Suchen frowned, not thinking that the conditions he proposed would be like this. Perhaps for you guys, it's just driving them away. But the trouble behind this is not something you can afford. The old man stood with his arms folded, a strange look in his cloudy gaze. Wind Whisper frowned and smiled helplessly. Okay, little fellow, what do you say? The old man turned to Suchen and asked. Suchen was silent, his brows knitted together. To be honest, it was not easy to have such a chance to get rid of all these scum, but now another martial emperor appeared. However, if he did not agree to it, it would be a bit ungrateful if he was not agreeing to it after a dignified martial emperor said so. How many kilograms of his own Suchen is still very clear. Yes, but they must listen to the student union in the future, canceling all their welfare benefits, just like us, Suchen said in a deep voice. The resources of the Luochang Technical School are just a little bit each year, and it's being divided up so much by them. In the end, our own students in Huaxia don't have the resources to cultivate. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded. Just let Wind Whisper arrange this matter. The problem of resources for your L.A. technical school can only be solved by yourselves in the end. The old man uttered such a sentence, then looked at Wind Whisper and said, it will soon be the famous schools exchange, and the school league has decided that the 3 academies at the bottom of the rankings will be merging. I know, but want to merge my Luochang Technical School dream. Big deal. The old man directly closed down and left. Wind Whisper said directly. The old man mentioned this matter, so that Wind Whisper was also holding a fire in his heart. Little Wind, the old man rebuked in a deep voice. He wanted to say something, but the words that came to his mouth still didn't come out. Although he was one of the 3 major martial emperors of the school alliance, there was still a school Zun above him. That was the real leader of the school union, a Zuni-level powerhouse, known as the guardian god of China. All these years Luochang Technical School has been targeted, but has anyone ever said a word for us? I led a group of tutors to hold up the academy hard. Who the hell has the qualifications to merge my old man's academy? Big deal. I'll break away from the school league. Wind Whisper said angrily. He could tolerate everything else, but he really couldn't tolerate this matter. Over the years, L.A. City Technical School has assisted the military department in defending the abyss. and the number of tutors, trainees killed and injured has remained high. Has the school alliance ever provided support? The imperial school, or the dozen or so martial kings in those first-rate universities, couldn't they spare one to come and assist in the defense of the town? The old principal died in battle in the abyss, but by now, who remembers, to subdue the abyss, I.L.A. City Technical School, have done more than enough, the wind language said, actually red eyes. The tutors on the side were all silent. The old students lowered their heads and did not speak. Freshmen like Su Chen might not be able to understand, but they, the older students, were well aware of the situation of the Luocheng Technical School. The old man also stopped talking, silent for a long time before he opened his mouth to say, "These words cannot be said again in the future. About the Luo City Technical School resources, I will give you guys to think of a way. Abyss must be guarded. This is the mission of the martial artist." After saying that, the old man also disappeared into thin air, as if he didn't want to face these things. Who doesn't know how to say big words? Wind Whisper laughed coldly, sadness in his heart, looking towards Su Chen. "Kid, do whatever you want to do. Luocheng Technical School will always be your back. My old bones can still play some role." Chapter 76. You're damned, you big dog. Su Chen was silent, with some indescribable flavor in his heart. Has the Luocheng Technical School really reached this point? Su Chen couldn't help but ask. He had just enrolled in school. How come it's about to close down? Luocheng Technical School has suffered so many years of suppression, and it's already very good to persist until now, said the wind language, revealing helplessness and fatigue in his eyes. Or, let's break away from the school alliance now and set up our own business, Su Chen said seriously, and had even thought of changing the Luo City Technical School into the first gang of Luo Mountain. Brat, is this something you can decide? Wind Whisper glared at Su Chen, not speaking, but looking at the international students, but it was only a glance. It was turned to leave. Students should be managed by students. This is the rule of Luocheng Technical School since its establishment. If you can't manage it well, if something goes wrong, just cut your own throat to thank you for your sins. And, door for me to fix. Su Dust. After Wind Whisper and the other tutors left, there were only a few trainees left outside the academy as well, all looking at Su Chen. Since the dean has agreed, then I can't say anything. To stay in Luocheng Technical School in the future if you guys dare to make any trouble. You'll see if I dare to kill you. Su Chen's icy words rang out, and these international students all shrunk their necks. Who doesn't know Su Chen? The killing star. There are international students he really kills. I'll leave the matter of how to deal with these guys to you. Su Chen threw this matter to Lu Qingfeng, who looked at Su Chen with a confused expression. I have more important things to do. After Su Chen finished speaking, he put the soft armor on inside his clothes. Lu Qingfeng also knew what Su Chen was going to do when he saw this, and nodded in silence. Tell them to fix the door. No eating allowed if they can't. Only after saying this did Su Chen turn around and leave. Wang Lin and Wu Tao hurriedly followed. Tong Yu naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity, and followed suit. After Su Chen left, Peak was seriously injured in treatment, and only Lu Qingfeng could still carry it. Do it, Lu Qingfeng said in a deep voice, turning to look at the foreign students. The surrounding veteran students had been waiting for a long time. After hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, they immediately rushed up. The international students were one more confused than the other. What was going on? Before he could react, he was pinned to the ground and beaten up. Nick was still lying on the ground. No one paid any attention to him, and when he saw how brutal the L.A. Technical School was, his back went cold, and he tried to crawl and hide, but he saw that the L.A. Technical School veterans wouldn't let him go. This dog brought people to block the door, even if it is not enough, but also this kind of humiliation Luocheng Technical School cannot endure, really cannot endure. Su Dust is violently beaten, yes, but they did not out of breath. Miserable screams were heard, while Su Chen's four were already descending Luo Mountain. Boss Su, are you really going to challenge Star River University? Wang Lin couldn't help but ask, a little frightened in his heart. They were only 7 stars in the Qi blood realm. Would they be too arrogant? Of course. Star River University humiliated our Luocheng Technical School like this. Of course I'm going to get this scene back. Su Chuan thought in his heart. He can't beat up the old students. It's no problem to go and beat up the new students first. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at Luo City and once again felt the prosperity of the city. First, go to the martial artist hall and get a little bit of information, Su Chen said after thinking about it. Arriving at the martial artist hall, because of the previous incident, who didn't know Su Chen's identity now? When they saw Su Chen come in, they all looked at Su Chen with respect. Coming to the Hearing Rain Pavilion, this was the previous Green Jade House, which had changed its name after being given to Su Chen by Luo Tianhe. The employees in the store were also arranged by Luo Tianhe. Up to now, Su Chen hadn't worried a bit. Even if he hadn't come to the martial artist hall, Su Chen would have forgotten that he still had a store here. Boss, you're here. The shopkeeper recognized Su Chen at a glance and hurriedly greeted him. It's fine, I'm just wandering around a bit, Su Chen said and came to the office inside. But when he saw the three Wang Lin's eyes looking at him, he couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? You own this store? Yes. You tell me it's impossible. It's not true. You tell me. It's true. Boy, it's really mine. You deserve to die. You big dog. Wang Lin and Wu Tao's eyes were red. Su Chen even had a store like this. All that was sold inside were the corpses of demonic beasts, all kinds of beast cores, weapons, and some rare elixirs. The two of them had a hard time in their hearts, so they simply went out and robbed a wave, stuffing their pockets with whatever goodies they saw. Su Dust did not say anything. Wang Lin and Wu Tao are still conscientious, only took 2 samples and did not continue. It is not that they do not want to take it. The main Su Dust is rubbing the Dragon Abyss sword. What the hell are we doing here? What kind of intelligence? Tanyu also asked as he secretly took away 2 spirit medicines. Of course it's to understand the strength of Star River University's students. We can't just go and challenge them without knowing it. You think, who's to blame if we get beat up by them? Su Chen said. And soon, a woman in white came into the store. It was none other than Luo Fanyin. It's really flattering that you, a busy man, would take the initiative to contact me, Luo Fanyin said as she came in, sitting opposite Su Chen. Wang Lin and Wu Tao had seen Luo Fanyin before, so they made room for her, then shouted, Sister-in-law. Tongyu froze, his expression stunned, looking at Su Chen and then at Luo Fanyin, his back teeth clenched. Damn you, Su Dust. Luo Fanyin's face was red, her ears were red, and she glanced at Wu Tao and Wang Lin, and then at Tongyu, who was unintelligent. Don't yell, Su Chen said with a black face. What sister-in-law? That was pure friendship between him and Luo Fanyin. Don't mind them. They probably had a bit of a brain problem from me beating them up at the academy, Su Chen explained to Luo Fanyin. This time I'm looking for you because there's something I need you to help me with. Say it, but, helping you or not depends on my mood. Hearing Luo Fanyin's words, Su Chen hurriedly said, I want to know the strengths of the various classes of Star River University students. What do you need to know this for? Luo Fanyin looked at Su Chen strangely. I want to challenge Star River University. When Su Chen's words fell, Luo Fanyin directly froze, looking at Su Chen as if she was dumbfounded, and only after a long time did she stand up and put her hand on Su Chen's head. You don't have a fever either, do you? You're not confused, are you? You want to challenge Star River University? Do you know what kind of monsters the students of Star River University are? Shocked, Luo Fanyin hurriedly said, not knowing why Su Chen would have such a horrible idea. So this is not looking for you to understand the situation in advance. Su Dust is said again, and then told Nick to bring people to block the door. Luo Fanyin frowned and looked at Su Chen. Do you know what kind of monsters the students of Star River University are? Not to mention the older students. Just this freshman chief student. Do you know what realm his current cultivation level is? Chapter 77. Luo Fanyin is confused. She just wants to be alone. I don't know, Su Chen answered honestly. Luo Fanyin's words gave him a nervous feeling. Could it be that this session of Star River University's cadets were very heaven-defying? Upon hearing this, Luo Fanyin gave Su Chen a blank stare before saying, the chief student of our freshman class is called Yu Zihan, and comes from a martial arts family in Qingcheng. The cultivation level has reached 9 stars of the Qi blood realm. What? The 4 Su Dusts almost spoke together with a stunned expression. Luo Fanyin glanced at them, thinking that Su Chen was shocked. She knew that Su Chen was strong, but Yu Zihan was also very powerful, and Jade Zihan, when he was enrolled in school, but he defeated a 4-star veteran of the Qi Si realm. There's no doubt about his strength. Scared the hell out of me. I thought he was the 9th star of the Qi Si realm. Su Chen exhaled and said. At those words, Luo Fanyin paused again and looked at Su Chen with some of helplessness in her eyes. Su Chen, I know you're strong, but you have to know that was the 9th star of the Qi blood realm, and he was the one who had defeated the 4th star of the Qi Si realm. I know. Su Chen laughed. You forgot that I also defeated it at the martial artist hall at that time. Su Chen's words caused Luo Fanyin to fall directly silent, and only then did she violently remember that at that time, Su Chen had defeated the captain of the law enforcement team in the martial artist hall. That hand of superior swordsmanship was shocking, and it was Luo Tianhe who praised Su Chen. Thinking of this, Luo Fanyin's face instantly reddened again. How could she have forgotten about this matter? It also felt that Su Chen was a bit arrogant, but I didn't realize that the clown was actually herself. What about the sophomore class? Su Chen asked again. The chief student of the sophomore class is Zhou Zi, whose cultivation has reached 5 stars of the Qi Si realm. The third-year chief student is a girl whose cultivation level is already at the Zhongshe realm, Luo Fanyin said. As for the senior year, he just didn't know. After all, the senior year cadets had rarely appeared in the academy. At those words, Su Chen frowned. Worthy of being a first-class university, the trainees had actually appeared in the Zhongshu realm. In thinking about the Luochang Technical School, the peak of this pusher cub was only 6 stars in the Qihai realm. How do you compare with others? What about the international student camp? Su Chen asked again. Among the international students, the strongest is Alec McGee, whose cultivation has also reached half-step Zhongshu. After Luo Fanning finished speaking, she looked at Su Chen, frowned, and said again, "Are you sure you want to challenge?" "Sure," Su Chen said without any hesitation. He didn't see that he couldn't arm wrestle at the Zhongshu realm. At that time in the abyss, he had killed a Zhongshu realm foreigner. Hearing this, Luo Fanning also locked her brows, and then added, "In the next few days, Star River University is going to hold a new student gala to celebrate the new students' entry into the university, and will invite the tutors and deans of many colleges and even people from the military department to attend. If you challenge Star River University at this stage, I'm afraid you'll be thrown out as a troublemaker." At those words, Su Chen but his eyes lit up. This is damn good. In front of so many people, ruthlessly beating up the Star River University's pussies. It was cool to think about it. At that time, when Nick brought his men to block the door, what kind of humiliation did he bring to L.A. City Technical School? He didn't give L.A. Technical School any face either. And why did Su Chen want to save face for Star River University? What day exactly? Luo Fanning only felt that Su Chen must be crazy. She had already said something very serious. Not only did Su Chen not give up, he even became more excited. And these 3 guys beside him, without saying anything to persuade them, actually followed the excitement. What's all this excitement? The day after tomorrow. But I still have to let you know. At that time, the leaders of the school alliance, the people from the military department, the deans of all the major colleges and even the imperial schools, and the bigwigs from the Ministry of Culture will all show up. Not to mention the martial kings. There will even be heavenly kings and martial emperors who will show up. Star River University is paying a lot of attention to this event, so you have to think about it clearly. Su Chen nodded his head. He wasn't afraid of making a big deal out of things. He was afraid that it wouldn't be big enough. Seeing Su Chen getting more and more excited, Luo Fanning finally couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Su Chen, what realm are you in now?" "Qihai realm 2 stars. Su Chen replied with a smile. In his heart, he was still pondering how to make a bigger mess. In front of so many bigwigs, Star River University is no longer shameless but also dare not make a move to put it. What? Luo Fanning directly froze when she heard this. Su Chen had already reached the 2nd star of the Qi Si realm? At that time, when she and Su Chen were separated, Su Chen was only 6 stars of the Qi blood realm. How long has it been? And you're telling me that you're already at the 2nd star of the Qi Si realm? Seeing that Luo Fanning didn't believe it, Su Chen released his own aura, which was clearly the 2 stars of the Qi Si realm, and even had the tendency of being about to break through the 3 stars of the Qi Si realm. Other people lacked resources to cultivate, but Su Chen didn't lack at all. With tens of thousands of credits in hand, and tens of thousands of merit values, and with a trip down to the abyss to snatch so many resources, he wasn't lacking at all, and his cultivation speed was naturally very fast. Luo Fanning stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Unbelievably, just now, he was still questioning Su Chen, thinking that Su Chen was a bit arrogant, wanting to challenge Star River University, which was an impossible thing in itself. But she also didn't know that Su Chen was actually already at the 2nd star of the Qi Si realm. How in the world is this practiced? Why is it that everyone is human and I seem to be that animal, cow or horse that doesn't have any humanity? Luo Fanning had been deeply struck. Suddenly felt that so what if she got into Star River University? She also thought that when she entered Star River University she would definitely be able to catch up with Su Chen's footsteps, and even surpass Su Chen. But reality slapped her hard. The gap between her and Su Chen was getting wider and wider, big enough to give her a sense of powerlessness. Maybe, effort really isn't worth it in the face of talent. Luo Fanning thought, her heart bitter, really struck again. Don't look at Boss Su. He's only a 2-star in the Qi Si realm, but Boss Su has killed foreign clans' patriarchs in the abyss. Wang Lin said arrogantly, adding, I was also present at that battle and made a great effort. Che, I was there when Boss Su bloodwashed the foreigner village. I even seriously injured a foreigner Qihai realm. If it wasn't for that grandson running fast, he would have been killed by me. Wu Tao also said, standing out proudly, I killed a Qihai realm 3-star. Tong Yu also spoke. Don't look at the 3 of them being beaten to death by Su Chen at the Luochang Technical School. However, the talent of the 3 of them could not be underestimated. If they didn't have Su Chuan, they would be the bully of Luochang Technical School. But nay, they had met this pervert, Su Chuan. Luo Fanin's body stiffened when she heard this, looking dumbfounded at Su Chen and then at the three people behind him. Are they really from L.A. Technical School? Since when are people from technical schools so strong? Kill the foreign clansmen, bloodwash the foreign villages, and kill the Qihai realm. All these words Luo Fanin could understand, but how could they be so difficult to understand when combined together? Luo Fanin felt that she was no longer fit to stay here. She just wanted to go out, just wanted to be alone. Chapter 78. Aren't you a freshman? Luo Fanin really didn't want to speak, and even began to wonder if Su Chen had deliberately called her out to strike her down. She was now at the 6-star cultivation level of the Qi and Blood realm, and this cultivation speed was already very fast, and could be ranked at the upper middle level in Star River University. But in front of Su Chen, there was no eyes to look at, or even take it out to Shema. We're all in the same class, how come the gap is so big? The point was that she entered a first-class university and enjoyed all kinds of resources. In such a situation it was surprising that she still couldn't compare to Su Chen going to a technical school. She knows Su Chen isn't human, but what the hell are Wang Lin and Wu Tao? She had also seen these two at that time, and there was some conflict at that time, and these two were violently beaten up by Su Dust. I didn't think so at the time, but now these two guys are able to fight with the Qihai realm, and even seriously injure them, almost killing them. And Tong Yu, this white-haired guy, even said that he had killed a 3-star foreigner of the Qihai realm? Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense at all. Luo Fanin straight to feel that he was struck. A word cannot say. Suddenly a moment to feel close to the first-class famous school is still better than a technical school. You guys have killed a foreign race? Only after a long time did Luo Fanin open her mouth. It was a foreign race. Who does not know the ferocity of the alien race? Who does not know the alien race brutality? The military department to guard the abyss. The annual death and injury is high. As a martial artist, is not seen the alien race also know the brutality of the alien race? Well, there's an abyss underneath Luo Chang Technical School, Su Duan said, and Luo Fanin was dumbfounded again. There's a surprisingly deep abyss beneath L.A. Technical School. Over the years, Luo City Technical School has been assisting the military department in suppressing the abyss, and the number of deaths and injuries of mentor trainees has been high. It's normal for trainees to enter the abyss to kill each other. Su Chen's words once again gave Luo Fanin a shock. Cadets are even going into the abyss? But didn't say that cadets had to be in their senior year before they could go to the abyss for practice? Aren't all other colleges like this? How come Luo Chang Technical School, Su Chen and the others are still freshmen? How come they're in the abyss? Luo Fanin was shocked in her heart. Of course she didn't know the inside story of this, and naturally, Su Chen wouldn't say anything to her. Luo Chang Technical School bleeds and sheds tears. This is even if it's not enough. Now it has to be humiliated by the dogs of Xinghai University to be nothing. But who can bear it if they have blood? Su Chen's voice was a little cold. Luo Fanin stopped talking, hearing that Su Chen's resentment towards Xinghai University was very heavy, and had even risen from personal to between colleges. Actually, not all students at Xinghai University are like this. There are also many people who hate international students. But, so what? If the people who humiliated my Luo Chang Technical School are just foreign students, it's just that those native trainees are even humiliated in this way, even willing to serve as dogs for the foreign students and humiliate the Chinese trainees. This humiliation I must get back, Su Chen said. His tone of voice cold was already determined. Luo Fanin was embarrassed. She herself was a student of Xinghai University. It wasn't good to say anything right now. There was even such a moment when she felt as if she had rebelled against the university. Then there is no need for you a freshman to come, Luo Fanin, for a long time is to say. Even if this is the case, it should also be by the older students. How can it be Su Chen with a few freshmen running out? I'm the boss of the L.A. City Technical School Student Union, so naturally I'll take this responsibility. Delhi, the Lovanian was numb. Why did he talk too much? Being shown a face again, a freshman becoming the boss of the student union. This is an extremely explosive thing wherever you put it. Were the veteran students of the Luo Chang Technical School too weak, or was Su Chen too strong? Anyway, Luo Fanin really doesn't want to talk. Really numb, heart tired. Originally, she still wanted to drag Su Chen around for a bit, but Luo Fanin was really tired and was so battered that she just wanted to get away from Su Chen, so she was ready to leave. When you get to Star River University you shouldn't say you know me. Su Chen again thought of something and hurriedly said. Luo Fanin froze for a moment, and then understanding what Su Chen meant, she said, "Don't worry, I'll prepare the leaves of vegetables and take them out to smash you when you arrive at Star River University." After saying that, Luo Fanin left, and Su Chen smiled, knowing that this was Luo Fanin joking. "It's okay, Boss Su." Wan Lin looked at Su Chen with a wicked smile, not expecting Su Chen to have such a hand. Get the words out of my sister-in-law's mouth. Now that we know what level Star River University is, the next step will be better. Wu Tao also said with a wicked smile. If they had been allowed to challenge Star River University, they would have been afraid that they would have set up the ring to fight with the pussies from Star River University by now. It's still Su Duan, a belly full of bad blood. Su Dust. Alright, get ready and go set up the ring the day after tomorrow. You guys go first, Su Chen said, and left the store, preparing to pay Luo Tianhe a visit. Wan Lin's third brother immediately blackened his face. Did not say that you challenged it. However, they didn't refuse either, fearing that Su Chen wouldn't give them the chance to go on stage. They also wanted to beat up the guys from Star River University, which went back to Luochang Technical School were able to them blow for a long time. You can even point at those old students and scold them. You count for nothing. I have challenged Star River University. Do you deserve it? It's just that you can talk to your mentor and be tough. I've bled and been wounded for the academy. What class are you to educate me? Just thinking about it alone. Wang Lin 3 feels scalp numb, which is still not cool to death. The trio's eyes rolled, and they came together again. Since we're preparing to challenge the day after tomorrow, if we're going to make a scene, let's make a big scene. We can't just make a scene and have no movement at all, right? The three of them hit it off, and all kinds of bad ideas came out. And from time to time they let out gia laughter, which made the clerk outside feel sick in his heart, thinking that the three of them had been possessed by evil spirits. In the office on the top floor of the Grand Hall of Martial Artists, Su Chen sat across from Luo Tianhe and poured Luo Tianhe a cup of tea. You brat even has the heart to visit me. Ha ha ha. Luo Tianhe laughed out loud and took a sip of Su Chen's tea. Not bad, count on your kid's heart. Luo Tianhe put down his teacup and looked at Su Chen. Say, what's the matter of coming to see me? I don't believe that you guy would be so kind to come see me. Su Chuan smiled. Sure enough, they were all old foxes. They saw through the purpose of his visit with a single glance. Su Dust is no longer hidden, is to say his purpose out. Soon, 2 days had passed, and today was the day that Star River University celebrated the entry of new students. Su Chen was ready early, and Wan Lin and the three of them also looked serious as they followed Su Chen. The three of them had been well prepared for the past 2 days. Su Chen, on the other hand, closed his eyes and practiced for 2 days, and his easy sword technique finally entered the point of great success. Chapter 79, L.A. City Technical School came to challenge Star River University entrance, because it was the day for the new students to enter the university to celebrate. Star River University invited strong people from all sides to come, and at this time, outside the gates of Star River University, it was very lively. The trainees were spontaneously greeting the bigwigs from all sides, so they might be able to be seen by that bigwig, and it would be a flying start. It's really lively. Before Su Chen came here and couldn't help but say as they looked at the scene, compared to this, the L.A. Technical School is not even a pheasant university, and this is the gap. Mad. A university built like this. Those who don't know still think this is some kind of high-grade villa area. Wang Lin was red-eyed. They're both universities. Theirs is called a university. Theirs is like a dump. Start. When Su Chen's words fell, he saw a trainee from the opposite side of the room walk up, his face full of smiles. Which academy are the 4 students from, and can they be accompanied by a tutor? The male asked. Their Star River University invited tutor deans from many colleges, and there would also be people bringing students from their own colleges. Maybe there'll be a freshman meeting between the major colleges later. The so-called exchange meeting was, to put it bluntly, just a few cuts to show off their freshmen. No, Wu Tao answered honestly, causing the boy to frown. So, what academy are you guys from? The boy asked again. Luochang Technical School. Wang Lin replied, mucking around with his cell phone, not even glancing at the boys. Upon hearing this, the smirk on the boy's face disappeared, followed by a cold laugh. Luochang Technical School. It seems that our Star River University has not invited you. It was not invited, Su Chen said. Luochang Technical School was just a technical school. How could it be invited by Star River University? To put it bluntly, Star River University can't look at L.A. Technical School either. That's just it. Maybe they want to come to see us. As cadets of Star River University, we still need to have this kind of belly. A cadet on the side came over with a big smile. The visitor is a guest. Please come in. Su Chen but did not move, just quietly looked at the two of him, and then gave a letter of war. Su Chuan, the freshman chief student of Luochang Technical School, comes to challenge, Su Chen said calmly. The voice was not loud but it made the entrance of Star River University quiet, and everyone's eyes then fell on Su Chen. Challenging Singa University? From L.A. Tech? These two statements make sense separately, but not together. You guys are here to cause trouble? The previous cadet said in a deep voice, his gaze becoming stern. Today is the Star River University's new student entry celebration. I advise you not to look for trouble. Su Chuan, the freshman chief student of Luochang Technical School, comes to challenge. Su Chen ignored him and increased the volume, rolling into the Star River University with his chi and blood augmentation. In the next second, a dozen or so Star River University students appeared at the entrance of Star River University, looking at Su Chen with tightly locked brows. May someone dare to answer the battle? Su Chen said in a deep voice, his gaze sharply looking at the participants of Star River University. To challenge Star River University. This dude is bullskin. Luochang Technical School? Are all the trainees from technical schools so ruthless now? How dare they come to challenge a first-class university? It can't be that he's here to intentionally smash the scene, right? Or are you trying to use this opportunity to draw heat? The surrounding people from various places were also dumbfounded. And then they talked. Technical school students challenging a first-class prestigious school. This kind of thing had never happened before, and it carried a high level of heat in itself, immediately attracting countless people to watch. Hello friends, I'm Wang Lin, a freshman at the Luochang Technical School, and what you're seeing now is exactly what we're doing at the entrance of Star River University, challenging the cadets of Star River University. As you can see, no one from Singa University dares to fight. Wang Lin took his cell phone and surprisingly turned on the live broadcast. The live broadcast room was full of trainees from the Luochang Technical School. But of course there were also some other people, and the pop-up screen was going crazy after seeing this scene. Wu Tao and Ton Yu were even more arrogant, directly pulling out banners that read, L.A. City Technical School hangs Star River. This wave of operation, not to mention Star River University, even Su Chen himself was confused. Who taught you guys to do this? The people of Star River University were going to be furious. After so many years, it was the first time that someone dared to come to Star River University like this to cause trouble. Can't stand it. Not at all. If you guys are here to rub it in, just hurry up and take the stuff away and apologize. I can let it go. If you really want to challenge Star River University, then you guys have to think about it. Life and death in the ring, each to their own fate. The people from Star River University were about to make a move when a middle-aged tutor came out and said, challenge. Su Chen said, then sneered, a few days ago, your people from Star River University came to Luochang Technical School to block the door and challenge them, constantly humiliating my Luochang Technical School. This grudge can't just be over, can it? When these words came out, the people around them froze, not reacting for a moment. People from Star River University to block the door of L.A. Technical School, and humiliate people's colleges? If that's really the case, then Star River University is really dropping the ball. At least it's a first-class school. To challenge a technical school and humiliate people, it's like a college student going to a kindergarten to challenge someone and then calling them names afterward. Who can stand that? It's too dropped. Nonsense. All of my Star River University students are the best of the best. How could they do such a thing? The mentor hurriedly explained up. He naturally didn't know and didn't believe that the people from Tsinghua University would do such a disgraceful thing. As you can see, now that the tutors of Star River University are even trying to play tricks, and they don't even dare to admit after doing shameless things. Next I, Wang Lin, am going to use the facts to ruthlessly smack them in their stinking faces. Wang Lin opened the live broadcast. The sight of Wu Tao and Ton Yu actually took out a projector. To Su Chen our dry brain buzzing. This Nima is really a genius. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch the VCR. Wang Lin said, releasing the video of Star River University blocking the door, in which Zhang Feng was still continuously abusing L.A. City Technical School. Even more so, he bullied the old king in the ring. This, I can't believe it's still true. It's time to say no. It's a shameful thing in itself for a first-class university to challenge a technical school, and to humiliate someone's college so much. It's no wonder people are angry and come to make trouble. Why is this guy such a dog? The Hall of Chinese Men to a foreign devil is a dog to go. The man at the door saw the projection and spoke up directly, and it was well known that the video could not be faked. The people of Star River University are directly confused. This is actually true? People have produced evidence, and it would be too much for them to try to cheat again. It's over. It's coming for me. The people of Star River University all had this thought in their minds. There can't be any mistakes on a day like today, but the evidence is here. Do they not recognize Zhang Feng? This isn't working. Several students. This matter is afraid that there is a misunderstanding in it, but also please first to the Star River University to sit down. When I find out about this matter, we'll definitely give you an explanation. Chapter 80, Pretending to be a bully is so cool. The mentor was already sweating. In front of so many big shots, if this matter was not handled well, the impact on Star River University would not be normal. Hearing this, Su Chen but smiled, directly said, sit is not necessary. I came today just to challenge the Star River University. If I lost, is my Luocheng Technical School technology is not as good as the others? If you Star River University lost, then see this matter must give me Luocheng Technical School an explanation. Su Chen's voice was very loud, not giving a bit of face to wanting to Star River University. The mentor frowned tightly. He couldn't really do it at the door on such an important day. But if you don't fight, Su dust several don't go. Just so blocked in the door. Also pulling a banner and open the live broadcast. This is what is going on. I'll do it. A trainee on the side finally couldn't help but step forward. Having a cultivation level of 7 stars in the Qi and Blood realm. A freshman. I'm Zhang Yu, a freshman from Star River University, with a 7-star cultivation in the Qi and Blood realm. Since you're also a freshman, it's only right that a freshman from my Star River University should compete with you. Let's face it, you're saying that Star River University is bullying the young. Zhang Yu jumped out. His eyes were unkind, staring at Su Chen. He was a genius from Star River University, while Su Chen was just a person from a technical school. Even if he was stronger, how strong could he be? The mentor couldn't say anything else when he saw this, and was thinking of putting things to rest, but Su Chen simply didn't eat this. Right now, it could only be their trainee to challenge Su Chen, drawing the ground as a ring. Su Chen however shook his head. You're too weak. You don't deserve to fight me. With that, Su Chen stepped back to the side, and Wu Tao directly walked up, his face rigid as he looked at Zhang Yu. Wu Tao, a freshman at L.A. City Technical School. After Wu Tao declared his name, a pitch-black lance immediately appeared in his hand and was aimed at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu only felt that he had been insulted and was furious, killing towards Wu Tao. Qi and Blood Realm 7 stars. This kid is actually a Qi and Blood Realm 7 star as well? Is he really a student of the Luo City Technical School? The moment Wu Tao revealed his cultivation, everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Wu Tao was also with the Qi and Blood Realm 7-star cultivation? The point was, Wu Tao wasn't the chief student of the L.A. City Technical School. Everyone's gazes fell on Su Chen again. So what kind of cultivation did their chief student Su Chen have? Are you guys really freshmen? The mentor couldn't help but ask, his mind beginning to wonder. Su Chen didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out the freshman certificate that Wind Whisper had given him. He asked for freshman certificates because he was afraid that these stinkers would suspect them of being old students. If you still don't believe me, you can go to Luocheng Technical School to find out who we are, Su Chen said in a cold voice. With this freshman certificate in hand, there was no one around who was skeptical. There's no need to find out. I know you. A female voice rang out, and the crowd's gazes followed the direction the voice came from, and they saw Long Mingqiu standing there. In knowing that someone from Luocheng Technical School had come to challenge, Long Mingqiu's first thought was Su Chen, and he didn't expect that it was really this guy Su Chen. With Long Mingqiu's proof, Su Chen's identity as a new student had naturally been confirmed, and beside Long Mingqiu, Lu Qingxian was watching this scene with complicated eyes. Who would have thought that Su Chen, who he couldn't look down on in the beginning, would be so strong now? But, wasn't he damaged in his origin? Even if the Sword Heavenly King had taken action, he wouldn't have recovered so quickly, right? What the hell is going on here? Lu Qingxian wanted to go up and ask Su Chen, but she held back. Now that she was a cadet at Star River University, with her looks and sass, she had already found her next home. But their newborn chief student, but also from the Qingcheng martial arts family's young master, identity, status are not comparable to Su Dust. The important thing is that the person's talent is even stronger than the outrageous. In comparison to Su Chen, Su Chen was completely incomparable. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian also laughed coldly in her heart, when she gave Su Chen steps and gave him a chance, but she did not think that Su Chen would be so ungrateful. Even if he rejected her, he had the nerve to hit her in public. This matter should never be left alone. Now that Su Chen even dared to come and challenge Star River University, it was just right to let her current boyfriend come and teach Su Chen a hard lesson. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxian hurriedly sent a message to Yu Zihan, and in the ring, Zhang Yu was clearly no match for Wu Tao. Wu Tao had gone down to the abyss and fought with the foreigners, defeating Zhang Yu in 10 moves, but not letting him fly out of the ring. Instead, he humiliated Zhang Yu as Zhang Feng did that day. Enough! I'll admit defeat for Zhang Yu. The mentor couldn't even stand to watch and hurriedly spoke out. Wu Tao then swept Zhang Yu out with a very sweeping shot. At that time, this is how your people from Star River University dealt with our Luocheng Technical School. But we are not as disgusting as your people who want to lay their hands on us. Wu Tao finished speaking, pointing his spear at Star River University. May someone dare to fight. The Star River University's students were directly enraged, and another freshman jumped out, surprisingly at the 8th star of the Qi Blood Realm. Among the freshmen are already considered a good presence. I'll do it. Mu Feng had anger in his eyes, as the hallowed Star River University was blocked at the entrance by a person from a technical school. If we beat them, we'll get first choice of spouse. You are too weak. Wu Tao learned from Su Chen's words just now, and realized that pretending to be a bully was really good. And at this time, Wang Lin's live broadcasting room unexpectedly already has more than 100,000 people. Not only the teachers and students of the Luocheng Technical School, but also the people of other colleges. Anyway, people from all sides are paying attention. The heat is on as technical schools challenge top universities. Wang Lin is even more excited and shouted. The live broadcast of the gifts are to brush the flying. Do not know or thought it was Wang Lin in the dry fight. Seek death. Mu Feng killed up, carrying a long sword in his hand with an amazing blade, and he also had a deep attainment in blade techniques. The two were instantly engaged in battle. In such a short while, the entrance to Star River University was already surrounded by people. All of the trainees appeared and looked at Su Chen's few with unfavorable gazes, especially those freshmen. They couldn't wait to all go up and get Su Chen and the others killed. The older students were a bit angry, but they didn't say anything. It would be inappropriate for them to go up when other freshmen came to challenge them. But, why is this pussy cub Wu Tao so strong? Surprisingly, even Mu Feng wasn't his opponent, and was directly defeated in 10 moves. Who else? Wu Tao roared, with a look of madness to the point of no return. At this moment, Wu Tao felt that he was ridiculously strong, and could even arm wrestle with Su Chen. If you guys can't do it, you'll be ING sophomore veterans. Wu Tao pointed his gun at the Star River University trainees with arrogance. The back projection was still playing, and the fact that Star River University had challenged and humiliated L.A. City Technical School was almost common knowledge, yet no one laughed at the Luocheng Technical School. Instead, all of them scolded Tsinghua University for being shameless. It's really degrading for a top university to bully a technical school, and Su Chen and his group's behavior was a masterpiece, and they actually received the support of many people. Imagine if your own academy was so humiliated. If you didn't dare to stand up for yourself, what the hell would be the point of practicing martial arts? Might as well go home and dig up. You're good at fighting. Ha, you know how to fight has no use ah. Among the new students, a yellow hair came out, and at a glance it looked like the spiritual boy. Chapter 81, watching a live broadcast is a hot mess. You're good at fighting. Ha, what's the point of you knowing how to fight? Yellow hair walked out, wearing tights and beanies, and gave Wu Tao a disdainful look. Then jump right on it. Yu Zihan, the spiritual guy declared his name. Freshman chief student of Star River University. The freshmen around them all lowered their heads. Martyr. Sometimes they didn't want to admit who they were. It was really humiliating. But Yu Zihan's skills were indeed not weak, and this position of chief student was indeed earned by his own strength. Luo Fanyin was naturally amongst the new students, and after seeing Wu Tao defeat 2 people in a row, she also truly believed that they had a record of defeating the Qi Hai realm. Right now, among the freshmen of Star River University, it seemed that only Yu Zihan was really able to resist, but the point was that Su Chen hadn't even made a move yet. Thinking of this, Luo Fanyin shook her head somewhat bitterly. If what Su Chen said was true, then Star River University was afraid that it would take a third-year veteran to come out and win today, but it wouldn't be honorable to win if the older students took a shot. Wu Tao frowned, thunderstruck by Yu Zihan's outfit. How could he not expect Yu Zihan to be a spiritual young man? That name doesn't fit your outfit very well. Upon hearing this, Yu Zihan looked like she had been poked in the sore spot, and without saying a word, she jumped up and kicked towards Wu Tao. The two of them exchanged hands. Su Chuan was also able to see that this Yu Zihan did have some skills. His legs were very flexible, and a flying kick almost ed Wu Tao down. Only then did Wu Tao get serious. The fight between the two was exciting, but the mentor on the side of Star River University had been black-faced the entire time. Their freshmen were even inferior to a freshman from a technical school, and now they even had to ask the chief student to make a move. While on the opposite side, the other person's chief student hadn't even made a move yet? If Yu Zihan lost again, wouldn't it mean that their Star River University, a first-class prestigious school, was inferior to a technical school? If this gets out, well, it's already gotten out. This Wang Lin kid is live. The Win language also does not know how much money has been smashed into it, but it has actually sent this live broadcast to the hot search. Ha ha ha, good boy. Give them a good beating. Yeah, that's it. Kick his ass. In the office of the Luocheng Technical School, Win Whisper was watching the live broadcast with a group of instructors, each of them shouting with excitement. Not just them, the entire Luocheng Technical School seemed to be in a state of insanity. All the trainees were holding their cell phones and watching the live broadcast, cultivating without cultivating at all. One by one, they looked at their cell phones and yelled, so hot that they couldn't wait for it to be them on the field. Marred. After watching the live broadcast, I'll go down to the abyss. Either I die or the foreigners die. Swinging for so long, old me also want to be a person. Now even want freshman students to go out to give Luo Chang Technical School to find a scene. Old man live a real failure. After watching the live broadcast, old man take life to cultivate. The veteran students of the L.A. City Technical School watched with fervor, each excitedly yelling and screaming, not caring about their image at all. It was Summit, who was still being treated for his serious injuries, who was thrilled to see his blood boil, and his wounds had disintegrated several times. Star River University entrance. Yu Zihan and Wu Tao had already exchanged hundreds of rounds of battle, and Wu Tao had clearly fallen somewhat into a disadvantage. Finally, after a carelessness, he was kicked out by Yu Zihan. You're a good fighter, aren't you? What's the point of being able to fight? Coming out is about power. Yu Zihan laughed coldly, and in his heart, he was also a little surprised at how this person from the technical school could be so strong. Lu Qingxian shouted in excitement to celebrate Yu Zihan. The freshman was excited but couldn't stop smiling. Yu Zihan sniffed and looked over, throwing a flying kiss at Lu Qingxian, which even more charmed Lu Qingxian to death. At the sight of Luo Fanyin, Yu Zihan also froze for a moment, deliberately striking a pose that he thought was very handsome, but it almost made Luo Fanyin vomit. Just trash. How dare you challenge Star River University? It's simply ridiculous, Yu Zihan said. So what if he's great? It's just a waste with a little bit of skill. It's just a little technical school. Shouldn't you suffer being humiliated? I really can't understand how bad you guys are to go to a technical school, and you still have the face to think of yourselves as human beings. Yu Zihan laughed out loud, and his words were a mockery, and the look in his eyes toward Su Chen was even more disdainful. Your ing Su Chen, that punk who was dumped by Qing Xian. Yu Zihan looked at Su Chen, who had already received Lu Qingxian's message, and couldn't help but taunt. It's also true that for a little punk like you, how can you be worthy of Qing Xian? It's only natural to be dumped. Ha 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 ha, Yu Zihan laughed. Rampant. Or you can kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll let you go as if you're a fart. Yu Zihan mockingly laughed out loud, and Lu Qingxian even raised her head to the sky. I can't stand it. I'll do it. Wang Lin shoved his cell phone to Wu Tao, angrily cursed Wu Tao a nonsense, and was about to go on stage, but was a step slower than Tongyu. Tongyu's white hair and negative sword, standing in front of Yu Zihan, with the breeze blowing through him, he had the feeling of walking out from inside a painting, making the surrounding girls' eyes light up. Just a waste, worthy of mocking Boss Su. If you have the guts to fight to the death, let's see me decapitate you with my sword, Tongyu said seriously, and Wang Lin was about to curse in anger. This guy is getting licked. At this rate he and Wu Tao are going to be replaced by this dog. Find a chance to give him a hard time. Wu Tao and Wang Lin looked at each other and agreed. Su Chen was senseless. Yu Zihan's dog barking didn't make him fluctuate at all, and Lu Qingxian was something. Yu Zihan saw Tongyu on the stage, some sense of crisis in his heart, but still forced to calm down. The two exchanged hands. Tongyu's sword light flashes, vaguely has touched the level of the sword dipper. The Big Dipper? This kid is actually going to reach the sword dipper level? The surrounding bigwigs naturally saw it at a glance and were stunned in their hearts. No one could have imagined that Tongyu's sword skills would be so strong. Only Luo Fanyin was calm because she knew that Su Chen had long since entered the level of the sword dipper. One sword Lotus Blossom. Tongyu didn't have any reservations, and struck out with his own crushing moves, and all of a sudden, countless sword lights soared up. Yu Zihan wanted to resist, but was cut through the skin by the countless sword lights. Blood flowed, and in an instant he was defeated. I concede defeat, Yu Zihan shouted in panic. He felt that Tongyu, this pussy brat, was trying to kill him in a rhythm. If he had shouted slower he was afraid that he would have really been karma. It's better to lose your face than your life. Star River University's people's faces were incomparably ugly. The freshman chief student actually lost in the hands of a freshman from Luo Chang Technical School. The key is that Su Chen, the chief student, hadn't even gone on stage yet. Now, even the mentor of Star River University's face changed. This face is kind of clean. If you can't do it, just admit it. What kind of did you put on the stage? How much money did you put into Star River University and how many buildings did you donate? Tongyu for the first time words so much, but sentence by sentence to kill people's heart. Chapter 82, Was he always this brave? Tongyu's was very solid. Yu Zihan's face was extremely ugly, standing below and looking resentfully at Tongyu, and then looking at Su Chen. Originally, he wanted to defeat Tongyu and then challenge Su Chen, and ruthlessly clean up Su Chen in front of everyone. One was because of Lu Qingxian, the other was because Su Chen had come to challenge Star River University. So many freshmen were undefeated. If he defeated Su Chen, his prestige would be able to reach the peak, even more than a lot of the older students, and that's something that's important to him. But what he hadn't expected was that he had lost at the hands of Tongyu. It hadn't even made a move with Su Chen yet. Luo Fannin's eyes also carried some consternation. Thinking of Tong Yu's earlier statement that he had killed Chi High Realm foreigners, she still felt that she had to Tong Yu was talking big. But now, their Star River University's freshman chief student had actually fallen so quickly and lost so completely. It was from a long distance away that she was also sensing that Tong Yu was about to reach the level of the Sword Dipper. It's just a freshman at a technical school, not only Luo Fanyin. At this moment, everyone at Star River University was looking at Tong Yu. The tutor's face was hard to look at, and the surrounding onlookers from all the major colleges and universities, as well as the tutors and deans who had rushed to the area, and even the people from the Ministry of the Army were all concerned. Seeing this scene also shook his heart. With their strength, they naturally knew the terror of being able to touch the Sword Dipper at this age. And at this age, they had the talent of 8 stars of the Chi Blood Realm. Is this really a freshman at L.A. technical school? All of them were thinking the same thing in their minds, and they even began to wonder if they were old students pretending to be freshmen to make a scene. However, very soon, someone was able to identify the 4 identities of Su Chen. They really are freshmen, especially Su Chen. When the martial examination ended at that time, he had triggered a heaven and earth anomaly, which had even alarmed the Sword Heavenly King to come. At that time, it was causing quite a stir in Luo City, and there were a lot of people in the higher echelons who remembered Su Chen. A light check was to know Su Chen's identity. At that instant, all the people looked at Su Chen with horrified gazes. Wasn't it said that Su Chen's origin was damaged and he couldn't cultivate? Even if the Sword Heavenly King had made a move, there was no way he could have found the Demon King plant so quickly, much less recovered from his injuries so quickly. But Su Chen is actually the Chief Shang now? Does that mean Su Chen is stronger than Tong Yu? But how is that possible? But is there anyone else who dares to come up to the stage to fight? Tong Yu said loudly, his body's sword chi spread out, even more radiant, and an invincible aura rose up to the sky. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. This fellow actually wanted to use this to condense the Sword Dipper. The surrounding tutor bigwigs even took a glance and were horrified in their hearts. How come all the freshmen of Luochang Technical School were so ruthless? All waste, freshman garbage on the old students. Or else admit that Star River University accepts all garbage. Not as good as Luochang Technical School. Tong Yu shouted angrily, his voice rolling, instantly enraging all the Star River University college students. And even some of the tutors were itching to go up and beat up Tong Yu. Boss Su, this guy is so arrogant. Will he really not be killed? Wu Tao couldn't help but say. Wang Lin, on the other hand, continued to broadcast live, taunting Star River University to become a waste storage facility. I'll do it. A sophomore student finally couldn't help but go up on stage, his eyes spraying with anger, and no one among the freshmen dared to go up on stage. Did he just stand by and watch them humiliate Qinghai University? The old student came up to the stage, with a cultivation of 4 stars of the Qihai realm. That is, among the sophomores was considered a good existence. Too weak. Tong Yu looked terrifying with sword light flowing all over his body, and his 2 eyes were as sharp as 2 swords. Tong Yu drew his sword, and the sword light flowed horribly as the 2 of them engaged in battle. Tong Yu didn't defeat this old student quickly, but instead used this old student to hone himself, allowing the sword light around his body to condense. And surprisingly, the Sword Dipper had already begun to appear. However, this old student was still a bit short of the mark, and was actually sent flying out by Tong Yu. Again, Tong Yu's battle spirit was high. He was still a little short of condensing the Sword Dipper out, and still needed a battle, but there was actually no one around to go on stage. Yu Zihan stood in the corner after his defeat. Lu Qingxian seemed to be consoling, but Yu Zihan didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. Instead, his eyes looked at Tong Yu with resentment. Damn thing, you're in big trouble for messing with me, said Tong Yu as dialing a number to call the family. Today this scene he must find back. Another person finally stood out among the older students. Surprisingly, it was the sophomore chief student, Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi's cultivation was already at the Qihai realm 5 stars, and his strength was even stronger. Humiliate Star River University. You'll have to pay. The 2 of them engaged in battle. Very soon, Tong Yu was the one who fell into the wind. It could be seen that Zhou Zi was really strong and worthy of being the chief student of the sophomore year of Star River University. This strength was to be able to fight with even the 8 stars of the Qihai realm. With such pressure, Tong Yu laughed maniacally. His Sword Dipper had already coalesced out, and at this moment a powerful aura rose up to the sky. Tong Yu officially stepped into the Sword Dipper level. Ha ha ha, thanks a lot. This fight is considered a defeat for me. Tong Yu laughed and left. He was indeed not Zhou Ziyi's opponent. If Zhou Ziyi had gone all out, he would have lost long ago, and would even have missed this opportunity by interrupting the condensation of the Sword Dipper. Zhou Ziyi's eyes were ice cold. I don't care to do things like destroying people's chances, but you must pay the price for humiliating Star River University. Su Chen, right? Dare you come up to the stage and fight? Zhou Ziyi landed his gaze on Su Chen. He was curious as to what kind of cultivation Su Chen had. Tanya, such a skill is placed in the Star River University. Freshman can also become a chief student. How in a Luochang technical school even still cannot compete for a chief student position? Moreover, he had also heard something about Su Chen, and in his heart, he was even more curious as to what kind of strength Su Chen's had that could make the heavenly king of swords look at him. Satisfy you. Su Chen stepped forward, and Wang Lin had wanted to come up and show a wave, but it was already too late, and with Wang Lin's strength coming up, he won't be a match for Zhou Zi, so he might as well go live. Make your move. Zhou Zi was already ready, but Su Chen raised his hand, giving an okay gesture. What do you mean? Zhou Zi asked in disbelief. What the hell is this? I mean, defeat you in 3 moves, Su Chen said with a smile. These arrogant words caused the surrounding people to freeze, not knowing exactly where Su Chen got the courage to dare to say such words. The mentors of Star River University were already about to explode with anger. How could they have never imagined that Star River University would one day be in such a situation? An ing humiliated by a guy from a technical school blocking the doorway. Arrogant. Zhou Zi reacted and exploded with anger, directly charging up, his whole body's power bursting out, wanting to finish off Su Chen with one move. Watch it, watch it, watch it. Boss Su is going to act tough. Wang Lin opened the live stream and yelled, aiming the camera at Su Chen. Chapter 83, Ardeen. His old man is good. Wu Tao and Tong Yu consciously stepped aside and distanced themselves from Wang Lin. He was worried that he would bring them along when Su Chen cleaned up Wang Lin later on. Can you tell such a big truth? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for Boss Su to say it? Zhou Zi's attack fell into Su Chen's eyes, seemingly swift but with many weaknesses. In the next moment, Su Chen's cultivation of 2 stars of the Qi High realm was released, and he blasted out with a punch, not even using his sword. It was just such a punch that he actually directly blasted Zhou Zi out of the air. You lose. 1 punch. With the power of just 1 punch, Zhou Zi was already defeated. In fact, it was not that Zhou Zi was too weak, but Su Chen was too strong. Plus Zhou Zi didn't know beforehand that Su Chen actually had a Qi High realm 2-star cultivation. That's why he was defeated by Su Chen with a single punch. But it's useless to talk about this now. A loss is a loss, and making excuses will only add to the disgrace. This kid is strong. The freshman actually has a 2-star cultivation of the Qi High realm. This is a ing record breaker, right? I just want to know why such a good seed went to L.A. technical school? That's right, this talent is enough to go to imperial school. The surrounding tutor colleges of the major institutions were whispering, their eyes staring, and there were even people from the military department who were whispering. Su Chen's strength was indeed a bit heaven-defying. A freshman could actually have the strength of a 2-star Qi High realm, and also defeat a 5-star Qi High realm martial artist with a single punch. The chief student of the junior year come up. Su Chen spoke calmly, and after thinking about it, he added, or the strongest of your international students can come up. This matter itself is because your international students brought your people to block the door. At those words, the people from Shanghai University couldn't help but look around, trying to find those foreign students. Originally, they thought it was their trainees who went to stir things up, but they didn't realize that it was the foreign students who started it. It's a tough one when it comes to international students. International students are a special presence in any academy, and are a headache for some instructors. And the image on Wang Lin's projection confirmed the truthfulness of Su Chen's words. It was just that when the image was projected to the exposed girl sitting in Nick's arms, with Nick's hands running up and down, the people from Star River University just couldn't feel like lifting their heads up. True shame. The tutors and deans of the other academies were all frowning tightly at the sight of this scene. The military department's face is even more instantly changed. They are most disgusted with these things. Did not think that the hall of the Chinese children even some people are willing to be inferior. This is the students of Star River University. You have to pay attention to a student's 3 views while raising their cultivation. A person from the military department couldn't help but say, glaring at the Star River University instructor. The Star River University tutor was already numb. His toes were picking out a villa, and his whole body was dumbfounded. Why the hell did he come here? Soon after, this matter was the cause for the Dean of Star River University to show up, accompanied by some leaders of the school alliance and the deans of all the major schools. The Dean of Star River University locked his brows tightly, originally thinking that it was just a small matter that could be dealt with quickly, but he didn't expect it to get bigger and bigger. Surprisingly, it had evolved into something like this. Su Chen, it's time for this farce to come to an end. You've achieved your goal, so don't give an inch. The dean spoke out, holding his fire in his heart. Today in front of so many bigwigs, Su Chen ruthlessly swept Star River University's face. But is there anyone else who dares to come up to the stage to fight? Su Chen didn't want to pay attention to this old thing and didn't even look at him. The dean was instantly angry. He was a powerful person of the Martial King realm, but he was still belittled by a kid. For so many years, it was the martial artists who were also martial kings that had to give him face when they saw him. What was he? Su Chen? Su Dust. Do you still want to fool around? Today is an important day for my Star River University. If you keep acting up like this, don't blame me for stepping in to teach you, a thing that doesn't know the heights of heaven. A lesson on behalf of Wind Whisper, Dean said angrily. He was really angry. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Wang Lin had already rushed up with his cell phone, and the camera was aimed at the Dean of Xinghai University. Look everyone, this is the Dean of Star River University. Now he's even openly suppressing us. We're just following the normal process to challenge their Star River University, and their trainee trash is undefeated. And this old undead even jumped out to suppress us. At that time, when their Star River University dogs went to block the door of Luochang Technical School, our trainee was just almost killed, and the dean didn't even make a move to block it. Why? Because our dean, his old man, is good. He knows it's the ring. It's a normal challenge for people, and only smelly old undead things would interfere. Wang Lin held his cell phone, the camera aimed at the dean of Xinghai University, pointing and cursing. This hand gave everyone a dumbfounded look. Su Chen froze, could not help but give Wang Lin a thumbs up. This kid is a little something. The dean of Star River University was instantly furious, and anyone could hear that this was Wang Lin scolding him for being old and shameless. Just about to make a move, one of the tutors hurriedly pulled the dean back and went up to whisper something in his ear. The dean's complexion was unsightly and a trace of embarrassment and resentment flashed in his eyes. He really didn't know that this dog Wang Lin was on the air. Surprisingly, this matter was broadcast out live, and now the live broadcast room actually has hundreds of thousands of people. That is to say, the fact that their defeat at Star River University was now public knowledge? His words just now were even broadcast out live. The hallowed martial king, the dean of Star River University, was actually shaded. Just in anger, he could only endure it. If he really disregarded his identity and struck out at Wang Lin, he couldn't afford to lose this face, but it was more than he could swallow. Meanwhile, L.A. Technical School. In the office, Wind Whisper and the group of tutors watched as their blood boiled, especially when they saw Su Chen go on stage and punch Shou Zi. They were so excited that they yelled and screamed, not caring about their image at all. Hook Days Star River University. When they just built the school or rely on the Luochang Technical School pulled up. Now Luochang Technical School was targeted to suppress, became today's appearance. This dog began to be arrogant, and trying to teach my students a lesson instead of me. Does he deserve it? He deserves a few. The wind tone of the foul mouth. The more you think about the more angry. Directly carrying a knife to leave the Luochang Technical School to go to find the field. In the large steel plant at the exit of the abyss, Mu Changfeng also knew about Su Chen going to challenge Star River University, and even came out of the abyss to watch the live broadcast on purpose. Seeing this scene was also a tight frown. Old undead, if you dare to touch Su Chen, I'll bring my soldiers to break it off with you right now, Mu Changfeng said softly, and in his heart, he was already calculating whether or not to go and support Su Chen. After all, the abyssal map Su Dust is a great achievement, helped them a lot. Is the military department of the senior management have ordered to pay more attention to Su Dust, to provide him with some convenience? In short, Su Chen was now in the sights of those in the higher echelons of the military department. Chapter 84. The old man's face is turned upside down. He really thinks he's a dish. At the entrance of Star River University, the dean was already about to be pissed off, and Wang Lin was holding his cell phone live and cursing him all the time. The point was that he couldn't say anything yet. It was simply useless to try to retort. Su Chen, this matter is a misunderstanding in itself. Isn't it enough that you guys have made a scene to such an extent? The dean had no choice but to look at Su Chen with a gloomy face. They Star River University freshmen and sophomore premier students had already lost. Wasn't that enough? Or did Su Chen really want to fight through Star River University? Where on earth did he get the nerve to do that? A guy from a technical school? It was no longer a matter of letting or not letting anyone come out to fight Su Chen, but rather, their face had become completely difficult to salvage. The fact that a sophomore chief student of a first-class school was defeated by a chief student of a technical school was a big joke in itself. At that time, when your people were blocking the Luochang Technical School, but you didn't think about doing things to leave a thread, Su Chen said, his gaze falling on the dean. Dean choked right back, not knowing what to say for a moment. The meaning of Su Chen's words was already clear. The people of Star River University didn't leave a thread at that time. Don't expect them to leave a thread now. Who the hell brought these guys out? Get them for me. The dean of Star River University was numb, pointing at the guys from Star River University on the projector and asking one of the tutors beside him to find them. No, let these dogs apologize and make this a big deal. Otherwise, at this rate, the impact on Singa University will be irreversible. No need. They're already dead, Su Chen said calmly, shocking everyone once again. I have to say that one thing I admire about your people is that they are not willing to admit defeat even after being beaten to death by me, which I still appreciate. Su Dust said seriously. Wu Tao's eyes dodged. Tong Yue's eyes and nose? This matter has nothing to do with me. Those who didn't know believed Su Chen's words, and those who knew the inside story who didn't know that those guys didn't fail to admit defeat, but were cut down by Su Chen before they could admit defeat. It was also just Zhang Feng who shouted to admit defeat but was still cut. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? They are still students. It's the least of their faults, right? The dean put on a look of pain. Wanted to stand on the moral high ground and condemn Su Chen. Life and death do not matter in the ring. Without admitting defeat, it is tacitly recognized that the fight is still going on. That is, if you die, you shall not be held accountable. This is the rule. Su Chen said calmly. This is still what your trainees told me. You don't think you don't know the rules, do you? This words to the dean to the mouth words cannot say out. Speechless looking at Su Dust, surprisingly cannot pick a little fault. This was supposed to be an iron law that martial artists knew to recognize. In the ring is to die in battle. Shall not hold each other accountable. If he pursues it now will only make people think that he is old and undead disgrace. The dean's face was ugly and a bit thankful. Fortunately he didn't say anything, otherwise he would have fallen into Su Chen's pit again. How come there are so many potholes in talking to this little brat? Oh, there is also that foreign devil of yours, Nick or what's his name. That dog joined hands with the international students of R.L.A. technical school to steal our resources, resulting in the L.A. technical school's already few resources are now even more fewer, and you have to be responsible for this matter. That boy is still detained in the Luochang technical school. I let people send you a message to go to ransom him, but up to now no one to go. This is not accurate to go to ransom people or so? If you guys don't go, I'm going to tear. No, I'm going to clean him up. Su Chen almost said what was in his heart, then produced incriminating evidence of Wang Lin forcing Nick to put his handprints down. This is his confession. On it is his handprint. If there is no problem, hurry up and go to ransom. We are all civilized people. Let's do things decently. The dean of Star River University had been dumbfounded. What did this mean? Blackmailed Star River University? Especially after receiving the confession of guilt, almost gave him angry spitting blood. He turned over and over, only 2 words written on it: cannibalism. Su Chen, don't go too far. The dean really couldn't take it. The martial king's pressure instantly descended, enveloping Su Chen, raising his hand and directly crushing Wang Lin's cell phone, interrupting the live broadcast. Asterisk 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 asterisk, the old undead has flipped. Wang Lin shouted and turned around to run, but the next second the martial king's pressure had enveloped him. They can't move at all. Have you had enough of this nonsense? A district's bottom-feeding technical school still really thinks of itself as a dish, using evil techniques unknown to the above to defeat our Star River University's trainees, and still really thinks it can go to heaven. If I don't give you a little lesson today, won't people think that my Star River University is easy to bully? The dean directly slapped a hat on Su Chen's few, furious and unwilling to admit the failure of Xinghai University. Escort me down. Dare to cause trouble in Star River University. Afterward I'd like to go to Luochang Technical School to ask Wind Whisper properly how he teaches his students. He doesn't know the rules at all. Su Chen still wanted to speak, but he actually realized that his cultivation had been sealed by this old undead. It was a good thing that when this old thing flipped out, he had already crushed the warrant that Wind Whisper had given him, and only expected Wind Whisper to hurry up and come. Su Chen still underestimated the stinking shamelessness of Star River University, not thinking that the dean of a first-class prestigious university would have such a small heart. The 4 Su Chen were about to be escorted away, and the rest of the academy just looked at them without saying anything. After all, they were just a technical school. They didn't need to offend Star River University for a technical school, even if they could all see that they were not at fault in this matter. Su Chen. But so what? That's the reality. The only way to be tough is to be tough with your fists. This farce ended, and the freshman celebration at Star River University was continuing, even if the atmosphere was off the charts. Luo Fanyin, on the other hand, anxiously called Luo Tianhe. As a matter of fact, Luo Tianhe had long since arrived, only he didn't show up. Seeing this scene, he also knew that it was time for him to step in. After all, this was his agreement with Su Chen. Dean Zheng. Luo Tianhe walked out and greeted the dean first. When the dean saw Luo Tianhe, a smile appeared on his face. He naturally knew Luo Tianhe's identity. Although Luo Tianhe is only the peak cultivation of the feudal marquis realm, but he is the master of the Hall of Martial Artists, and the Hall of Martial Artists in the whole of China is a branch, the headquarters in the imperial capital, backed by the venerable, cannot be underestimated. It could be said that Luo Tianhe's status was enough to be on par with him. The martial king. I came here uninvited today because there is something I want to trouble Dean Zhang about. Ha ha, the visitor is a guest. and it's my fault that I'm so old and confused that I've forgotten about the Great Hall of Martial Artists. So I'd like to ask Hall Master Luo to go in first and have a seat. Where's the trouble in that? Hearing Dean Zhang's words, Luo Tianhe also smiled slightly before speaking. I want to trouble Dean Zhang to release Su Chen and the others. Chapter 85 Wind Whisper arrives. Dislikes Star River University. I want to trouble Dean Zhang to release Su Chen and the few of them, Luo Tianhe said, his eyes falling on Dean Zhang with a calm expression. Dean Zhang's expression stiffened when he heard this, and then his face slowly became gloomy as he seemed to look at Luo Tianhe with some anger in his eyes. Hall Master Luo, you're bent on giving me a hard time. Su Chen set up a ring at the entrance of Star River University to block the door, and even more so, he bullied Star River University in this manner. In front of so many bigwigs, they even turned on the live broadcast to broadcast such a humiliating moment for Star River University. How does this give Star River University a foothold? A first-class prestigious school, but the cadets recruited were all weaklings. How could he let his face be disgraced? Dean Zhang, I don't have this intention. It's just that Su Chen is an honorary elder of my martial artist Grand Hall, Luo Tian has said, his voice calm. Furthermore, with Dean Zhang's status, bullying a few juniors doesn't sound too good when it's spread out, does it? Hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Dean Zhang's gaze became even more gloomy. He stared angrily at Luo Tianhe for a long time before uttering a sentence. Luo Tianhe, are you kidding me? He's a brat who can become an honorary elder of your martial Grand Hall? When did the martial Grand Hall become so bottomless? Ha ha, this is really not something I'm making up. When I gave Su Chen the honorary elder status, a lot of people in Luo City were aware of it. This can't be said that I deliberately came to not give you face, Luo Tianhe said, smiling. Dean Zhang's gloomy face was dripping with water. How could he not have thought that a Su Chen could lead to so many things? Right now, it is the Star River University new students into the school to celebrate, is also considered to celebrate the successful conclusion of the enrollment work. Every year Star River University will invite all parties' bigwigs to come to participate. Today in front of so many bigwigs, Su Chen's behavior was undoubtedly throwing Star River University's face to the ground and rubbing it hard. It would be fine if it was another prestigious school, but Su Chen was a cadet from one of the bottom few technical schools, but he had defeated their freshman chief student and sophomore chief student in a row. This shows that no one in the sophomore class of their Star River University is Su Chen's opponent, and with this kid's strength, he might even be able to defeat a wave of junior cadets. It was almost possible to break through Star River University, and if this was spread out, there would really be no way for Star River University to gain a foothold, so he had to step in, even if it meant losing face, to stop this farce. But he also didn't expect that at this time Luo Tianhe would show up to defend Su Chen and say that Su Chen was an honorary elder of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. With this layer of identity, the matter is even more complicated. The matter of detaining the honorary elders of the Hall of Martial Artists is not a small matter. But if they let Su Chen go like this, the face of their Star River University will really be lost. What if I'm not prepared to give you this face? Dean Zhang's heart was also a bit numb, and he wanted to curse his mother. With so many bigwigs watching around him, that's all he can say with a stiff upper lip. What else could it be? Can't a Grand King of Martial Arts go soft now? The many bigwigs watching were undoubtedly roasting Dean Zhang on the fire. Su Chen looked at Luo Tianhe and knew that this would happen, and also knew that Star River University's urbane nature probably wouldn't give Luo Tianhe face. But Luo Tianhe's appearance must have been able to temporarily stall Star River University, and this time was enough for Wind Whisper to arrive. Sure enough, in the next second, Wind Whisper's angry curses came. Zhang dog, don't you stomp on your nose? You still want to teach our Luo Chang Technical School students a lesson instead of me? You're nothing. Wind Whisper's angry curses came out, and in the next second, he appeared at the entrance of Star River University, his gaze sharp as he looked at Dean Zhang. Immediately afterward, the pressure belonging to a martial king descended, unlocking the seals on several of Su Chen's bodies. The few tutors who were detaining Su Chen's four only felt a dullness in their chests, and a mouthful of blood was spat out. Their faces pale. Wind Whisper actually went straight for it. Only then did the four Su Chen walk over to Wind Whisper's side, looking at the Star River University's trainees with an unkind look in their eyes. Wind Song, what are you doing? Dean Zhang only felt his scalp numb. He really wanted to blow up. Why did it have to be a day like today? In front of so many bigwigs, their Star River University's face is considered to be completely lost. What for? I have to ask you what you want to do. You're still so shameless at your age? A challenge cut between trainees. You shameless things still have the nerve to intervene? Can't you have some face? If I had known that you dogs were so shameless, when you people from Star River University went to set up the ring at that time, I should have stepped in and just gotten rid of them. Wind Whisper's words directly scolded Dean Zhang, who was unable to retort. This matter itself was his fault. A challenge between trainees. Their older generation stepping in did drop the ball. Otherwise, not one of the many big shots around would have stood up for him. Wind Whisper, you condoned your trainees to humiliate my Star River University. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. Dean Zhang said stiffly. Humiliate? What's wrong with me just letting them humiliate your Star River University? Wind Whisper directly disliked them angrily, truly not giving them any face at all. Dean Zhang has actually wanted to soften. This is not in the right. In the drama continues. The shame can only be Star River University. He said this in the hope that Wind Whisper would go along with the steps and give him some face. But who would have thought that Wind Whisper, the bandit, would be exactly the same as he was when he was young? Really not giving him any face at all. If you guys are capable, let your trainees come out. That is, beat them to death. I won't say a word, but if some stinking shameless thing from the older generation makes a move, today, I will tear off a piece of his flesh even if I have to fight for this life. Wind Whisper spoke in a domineering manner. Wang Lin also shouted out in response. Star River University losers, does anyone dare to come and fight? If we can't beat them, it's because we're not as skilled as we should be. Su Chen also said. Looking at the Star River University's cadets, this time all the pressure was given to the big three. The freshmen and sophomores have all but lost, leaving only the juniors. The juniors were also numb. Su Chen's strength could not be speculated by common sense at all. If they went up and also outputted, this face would really be a big loss. This matter is indeed Star River University's fault in the first place. How about this? Star River University gives you an apology. This matter is even finished. Everyone is in the school league. It's not a good look to make such a mess. If you really want to have a sparring match, it will soon be the famous schools exchange. Then the geniuses from all the major institutions will come out. That's what will make it lively. Now this small fight will be meaningless. On the side, the dean of a first-class prestigious school as well couldn't help but speak. Apologize? Why should I? Star River University. Apologize to them? Dean Zhang was instantly offended. Star River University is a first-class and prestigious university. What are they? Luocheng Technical School. Not just a technical school that is about to close down. Do they deserve our apology? The fire in Dean Zhang's heart rose up, really did not want to endure, and even said the words in his heart directly. Chapter 86 Single Kill Sakura. Plan Genealogy Single Page. After Dean Zhang said this, everyone's gazes were looking at Dean Zhang. Speechless. You are at least a dean of a college. How can you say something so unleveled? Even if that's what you really think, just say it in private. Now say it in front of so many people. And even more so right in front of people. Haven't you lost enough face? Humph. That's right. Our Luocheng Technical School is nothing more than an academy that's about to close down. How come you guys from Tsinghua University still can't beat it? The school league has given you a huge amount of resources tilted over the years, and you've raised such a number of wasteful things? Wind Whisper said loudly. Since Dean Zhang had already said so, there was even no need for him to save face for Star River University. Or is it? All the resources tilted by the school league over the years have been embezzled by you. Wind Whisper. Don't talk nonsense about things without evidence. The school league's resources are naturally tilted because Star River University is a first-class prestigious school, and all these resources are naturally used on the students. If I embezzle a little bit, I shall not be allowed to die. Dean Zhan was really anxious. How could he say that? Spoken as if you'd die well if you didn't embezzle. Wind Whisper said with a cold smile. In this matter today, if you Star River University dares to respond to the battle, then continue. If you don't dare, then I will take them away now. But well, you have to admit that your Star River University's cultivated contraptions are inferior to ours. That's right. What's a dog barking for? Everything speaks with strength. Who dares to fight? If you don't dare, you'll admit that you're inferior to the L.A. City Technical School. It's just a matter of losing face anyway. Wang Lin and Wu Tao said sarcastically, disdain in their eyes. At this time, Yu Zihan's eyes were even more resentful, and he directly found an old student and paid him to go on stage, not for any other reason, but to clean up Su Chen. But the next second, an older student had taken the lead on the stage. I'll answer the battle. The person speaking spoke in broken Chinese, obviously a foreign student, and surprisingly had a cultivation level of 9 stars in the Chihai realm. I come from the Honorable Sakura. My name is Matsu A, and Nick and I are sort of old friends, and this whole thing started because of him, so I'm here to help him out. This I have to go on. Wang Lin rolled up his sleeves, which died genealogy can be a single page. The next year can enjoy the first incense. Come down. Just as he made his move, Su Chen held Wang Lin down. He could sense that the strength of Matsu was not weak, not something that Wang Lin could deal with. Then, Su Chen went up, his eyes cold. At this time, new grudges and old grudges were counted together. Su Chen took the lead. Terrifying sword chi rushed up to the sky. The whole person was like an unsheathed sword, killing up towards the pine. There was some contempt in Matsu A's eyes. He didn't think Su Chen was his opponent. He had defeated a martial artist of the sovereign realm back then. You're strong, but you're no match for me. Matsu A, not speaking of martial arts, pulled out a katana and slashed at him. Seeing this, Su Chen was not polite, and the Dragon Abyss sword struck out. The Big Dipper condensed and countless sword daggers streaked across, turning into a large net to pounce over. The Big Dipper. This kid has actually reached the Sword Dipper level. The surrounding people saw Su Chen's Sword Dipper and their entire body was bad. They thought that Tong Yu's talent in the Sword Dao was already heaven-defying and terrifying enough, touching the Sword Dipper's level at a young age. But now, Su Chen even made them stunned and didn't know what to say. He was actually more terrifying than Tong Yu. But what they didn't know was that Su Chen had actually reached the level of sword momentum. Matsu finally felt the sense of crisis and urged his entire body's chi and blood to resist. The katana in his hand wasn't a piece of mundane artifact, but compared to Su Chen's Dragon Abyss sword it was trash. The moment the two weapons clashed, Matsu A's katana was directly chopped off. Baka! Matsu was furious. This katana was passed down from his ancestors and represented his family's honor, and now it was just chopped off by Su Chen. Cursing angrily, Matsu furiously wanted to get Su Chen killed. Su Chen's backhanded sword carried a terrifying sword momentum, and in an instant, it penetrated Matsu A's chest. Matsu A's eyes were wide, as if he couldn't believe that Su Chen dared to kill him. Neither did he expect that he would really be killed by Su Chen. Su Dust is a Chi C realm 2 stars. As the life force passed, Matsu wanted to say something, but it was too late, and in the next second, he collapsed on the ground, completely dead. Martyr, stained with your blood. Old me's sword is dirty. Su Chen cursed and hurriedly took out a hand towel to wipe the Dragon Abyss sword with a disgusted face. Yes, Wan Lin laughed and shouted with Wu Tao, more excited than they were even on stage. If you chop this guy up with one sword, you'll be able to open up a single page in your family tree. Su Chen, how dare you kill someone in public? Dean Zhang had never thought that Su Chen would dare to kill someone. Is there a problem? Life and death in the ring are each in their own way. There is no shout of admitting defeat. That means the battle is still going on. What's wrong with me killing him? Su Chen asked rhetorically, because he was just suppressed by this old thing. His heart was not happy. You stinking shameless one won't be making another move. Wind Whisper said, with a disdainful face. The heart is cool. How many years? L.A. City Technical School can finally stand up once. The surrounding people, on the other hand, did not care about this, but all of them looked at Su Chen with stunned faces, not because of this sword, but just now they clearly felt the sword momentum on Su Chen. Yes, that's sword power. The real deal sword power. If he remembered correctly, Su Chen was now a new student. Comprehending the sword momentum at such an age. This sword Dao talent. It was the strongest sword heavenly king of today's Chinese sword art that was not as good as him. Su Chen. Just now, that was sword momentum? An unknown bigwig couldn't help but ask, his heart already horrified. Su Dust nodded slightly. There was no need to not admit, since he dared to use it. And what is not dare to admit? Taking the hibernation one is not the road he wants to take. Even though they had already sensed that it was the sword momentum, now that they saw Su Chen nod his head, were still stunned and shocked. Why on earth would a talent like that run off to L.A. Tech? What the hell was their college's admissions office doing when they first enrolled? Such a good ceiling was not found? Go back and make sure to hang and beat up the people in the admissions office. May there be others? Su Chen asked, his eyes cold. This was perhaps the biggest humiliation Star River University had received since its founding. Su Chen, are you willing to come to my Chang'an Imperial School? The heavenly pride there is like a dragon. That's where you should stay. Come to our Northern Military School, graduate and go straight into the ministry. With your skills being a general is not a problem. Don't listen to their nonsense. An academy is an academy after all. Come directly to the military town hall. I can accept you as a personal disciple, and in the future, you can inherit my position. These surrounding big men can no longer sit still. Such a talent they must be pulled together at all costs. Chapter 87, digging up the wall in front of me. You guys are going a bit overboard. Now, even Wind Whisper was confused. Had he let Su Chen overplay his hand? The top schools aren't even throwing in the towel anymore. It's straight up two imperial schools digging in their faces. This is also even if the military town hall. That is the real heavenly pride such as Dragon Place. It can be said That is the military department set up specifically to cultivate the proud son of Heaven Place. When they graduated, the weakest were all in the seal marquee realm. It even set a record for graduation sealing that year, which has yet to be broken. The people who entered the townhouse were all true heavenly prides, and in the future, they were all existences that would be called honored. The recruitment requirements of the town hall are also extremely harsh, and even the existence of a number of years to recruit trainees have not changed the rules. And now, the people of the Jinsho mansion were actually trying to pull Su Chen in. The person who had spoken was a half-step exalt, the strongest existence amongst those present. Even in the town guardian's palace, it was a very prestigious existence, enough to be called a giant on one side. Now it was even more important to accept Su Chen as a personal disciple to succeed him in the future. Dean Zhang directly numb. I invited you to Star River University. Feelings are for others to do the graft? And that's okay. You guys are looking for someone who humiliated Star River University? You guys are making me look bad. Hey, what are you guys doing? This is a student from my Luocheng Technical School. The newborn chief student. Wind Whisper was anxious. It was so hard to find a demon that could hang on to a first-class prestigious school. Now these stinking, shameless things are trolling right in front of them. All of them. Wind Whisper. You have to know that Su Chen's talent can only be best developed at the Imperial School. The Imperial School? Imperial School is nothing. Come to my Jinsho mansion and I'll have this old kid, Sword Heavenly King, come and personally teach you the way of the sword. The big brother of the Jinsho mansion said. It should not be said that just this one condition makes the other Imperial schools unable to find one that can be compared to it. They weren't in a position to instruct the Sword Heavenly King, but the Jinsho mansion definitely had that qualification. Wind Whisper. You kid, just agree to it, or else I can have to go to your Luocheng Technical School to talk about it. The big man of the town guard said, actually directly threatening Wind Whisper. The corners of Wind Whisper's mouth twitched as he cursed in his heart. This was meeting someone even more shameless than him. Su Chen, just obey me. Ha ha ha. The big man of the Jingguanfu laughed out loud, feeling that this matter was considered stable. Su Chen, say something. Wind Whisper was anxious and pulled Su Chen's wrist. Su Dust was embarrassed. How does this feel? Kind of weird. Thank you for your kindness, but I only want to stay in Luocheng Technical School now. Su Chen finally opened his mouth, and to everyone's surprise, Su Chen refused. It was the big man of the township that froze. Others were sharpening their heads to get into the township, and now that they had this opportunity, Su Chen even refused. No kid. You have to understand that the townhouse is different from these academies in the school league. He was created entirely by the military department. As long as you can enter the townhouse, both your status and position can be greatly enhanced. It's not an exaggeration to say that if you had been a member of the town hall before, this old boy Justin wouldn't have dared to make a move on you at all. The big man of the township said, pointing at Dean Zhang, who had an embarrassed look on his face. Dean Zhang, today this face is really lost clean, and now also be pulled out of the body whip. The most important point is, the resources that you came to the town hall to enjoy are the most top-notch in China, which means that for the next 4 years, you don't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. As far as I know, the annual cultivation resources of the Luo City Technical School are limited. I can tell you without exaggeration that if you come to the town hall, the resources that you alone can enjoy in a year is enough to rival the entire Luo City Technical School's allocated resources for a year. Furthermore, with your sword Dao talent, I can get you the Sword Heavenly King to personally guide you in your sword cultivation. And I don't need to tell you more about the strength of the Sword Heavenly King's sword Dao. All of this is something that the L.A. technical school you're in now will never be able to give you. People go to higher places. You're in the golden age of cultivation now. And even more so, you can't delay it. The big brother of the town hall said, these are all the truth. He didn't tell any lies at all. And this is also the reason why a lot of people sharpened their heads and also wanted to enter the town hall. Another thing is that people who come out of the town halls get to hold very important positions in the military. It could be said that the moment one entered the townhouse, one was already flat on their feet. Su Chen was silent. It wasn't that he wasn't moved. On the contrary, he was very moved. But, he's not like the others. He's a hangman. He's got a system. Did he have to rely on tons of resources for his cultivation? Not really. One can become stronger just by killing. So, to put it bluntly, the middle of the abyss is the most suitable place for Su Chen. Going somewhere else really isn't always right for Sodom and Gomorrah. Especially these what emperor school what? Treating their own trainees as precious eggs, holding them in the palm of their hands for fear of melting. This kind of cultivation was not the path Su Chen was going to take. What he was going to take was the way of killing. Killing all the way. I know, but the path I'm going to take, these are not suitable. Su Chen can only explain this way. Can't say that he has a system. Right, is a hanging bar. The big brother of the township looked at Su Chen and didn't say anything. And in his heart, He began to wonder if the world had forgotten about the township after it remained untouched for too long. Or did he not offer a generous enough deal? Other than that, the condition of the Sword Heavenly King personally instructing was an incomparable temptation for the supervisory cultivator. The scene was quiet. The wind language is also a little dumbfounded. Suchun unexpectedly so righteous. In his place, he would have long been unable to withstand this temptation to run away. He was all moved, and Suchun unexpectedly refused. Su Dust, think about it. The town hall is a great opportunity for you. What he said is indeed true. We at Luocheng Technical School don't have the means to give it to you, but they can. As much as I don't want you to go, I can't cut off your path to martial arts because of my own selfishness, Wind Whisper said in a deep voice, which was what he was really thinking inside. Su Chen is very outstanding, but he really does not want to give up. But he cannot cut off Su Chen's martial path because he does not want to give up. This is unfair to Su Chen. Su Chen was a bit surprised and glanced at Wind Whisper. You're kicking me out? I didn't mean that. Shut up if you don't mean it. I said I'm staying at Luocheng Technical School, Su Chen said. The heart, however, was really dripping blood. Making that decision was worse than killing him. He was also hesitant at the time when the system told him to choose the Luocheng Technical School, but only later did he realize that the system's choice was right. There was an abyss below the Luocheng Technical School that guarded the foreigners, and his kills would raise his cultivation, so such an outlier would be most appropriate in the abyss. And, let us not forget that the L.A. Technical School was the top of the imperial schools in the first place. There are some undertones that none of the current imperial schools have. Chapter 88, This is a clean loss of face. Hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Yun froze a little, with an indescribable touch in his heart. In an instant, he actually reddened his eyes. He didn't think that Su Chen would really give up the town hall and choose to stay at the Luocheng Technical School. Su Dust. Wind Whisper actually wanted to persuade Su Dust some more. After all, the town guardian house is really strong, and the resources that can be enjoyed are many, not something that Luocheng Technical School can give him. There's no way to compare it to even the imperial school. This is the strength of the town hall. But after seeing Su Chen's eyes, Wind Whisper still chose to shut up. Su Chen had said so. If he still talked nonsense, it would really have the meaning of driving Su Chen away. The big brother of the Jinsho mansion also froze, not expecting that after speaking to such an extent, Su Chen would still refuse. For a moment he was also a bit confused and looked at Wind Whisper again. It's true that L.A. City Technical School was the top of the imperial schools back then, but it has fallen to such a degree over the years that it's even facing being merged at any time. Could it be that it could be reborn in Nirvana and rise again? If that's true, then he has nothing to say. But, have you really thought about it? The big brother of the Jinsho mansion asked again, somewhat undeterred. Su Chen's talent really shocked him, but it was also impossible for him to force Su Chen. Think about it, my path is like this. The martial way should be accompanied by killing. To become strong when stepping on countless corpses and bones, hiding behind and enjoying a large amount of resources. This is not the path I want to take. Different from my martial way. As Su Chen said this, a very strong aura erupted from his body. It was as if a sword had come out of its sheath, filled with sharpness. The town hall elder froze a bit, not expecting such words to come out of the mouth of an 18-year-old cadet. This realization alone had surpassed many of the imperial school's trainees, and was even more than their Zenshifu's people had ever been. Many people were enjoying the tilting of resources rightfully, but when they were really asked to fend off the foreigners, it was for the fearful. Even many of the cadets had been practicing in the university and were so comfortable for too long that they had forgotten that they were facing the crisis that the foreigners would break through the defense line at any time. Many of the cadets didn't even know what the hell a Fei was, let alone having seen one and killed one. Good. The big man from the Jingguanfu laughed loudly and came to Su Chen's side, patting Su Chen's shoulder, which was enough to show that he was satisfied with Su Chen. In that case, I won't force you. If you want to, when you figure it out, come to me at the town hall. The town hall's door is always open for you. Saying that, he handed Su Chen a business card with his contact information on it. Seeing this, the people around them were all stunned, staring wide-eyed and full of disbelief. They all thought that Su Chen was truly sick when they heard that he had rejected the Jinsho mansion, that he had given up such a good opportunity. But after hearing Su Chen's words, many of the academy deans were silent. They saw something in Su Chen that was not present in their trainees, and this kind of thing was the most important in the path of martial arts. Is this the beginning of martial arts? These deans could all be at the martial king level of cultivation, and at this moment, when they saw the attitude of the bigwigs of the Jinsho mansion towards Su Chen, their hearts were all a little envious. This big brother was the strongest among them, half-step Zunshe realm, which was an extremely strong existence when looking at the whole of China. What's more, he's from the town hall. With the appearance of the big brother of the township, The dean of Star River University was now afraid to make a move even if he wanted to make a scene. Looking at Su Chen with an iron face, it was clearly him who had invited some of these bigwigs to come to Star River University. But Su Chen even intercepted him halfway. And now that Star River University's face was cleanly disgraced, Su Chen was given a look by a bunch of bigwigs, and was even going to be invited to go to the townhouse. What an honor this is! But Su Chen even refused. But it was Su Chen who refused. And the big brother of the town hall was so satisfied with Su Chen that he gave Su Chen his contact information. It's him. A generation of martial kings don't even have the contact information of the bigwigs of the town hall. When he went to invite people, he went personally to the gate of the town hall and waited for 3 days before he waited. With this contrast, the dean of Star River University was about to vomit blood from anger. Su Chuan, with your sword Dao talent, I can find the sword Heavenly King for you. Are you willing to worship under him? There is no need for you to leave the Luo City Technical School. The big man of the township asked again, really unable to bear to see Su Chen's sword Dao talent in the dust. When Su Chen heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It's not necessary. For their part, some of the surrounding people from Luo City knew that Su Chen had previously attracted the Heavenly King of Swords to come, and the Heavenly King of Swords had personally wanted to take on a disciple, but as a result, they had all been rejected. Then, Sword Heavenly King and Su Chen became brothers. Thinking about it makes me envious. Why is the gap so big when we are all human? It seems like everything good has been taken up by Su Dust. The only thing that didn't let him take advantage of it was that Su Chen didn't go to a first-class prestigious school. But now, Su Chen brought people to a first-class university to smash the scene. At this moment, in the corner, Yu Zihan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already contacted his family's people to come and clean up Su Chen, and as a result, his heart was in his throat when he saw the big brother of the Zhenshou mansion go down. But what he didn't expect was that Su Chen had refused. Since he had refused, then he was not from the Zhenshou mansion. Then with the strength of his Yu family to clean up Su Chen, he would not have to worry about anything. Thinking of this, a trace of resentment flashed in Yu Zihan's eyes again. From Lu Qingxian's mouth he learned that Su Chen was nothing more than an ordinary person, with no power and no influence, only some talent. But he had seen too many people with talent who ended up as nothing more than a powerful horse minion who had to respectfully call out to him as a young master when they saw him. Su Dust is it? You see me play not to play to death you, but also ING Martial Arts Hall Honorary Elder. Go to the Nima. Yu Zihan laughed coldly in his heart. Lu Qingxian had already said it. It was because Su Chen, a white boy, was beside Luo Tianhe's daughter, so Luo Tianhe came out to help Su Chen. There is also that Tong Yu. The sword Dao talent is very strong right, but also very wild. Let him lose face. This matter naturally cannot just let it go. He's going to make Tong Yu unable to hold a sword for the rest of his life. This farce finally ended when Star River University went soft, and the dean of Star River University looked at Su Chen and Wind Whisper with a grim face and resentment. Soon it will be the famous schools exchange, so you guys should be careful. After saying that, the dean turned around and went inside the academy, not having the face to stay here. Che, who won't say big words, now by my family demon into. The famous school exchange will be the same to give you guys into a stink. The wind language is very happy, excited, said with a big smile. At this moment, the sword Heavenly King, who was far away in another city, also saw the previous live broadcast, and was overjoyed in his heart that Su Chen's cultivation had risen so quickly. However, when he saw the dean of Star River University make a move, he knew that things were not good and directly came with his sword. At the entrance of Star River University, the four Su Chen and Wang Lin were very excited. Let's go. It's also time to go back. Wind Whisper said that he was going to take the four Su Chen back. Wait, the people had dispersed, and only then did Yu Zihan walk up and say, Chapter 89, your boyfriend was beaten by me. Wait, Yu Zihan walked up with a gloomy face, followed by Lu Qingxian. Su Chen turned around and frowned when he saw this scene, with some speechlessness in his eyes. That is, he knew that it was Lu Qingxian who was messing things up again. Sometimes Su Chen really wanted to get Lu Qingxian killed and forget about it. But, killing someone in the street like this, and not in the ring, if he really killed Lu Qingxian, it would bring him a lot of trouble. It's not a cost-effective thing to get yourself in trouble for such a piece of. Something wrong? Wang Lin asked, stepping forward. Of course there is something. Yu Zihan laughed coldly. I'm the young master of the Jade family of Qingcheng. This kid has to give me an explanation for being so disrespectful to me. What do we care most about when we come out to hang out? Of course it's face, but you guys don't give me any face. How am I going to get along with Star River University in the future? And, you bullied my girlfriend before. We have to settle this matter. At those words, Su Chen froze for a moment. This kid was really a spiritual youngster. Wu Tao faced some embarrassment. After all, just now a careless did not flash. Was Yu Zihan a flying kick to kick out? Was Wang Lin ridiculed until now? Tong Yu walked up with his sword, his gaze cold. What do you want? Who are you, kid? Don't mess around. Wind Whisper was also speechless. How could a sizable cutie pop up here? Come to find things, old man, get out of the way if you're sensible. I know you're a martial king, but there's more than one martial king in my Qingqingyu family, Yu Zihan said, not feeling fearful just because Wind Whisper was a martial king. He was the young master of the Yu family, arrogant and domineering since childhood. When had he ever been afraid? Dean, just get out of the way. Splashing you with blood later, Su Chen said, telling Wind Whisper to get out of the way. He would be laughed at if he, an older generation, interfered in the matter between their juniors. Upon hearing this, Feng Yi took a step back, but was about to explode with anger. Luo Tianhe also smiled and did not say anything, standing next to Feng Yi, and there were still some trainees from Star River University who hadn't left, and when they saw this scene, they immediately came to be interested. Su Chen had hit Star River University's face so hard, they were all angry in their hearts, and they all knew Yu Zihan's identity. If they could see Yu Zihan clean up Su Chen, it seemed to be good. It's good to take a breath. Lu Qingxian held Yu Zihan's hand and looked at Su Chen with a proud face. At first my Yu loved me, now my Yu can't reach, Lu Qingxian said, thinking that before Su Chen liked her so much, not just being abandoned by her. Surprisingly, he didn't like her anymore. Even she personally went to find Su Chen and give him a step down. Su Chen didn't even give her face. Lu Qingxian was holding fire in her heart, and now that she was on Yu Zihan's side, she naturally wanted to show off in front of Su Chen. My boyfriend is the young master of the Jade family. He is going to inherit the Jade family in the future, Lu Qingxian said. Do you know about the Jade family? That's the martial arts family of Qingcheng. That is, there's more than one strong martial king. And you? What do you have besides a little talent? Lu Qingxian spoke more and more vigorously. Seeing Su Chen did not speak, he felt that Su Chen was struck down. His eyes were even more pleased. Your boyfriend was beaten by my men. Your boyfriend was beaten by me, Su Chen said, and Tong Yu hurriedly said the same, most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. A touch of embarrassment appeared on Yu Zihan's face. My boyfriend is the young master of the Jade family. He has great talent and is the freshman chief student of Star River University. He will definitely be a strong person who seals the title of king in the future. Your boyfriend was beaten by me. There's more than one martial king in my boyfriend's family. There's money to be had, power to be had, and there's even a big shot who serves in the military. Your boyfriend was beaten by me. Lu Qingxian is going crazy. You cannot change a sentence. The face of Yu Zihan on the side is even more ugly. Your great master, how much does it mean to keep saying this? Looking to Lu Qingxian on the side, Yu Zihan was also speechless. Can you damn well stop talking? Lao Zi's face is getting cleaned out. Tell me, what do you want? Su Chen went up and asked, also feeling bored. This kind of tricks played by elementary school students. How come Yu Zihan is still playing at this age? Things between men are naturally settled with fists. You sneak attack. Just as Yu Zihan finished speaking, a fist landed on his eyes as fast as lightning, directly giving him a panda eye in one eye. Is that so? Su Chen retracted his fist and asked with a smile. Yu Zihan directly gas explosion. To do it, just came up and led a fist. This time the two eyes are considered symmetrical. You dare to hit me? You're miserable. You're really miserable this time, Yu Zihan said spitefully, still thinking of using his family to oppress Su Chen. He didn't expect to be punched into a panda eye. Hitting our young master. You don't have a lot of guts. Su Chuan was about to speak when a voice came from the side. Su Chuan looked in the direction of the source of the voice and a burly man walked over. The face carried a hideous scar as if a centipede was lying on its face. Somewhat terrifying. The man's cultivation level was surprisingly already 4 stars of the Zhongshu realm, and he was considered Yu Zihan's personal guard. Only because he was in the academy, he was arranged to be outside by Yu Zihan. This time, Yu Zihan naturally wouldn't just call him to come, but directly moved the family's martial king, except that it would still take some time for Qingqing to arrive at Luo City. Say it, how do you want to die? The guard said, a pair of fists covered in calluses, like a beast standing in front of Su Chen. The wind language is about to sit down. Martyr this kid even called the foreign aid. This is not at all put him in the eyes. Look again. You have to trust Su Chen. Luo Tianhe, however, stopped Wind Whisper. He was curious if what Su Chen said to him earlier was true. He's killed Fei clansmen. If it was true, then this person was not a danger to Su Chen. Su Chen also had no intention of letting Wind Whisper step in, so he was ready to make his move. Kid, after beating up my Yu family's young master, leave both legs behind today. Just as he was about to make his move, a low voice rang out. A middle-aged man came striding in, followed by a dozen or so people. Surprisingly, there were 4 feudal marquis realms, and the others were all sovereign realms, and this middle-aged man was actually a martial king. Su Chen frowned. Who was this again? Second uncle. You're finally here. It's the kid who bullied me, Yu Zihan said as he walked up happily at the sight. Su dust numb. This is the so-called hit the little big. The old jumped out right? 2 stars of the Qi realm? Still some ability, but today hit my great-nephew. This matter cannot be counted. Yu Hong said. Kneel down. Give my great-nephew an apology. I'm breaking your legs. This matter also see considered over. Otherwise I cannot guarantee what will happen to you. I also want him to kowtow to me. Kowtow until I'm satisfied. Yu Zihan jumped out with a big smile. Chapter 90. Go up and smack him in the face. Jade Hong Martial King's cultivation was released, and his breath crushed over a few towards Su Chen. Yu Zihan was naturally arrogant at the sight of his second uncle coming, almost looking at people with his nostrils. As the young master of the Jade family, when had he ever been wronged like this? Surprisingly, he was beaten into a panda eye by Su Chen. Do you hear me? Hear that and still don't do it quickly? Yu Hong angrily shouted, wanting to use the mighty pressure of a martial king to force a few of Su Chen to kneel. Why should we kneel? It was meant to be a door-to-door challenge, and losing in the ring can only be blamed on him not being as skilled as he is. Tong Yu took the lead and said, but in the next second, a powerful pressure descended directly, pressing Tong Yu's face red and bean-sized beads of sweat falling, just not kneeling down. Excessive. Wind Whisper finally couldn't help but open his mouth, and his aura belonging to a martial king was released, breaking down Yu Hang's pressure and making Tong Yu feel better. Su Chen looked at Yu Hong with cold eyes. The current ones were still too weak to be a match for a martial king, but Su Chen dared to say that a year later, he would be able to behead the king. Martial king? Yu Hong didn't think that there was a martial king behind Su Chen. His face slightly eased. I don't know who your excellency is. This matter is a private matter of my Qingchengyu family. I still hope that your excellency will give me face. Yu Hong had spoken euphemistically, but Wind Whisper's face was even more unsightly. They are my trainees. It is categorically impossible for you to move them. Wind Whisper said directly. The aura of a martial king was fully released, with the tendency that he was going to make a direct move the next moment. The small fight is Su Dust being beaten into him. He will never say anything, but if the older generation jumps out, then he can't endure it. Upon hearing this, Yu Heng's face was also a little unsightly as he looked towards Yu Zihan, wanting to know the identities of a few of Su Chen. They're from the L.A. City Technical School. This old bastard is the principal of the L.A. City Technical School. Yu Zihan said that he naturally didn't need to worry with the backing of his family. Luo City Technical School? Yu Hong froze for a moment before he reacted and laughed out loud. I thought it was that first-rate prestigious school. A technical school is just a technical school, and it dares to provoke my Yu family. Old man, I can give you this face today, but the 4 of them must kneel down and apologize. Yu Hong didn't put Wind Whisper in his eyes at all. There were 2 martial kings in his Yu family, and with all these years of development, he also had some connections in the circle of martial artists. There are people from the Jade family in both the military and the school alliance, so he's not afraid of the dean of a technical school at all, not to mention a technical school that's about to go out of business. Impossible. Unless I die, Wind Whisper said directly, his body's aura instantly exploding, the aura of a martial king rising to the sky. Yu Hong let out a cold snort and also directly greeted him. The 2 martial kings actually made a direct move. The aftermath of the battle fell with a roar, and the ground streets were instantly reduced to pieces. Jade Zihan was excited and greeted the people of the Jade family who were about to make a move on Su Chen's few. For feudal marquis realm, 6 or 7 sovereign realm, they didn't believe that Su Chen could pick a few and still fight? Waste them for me. Yu Zihan coldly laughed and said. Lu Qingxian on the side was even more excited. Worthy of the Jade family, this kind of strength. Su Chen's Dragon Abyss sword had already appeared and was about to make his move when an explosive voice came out. Get lost. Whoever dares to touch Su Chen, I'll come and shoot him. Explosive shouts sounded like thunder, and a figure appeared in front of Su Chen as fast as lightning. A Seal Marquis realm that was just about to make a move was actually directly slapped to death. Su Chen was all frozen. Why did Mu Changfeng come running? Bullying no one at Luo Chang Technical School, right? I won't be able to slap you guys. Mu Changfeng roared. The aura of a martial king crushed towards Yu Hang, and in the next second, Mu Changfeng directly killed him. This scene, Yu Hong are dumbfounded. This hua? But the next scene was even more alarming to him. In Luo City, an army of about 1,000 men had appeared at some point and had arrived. The leader was actually a feudal marquis realm 8-star, of which there were 10 others in the feudal marquis realm and more than 40 in the sovereign master realm. Suffice it to say, this is an extremely elite team. But how did it get here? Pass on the military order. Anyone who touches Su Dust will be killed. The leading Seal Marquis realm Guofeng said, and the team of 1,000 people had already approached, coming behind Su Chen to protect the 4 of them. Su Chen was all dumbfounded. What was going on? What is Mu Changfeng doing with such a big show? It's a bit of an exaggeration to directly mobilize the army to come. What are you up to? Why did you transfer the army? Wind Whisper asked in a low voice. Worrying in his heart, it was a big deal for a town guardian to leave the abyss without authorization, let alone taking the army with him. Don't worry, this is the meaning from above. Mu Changfeng smiled and faced Yu Hong, killing again without saying a word. With all the firepower. Below, an army appeared, and Yu Zihan was directly dumbfounded. How dare he make a move? I'm sorry, it took a bit of time for Commander Mu to ask for instructions from his superiors, Wu Feng said to Su Chen. Even more so that Su Chen wouldn't be able to straighten it out. Mu Changfeng brought his troops here and asked his superiors for permission, and they agreed? Ha ha, you're now the red man of the military department. It's some of the leaders above who are starting to pay attention to you. The map of the abyss that you gave to the military department is very precious. It can be said to be immeasurable. Upon hearing this, Su Chen realized that it was no wonder Mu Changfeng had put out such a big show. It's still Boss Su. That's a wonderful move. I told you that Boss Su wouldn't do a losing deal. This wave of pretending is going numb. Wang Lin and Tong Yu said. When Su Chen gave the map of the abyss to the military department unconditionally, they were still a bit strange. Su Chen shouldn't be able to do a losing deal. It wasn't until now that they realized that Su Chen's move was simply a show to the heavens. Su Dust helplessly smiled. At that time he really did not think so much. Older brother. Just now it was this yellow hair that bullied us and called Boss Su a. Wang Lin's eyes rolled and he hurriedly came up and said, Su Dust? How come I didn't know someone called me out on? I suspect your boy did it on purpose. Guo Feng looked over and smiled contemptuously. Go up and smack him with a few big mouths. Wang Lin, who heard the words, instantly became incomparably arrogant and walked up. The people from the Yu family still wanted to block, but the people from the military department were not vegetarians. Instantly an intense killing intent that rose up to the sky was released. This is practiced through the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, directly making the Yu family's feudal lord realm pale, not daring to move. As long as they dared to move, the people from the military department would definitely dare to get them killed. Snap, snap. Wang Lin, one left and one right. Two big mouths fiercely smacked on Yu Zihan's face, making Yu Zihan's all confused and his face directly swelled up. Let you scold Boss Su. What are you? In front of Boss Su, you are nothing, and you want us to kneel down and apologize? Are you worthy? What an outstanding son of heaven Boss Su is, Wang Lin said while hitting. His hands were black. Yu Zihan screamed miserably, and Lu Qingxian was directly dumbfounded. Wu Tao and Tong Yu were also dumbfounded, cursing Wang Lin, the dog. Chapter 91, only Su Chen is a bit more stable. The two of them were still too innocent in front of Wang Lin. Before, this kid Wang Lin asked me to team up with him to clean you up a bit, but now I think he's more of a dog. So I'll team up with you and clean him up a bit before I do that. Wu Tao hated his teeth and said to Tong Yu. Tong Yu also froze, did not expect to invariably dodged a bullet, hurriedly nodded. The heart, however, is also calculating whether to go to find Wang Lin to join forces to clean up Wu Tao first. Wu Tao, this kid is also bad. Nope. They are all badass. Pack up Wang Lin and run. Can't be with the tiger. Tong Yu thought this in his mind, but didn't say it out loud. And them, just now calling Boss Su a waste of space. We can't bear it anymore. Wu Tao stepped forward and pointed at the Seal Marquee realm of the Yu family and said. Guo Feng froze for a moment and seemed to understand what Wu Tao meant. The corner of his mouth twitched. How these three boys don't seem like good people. It was only Su Chen who looked reliable. Go, Guo Feng said, turning to look at a few people from the Seal Marquee realm of the Yu family and spoke. Those who make a move are considered to have declared war on the military ministry. The Jade family is numb. This feeling that we can only stand as a living target. You can't even fight back? How can you be such a bully? However, Wu Tao had already walked up and was still a little frightened in his heart. This was the feudal Marquee realm. If he could go up and smack a Seal Marquee realm's mouth, the rumors would be enough for him to brag about his greatness for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Wu Tao smacked up with a trembling hand. A crisp slap sounded. Wu Tao turned around and ran away. This feudal Marquee realm's face was blue, itching to go up and tear Wu Tao apart, but he didn't even make a move before he felt the oppression of the military department's iron blood. It's too bullying. Seeing that no one had caught up with the person, Wu Tao's face was delighted and his heart was even more energized. Strutting up and pulling this Seal Marquee realm was a violent beating. Tanya secretly observed and saw that the Yu family Seal Marquee realm actually really didn't dare to fight back, so he swaggered up and punched as well. Guo Feng laughed. These few boys, really young, cannot eat a little loss? Show the fox and tiger to the fullest. Not as steady as Su Dust, etc. Guo Feng thought this in his mind, but in the blink of an eye, he saw Su Chen carrying a large wrench up and slamming it against the Yu family's Seal Marquee realm head. Guo Feng? The rest of the military? Good boy. No wonder you are the first student. I just thought you were stable. Luo Fannian had already come to Luo Tianhe's side and was directly dumbfounded at this scene. She was anxious in her heart when Yu Hong oppressed Su Chen, but immediately after, the military department even came to back up Su Chen. Here comes a king of the military? Is Su Chen going to enroll in school or joining the army? Luo Fanyin only felt that she was becoming more and more unable to see through Su Chen. The shock that Su Chen had brought to him was just too much. This brat is by no means a pool of things Luo Tian has said. Being able to make the martial king of the military ministry come out. What this means, he is more than clear. What's more, on top of that, Su Chen still had a sword heavenly king as a backer. In front, Wang Lin had already beaten Yu Zihan to the point where he couldn't take care of himself, and when he turned around and realized that Su Chen and the others had all already beaten the Seal Marquis realm again, he cursed in his heart how could he be left out of this pretentious thing. In order to say it out convincingly, Wang Lin asked Wu Tao's cell phone over to directly open the video and gave Lu Qingxian 2 mouths to hold the cell phone video. They, on the other hand, violently beat up the Jade family's Seal Marquis realm. The 4 sealing Marquis realms were all beaten into the ground, and the other patriarchal realms naturally could not be spared. Su Dust's wrench was deformed, and Wu Tao carried a trash can that had been plucked up from the side and beaten out of shape. Tong Yu is the most outrageous, entering with a manhole cover. Wang Lin came up even more surprising, even took off his shoes and smacked people's mouths. It's not very hurtful, it's extremely insulting. Guofeng are dumbfounded. This is really a cadet? What about quality? Lu Qingxian's bean-sized tears slipped down. Wang Lin, these 2 slaps for a little fairy like her is how much damage? Will bring her how much psychological shadow you know? But she didn't dare to speak for fear that Wang Lin would smack her big mouth with his shoes. Stop it all. A furious voice came from Star River University, and the big brother of the Jinshou mansion appeared, his face grim. This has just gone. Star River University outside the outbreak of war. First did not pay attention, but then is to feel the breath of the king of martial arts. Feelings of the ing is the king of martial arts dry fight? The bigwigs in the town hall were numb. The martial king ran into the city to fight. What's more, in the sky above, Mu Changfeng and Wind Whisper teamed up to beat Yu Hong into the air. His breath was shriveled, and he received another mouth from Wind Whisper, and he was just about to fight back, when a powerful force locked them in place. The terrifying pressure prevented them from moving. This was the strength belonging to a half-step venerable, not something a martial king could resist. What are you guys doing? As martial kings running to the city to do battle, are you guys going to revolt? The big man of the town guardian house shouted angrily. The dean of Star River University also walked out, and when he saw the scene outside, he only felt his eyes darken. Sins? What kind of sins has Tsinghua University committed? Stop it all. Below, Su Chen and the others were still fighting vigorously when the big man of the Jin Guanfu shouted angrily again. Only then did Su Chen stop and wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead. Is there any law? Is there anyone left to take care of it? Yu Zihan said in a weak voice, tears streaming out indisputably. Su Chen, do you still have any quality or morals? How dare you let them beat me? A girl, Lu Qingxian finally didn't hold back and said, tears slipping down her face, I'm going to post this online. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Want to morally kidnap me? Su Chen was stunned. Then he patted his chest and exhaled. Luckily I don't have any morals. Lu Qingxian? Wind Whisper, give me an explanation. What's going on here? The bigwigs of the Jinshou mansion were numb and looked at Mu Changfeng again, even more angry. And you're AWOL. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, you won't be able to take up this position of town guard envoy. Looking at the big brother of the town guardhouse so angry, the wind language is not weak at all. Directly pointing at Yu Hong and cursing, this grandson also do not know that thatched pit ran out? He wants to kill the students of our Luo City Technical School. As the dean, how can I sit back and do nothing? Yu Hong, when did I ever want to kill your trainees? Yu Hong hurriedly retorted. Then why did you bring so many people here? Wind Whisper pointed at the Seal Marquis realm of the Jade family below. Yu Hong was dumbfounded and actually didn't know what to say. Ha ha, it's quite lively, then I've come to intervene. A clear loud laugh came. A stern sword chi descended, and the sword heavenly king appeared in a white suit with an imperial sword. Chapter 92. Who is this? How did you get beaten up like this? The sword heavenly king's voice rang out, immediately attracting countless people to look up. He saw the sword heavenly king in a hunting white dress. His imperial sword had already arrived here and landed at the entrance of Star River University with a smile on his face. Elder brother Su, long time no see. The sword heavenly king smiled, confirming that Su Chen was not injured before raising his eyes to look at the big brother of the Jinshou mansion. Why did you come? The big man of the Jinguanfu was a bit surprised. Just now he was still talking to Su Chen about being able to get him the sword heavenly king to teach him the way of the sword. But he didn't expect that this guy would come in a hurry. Could it also be because of Su Chen's sword Dao talent? But why did he call Su Chen Su old brother just now? The big brother of the township was also a bit strange, and the dean of Star River University on the side was even more horrified. with an unbelievable face, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Yu Hang's face was even more ugly, and his heart was a little frightened for some reason. Why does this whole thing feel a little life-ruining today? I have nothing to do. I wanted to watch a few Black Silk Hot dance live. The result brushed to some old undead stinking shameless thing want to do to my old brother. You say I can endure this? The Sword Heavenly King looked at the Dean of Star River University with intent. Dean Zhang, don't you think so? We are all at the Martial King level. Whoever makes a move on a junior. What is this if not a stinker? Dean Zhang's face turned blue. How could he not hear that the Sword Heavenly King was scolding him? But he didn't dare say anything. Same Martial King, but Sword Heavenly King that was in existence ranked among the Heavenly Kings. For a Martial King like him, the Sword Heavenly King could kill him with a single sword. Or else they are also Martial Kings and can be called Heavenly Kings? It's as if I were to rush into Star River University right now and kill a few random cadets. You can also scold me for being shameless, and he can also scold me for being shameless, right? When you do something wrong, you have to admit it when you get scolded. If you are beaten, you have to stand upright. The Sword Heavenly King continued, and Dean Zhang's face turned blue, never having been so stifled in his life. Just because of a single Su Chen, his face as the Dean of Star River University had already been cleanly lost. The dignity of being a martial king was trampled to nothing. Yes, what the Sword Heavenly King said. Dean Zhan was really going to have a hard time, more so than eating a dead rat. He thought this was over, but now what's going on he really doesn't know. Does he? He was scolded when he came out, and he didn't even know exactly what it was for. Yo, who is this? How did you get beaten up like this? The Sword Heavenly King turned around and looked at Yu Hong with a stunned look on his face. Wind Whisper and Mu Changfeng were both silent, then looked at Su Chen with strange eyes. Good man, you're a bit well-connected. Wang Lin's three were even more dismayed, especially Tong Yu. He was really going to break down when he saw the Sword Heavenly King calling Su Chen Su's oldest brother. Feeling that he really has to call Su Chen Uncle Ah? Master. Tong Yu no longer wanted to consider this, and stepped forward and respectfully shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk? Grandpa, is this kid really a Sword Heavenly King disciple? Wang Lin and Wu Tao's back teeth were about to be clenched. Marred, Tong Yu's background was even this strong? Sword Heavenly King is his master? Will we still be able to clean up Tong Yu together in the future? The two of them thought of this problem for the first time and looked at Su Chen again, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Su Chen and the Sword Heavenly King were sworn brothers, and the two of them and Su Chen were good brothers. So if you do the math, Tong Yu mustn't call them Uncle Ah? Thinking of this, the two of them looked at Tong Yu with a bad smile, and Tong Yu seemed to understand the thoughts of these two bad embryos, and couldn't wait to go up and tear these two dogs apart. The people of Star River University on the side also froze and gaped. Dean Zhang's whole body was bad. What the hell is going on here today? First a Su Chen, now a Tong Yu? What the hell are these people? Elder brother Sword. Just now it was this dangling hair ah, he tried to beat Tong Yu to death. Wang Lin came up pretending to be an old man and pointed at Yu Hong. Yu Heng's face went white with fear and he directly yelled, what are you barking at? What are you barking at? Don't you open this mouth and talk nonsense. When did I ever want to beat this white hair to death? Yu Hong people are numb. If he knew that Tong Yu is the disciple of the Heavenly King of Swords, that is to give him 10 guts he would not dare to move ah. Moreover, he tried to beat Boss Su to death. Wu Tao also came up and said with a pained face, if it wasn't for the Dean and old brother Mu coming in time, Boss Su was afraid that he was all going to be beaten to death. Tong Yu was afraid that he would have all been beaten out of his feces. Su Chen blackened his face, already certain that these two goods were using this opportunity to deliberately undermine him. Guo Feng and the generals behind him are silent. This scene is déjà vu. The Sword Heavenly King looked towards Yu Hong, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Wu Xuan, don't make a move. Wait for me to find out, said the big man of the Jinshou Palace, already sensing that the Sword Heavenly King seemed to be about to make a move. Don't worry, I never move my hands. The Sword Heavenly King laughed. The big man of the township guardianship was relieved, and then fiercely thought of something hurriedly added. No swords are allowed. 2. Ha ha, old thing you know me well. The Sword Heavenly King laughed and put his sword away. Yu Hong on the side was really going numb. This trip was such a waste of life, and he didn't know if his life was enough to go back. I'll use my feet then. As the Sword Heavenly King's words fell, he had already gone up and kicked Yu Hong to the ground, giving him a violent beating. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, suddenly feeling that the Sword Heavenly King must not have been a good thing in the past. Soon, Yu Hong was kicked to his death, and only then did the Sword Heavenly King stop. The big man of the Zenshifu gave the Sword Heavenly King a grudging glance. How old are you and still acting like a child? You and Su Chen know each other? The big man of the Jin Guanfu didn't know what to say and changed the topic to ask. Recognize, this kid is my sworn brother. When the Sword Heavenly King himself said it, the gazes of the surrounding people looking at Su Chen changed. Luo Fanyin was even more stunned. How come Luo Tianhe hadn't said anything to her about this matter? Then his swordsmanship. I didn't teach him. His sword Dao talent is above me. He will definitely surpass me in the future. He has his own sword Dao, and my Dao is not suitable for him to walk. I can't teach him, Sword Heavenly King said. The big man of the Jin Guanfu sniffed and looked at Su Chen. No wonder he said that he could get the Sword Heavenly King for Su Chen to teach him the Dao of the sword. But Su Chen wasn't moved at all. So it was like this. The others were also a bit shocked after hearing the Sword Heavenly King's evaluation of Su Chen. How many people in this world can obtain such an evaluation of a generation of Heavenly Kings? Alright, let's leave this matter as it is. A little bit of petty fighting has even triggered a great battle between the martial kings. You several pricks all give me a little bit of peace and quiet. After understanding what happened, the big brother of the township said, Can. Su Dust nodded and said again, but he brought so many people to ferociously beat me up. Although he didn't hurt me, but it caused a lot of damage to our psyche. This compensation. The town hall bigwigs are frozen. You kid is really not eat a little loss, is it? Chapter 93. The bricks are extra hot today. I'm homesick. I'll immediately have the people from the Yu family prepare a generous gift to send to the Luochang Technical School. Yu Hong hurriedly said, it would be best if this matter could be resolved with money now. He's really going numb. What's all this? A Sword Heavenly King disciple. A Sword Heavenly King brother. What kind of bear heart and leopard guts had he eaten that he dared to mess with them? And even now, even the town hall bigwigs had come out. Didn't this Yu Zihan kid say they were just ordinary people? This is called ordinary people. Then they don't even deserve to be called people. Yu Hang is also the more he thinks, the more angry. The heart calculates that when the aftermath must be a good packing this pussy cub a meal. This picture call your dad if you can. This kind of pussy thing you call the old man. Almost the old man's life is lost. Yu Hang is now the more he thinks about it, the more angry he is. When had being a martial king ever been beaten so badly? There are also those feudal marquis realm, Zonshire realm that he brought, which are the elite strong people of the Yu family, the backbone of the force, and now all of them have been beaten into the ground, and the cure may be drooling. A generous gift? What generous gift? Speaking as if we are blackmailing you, Su Chen said in a deep voice. We are all civilized people, all college students, people with quality and morals. You're making me embarrassed. Lu Qingxian, didn't you just say you have no morals? But she didn't dare to say. She had already determined that Su Chen really didn't like her anymore. Something Su Chen would really beat her up. Right. Look at this stupid mouth of mine that can't speak. It's compensation for you. Yu Hong hurriedly changed his words, and his heart was already cursing, but he really didn't dare to say anything. He knew that the few Su Chen were not good things, and he might let the Sword Heavenly King give him a fat beating later. Alright, this matter is over. No one is allowed to make any more trouble. Only then did the big man of the Jingguanfu hurriedly say, or else who knew what else this brat Su Chen would cause some more trouble. He kind of knew why the Sword Heavenly King would be sworn brothers with Su Chen. Both of these guys were not good things, and the Sword Heavenly King was a thing that even dogs disliked back then. Su Chen didn't say anything else. This time he came to challenge Star River University. It was also considered to get back the face of Luochang Technical School. Next it was time to go back to the academy and enter the abyss. Thinking of this, Su Chen decided to make another trip into the abyss. Right now his kill value was still too little. There were a lot of things in the system mall that could not be redeemed. This made Su Chen very upset. As of right now, there was no shortage of resources for his cultivation, but Su Chen's path was to keep killing in order to do so. Who can you kill on the ground? Do you go outside other people's colleges every day to set up a ring and kill a few foreign devils? In that case, I'm afraid it won't take more than a few days for him to get Ed in the dark. Many thanks to Hall Master Luo this time. Only then did Su Chen turn to Luo Tianhe and thanked him. If it wasn't for Luo Tianhe stalling for time, maybe they wouldn't have waited for Wind Whisper to arrive, and they would have been dealt with by the Dean of Star River University in secret. This old undead, when he has the strength to behead a king, he will definitely come to get him killed. Luo Tianhe laughed and waved his hand, saying, you're an honorary elder of my martial grand hall, so naturally I can't just sit back and do nothing. And, what you promised me, don't worry, when Su Chen, say something. It's hard to catch up with a dead horse, Su Chen said with a smile, but it made Luo Tianhe feel that something was wrong. Su Chen didn't have an accent before. Luo Fanny's beautiful eyes fell on Su Dust. This moment her mood complex. The original, Su Dust has been so strong. Ahead of her too much. She even thought catching up with Su Chen's footsteps, so it seemed to have the feeling of a heavenly dream. Let's go. It's time to go back to the college. Wind Language laughed, the mood of a batch of cool. For a long time no press in the Star River University friction. The next enrollment shall not make a big poster of this matter to publicize it. Su Chuan, just as he was about to leave, Su Chuan heard someone calling him and couldn't help but turn around. It was to see a short-haired girl standing at the entrance of Star River University, looking at him. Something? You're very strong, the girl said. Soon it will be the famous school's exchange meeting. The shame you brought to Star River University today, I will return it to you one by one at that time. She was the chief student of the third year and was in seclusion before, and by the time she came out of seclusion, Su Chen's challenge had already ended. You're too kind. There's no need to return this. It's kind of a gift from me to you guys. Don't be too polite. Su Chen froze for a moment, then said with a smile before turning to leave. The short-haired girl froze in place, messed up in the wind. You have read the ing mess back, right? What do you mean? You don't have to return what was given to us? L.A. Technical School. When Su Chen's 4 came back, the entire Luocheng Technical School's trainees boiled up, excitedly exclaimed that he was just not this happy for New Year's Eve. Gao Feng also dragged his severely injured body out to greet him. The current Su Chen was completely worth it. It could be said that Su Chen's prestige had already surpassed the peak when he stepped in to defeat the people Nick had brought to block the door and save the face of Luocheng Technical School. Now, going to challenge Star River University to bring back this shame. It even made Su Chen's prestige go straight to the top. Even Wang Lin and the three of them, their prestige among the cadets had become very, very high. Defeating the chief student of Star River University, such strength was already enough to make them look and fold. Boss Su, Boss Su. In the academy, deafening voices rang out as everyone chanted, and Bai Qingyan stood back with a smile on her face. Nor did she think that the schoolmate she had gone to deliver resources to at the time would have come this far in such a quick and short period of time. This kid is afraid that I will have to give up my position if it continues to develop like this. Wind Whisper stood on top of a tall building with some mentors behind him. These tutors also had smiles on their faces. It had been a long time since they had had this much fun. It's time to start the next step of the program too, isn't it? Said one of the mentors, his gaze deep. Indeed, Wind Whisper thought about it. This time could be considered their last chance. They were running out of time. We still have to get through to Su Chen. After all, this guy is the boss of the student union. There are some things that he can be much more useful than us in stepping in, the tutor on the side said. Also did not expect Su Chen to have such prestige amongst the trainees after only being here for so many days. It was Peak who was far inferior. Yes, first call this kid to the office. I'll have an in-depth exchange with him. Wind Whisper smiled, and his figure disappeared into thin air. At the entrance of Luocheng Technical School, Su Chen was almost carried in, and those international students who were still moving bricks to repair the gate had bitter faces. They can already see that Su Chen is winning another fight. They are afraid that they really do not have a good life in the future. Mom, today's bricks are extra hot. I'm homesick. A foreign student was standing against the sun, with indisputable tears flowing from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 94, Boss Su please, I just need a mouthful of soup. Boss Su, when are we going to go to the abyss for a big fight? Yeah Boss Su, I can't wait. My greatsword is hungry for more. A group of old students and new students all gathered around, their eyes wild, desperately hoping that Su Chen would enter the abyss once more and take them with him, so that they could get rich as well. Previously, Su Chen brought Lu Qingfeng and the others to the abyss and directly robbed a village. The resources that were piled up into a small mountain. It was just that when they thought about it now, they were all red-eyed. They are almost poor, but Lu Qingfeng, this dog, directly ate the spirit fruit as a fruit, and ate it in front of them. Give them all something to crave. This into the abyss surely it is not to say that you can enter it is it? This, Su Chuan have not even opened his mouth. Wang Lin has already opened his mouth, a face of arrogance, stretching out his hand, index finger and thumb rubbed. Brother Wang, I understand. I'll share 10% of the resources I get with you. A senior student was very understanding and directly went up and pulled Wang Lin's hand and said. Seeing this, the older students on the side hurriedly gathered around and expressed their intention to share their resources with Wang Lin by 10%. Wu Tao and Tong Yu mouth corner a draw. This guy cannot rely on a little bit. Even if you want to eat kickbacks cannot not be in front of the face of the Su boss. You're making Boss Su lose face with this mess. Boss Su, take me down. You know my strength. Chi Hai Realm Iga Chop. Tong Yu shouted up with a face of urgency. All the resources you get, you split them first. The rest of the soup will be fine for me to take a sip. Boss Su, you know me. Take me. I just need a mouthful of soup. Wu Tao also instantly reacted and hurriedly shouted, almost being brushed into existence by this dog Tong Yu again. The scene was quiet. Wang Lin froze for a moment, and cursed in his heart. These two dogs this is not clearly screwing him? The surrounding old students only reacted at once. Su Chen is the boss. They begged the wrong person. Boss Su, I'm the same. Just give a mouthful of soup. I'll just give some soup crumbs. In a moment, all the older students all gathered around and said, and Su Chen had a helpless look on his face. You guys am I, Su Chen, that kind of person? Su Chen said, we all share the same blessings and difficulties, so of course the resources we get will be shared equally. No, I object. Wang Lin, knowing that he had already been punked by Tong Yu and Wu Tao, hurriedly said, drawing everyone's attention over. Wu Tao and Tong Yu had already pulled out their weapons and were about to do it. Wang Lin hurriedly said, of course not, Boss Su, you made the last contribution, and every time, you were the one who covered the bottom, so you must take the lion's share. You should take 30% of the resources, at least 30%, and it's our turn to share the rest. Wang Lin said righteously. Wu Tao and Tong Yu are frozen. The other old students are even more stunned. Suddenly feel that they are so simple. In front of the three Wang Lin, they really, yes, Boss Su, how can we split it equally? That's it. It must be done this way, as Brother Wang said. I'm in favor. Who's in favor and who's against? Those against are expelled from the academy to move bricks with those foreign devils. Previously they disdained these tactics, but now they are learning from Wang Lin's words word by word speculation. Su Chen, go to the dean's office. The dean has something to find you. A tutor came and said, with a smile on his face. The current Su Chuan was the precious egg of Luochang Technical School. Alright, Su Chuan said in response, and then looked at Lu Qingfeng. Pick 20 cadets with strong strength and flexible brains, and enter the abyss early tomorrow morning. After saying that, Su Chen went to find Wind Whisper. The scene was chaotic. Everyone wanted to join and get a spot. They were envious. They also wanted to eat the spirit fruit as a fruit. These Su Chen naturally wouldn't care. All he had to do was to take the trainees down to the abyss. He would like to bring down all the trainees, but it would be too dangerous to do so, and he can only bring out some of the older students first, and then let the older students do it. In the office, Su Chen sat across from Wind Whisper and looked at Wind Whisper, whose face was grave. Su Chuan, you should also know what kind of situation Luochang Technical School is in right now, even if you've been here for such a long time. Wind Whisper's expression was grave. It's not an exaggeration at all to tell you that Luochang Technical School has already arrived at a situation where it's about to go out of business. With the school union targeting and suppressing it all these years, it's already great that L.A. City Technical School has been able to hold on until now. But if we don't make any more changes, L.A. City Technical School might really be finished. Su Chen's expression became grave with Wind Whisper's words. So what do you want by looking for me? Su Chen asked, not believing that Wind Whisper just wanted to make small talk with him. I want to open some of the Academy's secret chambers to provide you with cultivation. But, opening the chambers requires huge energy resources, and you're aware of the current situation of the Luo City Technical School. The resources saved by the Academy over the years are only enough for you to cultivate for a month, and only less than half of the secret chambers are opened. To open them all, the resources consumed each month will be at least 3 million credits. When Wind Whisper said this number, Su Chen was shocked. Such a huge number. That is, a year's worth of credits in Luochang Technical School is not enough right now. So, I'll have the Academy tutors go into the abyss and get you guys as many resources as possible to come up. But on the student side, you're the student union boss. How you manage it is your business. I have one condition. Don't let the resources these mentors have fought so hard for go to waste. After listening to Wind Whisper's words, Su Chen frowned, and after a long period of silence, he looked at Wind Whisper and asked, is it true that I can manage it however I want? Yes, Wind Whisper said affirmatively, but thinking of this brat Su Chen's methods, he added, don't be too aggressive. Dean, you've said that L.A. Technical School has reached this point. Will it work without resorting to overkill? To put it bluntly, for me, it's the closure of the Luochang Technical School. Does it affect me? Since I'm the student union boss, I should naturally take the responsibility that's due to me. At those words, Wind Whisper fell silent. Su Chen was qualified to say such words. Other than that, it was the business card given to him by the big man of the town hall, and the door of the town hall was open to Su Chen at any time. Alright, old man, I'll accompany you guys to go crazy one last time too. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled before leaving the office. Do you think this kid can really bring Luochang Technical School back from the dead? Meng Xian said. Su Chen was indeed very strong, but the rise of Luochang Technical School could not rely on Su Chen alone. Today, when the new students were selected, they had made some preparations. I don't know. Let's take one step at a time. How bad can it be now that L.A. Technical School is in a worse situation? Wind Whisper said, shaking his head. Chapter 95, 10,000 Soul Streamer? Why is this thing emitting black gas? The next day, early in the morning, when the sky dawned, outside Su Chen's small building, Lu Qingfeng had already appeared with 20 old students and waited quietly. Wang Lin 3 even earlier has come. This time, they are more than a dozen sacks in their pockets, waiting to go into the abyss with it. The older students who hadn't gone into the abyss expressed their confusion, but Lu Qingfeng already knew what the sacks were for and had prepared several of them. After a while, Su Chen finally came out, a silver and white battle armor, carrying the dragon abyss sword on his back. The compulsion is directly pulled full. Wang Lin's eyes were straight, and he came up to touch Su Chen's battle armor with an envious face. S-class alloy battle armor. Lu Qingfeng also said in shock. This was an S-class alloy battle armor. It was worth a lot of money. And where did Su Chen get it from? Those old students were even more envious, jealous, and felt more and more like they had to follow Su Chen to the abyss. Su Chen ignored their eyes and scanned the circle, realizing that these 20 old students were all at the Qi realm 3 stars or above, which was not bad. I'll talk to you guys in advance. We're not going to the abyss to pick up resources. Those resources are all snatched by us fighting with the foreign races. Everything is based on strength. It also means that you're going to be fighting the Fey head-on, and there's a chance you'll die. Su Chen spoke seriously, and Wang Lin was silent because it was the truth. Everyone envied them for grabbing so many resources, but how many people knew that they had fought with the foreign races in the abyss and desperately grabbed these things? Now, if you're afraid of death, you can quit. Once you're in the abyss, there's no turning back. Su Chen's face was serious, causing Wang Lin to notice that something was a little off. 20 old students were coloring their faces but no one quit. Before, the dogs from Star River University came to humiliate us, but we old students were not capable of fending them off. In the end, we even had to have you freshmen make a scene for us. It's really humiliating. Yes, at that time I was thinking, in the future, as long as I still have a breath, I will have to practice to the death, at least to live with face and dignity. A few old students said. The blow that the people from Star River University blocking the door had given them was too great, and that sense of helplessness and powerlessness made them feel desperate. They want to be strong too. Su Chen didn't say anything else, but led them directly to the abyss. In the abyssal ancient city, after Su Chen greeted the veterans here, he left the ancient city with his people. 20 or so people rushed in one direction. The map of the abyss had already been given to Mu Changfeng, but Su Chen still roughly remembered some of it, and knew that there were alien villages in that direction. After going 100 miles deeper, Su Chen's footsteps slowed down, and up ahead, a foreign village with a population of about 300 to 400 people was there. Are you ready? Su Chen asked in a deep voice. Now was the time when their defense wasn't very tight. It was the best time for a surprise attack. Ready, Lu Qingfeng said. The rest of the old students were more or less nervous in their hearts. It was the first time they had come to do something so exciting. In the past, even if they were given 10 guts they wouldn't dare to come and attack the alien villages. Now it would be a lie to say that they weren't nervous. Wait and kill their powerhouse as fast as you can. Then grab the resources, Su Chuan said, then took the lead and rushed up. Su Chen's speed was very fast, and after killing into the foreigner village, these foreigners hadn't even reacted yet, and 2 foreigners of the Qihai realm had already died under Su Chen's sword. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! The foreigners shouted, scattering in all directions, and Lu Qingfeng led his men in to kill them. More than 20 Qihai realms, like wolves entering a flock of sheep, began to massacre. The Qihai realm of the foreigners instantly appeared and killed towards them, but there weren't many strong foreigners in this village, and there were only 3 or 5 Qihai realm, and they were all directly beheaded by Su Chen. The strongest person was only 8 stars of the Qi realm and failed to block Su Chen's sword. Su Chen stood on top of a room and sensed that there were no strong people before he began to scavenge profusely. Wang Lin Wu Tao 3 completely transformed into bandits, took out the sacks, rushed into the house as a number of scavenging. No matter what he directly to the sacks inside. The old students were dumbfounded. So that's how the sacks work? But they didn't waste any time, and hurriedly began to scavenge, cutting down the foreigners when they saw them, and scavenging all the good stuff they saw. Su Chen, on the other hand, directly found the treasury of this alien village, which contained almost all of the village's goodies, and naturally, Su Chen would not be polite and scavenged them all. Wang Lin's eyes were straight, and his mouth was still gnawing on an unknown spirit medicine. He thought his robbery and scavenging techniques were impressive enough. Even last night he stayed up all night contemplating and studying how to scavenge the fastest. But now that he saw Su Chen he realized that he was still too young. No matter how fast he searched, it wasn't as fast as Su Chen directly finding someone's storehouse. The surrounding foreigners had already twisted their heads in fear and ran away. Su Chen indifferently glanced at them. The dragon abyss sword trembled, and in the next second, the terrifying sword power directly enveloped the entire foreigner village. The faces of the old students were horrified, sensing Su Chen's terrifying killing intent. Then he saw that Su Chen had actually killed all the foreigners. Su Chen actually slaughtered the village directly. There is no right or wrong in front of a racial war. There is no mercy on the battlefield. There is only life and death, Su Chen said indifferently. And these words caused the older students to fall silent because they couldn't pick a single fault with these words. Every time a foreign race starts a war, the human race fills it with their lives. Are they at fault? Su Chen never considered himself to be a good person, and at one point he even felt that he was an evil person. But so what? This was a world where strength was honored, and his path would surely be accompanied by endless killings. This village had been looted clean, and after Su Chen slaughtered the entire village, the kill value directly got 867. This village was still too small in number, and there weren't many strong people, so this kill value was considered good. System, redeem 10 blood exploding heavenly thunder. Su Chen directly chose to redeem it. This thing could be powerful. It was always good to have some more. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 10 blood explosion heavenly thunderbolts, which have been automatically released to the system backpack, detecting the host's first consumption of a large amount of kill value, extra rewarding the host with 3 chances to draw a prize. May I ask if the host chooses to draw a prize? Pump. Su Chen was slightly stunned, then hurriedly said, who wouldn't want that? Congratulations to the host for obtaining the method of making the blood explosion heavenly thunderbolt. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1,000-year-old purple gold ginseng. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient magic weapon 10,000 soul streamer. Please use the host's blood to sacrifice and refine it. Detain the soul and refine it to unlock the 10,000 soul streamer. System voices sounded one after another. The corner of Su Dust's mouth cannot stop rising. This system is a system of conscience. Did not give him to draw some baby Burt bags, this kind of thing? Are good things. Especially the 10,000 soul streamer, which gave Su Chen eyes to look straight. Su Dust cannot wait. Will be the 10,000 soul streamer directly out? 3 meters about the size of the 10,000 soul streamer is still in the cuckoo bubbling with black gas. Chapter 96. This is the military flag of the Su family army. Around 3 meters the 10,000 soul streamer appeared, with cuckoo bubbling with black gas, and the vague sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling sounded. Su Chen was stunned. There was really such a thing? In the next second, Su Chen directly urged the 10,000 soul streamer, and in an instant, monstrous black gas filled the air, and countless chains shot out from the black mist, landing directly on top of those alien corpses. Immediately afterward, a foreign soul was directly detained out and brought into the 10,000 soul streamer. A mournful hissing sound immediately followed. Around, Wang Lin and other old students completely looked dumbfounded. What kind of tactics is this? Unexpectedly so ruthless? Even the souls of people when they die? Soon, the souls of all the foreigners in the entire village were detained and refined in the 10,000 soul streamer, accompanied by a burst of mournful hissing, and the sound of ghostly cries. It sent chills down the backs of the older students and was outright terrifying. Boss Su, what kind of treasure is this? Wang Lin came up and couldn't help but ask. Although this 10,000 soul streamer kukuk bubbles black gas, but carrying it feels so pulling. Who wouldn't be jealous when looking at such an overbearing treasure? This is a flag. Su Chen said squarely. The 10,000 souls flag was really a bit bad. What if it made people think he was an evil cultivator? This is the human emperor flag, Wu Tao said in shock, and Su Chen couldn't help but look over. This name can be No, this is obviously a military flag. Tong Yu said righteously. Only a military flag would be stained with blood to have such a horrible ferocious aura. What military flag? Tong Yu, don't open your mouth, Wang Lin said with a cold snort. This is the military flag of the Su family army. Tong Yu opened his mouth in a very serious manner, and with another glance at Su Chen, who was in a daze, he continued, with the army flag in hand, Boss Su shall be the army master. Su Dust? Wang Lin directly froze. Wu Tao is even more dumbfounded. This wave of Tong Yu show to the sky. This ass kissing for him is just cough. Don't talk nonsense. What Su family army? Su Dust back to God yet pretended to be modest said. Boss Su is the boss of the student union, and now he's going to take the cadets down to the abyss for training. In the future, these will all be members of the Su family army, Tong Yu said again, with a serious face, actually having already planned for Su Chen. What's all this nonsense? We're all cadets and the dean is still here. Worrying blindly, Su Chen looked at Tong Yu one more time. This kid was getting more and more on board. I just don't want Boss Su to be too tired. Those of us who are little brothers always have to share some of the pressure for Boss Su, Tong Yu said again. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were completely numb, staring blankly at Tong Yu, their brains buzzing, feeling that Tong Yu was becoming less and less like a good person. You are, alas, you are causing me pain. Su Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, then took out a blood-exploding heavenly thunder from his storage ring and handed it to Tong Yu. This thing can easily blow up the Qihai realm. Thank you, Mr. Su. Tong Yu was excited, took it with both hands, and hurriedly put it away, worrying that Wang Lin and Wu Tao would grab it. Wang Lin and Wu Tao have been stupid. When they first enrolled in school, Tong Yu was still a rash, now so on the road? White hair. You've changed. How could you become like this? That is, remember how simple you were in the beginning. Now you've long forgotten your beginnings. Can you stand yourself? Give me the stuff to keep it for you. I'll return it to you when you find Korin." Listening to Wang Lin and Wu Tao's words, Tong Yu sneered, handsomely tossed his head, and put on his sunglasses. "The former me didn't care about this, but now I will learn your words word by word," Tong Yu said, leaving an indisputable tear in the corner of his eye. "The simple Tong Yu of the past is dead, the idol you picked. The current Tong Yu only wants to follow Boss Su." After saying that, Tong Yu followed behind Su Chen. Wang Lin and Wu Tao completely froze, and the two of them looked at each other in deep thought. Did he just pick Tong Yu too hard when he first joined the school? Pissed off the kid's brain? The old student on the side was suddenly enlightened, looking at Tong Yu thoughtfully, as if he had realized the true meaning. "The Su family army is willing to follow Boss Su." Lu Qingfeng was the first to speak, his chastity having fallen all over the place. "The Su family army is willing to follow Boss Su." The rest of the older students also hurriedly shouted with eager faces. Su Chen stumbled. "Good guy. These guys are really trying to embrace him as the army chief. Seems not bad." Cough. "The Su family army continues to move forward. This army flag will be given to you," Su Chen said, handing the 10,000 soul streamer to Tong Yu to carry. He was at least a military lord, and carrying a military flag was really a bit undignified. Wang Lin and Wu Tao followed at the end, their eyes wide with disbelief. Obviously yesterday they were the red men in front of Su Chen. How did they become the last ones today? Vaguely, the two of them even heard Tong Yu putting shoes on them, telling Su Duan to get rid of the two bad embryos, saying that the two of them were a scourge in the Su family army. Two bubbles of rat. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were furious. They only hated that they were so busy grabbing resources that they were dizzy with excitement, and that they had given Tong Yu, the latecomer, the upper hand. Now even the military flag of the Su family army is being carried by this grandson. Obviously, Boss Su holds him in high regard. Anyone could see that this military flag was an unparalleled supreme treasure. Marred. "We must find a chance to beat up Tong Yu," Wu Tao said, his teeth itching with anger. The two of them also followed behind, sulking, their minds constantly calculating how to clean up Tong Yu. Soon, Su Chen found another village. This one, with a population of about 600, was considered a larger village. The strongest among them was actually a Qi Si Realm 9-star, and then there were two Qi Si Realm 8 stars. On top of that, there were 6 Qi Si realms, with the Qi Blood realm not counting. Such a lineup was already considered a good existence in these villages, and even Su Chen did not dare to underestimate it. Don't look at the fact that they now had 20 or so Qi Si realms, but the highest realm was only 6 stars of the Qi Si realm. It's still too weak. "Do it," Su Chen said, directly rushing in. Tong Yu carried the 10,000 soul streamer and followed closely behind, killing directly into the village. The massacre began. The Qi Si realm of the foreigners still wanted to resist, but in the hands of this pervert, Su Chen, it was that Qi Si realm 9-star that was decimated in just 10 moves. The rest of the Qi Hai realm Su Chen did not move, but left it to those older students. What these older students lacked the most was combat. Combat between life and death, and only in combat could their potential be stimulated. Su Chen waved his hand, and the 10,000 soul streamer appeared in his hand, while he stood on top of a small building, maneuvering the entire battlefield. And if someone was undefeated, he would step in. Tong Yu was also worthy of being a Sword Heavenly King disciple, having already comprehended the Sword Dipper, his combat power sword, and he actually decapitated a Qi Si realm 4-star martial artist. Wang Lin and Wu Tao are also fighting the Qi Hai realm foreigners. Chapter 97. Insulting the military flag of the Su family army is a crime punishable by death. Soon, all of the Qi Hai realm in this village were killed. Wang Lin and Wu Tao were panting heavily. They had also decimated the Qi Hai realm, and their faces carried pride. Those old students were a little pale. The first time such a killing battle, so they were a little uncomfortable, but in their hearts, they felt a little stimulated. That kind of potential that was suddenly inspired between life and death gave them an indescribable feeling of exhilaration. The remaining foreigners were about to run away when they saw this, but naturally, Su Chen would not let this opportunity pass. The 10,000 soul streamer emitted monstrous black chi, and countless chains appeared, directly piercing through all of these foreign races, detaining their souls. This sound of ghostly cries and howls rang out, incomparably mournful, and it was Wang Lin and the others who felt chills on their backs. "This is a 10,000 soul streamer." Wu Tao's face was a little pale, frightened by this scene. The monstrous black gas, countless wrong souls hissing and roaring in it. This horrifying picture then gave him a feeling that his heart and soul were trembling. "Boss Su, I want to report." In the next second, Wang Lin yelled directly with his voice, raising his proud little hand and pointing at Wu Tao. "This kid insulted the military flag of our Su family army. His crime should be punished. Wu Tao, I Nima." Wu Tao will really curse his mother. His face appeared flesh-visible anxious. How did not expect just reached an agreement with Wang Lin. The next second this guy will give him betrayal. Without waiting for Wu Tao to speak, Wang Lin had already carried his sword and killed, insulting the Su family army's military flag. You deserve to die. Su family army listened to the order. Take down this person to be disposed of by Boss Su. Wang Lin said angrily as Wu Tao desperately fought back. But the next second, the other older students actually made a move. The old student didn't know why he was doing this, but there must be a reason for doing it. Soon, Wu Tao was tied up and sent to Su Chen. At this moment, Su Chen was holding the 10,000 soul streamer and was still refining these unjust souls. He was going to refine these unjust souls into soul soldiers that could be manipulated out to fight. As for the refining technique, he had just redeemed it. Wang Lin was just about to speak when Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and the sharpness in his eyes caused Wang Lin to hurriedly shut up and be startled again. Immediately after that, a monstrous black gas rose up to the sky, and thousands of wrong souls hissed and wailed inside, a sound that made people's backs shiver and cold sweat break out. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it wasn't the souls of those foreigners they had just killed. All of these souls were actually detained in this. Everyone's face changed. No wonder this flag kept emitting black gas. Turns out it's these wrong souls smoking in there. This really is the Hongmeng violet qi. It's so thick that it's already this dense and purple. Wang Lin said with a serious face. This time if you don't show it, wait for it. The old student looked at Wang Lin in dismay. It's still you. If you can speak, then speak more so that we can learn. The mournful sounds of the unjust souls became less and less, but they were becoming more and more furious. These weak souls were directly refined into nutrients by Su Chen to nourish the other souls. And soon, less than 100 of the thousands of souls in the black gas were left. These were some of the stronger grievous souls that Su Chen had picked out. At this moment, having devoured a large amount of nutrients, they were covered in darkness and black smoke, and their appearance could no longer be seen. Only a dark shadow, and blood-red violent eyes. Collect! Su Chen coldly snorted. The 10,000 soul streamer danced, and these unjust souls were all absorbed into the 10,000 soul streamer. And at this moment, Su Chen's cultivation had unexpectedly arrived at the 3-star Qi Si realm. You guys, this is. Su Chen then saw the tied-up Wu Tao and asked with a confused face, why are you tied up? Because I'm good. Wu Tao could not cry, suddenly feeling that among these guys, he was the good guy. Boss Su, this guy openly insulted the Su family army's military flag. His crime should be punished, Wang Lin said righteously, but considering that he's been following you for so long, Boss Su, and that he can be exempted from capital offenses and cannot escape from living offenses, I think we should take away his qualification for resource allocation this time as a warning to others. Wang Lin said righteously. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Sure enough, if he was a little inattentive, this guy could always give himself a surprise. Hurry up and release it. What's it like? It's not safe here. The commotion just now might startle the foreign races. We have to evacuate in a hurry, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Only then did Wang Lin release Wu Tao, and the group hurriedly moved. Sure enough, not long after they left, a team of foreigners appeared here, looking at the village that had already been massacred. The leader of the foreign race was instantly furious. His heart was on fire. This is the second village that has been massacred, with corpses all over the place. Although the foreigners in these villages were all pariahs to the royal city, victims of war, but for the human race to do so was undoubtedly a provocation, which they could never tolerate. They shouldn't have gotten far. Chase, the leader of the foreign race said, his gaze incomparably cold. This matter must be reported to the royal city. At this time, Su Chen also expected that there would be a foreign race to pursue them, and led them to hide in the mountains and forests, and followed the mountains and forests to actually come to the outskirts of a small town. This town had a population of at least 3,000 people and was called Flowing Stone Town. Among them, there was a Zhongshe realm powerhouse guarding the area, and there were even 13 Qi Hai realms. So this kind of lineup was already considered not weak. Dry or not? Wang Lin asked the little cutie. Also knew that the resources inside this town were even richer. If they could steal this town, they wouldn't have to worry about running out of resources for a long time. Su Chen also fell into silence, pondering in his heart. Asterisk. Su Chen still decided to take the risk, just to try out the power of the 10,000 soul streamer. These old students had been living peacefully for too long and had to go through the trials and tribulations of life and death. And likewise, he was in need of such battles. Boss Su, will it be too dangerous? A veteran student was a bit abashed. This is not a village. It is a small town. If you're afraid you can quit, Su Chen said indifferently, knowing well the current situation of Luochang Technical School. Just do it. If you're afraid, you can leave now. Lu Qingfeng also said indifferently, the academy can't provide a large amount of resources, and our own talent is not good. Our only capital is ourselves. If we don't fight to the death, how can we grow? Do we have to rely on Su Chuan the next time we encounter something? Lu Qingfeng questioned. It's true that Boss Su is the student union boss, but don't you forget that he's only a freshman. The old student who had just wimped out looked embarrassed and guilty. Just do it. What are you afraid of? I don't want to go out and be humiliated and have my dignity rubbed on the ground either. The big deal is death. The rest of the older students were like this, and when they were scolded by Lu Qingfeng in such a way, they actually felt like dying. Don't worry, you can't die. The Su family army's military flag will shelter you, Wang Lin said with a wicked smile. It's just that if you die, Boss Su can also detain your souls back. At those words, the faces of these old students were more ugly than one another, and Su Chen looked at Wang Lin with cold eyes. If you are bull ******* ting me, I'll stuff you into the 10,000 soul streamer. Not. Military flag first. Chapter 98. The brothers in the 10,000 soul streamer are too passionate to be blocked. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin stopped speaking, and everyone's gazes were directed towards Flowing Stone Town, with gravity in their eyes. To attack the next town was an extremely uncomplicated matter, but Su Chen didn't want to slaughter the entire town. He just wanted to ransack it. As time went on, the town's face seemed to be going into a lull. After all, nothing had happened to their town for so many years. Other towns wouldn't come to attack them, and the human race didn't have the guts to do so, and Su Chen was waiting for this moment. Seeing that these foreign races had begun to slacken, Su Chen suddenly ordered, "Charge! Don't get attached to the battle. Grab and run." As the words fell, Su Chen had already taken the lead and rushed up. His speed was extremely fast and he soon arrived in the middle of the town. The Dragon Abyss sword instantly erupted with a terrifying sword power, as countless sword diameters shot up into the sky, scattering in all directions like flowers blooming. Each sword chi was able to take away the life of a foreigner. Naturally, Su Chen would not stay, waiting for the Fey to react, directly killing into the place where the Fey clan's clan master realm was located, and opening up big on his face. At this time, Su Chen's easy sword skill had already reached the point of great success, and the sword path had even reached such a terrifying level as the sword potential. Waving his sword out, there was an endless flow of sword light. This foreign race's sect master was still intoxicated in the gentle countryside, and when it came to the critical time, he didn't even notice the enemy attack outside. In the next second, his house was directly churned by Su Chen's sword chi. The two foreigners were in an awkward position inside, and this patriarch was also frozen, somewhat dumbfounded, seemingly not reacting all of a sudden, but Su Chen had already killed. Only then did the Fey patriarch react violently, grabbing the female Fey underneath him and directly blocking Su Chen's sword, turning around and running. After decapitating this female alien, Su Chen also chased after him. "How dare you! You human race don't want to die. How dare you come and attack my Flowing Stone Town?" The patriarch was furious, and only then did he see that the town he had been operating for almost 100 years was about to be destroyed. Cultivation without effort. Go find your brother in the 10,000 soul streamer. Su Chen coldly laughed and waved his hand. The 10,000 soul streamer immediately appeared in his hand, and monstrous black chi cuckoo was rising straight up. It covered the sky. The Injustice souls came out with a violent aura in their scarlet eyes, pouncing towards this foreign clan master. The entire Flowing Stone Town was shrouded in this endless black aura, and this violent aura caused the foreigners to feel their hearts jumping and their backs chilling, trying to break out, but the next second, there was the sound of chains coming from behind them, and then their bodies were directly pierced through. The blackness of this cuckoo. No, this is Hongming purple chi. Purple and black. What's wrong with black? All the dragon robes of the first emperor were black. You can't stand to look at them? Lu Qingfeng. Several people stood below and saw the black gas of this cuckoo was also scared, worrying that if Su Chuan was happy with the kill, would he even kill them together? The foreigners had already lost more than half of their Chi-Hai realm. The rest turned around and ran. Wang Lin saw this and chased after them with his sword on his shoulder. "See my Su family army and don't bow down. The sojourners charge with me." Wang Lin shouted more and more vigorously, and the pursuing foreigners were too chilled to respond to the battle. But of course it was more because of this cuckoo's black emitting 10,000 soul streamer. "Wu Tao and Ton, you didn't go after them." Seeing that the foreigners had pretty much run away and Su Chen was dry humping that Zhongshe realm, they on the other hand, without saying a word, picked up the sacks and started to scavenge for resources. Soon, the entire town of Quicksilver was scoured clean, their sacks filled to the brim, while Su Chen's battle on the side had already ended. This sovereign realm Fei finally failed to resist the enthusiasm of his brothers and was invited into the 10,000 soul streamer to catch up. Only then did Su Chen put away the 10,000 soul streamer. The endless black gas dispersed, and the entire Flowing Stone Town was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. In a town of over 3,000 people, at least half of them are dead or wounded. Retreat! Su Chen didn't hesitate. They had made too much noise. they might have attracted the attention of the foreign races. It would be troublesome if they incurred the foreign race's army. The 20 or so men turned and ran, carrying sacks full of money, in the direction of the old city. This massacre of 2 villages in a row and now the looting of a town was also a great load for them, and they couldn't even remember exactly how long it had been since they came down, until they watched them go far away. These foreigners dared to come back, looking at the corpses all over the place. These foreigners are also chilled. This Sioux family army is simply too brutal, too shameless. You an army, you don't go to fight with King City. You come to a small town like ours to bully people. Isn't this pure bullying of honest people? We must report this, and ask the Wood King to do us justice. Some of the surviving foreign races said, their hearts dripping blood, itching to tear Su Chen and the others apart and eat them alive. But the next second, a foreign cavalry arrived. Earlier, the black gas that rushed to the sky from that cuckoo had really attracted them, but by the time they arrived, Su Chen and the others were already gone, leaving only a field of corpses. What's going on? Speak, the cavalry leader hurriedly asked. Before it was a village, now it's a town. Well, the town wasn't massacred to death, but it also suffered heavy losses, almost degrading from a town to a village. Reporting back to your lordship, just now there was a group of bandits from a clan that came to ransack our flowing stone town, robbed our resources, and killed many of our clansmen. They claim to be from the Sioux family army, and the little white guy at the head of the group, who looks as handsome as the reader's lord, but he's so vicious when he lays his hands on them. He has a supreme treasure in his hand, summoning it out, cuckoo bubbling with black gas. Inside is an endless number of wronged souls, horrible to the extreme. He killed our town's Lord Mayor. A foreigner came up crying as if he had been greatly wronged. He went so far as to give his wife away to the mayor in order to flatter him, but immediately afterward, the mayor was made to die. Feeling like I'm giving away a wife for nothing. This foreigner was getting more and more angry the more he thought about it, and the more he was angry and didn't dare to go to Su Chen. He could only sit on the ground and howl. The alien cavalryman who heard the words also fell into silence. It's the first time I've heard of the SoCal army as an army, but judging from what the SU has done, this is definitely a stinking army, specializing in finding these villages and towns to attack and plunder resources. What to do? Afei asked. The matter was not too big or too small. Report to Lord Commander first. I'll lead the team to chase after the Sioux clan. We can't let them plunder the resources like this. The leading Fei arranged to go down, turned around and chased after Su Chen in the direction they ran. The other 2 foreigners were rushing in the direction of the royal city, and at this time, Su Chen and the others were still playing hard to get. This time they killed so many foreigners and grabbed a large amount of resources, enough for them to use for a long time. Something's not right. There's movement behind us. Su Chen keenly sensed the movement behind him, frowned, and leapt onto a sky-high ancient tree. Looking in the direction of the back, I saw a cavalry of foreigners coming in hot pursuit. Chapter 99, Fei Pursuit. Come over here. Run. The foreigners are catching up, Su Chen said in a deep voice. The distance was far away. He didn't dare to judge if there were any strong people among the foreigners, but to be able to ride a cavalry like the scaled horsebeast, he thought that it wouldn't be weak to any extent. There were hundreds of people, and they were only 20 or so. If they really did it, they would always be the losing side. The key was that he didn't dare to be sure if there were any strong people among them. If a Seal Marquis realm came, it was that he would not be a match for the other party even if he played all his cards. The veteran students who heard this looked nervous and accelerated their escape carrying the sacks. Scared less. Big deal. Let's do a fight and get these foreigners killed, Wang Lin said, but his footsteps were not slowed down a bit. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Su Chuan could even already hear the hissing of the scaled horsebeast, and the foreigners who were chasing behind naturally saw Su Chuan and his party. Seeing that there were only about 20 of them, the pursuing foreigners were also in a daze. Was this serious? 20 or so people slaughtering half the population of a small town? I observe that they are no more than Chihai realm cultivation. Such a lineup massacring most of the population of a small town in a short period of time and decapitating the Zhongshu realm. How do you look at it is a bit unreasonable. Could it be that there is an ambush? One of the Fae said. How he couldn't believe that 20 or so people could be called an army. And besides, the survivors of the town at the time were talking about a team called the Sojourners' Army that had killed them. Among them, their town mayor was even in the Zhongshu realm. But to be gotten killed was enough to show that there were strong people in the Su family army, and that there were definitely quite a few of them. Be careful. The human race has always been cunning. Don't fall into their ambush. The leading foreign race also said. He had the cultivation of 8 stars of the Zhongshu realm, but he didn't dare to say that he could get a 3-star Zhongshu realm guy killed in such a quick and short period of time. As for the thing that the town survivor said was bubbling black gas from cuckoo, he didn't see it either. And all the signs were enough to show that the Su family army definitely had an ambush. Ahead. Su Chen frowned. These foreigners chasing up. Why did they suddenly slow down their pace? Wang Lin and the others were also curious, and were even ready to fight to the death. But the team of foreigners suddenly stopped. What was this? It boggles the mind of all of them. Accelerate forward, Su Chen said after some thought. No matter what the foreigners were trying to do, as long as they entered the ancient city, they would be safe. He could already sense that there were 10 or so Zhongshe realms in the alien race's ranks, and the rest were almost all Qi-Hai realms. Such a lineup was not something they could resist. Lu Qingfeng frowned and still said, could it be that they thought there was an ambush and didn't dare to pursue? At those words, everyone froze for a moment, and it really made some sense when they thought about it themselves. If they had encountered this situation, I'm afraid they would have thought there was an ambush. After all, who in their right mind would dare to ransack someone's town and massacre them with just 20 or so people? Su Chen frowned again and also felt that this was more likely. But if there was really an ambush, that would be fine. But the point was that they had a fart ambush. Go! It's still 100 miles to the ancient city. It's their business if they think we're in an ambush. But we need to know what we're in for ourselves, Su Chen said in a deep voice. Hearing that, they again accelerated their pace. The alien race behind them was less than 2 kilometers away from them. With the speed of the scaled horse beasts, they would be able to catch up in a matter of moments. Without taking a few steps, Su Chen stopped again and turned around to look at the group of foreigners. Come over here, Su Chen yelled, put up his middle finger and hooked it twice. These words directly scared these old students to death. Why did you even take the initiative to provoke others? The foreign race heard the voice, but they directly halted their steps, not daring to advance, their gazes staring at Su Chen with death. If Su Chen and the others had accelerated their pace to flee for their lives, maybe he would have chased after them. But now that Su Chen, a 3-star of the Qi-Hai realm, had taken the initiative to provoke him, there must be something wrong with this matter. With that in mind, the ranks of the foreign race also didn't dare to go forward, and all of them paused in their footsteps. What to do? The Su family army must have an ambush, but they looted so many of our resources. If we let them go, why don't we send a couple up there to check it out? The leader said, locking his brows tightly. He had fought with the human race too many times, knowing the human race's cunning, and he didn't dare to trespass. He didn't dare to be sure if there was an ambush. If there was, they couldn't afford this consequence. If there wasn't, and he let Su Chen and the others leave with so many resources, he felt it was too humiliating. You take 30 men and go after them to find out what's going on, the leader said, and the Fei who had just spoken suddenly stared with wide eyes and an unbelievable look on his face. Are you okay? I'm just saying, you really want me to go? But he didn't dare to resist, so he could only lead the chase with a stiff upper lip. Seeing this, Su Chen knew that this was the foreign race's test for them, and if they didn't have an ambush, their team would immediately chase them. With the speed of the scaled horse beast, it would soon be able to chase them down. Su Chen had exchanged another 20 blood explosion heavenly thunder, together with the 30 more that he had exchanged before. If they were thrown out together, even the sovereign realm would have to kneel. System, is there anything that can kill the sovereign realm or even the feudal marquis realm? Automatically searched for the host. In the next second, a panel of nothingness appeared in front of Su Chuan's eyes, and to his eyes was a black dirt lump-like thing. Underworld Ghost Bead. When activated, it can release the underworld ghost fire in it, which can burn everything, and it can burn the chi, blood, and aura, and it can't be blocked by the Zhongshe realm or even the Fengho realm. The price is only $49.99. Looking at this profile, Su Chuan's eyes lit up. It's true that the system is still powerful, but this selling price is really a bit too much. Su Chen had killed so many foreigners one after another, and only barely managed to gather more than 5,000 kill values. Now a spectral ghost bead would cost 5,000 kill value, and it would empty him out again. But behind them was the group of foreigners, who were still nearly 100 miles away from the ancient city and simply couldn't catch up. Redemption. Su Chen still chose to redeem it with a clench of his teeth. And at this time in the ancient city, a team is coming in this direction. Less than 500 teams got the news that there is a foreign race of cavalry and is slowly approaching the ancient city. And in the foreign king's city, a cavalry of 3,000 was also rushing to this direction. The foreigners who had gone to inform the commander had already told him the news, learning that an army called the Su Clan army had appeared in the abyss, instantly causing them to be wary of going to probe the Su Clan army's reality. As for Wang Lin and the others, they were all panicking to death at this time. A force of 30 or so foreigners were approaching rapidly behind them, and they were about to catch up. The guy at the head of the group was even at the cultivation level of the sovereign realm. Kid, just you are the Su family army, right? The foreigner asked. Already approaching. Su Chen instantly drew his sword and chopped. The sword dipper flowed and killed with a terrifying aura. The 10,000 soul streamer appeared right after it. The unjust souls came out, and the chains trembled. Chapter 100, You're pretending. I don't mind beheading you. The king of pussy. The unjust souls and the 10,000 soul streamer came out, An endless black chi rose up to the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun, and under Su Chuan's control, they fought their way up towards the opposite foreign race. When this foreign clan patriarch felt this terrifying aura, his expression suddenly became grave, and a strange weapon appeared in his hand as well. If you don't work hard in your cultivation, why don't you come to my 10,000 soul streamer? Su Chen said in a cold voice, and the unjust souls in the 10,000 soul streamer fought up with violence. The hearts of these 30 or so foreign races were frightened, feeling the terrifying aura of death. Su Chen's Dragon Abyss sword also carried a brilliant swordlight, and the terrifying sword power descended, causing this foreign clan sect master to feel an unprecedented aura of death. Lu Qingfeng and the others also put down the resources in their hands and directly killed them, but Su Chen stopped them. You guys go first. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingfeng and his group were all tightly frowning, unwilling to leave on their own, leaving Su Chen alone. I vow to follow Boss Su to the death. If Boss Su doesn't leave, I won't leave either. This time, Wu Tao learned his lesson and hurriedly said, showing his loyalty. Wang Lin also hurriedly came up and said, while Tong Yu had already killed up with his sword, the sword dipper flowing. At this moment, his sword Dao had already come to the point of the sword dipper, and his combat power soared straight up. Seeing that no one was about to leave, Su Chen also frowned, but he didn't say anything. And at this moment the 3,000 cavalry of the foreign race had already rushed in, and at the head of them was a dignified man foreign race, wearing black battle armor. The eyes were scarlet and full of evil. The Su family army, right? The alien man sneered. This is my prince's first battle, but this so-called Su family army should not let my prince down. This was none other than the Wood King's own son, Mu Hong, in the Fei King's city. The cavalry was extremely fast, and soon had approached this place. Looking at the monstrous black gas rolling, Mu Heng's eyes carried some surprise, and also felt the great terror that was carried in this rolling black gas. Prince, the previous foreign cavalryman said respectfully as he immediately stepped forward when he saw the large troop arriving. Is this the so-called Su family army? Mu Hong asked, some contempt in his eyes, not realizing that the so-called Su family army was just a few people. It really disappointed him a bit. With such a small number of people, his 3,000 cavalry charging down was enough to kill them in a matter of moments. How could such a battle make him famous? By this time, the 30 or so foreigners who had gone ahead to test the waters had all died in Su Chen's hands, their souls being detained in the 10,000 soul streamer. This item, something good. A glint appeared in Mu Heng's eyes, also seeing that the 10,000 soul streamer was a supreme treasure. You, who is the person in charge of the Su family army? Mu Hong opened his mouth, his voice mixed with the power of majestic chi and blood, reaching Su Chen's ears. Su Chen's eyes carried a blatant killing intent. Sword chi condensed in his eyes as he looked towards Mu Hong, but he did not expect the foreigners to have sent out so many cavalry. It was no exaggeration to say that if such a cavalry were to charge over, it would be the peak of the sovereign master, or even the feudal marquis realm. That would have to avoid the front for the time being. Other than that, among these 3,000 cavalrymen, there were more than 30 in the Zhongshe realm, and the rest were all in the Qi Hai realm. Such a cavalry team was definitely considered an elite even in the middle of a foreign race's royal city, and Mu Hong was even at the 8-star cultivation level of the Zhongshe realm. I am. Su Chen took a step forward, the Dragon Abyss sword emitting a clanging sword sound in his hand, his battle spirit soaring as if he was eager for a fight. Get to know me. My name is Mu Hong. I am the Wood King's own son. Mu Heng said arrogantly, his nostrils going up to the sky. You can also call me Prince. I can afford it. Listening to Mu Heng's middle-aged words, Su Chen looked at this fellow with strange eyes. This supreme treasure behind you this prince has his eye on. If you are willing to hand it over, I can give you a chance to follow this prince. Mu Hong continued to said, looking at Su Chen as if he was giving alms. Your talent is not bad, but you are qualified to be my dog. If you keep acting like a pussy, I wouldn't mind beheading you as a pussy king. Su Chen said with a gloomy face, knowing that if Mu Hong made a move the few of them would be no match. The blood-exploding heavenly thunder might not be able to blow up so many of their sovereign realms, but Su Chen still had a spectral ghost pearl in his hand. This was a treasure that was capable of blowing up the Seal Marquis realm, and Su Chen didn't mind throwing this underworld ghost pearl into their midst. Blowing up an elite alien cavalry is also a good deal. It was also at this time that a rush of footsteps came from behind Su Chen, and a team of about 500 people appeared behind Su Chen. Seeing this scene, the human generals were also a bit dumbfounded that Su Chen and the others were facing a foreign cavalry straight on. What's going on? The leader Guofeng asked in a low voice, recognizing that this was the elite cavalry of the foreigners, and if they charged, the 500 or so of them would not be able to stop them at all. How would I know? I just came down to look for a little bit of resources. You guys know how poor the Luocheng Technical School is, and then these grandsons ing sent out cavalry to chase down our Su family army. Shame on you. We didn't just rob a billion resources. Why do you have to send out the cavalry? And this dangling hairy thing, looking like a grandson, wearing such a handsome battle armor, and threatening to make our Sioux clan army master his dog. Is he worthy? He's worthy of a few. Insulting my Sioux family army's military master is insulting our Sioux family army. It's insulting me. Wang Lin, Wang Lin, will fight to the death in blood today. Even if my corpse and bones are gone, I will still get the Zhisher grandson dead, Wang Lin said excitedly, with a look of death, carrying a knife, about to rush up. Wu Tao black face, you damn on pulling me for what? Wu Tao, don't pull me. I'm going to get this grandson killed even if I die today. Wu Tao. Guofeng is even more dumbfounded, looking at the sacks on the ground, stuffed full, to be loaded, roughly estimated to be more than 50 sacks, are loaded full. So you're telling me it's just a little bit of a resource grab? I'm wondering if you went and robbed someone's royal city? No wonder they went straight to the cavalry. But on second thought, these more than 50 sacks were all resources. So many resources were snatched by Su Chen and the others. What on earth did these guys do? You guys don't think you've come with such a small number of people just to block our cavalry, do you? Ha ha ha, Mu Hong laughed out loud. If you are willing to follow and submit to me, I can give you a chance to live today, Mu Hong said with a smile and a teasing look in his eyes. This is most like human races with some talent like you, cultivating the best war servant slaves. With that, Mu Hong clapped his hands, and the cavalry behind him scattered, and 10 or so bone-thin, shackled humanoids walked out with cloaked heads and dull eyes. Seeing this scene, Su Chen's eye pupils instantly shrunk, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from Guofeng's body as he stared at them dead on. These are my carefully cultivated battle servants, but it took a great deal of effort to tame them, Mu Hong said smugly. If you are willing to follow me, I can retain your sanity. This is my greatest gift to you. Chapter 101, can't you tell me when you're going to use this kind of weapon that doesn't recognize your family? Mu Hong arrogantly opened his mouth with contempt in his eyes as he looked toward Su Chen. If the few of you are willing to submit, this prince can also spare your lives. Mu Hong was looking at the few of Wang Lin again. As long as you're willing to kneel and submit, this prince can give you that chance. As for you, are too weak and too trashy. If you want to live, you can only become this kind of slaves who have no sanity and only know how to fight. But, it's better than dying. Upon hearing this, Guofeng's eyes were filled with anger and endless killing intent, and there were actually people he recognized among these bony and jagged humanoids. Are together to suppress the abyss of the generals? After countless battles, Guofeng thought they died in battle abyss. But now, how could Guofeng not have thought that these robes had now turned into this appearance? He didn't dare to imagine what kind of torture they had gone through, to the point where they now have no sanity and have become slaves who only know how to fight, for the pleasure of these damned foreigners. Thinking of this, Guofeng's heart was filled with murderous intent and he couldn't wait to go up and fight these damn foreigners right now. Are you serious? Wang Lin looked at Mu Hong with a skeptical face and asked out loud. The veteran students on the side and Guofeng and the others were all looking at Wang Lin, somewhat incredulous that Wang Lin would ask such a thing. Did this guy really want to betray the human race? Ha ha ha, of course it's true. And this prince will provide you with the resources for your cultivation. There's no need for you to play with your life for such a small amount of resources. Mu Hong was very excited. If he could take in a battle servant with divine intelligence, it would be enough to make him famous among the many sons of the royal city. Wang Lin stepped forward, still with suspicion on his face, and was about to walk up, seeing which Mu Hong was even more excited. Only after approaching Mu Hong did Wang Lin stop. I want to give the prince a gift to show my loyalty to him, Wang Lin said, handing over a blood-exploding heavenly thunder. Mu Hong laughed out loud, somewhat curious as to what this black bead was, and was reaching out to pick it up, and at the same time, Wang Lin drew his sword, and the light of the sword spread out. A 3-foot blade instantly chopped out, accompanied by Wang Lin's angry curses. I submit to your mother. You counted two if you also want to let me submit. You think you are Su Ba Sao? Stink. In the next second, this blood-exploding heavenly thunder directly exploded. Wang Lin also turned and ran at the first opportunity, faster than the old king next door when he was caught in the bag. However, the power of the blood explosion heavenly thunder clearly exceeded Wang Lin's imagination, and this aftershock impacted on his back, sending Wang Lin flying out. A large mouthful of blood was spat out. Boss Su, I tried my best. The aftermath of the explosion stirred up dust and ash, and Su dust caught Wang Lin, but he saw that Wang Lin's face was pale, the clothes on his back were burned, and his buttocks were exposed in a beautiful picture. The aftermath dispersed, the alien cavalry were frightened, the scaled horse beasts were blown up a good bit, and some of the aliens were killed or injured, but Mu Hong was after all his own realm 8 star, and was wearing a superior battle armor. The explosion of the blood explosion heavenly thunder didn't bring substantial damage to him, but it still blew Mu Hong out of the sky. Compared to the imposing manner of a moment ago, The current Mu Hong was in a sorry state. Good. Today you all have to die. All of you must die, Mu Hong shouted so loud that his voice broke. Just now he really thought that Wang Lin was trying to submit, but he didn't think that he was actually shaded by Wang Lin. Charge! Slaughter them all! Mu Hong said in a cold voice, and the cavalrymen who had been scattered by the blast reorganized at an extremely fast speed, charging up towards Su Chen and the others. Su Chen urged his entire body's strength in an instant, and a terrifying sword power erupted from the Dragon Abyss sword as a 10-foot sword dipper chopped out, crossing before the cavalry. In the next second, the spectral ghost pearl appeared in Su Chen's hand, and with almost no hesitation Su Chen threw the spectral ghost pearl out, landing amongst the cavalry at an extremely fast speed. Run! Su Chen shouted out at the same moment, turning around and running. Wang Lin was pretending to be dead a second ago, looking like he was dying from serious injuries, but when he heard Su Chen's voice, he got up and carried his resources and turned around to run, running like a thief. The rest of them also quickly fled for their lives, although they didn't know what exactly Su Chen had thrown out, but something that could make even Su Chen so grave was thought to be extremely dangerous. Guofeng was still in a daze. If not for Lu Qingfeng giving him a kick, he had no intention of running. In the next second, a deafening explosion was heard. Flames shot up into the sky, a mushroom cloud rose, and a fire wave shockwave spread, bringing a terrifying force. The earth trembled as if it were an earthquake, and cracks continued to spread. Su Chen was also affected and fell prone on the ground. He still underestimated the power of the underworld ghost bead. The flames were ghostly blue and seemed to be able to burn everything in heaven and earth. Miserable and incomparable screams rang out. The foreigners' cavalry were all affected by the waves. The scaly horse beasts were all blown up, and the foreigners in the Qi-Hai realm were also burned to flying ashes in a matter of moments. The remaining sovereign realm foreigners were also incinerated and tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies, but the flames were actually able to burn qi, blood, and aura. The explosion startled the entire abyss, and in the Wood King city, the Wood Kings were all startled to appear at the King City mountain. The pupils of his eyes stared as he looked at the blue flames that were rushing into the sky, and then he sent out a feudal marquis powerhouse to check it out. And in the ancient city, Mu Chongfeng was also startled, seeing that horrible fire. The whole person was not good, and hurriedly sent out strong people to check. At the place of the explosion, for a while, the flames finally dispersed, and only then did Su Chuan drill out from the ground, grimy, looking around, and soon, Lu Qingfeng and the others also drilled out, one more than the other in a sorry state. Su boss, next time you use this kind of 6 relatives of weapons of mass destruction, can you say it in advance? I was almost blown up by you again by mistake. Wang Lin's face was extremely pale, the one clothes on his body under such high temperature, with Wang Lin's movements, directly shattered. The rest came out one by one, their clothes in shreds, all naked, gray and confused. Su Chun was a little embarrassed and looked at himself. It was a good thing that he was wearing a silver and white battle armor, otherwise he was afraid that he would have to walk the bird as well. But, prepare yourself to not being a Su boss. Go! Su Chen said in a deep voice. Guofeng had just drilled out, and by now his ears were buzzing. His brain was blank, not knowing what exactly had happened. Wang Lin and the others didn't care that they were naked, so they went to look for the resources they had grabbed. However, the sack was already damaged, and even the elixir inside was damaged to varying degrees. Su Chen hurriedly used the storage ring to collect all the resources, turned around and picked up the 10,000 soul streamer. Directly urging it, the blue flames were replaced by monstrous black gas. The corpses of the foreigners had all been turned into flying ash, but their souls were not, and were quickly detained by the 10,000 soul streamer. And at this time, Su Chen also noticed that at the edge of the explosion circle, there was another life breath. Su Dust quickly came in front of him, and he saw that Mu Hong had already been blown into the air. His hair and eyebrows were all burned out, and his battle armor was even more damaged. If it wasn't for this set of battle armor protecting his body, Mu Hong would have been blown to dust. But at this point, Mu Hong was also already seriously injured and unable to do so. Oh, just you called Mu Hong, right? Su Dust gave him 2 slaps in the face. A little thought or did not directly kill Mu Hong. This dog is more useful alive than dead. In the next second, Su Chen lifted this guy and rushed directly to the ancient city. Chapter 102. I don't even have qualities and you want me to have morals. By the time the foreign races' powerhouses arrived, Su Chen and the others had long since run back outside the ancient city. Before leaving, Su Chen even left a big line on the ground. If you want to save Mu Hong, bring your spirit stones to the ancient city and exchange them. After seeing this line of big words on the ground, the strong man of the foreign race's eyes stared. His heart was shocked, and after searching around, he was horrified to find out that the ones who had been blown up were all their elite cavalrymen of the Wood King city, and the Wood King's son, Mu Hong, was among this cavalry, which meant that Mu Hong had now been captured. Thinking of this foreigner powerhouse only felt his scalp tingle. If this matter were to let the Wood King, this murderous old wall light, know about it, he would not be able to kill him? And at this moment, outside the ancient city, a group of naked guys appeared. Guo Feng looked awkward. He didn't want to be like this, but his clothes were really gone. Who's a good person who goes out with 2 sets of clothes? On the city wall, Mu Changfeng watched the scene in horror, staring wide-eyed, thinking he was still dreaming. What kind of move is this? Such a vast hundreds of naked guys appeared in front of him, making him feel hot eyes. Elder brother Mu, trouble to open the city gate. We encountered some problems. So, Su Chen was also embarrassed. Fortunately, this kind of social death does not have to be experienced by him. He was wearing a silver-white battle armor, and although it was affected by the waves and damaged some, it was good that it was able to cover his body. Only then did Mu Changfeng recognize Su Chen and hurriedly ordered the door to be opened. When he came to the city wall, the rest of the people had already run off to find clothes. Su Chen stood on the city wall, and Mu Changfeng looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. Elder brother Su, not that I'm talking about you. You guys, sometimes, right, it's better to pay attention to it. This kind of activity is just in the abyss. If it's on the ground, how can you go squatting for a period of time? The key is that you guys. Mu Changfeng didn't even know what to say, looking at Su Chen with strange eyes. Then there was a look of I understand looking at Su Dust. Now in this kind of era, the gender is not stuck so dead. Su Dust? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? How is it that he knows every word? But when put together it's so hard to understand. After a while, Su Chen reacted violently. He was furious, and hurriedly explained and told what happened. After hearing Su Chen's words, Mu Changfeng would be skeptical. Just now he did see the blue flames that rose up to the sky. But you said that this got an elite cavalry of the foreign race killed. Mu Changfeng was still somewhat disbelieving. This is the Wood King's own son. I tied it back. Or else let's work together? Su Chen came up and said. Mu Changfeng froze, and only then did he notice the guy Su Chen had casually thrown aside, which was really a foreigner. How do you know that he is the son of the Wood King? Mu Changfeng asked. If this guy was really the son of the Wood King, this would have a different meaning. He said it himself. Su Chen said. And I left word for the foreigners to bring spirit stones to the ancient city in exchange if they want to save him. What? Mu Changfeng's eyes widened with disbelief as he looked dumbfounded at Su Chen. Emotionally, you've already put this pot on ancient city? If this guy is really the Wood King's own son, when that old undead thing knows about it, he will definitely come to attack the old city at all costs. Isn't this putting him on the fire? But on second thought, a foreign martial king's own son, this value can be really hard to estimate. And when it is passed on to the military department, it is the military department that will be extremely valued. After all, in all these years, they had never tackled a foreign king's clan. What do you want to do? Mu Changfeng subconsciously asked, knowing full well that this guy Su Chen's connections were too wide. Even bigwigs like the Sword Heavenly King were his good big brothers. Wait for this old wall light of the Wood King to come, and extort a few million spirit stones from him first. Su Chen said righteously, giving Mu Changfeng a blank stare. Blackmailing a foreign race's martial king? What kind of guts is that? But thinking about the fact that the Wood King's son was now in their hands, could they just give it back to the Wood King? That's impossible. About this guy I have to report to the military department first and wait for the higher-ups in the military department to decide. Mu Changfeng said again after a long time. It's okay, let's blackmail the Wood King first. What should we do if the Wood King gives the spirit stones? Mu Changfeng asked again. If the Wood King really gave them the spirit stones, what should they do? Could they really release Mu Hong? Who said that if the Wood King gives me the spirit stone, I have to release him? Su Chen looked at Mu Changfeng with a stunned expression. I don't even have qualities and you still want me to have morals? Mu Changfeng? Mu Changfeng's face was horrified like his three views had been rubbed together and then turned upside down. It was a long time before Mu Changfeng asked, are you an omission from compulsory education? Nonsense. I've always been the child of other people's families in the mouths of their parents, the third-rate student in the eyes of teachers, and the role model in the eyes of my classmates. Listening to Su Chen's words, Mu Changfeng fell into silence. Such a school is afraid that it should also close down. Will the risk of doing this be too great? Mu Changfeng was still a little worried and said again, wealth and riches, I'm this way. After the completion of the matter, I 7, you 3, let's do a big job. Su Dust said, anyway, put it is impossible to release Mu Hong. This dog did not get blown up as his life, but now in the hands of Su Dust. How to die when to die. That is what Su Dust said. Good. Mu Changfeng was saying after a long time. The military department was also lacking in resources. Tight and miserable. If he was really able to get a batch of spirit stones, it would also relieve some of his pressure. Wang Lin and the others also changed their clothes and came to the city wall. Guo Feng had a shameful face. Thinking of the image just now made him feel shameless. However, he still hardened his heart and reported what had just happened to Mu Changfeng. After hearing this, Mu Changfeng's eyes were filled with shock, and when he looked at Su Chen, the strangeness in his eyes was no longer there, replaced by only a strong shock. This guy had actually gotten one of Wood King City's elite cavalrymen killed. It's over 3,000. That's more than 3,000 elite cavalry. That's 30,000 foreigners' army can't avoid it. They were all killed by Su Chen just like that? Mu Changfeng's eyes were filled with shock when he looked at Su Chen, and it was only after a long time that he was able to slow down. Su Chen, tell me what was the thing you used to blow up the foreigners? It's just a few explosive packets that I've tinkered with myself, Su Chen said in a serious manner, and Mu Changfeng blackened his face. What kind of explosive packet can blow up the sovereign realm and kill more than 3,000 foreign cavalrymen? Wang Lin, you say? Mu Changfeng knew that Su Chen couldn't ask from his mouth, so he looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced at Mu Changfeng and said in a deep voice, it's the grenade that Boss Su himself tinkered with. Mu Changfeng's mouthful of old blood almost didn't spurt out. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a terrifying aura. Raising his eyes, a figure came in a hurry, but in an instant, he had already arrived outside the ancient city. Mu Changfeng, hand over my son, or else this king will step on your ancient city today. Chapter 103, I have no quality. It's reasonable for me to tear up the ticket after you've paid the money, right? Mu Changfeng, hand over my son, or else this king will step on your ancient city today. The Wood King appeared outside the ancient city. His gaze was sharp, and his body's aura belonging to the martial king was released, which was very powerful and pressurized the ancient city. Mu Changfeng let out a cold snort, and his aura, which also belonged to the martial king, was suddenly released to confront the Wood King's aura. The two forces intertwined, and a popping sound seemed to come from the void as Mu Changfeng and the Wood King's bodies both jerked backward. What do you old undead thing want, Wood King? Mu Changfeng directly cursed, not at all false to the Wood King. Mu Changfeng, don't play dumb for me. How dare I say it again? Hand over my son, or else this day this king will step on your ancient city at all costs. The Wood King's morose killing intent came from the Wood King, sending chills down one's back. Su Chen tightly locked his brows. It seemed that this Wood King had a high regard for his son. However, it was also true that at a rank like the Wood King, it was an extremely difficult thing to give birth to an heir. The current Mu Han was all the result of his efforts for a very long time, and it was not easy for him to cultivate it to this day. And if he were to die in the hands of Mu Changfeng and the others just like that, he would really have to cry his eyes out. It is not impossible to return your son. Mu Changfeng hemmed and hawed. 10 million spirit stones, in exchange for your son, or else you will collect your son's corpse. Mu Changfeng said with a cold smile. The Wood King directly frowned. 10 million spirit stones were nothing to him, but if he gave it to Mu Changfeng he felt it was too much of a loss. Impossible. The Wooden King directly refused. Mu Changfeng also did not expect the Wooden King to refuse so decisively. At least you also bargained, ah? For a while Mu Changfeng was a little unsure of what to do. He couldn't really pull Mu Hang out and kill him. But the next second, Su Chen's voice came out. 10 million spirit stones less a sub, I will unload a part of your son's body. Su Dust stood out. His heart panicked a batch. Glared at Mu Changfeng. Did not expect Mu Changfeng Hall of Martial Arts King, but even so pull. Mu Changfeng was also embarrassed. After all, he was also a martial king. When had he ever done such a classless thing? The key is that once he thought that this old thing of the Wood King had given money and he had to back out, Mu Changfeng felt so cool. What kind of thing are you? And are you worthy of talking to this king? The Wood King's powerful aura suddenly descended, and was directly blown apart by Mu Changfeng as it approached Su Chen. His words are my words. One less son today and you'll be waiting for me to remove one of your son's body parts. Upon hearing this, the Wood King grimaced so much that water could drip out of his face, and looked viciously at Su Chen, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Don't you dare move? Fight. Fight until this old wall light agrees. Hang me up and fight. Su Chen sniffed, not wanting any nonsense. He directly said. Wang Lin's three, one more excited than the other, rushed up and pulled up the dying Mu Hang, hoisting him up in front of the Wood King and then beating him up. Wang Lin again took off his shoes and viciously smacked Mu Hang's face. Soon, Mu Hang's face swelled up, not very damaging, but extremely insulting. Wang Lin even took out his cell phone and began to video. That is, there is no signal cannot live. Otherwise, Wang Lin must be to take out to open the live broadcast. The name is called Under the Abyss Hanging the Son of the Wooden King. What a bomb of a title. After recording the Wood King in a fit of pique, this shall not properly become a major internet sensation. Stop. The Wood King was truly enraged. His own son was treated as a treasure in the palm of his hand, and now not only was he severely injured, but he was even humiliated in such a way. Shoes pumping face is it? He has written down the Wang Lin's several people appearance, ready to go back to give a hunting order. But where the abyssal foreigners? See these a few bastards. at all costs to get this grandson dead. Stop? Who the hell are you? Who are you to tell me to stop? Wang Lin asked in a cold voice, again viciously smacking up Mu Heng's mouth. Mu Changfeng, but you want to start a war. The Wood King looked at Mu Changfeng and scolded him sternly. If he didn't have any scruples, he would have to kill the ancient city right now and get these few scumbags Wang Lin killed before he could do so. Hit his son like this in front of his face. Not giving him any face, is it? 10 million spirit stones. Or wait to collect your son's corpse. Mu Changfeng continued, not the slightest bit afraid, but in his heart he panicked a batch. If the Wood King really wants to attack the ancient city at any cost, he is afraid that he will not be able to withstand it. However, Su Sei, Wufeng still has some brains, and hurriedly went to Luochang Technical School to shake people. $10 million for your son isn't a loss, or is it that in your eyes your son isn't even worth 10 million spirit stones? Su Chen asked, coming to the hanging Mu Hong. A lighter appeared in his hand and ignited the middle of Mokang's pants. Asterisk 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 it's still Boss Su. Only Boss Su could come up with such a cheap trick. This is to cut off the children and grandchildren of the old bastard Wood King. Wang Lin 3 no good guys, on the top 10 criminal law, but also the Su boss. In the next second, Mu Heng's miserable screams resounded, and the Wood King was about to explode with anger. What kind of person could come up with such a cheap tactic? I repeat, 10 million spirit stones, Su Chen said with a cold smile, and in the midst of the Wood King's shock, he put Mu Hong down and kicked the place on fire. After a while the fire finally went out, but Mu Hong was hoisted up again and then set on fire again. 5 million. The Wood King had no choice but to say this, sort of loosening up. It was not the right time to attack the ancient city, and he had some scruples in his mind. 8 million, 7 million, 9 million. The Wood King and Su Chen were killing each other, while the 3 Wang Lins were constantly fatally beating up Mu Hong. Anyway, it was Su Chen who said to fight until the Wood King agreed. 8 million is my final bottom line. If it doesn't work, then let's go to war. The Wood King set his final price with a clench of his teeth. Mu Changfeng didn't say anything. He was shocked in his heart. He didn't expect Su Chen to be so bold and really dare to blackmail the Wood King so blatantly. The point is that the Wood King actually agreed. 8 million spirit stones. That's 8 million spirit stones. The more he thought about it, the more Mu Changfeng felt his heart pounding. Throughout the past and present, since the appearance of the Abyss, no one had dared to threaten to extort a foreign race's martial king at the Qi realm. It was worthy of being in existence that could become the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King. Good deal. Pay first, Su Chen said with a smile. His intention was only 5 million, but he didn't expect to end up extorting 8 million spirit stones. This amount was definitely huge. The Wood King locked his brows tightly and looked deeply at Su Chen, the killing intent in his eyes not even concealed. After that, the storage ring containing 8 million spirit stones was given to Su Chen. Su Chen took a look and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Count on you to be sensible, Su Chuan said with a smile, pondering in his heart whether Mu Changfeng could resist the Wood King's frantic attack. When he turned around but saw a scene that made him dumbfounded. Mu Hong was actually killed alive by the 3 Wang Lin. Brains are all over the place, dead as a doornail. This old bastard you said kept fighting without agreeing. I didn't realize he was so unbreakable, Wang Lin said, and all 3 of them unconsciously began to back away. Su dust people are numb. This Nima is not a pitfall. As a humongous bandit with no quality and no morals, you gave the money. I still want to tear the ticket. This matter you can understand it. Su Dust turned around and said stiffly. Chapter 104 You didn't say you were going to live. Su Chuan said stiffly. Very vain. Mainly he did not expect Wang Lin these 3 guys directly to others. I told you to keep fighting, but I didn't tell you to beat them to death. Su Chen was also helpless at this moment, although he had never thought of releasing Mu Hong at all. But you don't release it and directly beating people to death are 2 different things. Boom! A terrifying as substantial killing intent suddenly descended. The surrounding temperature all seemed to drop a lot, and Su Chuan only felt as if he was stabbed in the back. The 3 Wang Lins also felt the terrifying killing intent enveloping them. The Wood King was completely enraged. He only had this one son, and now he had been killed alive by the human race? The killing intent in his heart had reached an uncontrollable point as he angrily looked at Su Chen and Wang Lin several times. Mu Changfeng also shot out in an instant, stopping in front of Su Chen to block this terrifying aura. Mu Changfeng, hand over his men, or else this king will definitely step on the ancient city today. The Wood King exuded a terrifying aura. His eyes were glazed over. His hair stood on end, and his aura belonging to the martial king was completely unleashed, as if he wanted to go to war. Mu Changfeng sneered, if you want to go to war, feel free to. Mu Changfeng's body was also emitting a terrifying aura around him. The 2 of them went toe to toe, their terrifying breaths clashing against each other, and there were constantly dull sounds resounding. The Wood King was silent. He had some scruples in his heart, and he didn't expect Mu Changfeng to be so rigid today, not backing down at all. Want to start a war? You can. I'll destroy you scum first. Wind Whisper's voice rang out, and his figure quickly appeared on the ancient city, just glancing at Su Chen before looking at the Wood King. Trying to touch my students? You're nothing. Wind Whisper directly disliked angrily. All these years he assisted Mu Changfeng in guarding the ancient city. Naturally, he also knew the Wood King. Wood King's heart sank. Opposite two martial kings. If he makes a move now, it will be unfavorable for him. My son could not have died in vain. If you can't give me an explanation for today's incident, I'll definitely send 1,000,000 troops to wipe out ancient city. The killing intent in the Wood King's eyes had long reached an unstoppable point, and even though he was facing two martial kings, he did not want to back down. Avenge the killing of your son. Account? What explanation do you want? Su Chen asked. I said I'd return your son to you, but I didn't say whether I'd return you alive or dead. Su Chen opened his mouth in a serious manner. And, putting aside the facts, are you not at fault in this matter? The Wood King was actually speechless, and the powerful martial king did not know what to do. Even, the Wood King was beginning to wonder if this matter was really his fault as well. Wind Whisper and Mu Changfeng looked at Su Chen with a dumbfounded look on their faces, not expecting Su Chen to be able to say such a thing, and for a while the brain was buzzing. What is Boss Su going through to say something like this? Wu Tao couldn't help but say, thinking in his heart, if it was him who encountered such a thing, he wouldn't know how to answer. It was only after a while that the Wood King spoke out, with more than a hint of sternness on his face. Almost got wrapped up in you. Pitting this king of 8,000,000 spirit stones and killing my son, this king will definitely make you pay for your life today. The killing intent in the Wood King's heart could no longer be suppressed, and he directly chose to make a move. Wind Whisper and Mu Changfeng also instantly met them, and the great battle of the martial kings was directly drawn out. The Wood King had been overwhelmed by killing intent and only wanted to get Su Chen killed. When had the Hall Martial King ever suffered such an indignity? At this moment, the Wood King felt that his dignity, arrogance, wonderful character, and even his soul had been rubbed against the ground by Su Chen. Su Chen several stood on the ancient city, looking at the scene in front of them. His heart was a little weak. This directly caused a great battle between the martial kings, and it might even cause the Wood Kings to attack in a big way. The battle in the air remained the same. Wind Whisper and Mu Changfeng were both fighting with real fire, and the Wood King was even covered in a murderous aura. The three martial kings did not hold back in the slightest and fought furiously, but Mu Changfeng and Wind Whisper joined forces and could not be underestimated, gradually gaining the upper hand. Soon, the Wood King was knocked back, but the battle intent in his eyes was even higher. In the next second, a terrifying and incomparable aura erupted from the Wood King's body, and his body actually underwent some changes, becoming even more lanky, and his eyes became scarlet. A berserk aura was released, and the Wood King's cultivation actually rose in a straight line, quickly reaching a terrifying point. Wind Whisper and Mu Changfeng had the intention to block, but they were still a step too late, and were directly shaken out by this violent aura. Marred, does this dog thing, the Wood King, really want to start a war? Wind Whisper said, his eyes heavy as he looked at the Wood King in front of him whose appearance had changed. They were all aware that this was the Wood King's true fighting form, indicating that this guy was going to get real. This king says again, hand over the murderer, otherwise this king will definitely level the ancient city today. Wood King said, his breath was even more furious. Do you two really think that you are the opponent of this king? Oh, well, what about me? The Wood King's aura became extremely berserk, and both Wind Whisper and Mu Changfeng were both frowning a little tightly, but a clear laugh was heard. A ray of swordlight spilled down, soundless and silent, but the terrifying aura it brought did make the Wood King feel a sense of life and death crisis. The Wood King hurriedly dodged his figure as the ray of swordlight was radiant, forcing him into a sorry state. Su Chen felt familiar, looked up to see the sword Heavenly King Imperial Sword stood on top of the ancient city. A white dress hunting is some sword fairy style. Wood King, long time no see, you are still so trashy. The sword Heavenly King laughed, and with a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of the two Wind Whisperers again, and the powerful sense of oppression caused the Wood King's brows to furrow. Lu Wushuang, the Wood King said in a cold voice, with a strong scorn in his tone. He knew too well the strength of the Heavenly King of Swords. Back then, he was chased all the way by the Heavenly King of Swords, and almost died at the hands of the Heavenly King of Swords. And now, the Sword Heavenly King is again too much stronger than before. You people from the ancient city killed my son. You must give me an explanation for this matter, or else it will be you who defends the ancient city, and I will wield my troops and attack at all costs. You can give it a try. It's been a long time since my sword drank blood, so maybe your big attack will give me some opportunities. The Sword Heavenly King said with a smile. He knew too well that the Wood King wouldn't dare to wield his troops. The Wood King was silent. The three kings of the ancient city, which also had the sword Heavenly King in it. That is, Wood King City was not an opponent in the open. Only after a long time did the Wood King open his mouth with a gloomy face. There is no end to this matter today. After saying that, the Wood King turned around and was about to leave. It was impossible to take revenge today. You don't want your son's corpse? Su Chen didn't hold back and asked. These words made the Wood King, who had just turned around, pause again and turn around in some embarrassment, with anger on his face. Give it back. No return. Su Chen replied directly, and the Wood King almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, never having been subjected to such an aggravation in his life. I gave spirit stones. I know, but I don't want face. Su Chen said seriously. 8 million spirit stones. Ah, what face do you want? Chapter 105, I sacrificed my noble character. What's wrong with taking more? The Wood King's entire body was bad, and for a while, he was actually speechless, as if he had a lump in his throat. The terrifying killing intent was released again, but it was blocked by the sword Heavenly King. Wood King, this is my little old brother. If you keep this up, I'm going to get you killed. The sword Heavenly King said with a smile, not putting the Wood King in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that beheading the Wood King would lead to even more trouble, he would have just beheaded the Wood King today. Upon hearing this, the Wood King's eyes stared for a long time before he spoke. Is your human race so despicable and shameless? I gave the spirit stone and you still beat my son to death, and now you won't even return the body to me. The Wood King was really aggravated at this moment. He couldn't fight, he couldn't talk, and he had already been pitched into doubt when he met such a shameless thing like Su Chen. It's just an individual. Don't bring the entire human race with you, Mu Changfeng said, sheepishly glancing at Su Chen and realizing that Su Chen was indifferent. It's not like I won't give it back to you. But, not right now, Su Chen said. And you didn't just say that you want to give it back now, Su Dust said in a serious manner. This look to the sword Heavenly King or wholesome face cannot hang on, but see the Wooden King that want to cry. Really? Good. Then when will you return it? The Wood King was really aggravated and forced down the anger in his heart to ask out loud. When I want to return it naturally I will return it, Su Chen still said in a serious manner, and directly blew up the Wood King. One more word with Su Chen, he was afraid that he couldn't help but come up and fight Su Chen. This king swears by my martial heart that I will kill you, the Wood King said in a cold voice, and in the next second, the Wood King raised his head and added with majestic chi and blood again. Pass on this king's order. Hunt down and kill Su Chen at all costs. Whoever kills Su Chen will be rewarded with 1,000,000 spirit stones and the position of Wood King City Commander, the Wood King said, looking deeply at Su Chen before directly leaving. The Wood King's voice rolled in the abyss, and anyone could feel the strong killing intent in the Wood King's tone. Countless foreigners looked up, their eyes bewildered. Who is Su Dust? Ah, the Wood King had already left the ancient city. The whole person was not good. If he stayed on, he could really be pissed off by Su Chen. On the ancient city. Mad. Targeting. This old bastard, he targeted me. Ah, it's not like I killed his son. What the hell are you chasing me for? Su Chen also felt that he was really aggrieved, and he had to take up at least 90% of these spirit stones in order to calm his wounded heart. A few Wan Lin glanced at Su Chen, and in a rare tacit agreement, they turned around and pretended not to know. Mu Changfeng's mouth twitched. You're still aggrieved? Pit away 8 million spirit stones and beat his son to death. And you're complaining here? Speaking of spirit stones, Mu Changfeng's eyes lit up with excitement and instantly appeared in front of Su Chen with a smile on his face. Elder brother Su. This, elder brother Mu. You've heard it too. This old undead of the Wood King has given a hunting order to kill me. I even sacrificed my noble character to get these spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Mu Changfeng also sensed that something was wrong. This kid couldn't be trying to eat black, right? I know, but here, if the Wood King dares to chase you, you call me, lousy him to death. As for your noble character, this we do not say much. Understand, all understand, Mu Changfeng replied. According to the previously said, 37%, you 7 I 3. Mu Changfeng thought about it and felt meat pain. Had I known to ask for 10% more or not? But he also really didn't expect Su Chen to actually extort 8 million spirit stones from the Wood King. Su Chen occupied 70%. That was 6 million spirit stones, which was an extremely large and terrifying figure. Old Mu, this is where you're wrong. My trainees worked hard to get a little bit of spirit stones. You, a martial king, have the nerve to grab it from them. Wind Whisper didn't know how many spirit stones Su Chen had gotten, and thought it was just a little bit. He. Mu Changfeng laughed coldly and glanced at Wind Whisper. I'm such a careful person. I'm not this generous with several millions of spirit stones. Wind Whisper was silent, and Mu Changfeng hurriedly chased after Su Chen to ask for spirit stones. Stop! Wind Whisper fiercely bellowed and rushed up. Mu Changfeng, if you dare to touch my Luo Cheng Technical School's trainees, I'll fight you. Wind Whisper's eyes were red before he reacted to the millions of spirit stones, enough to make his chastity fall all over the place, and then he stomped on it a few times. The Sword Heavenly King was all stunned as he looked at Su Chen with a feeling of disbelief. Several million spirit stones? Really? Just now, the Wood King said that he had given spirit stones. Could it be that he had given millions of spirit stones? Thinking about this, it was the Sword Heavenly King who had the feeling that he couldn't sit still. His eyes were a little red, but he still restrained himself. Mu Changfeng and Wind Whisper were about to get into a fight, but Su Chen still distributed the 30% of the spirit stones that belonged to Mu Changfeng, a total of 2.4 million spirit stones. If Mu Changfeng hadn't stepped in to bail them out today, they wouldn't have been able to wait for Wind Whisper and the Sword Heavenly King to arrive, and they might have died. Moreover, this spirit stone was the previously agreed upon 37% split, and although Su Chen was also very reluctant to give it up, what should be given still had to be given. What is the jungle? The jungle is the human condition, and it's time to take a hit. Otherwise, who's going to stand up for you next time something happens? Wind Whisper's flesh ached and he glared at Mu Changfeng with a death glare. The thought of 2.4 million spirit stones being given to Mu Changfeng just like that made him furious. However, when he thought that Su Chen still had 5.6 million spirit stones on him, Wind Whisper's eyes were glowing. That, Su Chuan this spirit stone is so much. It's not safe to put it on you, right? Wind Whisper came up and said. Su Chen sneered and didn't say anything, so he watched Wind Whisper perform. Otherwise, you can leave this spirit stone with me and I'll keep it for you. Don't worry, I'll never embezzle your spirit stone. Dean, you're no slouch. Do you believe yourself when you say that? Wang Lin sneered as he walked up and said. As for Mu Heng's body, it was discarded to the side without anyone caring at all. Wang Lin, do you have an itchy skin? Wind Whisper said, feeling very disgraced. Dean, let's stop pretending. We know what you are. Don't we? If we give you the spirit stone, then it's just like a meat bag with no return. Wu Tao also came up and said. His eyes were not good. The dean wanted to retort, but actually could not find a place to retort. 5,600,000 spirit stones. That's a huge amount. Even a martial king would be jealous. What's to say I'm your dean too, right? The dean is dead. Su Chen is in charge. Before Wind Whisper could even finish his words, Tong Yu directly shouted from the side. His voice was loud. Please ask Boss Su to take over the position of the Dean of the Luochang Technical School. Please ask Boss Su to take over as the Dean of the Luochang Technical School. Wang Lin and Wu Tao quickly reacted and hurriedly shouted. Not far away, Lu Qingfeng and others, a face of dismay and horror, unbelievable written all over their faces, have not yet understood what is going on. The wind language is going to abdicate? Chapter 106 requesting the Dean to step aside. Lu brother, do we want to ask? Asked an old student. They also want to follow Wang Lin shouting, but this time it involves the wind language. This was the dean of their Luochang Technical School, and they hadn't been as bold as a few of Wang Lin's who dared to openly plot against them. Let's take another look. Lu Qingfeng said gruffly, and the older students on the side nodded in agreement. Then he saw Lu Qingfeng walking up with a grave expression, coming in front of Wind Whisper, cupping his fists and speaking, please abdicate. Dean, older students. The old students are numb, one by one, frozen in place. The brain is blank. The feelings you are letting us take another look. I thank you. Wind Whisper was dumbfounded and unbelievable. It was even if Wang Lin's few bad embryos were like this. How did Lu Qingfeng become like this as well? Qingfeng, you. Feng Yu looked at Lu Qingfeng with a face of heartache. How could he not imagine how long it had been? Even Lu Qingfeng had become like this. Dean, people always have to grow up. Lu Qingfeng said. I want to progress too much. Wind Whisper almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, and actually did not know what to say. Watching Lu Qingfeng stand behind Su Chen with the appearance of a dog's leg, the rest of the older students didn't say anything, but they also silently walked behind Su Chen. Seeing this, Wind Whisper was about to die of anger. These guys were simply too much, not putting him as the dean in his eyes at all. Mu Changfeng is about to burst out laughing. This point he can laugh at Wind Whisper for the rest of his life. Old man Feng, now it's the world of young people. You bad old man should step aside. Mu Changfeng said, even more so to the wind tone, not uttering a word for a long time. The Sword Heavenly King also walked up and laughed out loud at the sight. Compared to Su Chen, he was a third-rate student when he was young. Big brother Lu. Su Chuan went forward to greet him, able to tell that if it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Sword Heavenly King today, the Wood King wouldn't have just let it go. Ha ha, it's not that old thing from the military department. Knowing that I'm in Luo City, and learning that you guys captured a son of the king, they asked me to come over and take a look. I didn't expect to come a step too late, and was killed by you guys. Sword Heavenly King said, glancing at Mu Heng's corpse, not much ripples in his eyes. Su Chen sniffed with some embarrassment and glared at Wang Lin, who in turn glared at Wu Tao, who in turn turned to glare at Tongyu. Tongyu also hurriedly looked at Lu Qingfeng. Lu Qingfeng, he wanted to be watching the others too, but the other older students had already run off. Ha ha, it's okay, dead is dead, doesn't matter, the Sword Heavenly King said. In fact, what could be done by watching it? There wasn't much significance. Alright, I have nothing to do these days and will stay here for a while, but you guys should just calm down a little bit. Lately this old guy, the Wood King, is afraid that he will do whatever it takes to get you guys killed. It would be best to just not get out of the ancient city well. Hearing this, Su Chen also nodded. Getting so many cultivation resources, he didn't have to worry about resources for the time being, and the matter of entering the abyss could be put on hold for a while. Alright, go up, Sword Heavenly King said. There was no longer anything going on here, and it was useless for Su Chen and the others to stay. Su Dust nodded and a few more pleasantries were turned around and led the students up to the academy in the middle of the academy, while the wind language since the beginning of no one looked at him. In the end, it was just as awkward to go up to the college on your own. Now that Su Chen had more than 5 million spirit stones in his hand, if he really went out independently, coupled with the fact that Su Chen's prestige in Luocheng Technical School was now feared to exceed that of him as the dean, it was feared that all of the trainees would have to run out of money in a matter of moments. In the L.A. Technical School, as Su Chen appeared here, many of the trainees began to gather around, looking at them excitedly, wanting to know just how many resources Su Chen had grabbed this time when he brought people down to the abyss. Su Chen didn't have any nonsense. Coming to the student union, he didn't avoid it, and directly released all the resources they had snatched, which instantly piled up into a small mountain. It is some tutors, don't be alarmed. So many resources if converted into credits. Rough estimate that are millions of credits. That's already more resources than L.A. Technical School has in a year, and that's a rough estimate. Soon the dean also came up, and a group of tutors surrounded them, all knowing that Guofeng came up to shake the people, thinking that it was going to be a war. But I didn't expect the wind language to come up again so quickly. Marred, a bunch of brats, eyeballing old me to death, Wind Whisper said as he looked at the pile of resources. One by one, it's best to sleep with your eyes open at night. Marred, the wind language is really the more you think about the more angry. To the side of the tutor will not be able to give the whole. But how do they know that Su Chen hands but there are still more than 5 million spirit stones? That's the big one. Soon after, as previously agreed, Su Chen siphoned off 30% of the resources, while the rest was distributed down according to the level of contribution. Su Chen didn't leave resources for the student union to run. His philosophy was that the weak were eliminated, and if you wanted more resources then go to the abyss to kill and grab them. No one is obligated to grab resources to feed them, even if he is the boss of the student union. The surrounding trainees saw the scene. One by one, their eyes were red with envy. The older students who went in this time chewed the spirit fruits as if they were fruits, and when they looked at themselves, they were even more envious with their pockets of absent spirit pills. They couldn't afford to use it, treating it like a treasure, and as a result, in Su Chen's hands, they were just like fruits that they casually nibbled on, and this kind of envy could no longer be put into words. Boss Su, when will you go down again? You have to take me this time. That's it, I don't care. I'm going, please Boss Su. I've never begged anyone in my life. This time I'm counting on you. The surrounding older students were all red-eyed, and had even begun to think that if Su Chen was not willing to take them down, then they would form their own team to go down. It couldn't be a massacre like Su Chen's and grab a large amount of resources, but it was fine to mess around a little bit. Ahem, that, we won't be going into the abyss lately, and all the trainees from the Luocheng Technical School aren't allowed to go down there either. Wang Lin stood out with a dry cough. Everyone is frozen, a little dumbfounded. You're not going in for us? The abyss has not been peaceful lately. We went down this time to exterminate a 3,000 numbered cavalry of the Wood King city and killed the Wood King's own son. Now the Wood King is all over the abyss trying to kill us. If you guys go in, you might meet the Wood King's army chasing after you. Wang Lin explained. The following people directly listened to the stupid. The brain a blank, after a while did not react. How is it that the words Wang Lin said they could understand, and combined together they were so difficult to comprehend? Lu Qingfeng a few were also speaking up, describing the encounter with the foreign cavalry as very dangerous, and rendering the glorious deeds of how Su Chen stepped forward in times of danger and how he killed Mu Hang. Su Chuan was all embarrassed to hear it, mainly because this one punch to blow away the foreign clan's Zhongshu realm cavalry. He really didn't. These trainees were already mesmerized by what they were hearing, and were frantically looking at Su Chuan. The eagerness in their eyes made Su Chuan a bit overwhelmed, as if these guys wanted to give their bodies to each other. That Su family army is now starting to recruit. Those who want to enroll, hurry to me. I will be the leader of the Su family army in the future. Wang Lin suddenly jumped out and said, Chapter 107, you guys, you're really hurting me. Wang Lin suddenly jumped out and said, as all the trainees were listening with fervor. In an instant, all the cadets froze. What Su family army? What's going on? How come they don't know anything? How did Wang Lin become the commander of the Su family army again? This series of questions caused these trainees to directly freeze in stupidity and stare blankly at Wang Lin. There are also people who instantly reacted, Su family army. Who else here is surnamed Sua? I want to sign up. An old student instantly said, directly rushing to Wang Lin, writing his name on the paper Wang Lin had already prepared. Looking at Wang Lin with an eager face. You are very good. Wang Lin, appreciate you. Wang Lin patted his shoulder and said in an old-fashioned manner. The trainees on the side saw this and directly rushed up in a swarm, not knowing exactly what they were doing, but following was the right thing to do. Wu Tao and Tong were dumbfounded, completely not expecting this guy Wang Lin to pull such a stunt, instantly attracting all the trainees. Only those in the Qi Si realm are qualified to enroll. Those below the Qi Si realm and above the 8 stars of the Qi blood realm stay and are integrated into the reserve army. Those below the 8 stars of the Qi blood realm go back to cultivating heart again. Wang Lin saw that there were so many people who sign up, and hurriedly said, after all, he doesn't want everyone. Seeing this, Wu Tao and Tong Yu also yelled loudly, furiously and directly taking out their own resources. As long as they succeeded in entering the Su family army, they would be able to obtain a spiritual medicine. For a while, the trainees were all running to Wu Tao and Tong Yu again, giving Wang Lin a bad temper. Lu Qingfeng dog crumbled and hid on the side, also set up a signboard, and appointed himself as the 4th army chief of the Su family army. Worried about being beaten up by the 3 Wang Lin, he hid far away, and with his prestige in the academy over the years, he was able to recruit quite a few trainees in. Su Chen was silent and didn't say anything. His entire body was confused by this wave of Wang Lin's operation. Can't help but look at Wang Lin one more time. Have to say, this guy simply understands him too well. You guys Su dust back hands. A very helpless look at Wang Lin several. Shook his head. Bitter smile a sound. The corner of the mouth and AK are difficult to pressure. On the matter of me being a military commander in college, Boss Su is busy with his day-to-day tasks. Those of us who are juniors naturally have to share some of them with Boss Su. If everything has to be run by Boss Su, wouldn't we be a bunch of losers? And what face do we have to continue to stay in the Su family army? Wang Lin spoke seriously, so that no one could pick a single fault. Wu Tao and Tong Yu could not be suppressed. The two looked at each other. They went up and pulled Wang Lin for a beating. When the two joined forces, Wang Lin was naturally unable to fight, and was soon beaten up and much more honest. And these cadets were one more confused than the other. How come a few legionnaires were still fighting? You guys are really hurting me, Su Chen said bitterly, then waved his hand. Here are 200,000 spirit stones. Use them as military expenses for now. After saying that, Su Chen left with his hands in the air, with an appearance of how lonely it was to be invincible. Wind Whisper and the other tutors were completely dumbfounded and confused. What in the world had happened? What sojourners? What army chief? What army chief? What the hell is going on here? If Su Chen is the army master, what are they? The tutors? And what's the Lord Dean? They're right next to it. It's embarrassing for them. Hey, that old man, don't just stand there. Come over and pinch my leg, and stay in the Su family army as a cook in the future. Wang Lin sat on a chair with a big grin. In front of him was a group of Su family army that he had recruited. That's right, talking about you, don't look, Wang Lin said again when he saw Wind Whisper looking at him incredulously. Seeing this, Wu Tao and Tong Yu and others directly ran away with buckets, and Wang Lin was still sitting without knowing what to do. The next second, the wind language came over. Lifting Wang Lin is a fat beat. This kid is getting more and more arrogant. He is not dead yet. It becomes that old man, right? If we don't teach him a lesson, this is going to go straight to his head. I'm the 1st army commander of the Su family army. You dare to hit me? Old man, you're in deep trouble. Su family army. Hey, what are you guys running for? You guys are from the Su family army. Don't run. Come back to me. Wang Lin still wanted to let the Su family army people to clean up the wind language. Turned around. The people he recruited have already run clean. Who is not a little cute? Stay and wait for a beating? Oh, old man, don't think that makes me afraid of you. If I say the next sentence, I guarantee you won't dare to touch me. Wang Lin didn't have the slightest intention of giving in, and even said this. Let me hear you say it. Wind Whisper was all pissed off and laughed. How come she hadn't realized this guy was such an asshole in the first place? When Wang Lin heard this, he let out a cold smile and spoke directly. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'll give you this purple gold ginseng in filial piety, Wang Lin said righteously, with an arrogant face, and hurriedly handed up the purple gold ginseng that he had managed to get with great difficulty to Feng Yi. The heart is bleeding. Cough. You kid really, Wind Whisper put away the purple gold ginseng without a trace. Next time don't be like this. Naughty. Forget it this time. I'll clean you up next time I meet you. After Wind Whisper finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wang Lin was relieved and was just about to sneak away, but he saw that Wind Whisper, who hadn't taken a few steps, turned around again and looked at him with a bad smile on his face. Wang Lin's heart thumped at the look. Yo, this is not Wang Lin. What a coincidence. We meet again, said the wind language came up and lifted Wang Lin up again. Wang Lin was numb. This old thing, Wind Whisper, really wasn't a good bird. Wang Lin struggled to get up and said, Dean, do you want a face? Upon hearing this, Wind Whisper was silent for a moment, and then said, Good you Wang Lin, even trafficking in human organs, right? If I don't clean you up today, I don't deserve to be this Dean. You just say what you want? Wang Lin said directly, to the wind language whole embarrassed, dry cough, and then pulled Wang Lin violently beat up, and hung up Wang Lin. In his body wrote 3 big words I'm guilty, just hanging in the square, while Wang Lin's cultivation was directly sealed by the Dean, unable to struggle away. Just reflect on it, you brat. After 3 hours, the seal will unlock itself. After saying that, Wind Whisper directly left, leaving Wang Lin, who had been cursing, hanging in the square against the gazes of countless people, while at this time, Su Chen had already left the Luo City Technical School and arrived in the martial artist hall. In the office on the top floor, Luo Tianhe sat on a chair and took a sip of tea with a cozy face, looking at Su Chen across from him. Coming, say it, what do you want me to do? Su Chen asked directly. The last time he let Luo Tianhe out, it wasn't for free. This old fox was shrewd. Ha ha, in fact, there is no big deal, Luo Tianhe said with a smile, clapping his hands. The office door was opened, and a coolly dressed woman stepping on a red bottom high walked over toward Su Chen. Chapter 108, If you don't dare to beat up Su Chen, you don't dare to beat up you guys? The woman came straight to Su Chen, her beautiful eyes looking straight at Su Chen. Su Chuan only felt a dizzying sensation in his brain, and in the next second, a skyrocketing sword power suddenly appeared, and the dizzying sensation in his brain disappeared instantly. Su Chen instantly got up, his eyes were sharp, and the Dragon Abyss sword even appeared in his hand in an instant, aiming at the woman. Luo Tianhe hurriedly got up to round off the situation, holding Su Chen's shoulders and letting out a light laugh. Don't be impulsive, they're all your own people. Red clothes, hurry to apologize to little brother Su Dust. I have said, little brother Su Dust's strength is by no means as simple as you see on the surface. You listen. Luo Tianhe looked at the woman again and said with a smile, I'm sorry Su Chen, I heard the hall master say that you are unfathomable at your young age, so I was inevitably a bit curious in my heart. Red Clothes smiled gently, to be able to break my illusion in the first place. Your strength is truly as the hall master said. I admire you. Only when he heard Red Clothes say this did the killing intent in Su Chen's heart dissipate, and the terrifying sword momentum around his body was also withdrawn. Say it, what exactly is the matter? Su Chen looked at Luo Tianhe. But I said beforehand, that I don't do things that break the law and corrupt my noble character. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe laughed out loud and poured a cup of tea for Su Chen before saying, I need you to go to No Man's Land to participate in the National Martial Artist Hall examination as a representative of the Luo City Martial Artist Hall. Su Chen frowned and looked at Luo Tianhe. He didn't know what the heck this so-called National Martial Artist Grand Hall examination was. With its headquarters in Kyoto and branch temples in various cities across the country, the Martial Artist Grand Hall will have an all-encompassing assessment every 5 years, one of which is the strength assessment for new disciples. It's about our branch's ranking in the country, and the ranking is about how much resources we can get from headquarters in the next 5 years. Luo Tianhe made a long story short. This examination was important anyway. Su Chen also roughly understood the meaning. Without waiting for Su Chen to speak, Luo Tianhe added, and for those who participate there is also a cultivation requirement. They must be at the Qi High Realm cultivation. I am aware of your strength, so this time I would like to ask for your help to go forward and participate. Su Chen was slightly silent for a moment before he opened his mouth and asked, in the past, what was the ranking of our Luo City Martial Artist Grand Hall? 156, said Luo Tianhe. There was no need to hide this. Given the strength of our Luo City Martial Artist Hall, it's hard to rise, and it's still relatively simple to maintain our current ranking, but the key is that the headquarters has set new rules this year, and the resources of the branch halls after 100 are halved. Those after 200 may have to be cancelled outright. That was what worried Luo Tianhe the most. The Luo City Martial Hall was now in an awkward situation. Even if they kept their current rankings, their resources would have to be halved, and perhaps they would be brushed aside in the next examination. Why is this necessary? How much damage would be caused by closing down a martial arts hall? Doesn't the headquarters even care? Su Chen inquired with some puzzlement. It was no exaggeration to say that a martial artist grand hall that was all day-to-day, The loss caused by closing one was extremely huge. The best and the worst will be eliminated, and resources will be focused on cultivating the elites. Luo Tian has said. It wasn't hard to learn this information with his status. Worldly money is already just a string of numbers to them. In the era of martial artists, cultivation resources are the most precious. Luo Tianhe gave Su Chen a glance to explain to him. Closing down a martial artists hall, although it will reduce the monetary income, the resources that can be saved are huge. Putting those resources on the top guys up front creates more and more value again. After Luo Tianhe finished speaking, Su Chen also frowned tightly. This was the reality. It was not strange. If it was Su Chen, he would have done the same thing. Why should he use resources to cultivate some waste? The strong, naturally can enjoy more resources. The weak only deserve to be eliminated. The world of martial artists is like this. It's realistic and cruel. And the top 100 of this examination can obtain an additional 50% of the resources. The first is even able to obtain a volume of heavenly rank low-grade martial arts. The third to the fourth are able to obtain earthly rank high-grade martial arts. And the 5th to the 10th are earthly rank low-grade martial arts. Hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Su Chen was shocked. Of course he knew the preciousness of a heavenly grade martial skill. Even a martial king would be red in the eyes. The fact that it was now being taken out as a reward was enough to show that the headquarters of the Great Hall of Martial Artists was truly bloodthirsty. And this time, our Luo City Martial Artist Grand Hall will send out 10 people. Other than you in red clothes, there are 8 more. Luo Tian has said, looking towards Su Chen. The time is about a week later. But it will take 3 days for us in Luo City to rush to the no man's land, which means that we'll be leaving in 3 days. Yes, Su Chen thought about it and still agreed. But then he spoke. I can only say that I'll do my best, but I can't give you a guarantee that I'll definitely let the Luo City Martial Artist Hall go in the top 100. Luo Tianhe nodded his head. This is something that no one can say for sure. Who dares to guarantee it? Let's go and meet the other few people. Luo Tianhe said, getting up and patting Su Chen's shoulder. Red Clothes Eyes teasingly looked at Su Chuan and spoke out. Su Chuan, this time the quota is quite precious. Temple Master Kutu spent a large price, and now the quota has not yet been decided. You should know what I mean. After saying that, Red Clothes left after Luo Tianhe. Su Chen let out a light smile, knowing what Red Clothes meant, shook his head and followed behind. Speaking of which, Su Chen himself was an honorary elder of the Luo City Martial Artist Grand Hall, a person of the Martial Artist Grand Hall. And it was reasonable to contribute to the Luo City Martial Artist Grand Hall, not to mention that Luo Tianhe had helped him before. The hardest thing to pay back was the debt of favors, so this time, Su Chen really had to go to the examination. The point is, now that the Wood King in the Abyss is chasing him, and the foreign races are turning over, he doesn't dare to go down to the Abyss, so it's just that he can take advantage of this period of time to go out and make a wave. Thinking of this, Su Chen sent a message to Wind Whisper, old man. I'm in a good mood lately and don't want to stay in the academy. I'll go out and sneak around for a while and then come back. The wind in the abyss is a bit tight. I'll go out for a while. Luo City Technical School Office. Wind language. See, this message people are numb. You, a cadet, does not stay in the academy to cultivate. You run out to sneak? Come back in a bad mood? The wind language replies. Or hold back. First cheat this guy back. Get the spirit stone on him. If you're in a bad mood, you won't want to come back even more. Su Chen replied. Then closed his cell phone and followed Luo Tianhe to the basement of the Martial Artist Hall. And at this time in the office of the Luo Chang Technical School, Wind Whisper almost smashed his cell phone. Was Su dust to the gas? This little brat is really not a bit of face to him. Leave are so arrogant. You don't come back even if you're in a good mood. You don't come back even if you're not in a good mood. You don't want to come back anyway, right? Bring Wang Lin those 3 little brats to me. Mard, don't dare to beat up Su Chen. I still don't dare to beat up you guys. The more Wind Whisper thought about it, the more angry he got and said angrily, kicking the door open and walking out. Chapter 109, Beaten and Cured in Drooling. In the basement of the Great Hall of Martial Artists, Su Chen followed Luo Tianhe to this place. It was only then that I realized it was 1,000 square feet of practice room. Such a stroke could only be supported by such a wealthy and generous person like the Martial Artist Grand Hall. And at this moment, in the practice room, there were about 20 or so people, in groups of 2 or 2 who were in the middle of a fight. Stop! Luo Tianhe appeared and clapped his hands, majestic chi and blood power coming out along with his voice. The fighting stopped and everyone looked at Luo Tianhe. By way of introduction, this is the honorary elder of the Martial Artist Grand Hall, Su Chen. Luo Tianhe stepped aside, exposing Su Chen behind him to their line of sight. Su Chen will be joining you in this examination. The moment these words came out, the 20 or so people in front of them were really shocked and looked at Su Chen. Then they felt Su Chen's cultivation of 3 stars in the Chi Si realm and couldn't help but frown tightly. A 3-star of the Chi High realm was able to become an honorary elder of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. And that's even if it's not enough. but he even had to go with them to participate in the examination? This was a matter that concerned the front path of the martial artists' grand hall, and it must not be sloppy. Do you guys have any opinions? Luo Tianhe asked teasingly. These 20 or so people could be the seedlings that he and the other elders had carefully selected. All of their cultivation levels were at the 9th star of the Qi realm. It would be really weird if they were convinced. I disagree. Sure enough, the next moment, an inch-haired man stepped forward and said in a cold voice, so what if he's an honorary elder? This examination concerns the future and even the survival of our martial grand hall. How can we let him, a 3-star of the Qi realm, participate? Exactly. We recognize that he has good talent, but right now he's only a 3-star in the Qi realm. What does he have? All of a sudden, various voices resounded around them, and Red Clothes laughed lightly, looking at Su Chen. When she learned that Su Chen was going to participate, she felt the same way as these guys, which was why she went to test Su Chen, and Su Chen's reaction shook her heart. Her own cultivation level was 9 stars of the Qi realm. Her illusion art was something that even the Zhongshe realm didn't see the ability to resist, and Su Chen reacted to it in the first instant, and she even felt Su Chen's sword power that rose up to the sky, making her feel a strong threat. Just as Luo Tianhe had said, Su Chen's strength was far from being as simple as it appeared. You're very unconvinced? Su Chen asked as he stepped forward and asked to the inch-haired man who had just spoken. The inch-haired man was not afraid in the slightest, and spoke in a cold voice straight at Su Chuan. I just don't accept it. Boo! A dull sound of flesh against flesh rang out, and the inch-haired man was directly kicked out. Without waiting for the inch-haired man to react, Su Chen holding the Dragon Abyss sword was already on his neck. Now what? You sneak attack! The inch-haired man was furious, not expecting Su Chen to engage in a sneak attack. Not speaking of martial virtues, Su Chen sneered. In a real battle, who the hell is still putting up a fight with you and telling you to you? You're still too simple. You, Inchman actually do not know how to answer. A moment of speech. A long time before uttering a sentence. You shameless not speak martial arts. Not talking about martial virtues? Oh, Su Chen sniffed and laughed even more coldly. I don't even have any ing morals. You're talking to me about martial virtues? The moment these words came out, it was Luo Tianhe who froze, somewhat dumbfounded, suddenly feeling that calling Su Chen was a wrong decision. I'm not convinced. If you have the ability to fight openly and honestly, the inch-haired man said angrily, and the people on the side also looked at Su Chen with displeasure. Hall Master Luo, this honorary elder you found isn't of good character. Just then, an old voice came out, and an old man with white hair slowly walked out. Elder Mo. Luo Tianhe opened his mouth. There's something wrong with your words. What's wrong with that? Sneak attacking and not speaking martial virtues. Isn't this a character issue? Elder Mo walked up and coldly glanced at Su Chen with disdain in his eyes. He had worked all his life in the Great Hall of Martial Artists, and it was not easy for him to become an elder. But as a result, Su Chen, a brat, did not have to do anything and became the honorary elder of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Who would be subjected to this? Old lamp, you're good at barking. Su Chen also directly disliked him. He just didn't have morals, but by no means did he have character problems. How dare you? A milky brat dares to talk to me like this. Elder Mo instantly shouted angrily, his seal marquee realm aura crushing up at Su Chen. Su Chen was about to make his move when Luo Tianhe had already shattered Elder Mo's aura and blocked in front of Su Chen with a cold expression. Elder Mo, watch your words. What's wrong with me for this speech? Elder Mo was instantly furious. He didn't think that Luo Tianhe would dislike him for Su Chen. It made him even more upset. Su Chen, my teacher is a seal marquee realm martial artist. You're just a Qi realm. Where did you get the guts to be arrogant in front of my teacher? The inch-haired man from earlier stepped forward. Don't think that you can go to heaven just because you have some talent. There are plenty of people whose talent is stronger than yours. What are you but a waste of space who defeated me by sneak attack? Have the guts to fight fair and square. The inch-haired man said angrily, and Su Chen's complexion became extremely cold, his eyes incomparably cold. Luo Tianhe's face carried endless anger, and just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Su Chen. It can be. In order to maintain my respect for you, I cannot use my sword. Su Chen put the Dragon Abyss sword aside. This action was a provocation in the eyes of the inch-haired man. Arrogant. The inch-haired man drew his sword, feeling that he had been insulted, and was about to make a move when Su Chen appeared in front of him lightning fast, and blasted out with a punch that carried a furious power. This punch unexpectedly directly sent the inch-haired man flying out, with the indestructible golden body protecting his body. Su Chen's physical strength was all at an extremely terrifying level, comparable to that of a demonic beast. The power of this punch made the inch-haired man unable to resist, while Su Chen chased after him again. However, this time Su Chen didn't have his bare hands anymore, and his large wrench appeared in his hand. I said no swords. but I didn't say no wrenches. The moment the wrench hit his face, the inchman admitted that he was really confused, as if he vaguely saw his two tits. Dust simply did not want to stop, holding a large wrench with the most unpretentious strokes angrily smashed down, and soon the inchman turned into a pig-headed man. Only then did Chen stop. The surrounding people's hearts chilled. Looking at the ground, that guy's head is going to be open flower. Dying. Looking to die. Looking at Dust again. This guy even elegantly took out a piece of paper from his pocket to wipe the blood on the wrench. I said no swords. I didn't say no wrenches, Chen said very seriously, and they actually didn't know how to refute it. Duan, you bully people too much. Elder Mo was completely furious. His own disciple was even beaten by Dust. This look is cured, also drooling. I'm just bullying you, what's wrong with that? Chen was equally furious. The Dragon Abyss sword trembled and aimed at Elder Mo, directly killing him. Chapter 110 Wrench Smash Foam Ho. Underestimated you. Dust is really angry. You can say that I have no quality, no morality, no martial virtue. These he recognized, because he really does not have. But you can't say I'm not a good person. Chen directly executed the Yin Devil Berserk. His own breath skyrocketed upwards, and the Dragon Abyss sword trembled, even if Elder Mo was in the Seal Marquee realm. So what? He's not afraid. Arrogant brat. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't have the face to stay in the Martial Grand Hall. Elder Mo was even angrier and rose up in a violent rage. His cultivation of 1 star of the Seal Marquee realm unleashed. Chen did not hesitate to use the easy sword technique. The sword light flowed and the sword was terrifying. The big fish transformed by the sword dipper attacked, while Elder Mo didn't even give it a second thought, slamming his fist up angrily to repel Chen's attack. But the next second, Chen killed again. The sword moves were harsh and tricky. It was Elder Mo who was surprised in his heart. He really didn't think that Chen's sword skills were already so terrifying. It reached the level of sword power. To reach such an achievement at this age, this could no longer be said to be a genius, but a ghost talent. No wonder the inch-haired man was no match for Chen, and it was justifiable. Let's just say that the inchman didn't lose much. Moreover, the important thing was that Chen had not used his sword just now. In all fairness, if they were to fight against Chen, they would definitely not be Chen's opponent. It makes sense for him to go and participate. And they turned out to be the clowns. Endless sword diameters flowed, and Luo Tianhe was stunned in his heart, not thinking that it had only been so long that Chen's strength had grown so much more. Kid, you're still. Elder Mo was just about to say that Chen was still too tender when he felt a sharp pain in his head, and Chen's wrench had smashed into his head, eating a pained cry. Elder Mo was considered to be completely furious and no longer stayed his hand, but Luo Tianhe also instantly struck out. The examination was coming up soon, and he must not let Chen suffer an injury at this time. Elder Mo, you've gone too far, Luo Tianhe angrily shouted. A fist smashed up. Elder Mo was directly blown out. This punch Luo Tianhe was more or less with some personal grudges, directly to Elder Mo coughing up blood. This matter will end here. If you still want to pester me, submit your own resignation slip and I'll sign it. Luo Tianhe didn't give Elder Mo any face at all. This old man was usually arrogant and accustomed to it. He was already a bit dissatisfied, and now this old undead even dared to go this far. Upon hearing this, Elder Mo's face was ugly for a long time before he stood up and gave Chen a resentful glance before directly leaving. After all, not a word was said. Why are you still a little uncomfortable? Said Chen with a frown. Shouldn't Elder Mo put in a few harsh words at this time? Anyone who has any more comments can make them, Luo Tianhe said again. And this time, they no longer dared to say anything. Just now, Chen's strength had already shaken their hearts. I thought Chen was a bronze, but I didn't realize that he was a king. 3 stars of the Qihai realm, hanging 9 stars of the Qihai realm like beating a dog. Even the elders of the Seal Marquee realm had their brains buzzed by his wrench. It was also that they didn't know about Chen's deeds in the Luo City Technical School anymore. They didn't know about Chen's deeds in the Abyss. Otherwise they would definitely not have dared to say a single word of no. Since there are no opinions, this matter is settled, Luo Tianhe said, splitting their heads and despising them again. It was only then that he left satisfied that his purpose had been achieved. The guys were cursed and couldn't raise their heads while the inchman was already being dragged away for treatment. There was even more consternation in Red Cloth's eyes. Obviously she had still underestimated Chen's strength. It was she who was not necessarily a match for Chen. This time, Chen will lead the team. It took a long time for Red Clothes to utter these words. There are still 8 spots left, so let's start the selection next, Red Clothes said. Originally she was the one leading the team, but now it was obvious that Chen's strength was above hers. Chuan, may you want to stay and watch? The red dress invited, but Chen was not interested at all and directly shook his head. No need. After saying that, Su Chen also left directly and returned to his home. 3 days could also be a small retreat. Outside the martial artist hall, Luo Tianhe had a smug smile on his face, and when he saw Su Chen come out, he went up. In fact, with your talent and status, as long as you say it, no one will dare to say no. Even Elder Mo won't dare to make a move against you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen smiled. Is it to reveal the identity of the honorary elder of my martial artist Grand Hall? The two of them smiled at each other before Su Chen said, it's not true that Big Brother Lu and I are sworn brothers, and many people in Luo City know that. But, Big Brother Lu is Big Brother Lu after all, and I'm me. Can I pretend to be him for the rest of my life? In the end, it's still not about relying on yourself. And, the path of the strong never lacks tribulations, will only rely on the background. This kind of flower in the greenhouse will not live long. Hearing this, Luo Tianhe nodded his head, and he had to say that he was really satisfied with this answer from Su Chen. The key is, I can't just roar my voice everywhere I go. I'm the sworn brother of the Sword Heavenly King. It's not pure cerebral palsy. Su Chen shook his head. Relying on others was not his path after all. The two of them exchanged a few more pleasantries before Su Chen left. 3 days passed quickly, and Su Chen had already followed Luo Tianhe to rush to the uninhabited area. The three Wang Lin at the same time, in the Luochang Technical School completely turned over. Under the banner of the Su family army, he has established himself as the army master, and he has a tendency to divide up the Luo City Technical School, with the 200,000 spirit stones of military expenses given by Su Chen. It even fueled their arrogance. It was the mentor who could no longer suppress the three of them. The dean had tried to extort out the spirit stones more than once, but it was after hanging the three of them and beating them up that these three guys hardly didn't spit out a single penny. Instead, while he wasn't looking, whoever it was ran into his office and pulled a bunch of big ones on his desk. Wind Whisper was really pissed off and angrily scolded Wang Lin that they were definitely the worst class of trainees he had ever brought up. But this was painless for the three Wang Lins, who continued to compile the sojourners. By now, counting the reserve army, they had surprisingly recruited more than 2,000 people. For a while, the SU replaced the student union. The foreign students were already suppressed, but now it was even harder. And Wang Lin had something to do with bringing people to beat them up, beating them to the point of autism. Where is Boss Su? The three of them realized that Su Chen was actually no longer in the Luo City Technical School, and each of them frowned tightly. Since Boss Su is not here, it is only right that I should be in charge of the Su family army. Pass on the military order. Have Tong Yu and Wu Tao surrender 1 million spirit stones. Wang Lin didn't even finish his words before he was pressed and beaten up by Wu Tao and Tong Yu. After a while, Tong Yu spoke. Otherwise, we'll go into the abyss. The Wood King ordered to hunt down Boss Su, but he didn't say that he would hunt us down. Right. Agreed. I think it works. The three of them hit it off and got right down to business. Timed the vast Su family army out. Directly alarmed the Wind language. Chapter 111 Brothers are not for sale. Looking at the vast number of trainees going out, Wang Lin's three imposing, walking in front, Wind Whisper's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. What are you doing? Wind Whisper stopped in front of it, being really good and angry. He has cursed himself more than once in these 2 days. Why did he spend a big price to find such a few dogs to come to the Luochang Technical School at that time? Now the Luochang Technical School is in a mess, but also one by one wants to establish himself as the head of the army. This is to conspire to usurp the throne, is it? At least he's the dean, but now he has no prestige in the eyes of these guys. It's also really sad that Dean is mixed up like he is. The more the Wind language thinks about it, the more it is irrelevant. But if he really quit, the next second, these guys could blow up the academy and take the cadets to make their own way. These guys are really doing it, and that Su Chen is even more excessive. Wind Whisper was in tears, never having thought that a dean could be so miserable. You have to take the pressure from above and worry about the trainees below making a scene. The Su family army, give me a charge, Wang Lin shouted, but he was the first to turn around and run. Instead, they were grabbed back by the tutor behind them, but this time at least the other trainees didn't run away and waited where they were. It's just that they were told to charge the dry dean, and they really didn't dare. People are Martial King, they are Chi-Hai Realm, Chicken Hair. If I don't clean you up today, I'll quit as the dean. Wind Whisper was really angry. These brats were getting more and more lawless. They even wanted to enter the abyss. In the current abyss, there were crises all over the place, and that old guy, the Wood King, was turning over, sending countless armies to search day and night, and as long as someone from the human race entered, he would directly encircle and annihilate them, just to get a few of them killed. They even do not know the danger, want to go down, but also with other students to go down. This is not purely looking for death. Wang Lin's miserable screams rang out, being beaten up badly, those hiding in the dark to get the foreign students excited to call their father. They were really bullied so badly, and now see Wang Lin being cleaned up, the heart cannot say happy. What about you guys? Hanging Wang Lin up. Wind Whisper came up and asked again, his tone icy cold. Heaven and earth are kind. I knew Wang Lin was going into the abyss and rushed to stop him. That's right. I was in such a hurry that I didn't even eat my meal, and I just caught up with this guy. And then I saw you. Dean. Wu Tao and Tong Yu tacitly sold Wang Lin out. Wang Lin wanted to curse his mother, but the pain around his body was really unable to speak, and the wind language really did not leave a hand. You few little brats have made the Wood King mad. It's not peaceful in the abyss. You're going in to die, and you want so many people to go in together. What? Rushing to send a person's head. Wind Whisper said, knowing all too well how dangerous it was in the abyss right now. Don't worry, Dean. I definitely don't think that way. That's right. You still don't know? It's all because this kid Wang Lin has a belly full of bad ideas. I suggest that he be fired directly. Seconded. Wang Lin. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police. As we all know, the SOS is a very disunited group, and when things go wrong, the first thing they do is sell out the people around them. Like right now. 2 dogs. Thanks to the old man to put you brothers. Wang Lin finally held back a sentence. Brothers. Brothers are not for sale? Tong Yu rhetorical question actually let Wang Lin speechless. And at this time Su Chen was still in the middle of rushing after Luo Tianhe. 3 days later, Su Chen finally saw a towering mountain peak, and on top of it was a huge square. At this point, we can already see many figures up there, and it's obvious that they're people from other branch halls. Arriving at the square, Luo Tianhe led Su Chen several directly to a shade, which was marked as the Luo City Branch Hall and was their rest and waiting area. Tomorrow is the official competition test, so I'll go over the rules with you once more, Luo Tianhe said very seriously, and Su Chen also gazed up. This time, the competition will be held with each branch hall as a team, and after entering the no man's land, you will have to face not only the people from other branch halls, but more importantly, the demonic beasts in the no man's land. These demonic beasts are bloodthirsty and ferocious, although this time the course is in the periphery, but there may also appear the sect master realm, or even the feudal marquis realm demonic beasts. Remember not to go deeper into the uninhabited area. Inside there really exists a demon king, Luo Tianhe also said. The ground with the recovery of aura, the evolution of all things. So many years past also appeared the demon king, but after so many years, the efforts of the strong human race, and finally also drove them to the no man's land. After entering the no man's land, the demonic beasts you have killed will be recorded on a token, and the scores of the total team will be added together as your final score. Score can't be grabbed, but when the token is taken, it means elimination, and you may die when you enter no man's land. Luo Tianhe spoke again, gravely. Su Chen didn't say anything, he was just looking around, his gaze fixed in the no man's land outside the square. In fact, this place was not a no man's land a long time ago, but a prosperous city. Only with the recovery of aura, a large number of demonic beasts appeared, and finally forced the human race to back down, and these cities became no man's land, transforming into a paradise for demonic beasts. Ha ha ha, Luo Tianhe, you finally come. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. A loud, hearty laugh attracted a lot of attention, but the man didn't care and came striding in. If you dare to come, what wouldn't I dare? Ha ha, be careful of your Luo City branch hall falling behind the 200 this time, the man added. At that time, if your branch hall is taken, I would be happy to take you in, and if you come to my Qingqing Martial Artist Hall, I would be able to give you a seat as a deacon. Don't underestimate this deacon. It's hard to find a job in this situation now. Don't worry, when the time comes I'll report it to you and say you're in the Zhongshe realm. They won't say anything, the man said even more excitedly, as if he was winning. Their conversation Su Chen didn't care. It was just that among the people from the Qingqing branch hall, he saw a somewhat familiar fellow, and this person obviously noticed Su Chen as well. His eyes kept sizing him up, making Su Chen feel strange. He definitely hadn't seen this person before, but why did this guy look so much like they had a deep grudge against each other? You're Su Chen, right? This guy finally walked up after a long time and asked out loud, even more so, making Su Chen confused. Something's wrong? Su Chuan asked rhetorically, but the guy let out an evil laugh and looked at Su Chuan. 3 stars in the Qihai realm? Weak, too weak. Chapter 112, how many times can you smash your head? 3 stars in the Qi Si realm. Weak, too weak, the man said after walking up and looking Su Chen up and down. There was some mockery in his tone, and it made Su Chen all screwed up. He really didn't know this guy. What's this guy doing here? Who are you? Su Dust couldn't help but ask, already squeezing the wrench in his hand ready to give him a few hits. Upon hearing this, the man laughed, with some coldness in his eyes. Introduce myself, my name is Yu Zian, a member of the Qingqing Jade family. Su Chen was silent. He didn't recognize the Qingqing Yu family either. Seeing that Su Chen still looked confused, Yu Zian's eyes carried some anger. he had already said this, but Su Chen still didn't know who he was. My brother is at Star River University, and you've beaten him, Yu Zian said again, and the people from the Qingqing branch couldn't help but look over with some shock in their eyes. They knew too well what kind of power the Jade family had in Qingqing. With 2 kings in one family, they were the well-deserved hegemony of Qingqing's martial arts families. Yu Zihan was also a dude known to everyone in Qingqing, and surprisingly, he was beaten up after going to Tsinghua University. They were stunned in their hearts, and everyone knew that the Jade family was very protective of their children. Oh, you're that spirit guy's brother, aren't you? Su Chen then remembered that he had gone to Star River University earlier to block the door and beat up this Yu Zihan guy. Then the Jade family was attracted, and Jade Hong was beaten up by Mu Changfeng and Wind Whisper. And in the end, the Sword Heavenly Kings were all showing up, and the matter was over. Su Chen naturally didn't take it to heart, but what he didn't expect was that he would now meet the people of the Jade family again. I know you have some background, but the people of my Yu family are not easy to bully, Yu Zian said with a cold smile. After seeing his brother beaten to death, his heart was furious. He was almost about to lead his people to Su Chen, but knowing that Su Chen had the Sword Heavenly King behind him, Yu Zian was again too scared to go. But he also really didn't expect to meet Su Chen here today. When he entered the no man's land, there was no one to intervene or back Su Chen up. He didn't believe that Su Chen would still be able to turn over the sky. At that time, how could he, a 3-star in the Qihai realm, be his opponent? And isn't it a normal thing to die in no man's land? It was that the Sword Heavenly King pursued the matter afterward. Thinking of this, Yu Zian's heart already had a plan. It just so happened that this time, the Qingqing branch temple had united with so many branch temples. It was simply better to get Su Chen killed while messing with the Luo City branch temple. So, you're going to make a move here? Su Chen asked, beginning to wonder if he was a hate-attracting physique. How come everywhere he went, there were people who wanted to find trouble with him, even if he looks as handsome as the Reader Lord? Su Chen thought about this matter in his mind, and then he was looking at Yu Zian, calculating how many times this brain could hold out to be smashed. Don't worry, I won't move you today, but you'll have to be careful when you get to no man's land. Yu Zian still held back. The time had not yet come today. When we got to no man's land, it would be Su Chen's time to die. After saying that, Yu Zian also left. Su Chen frowned. There was no one else to pull a wave of hatred just after coming. The person from the Qingqing branch hall looked at Su Chen, with a meaningful look in his eyes, making Su Chen speechless. All ready to do a fight. You ran away again. Boring. You have a grudge against him? Red Clothes asked, curious in her heart as to how Su Chen could have a grudge against the people of the Yu family of Qingqing in Luo City. Beat up his brother, Su Dust said, shaking his head. A small matter. If he dares to come to find trouble, I don't mind getting him killed. Su Chen wasn't afraid at all and said casually. Red Clothes and the others didn't say anything else. They couldn't be clearer about Su Chen's strength. So naturally, they weren't worried. Time passed and soon it was the next day. The square was crowded with people, and all the people from all the subtemples had already arrived and waited. Soon, an old figure appeared in the square, and a ray of terrifying pressure descended, causing all the voices to stop and raise their eyes to see that figure floating in the air. Welcome to all of you who have traveled all the way here to participate in the Martial Artist Hall's examination. A low and deep voice rang out, instantly overpowering everyone's voices. Su Chen raised his eyes to look, only to see an old man away from the void, with a terrifying pressure emanating from his body, actually surpassing that of a martial king. This old man was actually a martial emperor. The rules of the competition you all know. The old man will not say more. This is your hand card. Inject it into your soul imprint. Hold this to enter the no man's land. Hunting and killing demonic beasts can get points, the old man said calmly. A wave of the hand is with countless stars landing in the hands of each person. At first glance it was actually a white jade tablet the size of 2 fingers. Su Chen left a strand of his soul imprint on it, and instantly the jade plate flickered with a burst of fluorescence, as if it had established some sort of connection. Without further ado, this session of the branch hall examination begins now, the old man said with a low voice. Immediately afterward, there were a number of figures that swept out and directly entered the no man's land. Go! Su Chen put the token away and spoke. Pay attention to safety. Luo Tianhe spoke in a deep voice. His complexion wasn't very good. A worried look. He spoke again. If you need danger, crush the jade token. Someone will save you all out. This is just an examination. There's no need to put your own lives on the line. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced at Luo Tianhe one more time and frowned slightly, as if he sensed something was wrong, but before he could open his mouth to ask, he was pushed away by Luo Tianhe. Get going. Be careful with everything. Su Chen was also not speaking, leading the people to directly walk down the mountain peak and head to the uninhabited area. After Su Chen left, Luo Tianhe's eyes were even more worried, and his entire mental state was even worse. Luo Tianhe. It didn't occur to you that the branch hall you've worked so hard on for so long is going to be lost like this. The Qingcheng branch hall master came up and said, a coldness in his eyes. What are you so proud of? This is just the beginning. Luo Tianhe responded, but anyone could see the worry on his face. It's already this time. Why are you still pretending? You wouldn't think that your Luo City branch hall would be able to hold out, would you? The hall master of the Qingcheng branch hall laughed coldly. This time around, several of our branch halls have joined forces and are bound to enter the top 100, and those who stand in our way will have to be plucked out altogether, and it just so happens that your Luocheng branch hall is the first one. It also just so happens that there is a fellow named Su Chen in your Luo branch hall who offended the Jade family before, and the person from my Qingcheng branch hall who is leading the team this time is from the Jade family. After saying that, the shopkeeper of the Qingcheng branch hall left with a smile. They had already begun preparations when they learned of the news from the headquarters, secretly forming a 10-temple alliance, wanting to join forces to fight against it, and their goal was to enter the top 100 and retain their current position. So in previous years the branch halls that were before them were enemies to them. Luo Tianhe's face was unsightly, not thinking that these people would be so shameless as to secretly join forces in an alliance. Su Chen, whether the Luo City branch hall can be saved depends on you. Chapter 113 Raffle, 5 Thunderbolts? Looking at the no man's land ahead, Luo Tianhe couldn't help but mumble, his heart worried. He naturally knew that Su Chen's strength was very strong, but the 10 Temples Alliance was also 10 subtemples joining forces, which gave them a great advantage in terms of numbers. Su Chen was just as powerful as he was. It was unrealistic to want to fight 1 against 100. In the no man's land, Su Chen led his team to a dilapidated city very quickly. This place had long since been devoid of human habitation and had been completely transformed into a paradise for demonic beasts. But after Su Chuan and the others came in, they could see a large number of demonic beasts converging. Seeing an intruder, these demonic beasts all looked over. Their eyes were fierce, and they were about to pounce on them. Su Chuan barely hesitated for a second and rushed at the front, drawing his sword, and with a single stroke of his sword, he would decapitate a demonic beast. Then the Dragon Abyss sword emitted countless sword diameters that shot up into the sky, continuously strangling the surrounding demonic beasts, regardless of whether they were strong or weak. There were almost no demonic beasts that could escape Su Chen's sword dipper, but in a few breaths of time, countless demonic beast corpses crashed down and rivers of blood flowed. Su Chen's eyes did not have half a ripple in them, and his expression was cold. Most of these demonic beasts were at the Qi blood realm, and only a few were at the Qi Sea realm. Such demonic beasts were simply too weak for Su Chen. Looking at this bloody scene, the several people in red clothes on the side were all pale. How could they not expect Su Chen to be so decisive and ruthless in his actions? It was a little hard for them to get used to such a bloody scene. Immediately afterward, Su Chen felt a warmth emanating from the jade plate, as if a strange power had entered it. Su Chen took out the jade card and saw that 2 numbers 89 appeared on it. After killing such a demonic beast, there were only 89 points? Su Chuan was a bit surprised. The scores of demonic beasts in the Qi blood realm are very low. A demonic beast with 3 stars in the Qi blood realm is about 0.3 points. And 3 stars in the Qi Sea realm is something like 3 points. Seeing this, Red Clothes stepped forward and explained, and only then did Su Duan nod his head. It seemed that this score was still very bad to take. Let's go. Continue, Su Chen said again without a little burden in his heart. Red Clothes nodded, and the group followed right behind Su Chen, not daring to imagine that Su Chen was expressionless after his massacre. When they thought about how they couldn't look at Su Chen before, they felt their faces burning, and their hearts were scared for a while, worrying whether Su Chen would kill them if he got angry. Walking into the city, Su Chen looked around, killing some more demonic beasts along the way, and his score came to with 124. Take a rest. Finding a room that was still habitable, Su Chen said, and the group sat down. Su Chen drank a mouthful of water and slowly spoke. If you guys still can't get used to it, you can quit on your own. There's no need for me to bring some burdens with me. The atmosphere was silent. At first Su Chen felt that they were not adapting, so he did not say anything. But now if they still could not adapt, then Su Chen really had no need to bring them along. The L.A. branch was also considered finished. Seeing that they didn't speak, Su Chen was also silent and flipped up the system mall himself. Previously, exchanging the spectral ghost bead in the abyss had already exhausted all of his kill value. But fortunately, after coming in and slaughtering so many demonic beasts, he was able to scrape together enough to get another 500 or so kill value. Without much thought Su Chuan first exchanged 8 Blood Explosion Heavenly Thunder, used in defense. Although there is a Blood Explosion Heavenly Thunder production method, but the process is very complicated and requires a lot of materials. Su Chuan now, of course, does not have the time to produce. There were still 100 points remaining, and Su Chen didn't talk nonsense, directly scratched to the bottom and chose a lottery opportunity. System, draw. After Su Chuan finished speaking, the system had already started to draw automatically. Su Chuan was a little nervous and didn't know what he could draw again this time. Congratulations to the host for winning the Heavenly Rank Advanced Martial Skill 5 Thunderbolt Zhang Fa. It has been automatically learned for the host to begin. The system voice fell. Su Chen were frozen for a moment. He just suddenly came to the mood to want to draw a lottery to try it out, but even directly drew a Heavenly Rank Advanced Martial Skill. One must know that the first place winner of this examination was only a low-level Heavenly Rank Martial Skill. It was no exaggeration to say that the appearance of a volume of heavenly ranked martial arts was bound to cause countless bloody storms, and it was unknown how many bigwig powerhouses had exhausted all their means and were unable to obtain them. However, Su Chen now had 2 volumes of heavenly grade martial skills. If this were to spread out, it was feared that many bigwigs would immediately have to come to kill Su Chen and rob the martial arts. Su Dustheart is more surprised. This system can place. There are good things he is really give up. Su Chen is right. We can't be like this anymore. If we can't adapt, we'll only be eliminated. We carry the hopes of the Luo City branch. If we can't even pass this most basic hurdle, we might as well go back on our own, Red said in a deep voice, the faces around him still a little pale, but their eyes had changed. Don't look at them as Chi-Hai Realm 9-star cultivation, but one by one, they were too well protected. That is, there were demonic beasts right outside of Luo City, and they didn't go out to hunt them. Weak ones don't want to be killed. What's the point of killing such a weak demonic beast? Strong ones can't be defeated. Isn't it extenuating that such a strong demonic beast can't be defeated? And now, they came to the no man's land, which was a paradise for demonic beasts, and the presence of countless demonic beasts made their faces pale even more, and their hearts had already begun to worry. After seeing Su Chen's bloody methods, it even gave them a feeling of trembling. But, that's a life too, said a white boy, holding his head in some pain, never having thought the test could be such a cruel thing. Pop, the next second, a forced pocket smacked him in the face. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Su Chen, not expecting Su Chen to make a move. They're alive too. That's true, but they've taken the space where we live, killed my compatriots, and threatened our safety. If you put it that way, the foreigner under the abyss is also alive. Shouldn't it be killed? This is how the world of martial artists is like. The strong survive and the weak are eliminated. This is the unchanging truth of the ages. If you can't take it, you can leave now, and there's no need to cultivate anymore. Go back to pulling out manure. Su dust some fire. Really want to call Luo Tianhe to ask, you pick what kind of garbage things? That's not true. Had I known, it would have been better to call the 3 Wang Lin, but these 3 guys have not broken through the Chi-Hai realm until now. Marred. Also 3 garbage. When they go back, they must pack them up hard before they can do so. Thinking about this, Su Chen's fire was a bit high. Roar. Su Dust cannot stand. Did not expect his teammates to be so vegetable. Directly walked out ready to single brush. With these losers will only distract him. It just so happens that the wind is a little tight in the abyss right now, so brush up on the kill value on this one. A roar was what made Su Chen instantly alert. This was definitely a Zhongshe realm demonic beast. In the next second, a pitch-black wolf demon was the one that appeared in Su Chuan's field of vision, 3 feet tall, and surprisingly followed by an endless number of black wolves behind it. They're surrounded. Chapter 114, A Gap in Your Heart, Quit. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Chuan's face also changed. The Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in his hand, and his expression was also incomparably grave. This was actually a 3-star demonic beast of the Sovereign Realm. There were hundreds of minions with them in the back, including a dozen or so at the Qi Sea Realm, and the remaining ones were all at the Qi Blood Realm. Such a wolf pack as a Zhongshe Realm powerhouse can only run when they meet it. Su Chen's eyes were heavy. It was not that he did not want to run, but he was already surrounded and had no way out. The Wolf King roared, and a large number of black wolves had already pounced, and Su Chen glanced at the house behind him, but no one had come out. Sword light flashed as Su Chen killed with his sword. The sword dipper kept taking away the black wolf's life. Su Chen was killing with vigor. The sound of increasing kill value kept ringing in his ears, and his cultivation was actually slowly increasing. In the next second, it unexpectedly broke through directly to the 4 stars of the Qi Sea realm. The soothing sensation made Su Chen feel that his body was filled with power, and the Dragon Abyss sword even exuded more terrifying aura. By now, Su Chen had killed most of the black wolves and was bathed in blood, but he himself had not suffered a single injury. Under the undying golden body's enhancement, it was that his clothes were torn apart, but his body was unharmed. And that's when the door in the back finally opened. Red Clothes walked out, cupping a sword in his hand. Seeing this incomparably bloody scene, his face was pale for a few minutes, but still cupped the sword to kill up. Su Dust, you're right. Born in this era we have no choice. Red Clothes killed a black wolf and said to Su Chen. Su Chen, however, didn't want to pay attention to the stupid bird and continued to kill. And with the appearance of the red clothes, the people in the house came out one after another and began to join in. The Wolf King was instantly furious. These mole-like humans had killed so many of his little old brothers. How would he be able to mix in no man's land in the future? In the next second, the Wolf King killed up, and a thunderbolt from his mouth attacked Su Chen. Su Chen chopped away with his sword, having already killed his eyes. Marred. You a surprisingly do not speak martial virtue sneak attack me a 18-year-old small comrade. Su Chen was furious, and again cursed. Marred. Ah. In the next second, the dark clouds in the sky instantly converged, and a silver white light actually appeared in Su Chen's eyes, and there was also a hidden flash of thunder in the sky. Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me, Su Chen roared, and lightning instantly appeared in his hands, running towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King's attack was shattered in an instant, and as the thunder light smashed into his body, the Wolf King was actually sent flying out, with black smoke coming out of his body and his fur standing up. Death to all. Countless thunderbolts fell, directly splitting these black wolves to death in the past. It was the black wolves of the Chi-Hai realm that couldn't block such thunderbolts, and they were directly split to death. The Wolf King was still dodging and resisting, and his 3-star cultivation of the sovereign realm was also a vegetarian. Seeing that all of his little old brothers were actually killed, the Wolf King growled. His body exuded a strange power, and in the next second, his entire body was actually emitting a blood aura. Lightning flashed, and his body was all swollen up. Once again, he killed towards Su Chen's. A few of the red clothes still wanted to come up to help Su Chen, but they couldn't intervene, and it was only in this instant that they felt that the gap between themselves and Su Chen really wasn't just a star. If they had met so many demonic beasts, they were afraid that they would have already died, while Su Chen directly killed out and hard slaughtered all the demonic beasts. The whole time they seemed like crap. Well, actually they could have been a little more confident and put as if they went. Is this still human? Who's good enough to hand rub thunder and lightning? He's really in the Chi-Hai realm? Hanging on to the sovereign realm. This makes us look really trashy. Actually we were pretty trashy and crap in the first place. The words behind the red clothes were undoubtedly a put-down, but they couldn't even refute it. It was still damn true. That's going to be tough. The Wolf King that was fighting with Su Chen was completely numb and turned around to run. But how could Su Chen let it escape? The Wolf King was smoking in the back. Every movement aggravated its injuries, and its hatred for Su Chen was indescribable. Looking at the hand-rubbing thunder and lightning Su Dust, the Wolf King really wanted to spit out human words and ask Su Dust, you are a hyena. Have been rubbing thunder and lightning to split his ass is what is the meaning of? Hemorrhoids are splitting. The Wolf King couldn't take it anymore, and an attacked Su Chen, turning around and running without any hesitation. Su Chuan avoided this attack and held his sword up. The Dragon Abyss sword stabbed up fiercely, hitting the center of the target. The Wolf King hissed, still wanting to struggle in his attack. But how could Su Chen give him this opportunity? Running the thunder method, instantly the Dragon Abyss sword directly entered the Wolf King's body. Next thing you know, the Wolf King is straight. Hundreds of black wolves died in Su Chen's hands just like that. Su Chen's score also came to 389, which was already considered a very high score. The few people in red clothes stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. They really did not expect Su Chen to have decapitated a sect master realm demonic beast. Although that maneuver was a bit chrysanthemum tightening, it had to be said that Su Chen was also really strong. It turns out that you are so strong. Red clothes let out a bitter smile. Before she felt that she was very strong and talented. But after meeting Su Chuan, the surprise that Su Chuan brought to him made her suddenly feel that she was a piece of trash. The rest of them had the same thought in their hearts, and had a feeling of being groundless in front of Su Chen. Su Chen did not want to say anything. When he met the Wolf Demon Siege, these guys even hid in the house. Although they came out later, Su Chen's heart was still very unhappy. If they were really in danger, how could he feel comfortable leaving his back to them with this kind of person? Once these grooves are created in the mind, they are hard to heal. I'm sorry, Su Dust. It was us before. Red Clothes had just spoken when Su Chen interrupted. There's no need to say sorry. I respect your choices, and we never knew each other well in the first place, did we? But it's because of this test that brought us together. And when it's over, we'll all go back to our own lives, and maybe we won't see each other again. Su Chen's meaning was actually already very obvious. They were just already fighting for resources for the examination, for the Luo City branch hall. To put it bluntly, it's just teammates, not even teammates. Red Clothes smiled bitterly, still wanting to explain, but realized that no matter how much he explained, it seemed futile, and their choices just now had already caused Su Chen to have a gap in his heart. This kind of thing is in the mind of anyone who puts it on. There will be thoughts of awe. Red Clothes was also unable to say anything, and with a bitter smile really didn't know how to explain it. What are you so godly about? Didn't you just kill a few demonic beasts? What's so rare about that? the white clean boy who had been slapped by Su Chuan earlier said, speaking as if we couldn't kill demonic beasts without you. Red Cloth's complexion suddenly changed, and just as he was about to speak, Su Chen had already made his move, and 2 forced pockets had landed on his face. You think I care to be with you guys? If you have a problem with me, you can leave now. Su Chen's expression was cold, his brows were furrowed, and he had obviously moved to anger. Chapter 115, Reiku helps me. You all have a moment to catch up in the 10,000 souls. Facing a wolf demon siege like the one just now, he could easily kill out and go away if he was alone, but they, the losers, would be devoured and torn to shreds in a matter of moments. As a result, now that he had killed all the black wolves, this dog even said such words. Livestock. Su Chen was very upset. That is, not to mention this, he killed so many demonic beasts. The points he earned were not for the Luo City branch hall? Apologize to Su Chen. Red Clothes angrily is said. Also did not expect Yang Chen to say such words. The rest of the people's complexion is slightly changed. Feeling that Yang Chen had really gone a bit too far, they all pointed their fingers. Only then did Yang Chen reluctantly apologize to Su Chen. Go away. I don't need people like you under me. If you guys want to plead for him, you can go with him, Su Chen said indifferently, without half a bit of room for discussion. He doesn't need this kind of person, and he doesn't want to stay even if someone pleads for him. Since he's the captain, he won't tolerate this kind of thing. Even if they were all gone, it wouldn't matter to Su Chen. Su Chen, I've apologized to you. What else do you want? Yang Chen was even more upset. He was already harboring a grudge after being smacked a few nose pockets by Su Chen earlier, and now this guy was smacking his big mouth again, which was even more upsetting to his heart. Even his dad didn't beat him up like this. What gives Su Chen the right to do that? Thinking of this, Yang Chen was even more upset and actually turned around to leave. Yang Chen, Red Clothes and the others shouted, frowning tightly, but Su Chen did not look at them. Ha ha ha, what a show! A laughing voice came out, causing Su Chen to instantly become alert. The Dragon Abyss sword squeezed tightly in his hand. Then he saw Yu Zian and his group walking over. They were all carrying blood on their bodies, and it looked like they had just killed demonic beasts over. Your Luo City branch palace isn't working either. How come you've just arrived and you're already engaging in infighting? Ha ha ha, Yu Zian laughed out loud with a teasing look in his eyes. Yang Chen, right, do you want to consider joining my team? Don't worry, I definitely won't come at you like this from Su Chen. I treat our teammates fair and square. Yu Zian laughed out loud, followed by about 30 people, all of whom were from the so-called 10 Temples Alliance. You're dreaming. Red Clothes didn't even finish her words, but she actually saw Yang Chen walking towards Yu Zian. The words that came to her mouth were hardened and swallowed again. Yang Chen, you actually, following Su Chen, a brat. I don't know what you guys are thinking. Is it a shame? Yang Chen said directly, giving Su Chen a cold look. Su Chen was strong, but from the beginning when Su Chen was the captain he was dissatisfied. He just didn't dare to say it. After coming to the no man's land, Su Dust is even more upsetting to him. The pussy is letting Su Dust pretend. What is he pretending? The point is that Su Chen even hit him. Haha Su Chen, your talents are all good, but you are not a qualified leader. Yu Zian even laughed unabashedly. Otherwise, how about this? You give me all your scores and join us as well. Get out, Su Chen replied, already ticking Yang Chen out of the Luo City branch in his heart. He was about to leave with his people, but Yu Zian's people were blocking their way. Today this score, you have to give it or not. Yu Zian had a smile on his face. Other people are afraid of your Su Chen's identity, but I'm not afraid of you. This is a no man's land. It's an impossible thing even if a martial king wants to come in time. And dying in an examination is also a very normal yes thing. I hope you don't know how to behave. Yu Zian was even more capable of pretending than Yu Zihan. Su Chen really said that he couldn't stand it and turned around to look at Yu Zian. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Zian laughed again. In fact, you should thank me as well. I knew that you guys were here and purposely lured the black wolves for you. I just really didn't think that you guys would actually kill all the black wolves. Yu Zian's words caused Su Chen's eyes to flash with killing intent. He said that how did the wolves appear here? So it was all because of this guy. To dare to say it to his face now is undoubtedly a provocation. Didn't expect it. Ha ha ha, Yu Zian laughed out loud. If you don't hand over the score, I'm afraid that you really deserve to die here today. It's the Sword Heavenly King who wants to pursue the responsibility will have no way to do so. Jade Xian's body also erupted with an aura of peak Qi High Realm, crushing towards Su Chen, and the rest of the people also stepped forward to surround Su Chen. Will you do it yourself? Or will we help you? If you want to move Su Chen first, pass me. Red Clothes stepped forward and unexpectedly stopped in front of Su Chen, and the rest of the people did the same, which was a bit surprising to Su Chen. It seems that the L.A. branch temple isn't all white-eyed wolves. Red, I told you that you are not my opponent, and why do you need to come forward? Yu Zian laughed. smiling coldly. A spirit sword also appeared in his hand, about to kill. Make your move. When Yu Zian's words fell, the people from the Ten Temples Alliance all killed up. What was infuriating was that Yang Chen, the white-eyed wolf, had followed suit. Just now, he was afraid to kill the demonic beasts, but now he was making a move on Su Chen in a big way. Red Clothes and the rest of the 7 killed together. If they lose, the score won't be taken away from them, but they will be eliminated outright, and the score will be set at the present. A 10-day examination. If they were eliminated on the first day, then their Luo City branch hall would really be finished. Dogs! Su Chen couldn't help but curse again as he killed with the Dragon Abyss sword in one hand and rubbed the Thunderbolt with the other. Combat strength amazingly soared, making Yu Zian was stunned. No wonder he was able to beat up his brother. It seems that this guy really has some skills. Su Chen, I admit that you have some skills, but by no means are you a match for us. There's so much nonsense. Su Chen coldly laughed, still not knowing how these guys like to talk nonsense so much. If bull asterisk worked, they'd still be fighting. Left 0, right fire, thunder god help me. Gentlemen, please come to my 10,000 soul streamer. Su Chen indifferently opened his mouth. The thunder and lightning had just fallen. Su Chen directly took out the 10,000 soul streamer. Monstrous black gas filled the air, making people's hearts jump. What kind of horrible thing is this? Why does it keep emitting black gas? Su Dust, you're less pretentious. It was also the first time that Yu Zian had encountered such a thing, and with a furious curse, he was about to charge up, and in the next second, endless numbers of grievous souls appeared, red-eyed, and killed, completely devoid of any semblance of humanity. When the unjust souls appeared, it was Yu Zian who was afraid and began to back away, also really not expecting Su Chen to have such a hand. Putting on an act, right? My 10,000 soul streamer has already prepared top-quality famous tea. Please come inside to have a catch-up. Su Chen coldly laughed. Chapter 116 Look, you're in a hurry again. When he heard that the Black Wolf was actually Yu Zian's ghost, Su Chen was really furious, and directly took out the 10,000 soul streamer, and endless grievous souls came out, red-eyed, and killed towards Yu Zian. These unjust souls were all at the cultivation level of the Qi realm, and there was even a Zhongshe realm among them, so it could be said that the fighting strength was very strong. Yang Chen's face suddenly changed. He had just joined Yu Zian's team. How did he turn around and become like this? How did Su Chen get such a powerful weapon? But now was not the time to think about this. Yang Chen knew that Su Chen would not let him go, and directly turned his head and ran. The big deal about abandoning Yu Zian and the others was that they would be expelled from the Great Hall of Martial Artists. It was better than losing their lives. Su Chen naturally wouldn't give him this chance. The monstrous black qi had already filled up, directly trapping Yang Chen in it. Red Clothes and the others had already been shocked so hard by this scene that they were somewhat afraid to speak. This scene really refreshed their cognition. They had thought that the Su Chen of just now had exhausted his means, but what they hadn't thought of was that Su Chen actually had such a bottom card. Su Dust, what the hell are you up to? Hurry up and remove this thing. Among the people brought by Yu Zian, one of them could no longer hold on and instantly yelled, his heart in panic. In this black fog, he felt the breath of death. Su Chen, what kind of evil art is this? I advise you to put it away quickly, or else the headquarters will definitely not let you go. That's Su Chen. I'm a member of the Wang family. If you dare to hurt me, the Wang family won't let you go. All sorts of angry curses came out. Su Chen did not change his color and even felt a bit amused. These guys must be a little sick in the head. Just now they were saying that no one would be held accountable if they were to die in no man's land. And now they're barking at a dog? The point is that their dog's barking. Su Dust doesn't care at all. The souls of the wrongdoers kill each other. And these guys are all at the peak of the Qi High realm cultivation. But they can't hold back the endless souls of the wrongdoers. And naturally, Su Chen was not idle. Carrying the wrench and surrounded by lightning, he directly walked in. For a while, mournful screams continued to come out, and the Red Clothes and others outside only felt their backs chilling and their hearts jumping. But not being able to see what was actually happening inside the black gas, he couldn't help but be curious. Within the black mist, Yu Zian had already been beaten half to death by Su Chen and was hanging on the side of a small building. The rest of them were even half dead, and the remaining half were all seriously injured, coughing up blood. Only then did Su Chen withdraw the 10,000 soul streamer, and as the unjust souls and black gas dispersed, Red Clothes and the others finally saw what was going on inside, and trembled in their hearts. Originally, he thought that Su Chen was already ruthless enough to kill demonic beasts, but he didn't think that the current Su Chen was even more ruthless. Jade Xian was hung aside? At this moment, Su Chen was holding a wrench and ruthlessly knocking his head. This bloody and horrifying scene caused the rest of them to be directly chilled, wanting to run away. But in the next second, a sword dipper suddenly fell, directly blocking their way. Credits stay come empty-handed Su Dust turned around, his wrench stained with blood, revealing a sinister, vicious and hideous smile that directly scared the remaining people. Su Dust, you have to think clearly. I'm from the Demon City Branch Temple. If you offend us, in the future, boo. Before the speaker could finish his threatening words, Su Chen's wrench had already smashed on his head. Blood flowed out at once, and the guy's head was so dizzy that he fainted. Little fat sheep, obediently hand over your tokens. Otherwise, he. Su Chen's smile made their hearts grow fuzzy, but those credits were what they had worked so hard to get, and they really didn't want to hand them over. Of course, the credits couldn't be robbed, but just getting their token and grinding out their soul mark would mean they were eliminated. What do you want our scores for? It's not like scores can be snatched. It's useless even if you take it away, a person said again, hiding the token in death. He didn't want to be eliminated now. That would really be too humiliating. The score can't be snatched, but old me is just happy to do it. What do you care? Su Chen slammed another wrench up, smashing this severely injured guy into a fainting spell. Seeing this, someone directly crushed the token, and in an instant, a strange power enveloped his entire body, immediately followed by teleporting him directly away. Seeing this scene, Su Chen lightly laughed, not expecting that there were really hardcore people who preferred to be eliminated by themselves, but in reality, it was useless even if they just insisted, because Su Dust will get them eliminated too. What are you looking at? Searching you? Su Chen saw that the red clothes and other people behind him were still in a daze, and said at once, these guys are too unseeing. Each one of them froze in place, as if they didn't know what they were going to do. If a few of Wang Lin's were here, these guys would be afraid that even their pants would have been taken off by now. You killed so many of us from the 10 Temples Alliance and eliminated us all. The 10 Temples Alliance will not let you go, a gloomy fellow said, unable to resist even though he was already heavily injured. He didn't believe that Su Chen dared to kill them all. No, what you said is not right. Su Chuan sniffed, hurriedly denied. This guy's eyes lit up, immediately saw hope, thought that he had taken Su Chuan. That's right, they were 30 or so people. If Su Chen killed all of them, it would definitely alert the headquarters, and Su Chen would definitely be punished at that time. Hurry up and let us go. I can treat this matter as if it didn't happen today, or else, the consequences are not something your Luo City branch hall can resist. Look at you, are you in a hurry? Su Chen said with a smile, what I mean is that I have no intention of eliminating all of you, but rather killing all of you. For a time the sky-rushing cold air enveloped their whole body. They all thought that Su Chen was afraid, did not expect that this living Yanwang really did not intend to leave a living mouth and at this time, the tokens on their bodies had all been searched by the red clothes with people. That is, they wanted to get out of the examination are not able to do so. No, Su Chen, you can't be like this. This is just an examination. Yes, at first I also thought that this is just a test, but you guys want to kill me. Su Chen coldly laughed. Just now the Black Wolves. If not Su Chen has some skills, it can really be planted. How could he ask him to let these guys go now? Outside, on the plaza, a huge light screen appeared, reflecting in the middle of no man's land, projecting everyone's projections all over. When they saw Su Chen Kokuo bubbling with black gas and drying out all of the so-called 10 Temples Alliance, some consternation appeared in the eyes of the temple masters of these subtemples. Su Chen's strength was truly beyond their imagination, but at the same time, Su Chen's hand was also really ruthless, going so far as to kill so many people and still not intending to spare the others. In the past examinations, death was not unheard of, but the death rate was extremely small, usually dying in the mouth of demonic beasts. Like this, death in the hands of the same examination is still relatively rare. Humph, who is this person? Ruthless and unscrupulous. How can such a person be worthy of remaining in the Great Hall of Martial Artists? Do you all say that I'm right? A burly man opened his mouth in a fit of rage. Chapter 117, raise your right hand if you're really dead. That's right, a small age is ruthless, doing things without a bottom line, even openly trying to kill us as so many geniuses of the 10 Temples Alliance. It's really excessive. I suggest that this person be expelled from the Martial Artist Hall and disqualified from the competition. That's right, such a ruthless person must die. The hall masters of these sub-halls couldn't stand it and jumped out to say that the people who were able to come to participate in the examination were all carefully cultivated by them, and they didn't know how much financial resources had been spent on them, and now it was just killed by Su Dust. Their investment was completely lost. The key is, this time the examination is about a great deal. They have to pay attention to, a careless, can be their branch hall is gone. When they saw Su Chen being so vicious, they immediately raised their voices, and the people who raised their voices were naturally the so-called 10 Temples Alliance's people. After someone took the lead, the rest hurriedly chimed in, accusing Su Chen of being too ruthless in his actions, and that such a person didn't deserve to be in the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Put your mother's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. So many of you teamed up and even lured the black wolves to surround us. Why didn't you say ruthless when it came to the people of my Luo City branch? This is an examination. It's not a family game. If you're afraid of dying, don't bring anyone to compete. Luo Tianhe directly disliked it angrily, unable to tolerate a little. It was even if these guys were messing around behind their backs, but now they were even openly targeting Su Chen. If he could still tolerate it, he was going to turn into a teenage mutant ninja turtle. That's right. I saw that your people were having a great time just now when they were besieging others. Why don't I see you guys standing out and saying that your people are too ruthless? A person on the side who was friendly with Luo Tianhe also laughed coldly, feeling ridiculous. That's a double standard. Their people can, but not if they're replaced by Su Chen? Luring the black wolves to surround Su Chen and the others. This clear-eyed person could tell at a glance that this was to put them to death. Shut up. How old are you? And you still think you're young? There's no rules for making a fuss. Is this how you run the branch hall? The martial emperor in the sky above coldly grunted as a powerful pressure suddenly descended down, causing Luo Tianhe's few to hurriedly shut up. Elder Mu, this Su Chen is really ruthless. We can't leave this kind of ruthless person behind in the Great Hall of Martial Artists. That's right. This guy just had black gas coming out of his cuckoo. Who knows if he's an evil cultivator? This son is ruthless. And the thing he used just now, I think it is very similar to the ancient evil weapon 10,000 soul streamer recorded in the rumors. Who would use the 10,000 soul streamer for a decent person? That's right. Whoever's good person uses the 10,000 soul streamer. Maybe Su Chen is an evil cultivator. I suggest directly executing this person. I once heard that Su Chen is still an honorary elder of the Luo City branch. When did the honorary elders of our branch become so cheap that a milquetoast brat can be an honorary elder? I suggest that a strict investigation be conducted to find out what unseemly collusion there is between Luo Tianhe and Su Chen. What unspeakable secrets there are. After Luo Tianhe shut up, the person from the Ten Temples Alliance merely paused for a moment and followed up. They couldn't tolerate Su Chen's power, mainly because they couldn't tolerate the fact that someone with such a strong talent was in the Luo City branch. Elder Mu also frowned when he heard this. Just now, he naturally saw Su Chen using the 10,000 soul streamer, and even here he felt a powerful aura. Elder Mu, what they said are all absurd. I have not known Su Chen for a long time, but it was only because Su Chen's talent was extremely strong and I wanted to draw him in that I gave Su Chen the name of honorary elder, but without any real power. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Luo Tianhe's explanation caused Old Man Mu's brows to stretch slightly, and to be honest, he was also shocked by Su Chen's talent. In the past, the participants were all at the peak of the Qi High Realm, and no more than 9 stars of the Qi High Realm, and when he learned that a Qi High Realm participant was competing, he was also a bit shocked, and even paid more attention to Su Chen. And Su Chen's performance after entering No Man's Land did not disappoint him. To be honest, he was more fond of Su Chen. Regarding Su Chen's matter, look at it again. Just based on this alone, it's still not enough to judge him as an evil cultivator. Only then did Elder Mu open his mouth, and at those words, the hearts of these branch hall masters sank. It was clear that this was not the result they wanted, but Elder Pastor had already said so they couldn't say anything else. However, we can't let him really kill so many people, Old Man Mu said again in his heart, and a large hand suddenly reached into the No Man's Land. At this time in the No Man's Land, Su Chen had already killed about 20 people, while the remaining 10 or so were scared out of their wits, and some even knelt in front of Su Chen. Su Chen, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Yu Zian came up with the idea for us to target you and get you. Yeah, there's no reason for us to move you when we have no grudge against you. Please, don't kill me. I really don't want to die. I'll eliminate me. 10 or so people kneeling in front of Su Dust. They are really afraid. The heart panicked a batch. Su Dust, this guy is really ruthless. Someone he is really killing. Knowing it's wrong now. It's too late. Su Dust sneered. And when the wrench was about to slam down, a large hand of spiritual energy instantly appeared, grabbing all the people kneeling in front of Su Dust. At the same time, a voice rang out. It's just an examination. There's no need for such a harsh hand. This voice was naturally Elder Mu's, and he didn't want to watch Su Chen kill so many people from other branch halls. If Su Chen really did this, he would really offend these branch hall masters to death. And if some guys didn't speak of martial virtues and secretly targeted, Su Chen was now no stronger than the Qi Si realm, and still couldn't stop the revenge of the Seal Marquis realm. I'm on early 8. Su Chen froze for a moment, then broke into a yell, knowing that it was that old thing in the square that had struck. Just now, when they were surrounded, they didn't see this old miscreant make a move, but now he's out to pretend to be a good guy? Su Chen's heart was very upset. Red Clothes and other people with even more trepidation. Su Dust is really not care about people? Aren't you afraid of reprisals for being so crazy? There are still 2 left? Su Chen was about to leave when he saw Yu Zian hanging up and being opened on the side. There was also Yang Chen who was lying on the side pretending to be dead. Then I can only vent on you guys. The moment Su Chen's words fell, endless lightning descended, instantly splitting Jade Zian to death in the past. His hairs standing on end, and his entire body was still twitching from time to time. His death was extremely tragic. Yang Chen, who was pretending to be dead, quietly opened one eye, wanting to see what Yu Zian had become. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Su Chen squatting in front of him with a smile on his face. It was only this smile that made Yang Chen shudder, and he could no longer walk away even if he wanted to. I didn't hit you either, did I? How did you die? Su Chuan asked, then spoke. You shouldn't be pretending to die? Raise your right hand if you're really dead, Su Dust said, originally wanted to make a joke, but when Yang Chen put his right hand up, Su Dust's cerebellum shriveled up. Chapter 118, Smoke, or Karma's Waste? At this moment, not only Su Chen, but also Red Clothes and the rest of them froze, with a dumbfounded look on their faces, with a feeling of not knowing what to say. This guy actually raised his right hand. Yang Chen cursed in his heart, all about to greet Su Chen's entire family. This old 6ah. He had faked his death to be surprised that he was still pitted by Su Chen. The raised right hand was neither put down nor held up. For a while Yang Chen was in deep thought. Su Chen stood up and rubbed his hands together with thunderbolts. A thunderbolt suddenly landed and ruthlessly struck Yang Chen's body. Under Su Chen's control, this thunderbolt only injured Yang Chen, but it wasn't heavy. There's just something about that location. Yang Chen's heart started cursing again, not knowing what kind of sins he had created that he would meet Su Chen. This old six, this shameless thing. I can't believe I struck his ass with lightning and hit a bullseye. This smoky sourness really makes you. Red Clothes and the rest of them were silent, and in their hearts, they were suddenly glad that they were in Su Chen's gang, or else they might as well die if they fell into Su Chen's hands. It's not moving even when it's smoking. It looks like it's really dead, Su Chen muttered, but the voice reached Yang Chen's ears. Yang Chen was so excited that he forced himself to hold back the excitement in his heart, only wanting Su Chen, this bogeyman, to hurry up and go. However, after a delay in seeing Su Chen make a move, Red Clothes couldn't help but walk up. Su Chen, shouldn't we move on? Don't worry, we definitely won't drag our feet this time. Go. Hurry up. Yang Chen hissed frantically in his heart. His felt hemorrhoids were all split and started bleeding again. It was really hard. All he wanted to do now was find something to plug up and get out of no man's land and get treatment. There's no hurry, said Su Chen in a deep voice. Yang Chen started cursing again in his heart. Then he heard Su Chen's words. I find it a bit of a shame that he's dead, and his loins should be able to fetch a good price. These words caused everyone to be stunned, staring blankly at Su Chen, not understanding what Su Chen meant by this for a moment, but immediately afterward, he saw Su Chen take out a dagger and pull open Yang Chen's clothes in preparation for stabbing down. I'm on morning 8, Su Chuan, you bastard, can't you show some face? How did your family's ancestral tomb give birth to such an unethical thing like you? Yang Chen instantly got up and avoided the knife. He couldn't hold back any longer and directly started cursing. He would really be thankful that Su Chen had set his eyes on his waist. Yo, it even came to life. Su Chuan teasingly smiled and replaced the dagger in his hand with a wrench. You. Yang Chen's face was green and white for a while. He was angry for a long time before he uttered a sentence. To tell you the truth, my cousin Wu Liyao is a person from the headquarters. She has killed a 5-star martial artist of the sovereign realm, and she also took part in this examination. If you guys dare to touch me, she won't let you off, Yang Chen said with a pale face. When I just entered the no man's land, I already contacted my cousin. She should be about to arrive at this time. If you guys are willing to submit and follow me, I might even be able to bring you around a bit, but the prerequisite is that you must draw a clear line with Su Chen, Yang Chen said, and everyone's eyes gazed up. You guys don't think that following Su Chen really has a future, do you? How can he, a milquetoast brat, compare to a genius like my cousin? With my cousin leading us, getting into the top 100 won't be a breeze. Yang Chen's eyes had been sizing up Su Chen as he said this, but Su Chen's face actually didn't have the slightest ripple. To be honest, Su Chen couldn't wait for all of these guys to leave and not affect him from brushing monsters. Well, have you guys considered it clearly? Yang Chen said again, one hand covering his buttocks with a pained expression. Just surprisingly, none of them stepped forward. Yang Chen's face was a bit unsightly, and he still wanted to stall for time, while Su Chen had already lost his patience. Casually raising his hand, a sword light was about to cut Yang Chen down. Betrayer, kill, Su Chen said indifferently, without a trace of emotion in his tone, while a few other people had different looks in their eyes. Some felt that Su Chen should kill Yang Chen, while there were others who felt that Yang Chen should not deserve to die. Su Chen was just too cruel. It's just that all of these emotions they pressed down in their hearts and dared not speak out. To kill my cousin, you are afraid that you are not qualified. A cold female voice came out, and a white aura directly shattered Su Chen's sword light. A woman in white appeared, with a face that was as cold as an iceberg, with the words "Do not approach. You are Su Chen." The person who came was none other than Wu Lu Yao, directly opening her mouth to inquire, with some disdain in her tone. For a cultivation of 3 stars in the Qi Si realm to be able to enter a no-man's land, it seems that the Luo City branch is also really empty. How about shutting it down? Wu Lu Yao said in a clear and cold voice. Her eyes fell dead on Su Chen. In Su Chen he only felt the cultivation of 3 stars of Qi High realm, but it gave her a feeling of unfathomable. Wu Lu Yao. It's really Wu Lu Yao. I didn't expect Yang Chen to be so powerful. If I had known, I would have followed Yang Chen. There were voices coming out from amongst the people of the Luo City branch hall, and Su Chen remained unconcerned, and Yang Chen's nostrils were going up to the sky. Wu Lu Yao, that was the genius of the headquarters, with unfathomable strength, and unrivaled existence amongst the same level, dominating the top 3 positions on the Heaven's Pride list in the Martial Artist Hall. Strength cannot be underestimated. It just didn't occur to me that this time, Wu Lu Yao had actually come, and the key was, Yang Chen was actually Wu Lu Yao's cousin? This relationship, now you believe it. If you guys are willing to abandon the darkness now, I'll be able to give you a chance to follow me. You guys have to realize that the test isn't just a group competition, it's also individual, Yang Chen said again, and after this was said, 3 people immediately walked to Yang Chen and directly rebelled. There were no waves in Su Chen's eyes, but Red Clothes was directly enraged. What are you guys doing? The Luo City branch temple has fed you guys for so long, and you guys are just going to give up on the Luo City branch temple? Red was about to blow a gasket. Was this really something a human being could do? Oh, Red, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. We're just pursuing what we want. What's wrong with that? That's right. The Luocheng branch temple is being targeted by the 10 Temples Alliance, and this brainwashed Su Chen has offended Yang Chen, and now he can't protect himself. So why don't I join another bright master? Give it up. The closure of the L.A. branch is a fact. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen laughed out loud, even more excited. The Luo City branch temple was not within his consideration then. From the very beginning, he didn't believe that the L.A. City branch temple could rise from the dead. Su Chen, admit defeat. It's time for the position of hunter and prey to change. Yang Chen laughed out loud with excited ears, then said with a gloomy and hideous face, I will return the pain you gave me 100 times over. Saying that, Yang Chen's eyes unexpectedly began to look Su Chen up and down. His eyes were very wrong. Chapter 119, It's all burnt. Why don't we cut it up? Feeling Yang Chen's eyes, Su Chen froze for a moment. This kind of look was so strange. It was like the kind of look that Wang Lin had when he squatted by the side of the road and peeked at the black silk beauty. But, he's a man. Su Dust are a bit dumbfounded. Could it be that this kid has some abnormal orientation? You're a fine piece of skin. He said. Yang Chen even flowed out saliva. Su Dust admitted to really be disgusted. Really did not think that this guy is really. Cousin, help me take down Su Chen. I want to live. Yang Chen laughed fiercely, glaring viciously at Su Chen. He must return the pain Su Chen gave him 100 times over. He couldn't recover from his current injuries without a month or 2, and he had to worry about growing together. If it grows together, his joy will really be gone. Wu Luyao frowned, seemingly not expecting Yang Chen to be so perverted and play with such flowers. But still, he took a step forward and spoke in a cold voice. Su Chuan, apologize to my cousin, and then withdraw yourself from the examination, or else I can't say that I'll really have to hand over your uniform to my cousin today. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart was chilled with disgust, and the Dragon Abyss sword trembled, emitting a clanging sword sound. If I don't castrate him today, I'll cut myself here. Speaking, Su Chen directly made a move, really having been disgusted, striking out with a killing move, decapitating Yang Chen. Yang Chen sensed the danger, but the next second Wu Luyao had already made a move and killed. It had to be said that Wu Luyao's strength was indeed somewhat impressive, and was actually able to fight with Su Chen. The red clothes on the side frowned tightly, did not think that in the end it really involved Wu Luyao to appear. This woman is not a good crop. I don't know if Su Chen can hold on, or else the Luo City branch hall will really be gone. Thinking of this, Red Clothes was also a bit huffy and attacked up towards Yang Chen. The people on the side also killed up. The original teammates, now even turned into a traitor. This on who was not angry. Yang Chen's eyes had panic in them, and he still wanted to dodge, but the injury on his buttocks made him not dare to make too much movement, and he was soon violently beaten up by Redcoat, and his injuries became even more serious. On the other hand, Wu Luyao was being held back by Su Chen and could not go to help Yang Chen. Yang Chen has already been beaten into a bruise. The 2 people who betrayed before were also beaten and fell on the ground. With a blank face, the tokens had been searched out. and they would all be kicked out of the game subsequently. Hang me up and beat me hard, beat me towards the smoke. Su Chen, still in the middle of his battle with Wu Luoyao, glanced at it with his afterglow and said directly. After a brief pause, Red also made his move, while the rest of the group simply picked up the slabs on the ground and began to greet them viciously. How dare you? Wu Luoyao was furious. Yang Chen was her cousin. Now that he was beaten up like this in front of her, how could he still mix when word got out? Why don't you dare? Su Chen shouted. The wrench was thrown out directly, carrying power as fast as lightning to smash on Yang Chen's brother. A pig-killing hissing sound instantly rang out, as if the entire no man's land could hear this heart-rending sound. Yang Chen lay on the ground and kept rolling, reached out to touch and found it all broken, and his heart was broken. Thunder Duke helps me. Su Chen let out another furious cry, and the thunder light in his hand soared up and directly ignited, and the flames immediately rose. Wu Luoyao was shocked. Even though she was in existence ranked in the top 3 of the martial artist hall, she had never seen a martial skill that could rub thunder and lightning with her hands, and furthermore, this martial skill was really strong. Wu Luoyao was silent. She knew that he couldn't beat Su Chen, but really didn't have the face to say it. It's really a shame. Yang Chen was still tearing his lungs and shouting. The fire was hard to extinguish, but it was already scorched. 1 of the inches in the heart. Against a dagger, it's all burnt. Or cut it. Yang Chen eyes out of the indisputable tears. Seems to have seen the rest of his life. A long time before he spoke in a deep voice. Forget it. There is always better than nothing. Su Chen, say it. What exactly do you want from this matter today? After a long time, Wu Luoyao finally couldn't bear it and asked out loud. Su Chen didn't want to pay attention and killed Yang Chen with his sword. Yang Chen was shocked in his heart. Wu Luoyao shot to block again, but this time he still couldn't stop Su Chen. A sword light swept past, penetrating through Wu Luoyao's layers of defense and landing directly on Yang Chen. At that moment, Yang Chen let out an even more heart-rending scream. This time he's really out of it. It has fallen down. Yang Chen is still trying to pick it up, but Su Chen swung his sword. The sword light stirred, directly churned him out. Yang Chen tore up his heart and lungs and shouted. His eyes were wide open. He was incomplete at this moment. What a great harm it was to him. Might as well die. Su Chen had obviously moved to kill and directly killed. The sword light rotated and a terrifying sword power descended, causing Yang Chen to be seriously injured to the end. His origin damaged. Wu Luoyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned extremely pale. Somewhat unbelievingly, she looked at Su Chen. She was actually injured by Su Chen? She was in existence in the top 3 on the Heaven's Pride list of the Martial Artist Great Hall. Su Young, who is he? But now was not the time to dwell on this. Su Chen's killed again. Bound to kill Yang Chen. Su Chen, Green Mountains don't change. I will personally take your head next time we meet. Wu Luoyao said. A card appeared in his hand in the next second. A burst of light flashed and the figures of Wu Luoyao and Yang Chen directly disappeared. Shift card, Red Clothes said in a deep voice. Worthy of being from the headquarters? You're just rich and generous. Red Clothes said, shocked in his heart. The value of a transfer card is very expensive. It is not even sold in the Luo City branch hall. This thing can directly teleport people to any random location after using it. It's not an easy task for us in trying to find them. Red Clothes frowned again and said, seeing that Su Chen still had a murderous intent on his face. Marred, didn't get that dog Yang Chen killed. Su Chen was truly disgusted. He had to kill Yang Chen, or else his Dao heart would be unstable. After Su Dust finished speaking, he looked at the 2 people who had defected before, and a killing intent emerged out of his eyes. Chapter 120, he didn't say, probably because you didn't ask. Feeling Su Chen's strong killing intent, the 2 men directly knelt in front of Su Chen and begged for mercy. Elder Su, I was wrong. Elder Su, we were also compelled by that dog Yang Chen. You must not see eye to eye with us if you are so magnanimous. The 2 men fell to their knees, their hearts anxious with worry. Nor did they think that Yang Chen, this pitiful thing, would directly abandon them. What they hadn't expected was that Wu Luoyao, the 3rd existence on the Martial Grand Hall's Heaven's Pride ranking, had been beaten by Su Chen and ran away by using the transfer card. Look at you guys. Are in a hurry again, aren't you? The killing intent in Su Chuan's eyes did not diminish in the slightest, but there was a smile on his face. Only this smile was creepy. How could these 2 people not be anxious? They couldn't fight. The key was that their jade tags were given to Yang Chen as a guarantee to follow him, and now they just couldn't even quit if they wanted to. I've always been a very nuclear and kind person. I'm saddened that you guys are like this. Su Chen smiled and came before the 2. Red Clothes couldn't help but glance at Su Chen. Are you sure you're being kind? In the next second, 2 sword diameters suddenly appeared, piercing through these 2 people's eyebrows. If you don't do it as a human, you have to be a dog. Killing these 2 people, there was not a single ripple in Su Chen's eyes, like it was an insignificant matter. You killed them for fear that there will be no small trouble. Red Clothes couldn't help but say, although these two people are disgusting, but after all, they are the people of the Luo City branch temple. Which of the people who were able to come to participate in the examination didn't have some background, and most of them had an elder backing them up. Others were the grandsons of the elders of the Great Hall of Martial Artists or something. These two, on the other hand, were the grandsons of two very prestigious elders of the Luo City branch temple. Now that they had been decapitated by Suchen just like that, when they returned to the Luo City branch hall, these two elders would definitely not let it go. If I was afraid, I wouldn't have killed them, Suchen said disdainfully. Two traitors were just two traitors. Killing them was just as good as killing them. Hearing this, Red Clothes also stopped saying anything, but thinking of Wu Lu Yao, Red Clothes' heart was again a little worried. Wu Lu Yao was a person from the headquarters, and was the granddaughter of one of the headquarters elders, and now that Su Chen had offended Wu Lu Yao, they were afraid that their Luochang branch would only be targeted next, not just targeting from the 10 Temples Alliance, but from HQ. Everyone's heart sank at the thought. The headquarters, that was the place where the heavenly pride gathered. Once the headquarters targeted them, it was only afraid that they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. If Su Chen is more powerful and can defeat Wu Lu Yao, but there are so many people at the headquarters, if they do it together, the arm will not be able to twist the leg after all. If you are worried in your hearts, you can leave. Su Chen seemed to be able to see their thoughts and also said directly before turning around and about to leave. The examination was only just beginning. For Su Chen, the only difference between one person and a few more people was just carrying a few tired people. A man he could slaughter with abandon without worrying about their well-being. So what if you're worried? We're a group. We carry things together. Red Clothes thought for a moment and directly followed. The rest of them glanced at each other and then followed suit. This time, the assessment is not only between teams, but also individuals. Red Clothes said, at the end of the 10-day assessment period, everyone's scores will be ranked before the team's combined scores are ranked. Hearing Red Clothes' words, Su Chen nodded. In short, the score was important. According to the past regulations, besides killing demonic beasts to be able to gain points, there are also some energy balls set up by the martial artist Grand Hall in the No Man's Land, and getting an energy ball can add an extra 100 points, and after these energy balls wait until the end of the examination, they can be used to accept the baptism of the martial artist hall, absorbing the energy in the energy balls to enhance their cultivation and build their foundation. Many of them broke through to the sovereign realm directly after being baptized. Red Clothes said again. Su Chen froze and turned to look at Red Clothes. How come I don't know this? Why didn't the palace master say this to me? This is something that Su Chen really didn't know. If it wasn't for the fact that the Red Clothes are now saying that he was afraid that he wouldn't even know until the end of the examination. It might be that you didn't ask. Red Clothes thought that Luo Tianhe had already told Su Chen all of this. After all, this was something that everyone in the martial artist Great Hall knew about. Seeing that Su Chen unexpectedly did not know, Red Clothes said this after a long time. At those words, Su Chen blackened his face. What do you mean he didn't ask? Are there any requirements for this baptism? Only then did Su Chen hurriedly ask. Red Clothes also explained. Just get the energy ball. When the time comes, the martial hall will activate the formation, and anyone who holds the energy ball will be able to receive the baptism. But, there are 10 eyes in the formation that receive the best baptisms, so they were fought over by many, and later evolved into the top 10 positions. So, each test is not just about hunting demonic beasts to accumulate points. There are also people who specialize in finding energy balls, and each time the martial artist Great Hall will probably drop 10,000 energy balls in the No Man's Land. Red continued, spelling out all the things related to baptism. Hearing this, Su Chen stroked his chin. This kind of good thing naturally could not be missed. There's no rule that says energy orbs can't be grabbed, right? Su Chen asked the question he wanted to ask the most. Red Clothes froze for a moment, not expecting Su Chen to ask this. Shouldn't he have been asked how this ball of energy was going to be found? It seems, no. When Red Clothes thought about it carefully, there really wasn't such a rule in the regulations of the examination, nor did it say that they couldn't grab the energy orbs. That's good. The corner of Su Chen's mouth lifted into a smile. Finding which is faster than robbing. Seeing Su Chen smile, for some reason, the Red Cloth few had some bad premonitions in their hearts. Departure. Rob. No, go find the energy ball. Su Chen almost said what was in his heart and hurriedly changed his words. The few people in red clothes gave Su Chen a strange look. Sure enough, this guy just didn't have a good heart. And at this point in the square, Luo Tianhe's expression was the most unsightly. The people he had carefully selected had turned out to be traitors. A weakling who betrayed the L.A. branch, and 2 birdmen as dogs. In one fell swoop, the Luo City branch lost 3 people. The funny thing was that these 3 were not eliminated by another branch hall, but by their own people. Luo Tianhe's eyes carried killing intent. This time after going back it was necessary to purge the Luo City branch hall. These three people could be the elders of the Luo City branch hall who had been stuffed in after patting their chests with assurances. Luo Tianhe, why is your Luo City branch palace like this? It's not like you'll just get all your own people killed by then. A burly man on the side laughed out loud, sarcasm and murderous intent all in his eyes. Su Chen had killed so many of them, and when Su Chen came out, he had to make Su Chen pay for it. Luo Tianhe, heart upset, was about to speak. A burst of terror like an abyss suddenly descended. Chapter 121, The Demon Sovereign appears. Up a little strength. This terrifying aura was like an abyss and like Tarzan, pressing everyone to breathe and feel great terror. It was Old Man Mu in the sky whose expression changed, and then he directly landed on the ground. In the next second, there was an illusion in space, followed by a figure appearing in the sky without a sound, and no one saw how he appeared. It's like he was already there. Greetings to Honorable Elder. Elder Mu instantly saluted and shouted when he saw the silhouette in the air. Greetings, Honorable Elder. In the next second, all of the branch hall masters saluted and shouted. The sound shook the sky and the earth. This person was the supreme person of the Great Hall of Martial Artists, the current Martial Exalted, a true powerhouse, known as the Blade Exalted. In the past, the examinations were all presided over by Elder Pastor, and no one could have imagined that this big brother would show up this time. The Blade Father didn't speak, but his eyes were incomparably grave, looking towards a certain direction in the no man's land. This strange behavior made everyone puzzled. That is, Elder Mac was a bit puzzled, but the next second, another terrifying breath appeared, and the breath of the Blade Exalted clashed with each other, and the horrifying fluctuations made these branch palace masters in the square directly unable to withstand, coughing up blood on the spot and falling to the ground. Demon Zune, you crossed the line. The Blade Zune opened his mouth this time, and the two breaths confronted each other, seeming to reach an equilibrium. Immediately afterward, in the deepest part of the no man's land, a figure suddenly appeared in the square in no more than an instant. It was actually a burly black man with horns on his head and some scales on his forehead. I crossed the line? The demon sovereign laughed maniacally, his body shrouded in a terrifyingly fierce aura. All these years you've set up the outskirts of my territory as a place for you to hone your skills, constantly killing my people, and you're saying that I've crossed the line? The demon sovereign said, a terrifying fluctuation emanating from his body. He is the true king of this no man's land, a great snake cultivated to transform into a jiao to achieve the cultivation of a martial dun. This used to be our territory, said the Blade Zune, his eyes sharp, as if two absolute knives were hidden in his eyes. They all say things that happened before teenagers, and still have the face to take it out and say, if you have the ability to snatch this back, ha, Demon Zune said grimly. Blade Zune was silent. The current human race had to guard against the foreign races in the abyss and worry about the demon race on the ground, so it could be said that they were in a bad situation with enemies on their backs. How can there be any room left to regain the territory that was there in the first place? Say it, what exactly do you want to do? Blade Zune asked, seeing that the Demon Zune wasn't going to start a war. But it wasn't possible for this guy to run out and go crazy for no reason. At those words, the Demon Sovereign's face held some teasing. All these years you have used my territory as a place for your people to hone their skills, and I want to use it to hone my people as well. Don't worry, I know the rules. Chi realm. Demon Zune laughed, but let the knife Zune instant anger. A skyrocketing knife chi tearing the clouds, invisible like a horrible sword across the void, emitting a horrible breath. Demon Zune, how dare you? The Blade Sovereign was truly enraged, hearing what the Demon Sovereign was saying. This was to send out the most powerful Chi realm demonic beasts among the demonic beasts to participate. If it was the previous peripheral demonic beasts, they were all weak and nothing, and it was best to use them for honing. But if the Demon Exalted participated and sent out demonic beasts, that would have a different meaning. After so many years of development, the demonic beasts within these uninhabited areas had long since become a climate, and had even established kingdoms belonging to the demonic beasts in the cities that were human in the first place, which is very hierarchical. What does this father not dare to do? The demon elder's expression also turned cold. Then he said, the big deal is to go to war. As these words of the demon sovereign fell, an incomparably terrifying aura rose to the sky from the depths of the no man's land. A dozen or so martial emperors' auras rose to the sky, followed by hundreds of martial kings' auras, and even more auras below martial king. The terrifying baneful chi directly condensed into a black auger dragon hovering in the air. It was an army of demonic beasts. The blade dignitary's expression also changed, not thinking that the demonic beasts on the ground had grown to such a level far beyond their imagination in these years when they were busy suppressing the abyss. It was surprising that an army of demonic beasts had all appeared now. This is not a good sign for the human race. If you want to go to war, I'll accompany you. A long, pitch-black blade appeared in the Blade Exalt's hand and was aimed at the Demon Exalt. Old thing, just stop pretending. okay? The demon sovereign, however, laughed. Now if you want to start a war, my demonic beast army will be enough to step on this place in a matter of moments. Your martial grand hall can be considered completely ruined, and I'm not willing to make an enemy of you right now. Your people have killed so many of my people over the years, it's not too much to ask that I just let my people take part in the grind. Listening to the demon Zun's words, the Blade Zun actually didn't know how to reply, because what the demon Zun said was the truth. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose? The Blade Father inquired again. He didn't believe that the demon father had come out just for this matter. There must be a conspiracy behind this. What purpose can I have? But I just want to make it harder for your people. Up the intensity. Speaking of which, you have to thank me for helping you hone your men. After the demon Zun finished speaking, the next second a terrifying aura directly isolated the no man's land, which meant that now it was the people competing inside who would not be teleported out even if they crushed their jade cards. Blade Zun wanted to say something else, but immediately after that, the ground began to tremble, and an army of demonic beasts was already approaching. My people have also competed, so let's see who loses and who wins in the end. After saying that, the demon sovereign came to the top of the demonic beast army. The two confronting auras finally dispersed, and only then did the people in the square catch their breath, but their frightened looks had not yet disappeared. Zun Lao, what should we do? Elder Mac asked as he stepped forward. This was beyond the scope of what he could manage. I'll inform the other few Martial Exalted first to get ready. This sinner must have something in mind with this move. The Blade Exalt sighed and said, there were simply too many things to consider at their level. Their every move has the potential to cause some serious trouble. As for the contestants in No Man's Land, they're on their own. Blade Zun said, already starting to contact the rest of the Martial Zuns in Huaxia. In the No Man's Land, all the contestants were looking upwards with terror in their eyes. Some even wanted to withdraw from the competition, but there was surprisingly no movement when they crushed their jade cards. Panic began to spread in an instant. Su Chen also stroked his chin, his eyes incomparably grave, as if pondering something, and did not speak for a long time. What's to be done? Red asked, worry in her eyes, nervousness. That's certainly cool. Su Duan replied, already seeing people running out in fear, trying to escape, but it was just in vain. Here it comes, prepare for the battle. Su Chen exhaled, sensing the aura coming from the front. The Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in his hand, and in front, hundreds of demonic beasts have rushed over, covered with a ferocious aura. Chapter 122, Killing demonic beasts is easier than killing pigs? As Su Chen's words fell, hundreds of demonic beasts with a terrifyingly ferocious aura in front of them had already rushed out. This is not the kind of wandering demonic beasts just now, much less the kind of demonic beasts comparable to the Black Wolf Pack from earlier. These are demonic beasts from the depths of No Man's Land, with powerful bloodlines, or the heirs of demon kings or even demon emperors. The faces of the few people in red suddenly changed, their hearts panicked, and this distance just couldn't run away even if they wanted to. It's over. The jade card has expired, a long-haired boy said, despairing in his heart. The hundreds of demonic beasts in front of them were all at the Qihai realm, so how could the 7 of them be opponents? Su Chen, however, did not say anything. The 10,000 soul streamer instantly appeared in his hand, and the injustice souls came out. And this time Su Chen did not hold back any longer, releasing all of the injustice souls in the 10,000 soul streamer. Fight! To Su Chen's surprise, Red Clothes unexpectedly said firmly, having already taken out her longsword, ready to fight. Ha, human race, it's been a long time since I've eaten a human. I miss your flesh and blood. A tiger demon was the first to come over, surprisingly at the peak cultivation of the Qi Si realm. Opening his bloody mouth, he pounced on them. He was the son of the Demon King, and the bloodline of the Demon King flowed in his body. Su Chen coldly laughed, drew his sword and rose up. The sword gang flowed. The horrible sword power fell, accompanied by the tiger demon's head rolled down to the ground together. Wanting to eat my flesh, just you guys, are worthy? Su Chen coldly snorted, and the grievous souls had already killed up. Hundreds of demonic beasts had already come up to fight. It had to be said that this was worthy of being the elite amongst the demonic beasts, and the fighting strength was far from being comparable to those ordinary demonic beasts from earlier. Endless pools of black chi bubbled up from the 10,000 soul streamer, and Su Chen killed upwards with his sword in hand, surrounded by lightning. The sword power was mixed with thunder and lightning, directly killing into the demonic beasts and massacring them. Seeing this, Red Clothes followed suit and killed, battling a peak Qihai realm wolf demon. Marred, just die. The remaining 5 also clenched their teeth and killed directly with their weapons. Su Chen was killing like crazy. His heart was incomparably happy. It seemed that he hadn't even killed so freely and greatly when he was in the abyss. In the entire No Man's Land, it was not just Su Chen here who had encountered the siege of demonic beasts. The rest of the people were also facing the same. Wu Liao had just moved to a clearing with Yang Chen and breathed a sigh of relief when she immediately saw endless demonic beasts pouncing up around them and had surrounded them. Meanwhile on the square, everyone's complexion was incomparably worried. Their geniuses were still inside the no man's land, surrounded by so many demonic beasts, fearing that they wouldn't be able to hold on. If they all died in the middle of no man's land, I'm afraid that their martial grand hall would be broken. But there was nothing they could do. They could only look at the images on the projection. After all, it was the Blade Exalted Lord who couldn't do anything about it, and they were only in the feudal marquee realm, so what could they do? You guys, look, that's the Luo City Branch Temple. Suddenly, a voice came out, and everyone's eyes followed the direction that this guy who spoke was pointing. In the picture is none other than Su Chen. Su Chen was holding the Dragon Abyss sword, as if he was in no man's land, killing covered in blood, but it was all the blood of the demonic beasts, while he himself actually did not suffer a bit of damage. This time manifested the power of the indestructible golden body. On the contrary, the red-clothed several people had all developed injuries on their bodies, and the situation was not optimistic. After all, not everyone was a pervert like Su Chen. Whose ministry is this guy, anyway? When did a branch temple allow such a powerful person to appear? Is there any mistake? This guy kills demonic beasts easier than killing pigs. The hall masters of these sub-halls said, each one of them stunned, staring at Su Chen in the picture with unblinking eyes. Luo Tianhao was also shocked. In the end, he had actually underestimated Su Chen. How strong is this guy? You're strong when you're strong, aren't you? Luo Tianhao was just as shocked. In the face of so many demonic beasts besieging him, all the others had already scattered and fled. How did it come to Su Chen's place that he turned into chasing after the demonic beasts with his sword and killing them? The point is, what the hell is this thing behind you with the black gas coming out of the cuckoo? How can you control so many wronged souls to come out and fight for you? Elder Mac and Blade Venerable also heard the sound and couldn't help but look over. Seeing this scene, they were also a bit stunned and frozen. This guy is actually slaughtering demonic beasts. How come this guy uses his sword to stab the demonic beasts' asses every time, then rubs his hands together with thunder and lightning to blast the demonic beasts' asses apart? The tactic is just hard to judge. Who is this man? Give me his information, the Blade Father said, some relief in his tone. After so many years, a true genius had finally appeared in the Branch Palace. Although this guy's methods were really a bit unseemly, but, no matter what, it couldn't erase the essence of him being a genius. Soon enough, information about Su Chen appeared in Blade Zun's hands. Su Chen, who was still fighting, had already been surrounded by demonic beasts. Sensing Su Chen's power and terror, these demonic beasts unexpectedly changed their strategy and all surrounded them. As for the few in red, they were already injured and it was fine to leave a demonic beast to surround them. At this moment, the previous hundreds of demonic beasts had less than 30 left by now, but these 30 were all half-step sect-master demonic beasts. It was Su Chen who was holding a sword in one hand and a 10,000 soul streamer in the other, and the heavenly thunder overhead was also somewhat unable to resist. Gird your loins, human. You are strong, but you're no match against us. Or choose to submit and follow me, and I can spare your life. A large golden-furred lion spoke, flanked by an elephant with a body like white jade, similarly astonishing in strength. Su Chen took a breath and directly exchanged 20 blood-exploding heavenly thunderbolts before throwing them out without hesitation. A beast wants me to submit? Are you guys worthy? Su Chen said, directly killing out, and in the next second, explosions suddenly rang out. The flames were sky-high, the earth trembled, and cracks continued to spread. Su Chen was also affected by the shockwave, and was directly lifted out, and the few people in red were still in a daze when they were directly blasted and shaken out a long way. The surrounding buildings, which were no longer sturdy, collapsed in an instant. The flames made the entire no man's land visible, and everyone and all the demonic beasts were drawn to look over by this explosion. Stunned in my mind, could it be that someone has dropped an atomic bomb over here? But it shouldn't be. Since the revival of the aura, the effect that hot weapons can have has been minimal. After a while, the flames dispersed, and the previous demonic beasts had already been blown to death in a large swath, their bodies shattered. The images are horrifyingly gory and somewhat sickening. Su Dust from the ruins climbed out, covered in rags. Looks a little lousy. Let him feel shocked. Is the center of the explosion. The body white as jade elephant is not dead. Chapter 123, discussing a several $100 million project. Marred. The skin is even thicker than a few Wang Lin. Su Chen couldn't help but say, although this white elephant was not blown to death, it was severely injured, and its white skin had turned pitch black with many burnt areas. The ivory was even turned into something like a burning stick. A few of Red's brains buzzed as they burrowed out of the ruins with a blank look on their faces, having no idea what was going on. Just as suddenly, they were lifted off the ground, and it seems to be caused by Su Dust. Sure enough, following Su Chen, one must always guard against being screwed over by Su Chen. Following Su Chen was a dangerous occupation. Su Chen hurriedly exchanged a bottle of top-grade healing pills and spent 1,000 killing value, although it was very expensive. But entering the no man's land until now, Su Chen also had nearly 10,000 kill value. Taking an elixir, the injuries could be clearly felt recovering. Only then did Su Chen feed one to Red Clothes and the others as well. What kind of elixir is this? This effect. It's the topmost healing pills of the martial artist Great Hall that I'm afraid can't compare to it, right? After taking the elixir, several people said in shock, with a strong shock in their eyes. The topmost healing pills of the martial hall are worth tens of billions of dollars. But the effect isn't this obvious? Su Chen, what kind of wound healing pill is this? Red Clothes said in shock. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was definitely the most effective wound healing elixir she had ever eaten. Robbed, Su Chen replied casually. Although it was expensive, the effect was really good, and his injuries were already healed. After all, too close to the explosion circle, and 10 blood explosion heavenly thunder exploded together. The power of this general people can survive even if it is good. And this elixir costs money. Remember to give it to me. According to the martial artist Grand Hall, $10 billion. Su Chen's words caused the few people in red to be instantly dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. He looked at Su Chen for a long time before uttering a sentence. Can I spit it out now? No. Su Chen replied. I don't have any money. Or, I'll compensate myself to you. The red dress even more did not think Su Chen even want money. 10 billion, where can he go to find? What do I want you to do? What can you do? Su Dust glanced at Red Clothes. Where a woman has money to send. I can discuss a few $100 million with you, said Red. It's probably going to be a lot of projects for $10 billion. Su Dust? Why does that sound a little off? Like to understand. Su Dust slightly blushed to look at the red dress. I have to say, the red dress body is very top. The appearance is also very good. A pair of eyes is even more mesmerizing. I'm serious, peoples. Su Dust said. The red dress sneered. Serious people, you disk my hair for what? Did not dare to continue. Su Dust, afraid of the cruel reality, will destroy his noble character. Mainly because it is not convenient here. Coming to the white elephant, which was still pretending to be dead. Su Chen directly kicked him up and nodded his elephant trunk. Then asked, what exactly are you doing in no man's land? The white elephant let out a painful sound in pain and tried to resist, but was struck on his buttocks by a hand-rubbing thunderbolt from Su Chen. That sour pain made the white elephant jump straight up and hiss miserably. Don't say it right. Su Dust let out a sorrowful laugh, directly held the white elephant down, exchanged a packet of powerful laxatives and fed it to the white elephant, and then several lightning strikes on the white elephant's buttocks one after another, directly splitting him. I wanted to sew up the white elephant's ass, but I thought that it was too lowly, and this kind of thing could only be done by Wang Lin and the others, and if he did it himself, it was a bit inconsistent with his status. Soon, the powerful laxative has played a role. The white elephant's stomach a turnover, but the tearing pain in the buttocks and is so that he does not dare to defecate. The pain was simply too much. Come over here and sew up his ass, Su Chen said to an inch-haired man on the side. The inch-haired man's face was dumbfounded. The whole thing was dumbfounded. He only reacted after taking a few hits from Su Chen and started working with a painful face as he took the needle and thread. But I don't know if the white elephant really didn't hold back. Directly ejected. The inchman was sprayed all over. That sourness. Let the inchman's tears flow out indisputably. Then the white elephant's ass was sewn up on the fly. Even with a few kicks, the white elephant hissed in agony, tears streaming from his eyes. It was the hyena that was called the anal doctor that was not so cruel. Are you a ing dog or a man? The white elephant kept hissing and really couldn't stand it anymore. My father is the white elephant king. You dare to do this to me? My father. Su Chen didn't give him a chance to talk nonsense, and directly pulled his ivory tusks off hard, still with blood stains, wiping away the stains on it. It is snow white and translucent, a rare treasure. Su Chen directly put it away. Last chance. If you don't say it, I'm going to. He. Su Chen took out another bag of laxatives, and a humanized panic appeared in the white elephant's eyes. The eyes that looked at Su Chen looked like they were looking at a demon. I don't know. I really don't know. The white elephant was finally scared, but he really didn't know either. This matter was personally ordered by Lord Demon Exalted. My father is only a demon king. He is not qualified to know the inside story at all. Unless it's the demon emperor's heir who might know something. Uncontested tears flowed from the white elephant's eyes and he finally compromised. Where is the demon emperor's son? I don't know, the white elephant replied, not daring to hide anything anymore. Then please take me to find it, Su Dust said, again asking the inchman to loosen the white elephant's butt. The inch-haired man gave Su Duan a grudging look, but still did as he was told. When the white elephant couldn't pull out completely, Su Chen took out the 10,000 soul streamer and detained all the souls of the surrounding demonic beasts as well. Then he rode on the white elephant and rushed in a direction. This scene, let the red dress a few mouth twitch. This guy is simply, not only red clothes, but the group of branch palace masters and the Muold Blade Venerable in the square were all silent. Looking at the others, they were still being chased and scattered. But Su Chen had killed so many demonic beasts and then used them as mounts? This gap is really big. After walking an unknown distance, the white elephant stopped, and the tears never stopped. When he goes back, he must ask his father, didn't he say that humans are weak? With his strength, he is strong enough to hang everything. How come he just came and he was beaten and became a mount? And naturally, he stopped because he felt the aura of a demonic beast in front of him. He didn't have the face to go. Su Chen's eyes were a bit gloomy, sensing the aura of a great battle in front of him, and in the next second, he saw a wretched figure kill out, covered in blood, suffering from a not-so-light injury, and this person was actually the previous Wu Lu Yao. Su Dust is a little surprised, is worried about finding people, did not expect to meet now. Chapter 124, Why are you looking at me? Looking at Wu Lu Yao covered in blood, Su Chen had some slight surprise in his eyes, but he had no intention of making a move. Instead, he watched with interest. Behind Wu Lu Yao, a poisonous scorpion with a golden body around 3 feet in size chased after her, and behind the poisonous scorpion, there were also 2 black panthers, both of which were at the peak of the Qi High realm, with terrifyingly powerful strength. The Qi and blood around his body was so dense to the extreme that it didn't even look like the Sea of Qi realm, and was even able to rival the sovereign realm. Wu Lu Yao was in a very bad situation. These 3 demonic beasts were all Demon King scions with a powerful Demon King bloodline flowing in their bodies. And although Wu Lu Yao was the 3rd existence of the Martial Grand Hall and shouldn't have been chased and killed in such a sorry state, but before that, Wu Lu Yao was injured by Su Chen. He had just used the shifting card to escape, and then he met such a strong demonic beast. It took her all her strength to kill her way out. And Yang Chen, this waste of a man, even if he hid behind her when he met the demonic beasts, he even pushed her out when he met the danger and ran away by himself. Thinking of this, Wu Lu Yao's heart became even more angry. Yo, isn't this the proud son of heaven from our martial artist hall? Su Chen said teasingly, and Wu Lu Yao also saw Su Chen with some surprise in her eyes. The genius did not expect that the wrongdoers would meet Su Chen again. The key was that at this moment, Su Chen was actually riding a white elephant, which was obviously severely injured, but the qi and blood around his body did not dissipate, and he could also feel that the strength of this white elephant would not be weaker than the 3 demonic beasts that were chasing her. Such a demonic beast had become Su Chen's mount? Wu Lu Yao's eyes were filled with shock, somewhat unbelievable, and for a while, she actually didn't know what to say. Su Chen, why are you here? None of your business, Su Dust replied, slapping the white elephant, who was very sensible and led Su Dust to the side. Seeing that Su Chen unexpectedly had no intention of making a move, Wu Lu Yao's eyes were also tinged with incredulity. Could it be that Su Chen didn't see her being chased by demonic beasts? He even walked aside and didn't care? This is not even a problem. You take out a bag of melon seeds to get high. What is the matter? The red-clothed several followed behind Su Chen. All of them lowered their heads and did not say anything. They were considered to have figured out that it was really easy to get beaten up when they followed Su Chen. No, didn't you see me being chased by demonic beasts? Wu Lu Yao finally couldn't help but say. At a time like this, shouldn't Su Chen abandon his former suspicions and help her kill the demonic beast? Maybe it could even refresh the goodwill in her heart. She, Wu Lu Yao, was not only the top 3 existences in the Martial Artist Great Hall, but she was also the recognized #1 beauty in the Martial Artist Great Hall. Saw it, Su Duan replied, stoned on his melon for good measure. I'm not looking at it. Wu Lu Yao's brain was buzzing with a feeling of being unable to turn around. Poison Scorpion and Black Panther had already approached, no longer giving Wu Lu Yao the chance to speak and directly killed them. The blood and flesh of such a genius was an excellent tonic for demonic beasts, and they were not willing to let it go. White Elephant, how did you trash become like this? The Poison Scorpion spat out human words. As the son of a demon king, their bloodline was powerful and they were already able to spit out human words to communicate. The White Elephant kept his head down and didn't say anything, wanting to die of shame. What's there to be seen when you're in a sorry state? Or acquaintances? Demonic beasts are no exception. If you are willing to beg us, when we kill this woman, we can mercifully save you. Black Panther also taunted. Both being Demon King heirs, the White Elephant was just too trashy. The White Elephant's head was dying to be stuck in the dirt. It was tempting to speak, but again, he didn't dare, fearing that Su Chen would strike his ass with lightning again. Seeing this, Poison Scorpion and Black Panther also did not say anything and directly killed Wu Lu Yao. Wu Lu Yao fought hard against it, and soon fell into a disadvantage. Her strength was not enough, and she was somewhat unable to hold on. A wound was even harder for her to hold on to, as if she was going to collapse the next second. And Su Chen watched with interest, still without the intention of making a move. For Su Chen, it was already considered good that he didn't fall on his sword at this time. Su Chen, we are all from the martial artist hall. Why are you so careful? Are you going to watch me die in the mouth of a demonic beast? What good would that do for you? Wu Lu Yao couldn't help but shout out, her heart incomparably resentful, feeling that Su Chen was doing it on purpose. Obviously having the ability to save her, was just not willing to make a move, waiting on the sidelines to watch her joke and see her make a fool of herself. Such a man is simply too careful to be a thing, much less a man. Even if Su Chen makes a move later, it won't change the image in her mind. So what? Su Chen asked rhetorically. From the moment Wu Lu Yao saved Yang Chen and made a move against him, Wu Lu Yao was an enemy in Su Chen's eyes. Why would he save an enemy? And quite possibly one who was more or less brain dead. Watching Wu Lu Yao being killed by a demonic beast was really not beneficial to Su Chen. But it was cool. Su Dust is cool. Wu Lu Yao was really going to be pissed off and stupid. It didn't occur to him that Su Chen was so shameless, without a little bit of the big picture in his heart. How on earth did such a person get into the Great Hall of Martial Artists? Su Chuan, we are both from the Martial Artist Great Hall. Shouldn't you abandon your former suspicions in the current situation and join forces with me to fend off the demonic beasts? Why don't you have a little bit of the big picture in your big man's mind? Does your own personal grudge really matter? How can you be so selfish? Wu Lu Yao was sent flying out by the poisonous scorpion, spitting blood out of her mouth, and it didn't even stop her from chattering as if she had been greatly aggrieved, and she was itching to tear Su Chen apart. That is to say, the demonic beasts chased and attacked, was beaten without any strength. Otherwise Wu Lu Yao is afraid that would have sent a circle of friends, with the text family who understand. I've met a man with a lower head. Su Chen was dumbfounded, not thinking that the third most powerful heavenly pride in the Hall of Martial Artists was so powerful in boxing that he had openly started a moral kidnapping. Red Clothes and the others were also tightly frowning. There were some grudges between them and Wu Lu Yao, but now that Wu Lu Yao had said this, it was undoubtedly pushing them into the limelight. If we don't do something, we're bound to be attacked by public opinion later. Su Chen hurriedly patted his chest and said nervously, luckily I don't have any morals, or I would have been kidnapped. Several of the red-robed ones were ready to fight, thinking that Su Chen was going to make a move as well, but it turned out that Su Chen actually said such a sentence. Wu Lu Yao was even more completely frozen. It was the Poison Scorpion and Black Panther that were both looking at Su Chen with some unexpected giggles. This guy seems a little different from the humans they've seen before. No, why are you guys looking at me? I'm not doing it. Su Chen looked at Poison Scorpion and Black Panther with a dumbfounded face and couldn't help but say. Chapter 125, different from the rest. Is it a friendly force? Black Panther and Poison Scorpion were both confused. For a moment they actually didn't know whether to make a move or not, looking at Su Chen with some complexity in their eyes. Why was this guy so different? I can't believe they're letting them Wu Lu Yao. Are they friendlies? At this moment, the three Poison Scorpions were all a bit unable to understand, their brains a bit unable to react. After all, they haven't finished evolving yet. Their brains are not as rich as humans. With this thought in their hearts, the three demonic beasts looked at Wu Lu Yao again. Wu Lu Yao had been completely dumbfounded. Really, how could she not expect Su Chen to finally say such words? You animal! Wu Lu Yao finally did not hold back and cursed. Maintaining the image of the iceberg beauty for a long time completely collapsed at this moment. A few of the inch-haired men looked at Wu Lu Yao in a somewhat stagnant manner, and it could be said that Wu Lu Yao was the goddess in the hearts of the younger generation of the entire martial artist hall. For them, it is a heavenly beauty that can only be seen from afar, a goddess that they can only look up to for the rest of their lives. It was just a moment ago when Wu Lu Yao was violently beaten and fled by Su Dust. None of their hearts had produced even a hint of wavering towards Wu Lu Yao. Until now they were completely dumbfounded. Turns out goddesses can swear too. A goddess also has to go to the toilet. In fact, she is just an ordinary person, only that she is deified in their hearts. And that's about it. You drop greatly, good man. We can leave you alive, as long as you are willing to follow me. From now on you will be the first human war servant by my side, and can go to the king's city with me, Poison Scorpion said, looking at Su Chen with some approval in his eyes. Roll! Su Chen directly scolded. The three Demon King's sons were nothing in his eyes. He just simply didn't want to save Wu Lu Yao. That's all. What Su Chen didn't expect was that these three guys were even loaded. Poisonous Scorpion was about to speak when another blood-covered figure emerged from the bushes on the side. Looking horrified, his right arm had gone nowhere, and this person was none other than Yang Chen. Behind him, a wolf demon looked like it was playing a cat and mouse game, teasing Yang Chen. Yang Chen was already as if his heart was dead. He really didn't think that this examination would turn out to be like this. He had already followed Wu Lu Yao, but he hadn't thought that Wu Lu Yao would be defeated by Su Chen. and then they were surrounded by demonic beasts. At the moment of crisis he didn't hesitate to agitate Wu Luyao to push up, but he still couldn't escape the demonic beast. He was even teased as if he were a rat, or else he was afraid that he would have died a long time ago. Weeks turn around, he unexpectedly came back here. So Wu Luyao collapsed on the ground, pale as paper. Obviously Wu Luyao has been seriously injured. It is difficult to protect themselves. Su Chen? Yang Chen was about to despair, but when he saw Su Chen, who was riding a white elephant and getting high on melon seeds not far from the side, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In the next second, he directly ran up and knelt in front of Su Chen. Brother Dust, I'm wrong. I'm really wrong. Please save me. Save me. I really don't want to die. Just now it was all because Wu Luyao tempted me and threatened me that I got carried away and betrayed the Luo City branch hall. My heart has actually always been with you. Yang Chen cried out in pain. He could see that only Su Chen could save him now. Seeing that I'm also a member of the Luo City branch temple. Seeing as we're compatriots. Brother Dust, you must save me. Yang Chen shouted, kneeling in front of Su Dust to be as wretched as possible. It was a great contrast to his previous arrogant appearance. Red Clothes several tightly locked his brows and glanced at Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was unmoved, he knew that Su Chen would not save him. They were also aware of Su Chen's character along the way, and had zero tolerance for betrayal. To the enemy is immortal, can even be said to be a bit vindictive, but also very righteous. If you are sincere to him, he will return you 100 times. And Yang Chen was doomed to his current end since the moment he betrayed the Luo City branch palace. If it isn't Yang Chen, Su Chen said in surprise, how did you get mixed up like this? Where's your right arm? How can you reward yourself without it? Hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Chen was going to be infuriated. This guy is a real dog. Is this a matter of rewarding or not rewarding yourself? Why is your focus always so different? Brother Dust, it's me who's wrong. I'm really wrong. Save me, okay? In the face of Yang Chen's plea for mercy, Su Chen was unmoved and even had no ripples in his heart. If you can be forgiven for doing something wrong by kneeling in front of him in turn, then what's the point of having so many rules? The demonic beast approached and then violently tore up. Yang Chen let out a hiss of pain and screamed for Su Chen to save him, but Su Chen was unmoved and just watched quietly with no ripples in his eyes. Stop, sins! How dare you bully my human race? A deep, angry voice came out, and a silver lance stabbed over, directly piercing through the demonic beast that was tearing Yang Chen. With a single strike, a man in white also appeared in Su Chen's field of vision. The man in white carried a terrifying aura of strength around him. As soon as they appeared, it was Poison Scorpion and Black Panther who looked over with grave expressions. Fu Hongyun, Red Clothes, looked grave, shocked, recognizing this white-clothed man. This person was the number one existence on the Heaven's remarkable ranking of the Great Hall of Martial Artists, and was the most deservedly strongest among the younger generation of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Fu Hongyun ignored Yang Chen, instantly appeared at Wu Luyao's side. A faint touch of heartache appeared in her eyes. She hurriedly gave Fu Hongyun an elixir before softly saying, I'm sorry, I came late. Su Dust? What kind of dog and pony show is this? Which came up with that? This is also in reality. If it is in the novel, he would have already cursed what he said. If you can't write a book, don't write it. Wu Luyao cried. She really thought she was going to die just now. Good thing Fu Hongyun came at the critical time, as if an undefeated god of war, giving people an inexplicable sense of security. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. Fu Hongyun softly comforted and glanced at Su Chen with an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. Then he stood up, holding a silver-white long spear, and directly killed towards Poison Scorpion and Black Panther, the spear coming out like a dragon, with an appalling sound. It had to be said that although this guy was pretending to be a bully, he was also really powerful, and he was surprisingly not at all disadvantaged by being 1 against 3. It was also worthy of being the first genius of the martial artist hall, and at this point in the square, everyone was looking at Su Chen, and there was a lot of talk when they saw this scene. Each of them held opinions and condemned Su Chen for this behavior of seeing death. The main reason was because Su Chen was just too powerful and touched their interests. If they could bring down Su Chen, it would only benefit them. Knifezoon and Old Man Mu also locked their brows at this scene, not knowing what they were pondering. Chapter 126, Hit Me, Idiot. This kid has a lot of character. It was only after a long while that the Blade Sovereign shook his head, his tone all but devoid of blame. After all, Wu Luyao's behavior before was just a bit excessive, and now that Su Chen was asked to save Wu Luyao, it was obviously a bit impossible. If Su Chen really did so, he instead felt that Su Chen was just like that, without the ruthless heart that a strong person should have. The martial arts path is extremely cruel, and it is impossible for a holy mother to become strong. This was something that the Blade Father naturally knew well. He just killed his way out of a mountain of corpses and blood, and he couldn't have known better. Su Chen's move would be criticized in terms of the greater good, but from a personal point of view, There was nothing wrong with it at all. If he was given a choice, he was afraid that he would make the same choice as Su Chen. The blade dignitary thought in his heart, but did not feel angry because Su Chen did not save Wu Luyao. Instead, he somewhat appreciated Su Chen. Luo Tianhe, on the other hand, was anxious. Su Chen's move was really a bit unwise, although he supported it, but this was after all under the attention of the blade exalted. It was only feared that the blade exalted would have some dissatisfaction in his heart. Thinking of this, Luo Tianhe was anxious again, sneaking a look at the blade Zun, but he couldn't see the blade Zun's joy or anger. In no man's land, Su Chuan watched Fu Hongyun's fight with the three demonic beasts while high on melon seeds. This guy's strength was truly formidable. In an instant it was the poisonous scorpion that was beaten and fled with serious injuries, and the two black panthers were directly killed, their bodies still bleeding. Fu Hongyun naturally suffered some minor injuries, but nothing major. This sinful animal ran really fast, Fu Hongyun said with a cold snort, not chasing after him, giving Su Chen a disdainful look and turning to Wu Luyao. Some more heartache and tenderness appeared in his eyes. Yang Chen was seriously injured and dying, but no one paid any attention to him. Wu Luyao has been completely disappointed in him. In Fu Hongyun to help walk up, coldly looked at Yang Chen. With that, he said Yang Chen away with a palm. Ungrateful white-eyed wolf. I'm your cousin, you even pushed me up to die. Wu Luyao said icily, and then looked at Su Chen, with even more endless anger in her eyes. Su Chen. Wu Luyao gritted her teeth. Just now Su Chen's move behavior made her heart very upset. Now that Fu Hongyun was around again, she naturally wanted to find Su Chen to be angry. Grandpa's here. Su Chen smiled and replied, while the red-clothed several were silent. Their hearts were already numb. This ancestor is really not false at all. Seeing anyone is like this. But then again, people Su Chen is really capable too. You clearly saw me being chased by demonic beasts. Why didn't you save me? Wu Luyao questioned in a cold voice. Don't want to save. Su Chen's honest answer directly let Wu Luyao froze. 1,000 counts did not count to Su Chen's reason was so honest. At least you also find a decent reason. How can you be so selfish? How can I say that I am also the third existence of the Martial Hall's Heaven's Pride ranking? If I were to die it would be such a great loss to the Martial Hall, do you know? It's because of a little personal grudge that the honor of the martial artist Great Hall is discarded. People like you are really downright mean, Wu Luyao said directly, accusing Su Chen. Red clothes and they still did not speak. This kind of scene they are not qualified to speak at all. The law says I have to save you? Su Chuan coldly smiled and asked back, and was directly confused by Wu Luyao's question. Her lips moved and didn't know how to answer. Who do you think you are? And dying would be a great loss to the Martial Hall. Then you think too highly of yourself. Su Chen mocked, his expression carrying disdain. There was some regret in his heart that he didn't see the image of Wu Luyao being made to die. However, a stronger son of the Demon Emperor should be coming over soon. Su Chuan guessed that while his purpose was to find the Demon Emperor's son, he was curious to know why the demonic beasts made their move at this time, and what kind of conspiracy was behind this. Su Chen, right? Do you know what kind of status and nobility Lu Yao has in the martial artist hall? Fu Hongyun questioned in a cold voice, sensing Su Chen's 3-star cultivation of the Qi realm was even sneering, his eyes full of disdain. Seeing Lu Yao being chased and killed and even seeing death to save her, what offense should you take? Fu Hongyun questioned loudly again, his powerful aura released, crushing over at Su Chen, who was the #1 heavenly pride of the Great Hall of Martial Artists, and Su Chen was just an ordinary branch temple disciple. There was no comparison at all. Okay? Sure enough, only sick people can play together. Su Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that these two people's brains were both a little abnormal. How come it seemed like he was committing a heinous crime by not saving Wu Luyao? But who stipulated that he had to save Wu Luyao? Who the hell is Wu Luyao? What did you say? Fu Hongyun instantly became angry, and his spear spat out, aiming at Su Chen. When did a person from a small branch temple get to talk to him like this? Don't you dare try saying that again. I said you are sick, Su Chen said in a cold voice, and a few of the red clothes backs went cold, once again determining that following Su Chen was really a dangerous thing. What did I say? Hey, I said so what? Hey, I don't say it again. Upset hit me off fool, Su Chen said in a cheap manner, directly infuriating Fu Hongyun. The spear spat out and killed towards Su Chen. Su Chuan had prepared for this, and the Dragon Abyss sword instantly shot out. The sword dipper soared upwards, forming a large net in an instant and pouncing on it. You all saw it. It was he who made the first move. I'm in self-defense. Su Chen still had the leisure to say, I hate Fu Hongyun angry. He also did not expect Su Chen to have already comprehended the sword momentum. No wonder he was so strong. To have comprehended sword momentum at a young age. Your talent is strong, but you still need to apologize and repent to Lu Yao for today's matter. Or else I don't mind letting you know that geniuses are also divided into ranks. Hearing Fu Hongyun's words, Su Chen's gasped and laughed. This guy's disease is really not light. The two of them fought together. Powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions. Wu Luyao's heart carried a cold intent. Later on, she would not let Su Chen off even if he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. This guy is just too much. I've seen a lot of people who pretend to be a pussy, but it's really not uncommon for you to be so capable of pretending, Su Chen mockingly said. Sneering, his sword light was even more brilliant. In the next second, his cultivation level unexpectedly made a direct breakthrough, instantly arriving at the 4-star category of the Qi Si realm. This level was undoubtedly still at the bottom of the list among those who participated in the No Man's Land, and was not even qualified to participate. However, Su Chen's fighting strength was far beyond his strength. There was no doubt about it. Left 0, right fire, thunder God help me. Su Chen drank coldly, holding his sword in one hand and triggering the lightning punishment in the other. He directly killed upwards with a horrifying sound. That is, Su Chen had not yet used the 10,000 soul streamer. They are still in the middle of the battle. Aside from the jungle is a burst of footsteps. A large green-faced lion slowly approaching with a horrible chi and blood power. Chapter 127, Kill You, and what's yours is mine. Su Chen and Fu Hongyun were still in the middle of a fierce battle, and Wu Luya laughed coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. Fu Hongyun's strength she knew too well. That was the veritable strongest of the young generation of the martial artist hall. How could Su Chen, a little punk, be a rival? It was only to Wu Luyao's surprise that Su Chen was able to fight Fu Hongyun, but clearly, Su Chen had only just broken through the 4 stars of the Qi Si realm. The gap between and Fu Hongyun is not half a star. You've got some skills, but you're still too weak. Is that so? Su Chuan asked back, letting out a light laugh. The terrifying aura around his body was suddenly released, and the harsh and terrifying sword momentum was even more than 10 times more powerful than before. The Dragon Abyss sword was even trembling and chirping continuously. The sword chi streaked across the room, and endless lightning flashed, carrying a violent aura. It had to be said that Fu Hongyun's strength was indeed very strong, or else he wouldn't have become the first place in the Heaven's Pride ranking of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Su Chen also felt tricky, but it only stopped at that. It had been a long time since he had performed the Inferno Demon Berserker, and in this instant, the terrifying aura was released from Su Chen's circumference, and Wu Luyao's complexion changed abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief. As for Fu Hongyun, he was even more shocked, not expecting Su Chen to have such a hand. Without waiting for him to react, the endless lightning had already fallen, and clanging sword sounds rose up to the sky, accompanied by a terrifying sword aura. Su Dust got serious. It's been a long time since I've been serious. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, I still underestimated you. Fu Hongyun laughed maniacally, and his silver-white lance trembled, as if he had sensed a strong enemy. But I said, today you must apologize. After saying that, Fu Hongyun's lance stabbed out, and a domain was actually formed around his body, ruthlessly colliding with Su Chen's attack. In an instant, the terrifying storm was scattered in all directions, and the radiance was so bright that it buried Su Chen and Fu Hongyun. No one could see what was really going on in the depths of the glow, or even perceive it. After a long time, the light slowly dispersed, and a large pit had appeared on the ground, with terrifying sword chi intertwined around it. Su Chen was holding a sword in one hand and rubbing thunderbolts in the other. His hair was flying, and thunderbolts surrounded his body. The sound was horrifying, and across from him, Fu Hongyun had collapsed in front of him, coughing up blood, his face incomparably pale. A white dress was torn and stained with blood, and his body was densely covered with wounds, and his lance had even been broken and become 2 pieces falling aside. This first place of the Martial Grand Hall's Heaven's remarkable ranking was so defeated in Su Chen's hands, and he was defeated in a terrible way. That's it? You want me to apologize? Do you? You deserve a few. Su Chen directly cursed, thinking that he had met a formidable enemy, but he didn't expect that it was just like this, and it didn't even force him to use his full strength. Fu Hongyun's eyes carried unbelief. How could he not think that in the end it was him who had lost, and had lost so completely? The key was, now that he was defeated in front of Wu Luyao, his intention was to give Wu Luyao a head start, wanting to get a kiss and gain Wu Luyao's favor to take one down. As a result, now, this face is considered to be clean, and it wasn't just his face that he lost, it was the number 1 position on the Martial Grand Hall's Heaven's Pride ranking. If Fu Hongyun had not been carrying a protective treasure, he would have died under Su Chen's sword dipper just now. The plaza, everyone was frozen looking at the projected image, and among them, the one who got the most attention from start to finish was Su Chen. When they saw Fu Hongyun appear, they all thought that Su Chen was going to lose. No one was willing to believe that Su Chen could defeat Fu Hongyun. He was the number 1 in the Heaven's remarkable ranking of the Great Hall of Martial Artists, and he was even the disciple grandson of the Blade Exalt. The strength was unfathomable, and he had not lost a single battle since his debut. but today he did lose in Su Chen's hands. Even the Taoist heart was broken by the beating. The blade dignitary and old man Mu were also a bit surprised, and really didn't expect the final result to be like this. This disciple of mine has no discipline. The blade father shook his head and said, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. But this dissatisfaction was because Fu Hongyun had lost in Su Chen's hands. How could Elder Mu dare to answer? The disciple of the blade sovereign that was also at the cultivation level of a martial emperor. But he didn't want to offend others. Su Chen was still unaware that he had been noticed by everyone. Even the demonic beast side was beginning to pay attention to him. The demon sovereign's expression was incomparably grave. Realizing that Su Chen had already killed so many of their demonic beast elites, it had to be taken seriously. At this moment, Su Chen was still groping Fu Hongyun's body. Wang Lin and the others weren't there, so this kind of thing could only be done by him. Soon, Su Chen found the jade tags on Fu Hongyun's body and collected them. And again, he shunned all the valuable goodies on his body. What further surprised Su Chen was that this fellow actually had a full 37 energy orbs. Each energy ball is about the size of a dragon's eye. Within it there is a very pure but violent power. Only with the help of the baptism of the Great Hall of Martial Artists can it be completely refined and absorbed. Su Dust. You what you? The defeated should have the consciousness of the defeated. Su Chen said, disdainfully, it was already my greatest mercy that I did not kill you, and as to why I did not kill you, it was of course because I am good. At those words, the red clothes several people are tightly frowned, a face of unbelievable. The white elephant is even more horrified to look at Su Dust. You have the nerve to say that you good? Do you want to listen to what you're saying? Do you do it yourself or do I help you? Su Chuan looked towards Wu Luyao, followed by rubbing his hands together and Seeing Su Chen turn his gaze to himself, Wu Luyao froze for a moment, and then she just understood what Su Chen meant. Instantly furious. Never been so aggrieved yet. Su Chen, don't go overboard. Kill me if you have the ability. Su Chen, if you dare to harm Luyao for a single point, I will not let you go even if I die. Fu Hongyun said hideously, like he was carrying a very strong resentment. Feeling the resentment that could feed a dozen or so evil sword immortals, Su Chuan did not hesitate to take out his wrench and smashed it angrily against Fu Hongyun's head. Only after a violent beating did Su Chen stop and spoke with a cold smile. You guys don't really think that I don't dare to kill you, do you? Su Chen's body erupted with a horrible killing intent. Fu Hongyun had already been half dead by him, only his last breath was left, and even the blood was splattered on Su Chen's face. This horrible and bloody scene made being Wu Luyao was really panicked. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. But you have to let me go. Wu Luyao's face was pale. Her insides were trembling as she looked at Su Chen as if she was looking at the devil. Alas, sometimes I really. Su Chen was helpless. Killing you. All your things are mine just the same. This time Wu Luyao was really frozen. How did not expect Su Chen will say such words? The key is that he has no way to refute. Chapter 128, The Sword Father Strikes. It's another price. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wu Luyao only felt her brain buzzing, unable to react for a moment. What Su Chen said surprisingly made him feel so reasonable that he couldn't refute it. A few people in red stood at the side with odd expressions. They couldn't pick a single fault with those words. But, this was Wu Luyao after all. The genius who was third on the Heaven's Pride ranking of the Martial Grand Hall had his back to the headquarters, and he was backed by a martial emperor behind him. If Su Chen really killed Wu Luyao, when he went out, he was afraid that Su Chen didn't want to talk nonsense, snatched Wu Luyao's storage ring, drew his sword and stabbed upwards. The terrifying sword light flashed dazzlingly. Wu Luyao's back was cold, feeling the threat of death, panicking inside. Her expression was hideous with endless fear. Su Chuan, it's just that. This is just an examination. In the end, you are all your own people. There are some grudges but there's no need to come to this point. A deep, medium-thick voice came out, and a powerful force suddenly descended, preventing Su Chen's sword from advancing the slightest bit. Blade Father. Red Clothes instantly raised her eyes, and she saw an illusory figure standing in front of Su Chuan, blocking Su Chuan's attack, which was none other than the Blade Zune outside. It's just a projection of him. The Blade Dignitary was also a bit helpless. How to say that Wu Luyao and Fu Hongyun were both geniuses on the Heavens Remarks list of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Geniuses that the Great Hall of Martial Artists focused on cultivating. Fu Hongyun was still his disciple's grandson by all accounts. If he were to be beheaded by Su Chen just like that, it would be an unbearable loss for the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Su Chen didn't say anything, his brows furrowed, not expecting that it would actually induce a venerable to make a move. This kid is still really. Just, wait for you to leave the no man's land. This respect sends you a creation. It is considered to bear your favor. Knife Zune was a little helpless, his own hall of honor to step forward. Did not expect this kid even do not give face. In the future, if something happens, this Zune can make a move for you once. the blade dignitary said. Although Su Chen was from a branch hall, he also belonged to the Great Hall of Martial Artists. Such a heavenly pride, properly cultivated, will surely be a party of great power in the future, beneficial and harmless to the Martial Grand Hall. What did the Sword Father say? How can I say that I am also a person from the Martial Artist Great Hall? We are all on our own. Could I really kill them? Su Chen instantly said with a smile, putting the Dragon Abyss sword away. Knife dignity. Only then did Wu Liao come back to her senses slightly, and angrily stared at Su Chen. Your terrifying killing intent just now didn't look like a fake. The Blade Father shook his head, mentally realizing that this brat Su Chen was really realistic. In the next second, a spiritual light from the Blade Sovereign's hand instantly entered Fu Hongyun and Wu Liao's bodies, and the injuries around the two began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in 3 breaths of time, it was completely healed, but only looked a little messy. By all accounts they have already been eliminated, but this time, the demon Zun has brought demonic beasts with him, so he must have something in mind. I can't trespass until the demon Zun has torn his face off, so, the next step requires you guys to deal with it on your own, and although the two of them are not your rivals, they also have some skills. I hope that you can put aside your former grudges, put aside the preconceptions in your heart, and join forces to stop the conspiracy of the demonic beasts. Blade Zun looked towards Su Chen. Su Chen was able to defeat Fu Hongyun, which already showed that Su Chen was the strongest amongst the younger generation of the martial artist hall this time. Humph, who cares about being with him? We can ascertain to stop the demonic beasts ourselves. Upon hearing this, Wu Liao took the lead and said that she had a strong opinion of Su Chen. Fu Hongyun also walked up, but was silent and didn't say anything. After all, losing in Su Chen's hands, he was already humiliated enough. So, you mean you want me to take them? Su Chen inquired as he heard what the Blade Exalt meant. The Blade dignitary nodded, and the Fu Hongyun on the side was instantly unhappy. He was of the younger generation of the martial artist hall. How could he listen to the words of a little punk from a branch hall? If this spread out, how could he still be a socialite? This is not my fault, Su Chen said with a smile, and the Blade dignitary was silent as he looked at Fu Hongyun and Wu Liao. Still boasting of your condition after losing at the hands of others? Do you still know a bit of shame? Is this what your master taught you? The Blade Zun huffed a bit. A loss is a loss. Not daring to face up to one's defeat, one is a loser for the rest of one's life. If you don't want to, you can all quit right now and I'll take you out of no man's land right now. Seeing that the Blade Exalt was actually angry, Fu Hongyun and Wu Liao didn't dare to speak and lowered their heads with some aggression on their faces. The Blade Father had actually accused them for the sake of Su Chen, and their hearts were naturally unhappy. I know I'm wrong, Fu Hongyun said in a deep voice, not daring to disobey the Blade Father. Seeing this, the Blade Sovereign flung out his sleeve robe, still with some huffing and disappointment in his eyes, and turned to look at Su Chen again. Su Chen, this time the matter is important and unexpected, can only rely on you. Don't worry, if the demonic beast side endangers your lives, I will immediately step in. Hearing the words of the Blade Father, Su Chen's face was calm and he thought for a little while before he spoke, bringing a few of their waists. This is another price. Moreover, who knows if they will backtrack and not listen to my orders after you leave. Su Chen's words were very direct, and it was also a point that Su Chen was worried about. He did want to know what the demonic beast was up to here, but never thought of taking Wu Liao and Fu Hongyun with him. But an exalted one's favor is not to be taken lightly, and how many people can't get it at any cost? Wu Liao really exploded with anger, and Fu Hongyun was even more upset. His teeth were clenched. Looking at Su Dust, this look, really want to beat Su Dust to death, but cannot beat. If they don't listen to orders and do things that are detrimental to the collective, I will definitely step in and expel the two of them directly from the martial hall. Blade Zun said. Then as if he thought of something he hurriedly said again, but you can't go too far either. Su Chen froze for a moment, secretly saying that this old man was not stupid, but on his lips, he still said, look at what you're saying, you still don't believe in my character? Blade Zun looked at Su Chen strangely, and a few of the red clothes on the side even had their mouths twitching. This alone, they would never learn in this lifetime. Alright, I can't stay for too long so that the demon Zun doesn't find out, the Blade Sovereign said. The projection became illusory, and then a small thumb-sized blade fell into Su Chen's hand. In times of crisis, he can help you. As the words fell, the Blade Father's projection also completely disappeared. Without a trace, Su Chen put away the small knife and looked at Fu Hongyun and Wu Liao. Since Blade Zun said so, I can't abandon you guys either. Come on, let's call out Boss Su to hear it first, Su Chuan said with a smile, and a few of the red clothes on the side silently lowered their heads, retreating to the back. Don't you go too far, Fu Hongyun said in a cold voice, not to mention how suffocated he was in his heart. Wanting to heroically save the beauty did not succeed, countered by Su Dust's violent beatings. almost beaten into the ground, and now also have to submit under the hands of Su Dust. Listening to Su Dust's dispensation, he was the number one existence on the Heaven's Pride ranking of the Hall of Martial Artists. Boss Su, or else you can bring your people to submit to me and forget about it. Chapter 129 Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Might of the True Dragon. Boss Su, or else you can bring your people to submit to me and forget about it. As soon as Su Chen's words fell, a bloodthirsty aura came from behind him, and the surrounding area was also filled with sizzling sounds in an instant. The Dragon Abyss sword instantly appeared in Su Chen's hand. Turning around, they saw the 10-foot green-faced lion slowly walking out, and a demonic beast with a strong aura also appeared around them in a matter of moments, encircling them. White Elephant, what's wrong with you? The green-faced great lion walked out and couldn't help but inquire when he saw the white elephant's miserable appearance. Big brother, you finally came. Oh, the white elephant's indisputable tears instantly broke the dike, and his tone of voice with endless heartache and grief. He is the son of the Demon King. He has been reduced to a mount and tortured like this. It is simply a disgrace to the Demon King. Who injured you? A rock bird with a pitch-black body caught and landed on the ground, and a terrifying chi and blood power was emanating from its body as well. There was still blood on his body, as if he had just killed some people. Second brother. Is him? It is him. He insulted me. The tears of the white elephant flowed even more. Thinking of being Thunderbolt split leather swallow by Su Dust, the tears simply cannot be stopped. The grim gazes of the great rockbird and the green-faced great lion instantly looked over, with the bloodthirsty killing intent of demonic beasts in their eyes. Looks like you'll have to pay for your life today. At those words, Su Chen was silent. Seeing this lineup also felt a bit surprised and familiar. I'm not Donald Trump either. Only after a long time did Su Chen spit out these words. Was he going to wait for Wang Lin's 3 to save him? Cut the crap. I just want to know. What are you beasts running out for? Su Chuan shook off these chaotic thoughts in his mind. There were about 20 or so demonic beasts around them, with strong chi and blood, and their fighting strength was not weak, especially this rockbird and green-faced big lion. The surrounding body chi and blood is even more horrible. Then the white elephant is even more powerful, do not know how many times. Must be the son of the demon emperor. You're not qualified to know. The green-faced great lion opened his mouth, and a bloody light directly killed him. At the same time, the great rock bird also struck out. The two sons of the demon emperor killed Su Chen at the same time. They were not stupid. On the contrary, they were very cautious. Su Chen was holding the Dragon Abyss sword, pinching the Thunder Law with one hand, and behind him, the 10,000 Soul streamer suddenly appeared, while the Grievous Souls assisted Red Clothes as they went to fend off the other demonic beasts. The great battle was about to start, and Su Chuan's face also carried unprecedented gravity. The strength of these two demonic beasts was frighteningly strong. After all, he was the son of the demon emperor, and what he had mastered were the most powerful techniques and martial arts among the demonic beasts, and he did not lose to Su Chen at all. Fu Hongyun and Wu Liao didn't dare to be having other thoughts and hurriedly greeted them. Easy sword technique. 5 thunderbolts. Su Chen used it in an instant, flinging out 3 more blood-exploding heavenly thunderbolts, a berserk aura spreading, and a terrifying fluctuation spreading out in all directions. Su Dust hid far away. Wait until the explosion dispersed. Green-faced big lion and rockbird stood in place. Although they were injured by some injuries, a little woeful, but they were all skin wounds, nothing serious. This caused Su Chen to be a little surprised. Worthy of being the son of the demon emperor, he was so powerful. System, is there anything that can suppress demonic beasts? Su Chen inquired. The power of these two sons of the demon emperor was somewhat beyond his expectations. Automatically searched for the host. We have searched for the host and found a heavenly martial arts skill of low-level great mighty heavenly dragon, which can summon a golden dragon, and has a certain bloodline suppression on demonic beasts. Redemption. Su Chuan barely gave it much thought and directly chose to redeem it. After the massacre after entering the no man's land, he had accumulated a lot of all his kill values. Redeeming a volume of heavenly rank low-grade martial arts was still possible. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heavenly rank low-grade martial arts skill De Wei Tianlong, which has been automatically learned to the introductory stage for the host. Detecting the host's large-scale consumption. An additional gift to the host of the ancient true dragon blood, a drop. With the use of can play an unexpected role, and nourish the yin to complement the efficacy of yang. In the next instant, Su Chen only felt his entire body burning, as if he was being burned by flames, and his body was instantly red hot. This change instantly caught Fu Hongyun's attention, but they were all held back by the demonic beasts. The green-faced great lion and the great rockbird had gravity in their eyes, and both felt some uneasiness in their hearts as they instantly rushed up, wanting to kill Su Chen, but immediately after, a terrifying aura erupted from Su Chen's body. The true dragon essence blood had completely fused, and Su Chen's top shattered, revealing his lean and strong body inside. Linear 8-pack abs that are on the verge of rivaling the reader's old man. A red-colored true dragon tattoo seemed like a living thing roaming around Su Chuan's upper body. And in this instant, Su Chuan's indestructible golden body had actually directly reached the stage of great completion, and his physical body was more powerful than that of even a demonic beast. How dare you show off your skills even with a small sculpture? Su Chen shouted angrily, his voice like a thunderous explosion. Great mighty heavenly dragon! In an instant, the wind and clouds in the sky and earth suddenly changed, and Su Chen's massive power instantly transformed into a giant dragon silhouette that appeared, roaring as it charged up. What was even more terrifying was that this dragon shadow actually carried the might of a true dragon. Dragon power for demonic beasts is born with restraint. Green-faced big lion and rock bird body is flowing with the bloodline of the demon emperor, but this instant is also felt from the soul of the fear, the heart some trembling. This, Fu Hongyun and the others naturally felt this wave of true dragon's might. But how could Su Chen, a human, have such dragon power? Even if it's a martial arts imitation, it's impossible to imitate it so truly, right? The green-faced great lion and the great rock bird actually had panic in their eyes, and in this instant, the surrounding demonic beasts were all feeling the oppression from their souls. The white elephant's eyes were horrified, not knowing if it was the effects of the medicine coming back or if he was scared, and instantly in peace spewed out in unison. The dragon's shadow swept past, the sky and earth actually resounded with a loud and clear dragon's roar, and the green-faced great lion and the great rock bird were directly sent flying out, coughing up blood in large mouths, and their breath withered in an instant. Su Chuan's killing intent did not decrease, running the power of his entire body. The shadow appeared once again, directly impacting upwards. The surrounding demonic beasts were all crushed. Some demonic beasts were even directly shattered by the dragon's shadow, turning into a cloud of blood mist. These demonic beasts that were pressing Fu Hongyun to fight were unexpectedly all seriously injured or directly exploded into blood mist under Su Chen's move. Wu Luyao was splattered with blood and was in a sorry state, but did not dare to complain. The Su Chen at this moment was frighteningly strong. Su Chen only felt the fire around his body, and the dragon abyss sword appeared in his hand again, directly killing him. My father is the Green Lion Emperor, in charge of millions of demon armies. You dare to kill me. My father is the Rock Emperor. You dare to kill me. The two demon emperors' sons said at the same time, but Su Chen's sword had already penetrated their bodies, causing their vitality to drain away. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Chen again hurriedly grabbed the green-faced great lion and blocked his wounds, allowing his to leave a breath behind. In the next instant, Su Chen's body was again radiating a terrifying sword power around him. Endless sword light flowed, and the surrounding demonic beasts were instantly cut down. Outside, the closed eyes of the demon Zun opened his eyes in a flash, feeling that a true dragon's chi. His color changed abruptly. Chapter 130, Sterilizing While Fighting. Boss Su is really sophisticated. In the no man's land, Su Chuan dared to block the wound of the green-faced great lion, and in the midst of the green-faced great lion's dismay, he first gave him a few slaps on the face, which slapped down all of the green-faced great lion's teeth. You think I don't dare to kill you? Fool! I just want to know what the hell you guys are up to, Su Chuan inquired. It was necessary to know what exactly the demonic beast was going to do. Otherwise this was really too passive. My father is the Green Lion Emperor. If you kill me, he will not be able to do it, the green-faced great lion said again, but immediately after, Su Chen fed him a few inferior healing pills, and then directly tied up the green-faced great lion's mouth. Fu Hongyun and the others were dumbfounded, not knowing what Su Chen was trying to do. However, the white elephant on the side had horrified eyes, and seemed to know what happened next to the green-faced great lion, and there was some pain in his heart, as if he had recalled some bad experience. Then, Su Chen took out his trademark big wrench dipped in iodine vapors and started to furiously beat up the big green-faced lion. This side is big and sterilized. Boss Su can really talk about it, said the inchman. Sure enough, only they couldn't think of. There was nothing Su Chen couldn't do. At this instant, they had begun to wonder if Su Chen's ancestor was the Minister of Justice. Say it or not. Say it or not, Su Chuan asked while hitting. Marred. Pretty tough mouth. The green-faced great lion was already seriously injured, and now it was subjected to such torture, and its limbs were directly broken hard, with the bones piercing through the skin and coming out, and blood flowing. The ribs had been broken an unknown number of times, dying, and the head was even opened up. If it wasn't for the few poor quality pills Su Chen fed it just now, I'm afraid he would have been killed. Boss Su, that, I think he should be recruited. The inch headman couldn't help but say, if he fights again, he will really be killed. Oh, is that so? Then why isn't he talking? Su Chuan subconsciously said. The more he fought, the more energized he became, the more pleasurable it became, and the true dragon essence blood in his body seemed to provide him with endless power, with nowhere to vent it. The energy is even more exuberant. That, his mouth was tied up. By you, the Inchman cautiously reminded, and Su Duan visibly froze for a moment, his face a little embarrassed. His intention was to prevent the screams of the big green-faced lion from being too noisy, but it did not occur to him that the more he fought, the more he got excited, and he forgot about this matter. No wonder this guy did not say anything. So it was like this. Only then did Su Chen hurriedly loosen the green-faced lion's mouth. Sorry, the fight is too energetic to forget. This is even more punishing. The green-faced big lion is weak. Fu Hongyun and Wu Liyao were both silent and looked at each other, suddenly feeling that Su Chen was still quite good to them. Say it. I don't know much. This time it's a sudden action by the demon exalted. All I know is, it seems like a spatial rift is about to appear here, capable of connecting to the stars beyond. The green-faced great lion shed indisputable tears, preferring to be beaten to death. But Su Chen, this shameless man, even fed him pills to hang on for dear life. Connecting beyond the stars? Su Chen was a little stunned. His brows could not help but furrow. If this was the case, it could explain why the demon Zun's hallowed martial Zun strength had suddenly appeared. Then why didn't the demon lord send out the strongest among the demonic beasts? Instead, he let you Qihai realm demonic beasts come? Su Chuan asked again. And the Fu Hongyun, several people on the side were also stunned. This news was just too shocking. I'm not sure. My father said that it seems like there are rules to suppress it, and that one crack can only be entered by strong people above the Qihai realm can enter, the green-faced great lion said, telling all the things he knew, unable to withstand Su Chen's torture any longer. Where does that rift connect beyond the stars? Fu Hongyun hurriedly asked, but the green-faced great lion had already broken off. After all, he did not withstand Su Dust's torture and chose to kill himself. That, you all saw it. It wasn't me who killed him, it was him who killed himself, Su Chen said, and everyone was silent, wondering how on earth Su Chen was able to say such words. This matter is of great importance. We have to report it to the Blade Father in a hurry. The appearance of a spatial rift is not guaranteed by anyone as to where exactly it is connected. What kind of existence is connected behind it? Fu Hongyun said in a deep voice. This matter was too serious and was no longer something they could decide. Su Chen was naturally aware of the seriousness of this matter, and without waiting for him to speak, a terrifying aura descended. Ha ha, kid, you actually have true dragon's essence blood on you. It's really heaven's help. Ha ha ha. The demon sovereign's voice suddenly came out like a thunderous explosion, causing Su Chen's head to go blank for a moment. Roll, Demon Zun. You want to battle this Zun to accompany you? The blade dignitary even stepped out in a flash to block this deadly attack for Su Chen. It was only after a while that Su Chen came back to his senses, only to feel a sharp pain in his head, and if it wasn't for the blade dignitary's timely intervention, he was afraid that he would have already died. The martial honor is truly extraordinary. Blade dignitary, I only want this kid. If you're willing to hand him over to me, I'll retreat immediately. The demon Zun's eyes were wild. His original body was a big snake cultivating to become a dragon. If he could get a drop of real dragon's blood, his cultivation would surely increase greatly, and even really have a chance to become a dragon in the future. How could he not be moved by this? Impossible, the Blade Zun said directly, his powerful aura confronting the demon Zun. He also heard the words of the demon sovereign, and although he was surprised as to why Su Chen had true dragon essence blood, he also knew how precious this so-called true dragon essence blood was to the demon sovereign. Just putting that aside, it was impossible for him, as a human venerable elder, to succumb to the demon elder and hand over Su Chen. He is very important to me. If you are willing to hand him over to me, I can grant you a spirit stone vein. Otherwise, let's fight today. I will get him at any cost. There was no trace of negotiability in the demon sovereign's tone. Blade Zun frowned tightly. Now that the strongest of the human race hadn't arrived yet, he wouldn't be able to hold back the demonic beast's million-strong army if they were to move out. A long, pitch-black blade appeared in the hands of the Blade Father, quivering. Then let's fight. A vein of spirit stone. I'm very moved, but it's still not enough to make me do such a heavenly thing, the Blade Father said sternly. Fu Hongyun and Wu Liyao both looked at Su Chen, not expecting Su Chen to have such an attraction to the demon Zun. A spirit stone vein has to be how precious. Wu Liyao couldn't help but say. Seeing Su Chen frowning, she again hurriedly said, I don't have the idea of handing you over. How do you say that we're all human beings? Me and you just have some grudges, but not so much as to do such a thing. Su Chen didn't say anything. It wasn't Wu Lu Yao and the others that he was worried about. Rather, if the demon Zun really went to war, once the Blade Zun was restrained, the demon beast army was not far away and could attack in a matter of moments, and they could not block it. Chapter 131, Bloodwashing the Martial Artist Hall. Spatial rift appears. The demon Zun's expression was grim. The chi and blood around his body transformed into a black scaly dragon coiled around his body, and his scarlet eyes looked towards the Blade Zun. Have you thought about it? You stinking worm is really annoying. If it wasn't for the appearance of the abyss back then when we went to fend off the foreigners, You stinking worm would have been chopped up long ago, and now you still dare to be reckless. A maniacal laughter came out, shocking one's eardrums. A figure appeared immediately afterward, standing in the void, looking no more than middle-aged, with a sturdy body and muscles like gnarled dragons. This person was naturally at the cultivation level of a martial Zune, and his age wasn't as great as it seemed, having long been hundreds of years old, but the chi and blood around him was powerful, able to keep him in his current appearance. Warlord, the demon sovereign's voice became low, not expecting that at this time, this bogeyman would actually come. At first, he was chased by the battle Zune for hundreds of miles. This guy was living as a martial arts obsessive, a reckless man who only knew how to fight, and he fought with a ferocity that was called ferocious. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the matter of the abyss, perhaps he really would have died at the hands of the battle exalt. Now that it's actually this guy who's here, it's going to be a bad day. I only need him alone. The demon sovereign looked at Suchen then said, he killed so many young powerhouses of my demon clan, and even beheaded the son of my clan's martial emperor. I must give them an explanation for this blood feud. The demonic father continued, unwilling to give up. Account? What the hell do you want? If you are not happy, let them come out and compete with me. Battle Zune said with a cold smile, his battle intent high, looking like he was ready to go to war at any time. Some beasts are just animals, and they still call themselves the demon race. If it wasn't for the fact that we couldn't spare our hands, we would have destroyed you long ago, and still let you become a climate. The war sovereign said, and the demon sovereign was actually unable to refute it, because the strength of the demon race was indeed far inferior to the human race. They did not have the powerful cultivation talent of humans. If it wasn't for the abyss, they were truly afraid that they would be exterminated by the human race. It's fine if you don't want him. The demon sovereign took another step back, but he must give me the true dragon essence blood in his body. That's what you bedbugs are aiming for, isn't it? Do you really think that by obtaining the true dragon's essence blood you'll be able to turn from a bedbug into a true dragon? Simply ridiculous. The demon Zune's face was ugly. How he was also the demon clan's martial Zune, now being called by a mouthful of stink bugs. He was definitely not happy. Below, everyone looked at Suchen in shock. True dragons only existed in legends. Where did Suchen get the true dragon's essence blood? Is there really a dragon in this world? Suchen didn't care about these gazes. Still pondering, the current situation was unfavorable for him. If the demon Zune really wanted to move him at any cost, would the sword exalt and the battle exalt be able to hold back the demon exalt and the millions of demon race armies behind them? War Zune, don't think that I'm afraid of you. My demon race is no longer as weak as it was back then. You too may not be able to stop me today, the demon Zune said, and the millions of demon race behind him instantly released their own aura. Immediately after that, 10 demon emperors actually appeared. The aura is incomparably powerful. Standing right behind the demon emperor, among them are the rock emperor and the green lion emperor. After realizing that their heirs had died in Suchen's hands, the two of them couldn't wait to tear Suchen apart and eat him alive right now. Then let's fight. The battle exalt, who was already a martial artist, was unwilling to beep and directly killed. The terrifying breath release and the demon Zune fought furiously. The blade Zune also instantly shot out, blocking the 10 demon emperors, and in an instant, sending all of Suchen's several people to the square. The entire human race in no man's land was sent away, and a great war was imminent. Dare to kill my son. Today I, the Green Lion Emperor, will make you pay for my son's life even if I die in battle. And me, the Rock Emperor also chimed in, and with his battle power at full strength, the 10 demon emperors surrounded the Blade Zune, and for a while, they also made the Blade Zune unable to free his hands, and behind them, the millions of troops of the demon clan were also instantly mobilized, and the demon kings actually directly appeared in hundreds, instantly killing over. As for the square, there were hundreds of Seal Marquee realm, but all below Martial King were ants. They couldn't have blocked it at all. Blood washing the martial artist hall today. I don't know who shouted out. The demonic beasts looked like they had been given chicken blood, and the ground trembled. Everyone's complexion was extremely ugly. They couldn't hold back the onslaught of the demon race's army. Kill. A bunch of beasts still want to turn the world upside down. On the square, a Seal Marquee realm roared angrily and then killed. Although they knew they would not be able to defeat them, they could not just sit back and wait for death. They all had already held the determination of certain death. Even if they died today, they would still kill a few demonic beasts. One couldn't still let Su Chen and these younger generations die before them. Su Chen, if you manage to survive, remember to take care of Fan Yin for me, Luo Tian has said. Also killing up. Su Chen's fists were clenched. He was still too weak right now. All under the Martial King were ants. Only at the Martial King realm would he be considered to have stepped into the threshold of the throne. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, and a slim figure stood in the void. Dressed in white, Those demonic beasts that rushed up instantly exploded into a bloody mist, and even the Demon King also fell in an instant, spilling blood. Those who approach, die. The white-clothed figure was clearly a martial exalt as well, his voice icy cold. The blade dignitary then breathed a sigh of relief. This old man had finally arrived. He was already in contact when the demon sovereign appeared, and it was good that these two guys came in time, or else today would have been really dangerous. The demon Zun's face was full of unwillingness, with endless resentment in his eyes, knowing that he would not be able to snatch Su Chen with the 3 human race martial Zuns here today. But the true dragon essence blood was really too important to him. As long as you get this kid to hand over his true dragon essence blood, I am willing to inform you of a secret story. It is also the main reason why I came today. The demonic father said again. Space is overlapping. A rift is about to open. The white-clothed figure said, his eyes heavy as he had sensed that the space in this place was beginning to destabilize. The demon sovereign was silent, also sensing that the space around him had become unstable, an omen that a spatial rift was about to appear. That's right, it's true that a spatial rift is about to appear here, connecting to the outer starry sky. But do you guys know exactly where the connection is? The demon sovereign said with a cold smile. He certainly knew some of the secrets. The 3 honored silences were all silent. The appearance of such a rift connecting beyond the stars was not a small matter. In the twilight, the wind and clouds in the sky and earth suddenly changed. Electricity flashed and thunder roared. Su Chen stood on the square, his gaze sharp. The space at the location where they had been assessed earlier had begun to distort. Terrifying power began to descend down. The ancient tree was instantly destroyed, and an invisible fluctuation radiated out. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black crack began to slowly appear in their sight. Into the eyes is endless darkness, as if there are stars dotted. The most peculiar thing is that around the crack, there is actually the power of rules intertwined. Incomparably terrifying. The 3 dignitaries' complexions also suddenly changed. This crack has completely taken shape. Chapter 132, If you don't tell me, I'll beat you until you do. 100 feet of crack slowly appeared, and the pitch-black space did not know exactly where it was connected. The stars within it were dotted as if it was an endless starry sky, and a barren and ancient aura slowly spread out. Around the crack, the power of rules intertwined with a terrifying storm. The surrounding ancient trees were instantly destroyed and the boulders turned into pieces. Su Chen felt the terrifying power in it even from a long distance away, and he could clearly perceive that with his strength if he were to get close, the power of the rules would instantly wipe him out. The 3 Zuns' expressions were incomparably grave. Even the martial exalted were feeling the dangerous aura in them at the moment. This was, after all, connected beyond the stars, and who knew what lay behind the rift? Ha ha ha, the crack has finally formed. The demon sovereign, however, looked extremely excited, with fervor in his eyes, as if he had been waiting for a long time. 3 of you, if you are willing to hand over the true dragon essence blood in this boy's body to my father can also tell you what exactly is behind this crack. Although the crack had been formed, the spatial passage had not yet been stabilized, and the demon sovereign's heart was still thinking about Su Chen's true dragon essence blood. If you don't say it, I'll fight until you say it. The War Zun clenched his fists and directly killed up, and the Blade Zun holding a pitch-black battle sword also killed up. The white-clothed figure stood in the void from the beginning, a head of long hair flowing, without making a move, but his terrifying aura was far from being comparable to that of a Blade Zun or a Battle Zun. The Demon Zun went numb, not thinking that the Blade Zun and Battle Zun would not speak of martial virtues and directly fight 2 against 1, or firepower. As a fellow martial exalted, back then he was also chased by the Battle Exalted, and now that the 2 exalted had joined forces, it was even less of an opponent. Soon, the demon sovereign was beaten and coughed up blood, his breath wilting. If you don't say it, today, I will smash you, stinky worm, Battlezun said in a cold voice. Endless battle intent was released. His body was actually bubbling with golden light. It was obvious that Battlezun had moved for real. The Knifezun's knife was also trembling, and in an instant, an invisible knife aura rose up in the sky and earth, and it was as if the earth and sky were being torn apart, and a horrifying aura suddenly crushed over the sky and earth. The strength of a martial honor is well known. It's also not bad for the sealing of the HWA war effort. I say, Demon Zun coughed up blood, seeing that although these 2 guys were human, they were also very dog-like in their actions. He may not be human, but these 2 guys must be pretty doggy. He was really going to be beaten to death by these 2 guys if he didn't say something. Its original intention was to have its subordinates Chi-High Realm demonic beasts come and massacre the disciples of the martial hall, weakening the strength of the martial hall. When the rift opened, they, the demon race, would be able to seize the opportunity and be the first to go in. A spatial crack appeared, and the demon dignitary was not a little cutie. How could this kind of thing be hidden? But he really didn't expect a Su Chen to come out halfway either. Surprisingly, he was able to kill the demon emperor's son, and the Wu Zun, but also came 3, instantly let it only a little advantage left all gone. This rift connects to an ancient battlefield outside the starry sky, Demon Zune said as he wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes heavy. This ancient battlefield you can also understand is thought to be an independent small space, wandering in the starry sky, and then attached to the blue star. Over time, and the blue star's space overlap and wear down, forming this rift, connected to each other. And this ancient battlefield space is not only connected to the blue planet, but may also be connected to other planets or spaces. In short, when this ancient battlefield is opened, existences from various places outside the stars may appear inside, the Demon Zune said, his gaze even more fervent, as if he was somewhat unable to contain his own excitement. And after listening to the words of the Demon Zune, the 3 Zunes also had a general understanding of this space, and their hearts sank. If it was really as the Demon Exalt had said, then wouldn't the powerhouses outside the starry sky be able to enter the blue star through this rift? With blue star's current strength it simply couldn't stop a strong person from outside the stars from descending. At their level, they certainly knew something about what was beyond the stars. There was once someone on the blue star who broke through the cultivation of the sky and left the blue star, but there was no more news, and the records about the stars outside the sky were few and far between on the blue star. Why should I believe you? The Blade Sovereign questioned, not daring to determine if what the Demon Sovereign said was true. Demon Zune, however, smiled evilly, and then a palm-sized, blood-red jade seal actually appeared in his hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Immediately after that, the Demon Sovereign threw the jade seal directly into the crack. A terrifying force instantly came from the crack, and this spatial passage was actually stabilizing at a rapid pace. The Demon Sovereign struck again, and the terrifying rule force beyond the rift actually stabilized in this instant. A passageway instantly appeared. The demon race below even rushed directly into the crack in an instant. Seeing this scene, the 3 Zunes' complexions suddenly changed, not knowing what exactly the Demon Zune was trying to do with this move. 3 old undead. Don't you guys feel that this planet has rules that suppress it? And if you want to pursue a higher realm you enter the starry sky. And the method of entering the starry sky has long been broken. This is the only chance. Don't you want to go for a higher realm? The Demon Exalt let out an evil laugh and pulled away from the 3 Exalts, whose expressions were shocked. If you enter the starry sky through this rift, the powerhouses outside the starry sky will also be able to descend to Blue Star based on this rift. At that time, Blue Star will be ruined, the figure in white said, his voice icy cold, instantly thinking about this matter. Some secret information he naturally knows, such as the Blue Star has a horrible rule suppression. The road into the starry sky is even long blocked. The query cannot be, what does it have to do with me? The Demon Sovereign laughed wildly and recklessly. I will take my people into the starry sky and attach myself to the true demon race in the starry sky. And as for the survival of this planet, what does it matter to me? Oh, no. There's still some relation. Because I promised the great power of the demon exalted in the starry sky that I would give him the origin of this planet as a meet and greet gift. The Demon Sovereign's reckless maniacal laughter caused the 3 sovereigns to fall into an ice cellar, and their horrifying killing intent rose even higher. It hadn't occurred to me that what the Demon Sovereign was trying to do was so big. Blue Star was in the stage of aura recovery, and the recovery had intensified in recent years, so such a planetary origin was an extremely precious existence in the vastness of the starry sky. It would induce countless truly great minds to strike, but once the planetary origin is taken away, the planet will be completely ruined. You even colluded with people outside the stars and betrayed the Blue Star, said the Blade Zune in an instant of anger, and wanted to behead the Demon Zune. I think you can't enter the ancient battlefield yet, and the people outside the stars can't enter the Blue Star either, the white-clothed figure, however, said. The Demon Sovereign's expression changed slightly, then he laughed softly. Old undead thing, sure enough you found out after all. The ancient battlefield is an independent space with its own rules. Only those under the patriarchal realm can enter. The Demon Zune was a little regretful, otherwise he would have already gone in, and still be here talking nonsense. But, my subordinates have already entered, and as long as they get the ancient battlefield center, it will be able to change the rules. Chapter 133. I can't find it, but I can't rob it. The Demon Sovereign laughed recklessly. I've been planning for this matter for 100 years before I contacted the demon race beyond the stars. I have to win this time. After saying that, the Demon Sovereign transformed into a 100-foot dragon and laughed wildly with reckless abandon. The 3 Jinns' complexion was ugly. Before this they hadn't detected any abnormality at all. They wouldn't have thought that there would be a small space clinging to the Blue Star, much less detecting a crack about to open. Let the people go in. The Demon Sovereign's plot must be stopped at all costs, or else Blue Star will truly be finished. The white-clothed figure sighed. With that, the matter was directly notified back, and the seriousness of the matter had even surpassed that of the Abyss. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, the Blade dignitary didn't dare to have a stay, and was about to let the younger generation of the martial artist hall go in. But this was, after all, a battlefield beyond the stars, and it was anyone's guess as to what they would actually meet when they went in, and there was a good chance that once they went, they would never be able to return. The Blade Father's mood was still a bit heavy. Turning around and about to open his mouth, he was shocked to find that at the crack, Su Chen was holding the Dragon Abyss sword, and the 10,000 soul streamer stood in front of the abyss, with an endless number of wronged souls dancing around. If you want to get into the rift, you have to pay, Su Chuan said with a serious face, while the demonic beasts were blocked out. A dangling white tiger had the bloodline of a demon emperor, but he didn't know when he was beaten down by Su Chuan, wailing in pain. Su Dust, get out of my way. These demonic beasts were about to be infuriated to death. In this situation, how could a person run out and ask for a toll? The demon Zun apparently also noticed this scene. His expression was dumbfounded. He was so busy pulling the wool over the eyes of the three blade Zuns just now that he didn't even notice. Kid, you're looking for death. The demon race was furious. A terrifying aura suddenly landed. Su Chen naturally felt this aura. Without any hesitation turned around and directly jumped into the crack. Old me will go in and hang them just the same. Su Chuan's voice came out, and the demon Zun's face was hard to see. The three dignitaries were even more dumbfounded. Why didn't this guy follow the rules and just go in the crack? Honorable Elder, I, Fu Hongyun, would like to ask for battle and enter the ancient battlefield to block these scumbags. I, Wu Lu Yao, request to fight. For a while the young generation of the martial artist hall more than half of the people invited to fight. There were also some who were afraid of death hiding at the back, or those who were covered by their family's feudal marquee realm and did not give out their voices. Good. The Blade Father didn't expect that there would be so many people inviting to fight, but he still hurriedly said, I'm sure you all know the dangers in this ancient battlefield. It's very likely that you won't be able to return once you go there, so you all need to think about it clearly. May I cast the Great Wall with my flesh and blood spine to protect my China? I don't know who shouted. At that instant, countless people in the Great Hall of Martial Artists cried out. Blade Zun's eyes actually turned a little red. In the end they were all still some children. Then, Fu Hongyun was the first to jump into the crack, his figure disappearing. Notify all the academies within Huaxia to send all the Qihai realm trainees. Notify the War Department. Notify ancient martial arts families. The white-clothed figure gave one order after another. The entire Chinese territory then began to boil up, directly into the state of war. The abyss and the king of the martial arts personally guarding all the martial artists were out in full force, and the Qihai realms of the major academies were all summoned to rush to no man's land. Below L.A. Technical School, in the middle of the abyss, the three guys from Wanlin, with the people in the academy, were chased by an army of foreigners after massacring a village, running fast, but to one's surprise, these three guys had already broken through the Qi realm. After Su Chen left, the three of them took the 200,000 spirit stones left behind by Su Chen and cultivated openly, almost sleeping on top of the spirit stones. Strength naturally soared. Mad. Would king this old undead? Old son is not just killed your son, not big enough to let Wu Tao go to you as a son. As far as so chase kill old man? Wang Lin cursed and ran desperately, but the next moment he saw Wind Whisper appear in the abyss, not far in front of them. Wind Whisper fiercely struck out, a slap fell, and the alien army was directly slapped to death, without waiting for Wang Lin's three to speak. With a wave of his hand, Wind Whisper directly led them out of the abyss, and then brought a large number of trainees to directly leave the Luocheng Technical School. At this moment, in a blood-colored space, the earth was pitch black, and the thick smell of blood around them made people a bit nauseous. Su Chen walked on it with the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand with some displeasure on his face. Hasty, didn't think that this crack coming in would break people apart, Su Chuan muttered, looking at the color of blood around him, his face carrying a grave expression. He naturally heard the words of the demon elder, and if his guess was correct, at this time, the three elders should have already sent someone in. All he had to do now was get to them. Detecting that the host is in a small independent space, triggering a side mission, asking the host to find the hub of this independent space and refine it. The system's voice sounded violently. Su Chen's body stiffened for a moment, frozen in place, somewhat surprised. It's been so long, why did the system suddenly give him another mission out of the blue? The last time a mission was triggered was last time. I think, task completion rewards the host with the Fengho realm cultivation. The system said again. Su Chen directly froze, then ecstatic. Martyr, he was at the 4 stars of the Qihai realm right now, to reach the feudal marquee realm, but there was still a sovereign realm in between. At the current rate of his cultivation, there was no telling how long it would take. Good fellow, it doesn't matter if I cultivate or not, I just want to guard Huaxia, Su Chuan said idly, then asked the system, how am I going to find the center of this space? This depends on the host's character. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then won't I never find it in my life? Su Chen cursed and cursed. Looks like we'll have to go robbing again. I can find it without being able to find it, but I can't grab it without being able to grab it, Su Chen said, making a rough guess and rushing in a direction. Just a short distance out, a figure with a pitch-black body hovered in the air, with black gas bubbling around it, and only a pair of scarlet eyes looking at Su Chen. The ferocious aura emanated from him, as if he had no feelings, and he killed towards Su Chen. Su Chen killed it with a sword, but this thing unexpectedly coalesced again in an instant, and at the same time, one after another of this thing unexpectedly appeared on the ground. It was like an unjust soul that no longer had any sanity, only a rushing fury. Su Chen was stunned and turned his head to look for a few moments, only to realize that the ground was littered with corpses and bones, as if it was a mass grave. No wonder there were so many grievous souls appearing. Martyr! Su Chen cursed, put away the Dragon Abyss sword, and the 10,000 soul streamer instantly appeared and inserted on the ground. Why don't you all friends of the Tao come to my 10,000 soul streamer for a while? If you don't want to, I know some kung fu too. 5 Thunder Positive Technique. Su Dust angrily drank, hand rubbing thunder and lightning, surrounded by thunder and light, and holding the 10,000 soul streamer. How to look at this image is a little strange. Chapter 134, What 10,000 soul streamer? This is clearly my human emperor flag. The black chi cuckoo bubbled on the 10,000 soul streamer, and the sound of chains rang out. The pitch-black chains had a natural suppression effect on these wronged souls, directly detaining these wronged souls into the 10,000 soul streamer. Some of the unjust souls that were approaching Su Chen were even directly cleaved by a lightning spell and completely dispersed. However, it was as if these unjust souls had no feelings and didn't know fear, and they were still approaching, wanting to tear Su Chen apart. Marred, gave you guys face right? Su Chen was really angry. His hands attracted lightning and directly landed on the ground. The ground was directly split out a big pit. An endless number of these white bones were in. Some of them decayed. Still coming. I'll thwart you all to ashes, said Su Chen. With a wave of his hand, he lifted these bones out of the air, and as the lightning fell, the bones were directly split into ashes and scattered in all directions. This action actually really caused these unjust souls to stop, seemingly looking at Su Chen as if they were somewhat stunned. Su Chen was not yet satisfied. A blood explosion heavenly thunderbolt appeared and threw it into the big pit, and he himself turned around and ran. As a loud explosion sounded, countless corpses and bones rushed up to the sky and were directly reduced to pieces. Those wronged souls were completely dumbfounded, frozen in place, not knowing what to do for a moment. They've all been dead for I don't know exactly how many years, and today they've been thwarted? And Su Dust also fled from this place. These wronged souls are endless. If this goes on he will have to be dragged to death in it. Not to run, that is a little cute. Only after confirming that it was safe did Su Chen take out the 10,000 soul streamer and start refining the unjust souls in it. The wailing sound was continuous and miserable, but Su Chen was used to it. After 2 hours, Su Chen exhaled a breath. These unjust souls were considered to be completely refined. This time, his 10,000 soul streamer had also become a 10,000 soul streamer in the true sense of the word, with tens of thousands of unjust souls blocked within it. Hi, little guy, this 10,000 soul streamer of yours is not bad. When Su Chen was about to leave, a silver bell-like light laughter entered his ears, causing Su Chen to fall into an ice cellar and his back to chill. Turning around, he only saw that on a strange rock not far behind him, a stunningly beautiful woman in a black dress was blinking her big watery eyes and looking at him. Su Chen was slightly stunned. This woman's face was definitely the most beautiful he had ever seen so far. It actually made him a decent man. Freeze for a moment. What 10,000 soul streamer? This is clearly my human emperor flag, Su Chen said righteously, causing this black-skirted woman to actually freeze for a moment. Human emperor flag? The black-skirted woman leapt off the rock and came in front of Su Chen. A touch of fragrance made Su Chen blush a little. Whose human emperor flag choo-choo-choo-choo is emitting black gas? The black-skirted woman let out a light laugh and looked at Su Chen, saying this, you're blushing yourself. It's not black gas. It's Hongmeng purple gas, purple and black. Of course, there are some reasons why these wrong souls are smoking in it. Woman in black dress. The black-skirted woman actually didn't know what to say for a moment, her small head greatly puzzled. How on earth could this kind of words be said by Su Chen? Then, otherwise, you give me your human emperor flag. I will clean up the grievous souls smoking in here for you. The black-skirted woman laughed and said, unexpectedly being wound up by Su Chen. Su Dust? Asterisk 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 Nima. Su Chuan cursed. This guy even thought about his 10,000 soul streamer, and said something about teaching a lesson to the wrong souls smoking inside. And there were no wrong souls smoking that he couldn't tell? It's true that the better looking a woman is, the better she lies. Women, none of them are good. You're a little cutie. What? Your family's ingrate smokes. You believe me even if I talk nonsense. After Su Chen finished speaking, he directly put away the 10,000 soul streamer. I can see that this guy is up to no good. The black-skirted woman froze for a moment, her brain buzzing a bit, and she didn't even react. How noble she was. Being the princess of the demon clan, today she was even scolded. You seek death. The black-skirted woman's complexion suddenly changed, and a pitch-black, bubbling black gas whip appeared in her hand and fiercely lashed up. To tell you the truth, your 10,000 soul streamer this princess has her eye on. Today you have to give it or not. Princess? You work at that karaoke? Su Chen's words made the black-skirted woman confused, but once she heard them, she knew that they were not good words, and her heart immediately became furious, and demonic chi lingered all around her body, her cultivation at the peak of the chi high realm crushing towards Su Chen. 5 Thunder Orthodoxy. Su Chuan coldly drank. Endless lightning landed as Su Chuan cupped his hands and killed. This thunder law seemed to have some suppressive effect on the black-skirted woman, and Su Chen even pressed the black-skirted woman to violently beat her up. May dry leave a name. The black-skirted woman was shocked in her heart. Su Chen was only at the cultivation level of 4 stars of the Chi-Si realm, but he actually had such strength, which could be considered as the pride of heaven when placed in their demon clan. Why don't you dare? Su Chen sneered. My name is Wang Lin. Do you have an opinion? Wang Lin. The black dress woman carefully searched in her mind, but there is no information about this name. It must be that she has never heard of the pride of heaven. Are you willing to join my demon clan? With your talent and ability, you will definitely be ranked among the demon kings of my clan in the future, the black-skirted woman said, truly fancying Su Chen's talent. What kind of good person would someone who could refine the 10,000 soul streamer be? How could such things used by evil cultivators be used if they were used by people of the righteous path? Demon race? It was the first time Su Chuan had heard this name, and in his heart, he secretly pondered, this fellow must be a powerful race from the stars. If you're willing to help me find the center of this space, it's not impossible for me to consider it, Su Chen said. He. The black-skirted woman laughed coldly. Who of the 10,000 races celestial pride who entered the ancient battlefield this time doesn't want to obtain the centerpiece of this space? I admit that you have great talent, but wanting to get the center hub is a dream. The black-skirted woman laughed as if she had heard some heavenly joke. Su Chen's heart sank. He didn't think that this pivot would be so inviting. It seemed that it would be a bit difficult to get the pivot this time. By then, Su Chen didn't want to stay and was about to leave. The black-skirted woman, however, once again stopped in front of him and spoke out. If you are unwilling to join my demon clan, then this 10,000 soul streamer will have to stay. Su Chen didn't have half a bit of nonsense. Directly sneak attacked and struck out. The dragon abyss sword was in his hand, suddenly stabbing up. The terrifying sword power enveloped the black-skirted woman. The black-skirted woman seemed to have not thought that Su Chen would actually use a sword. A carelessness did not flash, was forced back, while Su Chen was close to kill up. The powerful sword power shrouded and suppressed the black-skirted woman. Taking advantage of her unguardedness, Su Chen directly subdued the black-skirted woman's hands, twisted them behind her back, pressed them against a rock on the side, and then quickly removed the storage ring on her hand. Immediately after that, a punch landed on the black-skirted woman's belly, blocking her chi-si. Hey, I'll laugh at your storage ring. Wang Lin, do you know the consequences of what you are doing? You will be hunted to death by my demon clan. The black-skirted woman was instantly furious, but the chi-si realm was blocked by Su Chen, and it would take some time to break through. Pa! Su Chen didn't care about her threat, and raised his hand to land a slap on her arse with a crisp sound. Nice touch. I'll leave first. After saying that, Su Chen turned around and ran away without a little stop. Chapter 135. What does breaking Wang Lin's body have to do with me? Su Chen? Wang Lin, I swear, I will break you into pieces, came the hissing sound of the black dress woman from behind her, while Su Chen had already run far away. What is the relationship between Wang Lin's broken body and my Su Dust? Su Dust stopped his body. This said, Wang Lin, these guys should still be in the academy now. To the black dress woman, to find the sky also cannot find ah. It was just that what Su Chen didn't know was that Wang Lin's 3 had already entered the ancient battlefield by now. In a barren land, the 3 Wang Lin walked together, and when they entered the rift, they were worried about getting separated and directly tied together. Didn't I say that Boss Su has already come in? Where do I look in such a big place? Who knows, but as long as we go to the center and block the demonic beasts, we can always find Boss Su. Wang Lin and Tong Yu were talking, and Wu Tao walked behind them with a grave expression. Someone in front? Wu Tao suddenly said, and as soon as his words fell, he saw a burly man coming swiftly, with horns on his head and a hideous tattoo on his face. 1 star of the Chi-Si realm? The burly man said in shock, not expecting to meet a few such weak fellows. Where are you guys from? You dare to enter the ancient battlefield even if you are this weak? Looking for death? It just so happens that I have something I need someone to help me with. Would you 3 like to submit to me? and I can guarantee that you will live in the ancient battlefield, the burly man said, with a disdainful look in his eyes. Wang Lin III stately looked at the guy in front of him, carefully sensed, this guy is only 5 stars of the Qihai realm, surprisingly so wild. Submissive you big man, Wang Lin directly cursed, carrying a knife and killed up, the main fight a life and death to look down on not serving. Wu Tao and Ton Yu naturally instantly shot. 3 people join hands, moves under the cheap and vicious, soon the guy into the whole body search clean. It's the pants that are torn and thrown aside for others. You dare to insult me like this? Do you know who I am? The burly man had never been subjected to such anger before and said angrily, oh, who the hell are you? Why wouldn't I dare to beat you up? Do you know who we are? Ton Yu said with a cold smile. Just now, his sword had opened a gash on this guy's ass. At those words, the stout man's heart was shocked and there was shocked. These 3 guys were obviously not as good as him in terms of cultivation, but they were so powerful in combat that they directly thrashed him. Such a genius must have some background. This time, he didn't know how many forces had entered the ancient battlefield, and if he wasn't careful, he would mess with an existence that he couldn't afford to offend. So he actually panicked a little. Who are you? The burly man asked hurriedly. Listen up. We are from the Su family army. My name is Su Qin. Wang Lin walked up and said very seriously. Wu Tao and Tong Yu on the side stumbled and froze looking at Wang Lin. This guy, how come I haven't heard of the Su family army? The power where the burly man was from was also somewhat powerful in the starry sky, but he hadn't heard of any so-called Su family army? Could it be a great power beyond the stars? But it shouldn't be. If it was a great power outside the starry sky, how could it come to a barren starry sky like theirs? Never heard of it? Then today let you hear about. Wang Lin said, pulling out a big wrench of the same type as Su dust, and went up to give it a thrashing. Soon the stout man was thrown aside. Or not better to get dead, Ton Yu said, sword light flashing about to chop the lanky man, but a more powerful breath suddenly landed, blocking Ton Yu's sword light. Second brother, save me, the lanky man instantly shouted, while the 3 Ton Yus turned around and ran away without the slightest hesitation to stay. They could feel that the guy who came was at the peak cultivation of the Qihai realm, with a powerful battle force. That is, they might not be an opponent even if they join forces. Daring to provoke my Su family army, I, Su Chen, will remember this revenge. Wang Lin shouted as he ran, afraid that others wouldn't hear him. Luckily, this guy didn't chase after him, and soon the 3 Wang Lins escaped to a safe place. Wu Tao panted heavily before looking at Wang Lin. Old Wang, you're impersonating Boss Su like this, pulling hate for Boss Su if he knew he wouldn't beat you to death. I am also looking for Boss Su. You see, if we do things in Boss Su's name, when Boss Su learns that someone is impersonating him, he will naturally come over to check it, Wang Lin said righteously. But, you are planting evidence to frame Boss Su? Ton Yu said in a deep voice, still feeling something was wrong. It's okay, Su Boss so shameless, must not care. Ugh, you shoot your father? Wang Lin said he saw Wu Tao is holding a cell phone at him, directly scolded, went up and Wu Tao dry up. This guy Wu Tao wasn't any good. He definitely wanted to take this video and go to Boss Su to tell him off. Half a day had passed since the rift opened, and as the 10,000 races entered the ancient battlefield was closed down so that people from outside couldn't enter. Only until half a month later would the ancient battlefield open once more. Su Chen walked on the desolate battlefield, and right now, he only wanted to hurry to find the centerpiece and refine it before he could do so. And at this moment, Su Chen was violently beating a peak Qihai realm demonic beast, which was a powerful demonic race from outside the starry sky. But Su Chen was carrying a true dragon's essence blood, and he had a natural suppression of demonic beasts. He directly hanged and beat him up, snatched all the good things from him, and then left Ton Yu's name to leave in style. It wasn't that Su Chen didn't want to kill him, but Su Chen sensed an even more terrifying aura rushing towards him, and it might be dangerous if he stayed. We have to hurry to the center. The spatial hub is there. The second 5 under the demon sovereign colluded with the starry sky demon race. At this time, I'm afraid that they have already rushed to the place where the hub is located, Su Chuan said. Regarding the location of the spatial hub, it was naturally found from among the black-skirted woman's storage ring, but to open the central divine hall, you still need to find 10 keys to do so. There should still be some time left. Su Chen thought in his heart that these were all found in the black-skirted woman's storage ring. Otherwise, he would still be like a fly on the wall right now, not knowing what to do. Thinking of this, Su Chen also hurriedly rushed in the direction of the center, holding a map of the ancient battlefield in his hand. And what Su Chen was going to now was not the central divine hall, but an ancient city. It was about to get dark. According to the rules of the ancient battlefield, night was the time when the unjust souls came out. The entire ancient battlefield would fall into a great terror, and the living beings would die a miserable and tragic death if they could not find shelter in the ancient city. Soon, Su Chen was arriving in the ancient city, and there were already many living beings here, and it was not strange to see Su Chen come in. Marred. I heard that a guy named Su Chen appeared on the ancient battlefield. This person is vicious and despicable. Su Chen had just come in when he heard some beings discussing at the side. Su Dust. Chapter 136, Invoking the Demon Clan's Little Princess. Wang Lin is really a ruthless person. Su Chen froze for a moment, a little confused, and looked toward the few beings who were still discussing. How did he become a scumbag? Su Chen frowned, confused in his heart, and was about to walk up to inquire, but he heard a commotion coming from the side. Several black armored figures quickly came out. All of them were at the peak of the Qi Sea realm, with strong Qi and blood, and from a long distance away, Su Chen could feel the terrifying Qi and blood power in their bodies. This was already far beyond the realm of the Qi Hai realm. Su Chen was not surprised. Already in the black-skirted woman's storage ring, Su Chen had also discovered some cultivation laws in the stars, which were even more powerful than the blue star. The two are not in the same league at all. This is someone from the devil race? A being said, with horror in his eyes. The devil race was also an extremely powerful existence in this starry sky. They couldn't afford to mess with them. I didn't expect the devil race to come as well. This ancient battlefield really seems to have great opportunities. Some of the other beings talked and avoided the demon race from afar. This race also had a fierce reputation in the starry sky. Has anyone seen a man named Wang Lin? Report immediately if you have any news. A man from the devil race said in a cold voice, his eyes scanning around. Those who provide information will be rewarded with a strain of dragon blood spirit ginseng, the black-armored man said, instantly causing gasps of surprise from the surroundings. Dragon blood spirit ginseng is extremely precious medicine. Rumor has it that only the place stained with dragon blood can give birth to this kind of medicine, but also has the efficacy of the dead flesh and bones. Wang Lin? Never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either, but I did hear that there's a guy named Su Chuan, in the area of the 10,000 Beasts Forest, doing nothing wrong, bullying men and women, extremely perverted, not even sparing the men. I've also heard that he has two other accomplices that are even more despicable and shameless. The three of them have lost their conscience. They also claim to be from the Su family army. But what the heck is the Su family army? Why haven't I heard of it? These words cannot be said indiscriminately. The stars are vast. There are too many things that you and I have not heard of. Who knows what this so-called Su clan army is? In case it is a great terror that you and I must not provoke. The people who gathered around were talking. Su Chen was among them. His face was dumbfounded. His brain was buzzing. When had he ever been to the forest of 10,000 beasts? Where is the 10,000 beasts forest again? There is also what Su family army, and so on. Su Chen looked like he thought of something, and his eyes carried some consternation. Could it be that Wang Lin and the three of them came in? But aren't they only at the Qi blood realm? What's wrong with this old man? Wind Whisper? But on second thought, with the character of Wang Lin's three, even if Wind Whisper didn't give them a chance to come, they were afraid that they would sneak over. Could it really be the three of them? Su Chen thought in his heart, still unsure. After all, the three of them should not have the guts to corrupt his reputation. I know. Su Chen walked up, and his voice was something that the black-armored man instantly noticed and looked over. Do you know where Wang Lin is? Su Chuan nodded at his words. I met a guy named Wang Lin in the 10,000 Beasts Forest before. This person is despicable, shameless, unscrupulous, and lacking in virtue, molesting virtuous women. All right. The black-armored man hurriedly stopped Su Chen and inquired, what is your name? Are you possibly sure? My name is Wu Tao. Su Chen said, this matter is true. I just don't know if Wang Lin is still in the 10,000 Beasts Forest now. The black-armored man frowned and didn't say anything. Su Chen pondered in his heart, thinking that it wouldn't be Wang Lin and the three of them. After all, the three of them were only in the Qi blood realm. Even if they had broken through to the Qi Sea realm, that old fellow Wind Whisperer shouldn't have let them come. And if the three of them were to sneak over on their own, they wouldn't know how long it would take to get from the L.A. technical school to no man's land. So it's very likely that the one who ruined his reputation is this guy Fu Hongyun. Su Chuan analyzed. After all, this guy was the number one in the Heavenly Pride ranking of the martial artist Great Hall, and after losing to him, this careful eyes might have been with Wu Lu Yao and came up with this solution. Too damnable. Su Chen thought in his heart and prepared to follow the people of the demon race to find these guys. Speaking of which, what exactly did this Wang Lin do to be chased by your demon race? A white-clothed man on the side asked curiously. It is the first time I have seen the demon race give an order to hunt down and kill. This is an order to hunt down and kill issued by my demon clan's little princess herself, the black-armored man said. And Su Chen cursed a few times. That black-skirted woman really did hold a grudge, and even directly issued a pursuit order against him. But what did chasing Wang Lin have to do with Su Chen? Daring to provoke the little princess of the demon race. This Wang Lin is also a ruthless person. While the people on the side were still talking, The black armored man looked at Su Chen and said again, "Wait until daybreak. You'll go with us to the 10,000 Beasts Forest, and if your information is accurate, this dragon blood spirit ginseng will be yours." At those words, Su Chen nodded and looked beyond the ancient city. At this time, outside the ancient city, it was already shrouded in darkness. Mournful voices would come out from time to time, and a palpitating aura spread continuously. Su Chuan clearly saw that the moment a living being was outside the ancient city and was not enveloped in darkness, he directly turned into white bones, his soul burning, and transformed into a strange force that merged into the darkness. This ancient battlefield is really weird. Su Chen was still calculating what to do next. Opening the central divine hall required 10 keys, and these 10 keys were scattered in various places in the ancient battlefield. So all the beings on the ancient battlefield must be thinking about how to grab the key right now. It seems that we still have to find a key first. There is a relic in the forest of 10,000 beasts. Wait for tomorrow to go. See the luck, Su Chen thought in his heart, and when he was about to leave to go to rest, his eyes were glimpsing a red figure. This red figure was chained up, and beside him were several other humanoids, surrounded by blood, all chained up as if they were livestock. A guy standing and walking with a tiger's head held the front end of the chain and walked in. Su Chen frowned and fixed his eyes on the red figure, which was actually red clothes. A strong killing intent instantly burned in Su Chen's eyes. Red clothes and the others were surprisingly treated like chattel and humiliated. Ha ha, this ancient battlefield even has this kind of lowly living creature in existence. The tiger demon laughed wantonly, his body's chi and blood thick around him, his voice undisguised. It's good to use it as a combat servant or a maid servant. Are you all interested? At those words, anger appeared on the faces of the red-clothed few, but they were already heavily injured and could not resist, so they could only look at the tiger demon with incomparable resentment. This beast is treating them as commodities to be sold. Some lowly beings, not interested. That's a good-looking woman. What's the price? Surrounding beings see the situation. Some people came to the interest inquired, looking at the red dress in the eyes of some more desire. These people, I'll take all of them. Su Chen's expression was icy cold as he walked up. Chapter 137, Lowly Beings Not Worthy of Calling the Human Race. I want all of these people. Su Chen's expression was incomparably cold, and the killing intent in his eyes flickered. This voice also caused the surrounding beings to look over curiously with some surprise, and it was the black armored man who looked at Su Chen a few more times. But this has nothing to do with them either. They naturally don't care. The tiger demon looked Su Chen up and down, and there was also some consternation in his eyes before he let out a light laugh. It's fine. 1 million spirit crystals is fine. Su Chen didn't say anything. He only had 5 million spirit stones on him, while the spirit crystals that the tiger demon was talking about were something higher than spirit stones. Converting the takedown. The 5 million spirit stones he had on him could only be converted into 5,000 spirit crystals, and the 1 million spirit crystals that the tiger demon was asking for wasn't even enough for a fraction. The surrounding beings are even more stunned. 1 million spirit crystals. You also really dare to open your mouth. This amount was also a huge number for them. Who would be crazy enough to spend so many spirit crystals just to buy a few low-grade living beings? It's simply ludicrous. However, some people could see that this was a deliberate move by the tiger demon and looked over with interest. You have no sincerity in this price, Su Chen said in a cold voice. The red dress also noticed Su Chen at this time. Tears flowed out in an instant, but she managed to control herself from making a sound. After coming to the ancient battlefield they separated. She thought that her cultivation at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm was just not considered strong, but at least she was able to protect herself. But after she met this tiger demon, she realized just how ridiculous her thoughts were. She couldn't even block a single move from the tiger demon. The red dress had even despaired and resigned to her fate, thinking of killing herself, but she didn't think that she would meet Su Chen here. Some hope was born again in her already despairing heart. But, tiger demon, these beings in the stars are really strong, and her heart started to worry again. Sincerity? Ha ha ha, how dare you, an inferior being, say sincerity to me? The tiger demon laughed. Come be my prince's slave. The tiger demon released terrifying chi and blood power around his body, transforming into a fierce tiger that attacked and killed towards Su Chen. Enough, tiger lie. You really think that there is no one in my human race, don't you? A furious shout also came instantly. A blue-clothed woman with long flowing hair appeared instantly. Her slender palm appeared to be soft and feeble, a palm gently slapped out, but it carried an incomparably terrifying power of chi and blood. The tiger demon's attack also dispersed in an instant. Jian Yenyue, there is no need for you to tell this prince what to do. The tiger demon was instantly furious, and a terrifying power of chi and blood rose along with a loud tiger roar. Insulting my human race. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Jian Yenyue carried a cool aura around her. Dressed in blue, as if she was a heavenly fairy descending from the heavens. A few lowly beings deserve to be called a human race. Jiang Yenyue, are you sure you want to offend my treading gold tiger clan for these few lowly beings? Tiger Lai spoke in a cold voice. Su Chen was not far away, and the dragon abyss sword had just struck out, and he paused as he watched the scene. Miss Jiang, a few lowly beings are just a few. Why do you have to be like this? Another tiger demon walked out. The power of chi and blood was even more powerful than Tiger Lai. If you want it, just spend spirit crystals to buy it. The price is here. Don't come out to disturb our business if you don't have spirit crystals. Even your big brother Jiang Xian wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. Miss Jiang, you should think clearly, this tiger demon said again, giving Jiang Yenyue a cold look. Jiang Yenyue's heart carried anger and was about to make a move, but a black-clothed figure instantly stepped in to stop him. Brother, they're also a human race. Are they going to watch our human race be humiliated? Jiang Yenyue said, with some anger on her face. The man in black was naturally Jiang Xian. His face was torn. He wanted to make a move, but offending the treading gold tiger clan for the sake of red clothes and the rest of them was definitely not cost-effective. Jiang Xian, a few lowly beings are just that, not worthy of being called a human race. While Jiang Xian was still torn in his mind, a man with a shadowy face walked out, coldly glancing at Su Chen before disdainfully glancing at red clothes and the others. They were human races in the starry sky, and after seeing red clothes and the others, they knew that they came from inferior planets, and such human races were never recognized by them. With anger on her face, Jiang Yenyue glanced at the shadowy man. Many thanks for the girl's hand. I will resolve this matter myself, Su Chen said in a deep voice, having already seen that these human races in the starry sky didn't even look at them, and didn't even treat them as human beings. To be honest, Su Chen was more or less chilled, but on second thought, this was a martial era in itself, and only the strong had dignity. Weaklings, that is, people of the same race can't look at them. It's like the rich people on the blue planet look down on their poor relatives. So what if they are relatives? If you don't have money, they look down on you. Su Chen wasn't surprised by this at all. Jiang Xian frowned and glanced at Su Chen, and the shadowy man on the side did not speak with a disdainful face. Tiger Lai laughed out loud. You solve it yourself. I want to see how you solve it yourself. Su Chen didn't say anything, drew his sword and killed directly. His sword power instantly enveloped, terrifyingly incomparable. Lightning surrounded him, and in this instant, Su Chen suddenly struck out. This sword light was radiant, and Tiger Lai's eyes also carried a strong shock. Not expecting that Su Chen, who was only a 4-star in the Qi realm, had already comprehended the sword momentum. This sword Dao talent was an existence that ranked high even when looking at the stars. It really didn't occur to him that a person from a place with a low-grade thin spiritual Qi would be able to have such a skill, which really caused Tiger Lai to be a bit stunned. Jiang Xian was also stunned, observing that Su Chen's bone age was only 18. He had actually comprehended the sword momentum. This sword talent is truly terrifying. The shadowy man also looked at Su Chen one more time, and then said with a cold smile, so what if you've realized sword momentum? However, with 4 stars in the Sea of Qi realm and coming from a lowly planet, how can you be Tiger Lai's opponent? Tiger Lai was similarly shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses, and the terrifying power of Qi and blood was released around his body as he blasted up towards Su Chen. Su Chuan's face did not have half a bit of fear, and was incredibly grave, instantly urging the Dragon Abyss sword. The sword dipper enveloped, directly trapping Tiger Lai. Immediately afterward, Su Chen made a seal with both hands and blasted out with a fist, and a golden dragon instantly appeared with a loud and clear dragon roar, exuding a terrifying dragon might around him. True dragon essence blood catalyzed. Su Chen only felt his body blazing around him, and this move, great mighty heavenly dragon, was even present with real dragon power. The terrifying dragons might cause the surrounding beings to feel palpitations from their souls, the kind of oppression that felt like it came from the depths of their souls. The ones who felt it the most were the surrounding demon clans, and Tiger Lai naturally endured the most. At this moment, Tiger Lai's eyes were filled with panic. This dragon's might gave him the feeling of facing a real dragon directly, but in this starry sky, the true dragon had long disappeared. Not even a trace of it existed. So how could Su Chen, a person from an inferior planet, have the true dragon's essence blood in his body? Without waiting for him to think about it, the great mighty heavenly dragon had already landed on his chest and directly blasted him out. Chapter 138. My name is Fu Hongyun. If you don't like it, come and cut me. Tiger Lai's body flew out directly, and the bones in his body were broken for an unknown number of times, while the dragon's might still didn't dissipate, but instead, it killed up towards another tiger demon. You dare! This tiger demon was furious. Su Chen even dared to make a move on him and sneak attacked, but it was obvious that his strength was stronger than Tiger Lai's, and how he was also Tiger Lai's brother, named Tiger Yen. Tiger Yen instantly shot out to block this wave of dragon power. but Su Chen was holding a sword to kill Tiger Lai, and before Tiger Lai could react, his head was already separated from his body. Blood spilled all over the place with a fiery. The surroundings were dead silent. Tiger Lai was from the Treading Gold Tiger clan, and the Treading Gold Tiger clan was a very strong force in the stars. Races are all over the stars. How dare Su Chen? Tiger Yen was even more dumbfounded and froze. For a moment he thought he had misread the situation. Su Chen had actually killed his brother? Zhang Xian and Zhang Yenyue were also stunned. Their eyes held unbelief. Su Chen dared to kill the Treading Golden Tiger clan? The key of these two guys' father is the elder of the Treading Gold Tiger clan. That is, they wouldn't dare to be like this. Kid, you're dead. Dare to kill my brother. Today I will break you into pieces. Do you dare to leave your name? Why don't you dare? Su Chen said in a cold voice. The Dragon Abyss sword trembling. My name is Fu Hongyun. Come and chop me if you're not happy. Red, man in black armor? Didn't you just say your name was Wu Tao? And who is Fu Hongyun? Su Chen was in the spirit of going out. The identity was given by himself. Anyway, he could not say his name out. Good boy. Fu Hongyun is it? I'll make a note of it. When the ancient battlefield is over, I, the Gold Treading Tiger clan, will surely step on the planet you're on. Tiger Yen began to roar, but Su Chen had already killed up. A golden dragon roamed around. The dragon's might filled the air, suppressing Tiger Yen. The sword light on the Dragon Abyss sword was fierce, and the surrounding was even more thunder light surging. Tiger Yen was quickly beaten and coughed up blood. It was only then that he was shocked to realize that Su Chen's strength was so terrifying. Such a genius was in existence that ranked among the stars, but how was it possible for a lowly planet to give birth to such a level of heaven's pride? Tiger Yen was horrified in his heart, and without waiting for him to speak, Su Chen's terrifying moves had already killed him. Jing Chuan, don't you make a move yet? Tiger Yen screamed as he was beaten. Su Chen's moves were not only powerful, the key was nasty. Almost he was going to be castrated. He was so scared that he hurriedly shouted out, Jing Chuan, as a fellow human, it's fine if you don't help others, but now if you help Tiger Yen, I really look down on you. Zhang Yenyue coldly looked at the shadowy man on the side. Jing Chuan laughed and folded the folding fan in his hand, then said softly, what are you talking about? String Moon? How can a lowly being like them be called a human race? Even if we look at the starry sky, there are not many people who would recognize them, and since Tiger Yen and I are close friends, naturally I can't watch Tiger Yen be bullied. On the contrary, it is you, who are about to be united with me in marriage. How can you still turn towards an outsider? After saying that, Jing Chuan walked up, a terrifying aura released, his clothes grinning as he blocked Su Chen's attack. Fu Hongyun, you have some skills, born on a lower planet, but you can have such talent. I appreciate you. If you are willing, you can follow me from now on. I can give you a foothold in the stars. Let's forget about this today. You apologize to brother Hu Yen and this will be over. On the side, Zhang Yenyue glared at Jing Chuan with anger in her beautiful eyes. I'd rather die than marry such scum. Su Chen looked at Jing Chuan with cold eyes and let out a cold laugh. What the hell are you? What's the point of running out and barking at a dog? At those words, Jing Chuan's face was tinged with huffing and puffing. Coming from a horrible background, when had anyone dared to talk to him like that? Do you know who I am? And who my father is? Jing Chuan said with a cold smile. Your mom didn't tell you? Su Chen asked rhetorically. As for who your father is, I don't know even more. Anyway, it's not me. I haven't even met you, your mother. I won't take this pot. The air suddenly went quiet, and everyone was frozen looking at Su Chen. Zhang Yenyue froze for a moment, and when she reacted, she almost didn't hold back her laughter. And Jing Chuan was even standing still. His brain was blank, his whole body was stiff, his blood all seemed to freeze, and only one heart was beating strongly. With that, a terrifying killing intent rose to the sky. Good, you are the first person who dares to talk to me like this. Jing Chuan, really angry, instantly killed up. Tiger Yen frowned. The dog Shattered stood behind, but did not make a move. I admit that you have some skills. That is, if you look at the stars, you can be considered a proud son of heaven that can be ranked. But, birth determines everything. You are ultimately just an inferior being. Offend me, and it's not just your 9 clans you'll drag down, it's the planet you're on. Su Chen's moves were ruthless and Jing Chuan fought furiously. I have to say, you're definitely the most skilled at pretending I've ever seen, Su Chen said, casting Inferno Frenzy, and his own aura even skyrocketed in an instant. Jing Chuan was furious. The killing intent in his eyes was even more blatant, and his terrifyingly powerful moves blasted up towards Su Chen. Pretending is to be struck by lightning. Su Chuan's words fell and he performed the 5 thunder positive technique. The lightning landed and struck Jing Chuan's body. Although it didn't cause any damage, it caused Jing Chuan's face to look horrified. 5 thunderbolt orthodoxy? Jing Chuan said in horror. You're from the Taoist sect? Su Chen didn't know any Taoist sects. He only knew that there was a Taoist religion in China. Impossible. The Tao sect has fallen out of favor for 1,000 years. You must not be from the Tao sect. Jing Chuan's expression was even more horrified. And not only Jing Chuan, but also Jiang Yenyue and Jiang Xian. Their faces also wore shock at this moment. That's right. It doesn't make sense to reason with you, beast. Fortunately, poor Taoist knows a little bit about punching and kicking. Su Chen finished his speech and killed once again. The 5 thunder positive technique and the great mighty heavenly dragon were executed together. And when they landed on the terrified Jing Chuan, they actually directly beat Jing Chuan to the point that he coughed up blood. Go to hell, dog. Your dead soul old me won't be spared, Su Chuan said. And Jing Chuan was even more horrified when he heard this, and actually turned around and ran. It has been determined that Su Chen is the people of the Taoist sect, because only the people of the Taoist sect can't beat someone to death and still have their souls broken up for you. But Su Chen meant to detain his soul in the 10,000 soul streamer. Fu Hongyun, even if you're from the Taoist sect, I'll take this revenge. Just wait. Jing Chuan fled and his voice came back. Tiger Yan also instantly fled. Jing Chuan cannot beat the person. He and the left afraid to be beheaded like his brother. Su Chen didn't chase after him. The exertion this time was also larger for him. Brother Fu. Jiang Xian cupped his fists and was about to speak when he was interrupted by Su Chen. My name is not Fu Hongyun. My name is Wu Tao. Yes, Wu Tao, Su Chen said with a serious face. Then, who is Fu Hongyun? Jiang Xian froze, then asked. Chapter 139 Tiger Whip Infused Wine. I have a friend. And who is Fu Hongyun? Jiang Xian's head was buzzing with confusion. The red dress on the side was also a bit dumbfounded. Who is Wu Tao again? Aren't you called Su Chen? But red clothes didn't say anything either. And Su Chen hurriedly unlocked the chains on them and exchanged some healing pills for red clothes. Only then did red clothes look better. Standing behind Su Chen, recovering from her injuries, Fu Hongyun is an old acquaintance of mine. Su Chen replied casually. Jiang Xian and Jiang Yenyue froze. Emotionally you threw out a fake name. The black armored man stood by the side of the mouth also twitching. How do you think that this guy does not look like a good person? Brother Wu, you this is still really. Jiang Xian for a moment surprisingly do not know what to say. A long time later is to say, Brother Wu, you offended Jing Chuan. This guy heart vicious, will be sure to harbor a grudge. I'm only afraid that. What's it to me if Wu Tao offended Jing Chuan? Su Chen muttered in a low voice. What? Jiang Xian didn't hear clearly. It's nothing. If he wants to come I'll just take it. What's there to be afraid of? Su Chen said, seemingly not taking this matter to heart. Jiang Xian frowned, but still spoke. Jing Chuan's family is quite powerful in the stars. He may not be enough to be feared on the ancient battlefield, but when he uses his family's power after leaving the ancient battlefield, I'm only afraid that. Jiang Xian didn't say any more, but the meaning was already clear. Su Chen thought for a moment, then said, it seems like this guy can't keep him. Kong Hyun? For a moment, Jiang Xian unexpectedly didn't know how to reply, and the people around him were even more horrified, staring blankly at Su Chen. Who would have thought that Su Chen would dare to touch Jing Chuan and even move to kill? Feeling better? Su Chen ignored the stares and looked at red clothes and asked. Now no one in the ancient city dared to mess with Su Chen. They all knew that Su Chen was a ruthless man, and even more so, they knew that Su Chen had killed Tiger Lai. Who dares to mess with such a ruthless person? That is not purely tired of living. Much better, said red clothes. Her breath was still a little weak. The rest of the few people were also weak and thanked Su Chen. They were all from Blue Star. Not long after they came in, they met Tiger Lai and were seriously injured. And there were people who were directly killed by Tiger Lai. Su Chen nodded and looked to the side of Tiger Lai's body at this time. Tiger Lai had already transformed into a headless tiger, and his body was lying on the ground, still bleeding. After thinking about it, Su Chen directly put his body away. This thing is used to make wine for a great tonic, Su Chen said with a smile. Then seeming to notice that the gazes of the people around him were not right, Su Chen again hurriedly spoke. That, of course it's not for me to drink. I have a friend who needs it. Everyone's eyes were looking at Su Chen strangely. Of course not because of who this wine was prepared for, but because Su Chen dared to take the whip of the Treading Gold Tiger clan to make wine. It's almost dawn. We should go too, Jiang Xian said. Looking outside, the darkness was about to dissipate. Brother Wu, see you again sometime, Jiang Xian said. And Su Chen responded in a salty manner. Jiang Yenyue looked towards Su Chen with some otherworldly meaning in her beautiful eyes and came up to whisper. I think, Wu Tao is also your alias. I'm curious as to what your real name is? Jiang Yenyue's voice was so small that only the two of them could hear it, but Su Chen's body shook, not expecting Jiang Yenyue to see it. Thinking about Jiang Yenyue's previous action for him, Su Chen hesitated slightly and was about to open his mouth when Jiang Yenyue handed Su Chen a thumb-sized pendant. This is my token. If you go to the stars in another day, you can take this to the Jiang family to find me, Jiang Yenyue said, giving Su Chen a meaningful look before leaving with Jiang Xian. Su Chen laughed lightly and put the pendant away, turning around, but seeing red clothes meaningfully looking at himself, Su Chen dryly laughed. I don't know her well. Alas, my damned charisma that goes nowhere. Red clothes didn't say anything, but all these living beings around them looked at Su Chen with a twitch of their mouths, ready to go to Jingchuan to complain. The black armored man's mouth also twitched, somewhat speechless, and he actually didn't know what to say. Brother Wu Tao, the darkness is fading. We should set off, the black armored man said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded and was also prepared to go and see just which grandson was corrupting his reputation. As for the Wang Lin that the demons were looking for, whatever. Soon, Su Chen was leading red clothes behind the black armored man and rushing towards the forest of 10,000 beasts. What exactly is the grudge between your eldest miss and this Wang Lin that you would go so far as to launch a pursuit order? On the way, Su Chen asked knowingly. To be honest, we're not sure, but the little princess is very angry and threatened to castrate Wang Lin when she catches him, and then break him into pieces, the black armored man said, shrugging his shoulders. But it was definitely the first time they had seen their little princess so angry, and it was hard to imagine what exactly this Wang Lin had done to their little princess. Then, this Wang Lin is really damned Su Chuan replied in a serious manner, but in his heart, he was cursing this vicious woman, not just hitting her but, as for it, big deal. He made Wang Lin pucker up and let her hit her back. It's really tough to give a direct order to hunt down and kill. Damned is definitely damned, but Wang Lin will definitely not die well. The black armored man said with a smile, the little princess is highly favored in my clan, and the 9th prince is also here this time. If the 9th prince knows that the little princess is aggrieved, he will definitely be able to torture Wang Lin to death. Not to mention the little princess's suitors. If they knew about this, I'm afraid that the entire ancient battlefield would tremble 3 times. The black armored man continued to speak, as if he could already see the image of Wang Lin being worse than death. Su Chen, on the other hand, was silent, and cursed straight in his heart. Martyr. This time he played a big game. If his identity was exposed, he was afraid that the entire ancient battlefield would not be enough for him to hide. Let's go. The forest of 10,000 beasts is up ahead, the black armored man said, accelerating his speed. And at this time in the forest of 10,000 beasts, a young man with a slender figure and a black robe had an angry face, while behind him were a dozen black-clothed men with their heads bowed. Still no sign of Wang Lin? The black-robed youth inquired angrily, while in front of the black-robed youth, the 3 tied-up guys looked at the scene in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. These 3 people were naturally Wang Lin, Wu Tao and Tongyu. It's still being searched. The 3 of them have seen Wang Lin, but I heard them say that Wang Lin is extremely cunning and meticulous. I'm afraid that they already know that we're searching for him, a man in black said, looking toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin was dumbfounded. To this day he knew exactly what was going on, following the usual practice of using Su Chen's name to beckon, and then he was kidnapped by these black-clothed men. Yes, that grandson Wang Lin is sinister and cunning, vicious and ruthless. I'm afraid he already knows that you're looking for him and has gone into hiding, Wang Lin hurriedly said. Righteous, ruthless, even scolded himself. Chapter 140. This feels really exciting. Wang Lin cursed, though he didn't know exactly what had happened and why these people were looking for him. Are you sure that the person you have met is called Wang Lin? The black-robed youth turned around and asked, with some huffing and puffing between his brows, frowning slightly, with a somewhat unruffled feeling. At a glance, Wang Lin knew that this person had a noble status and had been in the upper echelon for a long time. That's right, I've seen that person's name is Wang Lin, Wang Lin said seriously, and Wu Tao and Tongyu on the side also hurriedly nodded their heads. Wang Lin, that grandson, is too abominable. Came to the 10,000 beasts forest that is even demonic beasts are not spared, but also had threatened that wherever he passes by, it is the ants that have to cover their asses, Tongyu said in a serious manner. Wang Lin's expression stiffened slightly as he glanced at Tongyu. That's right, I saw this beast with my own eyes. Okay, say it again, it's going to be inappropriate for children. Wang Lin hurriedly stopped Wu Tao the dog, hating his teeth. Mud, these 2 guys must be doing this on purpose, to discredit him here. But now Wang Lin was more interested in knowing exactly which grandson was beating him up and corrupting his reputation. Could it be someone from Star River University? Thinking about it, Wang Lin could only think that it was someone from Star River University, harboring a grudge, then coming to the ancient battlefield to discredit him. It's an abomination. That, can ask, how did Wang Lin provoke you? Wang Lin thought about it and then looked at the black-robed youth and asked out loud. The black-robed youth coldly glanced at Wang Lin, then spoke. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If what you say is true, this prince will give you some rewards. Saying so, the black-robed youth disappeared into the forest of 10,000 beasts. Immediately afterward, after these black-clothed men untied the 3 Wang Lin, they also disappeared. It wasn't until they were far away that Wang Lin began to break into dirty curses. Who the hell is corrupting old me? Marred. When I find him, I'll make sure he knows why the flowers are so red. Let's withdraw first. I heard that there is a relic in here. Go and see if you can get some kind of chance. I don't know if Elder Su will come, Tong Yu said, his gaze sharp and ready to leave. Wang Lin and Wu Tao also nodded and then headed deeper into the forest of 10,000 beasts. And as for the black-robed youth's so-called reward, there was still a reward, my ass. He, Wang Lin, was right here, and no matter how much they searched, they would not be able to find the next Wang Lin. At the same time, a white-robed figure holding a silver-colored spear limped into the forest of 10,000 beasts. Take a closer look. It is not Fu Hongyun. Only now Fu Hongyun seemed to have suffered some injuries and appeared to be in a sorry state, and from time to time he would also turn his head to make sure that there were no people chasing him behind him. It was only after confirming that it was safe that Fu Hongyun sat down, took a breath, took out a healing potion and took it, and a touch of anger then appeared on his face. Mud, who the hell is Yusukawa? Fu Hongyun cursed angrily and slammed his fist on the ground, his teeth itching with anger. Earlier, he met a few people and wanted to travel together, but after knowing that his name was Fu Hongyun, he directly struck out at him, saying something about how he'd offended Yusukawa, and that Yusukawa had used all his power to kill him. At that time, Fu Hongyun was confused. When had he offended someone named Ding Chuan? Even he didn't know the name but they didn't listen at all, directly attacking and killing with vicious moves. Fu Hongyun could not resist but could only flee in a mess, and finally drilled into the forest of 10,000 beasts, which was able to shake off the pursuers behind him. At this time, outside the 10,000 beasts forest, Su Chen and the two black-armored men had already arrived. Looking at the vast forest, a ferocious aura emanated from within it, and from time to time, one could hear a roar of demonic beasts coming out. This is the forest of 10,000 beasts. Are you sure that Wang Lin is in here? The black-armored man said, looking at Su Chen and inquiring again. I did see Wang Lin in here before. I just don't know if this guy is still in there now, Su Chen said in a serious manner. In fact, he had never come here at all. That's the Ninth Prince's aura? The other black-armored man's eyes stared, seemingly sensing something that instantly disappeared. After a few breaths of time, the black-armored man appeared again and led Su Chen into the forest of 10,000 beasts. The black-robed youth from earlier was standing inside, and when he saw Su Chuan coming over, he asked again, you said you've seen Wang Lin here? That's right, Su Chen replied. In his heart, he had already guessed the identity of the person in front of him. That is, the ninth prince of the demon race, the brother of the woman in black dress. It's a really exciting feeling. The demons were looking for him, but no one would have thought that the real culprit was right in front of them. The ninth prince didn't say anything, and was slightly silent for a while before he said, it seems that Wang Lin is really in the forest of 10,000 beasts, but it's very likely that he already knows that we're chasing after him. So we can't say that he's already run inside, the ninth prince said, after another moment's pause. Entering the depths of the 10,000 beasts forest, Wang Lin can't say he's already gone into the ruins. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed men behind them were ready to go deeper into the 10,000 beasts forest, but a black-clothed man stood out and spoke in a deep voice. The little princess has sent word that she's on her way to the 10,000 beasts forest, and he'll pass over Wang Lin's portrait later. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince nodded. With the portrait, it would be easier to find Wang Lin as well. Write back and tell them we entered the ruins first. After saying that, the ninth prince led the people to go deeper into the forest of 10,000 beasts. Go! The black-armored man looked at Su Chen, then handed Su Chen a strain of dragon blood spirit ginseng. Since the news had been confirmed, the reward that should be given still had to be given. After all, they had seen Su Chen's ability. That was someone who could even violently beat up Jing Chuan. And, most likely, Su Chen was from the Dao sect. They also didn't want to cross paths with Su Chen. Su Chen received the dragon blood spirit ginseng without any half-burden in his heart and directly put it away. It's just, I heard that the little princess is coming too. You can change your name, but you can't hide your face. It would be really embarrassing to meet a little princess. Thinking of this, Su Chen hurriedly shrugged it off. I won't go to the ruins. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. The black-armored man didn't say anything when he heard this, so he and Su Chen separated and followed the ninth prince. What exactly did you do in the ancient battlefield? Red Clothes couldn't help but inquire at this point. This guy had changed his name a few times. Alas, some wind and frost is all, Su Chen said, and the corners of Red Clothes' mouth twitched. Then she said, I think that so-called Wang Lin should be taking the blame for you as well. Sigh, you people, what big words are you talking blindly about? Su Chen spoke. I just wanted to come and see which grandson was actually corrupting my reputation. I have great reason to suspect that it's this dog Fu Hongyun, harboring a grudge, deliberately slandering me. At those words, the corners of Hong Yi's mouth twitched. She didn't know if Fu Hongyun had slandered Su Chen, but she knew that Su Chen must have slandered Fu Hongyun. Su Dust? When he was about to leave, Su Chen heard a sound of footsteps on the side, and then someone called out his name. Chapter 141 Fu Hongyun has broken his defense. Su Dust? It's really you. The voice carried some surprise. Su Chen turned his head to look and also froze. It was actually Fu Hongyun. Red Clothes was also a bit surprised to meet Fu Hongyun here. Could it really be that Fu Hongyun was corrupting Su Chen's reputation? It's really you guys. Fu Hongyun's face was agitated. Entering the ancient battlefield until now was the first time he had met acquaintances from Blue Star. Although there were some grudges with Su Chen, but they were all small fights. In this ancient battlefield in the end they were in the same camp. For a while, a feeling of seeing an old hometown in a foreign land arose. Fu Hongyun even had 2 tears in his eyes and was about to walk up, and Su Chen also rushed to welcome him. Seeing this, Fu Hongyun even failed to hold back his tears, thinking that Su Chen was just like him. When the old folks saw the old folks, he had 2 tears in his eyes. Excitement was about to give Su Chen a big hug, a laugh to end the feud, but the next second, Su Chen jumped up and did a flying kick. Fu Hongyun didn't even react. His body had already flown out backwards and rolled into the weeds on the side. Marred. Sure enough, it's you dog that's corrupting old me. Su Chuan cursed and went up to punch and kick Fu Hongyun. Fu Hongyun is even more confused. Su Dust in what to say how he does not know anything. How do not understand but Su Chuan didn't care about this. A fierce kick. If it wasn't for the red clothes stopping, Su Chuan took out a big wrench and smashed it down again. Dog thing. I knew it was you who falsely accused the old man and discredited him. You've ruined the reputation of such a simple and kind person as me. The more Su Chen said, the more angry he became. As for the lack of things he did, that was what Wang Lin did. What did it have to do with him, Su Chen? If it wasn't for the red clothes stopping it, Fu Hongyun high and low would have to be seriously injured. Fu Hongyun collapsed on the ground. His eyes were lifeless, and then he let out a loud cry as if he had collapsed. Su Chen froze, and the red dress was just as somewhat dumbfounded. Why is this guy still crying? Crying so loud and aggrieved? Had he been wrong about him? Fu Hongyun really broke the defense. Coming into the ancient battlefield encountered all the powerful existences in the starry sky. He had been at a disadvantage, and there was a straggling with the people from the Great Hall of Martial Artists. It was so hard to figure out the rules of the ancient battlefield, and then he was hunted down and killed, saying something about how he had offended Jing Chuan. But who the hell was Jing Chuan? Then met Su Chuan, 2 tears in his eyes. His heart was so excited for the first time, but he didn't even finish his words. Su Chuan gave his a flying kick, and he was a beating on him. Straight up broke his defense. Wasn't it you who impersonated me? Su Chen asked in a small voice. What am I pretending to be you for? What? Oh, I don't know anything and I'm being chased. Saying something about how I've offended someone called Jing Chuan, and a bunch of people carrying knives are coming to chop me up and chasing me. I don't even know what the hell is going on. It's so hard to meet you. You come up and give me a flying kick, saying something about me corrupting your reputation. What did I do, lol? Fu Hongyun cried louder and louder, and his tears flowed out uncontrollably, giving Su Chen a direct dry silence. Red Clothes also looked at Su Chen with the corners of her mouth twitching. Look at the child to the pit. The Hall of Martial Arts Hall Tianjia list of the existence of the first Bayou Pit broken defense are that. I heard that there was a dog that beat my name and corrupted my reputation. Just in this area of the forest of 10,000 beasts, I thought. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, then squatted down and patted Fu Hongyun with a sympathetic face. Looks like we're in the same boat. Red, how is it the same encounter? The red dress now wanted to say to Fu Hongyun not to believe Su Chen's bull ********. Not a single punctuation mark could be trusted in his mouth. It seems that the person who falsely accused us should be the same person. Su Chuan analyzed very seriously. Fu Hongyun's crying gradually stopped, and he looked at Su Chuan with an aggrieved face. Who could that be? I didn't offend anyone when I came in? Fu Hongyun asked. Su Chen knew that he had managed to muddle through and hurriedly said, who do you think wants us to die the most right now? These words caused Fu Hongyun to freeze for a moment. Then he looked at Su Chen. Demonic beasts. That's right. It's the son of the demon emperor. Maybe it's the son of that old bastard. The demon emperor. Su Chen immediately said excitedly. Fu Hongyun was silent, carefully thought about it, but actually felt that it made sense. Those who can accurately say their names must have come up from the Blue Star. Except for those demonic beasts who didn't want them to die much less someone setting them up for no reason. Unless that person lacks great virtue. Marred. What Brother Su said is very true. I actually didn't think of this. These damned demonic beasts are really abominable. Fu Hongyun had completely stopped crying and said with resentment in his eyes. Red, for a time, the red dress actually do not know what to say good. The first time to find that the original martial arts Hall Tengio list of the first existence of the brain is not so good to make. Legs are limping with neglect. Let's go. I don't know if this grandson is still in the 10,000 Beasts forest, Su Chen said, pulling Fu Hongyun up. Fu Hongyun nodded, determined to get the guy who framed him. System, is there anything that can mask your breath and change your appearance? Did not walk out a few steps, Su Dust again is hurried to call the system. If you meet the little princess can really play finished, has searched for the host, demon mask, where it can arbitrarily change the appearance, body type, but also can hide the breath, is really a murderess, for the wrongdoing of the necessary good equipment. It fits the host's identity. Nonsense, what do you mean it fits me? I just don't want how many women will sink into my face which is comparable to a reader's lord, Su Chen said in his heart, spending 3,000 of his kill value to exchange. Luckily, he still had some of his kill value left and was able to hold out for a while. The demon mask came out of his hand, and Su Chen directly put it on his face, and in an instant, his aura changed, and a crackling sound rang out from his body. The next second it turned into a beautiful man with long flowing hair and a steely face. This, Red Clothes unbelievably voiced out. That is, Fu Hongyun on the side was a little dumbfounded, looking at Su Chen in horror. Stunned, he realized that even Su Chen's aura had changed. How the hell did that happen? In the 108th generation heir of the Taoist sect, Su Chen said in a serious manner. That is, his voice changed a little, but hearing this familiar tone, Red Clothes was also certain that this person was Su Chen. When you go out, your identity is all given to you, Su Chuan said, remembering what Jing Chuan had said earlier about the Taoist sect. Although he didn't know what the Taoist sect was, it sounded pretty good. Let's go to the ruins, Su Chen said with a smile. He didn't need to panic now that he had met the little princess. Just walked out a few steps. Behind a burst of air-breaking sound quickly came. A few people, please wait. I do not know whether a few people can meet a denizen called Wang Lin. Chapter 142, go ahead and make it up. We'll listen. Su Chen's body stiffened slightly and then returned to normal. This voice was somewhat familiar. Turning around, sure enough, it was the little princess of the demon clan who had come. Behind them were even 24 black-armored men with a strong aura. Su Chen's heart was in a state of fear. If he was any slower, he would be exposed. It probably looks like this, the little princess said, taking out a portrait, on which was precisely Su Chen's appearance. Fu Hongyun and Hongyi froze and subconsciously looked at Su Chen. The corner of Hongyi's mouth twitched. It really let her guess. No wonder Su Chen did not enter the ruins with the black-armored man from before. Learned that the little princess was coming, and changed his appearance. So it was like this. This person is quite handsome, Su Chuan said in a deep voice, and Red Clothes and Fu Hongyun sensibly shut up and did not speak. The little princess was also speechless, and then said, it doesn't change the fact that he's a denizen. If this princess catches him, she'll definitely castrate him. Su Dust, this guy looks so handsome. How you want to castrate people? Su Chuan asked breathlessly, actually not panicking at all. Red Clothes and Fu Hongyun were both silent. This alone was enough for them to learn for a long time without being able to learn. There's no one else with that kind of cheek. The little princess's expression stiffened slightly. Then she glared at Su Chen before saying, have you ever seen it? No, Su Chen replied. And the little princess glanced at Su Chen, then directly left and went in deeper into the forest of 10,000 beasts. Red Clothes and Fu Hongyun both looked at Su Chen meaningfully, as if they had discovered something. Brother Su, can you tell me what exactly you did to her? Fu Hongyun revealed a cheap smile and gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Brother Su is truly a model for my generation. Saying that, Fu Hongyun was looking at Red Clothes again, revealing a meaningful smile. Hongyi instantly knew what Fu Hongyun meant. Her face instantly reddened, still wanting to explain, but she didn't know how to open her mouth. One could only sneak a look at Su Chen, wanting to know what Su Chen's reaction would be. Su Chen blankly glanced at Fu Hongyun, then said, I just met this crazy when I came up and tried to snatch my 10,000 soul streamer, and also said that she wanted me to join their demon clan and be some kind of demon king. How could a person like me who was full of justice join the demon race? At that time, I fought with her and fought for 300 rounds. She was not my opponent. This is not. Started to move the rescue troops. Not to speak of martial virtues. Fu Hongyun and Hongyi quietly looked at Su Chen without saying anything, only giving Su Chen an expression, as if to say, go ahead and make it up. Seeing that Fu Hongyun and Red Clothes were both not believing themselves, Su Chen was also silent, not knowing how to explain, cursing the little princess in her heart. This crazy, not just beat her ass, as to yell to castrate him? Make it sound like he did something juvenile. Now it's good. It's hard to explain. Thinking in his heart, Su Chen took the lead and walked ahead, heading deeper into the 10,000 beasts forest, and only then did Red Clothes and Fu Hongyun follow. The so-called forest of 10,000 beasts. but there were actually no traces of demonic beasts in here, making Su Chen somewhat surprised. Soon, they arrived at the depths of the forest of 10,000 beasts. Here, the ancient trees were sky-high, covering the sun, and it was no exaggeration to say that these ancient trees towered over the clouds and haze, as if they were ancient trees that reached the heavens. And not far in front of Su Chuan, a towering palace appeared in Su Chuan's field of vision, resembling a hideous giant tiger perched in the middle of the forest. A monstrous ferocious aura filled the air. Outside the palace, endless demonic beasts were coiled up, seemingly waiting for something. At the other end of the demonic beasts, there were densely packed beings from all the races of the stars. It seems that all living beings are waiting for something. Su Chen stopped his steps. It seems that this relic is also fiercely contested. Without waiting for him to continue speaking, those coiled demonic beasts rose violently, and in the next instant all of them roared. Their ferocious might filled the air and shot up into the sky. Above the clouds, it instantly became blood red, transforming into a fierce tiger silhouette that landed on top of the palace. The palace actually opened slowly. The divine palace has opened. Among the demonic beasts, a demonic beast at the head said, and immediately afterward, it directly entered the palace. No wonder there are no demonic beasts in the forest of 10,000 beasts. It turns out that they are all here, Fu Hongyun said, also following into the palace. After a burst of light, Su Chen's trio appeared in a huge square, surrounded by all the starry sky races that just came in. After coming in, these beings scattered in all directions to look for opportunities. Let's go. Whether or not we can get the key depends on this time, Su Chen said, and also disappeared into the square. Not long after Su Chen left, the three Wang Lins also appeared here, and behind the three Wang Lins were actually followed by about 10 other people, of which Lu Qingfeng was surprisingly among them. Su family army, follow me, Wang Lin said. Among these 10 or so people, other than Lu Qingfeng, there were only 3 people who were from the Luochang Technical School, and the rest were from other colleges. After meeting the 3 Wang Lins, they were all admitted into the Su family army. As to how they agreed? Of course it's the 3 Wang Lin with love fist probation. 10 or so people followed behind Wang Lin, and Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but say, Wang Lin, why are you guys here too? Mud, don't call me Wang Lin. Wang Lin immediately exploded, staring at Lu Qingfeng with wide eyes. I don't know what that grandson is using my name to ruin my reputation. Marred. Right now a group of guys from the demon race are chasing after old me. No, they're chasing after a guy named Wang Lin. Wang Lin said angrily, his teeth itching with hatred. He was using Su Chen's reputation to do something, and he didn't think that he could be punked as well. The corners of Lu Qingfeng's mouth twitched, remembering what Wang Lin had said after meeting him just now. The corners of his mouth twitched, still somewhat screaming. What are we going to do now? Lu Qingfeng asked. Where are we going to find Boss Su? I don't know, said Wang Lin. This ancient battlefield is so big and dangerous. When the final opening of the central shrine will definitely be able to see Boss Su. But, someone as shameless as Boss Su, coming in here shouldn't be unknown, should be nameless. Could it be that Boss Su was killed? Wang Lin said excitedly. Then won't I be able to change my name and officially become the Su family army's military master? No, change the name now and call it the Wang family army, Wang Lin said excitedly. Wu Tao took out his cell phone and was recording again. Lu Qingfeng surprisingly didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only follow the 3 Wang Lin behind him towards a large hall. And at this time, Su Chen had already brought red clothes and Fu Hongyun into the grand hall, and coincidentally, they met the 9th prince again. The 9th prince instantly struck out upon seeing red clothes, a large chi and blood palm falling down and directly imprisoning red clothes. Say, where exactly is Wang Lin? The 9th prince said, and took out Su Chen's portrait. Chapter 143. I don't listen. Don't listen. Counting requests. The 9th prince was about to explode. Marred. When the little princess gave the portrait into his hands, he almost didn't hold back a mouthful of old blood to spit it out. Naturally, he recognized it. Wasn't this the guy he had just seen? It's this grandson. The 2 black-armored men were even more furious, trembling and kneeling on the ground, thinking that they had also given the dragon blood spirit ginseng to Su Chen. They were furious in their hearts, hating to tear Su Chen apart. Now that he saw the red coat, the anger in the heart of the 9th prince was uncontrollable, and he directly confined the red coat and questioned out loud. Just now, the red coat was not following Su Chen. I don't know any Wang Lin. Red said with difficulty, unable to catch her breath, her face red. Su Chuan struck out, breaking the 9th prince's confinement with a single move, and spoke out, making a move on a girl. You're not afraid of losing face. What does what my demon race does have to do with you? The 9th prince was enraged and suddenly struck out. Su Chen also directly killed up. The 2 instantly fought together. Red clothes then caught her breath and breathed heavily. Sure enough, following Su Chen around was a dangerous thing to do. I don't know any Wang Lin, He left after you guys left. I'm not familiar with Wang Lin, Red Clothes said. In a serious manner, she really didn't know any Wang Lin she only knows Su Duan. Why should this emperor trust you? Love to believe it or not, Su Chen said, as another terrifying thunderbolt landed and fiercely blasted up. It actually knocked the Ninth Prince back. And who are you? I have not heard of such a person as you in the starry sky. The Ninth Prince looked at Su Chen, his eyes heavy. Su Chen's lightning method was too violent. It actually made him a little afraid. Under me, the 108th generation of the Dao sect, Su Chuan said in a serious manner, his body surrounded by lightning. His voice was horrifying. Going out with an identity is self-given. As expected, in the next second, the Ninth Prince's complexion suddenly changed as he looked at Su Chen in shock. 5 Thunder Shang Fa? No wonder, said the Ninth Prince softly. No wonder this thunder law is so horrible. So it is the 5 Thunder Orthodox law of the Taoist sect. It was just that the Dao sect hadn't appeared for hundreds of years, and everyone in the starry sky thought that the Dao sect had completely fallen out of favor. But they didn't expect that a Dao sect's heir would pop up again now. Could it be? The Dao sect is coming out again? The Ninth Prince's heart thought. Did not in the shot. Wang Lin unexpectedly is not here. He shot also useless. The key was that Su Chen's strength could not be underestimated, and it would be somewhat unprofitable to fight with Su Chen here. You're from the Dao sect? The 2 black-armored men from earlier looked at Su Chen in shock. Problems? Su Chen asked, his eyes carrying some lightning power. The 2 black-armored men were silent, remembering that in the ancient city, that guy Wang Lin had pretended to be Wu Tao. Hadn't he also used the 5 Thunders Orthodox method and defeated Jing Chuan? No problem. It's just that earlier, when we were in the ancient city, we met Wang Lin, and that guy used the alias Wu Tao to cheat, and also defeated Jing Chuan, and at that time, he also used your Taoist sect's 5 Thunders Orthodox method, the black-armored man said, his gaze heavy, but he could clearly sense that the aura of the person in front of him was completely different. At those words, Su Chen frowned, and the Ninth Prince also instantly looked over. I don't know your name? What exactly is your relationship with that Wang Lin? Su Chen was silent for a while before he spoke. I don't know the so-called Wang Lin, but you guys said that his would also know the 5 Thunders Orthodox technique. I think that it should be that he stole the untransmitted techniques of my Taoist sect, or perhaps he got the inheritance of the predecessors of my Taoist sect who had traveled around and sat down in the clouds. In any case, I'll find out about this matter. Hearing Su Chen's words, the Ninth Prince didn't say anything, but only looked at Su Chen, confirmed again and again, and realized that the person in front of him was indeed not the guy they had just seen, and only then did he put his heart down. It seems to be a misunderstanding. The Ninth Prince laughed. Looking at Su Chen, he added, I don't know your name. I am the Ninth Prince of the Demon Clan, Lu Xianche, Tong Yu. Su Chen replied in a serious manner. The corner of the red dress's mouth twitched. The feelings of your own name you really do not say out catch the people around you in the crossfire, right? Even at a certain moment Red Clothes began to wonder if she had ever taken a backseat to Su Chen. Brother Tong must have come for the key inheritance as well. Why don't we come together? The Ninth Prince asked, actually still having doubts in his heart. There's no need for that. My Taoist sect emphasizes on following one's heart. I don't like to compete with others. What is mine cannot run away. What is not mine cannot be forced. Su Chen still replied seriously. It looked as if he was doing whatever he wanted, but in reality, in his heart, he was saying that the key itself was his. Since that's the case, I won't bother Brother Tong. See you again sometime. After saying that, the Ninth Prince led his people away. Ninth Prince, they must know Wang Lin, a black-armored man said. I know, the Ninth Prince said in a deep voice. You two go follow them. Remember, be cautious. This Tong Yu's strength is on par with mine. Don't expose it. After saying that, the Ninth Prince grimaced before leaving. As for Su Chen here, he was relieved to see the Ninth Prince leave, but he was heartened that he would be in real trouble if he was exposed. Hurry up and go. This old six must still be skeptical and might send someone to monitor and follow us. Su Chen said. How do you know? Red Clothes asked as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen glanced at Red Clothes. Isn't that how it's played out in the dramas? These royals and whatnot have deep hearts. Red, Fu Hongyun, on the other hand, looked at Su Chen with a grudge and question on his face. He wasn't a little cutie. Hearing the words of the black-armored man just now, and associating them with the appearance on the portrait, how could he still not know who actually framed him? Su Dust. Fu Hongyun gritted his teeth and hated him, feeling that he was the one who was the sizable cutie, being tricked into a ball. Su Chen smiled awkwardly, knowing that he had been exposed. Let me explain. I don't listen to me, I don't listen to. Fu Hongyun looked at Su Chen with a grudging face, feeling that he was deceived. At the loss of him just now, he was so trusting Su Chen. Don't listen to the counting request. Su Chen blankly glanced at Fu Hongyun. turned around and directly left. Red Clothes glanced at Fu Hongyun and hurriedly followed. Fu Hongyun froze. How is this different from what he thought? Shouldn't Su Chen have come to coax him? Why did you just leave? Why didn't you follow the plot? Wait for me. Fu Hongyun swore that when he went out, he would definitely give Su Chen a hard time, but never now. At this moment, the three Wang Lins were in a fierce battle with a living being with horns on its head. Marred. Damn thing, dare to provoke my Su family army. Looking for death. Old man Su Duan, if you don't like it, come hack me. Wang Lin's crimson eyes hissed as he killed. The sound was very loud and rolled around in the large hall, and Su Chen, who was just about to run away, also heard this sound and his body slightly paused. Marred. Finally let me find you, dog. Su Chuan cursed and rushed in the direction the voice came from. Chapter 144, Why don't you ask in my human emperor hockey? Hearing this voice, Su Chen instantly stopped in his tracks, and immediately afterward, he chased after the direction the voice came from. Before, he thought that it was Fu Hongyun who had corrupted his reputation, but then he realized that it wasn't either. Su Chen was also confused in his heart. Who else would do such a thing besides Fu Hongyun? Now that he heard the voice, Su Chen was even more unable to hold back and directly chased after him with the 10,000 soul streamer in hand. Red Clothes and Fu Hongyun obviously also heard this voice. The two looked at each other. It seems that some dare not be sure that there is still really someone who dares to pretend to be Su Chen. With that, the two of them also chased after him. In the middle of the side hall of the Grand Hall, the three Wang Lin were fighting a living being with a head with horns. What kind of bull Su family army? I've never heard of it even when I traveled across the stars. The guy with horns on his head shouted coldly and blasted his fist upwards, carrying a raging power. The chi and blood were strong, and surprisingly, he was also at the peak of the Chi Si realm. This punch directly forced all three Wang Lins back several steps before they stabilized themselves and looked at this guy with some shock. Marred. This guy is too strong to fight, Wang Lin said softly, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth. When they came into the ancient battlefield, they had only just broken through the Chi Si realm, and now they were already at the second star of the Chi Si realm, a speed that was already very fast. It was just that in the starry sky, the beings that entered the ancient battlefield were all at the peak of the Chi Hai realm, so they were still a bit too weak in comparison. Great horned monster, I, Su Chuan, have memorized today's revenge and will return it 100-fold in the coming day. Wang Lin knew that he was not an opponent and left behind a vicious sentence to run away. And at this time, Su Chen had already arrived and was a bit confused when he saw Wang Lin's three. How did these three guys come in as well? Wind whisper, this old guy is really relieved. Ha! And Wang Lin's words Su Chuan naturally heard. Su Chuan's face was slightly gloomy. Messed up half a day. It turned out to be you three dogs who were corrupting his reputation. Nice guy. Really nice guy. The great horned monster snorted coldly and killed again. A lowly being, how dare you threaten me? Go to hell. The great horned monster killed up strongly. Wang Lin's three wanted to run but it was too late. They could only meet the battle passively, and soon they were beaten up, coughing up blood, and their faces turned pale. Marred. I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here today. Wang Lin coughed up more than a mouthful of blood. We haven't found Boss Su yet, and we don't know if Boss Su can avenge us. Tong Yu's arms are trembling, and the sword in his hand has lost its color and has been seriously injured. The big horned monster laughed and killed, and at this moment, a banner with black gas from a kookaburra instantly appeared in front of Wang Lin's three. A terrifyingly gloomy aura instantly spread out, and an unjust soul silently appeared, blocking the great horned monster's attack. This is, I'm not blinking, am I? The flag of the Su's army, Boss Su. Wu Tao turned around in shock and searched around before his eyes landed on Su Chen in the doorway. It was just that at this moment, Su Chen was wearing a mask and they didn't recognize him, but this 10,000 soul streamer was familiar to them. Wu Tao's face with some consternation and incomprehension. His eyes fell dead on Su Chen, but he did not dare to be sure, because the person in front of him, no matter whether it was the figure and appearance or the breath, was not the same as Su Chen. Who are you? Why is the military flag of my Su family army in your hands? Wu Tao questioned in a cold voice, his voice icy cold. Wang Lin and Tong Yu also instantly looked over, with killing intent in their eyes, as if they were going to get Su Chen killed if he couldn't say a word. It's me. I'm wearing a mask. Su Chen hurriedly transmitted his voice, using his own voice to send a voice to the three of them. Hearing this familiar voice, the three people's complexion suddenly changed, and they looked at Su Chen with some horror, their eyes full of unbelief. But, how on earth did this happen? They still couldn't believe it. Seeing this, Su Chen again took out the school emblem of Luochang Technical School, and only then did they somewhat believe that Su Chen was real. It's really Boss Su. Wu Tao cried out in surprise, as if he had seen a savior. Tong Yu was also relieved. Only Wang Lin shrank back, worried that Su Chen would be killed if he knew that he had corrupted his reputation. Suchen slowly walked up, and the endless souls of injustice in the 10,000 soul streamer instantly came out and surrounded the great horned monster directly, and the mournful hissing sound caused the surrounding people to look over in horror. 10,000 souls. Naturally, some people recognized the 10,000 soul streamer, and a look of horror instantly appeared on their faces as they involuntarily took a few steps back. In the starry sky, the 10,000 soul streamer was known as the exclusive weapon of evil cultivators, who had always been unrecognized, and once they appeared they were bound to be hunted down and killed by a large number of martial artists. Therefore there had long been no evil cultivators in the starry sky, and today they had actually seen the legendary 10,000 soul streamer. For a moment, there was some alarm in his heart, and a sense of fear instantly enveloped his entire body. The 10,000 soul streamer. Surprisingly, it's the 10,000 soul streamer. You're an evil cultivator. You're actually an evil cultivator. The great horned monster hissed miserably, constantly battling against the injustice souls, but the tens of thousands of injustice souls were extremely large in number. Moreover, these unjust souls were all searched after Suchen entered the ancient battlefield, and they were already carrying a manic aura, and their cultivation levels were all at the 9th star of the Chi-Si realm or at the peak. The great horned monster is just as strong as it is, but it's no match for this endless stream of grievous souls. Put your mother's fart. This is clearly Poverty Road's human emperor streamer. The violet chi of this cuckoo is the Hongmeng violet chi cultivated by poor Tao, Suchen said in a serious manner. Wang Lin 3 have already determined that the person in front of them is definitely Suchen. After all, so shameless is only Suchen, whose human royal streamer is filled with unjust souls. Are you fooling the ghosts? I don't know who said it. And the surrounding beings all nodded their heads in agreement. You cuckoo cuckoo's black chi, you have the nerve to say that it is Hongmeng purple chi. I just want to put them in the human emperor streamer, and when the time comes, I will transcend them, Suchen said seriously, his gaze icy cold as he looked at the being who spoke. Otherwise, you come in my human emperor's streamer and ask them. No, I have to go before. Feeling Suchen's icy gaze with a faint killing intent in his tone, this being was directly frightened and turned around to run. The rest of them didn't dare to stay and ran straight away. The great horned monster was ultimately beheaded by Suchen with a sword, and died beyond death. Boss Su, I look for looking so hard. Wu Tao hurriedly came up and said with a sniffle and a tear. Tong Yu also had an excited look on his face as he surrounded him, and was close to squeezing Suchen's feet. Lu Qingfeng and the others stood on the sidelines, looking somewhat unsure of what to do. Boss Su, do you know how hard I've been looking for you? This ancient battlefield is full of powerful people from beyond the stars. They beat me and bully me. Stop. Suchen directly interrupted Wang Lin's words and let out a cold laugh. I see that you're not quite happy impersonating me. Feeling Suchen's coldness, Wang Lin instantly took several steps backward and pointed at Wu Tao. It was all Wu Tao's idea. Wu Tao let out a sneer and took his cell phone out and handed it to Suchen. Please watch the VCR. Chapter 145. How could I be angry with you over this? Wang Lin's face turned green and tried to run, but he was already held down and tied up by Tong Yu and Wu Tao. Lu Qingfeng sighed. He was still inferior to them. Why didn't he think to go up and tie up Wang Lin first? The rest of the trainees were dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on here. How did the infighting suddenly turn into a feud? Red Clothes and Fu Hongyun walked up and were also a bit dumbfounded. Alright, just this little thing. I'm not so angry with you. This time, the ancient battlefield is full of dangers, and the three of you ran in without even anything to defend yourself, Suchen said, taking out the 10,000 soul streamer and handing it to Wang Lin. Wang Lin was stunned, shocked and at a loss for words. Suchen actually gave him the 10,000 soul streamer. No, the military flag of the Su family army? Remember, your name is Wang Lin, and you're not allowed to impersonate me in the future. Suchen patted Wang Lin's shoulder, and Wang Lin was an excited mess. I am Wang Lin. I was born a Wang Lin, and I will die a Wang Lin. Laozi will be a man of honor. Wang Lin yelled, agitated. The sight of the red clothes and Fu Hongyun mouth corner, silently back a few steps. Sudust, this dog is really a dog, catching the sight of the people to death pit it. Not right, Boss Su. Wang Lin seemed to have thought of something, carrying the 10,000 soul streamer and bumbling to Suchen. What's wrong? Suchen asked. Wang Lin frowned, and only then was he saying, earlier outside we encountered a few guys chasing after someone named Wang Lin. If I were to use this name, would I be able to do so? Look, you're afraid. Suchen shook his head and made a gesture to take the 10,000 soul streamer over, but Wang Lin held on for dear life and didn't let go at all. A name is just a code name, Suchen said in a serious manner. You can be called Wang Lin. I can be called Wang Lin. Everyone can be called Wang Lin. It's just someone with the same name. You're afraid of a hammer. Listening to Suchen's explanation, Wang Lin was enlightened and a smile appeared on his face. At once, he figured out that it was just a code name. A person with the same name is just a person with the same surname. The person they want to chase and kill is not him. He is afraid of a hammer. Boss Su, I've realized, Wang Lin said excitedly, carrying the 10,000 soul streamer and looking proudly at Tong Yu and Wu Tao. Tong Yu just frowned, smelling a hint of an unusual meaning, but he didn't say anything and just stood behind Su Chen. Then why did you get a mask to wear? Wang Lin asked curiously again. If Su Chen didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to recognize Su Chen at all. Upon hearing this, Wu Tao and Tong Yu and the others also looked over curiously, somewhat surprised. Only red clothes and Fu Hongyun. The corners of their mouths twitched, but they knew too well why Su Chen wore a mask. When you go out, your identity is all given to you. How can you show your true colors? Su Chen said in a serious manner. Upon hearing this, the three Wang Lins nodded their heads, actually expressing their approval, especially Wang Lin, who laughed out loud in excitement. This idea was exactly the same as when he first came in. Otherwise he wouldn't have impersonated Su Chen. I didn't expect him to think of the same thing as Su Chen. Let's go. The key in the middle of this relics we are bound to get, Su Chen said. Continuing on, Wang Lin swaggered after him. Soon, Su Chen was leading them to the front of a secret room, which was as if it was a hidden scripture pavilion, filled with all kinds of precious martial arts techniques, directly giving their eyes a straight look. Ha ha, with these martial arts techniques and feats, why would I worry about my demonic beast Fey race not being able to rise? It was at this moment that a maniacal laughter instantly came in, and a man in black quickly approached. Surprisingly, the man in black had 2 bumps growing on his head, like he was about to sprout horns, and behind him, he was followed by a large number of demonic beasts with strong chi and blood. By obtaining these techniques and martial skills and attaching ourselves to the Starry Sky Demon race, the rise of our demon beast lineage is inevitable. The black-clothed man looked excited, and only then did he notice Su Chen and the others on the side. In an instant, the black-clothed man's complexion changed, and his gaze coldly landed on Su Chen's Fu Hongyun's body. Fu Hongyun. The man in black actually called out Fu Hongyun's name. Fu Hongyun also looked over, and his gaze landed on some of the demonic beasts behind the man in black, and his expression changed instantly. Damn things, finally found you guys, Fu Hongyun said. These demonic beasts were the demon sovereign's men, the guys who entered the ancient battlefield from the blue planet, wanting to open the ancient battlefield to allow the powerhouses outside the stars to enter the blue planet. It really surprises me. Since I met, then you can go die, said the man in black. He was the son of the demon Zun, and the leader of the demonic beasts that came in from the blue star. The demonic beasts behind them instantly killed up. Surprisingly, they were all demon emperors or sons of demon kings with strong and powerful chi and blood, selling out Blue Star in exchange for your so-called rise to power. A bunch of dogs. Fu Hongyun also killed up and directly cursed the demon sovereign's son. However, let out a light laugh. The Blue Star is but a lowly planet. There are rules that suppress it. The martial arts path is limited, and you can only cultivate to the realm of a martial sovereign in your entire life. And the only way to get to the next level is to enter the starry sky, and Blue Star's path to the stars has long been broken. So, this is not me selling out Blue Star, but rather, I'm benefiting Blue Star and creating a brand new path to the stars. The demon sovereign's son laughed out loud with a teasing look in his eyes, as if this had nothing to do with him at all. Then do you know that these people from outside the stars will steal the Blue Star's origin when they enter it? Once the origin is stolen, Blue Star will be completely ruined. Fu Hongyun roared. This was not the point that made him angry. The key point was that the demon Zun, that old bastard attached to the Starry Sky Demon race. Even so, he also offered the Blue Star's origin as a gift to be offered to the Starry Sky Demon race. Once they let the demon Zun have his way, the entire Blue Star would really be finished. Then it has nothing to do with me. The son of the demon sovereign laughed lightly. They had already decided to attach themselves to the Starry Sky Demon clan and gain a foothold in the Starry Sky. As for the Blue Star, it would have nothing to do with them anymore. Uncooked wild dogs that can't be fed. Su Che coldly grunted and killed them. He was worried that he couldn't find these dogs. Now that he met them, there was no way he would let them go. The demon sovereign's son laughed coldly as his body transformed into an auger dragon and killed towards Su Chen. At the same time, in the middle of the palace, the little princess of the demon race and the ninth prince converged together with endless anger on their faces. They had come in for so long, and they still hadn't found any traces of Wang Lin. Sister, are there any distinctive features on that Wang Lin? The ninth prince couldn't help but ask. The little princess frowned, then thought of something and hurriedly said, that guy has a 10,000 soul streamer on him. Upon hearing this, the ninth prince frowned and then said, check, the 10,000 soul streamer is something that is not very common. It's the fact that he can change his appearance and conceal his breath. I don't believe that he can still change the 10,000 soul streamer. The ninth prince finished in a cold voice. Behind him, a large number of black armored people disappeared at once, out in all directions. Chapter 146, You're the first person who dares to talk to me like this. the ninth prince disappeared with the black-armored man, and the little princess's face was tinged with sullen anger. And when she thought of being slapped by Su Chen earlier, she couldn't wait to tear Su Chen apart. Wang Lin, offend this princess will make you look good, the little princess said, with some icy coldness in her tone. When has the little princess of the Hall Demon Clan ever been wronged like this? The key was that she couldn't find Wang Lin right now, and when she thought of this, the little princess's heart was even more furious. And at this time, in the secret room, Su Chen's battle power was unrivaled, and with a move of the great mighty heavenly dragon, he was almost crushing for these demonic beasts. The demon sovereign's son also had shock in his eyes, and his heart trembled a little when he felt that a true dragon's might in Su Chen's body. Who the hell are you? The demon sovereign's son hadn't appeared before and didn't know Su Chen's name, but only knew of Fu Hongyun, the first on the Heaven's Pride list in the Great Hall of Martial Artists, and Su Chen's strength was clearly more powerful than Fu Hongyun by an unknown number of times. I'm your father. Su Chuan cursed as the great mighty heavenly dragon and the five thunder positive technique blasted upwards, and the great mighty heavenly dragon bathed in thunder light was even more powerful. The demon sovereign's son was actually hit and coughed up blood as he retreated, his eyes filled with shock. All die for me, Su Chen angrily shouted, took out the dragon abyss sword, and killed, suppressing the demon Zun's son as he continuously retreated, coughing up blood. The strength of those demon emperor's sons was not weak, but Fu Hongyun was also the existence of the first ear of the Heavens Remarks list of the Great Hall of Martial Artists anyhow, so he still had some skills. One person fighting three sons of the demon emperor alone was actually not losing the battle. Wang Lin's three were even killing with their 10,000 soul streamers, and those demon king's sons simply couldn't stop the might of the 10,000 soul streamers. However, in the instant of a few breaths, the demon sovereign's son's side was heavily damaged. It was the demon sovereign's son who was also severely injured by Su Chen, coughing up blood. Brother Lion, save me. The demon sovereign's son coughed up blood as he was beaten, hurriedly crushing a piece of beast bone as a powerful aura instantly spread. Waste. So quick to ask this emperor to make a move. What's the point of having you? An angry shout came from the son of the demon sovereign, who didn't dare to say anything. Su Chen was also shaken back by this powerful aura. A burst of golden light pierced the eyes, and after it dispersed, an exquisite carriage appeared here, with several unknown demonic beasts pulling it. Seeing this carriage appear, the demon sovereign's son's face carried incomparable respect as he hurriedly saluted. Brother Lion, this person carries the essence blood of a true dragon and has an innate suppression of our demonic beasts, the demon sovereign's son said, his eyes resentfully glancing at Su Chen, wondering just what kind of god Su Chen was that he could have such a skill. Even more so, he was carrying the blood of a true dragon. Oh, true dragon essence blood? Can it be true? Of course it's true. 99% rare. Su Chen did not wait for the son of demon to speak. He himself opened his mouth. The corners of the demon sovereign's son's mouth twitched as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Su Chen, the door of the carriage opened instantly, and a large lion about the size of 10 feet with a golden body slowly walked out. True dragon essence blood. True dragons have been extinct for thousands of years. Where did you get true dragon essence blood? The great lion uttered a question. A pair of sharp eyes looked at Su Chen. His eyes were cold, and then he said, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Are you willing to hand over the true dragon essence blood to this imperial prince? This imperial prince can grant you the status of a war servant and follow this imperial prince from now on." Su Dust? How do these guys like to take war servants? It seems like you need to take in a few battle servants yourself to be able to do that. If you're willing to submit to me and be my mount, I can keep you alive. Otherwise, today I'll have to taste what a braised lion's head tastes like in high and low. Su Chen said in a cold voice. A golden dragon roamed behind him, and endless lightning flashed. Ha ha ha, adopting this imperial prince as a mount? It's still the first time someone dares to talk to this imperial prince like this. Do you know that this imperial prince comes from the golden amazing sacred lion clan, which is also a top demonic beast overlord in the starry sky? No one has ever dared to say that they would take my golden amazing sacred lion clan as their mount. The golden great lion laughed as if he had heard a great joke, and there was some more killing intent in his eyes as he looked at Su Chen. Since you're unwilling, then this imperial prince will have no choice but to behead it and refine your true dragon essence blood. The golden great lion laughed and killed up. Opening his mouth, endless golden flames swept up with terrifying heat. Under this high temperature, the space was even somewhat distorted. Seeing this, Wang Lin and the others hurriedly dodged and prepared to return the 10,000 soul streamer back to Su Chen. But Su Chen had no intention of using the 10,000 soul streamer. A palm was slapped out, and the golden dragon swam and pounced on it. Descending with true dragon might, the 5 thunder positive techniques were executed together, and endless thunderbolts landed as Su Chen killed upwards as if he was a god of war. The battle power of this golden great lion was too much stronger than Tiger Yen and Tiger Lai, and it was Su Chen who had to go all out and treat it with gravity. The demon sovereign's son laughed coldly. He didn't believe that Su Chen was able to defeat the Golden Great Lion. This guy came from the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion clan, which was the overlord of the demonic beasts in the starry sky. His bloodline is powerful, and his cultivation at the peak of the Qihai realm has already torn apart martial artists at the peak of the Zhongshu realm. There really is some skill, but that's about it. The Golden Great Lion laughed, spitting out endless golden flames from his mouth, the terrifyingly high temperatures causing the surrounding void to become extremely distorted. Su Chuan also felt this burning sensation. His skin was raw and painful, and his qi and blood power could not even resist this burning heat. De Wei Tianlong, Su Chuan angrily shouted. The true dragon essence blood was urged, and the terrifyingly huge dragon shadow killed up. Su Chen was holding the dragon abyss sword, and the terrifying sword power fell. Endless sword astral flowed, instantly enveloping the Golden Great Lion. Su Chen's eyes carried a terrifying battle intent, and the first time he encountered such a strong opponent, he only felt that the essence blood of his entire body was boiling. Boss Su, this is. Tong Yu looked at Su Chen in shock, with unbelievability in his eyes. The same sword cultivator. He felt that the sword power on Su Chen's body seemed to be sublimating, with a feeling of an imminent breakthrough. The current Su Chen was already at the level of sword potential, and in breaking through could be at the level of sword intent. And Su Chen is only 18 years old and comprehending the sword intent. Who on the blue planet could compare to that? His comprehension of the sword dipper at this age had already been hailed as a genius. It was the original sword heavenly king who had only comprehended the sword dipper at the age of 18, and Su Chen's 18 years old. He directly comprehended sword intent. Tong Yu's eyes carried a strong shock. Sure enough, in the next second, the sword momentum on Su Chen's body changed drastically, and the terrifying sword momentum directly transformed into sword intent. Invincible sword intent. The appearance of this sword intent was accompanied by the might of a true dragon, directly crushing upwards, and some shock appeared on the face of the Golden Great Lion, as if he couldn't believe it. Su Chen had actually comprehended sword intent? Sword intent? This is sword intent. Who exactly are you? How could you possibly comprehend sword intent? The Golden Great Lion retreated in fear, but this terrifying sword intent was simply not something that the power of qi and blood could withstand, and it directly attacked and killed, and in an instant, his body was covered with wounds and blood flowed. The intense feeling of pain made him hiss and try to escape, and Su Chen's even more terrifying sword intent had already shrouded and imprisoned him. Chapter 147, Father, give me a seat. I'm the royal son of the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion clan. If you dare to kill me, the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion clan will not let you go. The Golden Great Lion said in horror. To his dismay, he realized that his qi and blood power could not block this invincible sword intent. It was his Golden Amazing with its terrifyingly high temperatures that could not block this invincible sword intent. The demon sovereign's son had endless panic in his eyes and turned around to run. He really hadn't expected that even the Golden Great Lion was not a match for Su Chen. How could Su Chen let him run away? Raising his hand, a sword intent chased after him. The terrifying sword intent instantly enveloped the demon sovereign's son, without waiting for him to let out a miserable scream. He was directly strangled, and his body landed on the ground, transforming into a 3-zhang-sized auger dragon. Wang Lin directly rushed up and put away the corpse of this auger dragon, his harums flowing out. I haven't eaten the flesh of an auger dragon in all my life. The corners of Fu Hongyun's and Hongyi's mouths twitched and their hearts trembled as they looked at Wang Lin's three in shock, realizing that these three were grabbing the corpse of this auger dragon. To be honest, Fu Hongyun was also red-eyed. How to say that this is a scaly dragon? The scales on its body can't be better used to refine battle armor, and there are also scaly dragon bones and scaly dragon tendons, all of which are excellent materials that can't be found. It's even less so on Blue Star. I'll give you a chance to be my mount, or my dish. I've never eaten a braised lion head before, Su Chen said in a cold voice. The Golden Great Lion had panic in its eyes as it tried to break through Su Chen's invincible sword intent, but it was in vain. It was futile to let him struggle. Except for a few more injuries on his body, there was no other use. No way. Hearing this, Su Chen didn't say anything, and with a movement of his sword intent, he was going to strangle him. I submit, the Golden Great Lion hurriedly said. He still chose to live in front of death. As long as Su Chen withdrew his sword intent, he would have a way to vanish and come back to find Su Chen's trouble at that time. System, any spells that can control demonic beasts? Give me a set. Su Chen sniffed and directly asked the system. He didn't believe that this big guy would really submit to him. Have searched for the host. Divine Soul Sai technique. It can leave a mark in the soul of the other party, controlling them and taking their lives at any time. The system voice rang out, and Su Duan straight away called out the good stuff. Worthy of being a system. There was only what he couldn't think of that the system couldn't find. Redemption. Su Chen spent 1,000 kill values to exchange it, then looked sorrowfully at the Golden Great Lion. I have submitted to you. Can you withdraw your sword intent? The Golden Great Lion said. Of course. Su Chen laughed, and then a brand was quickly struck into the forehead of the Golden Great Lion, and a strange sensation spread throughout his body. The Golden Great Lion looked at Su Chen in horror. What have you done to me? It's nothing. Su Chen laughed lightly, then withdrew his sword intent, and the Golden Great Lion turned around and was about to run away. But in the next second, it directly collapsed on the ground, hissing in pain. An animal is an animal. I knew that your kid would come this way. Su Dust coldly laughed, came to the front of the Golden Lion, raised his hand, and then a few force pockets were drawn up. Soon, the Golden Lion's head was all swollen up like a pig's head from the beating. Still running? Su Dust asked, taking out a large wrench. What exactly have you done to me? The Golden Great Lion was truly afraid. His body was trembling. He had a feeling that if Su Chen wanted to kill him, he only needed a single thought. In other words, its life was already in Su Chen's hands. Be a good boy and be my mount. If you have any other thoughts, I can turn you into a braised lion's head with a single thought, Su Dust said, kicking the Golden Lion up, and then killed all the demonic beasts in the carriage. What are you going to do? I would rather die than pull a cart for you. The Golden Great Lion roared in horror as it realized what Su Chen was thinking. Master, my car pull is still stable, right? Not a moment later, the Golden Great Lion pulled the carriage with a flattering face. Wang Lin and the others were directly stunned and dumbfounded by this scene. Such a powerful demonic beast, with such a terrifyingly strong chi and blood, became Su Chen's mount? It's still pulling Su Chen's cart? If we take this back to the L.A. technical school, it'll be a blast. Boss Su, can I have a seat? Boss Su, you and I are cutting our own throats. Lend me the carriage for a ride. Dad, I want to ride in the car. Ton Yu and Wu Tao ran up, with fervor in their eyes. Wang Lin is even more directly called father. No way. This Golden Lion pulling the car is simply 2 pull points. What oil-drinking bulls and ponies on the blue planet are crap in front of this? They have always been like this. Fu Hongyun's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Qingfeng, and Hongyi also looked over. In fact, they are not the people of Luochang Technical School. Lu Qingfeng said softly, sometimes there is really a feeling of not being able to take it. Brother Dust, how can you give me a seat in this relationship of ours? Just after saying that Lu Qingfeng ran up. No one can say no to a big lion pulling a cart. I'll let you off the hook for hitting me with a wrench before. Dusty, Dusty, Lu Qingfeng shouted louder than Wang Lin, and Fu Hongyun's mouth twitched as he gazed wildly at Su Chen's Golden Great Lion pulling the cart. Not to mention looking at the blue star and having the royal son of the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan pulling a cart. It was an extremely explosive existence when looking at the entire starry sky. The Golden Great Lion let out a roar. He could endure pulling a cart for Su Chen, but if he pulled a cart for Wang Lin and the others, he would really rather die. Quite the temper. Wang Lin carried the 10,000 soul streamer and retreated back with a curse. Collect the things and withdraw, Su Chen said. The feats and martial arts in here, the grades were not low. Even the heavenly rank martial arts had some good ones. If these were brought to Luochang Technical School, there would still be worries that Luochang Technical School wouldn't be able to develop. Soon, Wan Lin's 3 were the ones who put away all the things here, and the floor tiles were all buttoned up, and Su Chen was speechless. When he was about to leave, a few black-armored men were the ones who appeared, their gazes landing on Wang Lin's body. Is that the 10,000 soul streamer in your hand? The black-armored man asked. What the hell is a 10,000 soul streamer? This is the military flag of my Su clan army. Wang Lin cursed and said. The black-armored man frowned and then asked. I wonder if your excellency is Wang Lin. That's right, I'm Wang Lin. I don't change my name when I walk. This 10,000 soul streamer. No, the Su clan army flag is mine, Wang Lin said with a big grin, not realizing the seriousness of the problem in the slightest. Fu Hongyun and a few others hurriedly pulled away from Wang Lin, and Su Chen also silently drove the carriage and prepared to run away. The black-armored men looked at each other and instantly crushed the token in their hands. Wang Lin then realized that something was wrong and chased after Su Chen to run. Boss Su, wait for me. Su Chen turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a stunned expression before speaking. Who are you? Do we know each other? At the instant Su Chen's words fell, a powerful and terrifying aura instantly descended, and the ninth prince and little princess directly appeared here. Chapter 148, Being a Brother in Heart. Can't get through the phone if something happens. The figures of the ninth prince and the little princess appeared here almost instantly, and countless black-armored figures appeared around them immediately after. The side hall was quickly surrounded, and all the black-armored men had cold eyes as they drew the long knives on their waists and aimed them at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's entire body was dumbfounded, and his hand carrying the 10,000 soul streamer was obviously a bit rushed as he stared blankly at Su Chen. However, Su Chen quickly avoided it with a look of we are not familiar, making Wang Lin directly dumbfounded. Wang Lin, when the ninth prince saw this, his expression was even colder. The moment he saw Wang Lin's appearance clearly, he really wanted to tear Wang Lin apart. Wasn't this guy the same guys they had tied up in the 10,000 Beasts forest before? When it was this guy who had said that Wang Lin had gone deeper into the 10,000 Beasts forest? It's just that. The person on the portrait of the little princess doesn't look like Wang Lin either? You are Wang Lin, the ninth prince questioned in a cold voice, the devilish aura rolling around his body. The cold and depressing aura was released, enveloping the surrounding area. The endless devilish aura rippled, and anyone could feel the ninth prince's icy cold killing intent. No, he is the one who was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's entire body was dumbfounded. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, he also knew that if he admitted it now, he was afraid that he would be beaten into crumbs in the next second. Fu Hongyun was dumbfounded and foolishly looked at Wang Lin, wanting to say, do we know each other? You just put the pot on my head? Is this 10,000 soul streamer yours? The ninth prince ignored Wang Lin's words and asked in a cold voice. A morose and terrifying killing intent had enveloped Wang Lin's entire body. This time, no matter if this person in front of him was Wang Lin or not, he would rather kill him by mistake than let him go. This is not mine anyway, Wang Lin said, worried that if he confessed to Su Chen, he would be violently beaten up by him. So he simply threw the 10,000 soul streamer on the ground directly and was about to leave. Stand still. Did this emperor let you go? The surrounding black family members quickly surrounded Wang Lin, who had an angry face, then pointed at Su Chen. This is my big brother. Something to find my big brother. The ninth prince looked at Su Chen obediently. His eyes clearly froze with some surprise. It wasn't because he had seen Su Chen before. It was just because the mount this guy was currently riding was the golden amazing sacred lion. This was the overlord of demonic beasts in the starry sky. Moreover, if they weren't mistaken, this fellow was also the royal son of the golden amazing sacred lion clan. Now it's even a mount? Could this guy really be from the sword sect? Brother Ton Yu, didn't you say that you don't recognize Wang Lin? The ninth prince asked, his voice still carrying some icy coldness. Su Chen's face didn't change, before he slowly opened his mouth. This is the little brother I just took in. To be honest, not familiar. Not familiar? Wang Lin looked at Su Chen with a stunned face, even more stunned than Tong Yu, who at this moment had a blank mind, not knowing why the ninth prince was shouting his name at Su Chen. Boss Su, you and I cut our necks off. Wang Lin was pained, couldn't believe that Su Chen would say such words, but also charm and Su Chen this stinking shameless style. Be a brother in the heart. Something phone cannot be reached. Small things do not want to help. Big things cannot help. Su Dust is very serious answer. Wang Lin was even more dismayed. His mind was still confused, somewhat unsure of what was going on, but roughly had some guesses. These old cousins? I just want to ask what happened to Wang Lin. What do you have to chase Wang Lin for? Wang Lin looked at the ninth prince and asked, only wanting to verify the conjecture in his heart. You denizen, and you still have the face to ask why we're after you. Do you want to write off what you did to this princess with just one sentence? When the little princess sniffed, she immediately became furious, and demonic aura rolled around her body as well, her cold face carrying obvious anger. Wang Lin's several people were frozen the moment they saw the little princess. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. The only thing that was beautiful was that this beautiful woman wanted to kill them. This beauty. Have we met before? Wang Lin was genuinely unaware of what was really going on, and it was definitely the first time he had met the little princess, but he had already guessed in his mind. One grandson did something indescribable to someone's little princess and then planted it on his head. Don't think you can muddle through just because you've changed your appearance. This princess has ways to make you reveal your true appearance and make you admit it. Hearing this, Wang Lin has already determined that he is absolutely being pitched by some dog. As for who it is, he won't say it, because he can't beat it. Su Chen's face was a bit unsightly, and he hurriedly went up to Wang Lin's side, patted Wang Lin's shoulder, and spoke. Wang Lin, let's admit when we've done something wrong, and don't try to argue anymore. That, as Wang Lin's big brother, I express my heartache that this guy has done such a hurtful thing, to dare to spank the little princess. This is simply a crime that cannot be forgiven. I suggest that we let Wang Lin pucker his ass, and you can beat him as much as you want. Little princess, as long as it gets out of the way. Hearing Su Chuan's words, Wang Lin let out a ha and coldly glanced at Su Chuan. His heart was already certain. This dog. The little princess sniffed, but her eyes were grave, and her eyes instantly landed on Su Chen's body with some refined light in them. It was the ninth prince who didn't even know what that denizen had actually done to her. How could this guy know everything? Feeling the little princess's strange eyes, Su Chuan also froze for a moment, thinking could she have been exposed? It's not possible. Her acting skills coupled with the mask was absolutely awesome. It was impossible to be discovered. Boss Su, I'm curious as to how you know what I did to someone else's little princess. How come I, the person in question, don't know anything? Wang Lin asked in a cold voice, his arms clasped up as he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen froze in embarrassment, hating to smack himself 2 mouths. A quick mouth. but actually missed the point. I'm also curious. I haven't told anyone about this matter. Tong Yu, and how did you know? The little princess said, her icy aura already enveloping Su Chen. This is of course what Wang Lin told me, Su Chen said in a serious manner, and it was obvious that they all didn't believe it. I, Tong Yu, swear that if there is half a lie in what I say, I, Tong Yu, shut up, Boss Su, Brother Dust, Master Uncle, Father, I beg you, I have no grievances with you. I haven't married a wife yet. You, have mercy under your mouth. Tong Yu hurriedly interrupted Su Chen's words. His expression was so excited that his body was trembling, and tears were welling up in his eyes. He just wants to live, not die for no reason. Even in his mind, he was already calculating that when he left the ancient battlefield and went back, he must get a few more names and a few more identities, or else he wouldn't know when he would be pitched to death. That, I'm just talking casually, it doesn't count. Su Chen was a little embarrassed. Now all the vests have fallen off. Chapter 149, I'm just defending myself. Su Dust was really embarrassed that all the vests had unexpectedly fallen off. At this moment, everyone's gazes all fell on Su Chen, especially the ninth prince and the little princess, whose gazes fell even more tightly on Su Chen. Boss Su, you and I are cutting our own throats off. I just want to live. Tong Yu was in tears. Wu Tao was still laughing cheaply, but immediately afterward, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly looked at Su Chen again. Boss Su, tell me honestly, have you ever stolen my name? Look at what you guys are saying. I can be that kind of person, Su Chen said, not having any confidence in himself. Wu Tao's Tong Yu didn't say anything, but his expression was like saying aren't you? It seems like brother Tong Yu doesn't want to show his true identity. But, I'm curious if you're just hiding it from us or are you hiding your identity from everyone? The ninth prince felt more and more suspicious and was already approaching up. The little princess's complexion was also clear and cold. Realizing that something was wrong surrounded Su Chen. The golden amazing sacred lion was even more confused and dismayed. His heart was horrified. This guy was really, who would have thought that this guy had even offended the demon clan's little princess? In the starry sky, who does not know that the devil tribe's devil emperor old thing is a daughter slave? And the devil tribe's little princess was born to become the devil tribe's regiment favorite. All 9 of her brothers spoiled her extremely. When someone offended the little princess, his 9 brothers directly killed that person alive and tore him apart in the starry sky. The demon emperor's old master had even once sent troops to step on a clan because of the little princess. It was enough to see the little princess's status among the demon clan. I would like to know if the little princess can still remember the appearance of that dog at that time? Wang Lin turned to look at the little princess and said with a cold smile. The little princess snorted coldly, and a picture of Su Chen appeared. This is the man. Wang Lin received the portrait and took a look at it, and it was definitely Su Chen's appearance on it, and he immediately sneered. I wonder if I can provide useful and accurate information. Can the princess give me some reward? Wang Lin asked with a smile. Wang Lin, you and I cut our necks off, said Su Chuan. Wang Lin looked over and sneered. Now you know to cut our necks? Of course, the little princess said, looking towards Su Chen, almost able to determine that this person in front of her was the guy who had flirted with her back then. At those words, Wang Lin stepped forward, and before he could speak, the ninth prince's terrifying aura had already descended, directly enveloping Wang Lin and oppressing Wang Lin. Immediately afterward, the black family members came forward and they detained Wang Lin. Wang Lin still wanted to struggle but it was already useless. These black family members were all at the peak of the Qi High realm and were extremely strong. I'm curious as to how exactly you managed to not only be able to change your appearance but even your body type and breath. But I guess none of that matters anymore. Right, Su Dust, the little princess said with a cold smile, her voice carrying an endless coldness. From the way Wang Lin and the others addressed Su Chen, she was also gradually guessing Su Chen's real name. After all, there was only one Su Chen who was known in the ancient battlefield with the surname Su. This kind of tactic was not rare. There were capable people in the starry sky, and they had seen these tactics before, but they had never seen such an outrageous one from Su Chen. Well, I wanted to use another identity to get along with you guys, but I didn't expect that what I got in return would be questioning and pressing step by step. So well, no more pretending. Show your cards. I'm Su Chen. Su Chen knew that he had already been exposed, and even if he hadn't been exposed, it was impossible for him to sit back and do nothing now that Wang Lin had been captured. If he says so, can he really not care about it? As for the previous misunderstanding with the little princess, I was helpless. You wanted to purchase my 10,000 souls streamer and forced your way out of it. Am I right about that? I was merely acting in self-defense. At best it was an over-defense, but in the middle of an engagement who can guarantee what will happen? So, accidental touching is considered normal. Right, Su Dust said. Also do not want to be in hiding. It is useless to say more. In this situation, it is impossible to pretend anymore. You say it lightly, You accidentally touched it. You defended yourself? The little princess was instantly furious. She didn't expect Su Chen's face skin to be so thick, saying such words. When you lightly touched me but I already didn't do it, but fell into your hands. When the ninth prince heard this, he instantly became furious, and his terrifying aura descended once again, enveloping Su Chen, but this amount of pressure was nothing to Su Chen. Without even needing Su Chen to speak, the golden amazing sacred lion had already released its own breath to resist this pressure. Golden amazing, do you want to be an enemy of my demon race as well? The ninth prince questioned, his heart storming with rage. Of course I'm not, but, if he dies, I'll also die. Golden Amazing's heart was dripping blood. Of course, he didn't want to be a mount, but he was in the body of Su Chuan's bizarre means. He clearly perceived that it would only take a thought for Su Chen to take his life, and if Su Chen died, he would be implicated and follow him to his death. But if he died, it would have no effect on Su Chen. This kind of deceitful trick you also believe, said the ninth prince in a cold voice, seeing that Jin Yen does not seem to be telling lies, as if it is true. For a while, the ninth prince was also silent, and it was only after a long time that he spoke again. Get out of the way. When I subdue Su Chen, I will return your freedom. Golden Amazing's heart was moved, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only lower his head in silence. And then he couldn't help but let out a laugh. Seeing this, Su Chen also didn't make things difficult for Jin Yen. This doggy 2/5, and turned to look directly at the ninth prince, and in the next second, the 10,000 soul streamer had already appeared in his hand. Endless black chi was released, instantly covering the sky and the sun. Countless grievous souls hissed miserably, and a horrifying ferocious aura filled the air. The injustice souls came out and instantly enveloped. These could be the injustice souls that Su Chen had taken in after coming to the ancient battlefield, powerful and carrying a violent aura. It really is the 10,000 soul streamer. You really are an evil cultivator, but I'm curious as to how you, an evil cultivator, know the five thunder positive technique of the Taoist sect? Because our current Tao sect is an evil Tao sect, and the five thunderbolt orthodoxy is also the evil five thunderbolt orthodoxy. Su Chen's serious reply caused the ninth prince to freeze for a moment, his brain buzzing, before he was saying, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, no one who you are will be spared from death today. Saying that, the ninth prince had already killed up, and the little princess was right behind him. The two of them actually took the initiative to attack towards Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, directly activated the 10,000 soul streamer, and the endless unjust souls pounced on them. At the same time, the ground shuddered fiercely, and countless cracks spread out in an instant, not knowing exactly where they were coming from, and the temple even began to tremble violently, as if some terrifyingly large earthquake had occurred. The black armored man was falling into the cracked abyss in a split second, and Wan Lin also fell into it, not giving them time to react at all, as the entire ground had completely cracked open. Inside the crack is endless scarlet, as if blood-like things flowing in it. Chapter 150, Scarlet Space. Su Chen kills crazy. Endless cracks spread. The divine hall trembled violently. Boulders rolled down, and the palace collapsed in an instant. Su Chen's complexion suddenly changed, and he still wanted to dodge, but the ground under his feet was cracked in an instant, in which scarlet liquid flowed as if blood was flowing and bubbling. The little princess and the ninth prince also fell into the cracks. From the outside, the entire divine hall collapsed down in a matter of moments, turning into a piece of rubble, and all the beings in the divine hall fell into the cracks, and the cracks healed in an instant, as if they had never happened. It was the temple that was restored to its original state in an instant. In the middle of the crack, Su Chuan crashed down on a bloody floor, surrounded by a bloody mist, and the air was filled with a bloody smell. The flavor was so strong that it caused a feeling of nausea. It was Su Chen who took a while to come back to his senses, his face slightly pale, and there were already people around who couldn't help but throw up. Boss Su, this is, Tong Yu walked over. His face was also pale, his heart was shocked and he didn't know what had happened. Su Chen didn't say anything and realized that the surrounding area was densely populated with people, so it must be that all of the living beings in the entire divine hall had come here. The little princess and the ninth prince stood up, with the same shock on their faces. Their gazes searched and then landed on Su Chuan's body. The killing intent in their eyes instantly released, and they killed again towards Su Chuan. But in the next second, a terrifying aura instantly landed, suppressing the little princess and the ninth prince, unable to move. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes also condensed and quickly scanned around, realizing that the beings who had made their moves were all suppressed and unable to move. What's going on? Where is this? I want out. I want out. A wave as a demon hiss began to spread. Everyone's hearts tensed up, simply not knowing where exactly this was. And what is this happening? You see. Suddenly, a terrified voice rang out, and everyone's gazes looked to the top of the blood-colored space as the figure of a giant blood-colored tiger appeared. carrying an incomparably terrifying aura. Ancient ferocious beast. The ninth prince opened his mouth in shock. This aura was definitely made by ancient ferocious beasts, and only ancient ferocious beasts had in such a terrifying aura. And this giant blood-colored tiger silhouette should be the one that the owner of this divine hall had transformed into. Welcome to the first level of the White Tiger Temple. The second level will be played next. Only half of the beings present can survive for an unlimited amount of time. If you cannot complete it, you will remain here forever. Game on. The blood-colored subtitles appeared in front of the giant tiger, which let out a roar and then dissipated as well. That terrifying suppression instantly disappeared, and the ninth prince and little princess instantly got up and looked at Su Chen. Su Chuan's eyes were grave as the 10,000 soul streamer appeared in his hand, and countless grievous souls had already appeared, swirling around his body. Wang Lin and the others also quickly appeared behind Su Chen. Their expressions were grave. How they messed around with each other, how they pitted each other was their business, but when it came to a crisis, they were instantly screwed together. The Su family army. Wang Lin shouted angrily, and all the people from the Luochang Technical School surrounded them. At the same time, in the scarlet space, the rest of the living beings had also begun to form up, and the battle opened up almost instantly. Killing shouts rang out, and a great melee broke out completely. The little princess was killing at Su Chen, only to be stopped by the ninth prince. This guy is not easy to deal with. This should be a test for the divine hall. It's about the key inheritance. Don't waste time on him. He can't get away here anyway. At those words, the little princess's face carried some entanglement, and she also knew that the priority right now was not to go looking for trouble with Su Chen. But she was angry in her heart. I was so pissed off. I've never been so slighted in my entire life. Go! The little princess didn't make a move on Su Chen after all, but instead killed upward toward the surrounding beings. Su Chen was also relieved to see this. He was afraid that the little princess and the ninth prince would kill up and it would be troublesome to be held back. This great melee was fine even though it only needed to eliminate half of the living beings, but the number of kills would definitely have an impact on the back. Do it! Be careful of the demon race, Su Chen said, maneuvering the unjust souls in the 10,000 soul streamers to kill in all directions. As for Su Chen himself, he was even holding the Dragon Abyss sword, rubbing the 5 Thunder positive technique to blast upward toward the incoming killing beings on the opposite side. At this moment, Su Chen completely let himself go, transforming into a killing machine and continuously slaughtering the surrounding living beings. A hand of swordsmanship was out of this world, hand rubbing the 5 Thunder positive law, performing the great mighty heavenly dragon, the golden dragon whistling, and with the help of the 10,000 soul streamer. At this moment, Su Chen looked like a demon god, coming out of hell, bathed in blood. His robes already dyed with blood. The surrounding area was even hardened and killed through by Su Chen, with corpses all over the place. Cool. The more Su Chuan killed, the more energized he became, and he couldn't help but shout, and the beings he killed were directly detained by the 10,000 soul streamer. This terrifying scene naturally fell into the eyes of the rest of the living beings. Those guys who still wanted to make a move, sensibly ducked away and didn't dare to come up and look for trouble again. The little princess and the ninth prince were still killing, and when they heard the sound, they looked over and saw the scene. They were also frightened, not expecting Su Chen to be so strong. After the massive killings, Su Chen also felt that his cultivation level was about to break through. In the next instant, his cultivation directly came to 5 stars of the Qihai realm. Marred. Is he a lower class being or am I a lower class being? Jin Yan looked at Su Chen from the back with horror in his eyes. At that time, he didn't feel that Su Chen was so powerful when he was fighting with him. But now, Su Chen's terror caused it to have a heart-stopping feeling. If he met Su Chen in this state, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block a few moves and would be killed. Thinking this way, Golden Amazing's heart was actually somewhat relieved, feeling that it didn't seem to be so difficult to be a mount for Su Chen. Golden Amazing, come here, Su Chuan shouted, and Golden Amazing hurriedly ran his ass up, and Su Chuan instantly rode on Golden Amazing. Kill me. Su Chen was truly killing mad and began to take the initiative. Wang Lin's 3 followed behind, also striking out decisively. Only for them, it was impossible to do what Su Chen did. This whatsoever Sojourner's army is ing all evil cultivators. Right, that is Su Chen. I've long heard of Su Chen's name, and now that I've seen it, this guy is not only bereft of conscience, but also ruthless. Some of the surrounding beings couldn't help but think in their hearts and hurriedly avoided Su Chen and fought other beings in a fierce battle. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't care and avoided the little princess and the others, sweeping all the way towards the blood-colored space, leaving only a field of corpses wherever he passed. As time passed, the ground was already full of corpses, and a terrifying force of suppression landed instantly, with everyone being suppressed and unable to move, including Su Chen. But Su Chen didn't care. He had already killed enough. Congratulations to all of you who have successfully passed this level. We are now giving out rewards based on the number of kills. First place, Su Duan. Chapter 151. It's not necessary to be a cow or a horse. It's good to be a cow or a horse. First place, Su Dust. The subtitles in the void appeared once more, and in the next second, a bloody light descended from the sky and enveloped Su Chen. Su Chen only felt that he couldn't move his body. An indescribable force wandered throughout his body, and his cultivation actually broke through once again in this instant, directly coming to the 6 stars of the Qi realm. How could it be him? The little princess's heart was unwilling. Seeing Su Chen get the reward was harder than if he hadn't gotten it. She even wanted to stop Su Chen, but she knew that it was impossible. Followed by second place, third place, successive bloody lights landed as the subtitles appeared, and 10 beings were rewarded, and the rewards varied. Soon after, Su Chen finished accepting the rewards and was ecstatic in his heart. Boss Su, what's your reward? Wang Lin curiously came up and said, but Su Chen let out a light laugh. In short, very strong. Wang Lin blankly glanced at Su Chen, and without waiting for him to continue speaking, the rest of the living beings finished accepting their rewards as well, and one by one, their faces carried surprises. It was just that no one had expected that the first place would be Su Chen, but when you think about it, it's also true that in the entire blood-colored space, only Su Dust directly kills through the start of level 3, the blood-colored subtitles changed once again, and all of them stood tightly on guard, all of them wondering what exactly the next level was. With a tremor of the ground after, a huge stone statue of a white tiger appeared, lifelike, like a living thing, and in the mouth of the white tiger, a white jade-carved key quietly suspended. That's the key to unlock the hub temple. I don't know who shouted out. All the gazes looked into the mouth of the white tiger stone statue, inside which a key appeared in it. There was some gravity in Su Chen's eyes. This one key they were bound to get at any cost. For the living beings in the starry sky, the ancient battlefield was only to hone themselves and look for some ancient chances, and it would naturally be better if they could obtain this small world. A small world was an extremely precious and rare existence even in the starry sky, but for Su Chen and the others, getting the space center was to protect the blue star. Once the rules of the ancient battlefield changed, and the strongest people in the stars were able to enter the ancient battlefield, they would be able to enter the blue star through the ancient battlefield. If the source of blue star is taken away, then blue star will be completely ruined, becoming an abandoned planet, martial arts retreating, no longer even suitable for human habitation. There were no shortage of such examples appearing in the starry sky, and many planets were reduced to waste stars after their origin was taken away, and the starry sky strong people cannot directly enter the blue star. The blue star on the people cannot enter the starry sky. The starry sky road has long been cut off, or sealed, so the only way to get into the blue planet is through this means. I heard that the ancient battlefield is attached to a planet whose aura has just begun to revive, and as long as we can obtain the space hub and change the rules of this space, the strongest members of our clan will be able to enter that planet through here. A planetary origin whose aura has just been revived. If I can obtain it, my clan will be for the top of the standing starry sky. Some beings said aloud, obviously already knowing of Blue Star's existence. In this regard, Su Chen was not surprised. After all, the dog legs under the demon Zun alone had come in so many that it was only normal for the news to be exposed. Sure enough, as this news spread out, the living beings present looked shocked beyond measure, and their eyes were even more fervent. In the stars they knew all too well how valuable a planet whose aura had just been revived was, and the value of such a planet was immeasurable. Su Chen's complexion gradually chilled. Su Chuan, this key we must obtain. The spatial center cannot fall into their hands, Fu Hongyun said as he came up, his fists clenched, knuckles white from squeezing. The key time is that I can die. But, Fu Hongyun did not say further, voice some of the choking, do not know how to say good. Since entering the ancient battlefield, Fu Hongyun had experienced an unknown number of blows. In the past, he was the number one on the heavenly pride list of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. What an honor! But he came to the ancient battlefield to realize that he was so weak that he was not even a match for Su Chen. This sense of disparity made him feel powerless, enveloped by a sense of powerlessness, and now faced with such a situation, he even had the feeling that he didn't know what to do. Su Chen, count on me to beg you. In the future, I'll repay you even if I'm a cow or a horse. I will do it even if you don't say it, Su Chuan said, looking at Fu Hongyun, then added, being an ox or a horse isn't necessary. You can just be an ox or a horse for me. After saying that, Su Chen took a step forward. His eyes were extremely stern, and all around him were the unjust souls in the 10,000 soul streamer, and the person who was fast had already come to the bottom of the white tiger stone statue, and was just about to make a move, when a blood-colored thunderbolt suddenly descended, and this person's body was directly split straight. At that instant, countless blood thunderbolts landed and lightning surged. What was even more astonishing was that a thunder tiger condensed by lightning appeared in the midst of the thunderlight, pouncing up. Big lion. Charge. Su Chuan rode on the Golden Amazing. The Golden Amazing's mouth corner twitched, blanked Su Chuan a glance, then said, "That is thunder. I go up or I will be split to death. I know I'm afraid of death, that's why I let you rush." Su Chen replied seriously, and Golden Yen was instantly speechless, actually not knowing what to say to do. And at this time, the little princess had already made her move, and even manipulated the thunder and lightning to confront him, and this blood thunder and thunder tiger did not have a great impact on him. Seeing this, Su Chen also instantly struck out, performing the 5 thunder positive technique, directly killing upwards, with thunder light swirling around his body. The moment these blood thunders fell, they were actually directly devoured by Su Chen, and thunder tiger pouncing on him was even less than enough for a fist from Su Chen. This blood thunder was naturally very powerful, but to a being that cultivated the thunder law, it was just a low-end sword and could not be considered anything. Su Chen, this key is mine. The little princess laughed coldly. When I get the key, I'll come back to settle the score with you. That's only if you can get the key. Su Chen coldly laughed, having chased after the white tiger stone statue above. The moment the two met, they directly fought, heatedly fighting together. Seeing this, the surrounding people also accelerated their speed, wanting to pick up the benefits of fishing. However, both Su Chen and the little princess were clearly not good fighters, and they directly knocked down the living beings that had managed to come up, and then fought amongst themselves. It's quite something. The little princess opened her mouth in a cold voice. Her voice was icy cold. At this moment, the two of them had become the protagonists. All the people were watching and had given up on getting the key. After all, it was just a key, not a space hub. What can they do if they go up? Before they could stand still, Su Chen and the little princess would come up together to kill them. Who would be able to resist? After hitting them, then the two of him fight together again. Sometimes they're helpless. That's natural. Before I can shoot you now as well. Want to try? Su Chen laughed, but this smile was icy cold, a flash of blood color in his eyes. Immediately after, a burst of bloodlight was lingering around Su Chen. This is the reward I got just now. It's just right to use you to try your hand. Chapter 152 Boss Su, you died a horrible death. Ha ha ha. It's just right to use you to try your hand, Su Chen said in a cold voice, his eyes carrying some ice coldness. The grudge between him and the little princess was neither big nor small, but it was the little princess who was aggressive in the beginning. Couldn't he fight back? Su Chen's heart also carried some anger. This woman was still really hateful. In the next instant, the terrifying bloodlight rushed up to the sky, and the overriding killing intent even enveloped the little princess in an instant. And that terrifying killing intent accompanied by the skyrocketing fury caused the surrounding people watching to suddenly change in color. The ninth prince's face was the first to change, and he was about to rush up to help the little princess. I'll do it myself. The little princess was enraged by Su Chen's words, and without asking for the ninth prince's help, she killed herself toward Su Chen. But under this terrifying killing intent, the little princess only felt that her actions were slowed down, and a sense of fear was inexplicably born in her heart. This was a feeling that the little princess had never felt before. As for Su Chen, his body was accompanied by a terrifying killing intent. Raising his hand, the dragon abyss sword soared out a sword dipper, and his eyes became scarlet. This instant Su Chen carried a bloodthirsty intent around him. Endless killing. Su Chen snorted coldly in his heart. This was the bonus martial skill he had just obtained, and surprisingly, it was also a heavenly rank advanced martial skill. Not only does it enhance one's battle power, but it can also form a field around one's body, and any living being that enters it will be suppressed by this field. In the next second, Su Chen had already killed, and his sword light was incomparably terrifying. The little princess's heart was a little flustered, but immediately afterward, the little princess made seals with both hands, and a terrifying demonic aura emanated around her. Blood demon heavenly seal. The little princess snorted coldly, her demonic chi rolled and rushed to the sky accompanied by a dark black seal, clashing with Su Chen's attack. The terrifying fluctuations caused the surrounding ground to crack instantly. The two fought furiously once again. It had to be said that the little princess was worthy of being a princess of the demon race, mastering a variety of powerful martial arts techniques and carrying quite a few magic treasures. The battle with Su Chen was a bit of a stalemate. Wang Lin and the others had some urgency on their faces and wanted to go up and help, but the ninth prince had already stopped in front of them, and the black armored man even made a move in an instant. Toward Wang Lin they killed. As long as he took down Wang Lin and the others, he didn't believe that Su Chen wouldn't give in. The ninth prince let out a cold smile. His gaze fell on Su Chen. He had to say that Su Chen was really strong, especially now that he had reached the Chi-Hai realm's 6 stars and mastered endless killing. His combat power was even more powerful. Pop! Another crisp sound rang out as Su Chen's slap landed on the little princess's butt again. the fiery pain causing the little princess's face to instantly turn red. The little princess had a shy anger on her face as she looked at Su Chen, killing intent spewing from her eyes. The beings watching the battle were completely dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes and thinking that they had misread the situation. Su Chen, I'll kill you. The little princess was completely enraged and roared to kill. The aftermath of the two men's battle caused the surrounding blood lightning to dissipate, but no one dared to go up and fight for the key. They didn't dare to rob what the little princess of the demon race had her eye on. Not everyone was Su Duan, and Su Chen was not used to the little princess, waving his sword to kill, retreating as he fought, and soon came to the top of the white tiger stone statue. Reaching out, he cupped one of the keys in his hand. In an instant, a terrifying aura descended. The earth was constantly trembling. A crack in the space instantly appeared, and endless blood light churned, as if there was a large amount of blood flowing in. Su Chen also felt a terrifying aura descending to envelop him, and a terrifying suction force came from the white tiger stone statue, seemingly wanting to suck him in. At the same time, a terrifying force appeared from the cracks in space, to send away all the living beings in it as if they were all gone. The key has been taken from us. We're going to be sent away by force. I don't know who yelled out, but the next second it just disappeared. With urgency in his eyes, the ninth prince ran towards the little princess, wanting to take her away with him. However, the little princess was as if she did not see the ninth prince. Her eyes were dead set on Su Chen, and the irritation in her heart gave her the feeling that she was about to lose her mind. Seeing Su Chen get the key, she couldn't stand it even more, knowing that Su Chen would definitely be able to get the inheritance by getting the key. It would be fine if someone else got it, but if Su Chen got it, it really made her feel worse than if she hadn't gotten the inheritance. In the next second, the little princess unwillingly rushed up and directly pulled Su Chen's clothes. Su Chuan was also confused and a bit dumbfounded. A fist was about to smash up and send the little princess flying, but an even more terrifying suction force directly sucked and pulled Su Chuan's arm, and immediately after, directly sucked Su Chuan along with the little princess into the white tiger stone statue. The white tiger stone statue healed in an instant. The ninth prince rushed up in horror. Sister, but it's no longer helpful. Wang Lin and the others shouted and cried out, not because of Su Chen of course, but because they were teleported out. The ninth prince was furious and tried to blast away the white tiger stone statue, but in the next second, he was also sent straight away. The cracks healed and a dead silence fell over the blood-colored space, restoring it to its original form, and the living beings who died in them, their bodies turned into blood and water in an instant, becoming nutrients. Boss Su. Ah, Boss Su, you died a horrible death. Ha ha, don't worry about going, Boss Su. The Su family army won't fall with me. Oh ha 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 ha. Wang Lin's few people were sent to the forest of 10,000 beasts, and were shocked to find that the shrine that should have collapsed had been restored to its original state, only that they could no longer enter, and Su Chen and the little princess were still in it without coming out. Wang Lin couldn't help but shout loudly, but how could he hide the smile at the corner of his mouth, even laughing out a goose call? What next? Tong Yu couldn't help but say, although the key had been obtained by Su Chen was now trapped in it and hadn't come out yet. I suggest waiting outside the forest of 10,000 beasts for the time being. Since the key has already been obtained by Su Chuan, the opening of the central divine hall will have to wait until Su Chuan comes out. And right now, I think Su Chuan is receiving the inheritance, Fu Hongyun said in a deep voice. With their strength, if they acted alone, they would easily be slaughtered by the heavenly pride powerhouses in the starry sky. The best thing to do was to wait here for Su Chen to come out. I think it could be. It's fine. In Boss Su's absence, I, Wang Lin, will take it upon myself to hold up the burden. Let's keep moving and rush to the next relic to fight for the next key. I suggest to wait for Boss Su at the location of the central divine hall, so that we can deal with any other situation should it arise. For a while, three voices appeared, and everyone was in the midst of silence. How about a show of hands to decide? Tong Yu hesitated, then said, it's okay. Wang Lin thought for a moment and felt that it could be. Those who decided to stay raised their hands. Fu Hongyun and Hongyi and Tong Yu all raised their hands. Those who want to go for the next key raise their hands, and those who want to go to the center shrine raise their hands respectively. With two more sets of people raising their hands, Tong Yu did some calculations and then said very seriously, the answer is already obvious. Chapter 153, Boys must protect themselves outside. The answer is already obvious. Fu Hongyun, red clothes and I will stay behind. A few of you will go and fight for the key, and a few of you will go and wait in the central divine hall, Tong Yu said seriously, feeling that he was simply a genius. At that moment, everyone looked at Tong Yu. You're a ing genius. After a long time, Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but say that this hand-raised vote, looking at the whole blue star, is extremely explosive. Fu Hongyun is also a corner of the mouth. He actually had a moment to want to believe Tong Yu, and at this moment, the ninth prince had naturally come out and was leading a frantic attack on the divine hall, wanting to go in. If the little princess was getting the key and receiving the inheritance, it would be fine, but the key was that the little princess didn't get the key, and was pulling Su Chen to be forcefully brought in. Who knows what will actually happen behind this? I think we'd better go first. Who knows? Aren't you guys going to stay? Run so fast for what? Wang Lin's words were not even finished, turned around but found that the people who had just clamored to stay and wait for Su Chen had all run away. Wang Lin cursed and also hurriedly ran away, quickly disappearing into the forest of 10,000 beasts. Who knows if this dog, the ninth prince, will get annoyed and come after them later. And at this time in the temple, among the white tiger stone statue, Su Chen only felt that his body was light like he was in a starry sky, and when he opened his eyes, he saw endless starlight flowing around him. This is the interior of the white tiger stone statue? Su Chen's heart was a little stunned as he looked around, and then it was to see the little princess's figure appear. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Are you a princess or a princess? Why are you so sticky? What are you pestering me for? Su Chuan cursed as really can't stand it. I'm going to kill you. The little princess killed again, but she realized that her chi and blood power could not be used, and her own cultivation had gone nowhere. At this moment, she was like an ordinary person, and in this instant, the little princess's heart panicked. Su Chen was also realizing that his cultivation was like it was no longer there, and at this moment, he was like an ordinary person in the middle of this vast and infinite starry sky. When the little princess saw this, she was slightly relieved. But in the next second, Su Chen rubbed his hands together, revealing a cheap smile on his face, and walked up with a heave. At those words, the little princess kept backing up, her heart truly panicked. Su Chen, what are you doing, you lecherous thief? I'm the princess of the demon race. Princess? So what if you're a princess? It's useless even if you scream your throat out here. Jia jia jia. Su Chen laughed an iconic villainous laugh that made the little princess's heart skip a beat and her back chill as she turned around and wanted to run. But Su Chen had already pulled on her clothes. You let go, the little princess angrily rebuked. But she, who no longer had any cultivation, was just like an ordinary girl at this time. So how could she be a match for Su Chen, a big boy? Soon it was being pressed to the ground and tied up by Su Chen. Run, you run again? You scream ah, you are just screaming through your throat is useless. Su Chuan laughed loudly, and even directly took off the little princess's socks and stuffed them into her mouth in order to prevent her from shouting. The little princess had tears in her eyes, pitiful, curled up on the ground, a jailer revealed, white and dirt-free, so that Su Dust could not help but take a look more. Seeing Su Chen approaching, the tears in the little princess's eyes were already flowing down, but she soon froze. Su Dust is making a move, but it seems like it's not. Are you still the little princess of the demon race? Why are you so poor? You don't have anything of value on your entire body, do you? Still thinking of getting rich off of you? You are just as poor as I am. Mad. Su Chen searched the entire body of the little princess, but did not find anything of value, and then he could not help but curse. The little princess stared with wide eyes, seemingly somewhat incredulous. She had even prepared herself, but it turned out that Su Chen gave her such a show. The little princess's heart was relieved, but then she glared fiercely at Su Chen and began to wonder if Su Chen was a man. She's even a little unsure of herself. Say, where is the valuable thing on you? Su Chen said viciously, taking the sock off the little princess's mouth. The little princess looked deeply at Su Chen before saying, wasn't my storage ring robbed by you from the start? At those words, Su Chen froze for a moment, a little embarrassed, imagining that it still seemed to be true. Nonsense. That is clearly my thing. Su Chen gave the little princess a blow to the head and said in a serious manner. The little princess didn't say anything, but in her heart, she had already greeted Su Chen 1,000 times. She was such a big beauty here, and Su Chen was even thinking about what things were worth. Don't you ever want to do anything else to me? After a while, the little princess couldn't help but ask. She didn't dare to say that her looks were the first in the stars, but they were definitely among the top, and she didn't know how many suitors she had. But now, Su Chen made her doubt her own appearance. Su Chuan froze for a moment, backhanded and gave the little princess another blow to the head. You actually crave my body. No wonder you keep chasing me. Little princess, boys must protect themselves when they go out. Without a woman in your heart, draw your sword naturally, God, said Su Chen hurriedly, hiding far away, as if the little princess really craved his body, making the little princess directly not know what to say, speechless to the extreme. As Su Chuan was calculating in his mind how he was going to clean up the little princess, in the starry sky, endless starlight flowed, and then it was transformed into a huge white tiger silhouette, which instantly appeared in front of Su Chuan. A tiger's roar shook the stars. Su Chen held his breath and didn't dare to say anything, because he realized that this white tiger had bad breath. Two people? The white tiger spat out human words. his cold eyes looking at Su Chen, and then at the tied-up little princess. My legacy can only be accepted by one person, the White Tiger said again. So, only one of you can remain. The White Tiger's voice rang out with some teasing in his eyes, but Su Chen didn't notice and spoke directly. Then I choose her to die. The little princess also struggled to get up and shouted. He dies. Senior, this guy is a corrupt person. We can't let him dishonor you and corrupt your legacy. I'm the one who has the key. I came in openly and honestly. Unlike you, the little thief who sneaked in. You also have the face to talk about me. Shameless, Su Chen also scolded. The White Tiger, however, directly froze, confused in place. How come this plot development is different from what he imagined? Shouldn't the novel be about the two of them making each other whole and putting on a bitter show? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Novels are really all fake. The dog author lied to me again, cursed the White Tiger in his heart. Chapter 154 I am guilty. White Tiger cursed in his heart. The novel is really all a deceptive thing. Su Chen and the little princess were still spraying each other, cursing vigorously. If it wasn't suppressed by the White Tiger, I'm afraid that they would have already made a move to fight. Only now the little princess was still tied up and couldn't resist at all. Okay, stop. The White Tiger looked at Su Chen. After feeling the key in Su Chen's hand, he was also a bit headstrong, and then looked at the little princess, and finally even sighed helplessly. Elder, this female thief is from the demon race. She has done nothing but evil. Let her die. Su Chen looked at the little princess and said viciously. The little princess even glared at Su Dust, her teeth itching with anger, then responded. Senior, this guy is a despicable, shameless, and nasty person. If you let him get your inheritance, it is simply an insult to you. That's just it. My inheritance is in it. As for which of you can get it is your business, said the White Tiger's silhouette helplessly. As the words fell, a stone door suddenly appeared in the starry sky and slowly opened. Endless streams of starlight flowed. Visible to the naked eye rose up and turned into a rune flowing around. The real key is also in it, and by passing the illusionary test, you will receive my legacy, as well as the real key. The White Tiger's voice sounded again. Su Chen froze for a moment and took out the key in his hand, a little confused. Could this be a fake? This key in your hand can't be considered a fake. It can only be considered a part on the real key, but since you got him, your next chance will naturally be bigger. Upon hearing this, Su Chen again frowned tightly. The White Tiger saw this and did not wait for Su Chen to open his mouth, but hurriedly said, Go on. This illusionary test is also your last test. The little princess sniffed with delight on her face, not thinking that the real key was not this one in Su Chen's hand. The news was more than happy for her. Immediately after that, the ropes on the little princess were automatically untied, and the little princess hurriedly thanked the White Tiger, and with a movement of her figure, she instantly appeared on the steps in front of the stone door. A soft white light appeared, and the little princess stiffened and slowly closed her eyes. Go boy. This seat sends you a great chance. The White Tiger laughed evilly and directly sent Su Chen to the steps. Su Dust did not immediately close his eyes, but blinked and circled around the little princess, then took out a fluorescent marker and drew a big turtle on the little princess' handsome face. Another 3 big words written on the little princess's head, I'm guilty. Only after doing so did Su Chen slowly close his eyes, his body suddenly stiffening. Seeing this, the White Tiger with some evil smiles on its face, another burst of white light flashed. This time, Su Chen and the little princess's body directly disappeared into thin air. True true false. False true true. Is true false still need to grasp your own? Jia jia jia. White Tiger the silhouette issued a classic villainous laughter, and then appeared in front of the body of a Return of the Tiger novel read with great interest. That's about the only fun thing it passes the time for, as mindless as it is. Within the illusory space, Su Chuan appeared in the middle of a forest. After looking around for a moment, Su Chuan touched himself and then said, This illusion is really real enough. Immediately afterward, a white light pierced the eyes, and the sound of a tiger's roar came from this not-so-large space. Countless white tiger silhouettes appeared, and towards Su Chen they just killed. Swinging his sword, with a single strike, the white tiger transformed into an energy factor that directly entered Su Chen's body. Su Chen could clearly feel that his cultivation level had actually grown a bit. Good stuff. With surprise in his eyes, Su Chen killed his way up, and at the center of this space, a huge white tiger stood, carrying a terrifyingly ferocious might. Su Chen killed all the way up and soon came to the central area. This way Su Chen didn't even know how many white tigers he had actually killed, nor did he know how much energy factor he had absorbed. However, Su Chen clearly sensed that his cultivation had already come to the point of 7 stars of the Qi realm. It's you again. What made Su Chen a little shocked was that on the opposite side, the little princess had even killed up as well, and it was obvious that the little princess's cultivation had grown a lot as well. However, it was still at the peak of the Qi realm and had not broken through. What was even more surprising to Su Chen was that the turtle it had drawn for the little princess outside had also appeared on the little princess's face in the illusion. No, this is the illusionary world. That is to say, the little princess I saw is actually not the little princess in the real sense, Su Chen said in his heart, instantly reacting to the fact that this was an illusion, not the real world, and the little princess in front of her naturally wouldn't be real. As for the turtle on her face, naturally it was because of the appearance of the little princess that Su Chuan had seen when he entered the illusionary realm. Thinking of this, Su Chen seemed to be understanding, no longer paying attention to the little princess, but pondering on how to pass the test of the illusory realm. At the same time, the little princess also noticed Su Chen and wanted to make a move, but when she saw that Su Chen acted as if she didn't recognize her, she also froze a bit. Then she reacted to the fact that this was in the middle of the illusion, and her body was still out there, and what she was seeing now was nothing more than what the illusion had produced, which meant that this Su Chen in front of her was a fake. After figuring it out, the little princess also let out a cold smile. Her eyes were ice cold. Even if it was the fake Su Chen, it still made her very upset. But the most important thing right now was to break through the illusion and get the white tiger inheritance and get the key. The little princess forced down the anger in her heart and looked towards this white tiger shadow. Su Chen was also pondering. Then, as if he thought of something, he hurriedly took out the key from before. A soft white light pulled, and Su Chen hurriedly followed it, his heart in ecstasy. It seems that Elder White Tiger really didn't lie to me, Su Chen said in his heart, and with the guidance of the key, he also quickly arrived right in front of the virtual shadow. To his dismay, the silhouette lowered its head, then slowly prostrated itself on the ground and opened its bloody mouth. Su Chen froze for a moment, getting the guidance of the key. Surprisingly, he was asked to drill into the mouth of the shadowy figure. To be honest, Su Chen was a little hesitant, but on second thought, this was not a ing illusion. Everything he was seeing now was definitely fake. Thinking of this, Su Chen drilled in without hesitation. After a period of darkness, a soft white light lit up, and when Su Chen regained his sight, he realized that he was in a large hall, and inside the hall, there were all kinds of techniques and martial arts, and spirit stones and spirit crystals were piled up randomly in the corners of the walls. Seeing these things, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and then he returned to normal, and in his heart, he persuaded himself that this was an illusion. This is, under the guidance of the key, Su Chuan came to the very front of the great hall. A golden stone throne, a giant tiger's corpse was placed on it, and next to the giant tiger's corpse, there was a palm-sized sandalwood box. Seeing this, Su Chen's face was delighted and he hurriedly went forward to pick it up, clearly sensing that the fluctuation on the key was echoing this sandalwood box. It's always not an illusion. Thinking of this, Su Dust cannot wait to open it, see clearly what is inside. Su Dust first froze for a moment, and then the color of the gods directly stiff. Chapter 155. Who's a good person to put this kind of thing in a box? Su Chen opened the sandalwood box. His gaze then fell inside the box, but in the next second, Su Chen's expression directly stiffened and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. I must have misread it. An illusion. It must be an illusion, Su Chen said in a deep voice. In the sandalwood box, it was not the key that Su Chen wanted, but a white jade bottle with the words Harmony Scatter written on it. Su Chen's entire body was bad. For a moment he couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or reality. But the fluctuations coming from the key can't be deceiving, right? Su Chen closed the sandalwood box and frowned slightly, thinking a little or preparing to put it away. But in the next second, an attack accompanied by demonic chi was soaring. Su Chen quickly dodged and inclined his head to see that the little princess had appeared behind him at some point. Hand over the key. The little princess looked cold and instantly killed again. Marred. It's still really shady. It's so annoying even in the illusionary realm, Su Chen said, blasting his fist up and forcing the little princess back. The little princess looked like she froze for a moment. Su Chen's words made her a little puzzled. Want to give it to you is. Saying that, Su Chen threw the sandalwood box directly to the little princess. The little princess was puzzled in her heart, and even more so, she couldn't tell whether this was an illusion or reality. How could Su Chen be so good at talking and really give her the key? Could it be that the Su Chen in the illusion wasn't so annoying, or was there a trick? The little princess was skeptical, and then cautiously opened it, and the three words on the white jade bottle in her eyes instantly stiffened her body, and then her face showed shame and anger. You lecherous thief! The little princess was really infuriated, and directly the sandalwood box angrily smashed at Su Chen. Su Chen took it and threw it over again. It's not like I put it in. If you want to curse, go curse the white tiger seniors outside. The little princess's face was ruddy and already red warm. A palm slapped up. The sandalwood box shattered with a sound, and the white jade bottle in it also shattered directly, and some pink powder mistily dissolved and floated away in the air. Su Chen's complexion suddenly changed, and with a wave of his hand, A powerful force directly blew away all of these misty powders that were drifting toward him. And after the sandalwood box shattered, a soft white light wrapped around a palm-sized white jade ruler also appeared in Su Chen's field of vision. Su Chen instantly struck out, cupping it in his hand and backing away to avoid it. Still have the face to call me a lecher. You directly drugged me. After Su Chen finished speaking, he turned around and ran without half a stop. But in his heart, he greeted the white tiger hundreds of times, hiding the medicine spoon in the sandalwood box's compartment. And the box is for Haplocalypse. There's no one else in this brain circuit. The little princess was in red warmth and didn't react in anger. And by the time she did, she was surrounded by a pink mist. The heart secretly said bad, just ready to hold their breath, but feel a burst of their own dry heat. Su Chen had already hid far away and wanted to go out, but he was shocked to find that the door he had just come in had already closed. Elder, I have gotten the key. Can I go out? Su Chuan couldn't help but shout. This damn illusory realm unexpectedly has no way out. Outside, the white tiger silhouette stood up with a hint of an evil smile on its face, and a curtain of light appeared in front of it, while on the curtain was an image of Su Chen and the little princess in the great hall. He. This is the seat back in the year to spend a big price to find the treasure medicine. I wanted to use myself. Now it is cheaper for you guys. This seat's chance can grasp. It depends on your own destiny. The white tiger laughed. In the eyes actually appeared some reminiscence. The illusionary realm is true and false. Don't dishonor this seat's inheritance. After saying that, the light curtain in front of the white tiger also collapsed in an instant. At the same time, the large hall where Su Chen was located also began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Su Chen kept dodging, trying to find a way out. His heart was a little anxious that this illusion was this real. And at this time, the little princess closed her eyes tightly, eyelashes fluttering. This medicinal power her cultivation is actually unable to suppress. At a certain moment the little princess suddenly opened her eyes. There was no longer any sanity in the clear and cold eyes. Looking around as if searching for something, the eyes finally landed on Su Chen. When Su Chen felt the gaze of the little princess, his expression froze, then he reacted and kept retreating. But the little princess had already chased after him. Asterisk can have the nerve to call me names. The two figures kept chasing after each other in the large hall. Su Chen looked anxious and could no longer tell whether this was an illusion or reality. But when he came in just now, he clearly saw that the little princess's body was still outside. According to White Tiger Sr.'s words, the illusions of the two of them should be different as well, which meant that the little princess he saw, as well as all the sights, should be illusions. But how could this illusion be so real? The point was, he couldn't find the exit of the illusionary realm right now, and didn't know how to leave it. The way in had been blocked, and he couldn't even get out of the great hall with a female pervert chasing him behind him. Don't you come over here, Su Chen shouted, panting for breath. The great hall was trembling violently, already showing signs of collapsing. The little princess's eyes actually flashed with a hint of entanglement, as if she was suffering great pain. Illusion? This is clearly an illusion. Why is this medicinal power so real? The little princess looked like she had regained a trace of her sanity, and for a moment she couldn't tell whether this scene was reality or illusion. Looking towards Su Chen in front, the little princess chased after him again. Anyway, it's all an illusion. First detoxify the poison before. The little princess could clearly perceive that if she didn't detoxify the poison, she would really explode and die. And as the hall had begun to collapse, the key in Su Chen's hand had begun to rejoin and become a complete key with some warmth. And in the next second, the corpse of the giant tiger on the golden throne in the hall let out a sound of a tiger's roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. A bloodlight suddenly soared out and directly landed in Su Chen's body. A burning sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and it was as if Su Chen had entered a strange space, only to see a 10,000-foot body of a white tiger standing between heaven and earth, tilting his head back with a tiger's roar. His bloody mouth could swallow the sun, moon and stars. In front of this white tiger, Su Chen's figure was as tiny as a mole cricket, and in the next second, the white tiger's cold eyes landed on Su Chen, and immediately after, the white tiger transformed into a burst of white light, and the cold chi instantly wrapped Su Chen's entire body, and entered the body from every pore of Su Chen. The terrifying killing aura accompanied by a ferocious aura that was so thick that it could not be dissolved caused Su Chen to fall into an ice cellar, and he could not even help but start trembling. Cold to the bone marrow and the ice cold so that Su dust around the body chi and blood are beginning to solidify. The face is pale even more, not half the blood color. The true dragon's essence blood couldn't even resist this bone-chilling cold. But immediately after, Su Chen was to feel a burst of warmth drilling into his arms, so that he could not help but hold on tightly, wanting to draw some warmth. 30,000 words omitted here. Chapter 156, luckily this is just an illusion. Meanwhile, on the peak square in the blue star in no man's land, a dozen Chinese martial honored ones appeared, their gazes heavy as they looked towards the already closed spatial rift. each with an extremely serious expression. 10 days had passed since Su Chen and the others had entered the ancient battlefield, and the spatial rift still showed no signs that it was about to open. They didn't know what was going on inside, and they were anxious in their hearts, but they couldn't do anything about it. Once the demon Zune succeeded and lured the powerhouses from outside the starry sky to enter the blue star and take away the blue star origin, the blue star could be considered completely ruined. Blade dignitary, why didn't you inform us in advance about the spatial rift that appeared in Huaxia? A medium thick, low voice rang out, and a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes appeared in the void. A cultivation of a martial Zune caused the surrounding void to tremble a little. It's time for you Wasia to give us an explanation. Another martial Zune from Sakura appeared, a saber at his waist, a grin gaze, and 2 beards. Are you guys afraid that our geniuses will enter it and snatch your chances on purpose without informing you, or are you really too late? As far as the strength of your Huaxia is concerned, if you enter it and fail, attracting the strongest in the stars to descend, your Huaxia will be held fully responsible. Or, are you already colluding with the powerhouses and the stars from the very beginning, wanting to open the passageway and lure the powerhouses and the stars into the blue star? Another lanky, incredibly dark-skinned martial exalt who looked like he had just finished ting bananas appeared and directly questioned. At the same time, the martial exalts that appeared in No Man's Land were not just from these countries. It could be said that martial exalts from every country in the entire blue planet were all appearing. All of them converged here, and the purpose of their coming was not to make preparations in advance to prevent the strongest people in the stars from entering Blue Star, but rather, they came to hold Blue Star accountable. Of course, there are those who are in favor of Huaxia and are on the same side as Huaxia. The Blade Sovereign frowned and forced down the fire in his heart before speaking. We only learned about the matter concerning the spatial rift when it was opened. And as for the rift's closure up until now, what exactly has happened in it? We don't know either. As for what you said about us colluding with the strong people outside the stars, it's even more nonsense. Oh, this is only your side of the story, and only you know what the truth really is. The Derbio martial exalt who pulled the banana said in a cold voice. Well, since it has already happened, I also believe that Huaxia was too late to notify us, but this independent space is after all dependent on the blue star and is not exclusive to a single family, so it is only right that we should have a share of the opportune treasures inside. But since our people didn't go in, when Huaxia's people come out, it's only right that they should get a share of the chance they got. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed martial arts Zune said as he glanced at the sword Zune, which was their main purpose. The moment these words came out, the martial exalted present were all silent, and then they agreed. Who knows what is inside this independent space? But after all, this is from the space outside the stars. There must be a variety of opportunities inside. Cannot let the Chinese all occupied. Upon hearing this, the Blade Sovereign was instantly furious. It was even if these guys didn't contribute, and now they started scheming for a chance without even knowing what was going on inside. Let's not talk about whether or not there is a chance. That was earned by my Chinese people in fighting against the heavenly talents in the starry sky. Why should it be shared with you? And what are you guys? The Blade Zune directly disliked him angrily, and the Battle Zune was about to go up and start a fight with a terrifying chi release, but he was stopped. Then if there is no chance, and my China loses a lot of money, how should this be counted? The white-clothed martial exalt said in a cold voice, also moved to anger. That can only be blamed on your lack of skill. Who is to blame? The blonde blue-eyed martial arts Zune sneered. You Chinese have always been weak, and your heavy losses are also your own fault. Oh, ridiculous. Getting the chance to share it with you guys, and having to bear the loss ourselves. How under the sky can there be such a good thing? The white-clothed martial exalt was clearly truly enraged, a terrifying aura spreading around him. If you want it, then come and get it with your ability. My Huaxia is weak, but not to the point where anyone can be bullied. The reasoning is just that. If you guys are unwilling, then don't blame us for not holding back during the trip to the ancient realm 3 months later. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed martial exalt just coldly glanced at the white-clothed martial exalt, and at this time on the ancient battlefield, Wang Lin and his group, led by Fu Hongyun, were rushing in the direction of the central divine hall. Along the way, the people who came from the Blue Star had gathered to thousands of people, which was considered to be a not-so-small team, only that their strength was still a bit weaker compared to the powerhouses in the starry sky. Any sign of those beasts? Fu Hongyun asked. The ones referred to in his mouth were naturally those demonic beasts under the demon sovereign. Although the demon sovereign's son had been killed, the number of demonic beasts that came in that day was also huge, and now colluding with the demon race in the starry sky, they were even more arrogant. They have already converged with the demon clan in the starry sky, obtained several keys, and are on their way to the central divine hall. In addition to the son of the demon sovereign, there's a son of the demon emperor, named Jin Lin. It's heard that he got a trace of Kirin's essence blood after entering the ancient battlefield, and his cultivation skyrocketed, and he himself evolved, and is comparable to the starry sky demon race. replacing the son of the demon venerable. He has joined the golden amazing sacred lion clan. Wu Luyao's face was a little pale, obviously suffering from a light injury. If not for Fu Hongyun and the others arriving in time, he was afraid that he would have died. Let's go. Counting the time, boss Su should have finished accepting the inheritance. He has a key in his hand. If he doesn't come, the central divine hall won't be able to be opened. Wait until the central divine hall is completely opened. At that time, it will be a real bloodbath. Those brutes are spreading the word about the blue star. Now the entire living beings on the ancient battlefield know that there is a crack on the ancient battlefield connecting to the blue star. And there are already a lot of forces coveting the blue star's origin, Wang Lin said in a deep voice. Leaving the 10,000 beasts forest for this period of time, they were also constantly killing and searching for opportunities, and their cultivation was also improving very quickly. Now the three of them had actually reached the 4 stars of the Qi realm. Just a closer look. His 3 faces are also a little pale. Wang Lin to walking is still limping. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyun nodded his head and then said, "No matter what, I won't let them get the center no matter what. I won't let them get the center even if I die." The atmosphere was a bit depressing, and Wang Lin didn't say anything as he followed the group and rushed in the direction of the central divine hall. And at this time, in the forest of 10,000 beasts, in the middle of the divine hall, Su Chen drilled out from a piece of rubble without a stitch of clothing, his body emanating a horrifying killing intent, and his eyes actually carried some blood red, but it flickered away. He had completely accepted the white tiger inheritance, and his cultivation had soared to the peak of the Qi realm. If it wasn't for Su Chen's deliberate suppression, he would have even directly broken through to the sovereign realm. Counting the time, they should have already headed to the central divine hall. "I should also hurry up," said Su Chen, taking another look at the ruins behind him. "This illusion is really real enough. Luckily it's an illusion. If it was real, that witch wouldn't really castrate me." Chapter 157, I told you boys must protect themselves outside. Su Chen thought in his heart and hurriedly took out a piece of clothing and put it on. Quickly leaving this place and coming outside, the white tiger silhouette looked at Su Chen with a strange smile. "Many thanks to Senior's inheritance. I, Su Chen, will not dishonor Senior's skills," Su Chen said respectfully to the white tiger shadow. Accepted the inheritance of the white tiger. He realized how powerful and terrifying the white tiger was back then. A cultivation has reached the peak of the ground. However, Senior, this inheritance in an illusionary realm is really real enough, Su Chen said again. The thought of what happened in the vision itself was unbelievable. With the little princess's attitude towards him, she hated him to death by 1,000 cuts, so how could she do something like that? It's still up there all the time. Illusion realm is true and false. What you see and do is not always an illusion. The white tiger opened his mouth, looking at Su Chen with a smile his face, directly giving Su Chen a hole frozen in place, not reacting for a while. Immediately after, Su Chen seemed to think of something, hurriedly turned around to look at the stone door before. He remembered that when he went in, the body of the little princess was there, but now it was empty. For a moment, Su Chen was dumbfounded, only feeling that his body was stiff, and all the qi and blood in his body would not flow. Only the sound of his heartbeat was constantly ringing. Elder, the illusion just now, was actually our bodies going in as well? Instead of just divine sense, Su Chen had begun to sweat, his throat rolling a little. That's right, the white tiger smiled and nodded. I didn't say you guys were only entering with your divine senses, did I? So, the illusion realm that she and I are in is actually the same. Or rather, it wasn't an illusion realm at all. Su Chen raised his head, and his body began to tremble. Right, you're not wrong to understand it that way, but it's not alright. But well, it's true that you've got my inheritance and key, and that what's her name little princess is also true, and between you guys, is also true. The white tiger gave a wicked smile and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was struck by lightning, and his entire body was dumbfounded in place. My innocence, ah! Su Dust suddenly shouted up, a big loss of expression. Pain. The white tiger will not be whole. I told you that boys must protect themselves out there. Ooh, I'm just a careless one. The point is that I don't even have much of an experience, ah. White tiger. After a long time, Su Chen was looking back to before, but he didn't have much of a feeling that he was receiving the white tiger's inheritance at that time. And the white tiger's killing chi is extremely dense. Su Chen also suffered a lot of pain, only to know that he was below, and did not have much feeling. Now think about it, is really too much of a loss. Elder, I'm leaving first. After saying that, Su Chen carried his pants and directly ran away. This if he waited for the little princess to wake up and know that this was not an illusion, then he would not really castrate him. The white tiger hemmed and hawed and didn't stop Su Chuan, and only after Su Chuan left the divine hall did the white tiger let out a laugh. I'm really a good tiger. In the forest of 10,000 beasts, Su Chen's figure appeared outside the divine hall. After glancing at the shrine, The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart what this is all about. Lost himself in it as well. Go back and make sure to have Blade Zune compensate him for his loss. After briefly thinking about it, Su Chen hurriedly took out a map and looked at it for a few moments, recognizing the direction where the central divine hall was located and rushed there. Not long after he had just left, a few black-armored men appeared, their gazes heavy, and then passed the news of Su Chen's appearance to the ninth prince. But the little princess is yet to appear. Su Chen, who had left the 10,000 Beasts forest, didn't make any stops and directly rushed to the central divine hall. He wasn't worried about the opening of the central divine hall, but rather, he was worried about Wang Lin and the others. The beings on the ancient battlefield were all from powerful forces in the starry sky, and the central divine hall's scramble would certainly set off a bloody storm, and Wang Lin and the others were still too weak to necessarily withstand it. Walking out not much farther, Su Chen again stopped his footsteps, with some coldness between his brows, and spoke in a cold voice. Come out, after following for so long, aren't you tired? The sky and the earth were quiet. The only sound was the rustle of the wind blowing the leaves against the trees. But in the next second, a dozen auras suddenly appeared, all of which were at the peak of the Qi-Si realm, instantly surrounding Su Chen. You are Su Chen? I've heard that you've lost your conscience and have done nothing wrong. How can someone with a corrupt character like you deserve the key? That's it. Hand over the key and inheritance, or else today. Before a sharp-tongued man could finish his sentence, he felt his neck being clamped down, making it difficult to breathe. In the next second, a huge force came, and his neck was directly broken. Su Chen casually discarded this corpse. His eyes had some scarlet in them, and a terrifying killing aura flowed around him. What a lot of nonsense, Su Dust said. These were all hidden around after being forced out of the divine hall, just waiting to snatch Su Chen's key in the resulting chance when he came out. Tailed all the way here and thought it was seamless, but did not expect to be discovered by Su Chen. Su Duan, don't think that just because you got the inheritance that you can. Su Chen ignored air and directly drew his sword, and a head rolled straight down. Su Chen, who had obtained the White Tiger inheritance, had not grown in strength by a single star. Seeing this, the faces of the surrounding beings suddenly changed, and there was also panic in their eyes. No one had expected Su Chen's strength to have grown so much. It was even stronger than before in the Scarlet Space. Let's all go together. I don't believe that he can still kill all of us even if he's stronger. A hawk-nosed man finished speaking and took the lead to kill. Seeing this, the rest of the living beings also instantly pounced on them, and their moves were all ruthless, running to take Su Chen's life. Not to mention anything else, the 10,000 soul streamer in Su Chen's hand alone was an incomparably precious supreme treasure, whose power they had also seen before. Although this kind of evil cultivation supreme treasure was made in an extremely vicious way and was forbidden by all martial artists, it was them, the self-proclaimed righteous beings, who would also be moved awe. They couldn't make it, but if they could kill the evil cultivator and snatch it, not only would they get the reputation of beheading the evil cultivator, but they would also get a terrifying supreme treasure, killing two birds with one stone. Su Chen, as an evil cultivator, you are forbidden by the righteous path, so today we are going to do the right thing for heaven. Pop! A crisp force pocket sound rang out, and the speaking being's teeth flew out from the whip. Immediately after that, his head was split. Su Dust killing red eyes, all around the body are lingering horror to the extreme of the killing gas. These people also underestimated the strength of Su Dust. By Su Dust soon is slaughtered. With this amount of strength you have the face to come out and rob old me. Su Chen sneered and touched all the storage rings on them, just about to go, but felt the back of the cold hairs are erected, quickly turned around. Su Dust but froze in place, only to see a small golden snake coiled in a large green stone, spitting letters, triangular pupil with clear stupidity, dumbly looking at Su Dust. It was as if there was something within Su Chen that was attracting him. Su Chuan was slightly stunned, then tentatively stretched out his hand. This little snake even directly climbed onto Su Chuan's palm, not afraid at all, and to Su Chen's surprise, on the head of this little snake, there were actually two tiny bumps. Su Dust, this princess and you will not rest in death. Su Chen was still watching the little snake, but he heard the voice of the little princess with endless anger coming from him, scaring Su Chen to run away. Chapter 158, No more. Not a drop left. Su Chen brought the golden snake with him, and when he heard the sound of the little princess roaring, he directly left quickly, not daring to stay for half a second. As we all know, the only difference between an angry girl and a Hummer is that a Hummer can still negotiate, and an angry girl can't be reasoned with at all. On the way, Su Chen quickly took out his mask and put it on, changing his appearance and figure, and again covering his breath, before he was slightly relieved. This crazy woman, it's not like I took the initiative. Su Chen felt aggrieved and cursed, taking out the little snake again. The little golden snake spat out its letters and looked at Su Chen blankly, seemingly somewhat curious about how Su Chen had changed his appearance. However, the aura that attracted him to Su Chen remained unchanged. Su Chuan also discovered that the little snake seemed to be somewhat infatuated with him, but exactly because of what? Su Chuan couldn't say. After thinking about it, Su Chen extended his index finger out. The little snake then opened its mouth and lightly bit on it. A little slight pain. A drop of blood flowed out of Su Chen's fingertip. With that, the little snake sucked greedily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You really bite. Su Chuan cursed. So the little snake just sucked a drop of his blood is content. Dumbly looking at Su Chuan, Small had rubbed Su Chuan's fingertips. Su Chen was shocked to find that his finger had healed. Immediately after that, the little snake opened its mouth again, revealing two slender and sharp fangs, on which a drop of pure golden liquid gradually coalesced. The golden liquid then fell. Su Chuan hurriedly reached out to catch it, and felt that this golden liquid was rich in vitality and contained powerful spiritual energy. This, you kid still has some conscience. Su Chen hurriedly took out a white jade bottle and wanted to put away this drop of golden liquid, but the little snake spat out its letters and hissed. It seemed to make Su Chen take it down. Su Chen froze for a moment, then immediately followed as if he understood what the little snake meant, and after a slight hesitation, he swallowed this golden liquid in one mouthful. In an instant, this golden liquid transformed into pure and incomparable energy that traveled through Su Chen's limbs and bones, and the huge vitality power even made Su Chen's body look like it was a dozen years younger in an instant. A feeling of radiance. All that had been emptied out before seemed to have been made up in a flash. Even Su Dust feels stronger than before. Su Chuan opened his eyes. A ray of refined light flashed before his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, Su Chuan was also a little surprised. Then he looked at the little snake, and with a thoughtful look in his eyes, he then spoke. Is there any more? One more drop. This thing will surely be a big seller when it arrives on the blue planet. Let's join forces to make it bigger and stronger. Snake? The little snake hurriedly shook its head as if to say there was no more. Really no more. Not a single drop. Seeing this, Su Chen also sighed helplessly, and the little snake hurriedly burrowed into Su Chen's cuff and coiled on Su Chen's arm. I also don't know if this little guy can transform into a dragon? Su Chuan thought in his heart, but true dragons were extinct. But there was always no problem with transforming into a scaly dragon, right? Demon Zoon's kind of stray snake can transform into an ogre. How can this little snake's bloodline be stronger than Demon Zoon? That is to say, this little guy was actually attracted by the true dragon essence blood in my body? Thinking of this, Su Chen seemed to understand. The true dragon's essence blood in his own body was an almost irresistible temptation to demonic beasts, and it was not surprising that he was able to attract this little guy. Thinking of this, Su Chen gently shook his head, and after determining that it was the absence of pursuers behind him, he quickly rushed towards the central divine hall. Counting the time, the other 9 keys should have already been obtained. Perhaps all the living beings were now waiting for this 10th key. The Forest of Chaos. This was the 10,000 miles of stone forest surrounding the periphery of the central divine hall, in which demonic beasts were rampant, poisonous mists were pervasive, and there were illusionary formations interfering. The dangers involved are self-evident. At this time in the chaotic demon forest, countless beings were traversing with great difficulty, wanting to arrive at the most important central divine hall to obtain the opportunity. Su Chuan appeared outside the chaotic demon forest and couldn't help but frown tightly as he looked at the poisonous fog-filled chaotic demon forest, mentally calculating how to go in, but felt a cold sensation in his arm. Looked down. The little snake did not know when, stretched out a small head. Dumbfounded, he looked at the chaotic demon forest in front of him, and there seemed to be some doubt and remembrance in his eyes. This humanized expression caused Su Chen to faintly stare, and he seemed to be feeling a little surprised as well. With that, the little snake spat out its letters, signaling Su Chen to go straight in. Su Chen froze slightly, but in his heart, he was still a little hesitant. The poisonous mist in here was strong. If he wasn't careful, he was afraid that he would have to hide in it. But after thinking about it, Su Chen decided to trust little snake. There was an inexplicable sense of trust in his heart. That is, Su Chen's own couldn't tell. Immediately afterward, Su Chen took a step into the chaotic demon forest. The surrounding poisonous fog instantly wrapped Su Chen's entire body, but unexpectedly, this poisonous fog was sucked into the body. Su Chen actually did not feel the slightest discomfort. After a slight pause, Su Chen instantly reacted and looked at the little snake. Could it be the drop of golden liquid just now? After thinking about it, the corners of Su Chen's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and a business opportunity appeared in Su Chen's mind. But on second thought, let it go. Snake is still so young and a child. Little Snake probably couldn't even imagine that in such a short period of time, 2 business opportunities had already appeared in Su Chen's mind, both of which were related to him. After entering the poisonous mist, the little snake stretched out its head and kept showing Su Chen the way. At this, Su Chen was also surprised and somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the little snake had come here? but on second thought also, this little guy was born here, don't know how long it has existed, and his physique is so special, maybe he has drilled all over the entire ancient battlefield. In comparison, some of the rest of the living beings died directly in this terrifying poisonous fog after entering the chaotic demon forest. Those with strong cultivation were also trapped in the maze for a long time, unable to get out. Su Chen, on the other hand, was walking as if he was walking on the ground, as if there were no obstacles, and soon he was already deep into the chaotic demon forest. At the same time, deep within the chaotic demon forest, Tiger Yen of the Gold-Treading Tiger Clan led a group of beings from the Gold-Treading Tiger Clan and beings from the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan as if they were chasing something. You won't be able to escape. Tiger Yen laughed out loud. When he was killed by Su Chun, who killed his younger brother Tiger Lai, he gave the order to hunt down and kill him after he disappeared. It was not until he came to the chaotic demon forest that he met Fu Hongyun in red clothes. Recognizing that red clothes wasn't the person Su Chuan had saved at that time, what he hadn't expected was that the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan was also chasing them. The two clans instantly cooperated and together they hunted down Fu Hongyun and the others. The Blue Star Demon Beasts, after recognizing Fu Hongyun and the others, were even more excited and thrilled to the extreme and chased after them. Fu Hongyun had been seriously injured and Wu Liao coughed up blood. There was still a considerable gap between them and the heavenly pride in the stars. Marred, when Boss Su comes back, I'll let him chop you all to death. Wang Lin carried Fu Hongyun on his back and quickly ran while cursing. Chapter 159, If I don't come, I'm going to die. Put me down. I can still fight again. Fu Hongyun's mouth was bleeding, but he said this. Wang Lin immediately cursed. It's already this time. Let's not pretend to be a bully, okay? Wang Lin is really speechless. Just now this guy also said the same thing. Can defeat Tiger Yen. The result was almost beaten by others. If it wasn't for them all coming together, I'm afraid this guy would have been killed. Marred. These dogs. Wu Tao also cursed. His face was a bit pale. He had suffered some injuries. In was constantly fleeing, and the people they had converged on were scattered by the chase in the chaotic demon forest, and could not be found at all. Ha ha ha, run, you won't get away. Tiger Yen laughed and suddenly accelerated, quickly blocking in front of Wang Lin and the others, a powerful aura forcing Wang Lin and the others back. In an instant, the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan also surrounded and killed, followed by the demonic beasts on the Blue Star, and led by a blonde-haired man with horns on his head. This guy is Jin Lin. It was also the leader of the Blue Star Demon Beasts right now, taking the place of the Demon Exalted Sun. They already knew that the Demon Exalted Sun had died in Su Chen's hands, and even more so, they knew that Wang Lin and the others had a great relationship with Su Chen. Run, you guys, run again, ha ha ha, Tiger Yen laughed, a cruel smile on his face as he blasted his fist up. Tong Yu drew his sword to resist, and the powerful sword dipper flowed, but it was shattered by Tiger Yan's punch. Wang Lin and Wu Tao stepped forward, but they were soon defeated, being beaten and coughing up blood. The strength of these heavenly prides in the stars should not be underestimated. Fu Hongyun was already strong enough. As the number one in the heavenly pride list of the Great Hall of Martial Artists, he was considered a ranked genius in the entire young generation of China. But facing the heavenly pride in the starry sky, there was still a considerable gap. After all, Blue Star was still in the stage of aura recovery, and even the martial way was cut off, so there was absolutely no comparison to these powerful races in the stars. Fu Hongyun, before coming in, the Demon Sovereign said that you will definitely lose. To think of blocking the demon race in the starry sky is simply delusional, Jin Lin said teasingly, slowly walking forward. His gaze landed coldly on Fu Hongyun with a playful look in his eyes. You guys aren't still under the delusion that the Blue Star can stop the mighty in the stars, are you? Jin Lin said again. The multitude of powerful people in the starry sky. Any one of these forces has the strength to overthrow the Blue Star. Not to mention that there are still alien races present in the current Blue Star. Do you think it's possible for you guys to hold on to the Blue Star? It's better to recognize reality before it's too late. Maybe you can even survive and enter the stars. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyun spat out a mouthful of blood foam and said with a cold smile, I'm just going to die, but I'm not going to live on my knees. Beasts are really beasts. Even entering the stars won't change your status as beasts. Selling out the Blue Star, selling out the goods is just a matter of honor. I'm also curious that there are really forces in the stars that dare to take you in. Aren't you afraid of the backstabbing of you beasts? At those words, Jin Lin's face suddenly changed and he directly killed up. You seek death. Stand down. In the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan, a great golden lion slowly walked out with a cold expression, carrying a powerful power of chi and blood. The power is even more terrifying. Where exactly is Su Chen? Make him hand over the method to release my clan's royal son from his confinement, or else my Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan will definitely step on Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin just sneered and ignored it, making it seem as if he knew where Su Chen was right now. How dare you not say anything? I think you guys are really looking for death. Jean Lin was instantly furious and was about to make another move. But in the next second, a powerful force instantly landed on Jean Lin's body. Jean Lin coughed up blood and flew directly backwards. The one who struck out was naturally the golden great lion that had just returned. Yelling and screaming, "Old man gave you face." The golden great lion huffed a bit and coldly glared at Jean Lin. Jean Lin still wanted to retort, but the words that came to his mouth did not dare to say. And the demon clan from the blue star behind him also lowered their heads, suffocating, but did not dare to speak, although they had attached themselves to the golden amazing sacred lion clan. And while the golden amazing sacred lion clan was the hegemony among the demon clans in the starry sky, the golden amazing sacred lion clan simply looked down on them. The promise of their attachment was only because of their eyes on Blue Star's origin. That's all. And these so-called sons of the demon emperor or sons of the demon Zune, in fact, were simply not enough to be considered in the golden amazing sacred lion clan. It was no exaggeration to say that they wouldn't necessarily give face to the demon elder even if the demon elder himself came. Martial honor. This kind of cultivation, in the golden amazing sacred lion clan, a big handful, at most, even if it is the middle end of the lower. In turn, they all had the bloodline of the noble golden amazing sacred lion clan flowing in their bodies, and they had never put them in their eyes at all. Jean Lin and the others were naturally aware of this, but they didn't dare to say anything. I hope you all can be more sensible. My golden amazing sacred lion clan is more powerful in the stars than you can imagine. The golden lion said again. It's just the race that Boss Su's mount is from, and you have the face to bark like that. Tong Yu's words were murderous and instantly made this golden great lion red warm. They already knew that their own royal son was being used as a mount by Su Chen, and if this was spread, it would be a disgrace to the entire golden amazing sacred lion clan. As for the golden amazing, after Su Chen accepted the inheritance, he was sent out of the divine hall with Wang Lin and the others and disappeared, not appearing until now. Instead, they sent the strongest members of the golden amazing sacred lion clan to chase after Wang Lin and the others. You're looking for death. The golden great lion was instantly furious and directly pounced on him. If you don't want to talk, I'll capture you and chop off your arms and legs. I'll see if Su Chen says anything. The surrounding demonic beasts all pounced on them. Their number was at least more than 40, while Wang Lin and the others were just a few people. Again, they were all injured and it was impossible to block them. Boss Su, if you don't come again I'm going to die. Wang Lin running the whole body force. The hand of the bottom card has been all used, but Naiha these guys is really strong, and they alone cultivation difference is so much. Coming, right at this moment, the Dragon Abyss sword broke through the void and landed in front of Wang Lin, and the terrifying sword intent accompanied by bone-chilling killing intent instantly transformed into a field to protect Wang Lin and the others. A terrifyingly gloomy and cold baleful aura emanated out immediately afterwards, the 10,000 soul streamer fell with rolling black gas, surrounded by lingering lightning, as if it had just broken through the void with an endless baleful aura. In an instant, the ghastly wind was strong, black gas rushed to the sky, unjust souls appeared with wailing, and the sound of chains coming out was followed by the sound of chains coming out. Su Chen carried a thunderous light around him, and a golden dragon swirled around his body, breaking through the black fog and appearing in front of the 10,000 soul streamer, a pair of scarlet eyes carrying endless killing intent. Just you guys are also worthy of touching my Su Chen's brother? Su Chuan opened his mouth. The Dragon Abyss sword appeared in Su Chuan's hand instantly as if it was being tugged, and at that moment, a monstrous aura of killing filled the air, which actually made their hearts palpitate and their chilly hairs stand on end. Chapter 160, I Still Like You When You Were Untamed. Around Su Chen, a terrifying baleful aura filled the air and rose up to the sky, and his eyes were scarlet with a bloody light. In the next second, Su Chen directly made his move, and a terrifying and invincible sword intent descended from the sky. Tiger Yen naturally felt this incomparably terrifying breath. His expression was horrified, feeling the familiar breath. This is not the person who injured him in the ancient city before and killed his younger brother Tiger Lai. It's just that this guy's appearance is different from before, so I think it must be that he has a supreme treasure to change his appearance. It's not hard to see in the stars. A few of Wang Lin were first slightly stunned, then when they saw the Dragon Abyss sword and 10,000 soul streamer appear, they knew that the person in front of them was Su Chen. Even if Su Chen had changed his appearance, they still recognized him. Boss Su, you damn finally came. Outside is full of demon race Wang Lin said excitedly, hurriedly taking out eye drops and putting them in his eyes with a pitiful look. We left the forest of 10,000 beasts and have been chased by them until now. You don't know how many old sins I've suffered. The two Tong Yus didn't say anything, although what Wang Lin said was a bit exaggerated. The truth was really like that. Is Su Chen really you? Fu Hongyun coughed out another mouthful of blood, with some shock and relief on his face. Su Chen had come, then he could finally feel at ease. Su Chen's cold eyes just swept through a circle on Wang Lin's body and saw that they were all carrying light injuries, especially Fu Hongyun, who had the most serious injuries. It could be said that it was just a breath of air hanging on now, and it was his fate that he didn't die. Who did it? Su Chen asked in a cold voice. The gloomy aura around his body was even more dense, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from the 10,000 soul streamer. That's him. It's this dog. Wang Lin hurriedly jumped out and pointed at Tiger Yan in front of him. They were all injured by Tiger Yan. And them. Wang Lin was pointing at the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan again. They are from the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion Clan. Their royal son is the mount that you took in before. I suspect that it was that mount of yours that sent them here. And that punk with the horns on his head is a demonic beast from the blue planet. A dog traitor. Wang Lin said quickly. The speed of this denunciation made even Red Clothes have the corners of their mouths twitch as they looked deeply at Wang Lin. It's you again. I remember your scent. Tiger Yan grimaced. His expression extremely cold, and his pair of tiger eyes carried killing intent. So it's your dog. Your brother died at my hands. Why are you still living? I'll send you down to meet him. The moment Su Chen's words fell, he stabbed out with a sword. Sword intent flowed. The indescribable sword intent instantly surrounded Tiger Yan, and a terrifying sense of oppression enveloped Tiger Yan's entire body. And Su Chen even killed up in a flash. A move of the great mighty heavenly dragon blasted upwards, accompanied by the five thunders orthodoxy. For his part, the 10,000 soul streamer Su Chen didn't use it and just stuck it in front of Wang Lin and the others, guarding them. Brother Lion, still please help me. In just a single glance, Tiger Yan was shaken back several steps. Su Chen's strength was not one star stronger than before. What made him even more horrified was that this terrifying killing aura on Su Chen's body was able to manage to affect his sanity. In addition to the true dragon's might contained in the great mighty heavenly dragon, Su Chen himself actually carried a terrifying tiger's might. His treading gold tiger clan bloodline was also an extremely powerful race in the starry sky, but in front of Su Chen there was actually a feeling of his bloodline being suppressed. How did he know that Su Chen had obtained the white tiger's inheritance and absorbed the essence blood left behind by the white tiger to quench himself? So he naturally carried a tiger's might on his body. And the power of this bloodline is even more powerful than the treading gold tiger clan. The great lion let out a wild roar, also sensing Su Chen's power, and instantly killed him. Su Chen, hand over the secret method. To dare to take my clan's royal son as a mount. There is no other race in the entire starry sky that dares. What a lot of crap, Su Chen replied, turning around and blasting his fist up, clashing hard with the big lion's claws. A dull sound of flesh clashing instantly rang out, but immediately afterward, the big lion was actually shaken back, while Su Chen did not move at all. One must know that Su Chen had an indestructible golden body to protect his body. His physical strength was already powerful, and now he had obtained the white tiger essence blood to quench his body. It was not an exaggeration at all to say that Su Chen's fleshly body was comparable to that of an ancient demonic beast, with 18 years of power in this punch. How could they block it? Together, the great lion's eyes were all shocked, and it took a while before he reacted. And then he roared angrily. The surrounding demonic beasts instantly swooped up and surrounded Su Chen. Seeing this scene, the red dress's eyes were anxious with worry, and Wang Lin was about to go up to help Su Chen. No need, just watch me pretend alone. Su Chen, however, let out a faint smile, and then, his complexion turned grim. The blood-red aura suddenly enveloped the surroundings, forming a field that carried a monstrous killing intent. A blood-colored giant tiger also instantly coalesced and fused with Su Chen. Immediately after that, Su Chen's body directly expanded, and his arms actually transformed into tiger arms, sprouting sharp claws that ruthlessly slapped up. A treading gold tiger clan powerhouse was instantly killed, and Su Chen's eyes seemed to be devoid of emotion. His body transformed into a residual shadow and rushed up. The treading gold tiger clan actually couldn't hold back Su Chen, and were all slaughtered internally in an instant. Tiger Yan looked horrified, no longer having the courage to fight again. He turned to run, but the next second he only felt as if his chest was pierced by something. Looking down, a blood-colored arm came through his back with a beating heart cupped in its palm. In the next second, this palm clenched and his heart was instantly crushed. Tiger Yan's body collapsed with unwillingness in his eyes. Instead, Su Chen did not stop and killed again, and the golden amazing sacred lion clan could not block Su Chen as well. Moments later all of them were seriously injured. Su Chen did not choose to kill them, but instead, he made a seal with one hand, and countless seals were instantly struck into the golden amazing sacred lion clan's carcass. All the great lions froze for a moment, and then they felt a mysterious power imprisoning them in the depths of their souls, and their lives no longer belonged to them. In the future, your golden amazing sacred lion clan will be the exclusive mounts of my Su family army. Su Chen laughed coldly, and his body returned to normal. The blood red in his pair of eyes still did not dissipate. On the other hand, Jinlin quickly fled with Blue Star's demonic beasts. He knew that these guys were not Su Chen's match when he massacred them just now. Now run away. Su Chen didn't go after them. By the time the central divine hall opened, they would definitely die, and now was just letting them live for a few more moments. No, you can't do this. We are noble golden amazing sacred lions that would rather die than give you guys a mount. The big lion from earlier roared instantly, and Su Chen just glanced at him with a thought. In an instant, this big lion was bleeding from its 7 orifices and fell on the spot. I see. It is still necessary for your imperial prince to come out and educate you properly, and do some thinking for you before you can do so. Su Chen's mind moved, and he truly sensed that Golden Amazing was nearby. When the Golden Amazing received Su Chen's summons, his heart was 1,000 times unwilling, but he still slowly walked out to prostrate himself in front of Su Chen. Master, Amazing Gold was prostrate on the ground, completely out of control. Seeing this, Wang Lin, with his hands behind his back, swaggered out, looking at the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion in front of him with an arrogant face. I still like the way you were unruly before. Chapter 161, If Gong does not give up, I will worship him as a righteous father. I still like the way you guys were unruly and untamed before, Wang Lin said with a sneer, arrogance in his eyes, and went up to give the foremost Golden Amazing Sacred Lion a forced pocket. Golden Amazing prostrated himself on the ground, his heart screaming hatred. Obviously, this guy Su Chen had offended the little princess of the Devil Clan and was being pursued by the Devil Clan, but how come he hadn't died yet? This mount is cool enough to go back and envy them to death. Tong Yu and Wu Tao also walked up with joy on their faces, and when Su Chen took in the Golden Amazing as a mount earlier, they couldn't mention how envious they were in their hearts, even going so far as to call his father. He wanted to ride up and experience it, but they were all rejected by Su Chen. Now that Su Chen had directly gotten them mounts, they couldn't be happier in their hearts. This was the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion, the overlord of the demon race in the starry sky. What a racy thing to ride out. There were about 20 of them here, and Wang Lin and the others were only 5 or 6 people, so they were quickly distributed, and the extra Golden Amazing Sacred Lions were naturally taken in by Su Chen and followed behind. A few of Wang Lin rode on the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion with an arrogant face, like a warrior who was about to go on an expedition, even forgetting about his own injuries. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled faintly, then a flash of spiritual light surged from his fingertips, shooting directly into Wang Lin's center of their brows. This is the method to control them. Take it and cultivate it properly. Don't get revolted, Su Chen said, worried that in his absence, once these Golden Amazing Sacred Lions were unleashed, Wang Lin and the others were afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop them. Wang Lin's 3 were so excited that with a handful of snot and tears, they were close to kneeling down for Su Chen. In his mind appeared the Divine Soul Psionic Forbidden Art recipe, profound and incomparable, which can only control demonic beasts. All living beings are controlled. Su, Boss Su, I also want to. Fu Hongyun leaned under a tree to the side, seeing this scene envious in his heart, but Su Chen was not about to pass the Divine Soul Psi Forbidden Art to him. After a slight hesitation, Fu Hongyun still licked his face and said, he also wants a Golden Amazing Sacred Lion as a mount. Ha, you want it too? Su Dust said with a stunned face, but this is the mount of my Su family army. This, at the words, Fu Hongyun was silent. He is the first in the Tianjiao list of the Great Hall of Martial Artists. He cannot join this so-called Su family army. The point was, he hadn't heard of this what's-her-name Sojourner's army either. Next to Fu Hongyun, Wu Leia was the most embarrassed. She had some grudges with Su Chen before and even had a big fight, but now she wanted Su Chen to save her. The point was that it had only been a short period of time, and Su Chen had already grown to such a level, not just overtaking him, but leaving her behind. Wu Luoyao didn't even dare to look at Su Chen. Her head lowered and blushed with shame. The roots of her ears were red, her cheeks were hot, and she was so embarrassed that she only wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Yo, if it isn't Wu Luoyao, Su Chen whistled and said with a smile on his face, making Wu Luoyao even more ashamed. It was clear in her mind that the vast majority of the reason Su Chen had struck out was because of Wang Lin and the others. Then red clothes, and perhaps part of the reason was because they were all Blue Stars people, but there will never be a reason because of her. Does Wu Tian want a mount? Su Chen asked again with a smile on his face, making Wu Luoyao even more unsure of what to say. If of course I wanted it, but I also really didn't have the face to ask for it. One by one, what are you pretending for? If you want to join my Su family army, I am the first legion commander of the Su family army. Wang Lin rode the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion over in a majestic manner. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongyun and the few of them were silent. Their hearts were torn. That's just it. I won't force you guys. Just these few Golden Amazing Sacred Lions. We don't have enough to share ourselves. Su Chen shook his head and said, is that me okay? Red Clothes had a torn face, and after a while she finally didn't hold back and softly inquired. Of course, Su Chen directly agreed. then passed the divine soul psionic forbidden technique to Red Clothes, and allowed Red Clothes to pick a mount on her own. Red Clothes had an excited look on her face and thanked her repeatedly. Su Chen glanced at Fu Hongyun and did not say anything else. It was not that Su Chen did this without his thoughts. The talent of the cadets from Luochang Technical School alone was ultimately inferior. If he really wanted to build the Su family army, it would be very difficult. There was still a need to bring in some people with strong talent, like someone like Fu Hongyun. Of course, willing or not is Fu Hongyun's own is the thing. Seeing that Fu Hongyun and Wu Laya were still a bit torn, Su Chen raised his hand and the little snake poked out a small head. Is there any more of the golden liquid from before? Su Chuan inquired. But the little snake shook its head and looked at Su Chuan with a wary expression. Su Chuan blackened his face, then stretched out his finger. The little snake bit lightly and greedily devoured a drop of Su Chuan's blood before slowly spitting out a drop of golden liquid. Good fellow, this character follows me, Su Chen said, also not expecting this little snake to be so refined. It was good that after refining the true dragon's essence blood, Su Chen's blood had a thin trace of dragon chi in it. Otherwise, if he were defeated with the true dragon's essence blood, it would be Su Chen who couldn't suffer. Looking at the golden liquid in his hand, Su Chen's mind moved and divided it into 10 parts. This is the Su family army's exclusive sacred medicine for healing wounds. A drop of refreshment, 2 drops never fatigue, 3 drops of immortality. Oh yeah, Su Chen said and gave 4 copies to Wang Lin and Red Clothes respectively. 4 people received is to feel the pure power and majestic vitality. Just 1/10 of a drop has such a strong power. All 4 of them swallowed it directly without any hesitation. Immediately afterward, the face returned to a rosy, glowing color visible to the naked eye. The injury healed surprisingly quickly. Red Clothes looked at Su Chen in shock, too stunned to speak. Dad, can I have another drop? If Gong doesn't give up, Tong Yu would like to worship as his righteous father. Wang Lin and Tong Yu hardly had any hesitation and directly called for their father. If they could get a drop of this kind of good stuff, it would simply be one more life. Okay, Fu Hongyun, who was on the side, of course saw the scene and was even more envious in his heart. Boss Su, can I buy it? Upon hearing this, the corners of Su Chen's mouth raised into an evil smile. Of course you can. You only need 100 million spirit stones. How much? Fu Hongyun was directly dumbfounded. 100 million spirit stones. It was useless even if he was killed. Too expensive that cannot be helped. The preciousness of this thing, it can be said that there is a drop in the body is more than one life. Which is worth. Moreover, just a little bit. My Su family army are not enough to share. If just give you let my Su family army people how to look at me? At those words, Fu Hongyun was even more uncomfortable. After a long time, Fu Hongyun finally managed to figure it out and looked at Su Chen, saying very seriously, I am willing to join the Su family army. I would like to. Can. Wu Luyao lightly bit her red lips, her eyes not daring to look at Su Chen as she softly spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's heart was overjoyed. These 2 heavenly prides would make a fortune if they joined the Su family army. Although there are some grudges between them, but to put it bluntly, it is not a life and death feud, and Su Chen is not a careful person. At most, he will give them shoes once a day in the future, and slowly clean up. With that, Su Chen distributed the 2 portions of golden liquid to Fu Hongyun and Wu Laya. The 2 people's injuries were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Su Chuan's mouth was tinged with a hint of a smile, but then it was a sudden change in color as he turned around and blasted out with a fist. The terrifying power shook the void. Immediately after, a group of black-armored men surrounded Su Chen and the others. Su Chuan, you can be considered to be found by me. The 9th prince was imposing, striding out with killing intent on his face. Chapter 162. The demon race came to trouble me, and the devil race came to hilarity. Then fight. Su Chuan, you can be considered to be found by me. The 9th prince walked out with great strides, followed by a team of black-clothed and black-armored people, about 100 people. All of them were at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm, with powerful auras, and it was obvious that these were all elite members of the demon clan. It could be said that this time the 9th prince was also moved to true anger. Although the current Su Chen was wearing a mask, with the 10,000 souls streamer and the dragon abyss sword, as well as that familiar stance, the 9th prince still recognized Su Chen at a glance. At those words, Su Chen's body stiffened slightly, still wanting to explain, but it was already useless. Su Chen was also helpless. Obviously he was already wearing a mask to hide his breath, but he didn't expect to be recognized at a glance. Sure enough, looks as handsome as the reader's lord, and has the same substance that simply can't be hidden. Looking for me for what? Su Chen asked stiffly, with a complex mood, already prepared for a fight. After all, the matter between him and the little princess, if the little princess told this matter out, it was only feared that the entire demon clan would come after him, but Su Chen said that he was really wronged. It's not like he initiated it. Where is my sister? the ninth prince asked directly, his voice icy cold, and the black-armored men behind him were ready to charge. The secret sentries left behind by the ninth prince only saw Su-chen come out and were then taken out, and did not spread the news that the little princess had come out. And the little princess came out and was searching for Su-chen like crazy, wanting to break Su-chen into pieces. Obviously the little princess was also already aware that what happened between him and Su-chen was actually real and not some so-called hallucination. This was simply too much for the little princess to take. The only way to do that was to kill Su-chen. Your sister, you come to me? Who am I going to find? Hearing this, Su-chen's heart let out a slight sigh of relief. It seemed that this matter was still unknown to the ninth prince. But if he counts, he still has to call the ninth prince an uncle. Thinking of this, a strange feeling rose in Su-chen's heart. His eyes looked at the ninth prince strangely, and for a moment he actually made it so that he didn't know what to do. That, maybe your sister has come out. I can assure you that your sister should be fine. At most, she's just walking a bit unnaturally. Just go back and replenish her blood. Su Dust said to the back. More and more no bottom. To the back of the voice as almost no one can hear clearly. The ninth prince was dumbfounded, unable to understand Su-chen's meaning at all. Cut the crap and hand over the key, as well as the white tiger inheritance, which wasn't something that belonged to you in the first place. The ninth prince didn't think much and directly said in a cold voice. The black-armored men had already surrounded Su-chen and the others. What my sister sees can only belong to her, the ninth prince said grimly. Originally there was a grudge between Su-chen and the little princess that hadn't been resolved until now. Upon hearing this, Su-chen instantly became furious, his body's terrifying aura fluctuating. Have you devil clans always been so overbearing? According to you, if your sister has a crush on me, is it possible that I belong to her as well? I am categorically not going to agree. I would rather die than give in, Su-chen said with a terse neck, but there was not a bit of backbone, because he had already given in once. Unbridled, the ninth prince instantly became furious at his words and blasted up with his fist, and the black-armored men behind him instantly made their moves as well. The ninth prince didn't even think about what Su-chen said. In the ninth prince's eyes, the little princess was his sister, the princess of the demon clan, and Su-chen was just like a yellow hair. If he really hooked his sister, he would make Su-chen pay a heavy price. Marred, it's not like I took the initiative. I'm the victim, Su-chen shouted and blasted his fist up, which actually shook the ninth prince back. Marred, the demon race is coming to trouble me, and you demons want to join in the fun. Then let's fight. Su-chen's face carried some anger. Wang Lin several instantly rushed out and killed. Fu Hongyun and Wu Liao also instantly made their moves and killed towards the black-armored man of the demon race. Su-chen, on the other hand, was manipulating the 10,000 soul streamer, and countless unjust souls were out to fend off the demon race. A great battle was instantly inspired, and Golden Amazing had no choice but to passively join the battlefield, with the entire Golden Amazing Sacred Lion clan all joining in. Brother Golden Amazing, could it be that your Golden Amazing Sacred Lion clan also wants to be enemies with our demon clan? The ninth prince said with a grim expression, obviously not expecting Su-chen to have grown so much and become so strong. The body transformed into a blood tiger, killing into the black-armored people, completely one-sided crushing and slaughtering, and Su-chen's hands also had a weapon like the 10,000 soul streamer, and with the help of the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion clan, it was the Devil clan that also suffered a great loss. In the past, I didn't have a choice, now I just want to follow Boss Su, said Jin Yen with a clear conscience, pouncing on him again. The ninth prince's face was already hard to see, but he still instantly killed up and fought with Su-chen. Su-chuan, hand over the key and apologize to my sister. With your talent, if you are willing to join the demon clan, this emperor promises you a lifetime of glory, and in the future, you may even have hope to be ranked among the demon kings of the demon clan. As an evil cultivator, there is no room for you in the stars between heaven and earth. At those words, Su-chen was even more furious and angry. When did he become an evil cultivator? Q. Lousy kill a few people as evil cultivator? The world of martial artists is supposed to be weak and strong, and the weak are only eliminated. You are now telling me that I'm an evil cultivator. I'm an evil cultivator, Nima. Lousy is still an evil sword immortal. The more Su-chen thought about it, the more angry he became, directly breaking into a rage as the majestic rolling chi and blood in his body crushed upwards. The two instantly fought together. The ninth prince was beaten and coughed up blood. One did not pay attention to be stolen home, almost crushed, back and forth, legs trembling. He had never dreamed that Su-chen would use such a despicable and dirty trick. You're despicable. The ninth prince hadn't even finished speaking when Su-chen, as fast as lightning, had already arrived behind the ninth prince, with a 1,000-year kill following him, accompanied by a mournful hiss. A sound that roared through the heavens and earth in general resounded in the chaotic demon forest. The ninth prince's body popped up 3 feet high. The fiery pain made the ninth prince unsteady on his feet. his body constantly twisted in weird arcs, his face flushed red, and he didn't say anything for a long time. Only then did Su Chuan wipe the chili oil off his fingers, his eyes flatly looking at the ninth prince. Your hemorrhoids broke. The ninth prince's pants were covered in blood, the wound with chili oil, this feeling sour to the extreme. God, hemorrhoids, which was broken by Su Dust hard. Su Duan, I want you to die. The ninth prince only felt that he had received humiliation and suffered this unforgivable shame. He had to behead Su Chen before he could do so, and the ninth prince's voice is even resounding in the chaotic devil forest. At the same time, a storm of black gas, with a destructive momentum, slowly came in this direction, and the little princess also stepped into the chaotic devil forest at this time. Seems to hear the voice of the ninth prince, hurriedly came in the direction of Su Dust where, chapter 163 you this, is there any need for him to have to choose? At this moment, Su Chen's heart was even more strange, an indescribable feeling in his heart. In the White Tiger Divine Hall it was the little princess, although it was not his initiative, and now here was the ninth prince, although it was the hand, but there was still something different in Su Chen's heart. So disgusting. Su Chen couldn't help but say, if he could choose, he still wanted to choose the little princess. The ninth prince's eyes were red, and it took a long time for him to recover a little, so he blasted up towards Su Chen, and unnoticed by all, a black storm had begun to approach. Su Chen and the ninth prince were still fighting. Only the injured ninth prince was clearly not a match for Su Chen and had been pressured by him. The face is swollen. Wang Lin and the others were still battling the black armored man, and it seemed that they had learned a bit from Su Chuan, and had given up their original moves, specifically attacking the black armored man's chrysanthemums. Several of the men in black armor had been hit. Chrysanthemums are broken and full of wounds. Instead, the three Wang Lins revealed extremely perverted smiles, hemmed and hawed and laughed, completely transforming into anal surgeons, scarier than even hyenas. Hundreds of black armored men were actually directly scared back, somewhat afraid to go up. Su Dust, you dare to humiliate this prince so much, I will make you beg for your life and beg for your death. The ninth prince's heart was incomparably resentful, and he suddenly crushed a jade token. A terrifying aura suddenly landed and enveloped Su Chen in it. Su Chen felt that his entire body was confined, unable to move, and wanted to break free but found that his own chi and blood power could not be used. The three Wang Lin instantly retreated back, trying to save Su Chen. The ninth prince laughed coldly and was about to kill Su Chen, but immediately afterward, there was a flash of lightning and thunder in the sky, and black clouds pressed down on the city. Terrifying aura landed down, between heaven and earth. A black storm has approached. The speed has become even faster, almost in the blink of an eye is to come before. This destructive aura caused the ninth prince's complexion to change abruptly, sensing an aura of death. Go! The ninth prince directly shouted with almost no hesitation before turning around and running without a little stop. The black armored man also left in an instant. Only Su Chen was still trapped in it. This power was from the strongest of the demon race. It was Su Chen who couldn't break free no matter how strong he was. Boss Su. Wang Lin, three eyes red, want to blast open this confinement to take away Su Chen, but obviously it is also futile. Fu Hongyun they also joined in, but it is not a bit of effect. Su Chen tightly locked his brows. His body had returned to normal, completely like an ordinary person, and the storm had already come over. The terrifying power tore at them. Red Clothes and Wu Luyao could no longer hold on and were directly swallowed in. In the distance, when the ninth prince saw this scene, some hideous smiles also appeared on his face. He didn't believe that Su Chen could still survive in the middle of such a storm. The little princess had also sneakily noticed the place and saw that Su Chen was trapped in it, and the people around him had been swallowed up into the storm. The little princess's complexion was ecstatic. He didn't go up for the sake of safety, or else she would have to kill Su Chen with her own hands in order to dissolve the hatred in his heart. The storm had engulfed Su Chen, destroying everything in its path. Seeing Su Chen being swallowed into the storm with her own eyes, the killing intent in the little princess's heart dissipated slightly, but she still had doubts. A scourge like Su Chen was afraid that he wouldn't die so easily. In the midst of the storm, Su Chen only felt the sky spinning and his brain gradually losing consciousness until it was completely dark before his eyes. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a moment and a million years. A barren land. Su Chuan lying on the ground, slowly woke up. Beside him, Wang Lin and all of them were surprisingly. Su Chuan was even more surprised, and hurriedly woke up Wang Lin and them. Looking around, the only color in heaven and earth was desolation. On the ground, on the other hand, there is body after body, some weathered, but some seem to have just been left behind. This is, Fu Hongyun looked around and couldn't help but say, no one knows where this place really is. Buck up, this place is by no means as safe as it looks, Su Chen said vigilantly. In the next second, there was a transformation between heaven and earth, and Su Chen opened his eyes again, but he found himself in a huge manner. Wang Lin and the others were still beside themselves. Only that this manor had countless stingy men, and at this time, at their master's greeting towards Su Chen killed. What the hell is going on here? Tong Yu was also stunned and a bit confused, but there was already a stingy man around him who killed him. Your choices will determine whether you can live. A disembodied voice rang out, as if it had crossed time and space. Kill. Su Chuan made an instant decision. A flash of blood red flashed in his eyes. His chi and blood power had been restored, and he killed directly with the Dragon Abyss sword in his hand. The sword light flowed and the sword intent filled the air, bringing endless blood splatters to the ground. Wang Lin and the others also joined the battlefield. The cultivation level of the people in this manor was not high, and they were soon all beheaded by Su Chen, and the blood flowed into a river. The strong smell of blood was nauseating, and a few of Wang Lin's complexions were a bit ugly, but they still endured it. Boss Su, they've all been killed. Wang Lin for a while before he was saying. Su Chen frowned before he spoke. Conceal your breath and hide. Although they didn't know what Su Chen was going to do, they did as they were told. Indeed, a little while later, a young boy of 7 or 8 years old appeared, with a face of grief and anger, making a vow to take revenge. But the next second, Su Chen jumped out and killed it with a sword, his head chopped off and stomped on. Several Wang Lin were greatly shocked and looked deeply at Su Chen. Su Chen was hiding again, still with no intention of leaving. After another few moments, the 2 or 3-year-old crawled out covered in blood. Boss Su, this is also too small. It's still a child. Fu Hongyun couldn't help but say, with some tangled eyebrows. For a while, I didn't know exactly what I was going to do to make it work. It's also too small, and I'm not a murderous person. Su Chen sighed. Then a candy and a knife appeared in his hand, and they were thrown together on the ground. It's up to you to choose. At those words, all eyes looked towards this little waif. Wang Lin seemed to think of something and then asked, Boss Su, what do the candy and the knife represent respectively? If he chooses the knife, there is no doubt that he has hatred in his heart, and he cannot be kept. If he chooses candy, it shows that he is extremely deep in the city, and naturally he cannot be kept. But if he chooses both, it shows that he is greedy, and even more so, he cannot be kept. But if he doesn't choose both, Su Chen said in a deep voice, then glanced at the little waif, that means he has a backbone, and he can't be kept. Wang Lin. After a long time, Wang Lin came back to his senses and ran through Su Chen's words. The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and then he spoke. Do you still have the need for him to choose? Chapter 164, If you don't talk, I'll dig your grave. Does he still have a choice? Wang Lin couldn't help but ask. It was a death either way. Upon hearing this, Su Chen did not reply, but only glanced at the little boy in front of him, his eyes heavy. Until now Su Chen still didn't know exactly where he was and what test he was facing now. But according to Su Chuan read so many novels, he killed this entire manor. Then it must be that all the eggs here must be shaken apart. That is, the earthworms must all be split in half vertically. In short, never leave anyone alive. Thinking of this, Su Chen's gaze swept around again and finally landed on the little boy's body. Choose, it's up to you whether you live or die. At those words, the little boy was directly dumbfounded, with a face of confusion and disbelief. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Is this human language? Do you listen to people? Not choosing both. It seems you have a backbone. Su Chen directly swung his sword, and in an instant, the little boy was stabbed through. Eyes looking straight at me shows that you harbor a grudge. Su Chen analyzed, and the several people on the side. Wang Lin froze, completely dumbfounded. Don T, look at it. Hurry up and do it. Strip this guy of all his clothes, take away anything and everything he has on him and throw it far away, and then make up for it. Not only him, but everyone in this manor must do the same. Absolutely no hidden dangers must be left behind. At those words, Wang Lin and the rest of them all froze, and only after a long time did they give Su Chen a thumbs up. They had all underestimated Su Chen's methods. This is if anyone dares to mess with Su Chen, that would be a true extermination. Cutting off the roots, that's a mean enough tactic. Congratulations on your success. An old voice suddenly rang out, and the heaven and earth changed, and the surrounding scenery changed. Waiting for the image to freeze, Su Chen was shocked to find himself standing in the middle of a hall wearing a xian robe with long hair draped over his shoulders, and in front of him, a stunningly beautiful woman was imitating an eyebrow, and then opened her mouth. Su Chuan, the gap between you and me is already like a moat, insurmountable. I hope you can see the reality clearly, and I'm already the pride of the heavens. So, the marriage contract between us is null and void, the woman said. Su Dust directly froze, eyes fluttering, in the surrounding is swept again. The divine mind is in the surrounding detection, but cannot find a little abnormal. It was as if he was in this place itself. Is it an illusion or what? Su Chen said softly in his heart, puzzling over it, and even now, he was not sure what was going on. Obviously, he had just been in the chaotic forest and was caught in a storm, but right after that, it seemed like a cosplay had been staged. Su Dust, you promise it. You have no other choice but to promise you, the woman said again, stepping forward. Su Chen secretly laughed. This plot he would I promise you old mother. Su Dust directly cursed. He will not engage in what 3 years of contract. The main fight I have a grudge to report now. Otherwise the night cannot sleep. In the next second, Su Chen jumped up in the girl's stunned eyes and delivered a flying kick, directly sending the girl flying out. What are you looking at? Disc her! Su Chuan shouted, and a few of Wang Lin, who was wearing servant's clothes on the side, instantly stepped out and gave the girl a beating. Soon, the girls were beaten to their knees and begged for mercy, while Su Chen paid no attention to it. His gaze was looking around again, with a cold killing intent in his eyes. I don't know which senior's long sleep has been disturbed. The kid here apologizes to senior. We also met the storm and unintentionally intruded into this place. If there is a place where we have bumped into senior, please have more patience with senior. Su Chen cupped his fists and said in the surrounding area, his voice rolling and his gaze grave. As for Wang Lin, they also looked around in a grave manner and began to close back in. Approaching Su Chen, the sky and the earth were quiet. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped. Only the girl in front of her was still looking at Su Chen in a dumbfounded manner. Mud, I'll dig up your grave if you don't talk, and let Wang Lin in it. As Su Chen said, the storage ring flashed with a bright light, and then an engineer's shovel appeared and began to dig up towards the ground. A few of Wang Lin's hands followed suit. Only Fu Hongyun held the engineer's shovel in his hand a little out of place, staring wide-eyed and a little unbelieving, looking at the hands of the engineer's shovel, and even Wang Lin also thoughtfully handed up a black donkey hoof, but also let Fu Hongyun back cold. Feel that he really joined the den of thieves. Just get used to it. Wang Lin was even thoughtful and comforting. Moreover, Fu Hongyun was a bit at a loss for words. A few more people started digging at a faster pace, and the girls in the large hall in front of them froze straight away, looking like they'd seen a ghost, and rushed up. About to speak, Su Chen stood up, cupped his hand and a thunderbolt fell, and the girl directly turned into flying dust and disappeared. The terrifying thunder light was still rolling. Su Chen was bathed in thunder and lightning. The 5 thunder formation roared, and the sky was filled with thunder. That's just it. It's the first time I've encountered an old man like you. The old voice finally sounded once more, and the illusion around them disappeared immediately afterward. After a burst of light, Su Chen opened his eyes and realized that he was in the middle of a desert. Boss Su, dug it up. Really dug up a corpse. Do I really have to take a? Wang Lin replied seriously, unable to decide for a moment, but his pants were already down. Red clothes and Wu Liao turned around with red faces and walked away. Never in his dreams did he think that in the end, Su Chen had used this method to break through the illusion. It's just a little gross. Don't put. The old voice sounded again, but it was still a step too slow. Wang Lin had already sent the voice. Su Dust is more by Wang Lin. Whole silence. Lousy, just say. You even come really? Watching Wang Lin walk out with a comfortable face, Su Chen were all whole speechless, really wanting to say that they were not familiar and did not know each other. The sky and the earth seemed to quiet down, and then the gloomy wind vigorously revitalized. Flying sand and stones, and a terrifying storm reappeared, sweeping towards Su Chen and them. Die for me, the old voice rang out again, clearly carrying a shocking rage. Who can stand the thought of their body being randomly buried here and then being plowed out so that it doesn't count? The point is that you even on it, you still really pull. The shadowy wind bulged, the surrounding scene changed drastically, and immediately afterward, on a black tornado, a pale black-clothed silhouette actually coalesced, and was staring at Wang Lin in death. The killing intent in his eyes was almost turning into substance. It was Boss Su who made the pull. That's senior. Actually, we're not familiar with him. I don't know him. When Su Chen heard this, he hurriedly looked at the black-clothed old man and spoke urgently. Yeah, we don't even know him, and we don't know why he's doing this shameless thing here. Tan Yu and Wu Tao also hurriedly said. Wang Lin? Chapter 165. Stop. Why don't you follow the rules? Wang Lin once again froze. Feelings every time something goes wrong. It's me who comes out to take the blame? It's a nasty bunch of potholes. See, I'll give a lesson today. In the Sujiao army, brothers are for sale. If you don't sell, there are people who will sell you. Wang Lin said righteously, looking at Fu Hongyun. Fu Hongyun knew it well and nodded his head gruffly. It was a scene he really didn't expect in any way. Wu Luoyao and Red Clothes were even more stunned. How could they not expect Su Chen to directly sell Wang Lin? The old man in black looked at Wang Lin with a cold gaze, then spoke out. I am the old man of Fu Demon. What is your name? Post-birthday? No, I didn't call. Wang Lin replied with a serious face, and once again, the sky and earth fell into silence. Su Chen silently pulled away from Wang Lin, who was still foolishly looking at the old man Fu Demon. Help the devil. Old man also looked stiff, the whole person is not good. A time actually do not know what to say good. Kid, are you not really tired of living and feel that the old man does not dare to kill you? The old man food demon spoke out again, his voice cold with some anger. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin hurriedly spoke. My name is Su Chuan. I live in building 2 of Tumblr Garden on Tumblr Street in Luo City. Su Dust, Elder Food Demon? The old man food demon was once silenced by Wang Lin's entirety. Before he only felt that Su Chun was not a thing, but he did not expect Wang Lin to be even less of a thing. Mud, a bunch of people are all pussies. Kid, do you know what kind of punishment I will face next? Old man food demon said again. At those words, Wang Lin, however, held his head high and looked at the old man food demon with an unkind gaze, then sneered. Do you know who I am? Elder food demon was a bit confused and subconsciously asked. Who are you? Do not know who I am, you pretend a hammer? After saying that, Wang Lin turned around and ran, as if he had made some kind of determination. He's my big brother. If you have the ability to find my big brother to break up. Wang Lin did not forget to sell Su Chen. The old man of food demon's face was darker than a pot sticker, and in the next second, a powerful force was pulling Wang Lin back. Old man food demon really didn't expect that he had died for so long, but he could still meet such a shameless couple of human contraptions. True enough, the old Taoist priest from back then who said that there was another calamity after his death turned out to be true. Senior, calm your anger. I will let him deal with it cleanly and give Senior a good burial. Su Dust then came up and said. Upon hearing this, old man food demon froze for a moment and spoke. Handled for what? This time it was Su Chen's turn to freeze, but immediately after that, he heard the words of the old man food demon. It's not like it's my bones. I don't even know whose it really is. I don't know how many people died in the big battle back then. It's not mine anyway, Elder Food Demon said with a faint smile, causing Su Chen to freeze for a moment as well. No wonder they plowed the grave. This guy ran out and didn't even do anything. Feelings like this Wang Lin first froze for a moment, and then said loudly, it's not yours, what's your hurry? Make it look as if it's yours. Scare the old man to death. Elder Food Demon only smiled faintly, then looked at Su Chen with some appreciation in his gaze. Kid, what's your name? I've been watching you since I came in. You've done a great job with these 2 tests. I didn't. Su Chuan subconsciously wanted to say a sentence I didn't call, and again, he hurriedly changed his words. Late generation Su Chuan. Senior fallacious praise. This humble attitude again caused some good feelings to rise in the heart of old man Food Demon. What you saw and experienced earlier cannot really be considered an illusion, but everything that the temple masters experienced in his youth. The old man of Food Demon said with a grave expression, then looked at Su Chuan, and again said, Kid, you can be willing to listen to the old man tell a story. Afterward, old man Food Demon waved his hand, and a crack-like door directly opened. This is the exit to the outside. After going out, it is directly to the outside of the central shrine. If you want to go out now you can go. If you are willing to stay and listen to the old man tell this story, the next inheritance is yours. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you all leaving? The old man Food Demon was still talking, with the appearance of a high-ranking person, as if everything was under control, but the words were not even finished. Su Chen had already arrived to lead the people to the mouth of the crack. Many thanks, Senior. Green mountains don't change. We're destined to meet again. After saying that, Su Chen was about to leave directly. Stepping into the crack with one foot his figure disappeared, but immediately afterward, beside the old man Food Demon, there was a tremor in the void. A crack opened, and Su Chen walked out. Looking at the familiar sights and characters around, Su Chen directly froze. This Nima is not a pure liar. Elder, this door is not a mistake. Su Dust inquired. Help the devil, old man, the whole person is not good, or the first time to meet such a thing. For a moment is actually a little bit do not know what to do. Elder Food Demon didn't say anything. He just looked at Su Chen closely. For a moment he really didn't know what to say. This guy Su Chen was completely out of his element. Wouldn't it be normal to sit down and listen to him tell this ancient legend? As a result, Su Chen was directly about to leave, even giving up the inheritance. For a moment, the old man Food Demon really didn't know what to do. Senior, Wang Lin also came up. Are you still going to collect the toll? The old man Food Demon froze, and then he slapped Wang Lin to fly out, and said again in a grave manner, I repeat, after listening to me tell this story and accepting the test, you can obtain the inheritance of the Hall Master, which is the passageway to leave this place. Do you guys want to think this through? Elder Food Demon said gruffly, attributing the result to the fact that it was his own expression that was unclear just now. This door can really go out? Su Chen asked in disbelief. Of course. Saying this, old man Food Demon threw Wang Lin directly inside, and a moment later, Wang Lin unexpectedly drilled through this door again. Boss Su, it's true. This door really leads to the outside. Wang Lin said. Well, I won't lie to you, old man Food Demon said again. with a smug look on his face. Are you willing to sit down and listen now? Many thanks, senior. I will burn paper for you in the coming year. After Su Chen finished speaking, he once again walked up and was about to go out. Fu Hongyun and the others froze, feeling that Su Chen did not follow the rules. Every step was outside their expectations. The old man food demon was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen was really not moved at all. Not even a little bit of thought? This is a great opportunity in front of us. Come back. All of you come back to me. Elder Food Demon shouted in an urgent and furious manner. The rift passage was even blocked in an instant. Su Dust just raised his foot. The passageway directly disappeared into thin air, and only the furious old man Food Demon rushed up, pulling Su Dust with a furious. Chapter 166. Yeah, really elegant. Su Chen had just lifted his foot, but the next second the door of space directly disappeared. Everyone froze in place and turned to look at Old Man Food Demon with a stunned expression. The Old Man Food Demon came up in a rage and grabbed Su Chen's lapel, his old face wrinkled together with anger in his eyes. Elder, don't be so hasty, Su Chen hurriedly said, not knowing what was going on with this Old Man Food Demon. The Old Man Food Demon was furious and wanted to swear. Su Dust Guy is simply not a thing, even not according to the rules. He waited for thousands of years. It was not easy to see a person who passed the examination. Be prepared to say the lines you've been preparing for tens of thousands of years, and even think about all the possible scenarios. But it really didn't occur to him that this would end up happening, and for a moment he really broke his defense. 2. I'll listen still. Su Chuan saw that the Old Man Food Demon was getting anxious. The black gas around him filled the air, and the entire space seemed to fall into an extremely unstable situation, as if it was going to collapse in the next second. Su Chen also hurriedly pacified. Upon hearing this, the anger between the brows of the Old Man Food Demon dissipated a bit, letting go of Su Chen, and the space around him gradually stabilized. Elder Food Demon stabilized his illusory figure for a while before he was able to stabilize his emotions, and with a wave of his hand, a round table made of lapis lazuli appeared. Above placed a cup of tea fragrance wafting. Food Demon Old Man elegantly sitting on the stone bench, gently pinched the teacup, sip, then spit out a mouthful of tea slag. Su Dust? Seniors are truly elegant. Su Chen's words to his mouth changed again, and upon hearing this, Food Demon Old Man put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Su Chen. Do you know where this place is? No, I don't even know why I'm here. Su Chen answered honestly. Do you know who I am again? Why have I become like this? And why this place is like this? Food Demon Old Man continued to say, tone with some reminiscence, eyes as if penetrating the long river of time, to see the ancient times. I surely don't know. Please also inform Senior. Su Chen forced his temper and said, inwardly greeting the Old Man Food Demon for tens of thousands of times. What kind of questions are these? At those words, the corners of Old Man Food Demon's mouth rose, finally back on track. The land you are standing on is the location of my purple heavenly temple. Are you listening or not? The Old Man Food Demon had just opened his mouth in a deep voice, but his gaze was glimpsed that a few of Su Chuan had actually sat on the side and dozed off. In an instant, Old Man Food Demon roared with fury, his hair standing up in anger, blowing his beard and staring at Su Chen. Su Dust woke up, wiped away the saliva at the corner of his mouth, a face of embarrassment. Sorry, used to it, since childhood. Teacher class, I want to sleep. Upon hearing this, Old Man Food Demon was truly unable to hold back. If it wasn't for Su Chen's talent and heart, he really wanted to slap Su Chen to death. For so many years, there were actually more than just a few beings who had come in here. Su Chen, but no one had been able to pass the examination. Even the first level of the manners examination had never been passed by a living being, and there are really no criteria for passing. It all depends on the mood of the hall master, and the person who passes the 2 hurdles. I'm sure the hall master must like it very much. You said, I'm listening, Su Dust said again, wide-eyed. The possessed old man didn't say anything. The veins on his hand that was squeezing the cup burst out, and the teacup directly shattered open. Speak of your granddaddy's legs. The Old Man Food Demon really broke his defense, and the space behind him suddenly cracked, the pitch-black crack carrying an endless aura of decay. A pitch-black coffin emerged, followed by the Old Man Food Demon lifting Su Chen up and directly throwing him in. Turning to Wang Lin, he looked at them. Wang Lin's eyes turned. He knew something was wrong. He turned around and wanted to run, but he realized that his body was completely out of control. Senior, in fact, I am not familiar with Su Chen. Fu Hongyun, who was deeply inspired by Wang Lin's true teachings, hurriedly said, selling Su Chen out. Immediately afterward, he saw Wu Tao and Tong Yu looking at him with a stunned expression of meaning. Fine. I'll relay your words to Boss Su, Wang Lin said, causing Fu Hongyun to be directly dumbfounded. I thought you said brothers were for sale. Right, that's right, Wang Lin again replied. directly to Fu Hongyun Hole won't be able to. The feelings of their own again turned into a clown. Elder, thousands of mistakes are Su Chen's fault. You can also see, it's all because this guy Su Chen instructed to force us, or else you can just let me go. If you really feel that you're bored here alone, you can just leave this guy behind to accompany you. Wan Lin looked at the old man Fu Demon and said, selling Fu Hongyun directly. Tong Yu and Wu Tao on the side also chimed in, making Fu Hongyun directly dumbfounded. All of you write a review for me here. When that brat comes out, you guys stop again. If he can't come out, you guys stay with me. After saying that, the old man Fu Demon waved his hand, and a pitch-black round wooden table suddenly appeared in front of Wang Lin and them, and he even thoughtfully prepared paper and pens for them. The corner of Wang Lin's mouth twitched. He hadn't written a review since he was a long time old, let alone with a quill pen. Wang Lin, would jump from here or be beaten to death by you, but it's impossible to write a review, Wang Lin said in a cold voice, but in the next second, he was pressed by the old man Fu Demon and rubbed on the ground, beating and kicking and sinking directly into the soil. After a while, the gray-headed and snuffed Wang Lin sat on a stool and ghostly wrote a few words on the paper. I was wrong. I shouldn't have. The latter Wang Lin but do not know exactly how to write. Think about it and do not know exactly where they are wrong. Skewing his head to look at Wu Tao and Tong Yu, he realized that these two guys were actually still copying him. At this moment, Wang Lin 3 only hate themselves, have not been in love, will not admit their mistakes and apologize. A few people are wide-eyed, are not sure how to put pen to paper, while the old man Fu Demon is on the side, quietly sipping tea, his eyebrows sometimes tightly wrinkled, sometimes stretching, and at this moment, Su Chen was in the middle of pitch blackness. The only thing around was endless pitch blackness, unable to reach out, and the chilly cold wind blew over from time to time, making Su Chen's body tremble a little and his back go cold. In the next second, Su Chen only felt a terrifying suction force coming from him, and a pitch-black coffin appeared behind him at an unknown time. It directly sucked Su Chen in, and the coffin stayed in the darkness. Su Chuan only felt that his brain was blank, and after a burst of dizziness, his eyes gradually regained some luster. Only after a long time did Su Chen stand up, only to feel that his body was incomparably heavy, as if he was carrying the weight of 10,000 pounds. Did not wait for Su Chen to speak. In front of his eyes, a walking lantern suddenly appeared. The cold candlelight flickered. Su Chen is to feel his mind divine sense was sucked into. Chapter 167, If Gong doesn't give up, Dust is willing to be worshipped as a righteous father. The walking lantern with its ghostly green candlelight, suspended in the darkness, looked extremely eerie. Su Chen's physical body, on the other hand, stood still without any movement, in the position in front of Su Chuan, but at some point a green stone table and chairs appeared. A green-shirted man pinched a wine cup, with some Englishness between his eyebrows. His eyes fell on Su Chuan. Su Chen's divine sense was sucked in, and a scene of memories that didn't belong to him was playing over and over again. A babbling child carrying a blood feud gradually grows up to take revenge, and then pursues a higher realm of martial arts, and finally becomes a party hegemony, sits in the starry sky, and creates a force called the Purple Heavenly Temple, which shakes the starry sky. However, the picture changed in the blink of an eye, and some beings shrouded in black robes and black mist came from nowhere, causing the Purple Heavenly Temple to be directly destroyed. The man in the green shirt, also known as the Hall Master of the Purple Sky Divine Hall, fought the stars in blood and finally fell. A force as terrifying as the Purple Sky Divine Hall had been exterminated overnight, while these beings shrouded in black mist were nowhere to be found. The picture also stopped here. Su Chen had been watching as a third party, but his mood couldn't help but sink. I don't know how long it's been, maybe an instant, maybe a million years. As if Su Chen didn't know the time, his heart gradually became grumpy, wanting to escape from here. It seems like there's no time for. In the next second, Su Chen only felt that everything around him collapsed in an instant, and the picture was fixed and fragmented. Endless flames rose up and surrounded him. He wanted to escape but found himself unable to move. The flames around him grew bigger and bigger until he was completely surrounded. But just as the flames were about to burn him, a white light flashed, and he was actually taken straight away. Divine sense returned to his physical body. Su Chen only felt soreness all over his body, an indescribable feeling, and just wanted to curse. What the hell is this place? But he realized that there was a green-shirted man standing in front of him. It was exactly the same as the person I had just seen in the walkthrough. Su Chen was obviously a bit frozen, and his eyes gradually became terrified. Elder. After a while, Su Chen reacted and stuttered a little. Upon hearing this, the green-shirted man gently smiled, and with his fingertips gently pointing at Su Chen, a metaphysical and mysterious power entered Su Chen's body. Su Chen also instantly felt his own soreness and fatigue unexpectedly dissipate in an instant. Many thanks to your predecessor, the green-shirted man. However, did not answer Su Chen, but only kept his gaze on him, making Su Chen feel uncomfortable all over. Su Chen, right? Do you know why you are here? It was this question again. Su Chen was also a bit speechless. What the hell did he know? In fact, from the beginning when you entered here I have already sensed the you breath. You all the way I have been observing you. You are different from a lot of people. That's why I will control the storm to bring you here. The green-shirted man said with a light smile. Su Chen looked at the green-shirted man in shock. But he also did not think that he had been targeted by this guy right from the start. It couldn't be that this dead ghost had taken a fancy to his youthful flesh. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but take several steps back. How am I different? Su Chen subconsciously opened his mouth to ask, and also realized that the green-shirted man had no malicious intent, which slightly put his heart down. If the green-shirted man really wanted to move him, he would have died a long time ago, and perhaps all of them would have gotten cold. You are shameless, and the degree of shamelessness is beyond my imagination. The green-shirt man replied seriously, but Su Chen was silenced by the whole thing, and could not speak for a while. I wonder what senior brought me here for again. Upon hearing this, the green-shirt man was silent again, his eyes gradually becoming complicated, and only after a long time did he slowly speak. Su Chen, are you willing to worship me as your teacher? These words caused Su Chen to directly freeze and look at the green-shirt man in shock, seemingly a little unsure, thinking that he had heard wrong. I'm a person who's used to being dashing and idle. And you've also said that I'm shameless, while Senior is a powerful person with heavenly strength, accepting me as a disciple. I'm only afraid that I'll tarnish Senior's reputation, Su Chen hurriedly said. There was already a guess in his heart that once he said he was willing, he was afraid that he would have to carry the burden of revitalizing the purple heavenly temple, as well as those hidden in the black mist that would become his enemies. Su Dust is not a little cutie. Where in the world can such a good thing come from? The green shirt man was actually Su Dust whole silence. His cultivation in the ancient times are a party of strong. The town side. If you want to accept the apprentice, do not know how many people want to squeeze through the scalp to drill in. As a result, he was actually disliked by Su Chen now. You really don't want to? I'm just afraid of losing Senior's face, Su Chen replied seriously. Immediately after that is to hear the green shirt man helplessly sighed, and then waved his hand. Spoke, not willing to, that's just, right as I see the wrong person. You go. It seems of my inheritance and the pivotal control of this side of the space I can only be handed over to someone else, the green-shirted man said, and with a wave of his hand, a passageway appeared in front of Su Chen, but to his surprise, Su Chen didn't leave, but directly kneeled down on one knee and respectfully saluted. Master is above, please accept my disciple's obeisance. If Gong doesn't give up, Dust would like to be worshipped as a righteous father. Seeing Su Chen's appearance, the green-shirted man was directly dumbfounded. Hadn't he been reluctant just now? How did he become like this all of a sudden? You mean it? The sun and the moon are visible. Then why didn't you agree just now? People make mistakes all the time, and I'm still a kid, so it makes sense to make some. The green-shirted man who heard the words was actually unable to speak for a while, and after a long time, his gaze still fell on Su Chen, feeling that this guy was suddenly so unreliable. After thinking about it, the green-shirted man still lifted Su Chen up, and was considered to have accepted him. I don't know if the pivotal control that Master just mentioned is the pivotal control in the center of this ancient field, Su Chen hurriedly asked. If it was true, then it would be good. That's right, this place was once the territory of our Purple Sky Divine Hall, and this piece of space was even more so opened up by our master back then. The green-shirted man let out a faint smile. Then it was a change in color, noticing the small snake on Su Chen's sleeve, instantly striking out, with a single move. It was controlling the small snake in his hand. It's you? The green-shirted man's eyes were a bit surprised. I didn't expect you to have evolved into this now. The little snake looked at Su Chen somewhat dully, blinking its big eyes again as it looked at the green-shirted man. Fate. Everything really is fate, the green-shirted man couldn't help but say, handing the small snake to Su Chen. Master knows him? Su Chen couldn't help but inquire. Looking at the small snake in his hand, he knew that this small snake must have been in the ancient battlefield for a long time, but where exactly the small snake came from, Su Chen had no idea. Of course I recognize. The green-shirted man let out a light laugh. Then his face became a bit serious. He is. Chapter 168. It's okay to die in the morning and in the evening. The green-shirted man spoke softly, with some smiles between his brows, as if he was also feeling some consternation because of this fate. This little snake is the center spirit of this side of space. The green-shirted man's voice fell into Su Chen's ears, causing Su Chen's body to stiffen slightly. Then he looked at the small snake in his hand in shock, with some disbelief in his eyes. Su Chen himself did not expect that the little snake he had casually taken away would be the central spirit of this world. But, what was this spirit of the center? Su Chuan stated that he really didn't know, and had never heard of these things on the blue planet, and had never even come into contact with them. What is the spirit of the center hub? Su Chen curiously looked at the green-shirt man and opened his mouth to inquire. At those words, the green-shirt man directly froze, with some incredulity in his eyes as he looked towards Su Chen, and only after a while did he open his mouth. You don't know? What the are you doing here if you don't even know about it? Hearing this, Su Chen's face was obviously a little embarrassed, scratching his head, not knowing how to speak for a moment. I came from the Blue Star, and I have never touched these things. Su Chen's voice was obviously a little small, and for the first time, he felt so embarrassed. However, the green-shirt man was directly frozen, looking at Su Chen in dismay, his expression frozen on his face. After not hearing a sound for a long time, Su Chen raised his head with some curiosity, and he saw the green-shirt man with a stunned expression. Master, what happened to you? Su Chen frowned and inquired. Even if he didn't know it himself, it wouldn't be like this, right? You said, you're from the blue planet? Yes. Su Chen frowned again. What's wrong with being from the blue planet? Hearing this, the green-shirt man's face was even more frozen. His expression was a bit stiff, and he was tightly locking his brows, not knowing what he was thinking. Do you know the old man? I know. You are my master. Just worshipped. Is the hall master of the Purple Sky Divine Hall, Su Chen said with a serious face, his expression somewhat uncertain. The green-shirt man's face visibly stiffened. The corners of his mouth twitched viciously, and his fists were pinched white. You damn. For a long time, the green-shirt man was unable to speak. I am talking about Laozi and Confucius, Zhang Daoling and Zhang Jiao. Do you recognize them? The green-shirt man paused for a while longer before he said, forcibly suppressing the fire in his heart. Theirs was also a famous existence in the starry sky, and it came from the blue star. Only the blue star they spoke of is not known to many beings in the starry sky. The green-shirt man looked at Su Chen and seemed to be a little surprised, not thinking that Su Chen had come from above the blue star. Confucius I know. When I was a child, I liked his favorite line about hearing the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening. Su Chen turned over the dusty long-time memory, and did not know whether the Confucius in the mouth of the green-shirt man and the Confucius he knew was one. What do you mean? The green-shirt man subconsciously asked. Back then, Confucius walked among the stars with 3,000 disciples, axing people with virtue, and also made a great reputation. Only then I don't know where it went, as if it disappeared in the stars, never to be seen again. Back then, Confucius' disciples collected the quotations from Confucius weekdays and wrote a whirligig, which was passed down to future generations, and my language teacher forced me to memorize it every day. And this quote is from the whirligig. It means if you know the way to your house in the morning, you'll go and beat you to death at night. Su Chen explained in a serious manner. Listening to the man in green shirt froze for a long time before he opened his mouth again. Is this really what your language teacher taught you? Well, I don't know. Forget it, this is what I understand myself to mean, Su Chen said seriously, causing the green-shirt man to fall directly silent. Upon hearing this, the green-shirt man looked deeply at Su Chen and finally shook his head, sighing helplessly. In his heart, he had already begun to regret why he had accepted Su Chen as his disciple. Actually I just now were all idle and my head is not bright and blind. I made a vow back then not to accept disciples, said the man in the green shirt after hesitating for a while. Hearing these words, Su Chen's expression stiffened and his complexion froze on his face for a moment, as if he couldn't somewhat believe what his ears had heard. Feel like you're being scammed here? Mud, there are scams in the stars? Could it be that the anti-fraud center he had downloaded didn't work when he was in the stars? Su Chen looked at the green-shirt man in shock. The words translated to mean that the other party was withdrawing a request for an apprentice. Alright, I understand, Su Chen said softly, but it made the green-shirt man a little surprised, as if he hadn't expected Su Chen to agree so decisively. For a while the green-shirt man's heart recoiled with some guilt. If Gong does not give up, Dust is willing to worship as his righteous father. But the next second, he saw Su Dust clasping his fists and bowing to himself. The corners of the green-shirt man's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he was still overthinking it. Both of them were silent, and after a long time, the green-shirt man opened his mouth again. Are you truly willing to accept my inheritance? The Violet Sky Divine Hall has already been destroyed and annihilated in the river of history. I don't want you to have to rebuild the Violet Sky Divine Hall. I only hope that you can carry the legacy of the Violet Sky Divine Hall with you, and don't let the legacy of the Violet Sky Divine Hall completely dissipate. I do, Su Chen hurriedly said, his tone grave. Upon hearing this, the green-shirt man then nodded his head, seemingly resigned to his fate. He had been waiting for so many years, but had never waited for a suitable person. Su Dust, in addition to some unreliable, some shameless, in addition to all the shortcomings, are also advantages. In the next second, the green-shirt man flexed his fingers and a flash of green light disappeared between Su Chen's eyebrows. Su Chen was struck by lightning, his body stiffened, and his divine sense seemed to have entered a metaphysical state. Remember, I don't need your rebuilding of the Purple Sky Divine Hall, nor do I need you to avenge me. I only need you to pass on everything from the Purple Sky Divine Hall. The green-shirted man's words rang in Su Chen's ears. I don't know how long it took before Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, but he saw that the green-shirted man in front of him was somewhat illusory. This is the Temple Master Order of the Violet Sky Divine Hall, which can manipulate everything within the entire space. And in the Central Divine Hall, which was the main hall of the Violet Sky Divine Hall back then, there is a killing formation that can help you, the green-shirted man said, and then looked at the small snake on Su Chen's arm, and then spoke again immediately afterward. This small snake evolved a spirit back then, and then was annihilated in the middle of a great battle, and now that he has regrouped his spirit, his memories may have already been dissipated, and the fact that you can get him shows that it is destiny between you two, and with him, it will be a lot simpler if you want to get the centerpiece. Everything in the Violet Sky Divine Hall is in the center. In order to get the Violet Sky Divine Hall inheritance, you still need to get the center. After saying that, the green-shirted man waved his sleeve. Go! It's time for you to go too. Upon hearing this, Su Chen tightened his brows, and then bowed respectfully to the green-shirted man, and then added, Don't worry, Master, since I have obtained your inheritance, I will definitely not dishonor him, and if in the future I ascend to the pinnacle, I will definitely rebuild the Purple Heavenly Hall, and avenge the seniors of the Purple Heavenly Hall. If I don't have the ability to do so, frowned Su Chen, glancing at the green-shirt man again, then consider me farting today. Man in green shirt. Chapter 169. You are too kind. Get out. The man in the green shirt was truly affected by all the fluctuations in his heart, and with a roar, the void trembled. Outside is still writing a review of Wang Lin. They also heard this voice. The heart immediately sank. The heart is half cold. It seems that this time is really cannot go away. Immediately after, in the void, there was a distortion. Su Chen's rubbed his buttocks and walked out, and the green-shirted man's kick was really not merciful. Just leave. What's the point of moving your hands? No, what's the point of moving your feet? Su Chen said softly, then turned around and saw Wang Lin's several faces with ink. A bitter face sitting on the stone bench, not knowing what they were writing. Boss Su. Wang Lin couldn't help but make a sound. The old man Fu Demon also instantly shot. Wang Lin hurriedly lowered his head. In this short period of time, he was packed by this old undead guy so many times that he was beaten out of the psychological shadow. Out. The old man Fu Demon looked at Su Chuan, his eyes constantly measuring, followed by a smile on his face when he felt that familiar aura on Su Chuan's body. Good, good. Old man Fu Demon said two good words in a row, a satisfied smile on his face. Immediately afterward, in front of Su Chen, a light appeared, and it was clearly the previous exit. Go on. You've already obtained the inheritance of the Hall Master. It's time to leave this place as well. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, and Wang Lin several excitedly shouted, stood up and tore the review in front of him to pieces, and was about to run. Su Chen, however, looked at the old man Fu Demon, then spoke, Senior, but you guys were already concerned about me when I entered this space in the beginning, or was it only after I obtained it that I was noticed by you guys, and then encountered the Black Storm and was brought here? In other words, is it possible that we were transported here by your design to begin with? Su Chen asked all the doubts in his heart. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the old man Fu Demon but smiled before speaking. We are paying attention to anyone who enters this space, but you were sent here because after obtaining it, you attracted the Black Storm. Elder Fu Demon glanced at the small snake on Su Chen's arm and already knew the identity of the small snake. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded, then stepped into the light curtain with one foot and his figure disappeared. Interesting brat. Until Su Chen and their figures all disappeared. The green-shirt man was the one who appeared and watched Su Chen leave until the light curtain disappeared. The Hall Master is so optimistic about this brat? He even gave him the Temple Master's order. The old man Fu Demon inquired, somewhat curious. The green-shirt man shook his head and didn't know what to say, and only after a while did he say, I don't know, but it just feels like this kid is a little different from the others. After saying that, the two looked at each other and smiled as their figures dissipated. On the other hand, Su Chen's few people appeared in a small forest after a burst of blinding light disappeared. The front is the center shrine, said Wang Lin, who had just come out for an instant. The words just fell, but Wang Lin's face stiffened. Not only Wang Lin, Su Chen's and their faces were also a bit abnormal. In front of them, underneath an ancient tree, a man and a woman were actually discussing the meaning of life, and it looked like the discussion was still intense. As a result, after a burst of bright light, Su Chen and the others appeared here. I'm sorry. You guys continue. Su Chen was a little embarrassed, and he came up to take a look and was about to leave. Who are you guys? What do you want? The boy's face was red with anger. No need, no need. You are too polite. Su Chen hurriedly waved his hand and turned around with Wang Lin and the others. Red Clothes and Wu Liyao blushed in shame, not expecting to encounter such a thing. The two looked at each other and looked at Su Chen. What surprised them even more was Su Chen's answer. What people are asking is this. Soon, they were out of the grove, and in front of them was a majestic palace that towered into the sky. In front of the divine hall, uncountable beings had converged, most of them being celestials from various races in the starry sky. What made Su Chen a little surprised was that he actually saw some people from the Blue Star as well. Although the number was small, it was good that there were still people who came here. Where the hell is the 10th key? Why isn't Mud coming? At the forefront of all the beings, 9 beings stood there with some annoyance on their faces, all of them holding the key. The 10th key, on the other hand, has not appeared until now. It made them a bit anxious. Time was running out. If they couldn't open the center shrine, they would be forcibly teleported out. And the next time it opens, there's no telling when. The 9th prince of the demon clan and the little princess stood at the back, and some people also came up to ask about it. Having seen the little princess enter the White Tiger inheritance land with Su Chuan before, however, the little princess did not have the key in her hands, which meant that the key was in Su Chen's hands, but Su Chen had not appeared until now. Su Chen has already been devoured by the black storm in the chaotic demon forest, the little princess said, still carrying anger in her heart. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. He wanted to kill Su Chen with his hands, but now he was afraid that he wouldn't have that chance. What? Doesn't that mean that Su Chen can't come anymore? Then this central divine hall can't be opened either? Someone said in shock, seemingly unwilling to believe that Su Chen would actually be swallowed by the black storm. How could someone who was able to obtain the White Tiger's inheritance not have a little means? Look guys, is that Su Chen? Among these living beings, I don't know who suddenly shouted out, pointing in a direction. All the gazes of the living beings were immediately attracted over, and when they looked in the direction he was pointing, they saw Su Chen riding the golden amazing, and was strutting over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's the golden amazing sacred lion clan. This Su Chen really doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to use the golden amazing sacred lion clan as a mount. The moment these guys saw Su Chen, what surprised them the most wasn't that Su Chen was still alive, but that Su Chen had used the golden amazing sacred lion as a mount, and so strutting and watery it rode over. Su Chen, the little princess was instantly furious, the anger in her eyes almost turning into substance as she blasted up towards Su Chen. A terrifying killing intent filled the air, making Su Chen somewhat familiar. This is not the same as him, from the White Tiger's killing chi. However, compared to Su Chen's, the little princess's was not as pure. You're a real person. You've taken advantage of all the advantages. That is, my inheritance has been divided up by you a bit. What more do you want? Su Chen said. These words were undoubtedly the fuse, moreover, igniting the little princess that was full of anger. You seek death. The little princess killed up and was about to kill Su Chuan on the spot, but Su Chuan was hesitant to make a move until the moment the little princess approached. A terrifying aura fell from Su Chuan's body. The little princess was directly suppressed, lifted up by Su Chen, raised his hand, and fiercely slapped down on the little princess's arse. Disobedient, Su Chen said, and hit several times again. Chapter 170, behead you all and raise the name of my Su clan army, Su Chen said, and several more slaps landed on the little princess's arse. The little princess's face blushed with shame, her heart was incomparably furious, and she struggled to cut Su Chen down here, but at this time, she was clearly no longer Su Chen's opponent. Among the same realm, Su Chen was almost an invincible existence, suppressing the little princess with just one move. Of course, there was also a big reason because Su Chen had gotten the White Tiger's main inheritance, and what the little princess had parted with could only be considered something insignificant. Yet, it was now suppressed by Su Chen, the main inheritance. The little princess's heart was furious. She hated to tear Su Chen apart, but she could no longer struggle away. When the 9th prince saw this, with anger in his eyes, he killed up, and the people of the devil race behind him also looked at Su Chen with a fierce look, and in an instant, they directly surrounded Su Chen. A few of Wang Lin's throats rolled a bit as he stood behind Su Chen. Boss Su, should you be so rigid? Directly provoking someone to their face, Wu Tao couldn't help but say, tightly gripping the lance in his hand. What are you afraid of? Su Chen let out a light laugh. We're brothers, no? Yes. Upon hearing this, several of Wang Lin said immediately, patting their chests, then let's fight together. Su Chen had a smile on his face and his battle spirit was high. My mom told me not to fight, Wu Tao whispered, silently taking a few steps back. Wang Lin looked at Wu Tao with a pained expression, unable to believe that these were the words coming out of Wu Tao's mouth. Wu Tao, I really despise you. If it wasn't for the fact that my family's old Sao was about to give birth, I wouldn't have left Boss Su behind. With that, Wang Lin also took several steps back, The corner of Tong Yu's mouth twitched as he looked at Su Chen. Then said, "Boss Su, I'm not like them. No matter what happens, I'll be behind you to support you." Su Chuan was dumbfounded. Why did that sound a little chrysanthemum tight? But I'm seriously injured. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you this time. After saying that, Tong Yu also took several steps back. This time, Su dust directly whole will not. Feelings you really do brother in the heart. And the phone cannot be reached, is it? Even right in front of you and pretend you don't see it. Don't recognize it? Ha ha ha. Su Chen, it seems like your popularity is not good either. The Night Prince laughed coldly and pounced up, his fist light flowing with an endless demonic aura. So your real name is Su Chen. I've long heard that Su Chen is a heartless person, but I didn't expect it to be true. A familiar voice came. Su Chuan looked up and saw that Jing Chuan unexpectedly appeared here. At this time, Su Chuan's face did not have a mask on it, and he directly showed his true face. I didn't expect to meet this bird of a man. Yasukawa. Jiang Xian was also standing not far away with the people of the Jiang family. When he learned Su Chen's real name, Jiang Xian also shook his head helplessly, feeling that they had been tricked as well. Su Dust. So you are Su Chen. Jiang Yinyua's beautiful eyes carried some of a smile as she softly chanted. Her gaze could not help but fall on Su Chen, her eyes carrying some strange luster. Brother Lu, I'll help you. Jing Chuan laughed loudly and killed up with a dragon stride, intersecting with the Night Prince and killing Su Chen together. Su Chen's eyes carried gravity, and after confining the little princess and blocking his cultivation, he threw it aside and killed up alone. And while Wang Lin and the few of them said so on their lips, they actually killed up and assisted Su Chen. Marred, coming here, it's surprising that no one recognizes our Su family army. Today is the day my Su family army will become famous in the stars. Wang Lin roared, his eyes red, as if he wanted to vent all of the resentment and anger from these days, and even his cultivation level directly broke through 1 star in this instant. Boss Su, help me. Wu Tao roared even more furiously, picking off a demon race with a single shot. Su Chen alone fought the Ninth Prince and Jing Chuan without losing any ground, and in the next second, the 10,000 soul streamer appeared and directly landed in Wu Tao's hands. Immediately after that, it was the endless grievous souls that appeared with scarlet eyes, killing the surrounding demon race, and among the surrounding onlookers, there were also people who recognized Su Chen and the others, all from above the blue star, who also instantly stepped in and came to help. The battle became more and more intense. Su Chen was holding the Dragon Abyss sword with blood on it, and a sword wound had appeared on Jing Chuan's chest, and blood was flowing. The Ninth Prince and Jing Chuan teamed up, but they couldn't deal with Su Chen, and for a while, the people around them were even more shocked. No one had expected Su Chen to be so powerful. Is this really an inferior being? For a moment, all living beings were stunned. Today, I will behead you all and raise the name of my Su family army, Su Chen said in a cold voice. His tone was like a ghost crawling out of hell, carrying an endless chill. Trying to kill us? With just you? Jing Chuan was still unwilling to recognize Su Chen's power, and with anger in his heart, he was about to kill. But a few figures appeared suddenly, stopping between them. Can a few of you give me face? Put aside your grudges and open the central divine hall first? It's not too late to wait until you're inside to talk about your grudges. Amit Bab Buddha. Several monks, please also put down the butcher's knife for the time being. The most urgent thing is to open the central divine hall. A bald monk, all dressed in monk's clothes, said, as soon as he appeared. The surrounding seems to be vaguely between his resounding bursts of chanting. He came from the Buddhist sect and was a contemporary son of Buddha. The Buddhist sect was also a dominant presence among the stars, and was on par with the Taoist sect back then, but I don't know how it trickled down later. But the Taoist sect fell out of favor in a flash, and there was no trace of it again. Upon hearing this, the Ninth Prince and Jing Chuan could only put away their fighting maneuvers, and after snorting coldly, they stopped speaking, indicating their agreement. The people who came to persuade them to fight were all people of honor in the stars, and they didn't want to offend them too much. The point is that what people say is also right. The priority now was to open the center shrine, not to fight meaninglessly here. Seeing this, Su Chen also stopped his hand, but before he stopped, he used a thunderous method to kill a large portion of the surrounding demon race. The Ninth Prince's face turned blue, pointing at Su Chen, but Su Chen had a disinterested look on his face, and then took the key out. Time was running out. It was necessary to go into the central divine hall. All the living beings from all sides were wild-eyed. Their biggest goal in coming to the ancient battlefield was to get the center and control this small world. Can also use this to enter the blue star. The current ancient battlefield has been rumored. Everyone knows that this small world is attached to the blue star. Can use this to enter the blue star. But the prerequisite was to change the rules of the ancient battlefield. That is, this side of the small world. Then let's begin. Buddha Z opened his mouth, his voice carrying a softness, and the beings around him holding the key looked at each other in disbelief, then walked up with the key. In the next second, The 10 keys looked like they were implicated by something, and unexpectedly flew out in a flash, healing in the air and becoming a complete key. Immediately afterward, on the key, a burst of brilliant light flashed, and the seal of the central shrine became illusory. Chapter 171 How Come You're on Your Knees? Loaded again for you. As the seal of the central divine hall became illusory, the surrounding beings could no longer hold back somewhat and couldn't wait to enter. It was Su Chen who was also a little nervous in his heart. So many beings wanted to seize the center, and he was afraid that it would be a vicious battle next. But then, Su Chen was thinking about the words of the green shirt man. There is a big formation in here. If he can try to wake it up, plus the little snake, he still has a great chance to get the centerpiece. After all, the spirit of the hub was still in his hands. It was also equivalent to its soul being in his hands. Thinking of this, Su Chen was slightly relieved again. The hanging heart dropped a little. Not a moment later, the seal of the central divine hall had been loosened, and the door was slowly opened. An aura from the ancient times came to the surface, and a sense of vicissitude filled the air, making one's mood heavy. Some beings could no longer hold back, so they were about to rush up, but in the next second, they directly exploded into blood mist. This scene also gradually calmed down the impatient beings, and it was another long time until the door was opened all the way, and the soft bright light on the key dissipated a bit. Again, a being entered tentatively, and this time, nothing was going on in the way of accidents. At that instant, countless beings rushed up, but Su Chen didn't go in, but instantly got up to snatch the key away. There were naturally quite a few beings who held the same idea as him. When Su Chen pinched the key in his hand, a dozen attacks had already killed towards him. Su Chen, put down the key. This key is not yours. A man with a horned head came forward and said, hand over the key and I'll spare your life. Jing Chuan also said, some of his followers appearing behind him. No wonder he was so courageous. Isn't this key mine or yours? You guys call out to him and see if he will say yes, Su Chen directly said. At those words, Jing Chuan and the others' complexions also became extremely ugly as the 9 living beings surrounded Su Chen. Anyone who gets the key knows that it will do something special inside. And now that the 10 keys were synthesized into one, naturally, they couldn't stay in Su Chen's hands. If you want to fight, then fight, Su Chen said in a cold voice, a terrifying aura rising and rolling, getting the white tiger inheritance, and then the inheritance of the man in the green shirt. The current Su Chen was no longer the same Su Chen from back then. Regardless of cultivation or combat power, there was a qualitative leap, and becoming stronger was no longer just 1 star. There was some consternation in the eyes of the Ninth Prince. Before he and Su Chen had also exchanged blows, but Su Chen was obviously not this powerful. But now, just this aura made him all a little bit gloomy. Ah, there's a monster in there. There's a monster. Run. The living beings who went in just now have just gone in for a short while. They are tearing their hearts and lungs and shouting out, and a large number of living beings are running out desperately. This commotion was naturally what caught Su Chen's attention and theirs. What followed was the sight of some huge stones walking out, growing limbs, like carved stone statues. The temple was broken into. Do you have the key? In the central divine hall, a low and hoarse voice rang out, and immediately afterward, the ground shook, and an enormous stone man of 100 feet walked out, with extremely scarlet eyes, as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. I have it. At those words, Su Chen instantly shouted and took the key out. Seeing this, the surrounding beings, with unwillingness and anger on their faces, still wanted to grab it, but they were stopped by the stone man immediately afterward. A pair of huge eyes stared tightly at Su Chen, and then, took the key into his hands and watched it carefully. Other beings can go in. You stay, the stone man said, pointing his gaze at Su Chen, who was obviously a bit frozen. Shouldn't the person with the key go in first? The key holder dies. Immediately afterward, the stone man's pair of huge fists slammed down angrily, almost enveloping Su Chen. Su dust people are stupid. This is that grandson came up with? Death to the key holder? Mud. What kind of psycho came up with that? Su Chen was so angry that he was about to curse, and stabbed up with his sword, shocking the stone man's attack back. Seeing this, the little princess and the 9th prince laughed in their hearts, and for a while, they didn't know what to say. They could only say that it was God's help. The key was that these stone people had infinite strength. That is, the 9th prince also had to waste some strength to face. But now Su Chen was facing such a large group. The surrounding beings had all withdrawn, and Jing Chuan even laughed until he was rampant, then strutted into the center divine hall. Soon, only Su Chen, them and the 9th prince little princess were left outside. They didn't leave merely because they wanted to watch Su Chen die in front of him, otherwise he wouldn't feel at ease. Just like the black storm before, under that kind of power, Su Chen could still come alive, which undoubtedly a bit of a mirage for her. So, now, if she didn't watch Su Chen die in front of him, she didn't feel at ease. The surrounding stone people were getting more and more, and had surrounded Su Chen to death. It was Su Chen's attacks that surprisingly could only shock these stone people back, but could not kill them. If this went on, it would consume Su Chen alone. Su Chen's heart could not help but feel a little anxious, but immediately after, Su Chen thought of something, and in the next second, he took out the temple master's order in his hand. Sure enough, when the palace master's order appeared, all of these stone people unexpectedly stopped in their tracks. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart was also relieved. It seemed that his guess was not wrong. Kneel down. Su Chen stood up, holding the temple master's order this way. The surrounding Wang Lin and the others all had cold backs and were ready to die in battle. But unexpectedly, these stone people actually knelt down. "See the hall master," said the stone man in a raw voice, which directly shocked Wang Lin and the others in their hearts with an unbelievable face. The little princess and the ninth prince were even more like they had seen a ghost, staring wide-eyed and dismayed in disbelief. These stone people actually knelt down in front of Su Chen and shouted, "Palace master, stand back," Su Chen ordered, and these stone people immediately took the initiative to make a path. Su Chen took big steps forward. Wang Lin and the others looked horrified, and up to now, they hadn't figured out what was going on. They were all ready to all die in battle. "And then you tell me, let's go. Go in first." Without any nonsense, Su Chen directly said that he was about to go in, but he saw the ninth prince and the little princess, as well as people from the demon race. After thinking about it, Su Chen again paused in his steps and spoke. "Plate them. Give me a hard disc. Disc them into the pulp." The stone man who heard the words was then killing towards the ninth prince and the little princess, his huge body carrying a crushing, pouncing up. Su Chen, on the other hand, put the key away, and then stepped into the central shrine. Chapter 172. This bastard is targeting me. Su Chen stepped into the central divine hall without a moment's pause, and Wang Lin's few people hurriedly followed. Outside, all of the people of the demon race were dumbfounded. Just now they were laughing at the fact that Su Chen was going to die. With so many stoners surrounding him, he would definitely not have a chance to live. But in the blink of an eye, these countless stone people pounced towards them. Each one of them had scarlet eyes, knew no pain, and their fighting strength was even more ridiculously powerful. The little princess and the ninth prince were numb, directly exploding with anger, wanting to go and tear Su Chen apart. But the current Su Chen had already entered into the central divine hall, while they were already surrounded and caught in a disadvantage. In the central divine hall, Su Chen's figure appeared here, and to his eyes was a peak that towered into the sky. The divine show of creation, endless streams of light swirled around, and the majestic aura was so thick that it could not be dissolved. And on top of this peak, a white jade staircase continued from the foot of the mountain, all the way to the top, and there were already beings climbing on it. Su Chen frowned, but did not immediately go forward. He realized that these beings were unable to use their qi and blood power while climbing. That is to say, their cultivation could not be used, and on the white jade steps, there were even hundreds of corpses, all of which had exploded and died. The scene was extremely bloody. "Is this to climb up by the power of the flesh?" Fu Hongyun said in shock, and was then the first to step forward. As soon as he stepped on the first ladder, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure descend on his body, as if he had another huge boulder of 10,000 tons, carrying it on his back. Fu Hongyun's face flushed slightly, and after panting for a while, he was able to adapt and recover. "Good fellow, the pressure on this ladder is surprisingly so terrifying." No wonder. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin and the others all frowned tightly as they raised their eyes to see that the ladder towered into the sky, not knowing exactly how many there were. And since the great hall of the central divine hall was on top of this mountain peak, wouldn't it be all for naught if they couldn't climb up there? This is the heavenly staircase of the violet sky divine hall. Do you see the wandering mass of light on top of the staircase? That's the shattered spirit, Su Chen said. After accepting the inheritance from the man in the green shirt, he was naturally very clear about these things, and knew how it served a purpose. Gather the broken spirits. You can receive baptism later. The more broken spirits you get, the better the strength of the baptism you receive. Su Chen's voice was not loud, just a few of them heard it. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin's and their complexions suddenly changed, with some consternation in their eyes. Shocked, they looked towards the broken spirits above the heavenly ladder, and then they all rushed up. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended on them, pressing down on their bodies, and they couldn't help but bend slightly, while their own qi and blood power was generally imprisoned and could not be used. This thing can wash the marrow and bones. On the white jade steps, I don't know who stepped on the ground and yelled. His voice was shocked with astonishment, and he began to frantically collect these broken spirits. Hearing this, Su Chen also shook his head. Sure enough, they had still discovered it. However, Su Chen didn't think that he could monopolize this secret. These beings were all from the stars, and the powers behind them had a long heritage, so it wasn't a strange thing to know some of the secrets. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many living beings entering this ancient battlefield. "Boss Su, why don't you come up?" After Wang Lin adapted to this pressure, he then opened his mouth to inquire, seeing that Su Chen was still in the same place, with no intention of coming up. "You guys go ahead, I'll wait," Su Chen said, coming to one side of the white jade steps, then sat down on his knees. Seeing this, although Wang Lin and the others were curious in their hearts, they didn't say anything more and started walking upwards. The more they leaned upwards, the more broken spirits there were. Su Chen, on the other hand, carefully sensed, with the hall master's order. He clearly perceived the great formations in the central divine hall, and the green-shirted man hadn't lied to him. Only, this great formation had lost its connection now, which meant that if Su Chen wanted to be the one to catalyze the great formation, he would have to make a connection between the hall master's order and this great formation. Time passed little by little. More and more beings entered the central divine hall, and it was unknown who spread the word about the heavenly ladder in the central divine hall being able to be baptized. More and more beings were vying for these shattered spirits and even fought on the heavenly ladder. There were also people who saw Su Chen sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the heavenly ladder and thought, "I'm afraid this isn't a cutie." After another long while, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes with some delight in his eyes. Not only had he made contact, but he had also taken control of the entire GR and formation by virtue of the temple master's order. Only then did Su Chen get up, but he saw that at the entrance in front of him, the people of the demon race had come in again. The ninth prince and the young princess at the head of the group now looked a bit lousy, and were also suffering from some injuries, but they weren't serious. The rest of the demon race people were mostly damaged. Being able to kill their way in, they also paid a small price. "Su Chen, today's revenge, I will return it tenfold," the little princess said angrily. Having grown up so much, she had never been humiliated like this. Tears had welled up in her eyes as she spoke the words, and endless heartache rose. "Alright, I'll wait for you, but you guys better think about how you're going to chase me." Su Chen smiled, unconcerned, and with a leap, he arrived on the white jade steps. This terrifying pressure didn't seem to work on Su Chen anymore. Immediately after that, Su Chen moved his finger, the ground trembled, and two more huge stone men appeared, guarding both sides of the white jade staircase. Their aura was extremely terrifying, far from being comparable to the ones just now. Immediately afterward, Su Chen's fingertip stroked in the void, and a few large words immediately appeared on a large green stone at the entrance of the white jade staircase. "Those who want to enter need to pay 1 billion in spirit stones." Immediately, Su Chen turned around and headed upwards. His speed was extremely fast, and he soon arrived beside Wang Lin and the others. Wang Lin's several people stared with wide eyes and unbelievable faces, as if they had seen a ghost. How much effort they had taken to climb here, how much they had suffered, only they knew clearly. But how did Su Chen come to them all of a sudden? Not to mention the sweating, even the breath remained steady. "You, can't old brother, so weak, let you do not look at night children's things, you just do not listen. Right hand are calloused." After saying that, Su Chen flexed his fingers and a flash of spiritual light immediately drilled into several of them. In an instant, Wang Lin just felt his body filled with strength, and his previous fatigue was swept away. "Come on, I'll go first." After Su Chen finished speaking, he directly leaped up, climbing a dozen or so steps. In a few breaths Wang Lin and the others were already unable to see Su Chen's back. "I want to report someone for opening. It's okay to be open. Mad doesn't take us. Don't complain. This heavenly ladder is an unparalleled grind for us. If we rely on Boss Su to get up there, it'll be for nothing." Wu Leia wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead, and then she took another step up the ladder, as if she understood Su Chen's thoughts. And that was indeed what Su Chen thought. This is the heavenly ladder of the Temple of the Purple Sky. Back then, it was only the core disciples. Every 3 years only have a chance to climb the heavenly ladder, as a way to wash the marrow and bones, and even enhance their own talent. For Wang Lin they are naturally an unparalleled opportunity. And at this moment, below the heavenly ladder, the ninth prince's face was so blue that he was about to explode with anger. Targeting. This mother **** or Su dust targeting old man. The ninth prince cursed, directly bursting into foul language. Chapter 173, Pit in the Pants. Looking at the font on the lapis lazuli, the ninth prince's good breeding, at this moment all collapsed. Will be their own. This body learned all the dirty words, curse it out, but still do not feel relieved. The temple master has ordered that one person of the demon race needs to pay 2 billion spirit stones. If he curses again, he will be wiped out on the spot. The stone man opened his mouth, and a mechanically cold voice came out, causing all of the demon race's people to freeze. Su Chen had already gone up the heavenly ladder and was surprisingly able to observe them through the stone people. The most shocking thing to them is, how did Su Chen become some kind of hallmaster? 2 billion spirit stones, hundreds of them here. If all of them went up, that would be more than 200 billion spirit stones that they would need to pay. With a simple calculation, the ninth prince almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Even if he was the ninth prince of the demon clan, it was impossible for him to bring over so many spirit stones. Su Chen, I don't share the same fate as you, the ninth prince roared up, his body trembling with anger. His own sister had been taken advantage of by this dog, Su Chen, and now he was even targeting them like this. Outside, more and more living beings were also entering, and seeing this scene, they were also a bit strange, but none of them knew that this was set up by Su Chen, thought it was what was originally in the center shrine. After all, this was the heavenly staircase of the Violet Sky Divine Hall back then. Paying 1 billion spirit stones didn't seem strange. The point was that they wouldn't have thought that there was really someone so shameless. I can't believe they're charging a toll here. These beings are from the big power. 1 billion spirit stone is not impossible to take out. Compared to this great opportunity, 1 billion spirit stone they feel is still cost effective. Immediately after that, there were people who took out 1 billion top-grade spirit stones and directly handed them to the stone man before ascending the heavenly ladder. 1 billion top-grade spirit stones to get such a chance. Or I've earned it. This being laughed out loud, and then quickly ascended the heavenly ladder and left. And more beings around him took out spirit stones, or things of equal value, and then went up the heavenly ladder. In such a short period of time, Su Chen had already booked over 100 billion spirit stones. Seeing this, the faces of the ninth prince and the little princess were even more ferocious. Su Chen had earned hundreds of billions of spirit stones in front of them in such a watery manner. This was even worse than them losing 100 billion spirit stones. This was all set up by Su Chen. All the spirit stones you gave went to Su Chen's pockets. The little princess couldn't help but yell out, trying to stop it. But these people obviously will not listen to the words of the little princess. How in their hearts will not believe that this will be set up by Su Chen? Su Chen, what can he do? Back up a bit, and even if it is, so what? Compared to the 1 billion spirit stones and this heavenly chance, they still earned it. After all, there were rumors in the stars that back then, the heavenly staircase of the Violet Sky Divine Hall was capable of cleansing the marrow and strengthening the talent. For such a chance to only need 1 billion spirit stones, they all felt that they had earned it. So what? A being asked, then paid the spirit stone and left directly. The little princess was furious, and then she spoke loudly. Why don't we join forces and break through the obstacles set up by Su Chen, so that we don't have to pay the spirit stones? Wouldn't that be great? It's not possible that you can't even take out 1 billion spirit stones, right? The living being on the side asked directly poking the little princess's pain point, let alone 1 billion spirit stones. She didn't even have a single spirit stone right now. Her storage ring was snatched away by Su Chen when she first came in. Of course, this was not the point. The point was that this was really set up by Su Chen, and the spirit stones they had paid had all entered Su Chen's hands. That was the reason why they were dead set against handing over their spirit stones. The little princess of the Hall demon race can't even take 1 billion spirit stones? After saying that, this being also paid spirit stones to go up the heavenly ladder. The little princess had tears in her eyes and almost cried out in aggravation. She was really pissed off. Otherwise, it is better to pay the spirit stone. Otherwise this chance we can really miss it. Among the Devil Clan, one couldn't help but say, although their hearts were disgusted, there was no way out now, and they really didn't want to miss this opportunity. Moreover, with the Divine Hall up there, they weren't even qualified to compete for the hub if they didn't pay the spirit stones. The purpose of their coming here is not for the center of this small world. With the strength of the demon race, they naturally knew that this place was once the base camp of the Purple Sky Divine Hall. So just how valuable this small world was naturally clear in their minds. Compared to 2 billion spirit stones, this 2 billion spirit stones were really nothing. Yeah, the big deal is that we'll surround Su Chen together later and force him to hand over the spirit stones. That's right, not only do we want him to hand over our spirit stones, but also those from before. Hearing this, the ninth prince frowned, and his heart was also calculating. The spirit stones that Su Chen had gotten now had at least 200 billion, and this amount was what made his heart flutter. It would be nice to get it too. Alright then, it's settled, said the ninth prince, taking out all of his own spirit stones and valuable things, but only managed to scrape together 10 billion. That means only 5 people can enter. Soon all the people of the demon race also took out their spirit stones and everything of value, their wife's books and even their coffin books. And yet, he had only managed to scrape together more than 50 billion spirit stones. Only 20 or so people could be let in. At this time the ninth prince's face was blue. When had he been so humble as a prince? With that, the ninth prince ordered that the 20 or so people who were strong enough to follow them in, while the rest of them figured out how to do it on their own. Watching the 9 emperors and their ascension to the heavenly ladder, all the people of the demon race outside wearing only their pants fell into deep thought. On the heavenly ladder, at this time, Su Chen ascended more than 500 steps without any pressure. All the living beings along the way were stunned and looked at Su Chen incredulously. They felt an exponential increase in pressure with every step they ascended. However, to Su Chen, This latter seemed to be stress-free. Su Chen also paused, but collected shattered spirits were already in the thousands, and this amount was already able to receive the most perfect baptism. But a truly perfect baptism requires a climb above the summit. However, Su Chen did not continue. Through the stone man, he had already obtained more than 300 billion spirit stones. How huge and terrifying was this quantity? And, surprisingly, they were all top-grade spirit stones. When he was in the abyss, he had only pitched into that several million spirit stones, and compared to now, it was something that wasn't even a bit of skin deep. These big dog households are still really rich. Being pitted still feels quite worth it. Su Chen couldn't help but say, beautifully putting away all of these 300 billion plus spirit stones. It was also known that the ninth prince and the others had already come up. While Su Chen was still pondering, an attack was suddenly coming towards him. Su Dust instantly dodged, turned around, actually saw Jing Chuan, this guy, gloomy face, killed up to him. Chapter 174, How is it possible that your cultivation hasn't been imprisoned? Jing Chuan pounced on him, his fist light surging with a powerful force. After being defeated and fled by Su Chen in the ancient city in the first place, Jing Chuan only felt that he had lost all his face. But coveting Su Chen as a Taoist heir, he didn't dare to go too far. It wasn't until after coming to the central divine hall that Jing Chuan was able to realize Su Chen's true identity, which was nothing more than an indigenous person from a lowly planet, and how powerful the Tao sect was among the stars back then. Even if they had fallen out of favor, it was impossible for them to go to a place like the Blue Star. In other words, Su Chen's identity simply couldn't stand up to scrutiny, and the so-called heir to the Tao sect was nothing more than a front. After learning that he had been cheated, Jing Chuan's heart was even more irritated, and he hated to tear Su Chen apart. The only way to wash away the humiliation in his heart was to do so. Now, seeing that Su Chen had charged all the way up, Jing Chuan's heart was also a little stunned, not expecting Su Chen to be so strong. The talent is also horrible. Facing such a pressure, even a famous genius in the stars like Jing Chuan felt a strong oppression. But Su Chen unexpectedly walked up the whole way as if he were walking on the ground. It would be a lie to say that Jing Chuan wasn't surprised in his heart. Su Chuan, impersonating an heir of the Tao sect, what crime should you commit? Today, I am eradicating you as an impostor in place of the Tao sect. A strange power flowed around Jing Chuan, not the power of qi and blood, but it was exceptionally powerful. A fist blast came up, actually carrying a sonic boom. It was pure physical strength. Su Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He didn't know what kind of chance Jing Chuan had gotten in the ancient battlefield during this period of time. This fleshly body power had actually become powerful to such a level. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Jing Chuan's physical strength alone was too many times stronger than when Su Chen had encountered him earlier in the ancient city. It seemed like Jing Chuan hadn't used his full strength even before outside. With one punch, Su Chen was actually shaken back several steps before he could stabilize himself. Jing Chuan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, don't think that you can stand on top of me just because you got the White Tiger's inheritance. On the heavenly staircase, all living beings' power of qi and blood are suppressed and sealed, and can't be used, and the only thing that can be used is the power of the physical body. It's that no matter how strong the cultivation is, and no matter how many chances one obtains, they can't be used here. Whereas I, in the middle of the ancient battlefield, I was given the inheritance of a predecessor who became a saint of the fleshly body. In other words, here, my fleshly body is invincible. Jing Chuan laughed wildly, and above his physical body, a layer of mysterious power truly flowed. But, Jing Chuan's physical body naturally would not reach the point of becoming a saint. However, the current Jing Chuan could be said to be the strongest person on the heavenly stairs in terms of physical strength alone. On the heavenly ladder, countless people's gazes looked towards Su Chen and Jing Chuan. The name about Su Chen was as loud as thunder during this period of time. Offending the demon clan's little princess, he was given a hunting order by the demon clan. And then he subdued the golden amazing sacred lion and used the golden amazing sacred lion's foreign race's royal son as a mount. These behaviors were all dead ends in the stars. It would even involve Su Chen's planet, but Su Chen just did it and bounced around. Now that they saw Jing Chuan making a move, all the heavenly prides from all sides were also paying attention, curious to know whether Jing Chuan would be able to kill Su Chen or not. After all, on the heavenly ladder, everyone's cultivation was suppressed and could not be used, and Jing Chuan's physical strength was this powerful. Suffer death. I think the demon race must be very interested in your head, Jing Chuan said with a big smile and blasted another fist up. Su Chen didn't say anything. His indestructible golden body was indeed a little bit worse compared to Jing Chuan, but that wouldn't be a problem for Su Chen. Jing Chuan's fist grew larger and larger in his eyes, and Su Chen finally raised his hand and blasted up with a punch. With the power of qi and blood added to this punch, it directly shook Jing Chuan back and forth, almost falling down from the heavenly ladder. How is this possible? Jing Chuan's eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Su Chen was actually able to use the power of qi and blood? For a moment, all of Jingchuan's froze with shock in their eyes. The people watching from below were even more dumbfounded, their faces stunned and unbelieving. Just now, they all felt in their hearts that Su Chen was bound to lose, but they didn't expect Su Chen to be so strong that he blew Jingchuan away with a single punch. This Su Chen truly lives up to his name. How can someone who can be famous on the ancient battlefield and still come here under the pursuit of the Demon Clan and the Golden Amazing Sacred Lion, as well as the Gold Treading Tiger Clan, be weak? I'm even more curious about the Blue Star. What kind of planet is it that could produce a genius like Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen is the son of Qi Luck on the Blue Star? This kind of talent is one that can be ranked in the entire starry sky. The people below murmured, appalled once again at Su Chen's strength. In their eyes, Blue Star was nothing more than a lowly planet. How could it nurture such a pride of heaven? I don't know if the demon race is interested, but wanting my head. You don't have the qualifications yet, Su Chen said. The Dragon Abyss sword was taken out. Countless sword lights flowed and killed. Sword intent filled the entire heavenly ladder. The entire heavenly ladder was filled with Su Chen's sword intent, and a bloody and horrifying killing intent was then released, accompanied by a terrifying force, the power of qi and blood. He is not imprisoned. How is this possible? Upon feeling Su Chen's qi and blood power, everyone's complexion was shocked. They were all sealed in their cultivation, but Su Chen surprisingly did not. This isn't fair at all. The point is, how on earth did Su Chen do this? Su Chen didn't care about this. He directly killed up. Jingchuan's expression was shocked and he kept dodging. His physical strength was truly powerful, but not to the point of becoming a saint in the flesh. Facing Su Dust's divine weapon, and how can it be blocked? Just a sword. Is in his chest to leave a deep sword wound? Blood flow. How exactly did you make it big? Jingchuan asked in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it either. Su Chen coldly snorted, then killed. All around was Su Chen's terrifying sword intent. Everywhere. Jingchuan could only use his physical body to resist, but how could he be a match for Su Chen? And soon, his body was drenched in blood around him, with blood constantly flowing down. Wang Yu, save me! Jingchuan shouted out, no longer having the courage to fight. He could only shout at the top of his voice. In the crowd not far below, a Shen-robed man with a crimson blood stripe between his eyebrows immediately spoke out. Su Chen, stop! At those words, Su Chen curiously inclined his head and looked at the man who spoke. What kind of a thing are you? Worthy of barking here? Su Chen's words instantly enraged Wang Yu. Do you know who I am? Who are you? Your mom didn't tell you. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Yu laughed back in anger. Something that doesn't know how to die. I am the only prince of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. Wang Yu said with a cold snort. The Blue Star where you are is within the jurisdiction of my Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. Chapter 175. Ah, beasts. The Blue Star where you are is then under the jurisdiction of my Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. In other words, you, including all of you on the Blue Star, are the subjects of my Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. Why don't you kneel down when you see this Imperial Prince? Wang Yu said angrily, and the bloodlines on his eyebrows suddenly flashed with a burst of bloodlight, carrying some sort of terrifying pressure. This was the royal family crest of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. It has an innate suppressive effect on the people of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty, and those who come from the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty are born with this seed planted in them. The moment the bloodlight flickered, Su Chen was able to feel a pressure from the depths of his bloodline, a pressure that gave him an uncontrollable urge to prostrate himself on the ground, like a courtier meeting a king. Below, Wang Lin and the others also felt this terrifying pressure from the depths of their souls at this instant, their bodies involuntarily bending and wanting to prostrate themselves. What's going on? Wang Lin reddened, bracing himself to keep from falling to his knees, even though his bones were creaking from the pressure. The surrounding beings were stunned at the sight, their eyes shocked and somewhat inexplicably strange. These guys were just now properly collecting broken spirits, but how did they become like this all of a sudden? It doesn't look loaded yet. Above, Su Chen was also under such pressure, but never bent down, even though his bones were already creaking. This was something that Su Chen really didn't know. Not to mention that the Blue Star actually belonged to the jurisdiction of this whatever bull ***** Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. But after so many years of hidden foreigners, how come we don't see anyone from outside the stars coming to help? Seeing this, Jingchuan was overjoyed, and his fist blasted up again, wanting to cut Su Chen down here. Get the hell out of here! Su Chen roared. His face flushed red as he swung his sword out, carrying endless swordlight that directly penetrated Jingchuan's chest. He had seriously injured him, and if it wasn't for Wang Yu blocking him, this sword would have already decapitated Jingchuan. How dare you commit murder? Wang Yu was furious, and the pressure around him was even stronger. Kneel down and repent, Wang Yu said, his tone morose. This bull dynasty. Su Chuan roared, his own chi and blood power tumbling madly. Blue Star has suffered from the hidden troubles of foreign races for so many years, and I haven't seen this bull imperial dynasty of yours come out to aid. Now you're putting on the old man, putting on the nigga. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu but laughed coldly, then spoke disdainfully, a planet of the lowest class. For my sacred feather imperial dynasty, it doesn't matter if it's exterminated or even destroyed. To aid you guys, you don't have to see if you're good enough. Furthermore, if I remember correctly, your Blue Star's martial arts path was cut off, and as early as thousands of years ago, the entire planet was sealed off, and no one in the stars was allowed to enter, while no one on the Blue Star was allowed to come out. If it wasn't for Brother Jingxuan's reminder, I wouldn't have thought that Blue Star still belongs to the jurisdiction of my sacred feather imperial dynasty. But recently on the ancient battlefield, I did hear that the Blue Star is in the stage of aura revival. I wouldn't mind going through here and making a trip to the Blue Star, taking away your Blue Star's origin and offering it to Father. I'm sure he'll like it a lot. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was a bit stunned, but he did not know that Blue Star was actually sealed and his martial arts path was cut off. No wonder on the blue planet, the highest a martial artist could go was just the Zunshi realm, and in the starry sky, above the exalted realm, there were the transcendent, entered saint, sub-saint, ancient saint, and deity realms. After reaching the deity realm, one transcends the mortal body and reaches the point of immortality. Su Chen, you are indeed a character. If you were to be cultivated in my imperial dynasty, perhaps there will be a place for you in this starry sky, but if you want to blame it on your poor birth. Wang Yu said again. Although the Blue Star belonged to the jurisdiction of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty, the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty had never cared about the Blue Star at all, and had even forgotten about it. Since the Blue Star belongs to the jurisdiction of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty, why are you now helping outsiders to bully the people of the Blue Star? Su Chen questioned in a cold voice. Ha, Su Chen. Should I laugh at you for being too stupid or too naive? Wang Yu laughed out loud. Blue Star is also a dispensable existence in my eyes. So what are you? In the vastness of the stars, the last thing that is lacking is geniuses, but only geniuses that can grow are worth their weight in gold. You're not qualified to make me offend Brother Jingxuan for you. Kneel down and apologize to Brother Jingxuan. If he can spare your life, I'd be willing to take you under my wing, and bring you back to be nurtured when I return to the Imperial Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Su Chen sneered. His face flushed red, and his heart was carrying endless anger. Want me to kneel? You guys aren't worthy. Su Chen took out the Temple Master's order, and in an instant, he catalyzed the Great Formation. When the formation emerged, a brilliant bright light flashed, and immediately afterward, the wind and clouds in the sky and earth suddenly changed, and a terrifying force landed down. Su Chen suddenly felt his body filled with power. Stabbing up with his sword, the terrifying flow of the sword dipper actually managed to ignore the effects of Wang Yu's pressure. This is the grand formation of the Purple Sky Divine Hall. Wang Yu was shocked. His voice changed a few points, and he turned around to run, but a pillar of light fell and had already blocked them in. How were you able to control the grand formation of the Temple of the Violet Sky? Wang Yu said in shock and horror in his tone, wanting to dodge, but it was too late. Just a single ray of light fell and it sealed Wang Yu's pressure. Only then did Su Chen feel better, and Wang Lin and the others below were also relieved, their bodies already drenched in sweat. The red-eyed Wang Lin sat on his butt and pounded his chest. Animal. Wang Lin was about to be exasperated and cried. The shattered spirits he had collected along the way also amounted to more than 200, but just now, they were actually taken advantage of and all of them were taken away. Not only him, Tong Yu and the others were also like this, fortunate to have a fight. All the shattered spirits were snatched away. Wang Lin, just as they were beating their chests and still cursing, the ninth prince had already brought people here, and it was when they saw Wang Lin and the others. Only, Su Chen was not here. Seeing this, Wang Lin said that it was not good and tried to run, but the surroundings were surrounded by the demon race's people in an instant. Above, Su Chen lifted up the already seriously injured Jingxuan with one hand, and there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. I'm quite interested in your fleshly body cultivation method. You're dreaming. I just won't tell you even if I die. Jingxuan replied directly. Su Dust also no nonsense, lifting Jingxuan's legs, like dumping a sack while Jingxuan lifted up and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The steps were smashed cracked, a few times back and forth. Yasukawa had been smashed into unconsciousness. System, is there a way to get his flesh cultivation technique? Su Chen asked, then exchanged a volume of soul-searching technique in the system mall. Afterwards, it was cast directly at Jingxuan. Yasukawa, who had fainted away, woke up again from the pain and cried out with his heart and lungs torn out. As Su Chen ended down, Jing Chuan had no chance of survival, but Su Chen wouldn't let Jing Chuan go. If you can get you killed when you're alive, you won't be spared when you're dead. In the next second, Jing Chuan's soul was directly detained in the 10,000 soul streamer by Su Chen. After doing this, Su Chen casually threw Jing Chuan's body down and rolled down the steps, while his gaze was directed to Wang Yu on the side. Chapter 176, Breaking Through the Sovereign Realm, Rules of Heaven and Earth Emerge. You, how dare you kill Jing Chuan? Do you know who Jing Chuan's father is? Even my Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty doesn't dare to touch Jing Chuan. Wang Yu shouted in shock. He really didn't think that Su Chen would dare to kill Jing Chuan. Jing Chuan's identity was extremely loud even in the starry sky. And Jing Chuan was the one who had already joined hands with the Jiang family, who also had a great reputation in the starry sky. Even if the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty was as powerful as this, it was only a mid-tier power in the starry sky. There were many hegemonic level forces in the starry sky that could easily overthrow the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. Just because you don't dare doesn't mean I don't dare either. Su Chen sneered, and with a wave of his hand, he sucked Wang Yu over and pinched his neck. It seemed to be sensing Su Chen's cold killing intent. Wang Yu had begun to be afraid in his heart. Don't kill me. I'm the only prince of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. And if you kill Jing Chuan now, the forces behind him will definitely not let you go. And now only the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty can protect you. Wang Yu nervously opened his mouth, and there was some fear in his tone. How can we break the pressure you have on us? Or, how can we lift this suppression? Su Chen inquired with a frown. That was what Su Chen was most concerned about right now. If they encountered the royal family of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty again in the future and fought with them, wouldn't they have to suffer a great loss? After all, it's not always possible to be so lucky. Hearing this, Wang Yu had some shock in his eyes, not expecting Su Chen to ask this question. This is certainly something that can be cracked, and in the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty, that is, some meritorious officials will be rewarded for cracking this confinement. No, this is an innate suppression. There is no way to break it. Wang Yu naturally would not say this out, and to break this innate pressure, only the royal bloodline of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty would be qualified. When Su Chen heard this, he just coldly glanced at Wang Yu, and then performed the soul-searching technique. He didn't believe that there was no way to crack it. In the next second, Wang Yu's miserable screams resounded, and the miserable screams resounded throughout the entire heavenly ladder, sending chills down people's backs. After a long time, Su Chen casually threw Wang Yu aside. At this moment, Wang Yu was drooling and his eyes were dull. Within his divine soul, there was a very powerful confinement that guarded Wang Yu's divine soul, in order to prevent the secrets of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty from leaking out after Wang Yu's accident. However, Su Chen didn't care about this and directly used the toughest means to rely on the system to break through this forbidden defense. And the huge fluctuations generated directly caused Wang Yu's divine soul to be damaged, and his sanity was very seriously affected. Going through all of Wang Yu's memories, Su Chen was finally able to find a way to crack it, but this method could only be performed by the royal bloodline of the Sacred Feather Imperial Dynasty. This has a great limitation, so that Su Chen is again tightly frowning. Wang Yu has obviously become a little cute, couldn't lean on it, and none of the people who followed Wang Yu had a royal bloodline. For a while, Su Chen fell into a bit of a headache, was really not expecting that this thing would require the power of the bloodline to be added to it. In fact, this had many similarities with Su Chen's Divine Soul Psionic Forbidden technique, but the difference was that people were born with this one, or rather, it was able to be passed down according to their bloodline. The host can just devour and refine the other party's bloodline power. While Su Chen was thinking hard, the system seemed to be really unable to look down and directly spoke out. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen was a bit shocked, and then realized that the system had even thoughtfully prepared corresponding feats and martial arts for him. Subsequently, Su Chen directly chose to redeem it, raising the blood-devouring technique to introductory, which was already sufficient. Looking at the foolish Wang Yu in front of him, Su Chen revealed a cruel smile, and then blood light flowed around him, wrapping Wang Yu in it. In the next second, Wang Yu's mournful hissing was loud, even more terrifying than before. Countless people couldn't help but raise their heads and look over, but the clouds obscured them, and only those who were close could see them. No one dared to continue forward anymore. They all stopped below, and there were even people who were already scared and backed away. No one dared to go on, fearing that they would be cut down by Su Chen with a sword. Soon, the qi and blood power around Su Chen dispersed. Wang Yu's face was pale. The whole person had lost a whole circle of weight, and the royal bloodline in his body had been devoured and refined by Su Chen. You can go die. After saying that, Su Chen detained his soul and his body was casually thrown down, rolling down the steps just like Jing Chuan. Immediately afterward, Su Chen activated the secret method and felt that there was actually a shackle-like thing existing deep within his body. In the next second, Su Chuan cracked it, and in an instant, Su Chuan's cultivation unexpectedly began to soar, and his body's functions erupted in full force as if they had been completely released. With that, Su Chen's cultivation level unexpectedly entered directly into the third level of the sovereign realm. Even if Su Chen intended to suppress it, he couldn't. In the next instant, in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rolled, like the end of the world. The wind and clouds surged, and the rules of the Great Tao appeared, as if they wanted to suppress Su Chen. The ancient battlefield is a small world. With the suppression of the rules, only Qihai realm people can enter. Similarly, in the inside is also cannot be admitted beyond the existence of the Qihai realm. It's a form of self-preservation for the world center. This was also the reason why Su Chen had come in for so long, and apart from those ancient existences that had already died, he had not met any existences above the Qi-Si realm. The entire central shrine was captivated by this horrifying sight. The corner of Su Chuan's mouth twitched, and he actually felt the aura of danger. In the next instant, a thunderbolt was falling. Armless thick thunderbolt ruthlessly splitting down towards Su Chen's head, carrying an aura of destruction. Su Chen ran his entire body and even took out the temple master's order, but he couldn't block this attack of lightning. This was an attack that contained the laws of heaven and earth, and even though this was only a small world, the laws of heaven and earth were not something that Su Chen could resist right now. Maru spicy, really Maru spicy, said Su Chuan, unable to help himself, and the beings below felt a little comical when they saw this. Who would have thought that Su Chen had defeated Jing Chuan, hadn't been suppressed by Wang Yu, and was now going to be obliterated by the power of the rules of this small world? When the thunder light was about to approach Su Chuan, it stopped, seemingly unable to approach Su Chuan, and in the next second, it even directly burst into pieces, turned into a starburst of energy. Su Chen was curious, and then it was to see the small snake at the cuffs, opening its mouth and swallowing and absorbing these energy factors directly. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. His heart was overjoyed. He almost forgot about this little guy. This was the spirit of the central hub. Even if he had lost his memory, he still had the ability that he should have. Looking at the dense thunderbolt in the sky, Su Chen's mind rolled over, and then he was trying to communicate with the little snake. Can you control the power of this thunderbolt? I want to use it to cultivate. The little snake seemed to understand Su Chen's meaning, and a terrifying power fluctuated in its eyes, and the laws of heaven and earth seemed to have changed a bit. With that, the power of the lightning tribulation in the sky above had obviously weakened a lot. Only then did the little snake look at Su Chen, with some arrogance in its eyes, making a sound that seemed to be saying that it needed 2 drops of blood as payment this time. Su Chen smiled and sat down on his knees, flipping through the flesh cultivation method he had just obtained from Jing Chuan in his mind, and began to invoke the thunderbolt. Chapter 177. The devil plan doesn't need you to point your fingers at its work. The thunder tribulation fell as Su Chen invoked it, and the endless thunder light was brilliant and blinding, carrying a terrifying destructive power. From a long distance away, they were also feeling this terrifying aura, giving them a feeling of chills and sweat on their backs. But Su Chen sat cross-legged, and was actually otherwise unafraid. The cultivation method that had been searched from Jing Chuan's mind appeared in his mind. Xuanwu prison suppressing body. Su Chen murmured softly, detecting the host's acquisition of a martial art. Do you choose to learn it? Cultivate. Su Chen said directly without hesitation, and in the next second, the kill value was consumed by a large portion, and this horrifying consumption caused Su Chen to freeze a little. It was the first time that so much kill value had been consumed at once. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the martial art Xuanwu prison suppressing body in order to cultivate it to the introductory level. The system's voice rang out, and the corners of Su Chen's mouth rose, and the power of his fleshly body became extremely powerful in an instant, far surpassing his previous undying golden body. It was also at this moment that above the sky, a thunderbolt quietly landed, landing directly on Su Chen's head. In an instant, the thunder light submerged Su Chen's body in it, and Su Chen's figure was no longer visible to the outside world. There was only a constant stream of lightning light roaming around, while Su Chen directly absorbed this lightning light and quenched himself. The flesh body was getting stronger little by little, and Su Chen's body unexpectedly floated involuntarily. The little snake was still hidden behind Su Chen's cuffs, and it seemed as if this thunderbolt was completely useless to him. As Su Chen's body floated up, the lightning in the sky fell even more violently as if provoked. Endless lightning, as thick as an arm, smashed down toward Su Chen in a brain. Thunder snakes danced all around them, and just by getting close, they would feel an extremely terrifying power of thunder and lightning, making their bodies crunchy and somewhat unable to adapt. This guy, could it be that he's crazy? This is a thunderbolt that contains the laws and regulations of heaven and earth. Even though this is only a small world, but the rules are complete. Even an exalted would not dare to take this thunderbolt hard. Geniuses are always prone to die young, and some of them think they can compete with the sky. but they don't know that they are just mayflies. The heavens pride from below couldn't help but speak out with some disdain in his tone. They were all celestial prides from the stars, with their backs to great powers, and their own talents were extremely powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a suppressive effect on the celestial ladder here, they wouldn't be in such a sorry state. As for Su Chen, in their eyes, he was just someone who relied on the fact that his cultivation was not suppressed in order to be able to kill Jing Chuan and Wang Yu, and did not have any real skills. But in the next second, the sound of a powerful heart beating in the midst of the thunderous light went out with it. The surrounding circling thunder light began to be pulled and slowly coalesced, but it was only a matter of 3 breaths of time. 100-foot Xuanwu condensed by the thunder light was condensed, receiving the baptism of lightning. It was like being reborn in nirvana. Su Chen's body was in the middle of the huge Xuanwu. At this time, his clothes had all been broken, receiving the baptism of the thunder light. The strength of his flesh was in the midst of rapid growth. This turn of events even drew the attention of the entire heavenly ladder. And at this moment, below the heavenly ladder, the 9th prince was leading the people of the demon clan in a siege against several people from Wanglin. Red Clothes and Wu Luyao had already been defeated and captured, and Fu Hongyun was seriously injured and collapsed on the ground. Wanglin's 3 faced the attacks of the 9 emperors, and the rest of the demon race's powerhouses were also gradually unable to hold on and eventually collapsed on the ground. One could not use the power of qi and blood on the heavenly ladder, relying purely on one's physical body. And how can their fleshly bodies be compared to those of the demon race, who have been baptized with all kinds of spiritual medicines since they were young, quenching their fleshly bodies and polishing their foundations? That's no comparison at all. Dogs, take advantage of people's danger. Wang Lin couldn't help but curse after he fell, but the next second he was tied up by the people of the demon race, with them in hand. I don't believe Su Chen won't give in. The 9th prince snorted coldly. He had also realized that Su Chen was not simple. If he didn't use some special means, he was afraid that there was no chance to win him. Using the person beside Su Chen to blackmail, it is really a bit of a loss of face. The little princess coldly looked at Wang Lin and them for a few moments, although she wanted to kill Su Chen. But the matter between him and Su Chen was really not related to Wang Lin. That's what I said. But this guy Su Chen has some means, and I don't know what kind of chance he got. If I don't use this means, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to defeat Su Chen, the 9th prince said. As the 9th prince of the demon race, but now he had to use this kind of means, he was also a little reluctant. However, when he thought of the entrance to the heavenly stairs, Su Chen's targeting, the fire in his heart had no way of being suppressed, and he only wanted to tear Su Chen apart before he could do so. And at this moment, they also noticed that above the heavenly ladder, endless lightning surged, but they didn't know who had triggered it. Collect the shattered spirits. This is a rare opportunity, the 9th prince said again, and the people around them began to collect the shattered spirits. Only regrettably, Wang Lin didn't even have a single shattered spirit on them. Only then did the 9th prince look to the top of the heavenly ladder. Up to now, he had not seen Su Chen's figure, and he did not know exactly where Su Chen had run to. Chasing after him like this, he was afraid that he could not even see Su Chen's back. Su Chen, your brothers are in my hands. If you don't want anything to happen to them, come down and meet me. The 9th prince made enough strength to yell out. The voice was like thunder, and it soon spread throughout the entire heavenly staircase. All living beings are hearing the voice of the 9th prince. The heart feels a little dropped. The Hall of Law and Demon Clan's 9th prince even need to generalize such a despicable means. At the bottom, at the entrance, the demonic people wearing only their pants shivered in the cold wind, and when they heard the voice, they instantly felt that their effort and disgrace was worth it. Dream on. Boss Su is afraid that he has already reached the top. You stinkers are afraid that you can't even smell Boss Su's farts, Wu Tao said with a cold smile. Although he was already seriously injured, he was not afraid. He knew that Su Chen would definitely come to save them. 9th prince. Just at this moment, below, 2 figures slowly walked up, a man and a woman. The man was precisely Jiang Xian, whom Su Chen had met earlier in the ancient city, and the girl was Jiang Yenyue. You have a grudge between your demon race and Su Chen, yet you want to use such tactics to force Su Chen to show up, and you're not afraid of being laughed at if you spread the word. Jiang Yenyue wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead and said with a cold smile, looking deeply at the little princess. Her eyes actually carried some provocation. The little princess naturally sensed Jiang Yenyue's provocation, and her heart immediately became furious. Why do I need you to instruct me on what to do in the demon race? Not to mention that your Jiang family is already on the decline. Even back when it was at its peak, it was not qualified to speak to me like this. The little princess instantly disliked her. If you can't even protect yourself, and you still have the leisure to care about others, Miss Jiang should still think about how to be a good wife and mother after joining forces with Jing Chuan. The little princess's words were undoubtedly poking at Jiang Yenyue's sore spot, causing a flash of anger to instantly appear on Jiang Yenyue's face as well. Both sides of the sword. But then, above the heavenly ladder. Jing Chuan's body so watery floating down. Chapter 178. This is not good. Jing Chuan's body floated all the way down the steps, surrounded by what looked like a special force that was adding to it, keeping it from stopping. Jiang Xian immediately shot out and took Jing Chuan's body, but he found that Jing Chuan's vitality had been severed, and in the body, it was the soul that no longer existed. This horrible tactic. Just who did this? Not only is Jiang Xian, is the ninth prince's eyes are also some of the consternation. He is too clear Jing Chuan behind the power of the mighty. Is the devil clan also want to courtesy of the existence of 3 points? But Yasukawa is just being obliterated now. There was still some sort intent on this injury, and the ninth prince couldn't help but step forward, and with that, he felt this familiar sword intent. Su Chuan. Surprisingly, it was Su Chen who decapitated Jing Chuan. The ninth prince was a bit stunned and was truly not expecting that Su Chen would dare to kill Jing Chuan. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the forces behind Yasukawa? At those words, Jiang Xian and Jiang Yenyue's eyes were also tinged with shock, while Jiang Yenyue's heart was actually somewhat relieved. Jing Chuan was a heavenly pride in the starry sky, no doubt, but he was also a famous dude. She would have hated it, but because of her family's reasons she had to marry Jing Chuan. Now that she saw that Jing Chuan was dead, her heart was actually somewhat relieved. It's just that Su Chen killed Jing Chuan is afraid that there will be endless trouble. Immediately after that, Wan Yu's body floated down as well, as if it were the same. The injuries were surprisingly similar, and it carried Su Chen's sword intent on it. Prince of the Sacred Feather Dynasty. Good Su Chen. Killing people you can't afford to offend. The ninth prince laughed out loud. Su Chen dared to kill these people, and in the starry sky, there would be no place to stand again. Even if the devil race didn't make a move, Su Chen would definitely die. Isn't this Miss Zhang's preferred husband? How did he get killed? The little princess deliberately said, her eyes carrying provocation. How come we don't see Miss Zhang being sad? If you're sad, if you like it, I'll give it to you. Jiang Yenyue couldn't be happier, and with a gesture, she pushed Jing Chuan's body directly in front of the little princess. The little princess burst into a rage. Her princess temper could no longer be controlled, and she slammed her fist up. The two immediately wrestled together. The surrounding people were silent, and the ninth prince was at a loss as to whether to make a move or to persuade a fight. It was true that the Jiang family was now going downhill, but a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and the devil race did not dare to directly offend the Jiang family. Although Wang Lin's few people had been seriously injured, they did not pass out and were somewhat surprised to see this scene. It's still Boss Su. That makes 2 women fighting for you, Tongyu said softly. After all, the little princess was the one who had gotten part of the white tiger's inheritance. That is, she had no cultivation in her body, and with the strength of her flesh alone, she surprisingly also had the upper hand. Jiang Yenyue, on the other hand, was being suppressed, and it was only a matter of time before she fell. Enough! Jiang Xian grimaced as he moved to step forward, and the ninth prince instantly stepped in to stop him. Jiang Xian, things between girls, is it hard to believe that you still want to make a move? The ninth prince said in a cold voice, but Jiang Xian was the one who directly made his move. At once, both sides fought, and at this time, above the heavenly ladder, in the thunderclouds, the endless flow of thunderbolts had completely wrapped Su Chen's entire body, and the huge thunderbolt Xuanwu coalesced, lifelike, carrying the pressure from the ancient times. The entire heavenly ladder was blocked by the thunderbolt, stopping countless living beings in front of it, unable to pass through. At a certain moment, Su Chen finally opened his eyes, a pair of cold eyes with flashes of lightning, and the moment he opened his eyes, the surrounding void was directly distorted for a moment. Only then did Su Chuan stand up. The Xuanwu prison suppressing body, forged by virtue of the power of the thunder tribulation, had unexpectedly reached the point of great completion. It was the previous Jing Chuan, after receiving the inheritance, who had only cultivated it to a small degree. After all, Su Chen was directly quenching with a thunderbolt, and the two were not on the same level at all. In the next second, Su Chen opened his mouth, and the endless lightning around him was directly swallowed by him, and the Xuanwu that was transformed by the lightning also dissipated. Su Chen only felt that his fleshly body was now frighteningly strong. If he met one like Jing Chuan again, he no longer even needed to use his cultivation, and with his physical strength alone, he would be able to tear Jing Chuan apart in 3 moves. This Xuanwu prison suppressing body too was truly terrifying. Su Chen couldn't even help but say, in Jing Chuan's memories, he spied the scene when Jing Chuan received the inheritance at that time. When this Xuanwu prison suppressing body is cultivated to the highest level, the flesh can become a saint, and with the power of the flesh, it can break the void, powerful beyond measure. And the current Su Chen had already reached an extremely terrifying point with his physical strength alone. The people watching around them were still in the aftermath of the shock, and when they had just seen that Su Chen had actually induced a lightning tribulation to quench his body without knowing what to do, they all thought that Su Chen must be crazy. But now, Su Chen was actually intact, and his strength had increased greatly. That is, from a long distance away, Su Chen did not make a move, and they all felt that sense of oppression coming from Su Chen's body. Not bad for stirring the pot. Su Chen, a being with horns, couldn't help but shout, and Su Chen's eyes looked over. Someone down there is shouting that your brothers are in their hands, and that if you want to save them, you should go down. Hearing this, Su Chen first froze for a moment. Just now in the midst of the thunderbolt, he hadn't heard the ninth prince's words at all. Now that he heard the words, his heart immediately became furious, and his figure directly disappeared into thin air, killing towards the bottom. You guys, who is stronger compared to this demon race's ninth prince and the current Su Chen? What does it matter to us if they are stronger or weaker? The way is so hard to get out of the way. Why don't you hurry up and climb to the top? The position at the top is limited and the baptism received is the strongest. After saying that, these beings began to continue to climb to the top. The matter between the demon race and Su Chen they didn't care at all. It was just inconsequential to them. Su Chen's figure quickly appeared below and saw that Wang Lin and the others were already lying on the ground heavily injured and covered in blood, and the demons were constantly thrashing them. The ninth prince and the little princess, on the other hand, were still in the midst of a fierce battle. When he saw Jiang Xian and Jiang Yenyue clearly, Su Chen was also a bit surprised, but he really didn't expect it. For the people in the stars, Su Chen was the only one who still had some good feelings towards Jiang Yenyue. After all, when he was in the ancient city, Jiang Yenyue was the only one who hadn't disliked the fact that he was from the blue planet. Demon race, old me gave you face. Su Chen was truly angry. The heavenly ladder shook as his body fell, and the ground even directly cracked, with countless pieces of debris erupting. A fist is smashed up. Will be the little princess directly shocked back a dozen steps, which stabilized the body, but the arm is a burst of numbness, and is unable to lift up. Su Chen's physical strength was already this terrifying. The little princess's entire body froze and looked at Su Chen in shock. It had only been a few minutes since she had seen him. How was Su Chen strong again? Is everything alright? Su Chen looked at Jiang Yenyue and asked softly, but he saw a blood scar appear on Jiang Yenyue's white jade-like calf, which was still bleeding. Jiang Xian, your sister is injured. What should we do? Su Chen subconsciously shouted. Asterisk. Jiang Xian was still in a fierce battle with the ninth prince. When he heard Su Chen's words, he immediately cursed, increased the force in his hands and smashed into the ninth prince, with monstrous fury in his eyes. When Su Chen heard this, but he had an odd expression, then he opened his mouth somewhat sheepishly. This is not good. Chapter 179, I'm not aggrieved. What are you aggrieved about? This isn't good, Su Chen said with an odd expression, glancing at Jiang Yenyue somewhat sheepishly. In his heart, he said, the people in the starry sky are really polite and open, but he was a bit feudal in the blue star. Jiang Xian, who was still in a fierce battle with the ninth prince, heard this and his mind went blank, not understanding what Su Chen meant, but then he reacted and immediately cursed. You, lousy, didn't mean that. If you dare to touch my sister, lousy tore you. Jiang Xian's eyes were red. He didn't expect Su Chen's brain circuit to be so peculiar. However, Su Chen was not in the process of answering, but instead picked up Jiang Yenyue in a hug. The hormonal scent that came to her face caused Jiang Yenyue's face to instantly turn red, and with Su Chen's words from earlier ringing in her ears, she instantly became nervous and began to struggle. It's hard not to. Don't move. Your brother is really not a thing. That is, meet me, if you meet others. Su Dust did not say further. Instead, he took out a white jade bottle from his storage ring, which was a top-quality medicine found from Jingchuan's storage ring. Sprinkled on the wound, Su Chen again bandaged it up, but his hand was unconsciously always accidentally touching Jiang Yenyue's shaky legs. Alright, Jiang Yenyue's face was still red. She wanted to do it herself, but Su Chen had already done it. But gradually he was also finding something wrong. Her leg but is just a superficial wound. Su Dust, this are going to give him bandaged into an elephant leg. I'm just worried that your wounds will get infected. By no means did I want to take advantage of the opportunity. Su Chen hurriedly shut up and almost blurted out. Jiang Yenyue looked at Su Chen, who then hurriedly bandaged it up before standing up and clasping his hands to say thank you. Many thanks for Miss Jiang's hand. Su Dust, I want you to die. The little princess's arm was finally restored for a bit, and the moment she saw Su Duan she instantly became furious, an endless rage rising in her chest. This dog is bandaging another woman? The little princess killed up in anger. Su Chen coldly grunted and slammed his fist up. As the sonic boom sounded, the little princess's arm directly bent and her body flew out backwards, heavily slamming on the steps. He spat out blood in his mouth, and his eyes were filled with a strong sense of shock and disbelief. Su Chen's strength had actually increased so much again? Just the strength of the physical body is so terrifying? the surrounding people of the demon race were all killed up in an instant. But Su Chen was not afraid in the slightest. At this time his physical body had already reached an extremely terrifying point. It was no exaggeration to say that right now, among the living beings on the ancient battlefield, when Su Chen said second in terms of physical strength, no living being would dare to say first. Be careful. Jiang Yenyue couldn't help but speak out when she saw so many demons surrounding her. But the next second, he saw Su Chen, like a fighting machine, grabbing a demon leg and swinging it like a sack as a weapon, smashing it against the rest of the demons. In less than 3 breaths of time, these demon race people had already lost their vitality, and were smashed to death by Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yenyue's eyes carried shock. Again looking towards Su Chen's thin body, it was hard to imagine that such a thin body of Su Chen could burst out such a terrifying power. Su Chen, you dare to hurt my sister! The ninth prince shouted up, and with even more fury in his eyes, he abandoned Jiang Xian and killed towards Su Chen. His most beloved sister was now being treated like this by Su Chen? Others are afraid of your demon race, but I'm not, Su Chen said, sensing the ninth prince's powerful aura, concluding that this fellow had also cultivated a physical body. But it's a far cry from him. A fist bombarded up. The dull sound of flesh against flesh is resounded. Su Dust does not move, while the ninth prince is backward many steps, before it is stabilized. The arms were tingling and trembling, having lost all strength. How can you have the face to clamor to kill me with this much strength? Ridiculous to the extreme. Su Chen sneered and walked up. Su Chuan, the nasty things you did to me, even if I die, I won't let you go. The little princess coughed up blood again, her face even paler, with killing intent in her eyes. The nasty things I did to you? You really have the face to say it? Su Chen looked like he was blowing up and directly cursed. Was that something that lousy initiated? I've been hiding. You had to come up. You took the initiative, and now you're blaming me? Besides, if it weren't for me, you would be dead. Now you're still being so vindictive, aren't you? Su Chen also felt a grieved awe. His innocence, his looks, his figure and his social graces, and good character and even his soul had been taken advantage of and ruined by the little princess. He didn't even cry aggrieved. You are still aggrieved on now? Su Chen's words caused the surroundings to fall directly silent, and the beings that came from behind had just walked here when they heard these words. The 3 Wang Lins were even more wide-eyed and unbelievable as they stared blankly at Su Chen. Jiang Yenyue and Jiang Xian also froze, a bit incredulous. Was it what they thought it meant? The ninth prince was even more dumbfounded as he looked towards the little princess, and to be honest, he wasn't sure what exactly was going on between Su Chen and the little princess. But now when he heard Su Chen's words, it instantly gave him a bad feeling. You say again. I'll kill you. The little princess was like a cat that had its tail stepped on and directly exploded, shouting, ignoring her injuries and killing towards Su Chen. Su Chen also came to fire and slammed his fist up in anger, a punch that could kill the little princess. The ninth prince's quick eyes and hands instantly appeared in front of the little princess to stop it, but he himself was solidly subjected to Su Dust. A punch directly smashed out, with the little princess fell down the sky ladder. Su Chuan, I'm the one who planted today. Next time we meet, I'll definitely bring an army of demons and step on the planet you're on. Still threatening me? Su Chen was even more angry, waved his sword and chopped out. Sword light flowed. His cultivation was not confined, and in an instant endless sword light chased after him. When the ninth prince saw this, he secretly said that it was not good. That punch from Su Chen just now had caused all of his tendons and bones to shatter. His injuries were extremely serious, and he nearly Now this move is just purely to kill him. Fortunately, the little princess reacted and hurriedly crushed a jade talisman, a terrifying power, blocking Su Chen's attack. The void then cracked. The little princess with the ninth prince was disappeared in the central divine hall. Mud, is this a fight? This fight is equipment. Su Chuan cursed. These guys have too many good things on their bodies. The life-preserving things are like no money. The more Su Chen thought about it, the more angry he became, and he directly maneuvered the 2 stone men guarding the bottom of the heavenly ladder to kill all the remaining people of the demon race. Only after doing this did Su Chen look at Wang Lin's view, his brows frowning slightly, just about to speak. The entire heavenly ladder is violently trembling.